Family, who understands? I dressed up as a background character from One Piece Marineford War and dared to let Whitebeard call me Big Brother right from the start. I tell you, just a second ago, the atmosphere on Whitebeard's ship was bizarre to the extreme. Family, who understands? On that giant ship called the Moby Dick, everyone's eyes were suddenly fixed on one person like searchlights. A big, dark-skinned, scruffy man with a few missing teeth when he smiled. Marshall D. Teach, also known as Blackbeard. Why? Because just now, all over the world, whether alive or dead, a screen suddenly appeared out of nowhere, live streaming a segment of future footage. In the footage, the fourth captain of the Whitebeard pirates, Thatch, was on this ship, ambushed from behind by a shadow, and stabbed with a knife. It was so clean and straightforward. Then, a question popped up on the screen, specifically asking, who killed Thatch? And for what reason? Sure enough, the answer was revealed by a guy named Kyle, directly naming Teach as the culprit, who did it to steal a devil fruit called the Dark Fruit. At that moment, the entire ship fell silent. You could hear a pin drop. It was a massive social death scene. Huh? You ask how I know this so clearly? Well, in the one called Kyle. But, at that time, I was watching the live broadcast from the afterlife. Let me start from the beginning. I tell you, that day the whole world, including the desolate afterlife I was in, suddenly went ding, and a voice rang in my head, saying the strongest world QA system has arrived. Immediately, in front of everyone, whether you were an emperor or a small fry, a virtual screen appeared. Good heavens, this caused an uproar. The chat channel on that screen was instantly flooded. One Piece Roger. What's going on? Didn't I already get executed? See Emperor rocks. Roger, you brat. You're dead too? Serves you right. Navy hero garb. Luffy, you little brat. Get back here right now. Otherwise, you'll taste my iron fist. Straw Hat Luffy. I'm going to be the Pirate King. I had one expression, the subway old man looking at his phone. JPG. I'm dead. And you're giving me this thing? Are you kidding me? As for me, my name is Kyle. In my previous life, I was a hapless transmigrator. And in this life, I finally managed to join the Navy, planning to survive and grow. But what happened? I ran into a big pirate during my internship task and was immediately taken out. Gone. A classic case of dying young. Just as I was complaining about how unreliable this system was, that video of Thatch being kill played. Once the video ended, the questions came. Question: who killed Thatch, the fourth captain of the Whitebeard pirates? Question: why did they kill Thatch? Correct answer reward. Life extension 1 year of resurrection for afterlife beings. Wrong answer penalty. Death soul obliteration for afterlife beings. Cannot reincarnate. I tell you, when I saw the words resurrection, my entire soul lit up. What danger? What exposure? To hell with it. I want to come back to life. This was basically a final exam tailor-made for me as a transmigrator. I desperately recalled the hazy anime memories from my previous life and took a gamble. Answer: it was Teach from the Whitebeard pirates for the Dark Fruit. Just as I submitted my answer, a bunch of clueless pirates in the chat were still trying to answer. Pirate Mosca. It was me who killed him. Pirate rampaging lizard. Bullshit, it was clearly me. I scoffed with a bunch of cuties. I was about to give you a little system shock. Sure enough, the next second, the system started calculating. Notification: Navy Kyle deceased answered correctly. Reward: resurrection. I hadn't even had time to be happy when the screen was flooded with another wave of information. Notification: Pirate Mosca answered incorrectly. Penalty: death. Notification: Pirate rampaging lizard answered incorrectly. Penalty: death. Good heavens, it was a bloodbath. All over the world, those pirates were just shouting moments ago. Boom. One after another, exploded into a mist of blood. This system was absolutely insane. Now, the whole world fell silent. Everyone realized that this was serious. On the Moby Dick, the center of the storm, the atmosphere had dropped to freezing point. Thatch himself was dumbfounded. He looked at the screen, then at his best friend Teach, who stood up to speak for him. Impossible. Teach is my brother. Even if there really is a devil fruit, if he wants it, ID, just give it to him. How could I possibly attack him? Teach, too, wore a face of innocence and emotion, playing the part of a victim. But I could see clearly from the afterlife this guy was probably overjoyed inside while pretending to act like brother. Trust me. In the end, it was Whitebeard himself who stepped in to smooth things over. Garara, I believe in my son. This hasn't happened yet, so stop guessing. Though he said that the seeds of doubt had already been sown. Meanwhile, at Navy headquarters, Marineford, Admiral Akainu was staring at the screen when a Navy soldier who had foolishly tried to answer the question also went boom, exploding into a spray of blood that splattered all over Akainu's face. Akainu's already grim face turned even darker. He immediately realized the seriousness of the situation. Soon, in the marshal's office, Sengoku, Tsuru, and the three admirals, Akiji, Kazuru, and Akainu gathered together. Sengoku's expression was serious. This system is real, it can kill and resurrect. Now, the eyes of the whole world are focused on that Navy Kyle who answered correctly. Find him. I want to know everything about him. The lazy Kizaru, who had been trimming his nails, suddenly spoke up. Oh, Kyle, I seem to remember him. He was a little brat that Zephyr Sensei used to teach, but unfortunately, he died years ago. At that time, the teacher was really mad at me. It was scary upon hearing this. Sengoku immediately ordered, "Contact Zifa. Conduct a full-scale search for this Kyle. We need to see him alive. Dead, oh, he's already resurrected, so we must see him alive." While they were having a meeting, where was I? I only felt a flash of darkness followed by brightness, and when I opened my eyes, I was already standing in a scorching desert. What the hell? What kind of weather is this? They just threw me into the desert? I was dazed, but at least I was alive. Not being tossed into the sea to feed the fish was a small consolation. I was wearing the Navy uniform from before I died, in a 19-year-old body, feeling pretty good. Just as I was using my observation hockey to find my way, I spotted a merchant caravan. I hurried over, revealed my Navy identity, and finally managed to hitch a ride. On the way, a chatty uncle was trying to probe me by bragging about their guardian deity. "Little brother, you're here to catch pirates, right? Our Alabasta is safe, all thanks to Lord Crocodile. He's one of the 7 warlords of the sea, our hero, the Desert King." I couldn't help but laugh at that crocodile. A guardian deity? All right, as long as you're happy. I didn't bother to expose him, handling him while I opened the system screen. After that wave of cleansing, the chat channel was much quieter. I casually followed Roger, Whitebeard, Garp, and other big shots to make it easier to keep up with the gossip later. Just then, an ID started spamming me. "Not killing Admiral Zifa. Navy Kyle, cowboy, is that you? Not killing Admiral Zifa. Give me a response if you see this. Not killing Admiral Zifa. Kyle, answer me." I looked at that familiar and stubborn name on the screen and pretended not to see it. Teacher Zephyr. Of course I remember him. He's a good teacher. My 6 styles and hockey were all taught by him. His set of no killing justice once made me believe wholeheartedly. But now I have died once. This world is about to turn upside down because of this broken system. Go back to the Navy? To return as a guinea pig? No way. No, with my current little frame, going back to the Navy would just be sending myself to my death, right? I can trust Teacher Zephyr, but those old foxes in the Navy? I don't believe them at all. Not to mention let me tell you, that's my lost youth. We trained together back then, had a bit of a flirtation, and now, all these years later, she's grown into a legal lady, while I've shrunk back to a teenager. Who understands this? My status is completely messed up now. So, pretending I'm gone and not being disturbed is my current basic national policy. Just when things were quiet for a bit, good heavens, that damned system started acting up again. Let me tell you, the screens in front of everyone in the whole world lit up with a swish, broadcasting live. The scene was like a real-life version of Ice and Fire. An island, half of it a hell of boiling lava, half of it a freezing ice mountain. 2 figures were fighting inside, shaking the heavens, and the earth one was Akainu. The other was Akiji. The special effects were burning through the budget. Magma fists against ice spears with every clash. The whole island shuddered. Ordinary people couldn't even see their shadows clearly. They could only see the world being dismantled piece by piece. As the camera zoomed in, wow, these 2 have aged quite a bit, their faces full of weariness, clearly a future famous scene. Then the questions came, 3 in a row, hitting the soul. Question 1, why are these 2 fighting to the death? Question 2, in the end, who took down whom? Question 3, after the fight, who threw in the towel? Let me tell you, the rewards for this are explosive. Imperial artifact, essence of the demon. Just listening to the introduction is incredible. It's said to be made from legendary dangerous species as materials. Drinking. You can control ice. If you answer incorrectly, you'll be severely punished and randomly lose 1 ability of the same level. If you have no abilities, you'll be sent away directly. Physical annihilation. At this moment, the world channel exploded. Roger shouted, "Is there a new mission again? Are these 2 kids going to have such a miserable future?" Whitebeard laughed heartily. A naval civil war. Interesting. Sengoku was so angry that he frantically everyone in the chat box. All naval personnel, silence. Carp, you idiot, shut up. Carp. For a moment, everyone in the world was confused, and the gamblers went all in, risking their lives. I was watching intently when I suddenly noticed a girl named Goddess of Luck Baccarat, who guessed quite a bit right, saying it was a political conflict and that Akiji lost and then resigned. It was somewhat insightful, but not detailed enough. Who is this guy? A time traveler? I immediately sent out the standard answer. Navy Kyle. First, for the ideals of justice and the future of a marshal's throne. Second, Akiji lost. Third, Akiji walked away. As soon as I sent my answer, A bunch of people started frantically copying and pasting it. Seriously, do they think they can just grab a peach? Do they think this is about speed? Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters in Marineford, I bet Admiral Sengoku's blood pressure shot up to 280. He immediately held a meeting to interrogate Akainu and Akiji, unleashing a barrage of criticism. Akiji, being straightforward, admitted, "If you step down, Admiral Sengoku, and let Sakazuki take over, I definitely won't accept it. He's too extreme. It's normal to have a fight." Sengoku was so furious, he almost flipped the table, suggesting, "How about I just nominate Kizuru instead?" But Kizuru, that old slacker, had a face that screamed, "Don't drag me into this," and with a long face said, "Admiral, that position is a bomb. I can't handle it." This made Sengoku even angrier. Just as chaos erupted, the system's cold voice rang out. "Answer settlement begins." Ding. Settlement time is up. Let me tell you, it was thrilling. First, there was that lucky goddess named Baccarat. The system determined she didn't answer the first question completely and only gave her demon's essence, weakened version. The scene shifted to a resplendent place where the wealthy Tizolo was, and Baccarat was completely drained, slumped on the ground. She said she exhausted her luck fruit ability to guess this answer and borrowed a bunch of luck from passersby, almost losing her own luck in the process. What she got was a small bottle of red liquid that could control ice, but came with a murderous desire side effect. And what happened? Tizolo just took that bottle, saying he wanted to use it, leaving the worker feeling miserable. It was my turn. The screen displayed shining golden words. Navy Kyle. All questions answered correctly. Reward. Essence of the demon. The complete version. In my hands. As for those who copied and pasted my answers, the system directly issued a duplicate answer canceled. No reward penalty, leaving them with nothing, which was hilarious. Of course, there were more unfortunate souls who guessed wrong. Rows of death messages scrolled across the screen, leaving people stunned. Next, the system kindly played the full version of the battle's conclusion. Akiji really did lose a leg and was covered in burn marks. His defeat was truly tragic. Akainu also bore injuries but stood until the end. Then Akiji submitted his resignation letter and left the Navy headquarters without looking back. Now the chat channel was even more lively, with Doflamingo and the Navy officials starting to bid online. Frantically, ING Baccarat wanted to buy that weakened version of the reward she had. As for me, I just went silent, hiding my achievements and name, ignoring anyone who had me. I casually studied the system, which had quite a few features: private messaging, adding friends, and a star level. I had already earned 2 stars for answering correctly twice, probably related to competing for ownership of the system in the future. Time flew by, and by evening, I arrived at a small town with a caravan, finally able to find an inn to rest. After taking a shower and eating, I closed my room door and eagerly took out my reward. Wow, that was not just essence. It was a pot bigger than my stomach, filled with bright red blood. The system warned that this thing had huge side effects. Just one sip could drive a normal person insane with murderous desire. To fully master this power, I would have to drink the entire pot. Having drunk this stuff, I felt like my mental state could surpass this world by 5 years. Who cares? I've already died twice. Am I afraid of this? Without hesitation, I poured it straight down my throat. I tell you, once that thing enters my mouth, a wave of heat instantly explodes, followed by a heart-wrenching sting. And my mind is filled with all kinds of negative emotions: bloodthirsty, crazy, violent, wanting to zap anyone I see. A chilling force starts to surge out, and I desperately suppress that impulse, resulting in the entire room being covered in frost. Just when I was about to tear down the hotel during my tribulation. On the other side, in the rain-soaked desert, the warlord crocodile, that old Sand, actually noticed me. His beautiful subordinate, Nico Robin, reported to him that a rookie Navy soldier had appeared in the town below. The old Sand, paranoid as ever, fearing it would affect his plan to steal from the country, directly ordered, "Go check it out. If there's a problem, take care of him." So, in the dead of night, 2 little thieves sneaked to my door. One guy wearing a funny fake crown with a 9 painted on his face, and the other a beautiful girl with a long blue ponytail. They were whispering at my door. Is this the place? Capturing an intern Navy soldier would definitely be a big achievement. Afraid I wouldn't hear them, right? I directly executed a surprise attack. Before the 2 of them could react, I reached out with both hands, grabbed one by the neck, just like lifting up a chick, and pulled them both inside. I tossed them onto the ground, and when I focused my eyes, good heavens, I sent this the future princess of Alabaston, Nefertari Vivi. What is she doing here, working as a little agent for the Baroque Works? I crossed my legs and smiled as I asked, "Are you from the Baroque Works Society? What do you want with me? Speak honestly, or you won't have a good time." That guy named Mr. Nine was so scared that he couldn't even speak clearly. But Vivi was quite loyal and immediately took a stance to protect him. Then, can you believe it? This girl actually started dancing awkwardly on the spot. Her body twisted like a snake, and she sprayed perfume everywhere, trying to use this trick to daze me. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. So you're trying to teach me the third subject? Huh? With this little bit of anesthetic, it wouldn't even be enough for a scraping therapy. Seeing that her beauty trick wasn't working, she got anxious and flicked out two things from her fingers that looked like yo-yos, called peacock interlocking saws, spinning towards me. Bang! I reached out my hand and easily caught them, pulling them in and taking a weapon for myself. Is that all you've got? I stepped on her pig teammate's foot, applied a bit of pressure, and knocked him out cold. Then I moved closer to Wei Wei, grinning like a villain. You come to trouble me. Even lay your hands on me. And even try to seduce me? Tell me, shouldn't I give you a little punishment? Wei Wei was so scared her face turned pale, stepping back slowly while stammering. Oh, you were Navy. Can't the Navy do bad things? I continued to tease her, saying besides, you look so cute. You might not even be a princess, right? At this point, Wei Wei truly couldn't hold it together anymore. Her eyes turned red, and she looked like she was about to cry. What are you crying for? Let me tell you, that guy Kyle is not even human. He was sitting there with his legs crossed and directly spoke. What do you want? Fine. Since you like to seduce me with dancing so much, then dance. Dance until dawn. And by the way, make sure to clarify the details of your so-called Baroque workshop. Goodness, Wei Wei's face turned bright red in an instant. She was about to explode, shouting, that's an attack. It's an attack, not a seduction. Guess what Kyle said? He kicked that guy called Mr. Nine into the corner, then lay down on the bed like a big shot, patted the empty space next to him, and smiled maliciously. Oh, is that so? Why not try a different method of attack? I got space here. I tell you, as soon as those words came out, Vivi was so scared that her soul almost flew away. She waved her hands frantically. No, that's not necessary. Dancing is great. I'm good at it. And I'm really willing. It's just unbelievable, such a survival instinct. But her dancing was even more perfunctory than treading water, and the smile on her face looked worse than crying. Kyle was immediately displeased and started a live demonstration. Smile? Give me a bigger smile. With such a cute face. It's a waste not to smile more. Did you forget to eat? Such a good figure is wasted. If you keep being so perfunctory, then don't dance. Just come over and warm my bed. Family, who understands? This is basically public execution. Vivi probably scolded Kyle 1,000 times in her heart, but she had no choice. As soon as she heard the two words warm the bed, her body obediently complied, and she could only force a smile while shedding tears as she twisted around. While dancing, Kyle spoke again. What's the point of just dancing? Tell me your purpose. Vivi wanted to struggle a bit, saying that our Baroque work society is really impressive. And if you know about it, you won't survive. Kyle didn't pay any attention, delivering that classic line. No nonsense. If you don't talk, then warm the bed. Those 3 words were basically Vivi's curse. She completely surrendered, spilling everything like bamboo shoots in a pot. Old Shah's conspiracy, the ins and outs of the Baroque work society, and even her little schemes to use the Navy against Old Shah. You think that's it? Let me tell you, the best is yet to come. This guy got carried away and directly pulled out money to Javi and staff bring him a video phone bug. He started recording Vivi right there. Vivi completely broke down at that moment, asking him what he was doing. Kyle laughed like a villain. What am I doing? I'm recording this beautiful moment for you to reminisce about later. Come on, keep dancing, or I'll film something else. I already thought of title. It's called Baroque Female Agent Wednesday's Tragedy. How about that? At this point, Vivi was completely out of patience, only able to hold back tears and act as a dancer in front of the camera for an entire night. Kyle kept directing from the side. Yes. Use your waist more. Raise your legs. Do you understand temptation? How can you entice someone like this? I'm recording. Don't stop the movements. This went on all night. And when dawn broke, Kyle finally called it a stop. Vivi immediately felt her legs go weak and collapsed onto the floor, crying like a pear blossom in the rain. Guess what? This devil Kyle even recorded her crying, calling it Black History Material 1. The next morning, Vivi showed up with 2 dark circles under her eyes, looking like a wandering soul. Meanwhile, Kyle was full of energy, happily eating breakfast, and after finishing, he pretended to be concerned, asking her, "Oh, you look so tired. Do you want to rest a bit?" Vivi was probably roaring inside. Who do you think caused this? She even wanted to scare Kyle with the punishment team from the Baroque Work Society, but he completely ignored it, saying he hadn't figured out how to deal with her yet, telling her to wait. At this point, Vivi was completely in despair, feeling like there was no escape from this LSP's hands. Just then, let me tell you, a dramatic scene unfolded. In front of us with a ding, A screen popped up out of nowhere. Vivi was startled and quietly asked me what it was. I didn't have time to deal with her. Just told her to shut up or she'd get the warm bed threat back at her. Then I stared intently at the screen. Good heavens. The screen started playing a video. It began with the ocean, then a small town, and finally entered a tavern. When I saw it, my pupils shook. Inside the tavern were all those red-haired Shanks and his crew. And at that time, Shanks still had both arms. As soon as this video played, all the chat channels in the world exploded. In the footage, a ridiculously arrogant bandit leader kicked the tavern door open and demanded 20 barrels of wine. The tavern owner, Makino, said they were sold out, and Shanks kindly offered a bottle, saying, "If you don't mind, you can have this one." But then that bandit leader smashed the wine bottle with a punch, soaking Shanks in wine, and pulled out an 8 million berry bounty notice, shouting, "I'm a man with an 8 million bounty. I've already taken down 56 guys like you." Let me tell you, at that moment, the atmosphere felt like it was about to erupt into a fight. But Shanks, on the other hand, didn't react at all. He squatted down and started picking up the broken bottle pieces, even asking the bar owner if she had a cloth to wipe the floor. When a mountain bandit leader saw this, he thought the pirate was a coward and mocked them, calling them weaklings, before leading his crew away. Once they left, everyone in the red-haired crew, including Shanks himself, burst out laughing and didn't take the incident seriously at all. The scene froze at that moment. But the chat section was truly exciting. Roger was the first to explode, frantically Shanks. "Shanks, are you really that pathetic?" Then, an ancient big shot named Rox directly launched a broadside. "What for Emperor's Pirate King? They're all trash." I tell you, when Rox the old madman said a word, it instantly brought out Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom. The entire chat area instantly turned into a top-level verbal battle scene before the Yonko War. It was so exciting. Just as these big shots were bickering, the system's questions came. Question: who left one arm of the Yonko Shanks in the East Blue? Question: who is the child eating the devil fruit in the video? Question: what devil fruit did he eat? You must answer more than 2 questions correctly to get a reward. Answering incorrectly means instant death. I tell you, my fingers were moving so fast it felt like I was about to shoot sparks. I desperately snatched a spot to answer questions. Others included Luffy, Ben Beckman, Carp, and so on. Without thinking too much, I sent out my answers directly. Answer 1, King of the Near Sea. Answer 2, Straw Hat Kid Luffy, grandson of Marine Hero Carp, son of Revolutionary Army Leader Dragon. Answer 3, Paramecia-type Rubber Fruit. After sending the answers, my heart was in my throat. I had just sold out both Carp and Dragon, and this was going to be fun. Sure enough, before the answers were announced, my teacher Zifa in the chat started frantically me, telling me to contact him quickly. Then that guy Doflamingo also jumped in, saying something about the Marines bullying kids for rewards. Then Roger and Carp were reminiscing, and Rox jumped in to scold both of them. Guess what happened next? An old acquaintance popped up in this mess, Shiki the Golden Lion. Goodness, this guy immediately started cursing out Rox and Roger, saying something like, "You 2 dead men go away. It's my era now." Rox was left speechless, probably thinking, "Are my former crew members as brave now?" Roger was even funnier, directly mocking, "Oh, Shiki, you're not dead yet? I thought your legs were all messed up." I'm telling you, these 3 old men, adding up to hundreds of years, were arguing over who could dominate the world. It was ridiculous. On the other side, at Marine headquarters, I tell you, the Den Den Mushi was about to be crushed by Admiral Sengoku. He was calling Carp like crazy, roaring on the other end, "Carp, remember your identity. Even if he is dead, he is still the Pirate King." Carp, however, calmly replied, got it, stop bothering me, I need to answer questions." Then he hung up the Den Den Mushi with a snap. Sengoku was probably so furious he was performing a takeoff in his office. But there was nothing he could do. After all, the Marines hadn't received any rewards yet. They could only rely on Carp. Just when everything was in chaos, the system notifications sounded. The 10 people finished answering, and it was time to announce the answers. My heart suddenly raced. Who understands I just sold out 2 big shots? Let's see if this move was worth it. Hint, Marine Kyle answered correctly. A flash of gold appeared on the screen, and I was first. 3 questions. All correct. The rewards came crashing down. Preliminary awakening of Conqueror's Haki, plus a Paramecia-type Devil Fruit. I wanted to howl at the sky right then. This was an incredible start. Once the answers were announced, the whole world exploded. Sengoku's face turned green, furiously shouting in the office, "Damn Carp. A whole family of bastards." Next to him, Vice Admiral Tsuru looked anxious, saying that those people from the world government would definitely come looking for trouble. While Sengoku was scolding Carp for not being human, he also sent a message to Zifa, Tell him act quickly and bring that kid back. Don't let the world government get ahead. Goodness, now, my teacher had to personally come to catch me. Looking at the Revolutionary Army side, Dragon was quite calm, telling his subordinates, "It's fine, the identity can't be hidden for long." When his subordinate asked about his son, he replied, "That's his own choice. He'll figure out later." TSK, this dad was really high and cold. Soon after, the other people's answers came out. There was a poor slave who probably answered randomly under pressure, saying Shank's arm was cut off by mountain bandits, Luffy was his son, and the fruit was the jump fruit. As a result, all three answers were wrong: punishment, death, and it was the kind of soul annihilation. Sigh, tragic. Then it was Carp, Ben Beckman, and Luffy himself. Of course, they all answered correctly, receiving the same rewards as me. I felt a bit annoyed. If I had known I could say less, I wouldn't have sold out Dragon. Now the Revolutionary Army would also have their eyes on me. The scene shifted, starting to introduce Luffy's identity, along with that so-called rubber fruit. Now Luffy was completely famous, the grandson of a Marine hero, son of the Revolutionary Army leader. This identity was all about the abstract. Who wouldn't have their CPU burning after hearing that? But just when it got to the part about Shanks losing his arm, the system jumped out again. The quiz activity begins. Rapid response mode, only one spot available. Question, what is the king of the near sea? Who defeated it after Shanks? Reward, one-tailed Shikaku. Damn, a guardian crane. My eyes turned red. If I could get this, wouldn't I be strutting around in Alabasta? I frantically hit the answer button, but my reaction time was slow. It got snatched by a guy called the Tonka National Guard. I was so mad I almost smashed the air in front of me. Princess Vivi next to me jumped in fright and asked me what was wrong. I replied irritably, "I'm thinking about how to keep you warm at night." Then, that guard was a real character. Answered that the Near Sea King was a giant sea creature defeated by Carp. Answer, incorrect. Punishment, turn into the Near Sea King. The next second, the truth appeared on screen. That Near Sea King was just an ordinary sea beast that looked like a giant crocodile. And then Luffy punched it and took it out in one blow. That unlucky guard turned into a sea beast right in his own palace and was immediately killed by a flurry of blades. The chat room exploded. Roger frantically, Shanks, did that thing bite off one of your arms? And you even gave away my hat? Shanks was so embarrassed, he could only say he got stuck in the future. Rox jumped in again, saying you guys are trash. That guy Doflamingo was even heavier. Directly Carp, you guys sure know how to have fun. A Navy hero, a revolutionary leader, and someone who wants to be Pirate King. Ha 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 ha. On the Navy side, Carp had already received his reward, reporting to Sengoku that the Conqueror's haki seemed to have truly awakened, and the fruit appeared out of thin air. Sengoku told him not to eat it recklessly and to hand it over for research. On Luffy's side, the Straw Hat crew was also gathered around that new fruit. Nami heard that this thing could sell for at least 100 million berries. Her eyes turned into money signs, and she snatched it away, saying, "I'll keep it safe." I couldn't be bothered with them anymore and directly chose to claim the reward. As soon as the Conqueror's haki arrived, the force was a bit overwhelming, and I couldn't hold back, causing Princess Vivi next to me to suddenly faint with her eyes rolled back. I speechlessly picked her up and tossed her onto the bed, then began to examine the new fruit in my hand, a white fruit resembling a crystal glass ball with quite a unique pattern. With a new ability and a new toy in hand, I also didn't want to stay in one place. I changed into some local clothes and set off with Vivi and Mr. Nine, my two free laborers. Vivi kept urging me, "If you keep wandering around like this, the Baroque Works people will find you soon. Their high-ranking agents are very strong." I completely ignored her and deliberately slowed my pace, waiting for their people to come. Sure enough, as soon as we reached a desert area, a large group of people came rushing up from behind, with at least over 100 of them. The guy leading the group was called Mr. 11, dressed in a small suit and a top hat, looking like he had just come out of circus, and he shouted at Mr. 9 and Vivi, "You guys have defected, right? According to the rules, you have to die here today." I didn't even look at him. My gaze was entirely on the knife at his waist. Hey, a good blade, one of the 50 craftsmen, the famous knife Wajo. These guys were still pointing guns at me, warning me not to move. I couldn't help but laugh. Running here, die? You guys really have it tough. Just as I finished speaking, I moved. In an instant, I flashed in front of Mr. 11. He was startled and was about to draw his knife when I reached out with my left hand and snatched the Huajo along with its sheath. By the time he reacted, the knife was already in my hand, and he had fallen, a blood hole in his forehead. The remaining 100 or so people were dumbfounded, and then they started firing wildly. Let me tell you, that scene was like dancing. I twisted around casually amidst the hail of bullets, and not a single bullet could touch me. Then I drew the Huajo, waved it casually, and a slash shot out, causing a dozen people in front of me to instantly spurt blood and fall in unison. This mob immediately collapsed, crying and shouting as they tried to run. Unfortunately, it was too late. A few minutes later, the desert was left with just me, the pale-faced Vivi, and Mr. Nine. I leisurely returned the knife to its sheath and smiled at the two of them. You guys are honest. I was originally thinking that if you dare to run, I would take care of you. What a pity. The two of them stood straight, not daring to make a sound. I nodded in satisfaction and urged them to hurry on their way. We still had to explore Yuba and Yudi. On the way, we caught a large lizard as a mount, racing through the desert. Vivi was still worried and quietly asked me, "What exactly are you going to do in Yuba?" I looked at the distant ruined city and casually replied, "I haven't thought it through yet. Maybe I'll go to be a righteous partner and play at suppressing the rebel army." Vivi, this little girl, actually believed me, looking at me with a face that said, "Are you kidding me?" I tell you, the look in her eyes was just short of carving the words unreliable on my face. But as soon as I finished speaking, suddenly, a pop-up appeared right in front of us. That familiar translucent screen covered all three of us. Wei Wei was also stunned. Was there another QA? I laughed. This is way more interesting than wandering around in the desert. Meanwhile, let me tell you, the chat area of that global live stream just exploded. It's basically a hell version of an all-star game. Pirate King Roger shouted, "Bring me a question I know. Let me come back to party." Before he finished his sentence, the Sea Overlord Rox directly fired back. "Nonsense. If anyone's coming back, it's me first. What qualifications do you have, you defeated loser?" Roger didn't back down. "Aren't you the one I knocked down?" The two of them were exchanging words and directly brought up the old gossip from God Valley, making the News King Morgans delighted, probably racking up several headlines. Whitebeard was still there trying to mediate, saying there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. But no one was listening. The entire public screen was filled with insults from the big shots, and others couldn't even get a punctuation mark in. Just when the gods were fighting, the video section started moving. Blue skies and white clouds, an island with a giant tree, and the screen kindly displayed subtitles. West Sea. O'Hara. As soon as I saw the scene, I understood it was another massacre. The people on the island were crying for their parents and rushing to the evacuation ships, while the Navy maintained order outside, and the group in black suits from the world government was gathered around someone in the center of the island. The whole scene was chaotic. Sengoku at the Navy headquarters must have turned pale, fearing that the dark history from back then would be dug up. Sure enough, the questions arose. Question: who gave CP9 leader Spandam the golden transponder snail and authorized him to launch the Demon Extermination Order? Question: why was O'Hara subjected to the Demon Extermination Order? Question: who ordered the evacuation ships for civilians to be blown up? As soon as I saw this question, I thought, hey, this is an easy question. Just as I was about to buzz in, I caught a glimpse of the reward, the ability to translate historical literature. I was completely deflated on the spot. What is this? Translating classical literature? Does anyone understand this? Is this reward serious? It's 2025. Who is still doing archaeology? With that effort, I might as well study how to make AI art look better. The punishment is either death, and the risk-reward ratio is completely disproportionate. Forget it. I'm not playing anymore. I'll just switch to watching the drama unfold. Just as I hesitated for a moment, the 3 spots for quick answers were gone in a flash. Meanwhile, in the rain-soaked casino, Old Sand, also known as Crocodile, turned to the black-haired beauty behind him and asked, "Robin, isn't this about your hometown? Why not answer a question?" Nico Robin remained calm, as if watching a weather forecast, and said, "How old was I back then? What could I possibly know? Aside from the high-ranking Navy, who knows the answer?" However, her gaze clearly drifted to a name in the chat area, likely spotting a familiar face, and her heart was already in turmoil. The chat area was buzzing with activity. The dead residents of O'Hara were crying out, saying that the world government exterminated them to eliminate witnesses. Then a doctor named Kuroba spoke up, making the entire world government and Navy high command uneasy, their scalps tingling. The funniest part? The 5 elders, those 5 old men, who usually act as if the sky is falling without batting an eye, were now anxious, personally typing on the public screen to threaten a man who had been dead for decades. "Dr. Kuroba, I hope you know your limits." And if that wasn't enough, seeing that he wasn't afraid, they directly targeted his weak spot. But there are still people alive from O'Hara. You wouldn't want to disrupt their peaceful lives of 20 years, would you? TSK. This operation is too reckless. Dr. Kuroba probably went silent to protect Robin. Seeing that their threats were effective, the 5 elders quickly left, afraid of provoking that old man further. Once they were gone, the pirates began to curse, slamming Kaido and rocks, hurling insults at the world government and celestial dragons, turning the entire chat area into a cesspool. In the end, the system couldn't take it anymore and directly muted everyone with one click, and the world finally became quiet. Then, the answers were announced. Fleet Admiral Sengoku seized the spot for himself, admitting that the first point was authorized by him, and the second point mentioned that it was O'Hara researching history. But by the third point, this old man started to muddy the waters, saying the refugee ship was a result of their own misfortune. What was the result? The system began to slap him in the face live. The footage played directly. First, a young Sengoku handed the golden transponder snail to Spandam. Second, Dr. Kuroba and others were ordered to be silenced on the spot for mentioning the name of an ancient kingdom. The most explosive was the third video. A refugee ship full of civilians had just left the port when suddenly, boom, it exploded into a sky full of fireworks. The camera shifted to a close-up of a warship nearby. In good grief, it was Sakazuki, who was still a rear admiral at the time, later known as Akainu. With a cold expression on his face, he said, "Since we've done it, we must eradicate all traces. What if a scholar mixes in? Then the sacrifice would be in vain." I tell you, that was truly a case of cutting the grass and removing the roots, characterized by a ruthless approach. At the end of the video, you can still see the devastated faces of little Robin and Akiji, but the screen quickly goes dark. Vivi was dumbfounded beside me, her little face pale, probably realizing that her last remnants of hope in the Navy were completely shattered. She trembled and asked me, "Is this really done by the Navy?" I glanced at her sideways. What's so strange about this? She probably thought of me, a more twisted Navy, and seemed to instantly accept this setting, shrinking her neck and falling silent. Just when the atmosphere became awkward, a new round of questions began. Question: from whom did the demon child Nico Robin escape in the end? Question: did she really destroy 6 warships when she was 8 years old? As soon as I saw the reward, hockey enhancement. Hey, I'm not sleepy anymore. I can answer this question. I quickly pressed the buzzer and got lucky, securing a spot. The answer is obvious, so I sent it directly. Navy, Kizuru answered. Escaped from Admiral Akiji, can be said to have been let go. Navy, Kizuru answered. An 8-year-old child doesn't have the ability to destroy a warship. Ding. Correct answer. Reward. Hockey enhancement. Awesome. A warm current surged through my body, and I felt like my armament hockey had received a special boost, suddenly becoming both hard and fast. The other two who answered correctly were Robin herself and another lucky pirate whose identity I didn't catch, probably someone who had been paying close attention to the video earlier. Then, the system started playing another clip. A giant admiral named Saul fought fiercely with Akiji to protect little Robin, but ended up being frozen solid by Akiji. Akiji was conflicted, but ultimately couldn't bring himself to finish him off, instead using ice to create a path for Robin to escape, while leaving a harsh remark, saying he wasn't her ally, but her enemy. TSK, that Sunder attitude is something else. The second video was even simpler. It showed a meeting of the world government, directly blaming an 8-year-old girl and labeling her as the son of the devil, putting a bounty of 79 million on her head. Now, the Gorosei must be restless back at home, their pants nearly smoking with anxiety. All their dark history has been made public, like having their entire map hacked. They must be desperately trying to capture me, the informant, but unfortunately, I'm currently cruising through the desert. I am savoring the thrill of power, occasionally glancing at the chat area where those dead people are arguing, commenting a few times, feeling that this scene is truly ugly. Vivi next to me has completely shut down, looking as if she has been broken, filled with despair for the future of this country. Just then, we were stopped by a group of people. Dozens of guys riding camels surrounded us, clearly local sand bandits. Mr. 9 also wanted to make his presence known. They don't have any work identification. They must be sand bandits. Vivi quietly reminded me. These people are our citizens. But those sand bandits didn't care about that. One leader shouted at us. Hand over everything you have if you know what's good for you, and we might spare your lives. We're now a rebel army, so leave that big lizard behind too. I couldn't help but laugh when I heard it. Rebel army? Is this it? I sat on the lizard and lazily asked, "Are you going to become a rebel army? Isn't the base in Yuba now moved to Catalia?" The group of sand bandits seemed quite pleased. Yuba is finished. Enough talk. We are heading to Catalia for a big score. Isn't robbing the king more thrilling than robbing you poor folks? All right, I understand. Just a bunch of bandits looking to take advantage of the chaos. I already knew this. Looking at their grim faces, I instantly lost interest. Since a choice has been made, there should be no regrets. Before I finished speaking, I grabbed my knife and jumped off the lizard. Vivi exclaimed, "Mr. Navy," but before she could finish her sentence, they had already opened fire, and I had vanished from my spot. In the next second, I appeared beside several sand bandits. The flash of my knife sent blood spraying. My figure was like a ghost in the desert, each flash taking several lives. The sounds of screams, gunfire, and pleas for mercy mixed together for a moment. Then the entire world fell silent. I sheathed my sword and stood amidst a pile of corpses, shouting at the two stunned guys on the lizard's back. Hey, get down and get to work. Take everything valuable off them. Mr. Nine crawled down in a panic, pulling Vivi along, with a forced smile on his face as he started to search the bodies. Although Vivi looked distressed, she could only follow along. After collecting the loot, I glanced at the pile of scrap metal and immediately changed my mind. I wasn't going to Yuba anymore. I was heading straight to Rainy Island. Vivi was taken aback. Aren't we going to Cartelia? You said you wanted to. What for? I interrupted her. I was only going to check it out since it was on the way, but now it's not on the way anymore, so I'm not interested. Vivi had no choice but to obediently point the way. After a while, she couldn't help but cautiously ask me, what do you want to do in Rainy Island? I turned to her and smiled, like I was teasing a child. I already said, go be a righteous partner. She looked skeptical, but the rain is very peaceful. There are no rebel armies. Who said that a righteous partner can only fight against rebels? I looked at her and asked back, can't we fight against other things? That's not the case at all. Let me tell you, in my life I stand against gambling, drugs, and crime, especially gambling. It's my lifelong enemy. One of us has to go, I was rambling on here, and out of the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of that girl, the one named Wei Wei. Her expression was already off. She was probably thinking to herself, yellow, gambling, drugs? Why don't you mention the yellow part? I can see you're up to no good. Family, who understands? Her expression was like she saw through everything. She probably already considered me a rogue Navy who claims to stand for justice, but actually wants to cause trouble at the casino. She really tested me, saying that gambling in Alabasta is legal and the Navy can't do anything about it. She even emphasized that the place is protected by crocodile. The implication was clear. You little Navy, don't go there collecting protection fees, or you might get sliced up by the 7 warlords. She even advised me, saying that crocodile is incredibly strong, so I should have any funny thoughts. Hey, I looked at her and thought, her courage is getting bigger. Asking all kinds of questions, really thinking I have no temper, huh? I couldn't help but laugh at that moment, shook my head, and said to her, legal? Just hearing those 2 words gives me a headache. She even complained about me, saying that it's not appropriate for a Navy person to say that. I shot back directly, what's inappropriate about it? If I want to say something, I'll say it. At worst, I'll just die. If I can't even dare to speak, I might as well be a fish floundering around in the sea. I looked at her, smiling with deep meaning. Besides, who decides what is legal? Just like those warlords of the sea, their qualification to legally rob is granted by you, the Navy, and the government, right? If they legally rob you today, wouldn't you have to obediently hand over your money? I pause for a moment, lean in a bit, and lower my voice to say, oh, I almost forgot. Your Baroque workshop, isn't that exactly what you do? You just mentioned that your big boss behind the scenes is Crocodile, right? As soon as I said this, she instantly panicked, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, and hurried to explain that they only rob pirates. Well, isn't that just the legendary professional alignment? I continued to tease her. Yeah, the 7 warlords are legal, and they're the guardians of Alabasta, right? So why would someone working for him worry about me, causing trouble for him? It's really strange. I deliberately stretched the ending of my words. You're so concerned about your boss, really loyal. Huh? I was thinking, why not take care of you, this loyal minister, first, to avoid being stabbed in the back by you guys later? No, I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. She completely lost her cool, and her whole demeanor became chaotic. I tell you, she probably even had a script ready for sacrificing herself for the country. But if it's for loyalty to Crocodile, that would be worse than killing her. Don't. Loyalty is a virtue. I continued to fan the flames. How about I fulfill your wish and offer you a glorious sacrifice package? When I see Crocodile later, I will definitely help you submit your loyalty declaration. No, I don't need it. Please let me live. I can betray at any time. I'll betray in a second. She was almost crying, forcing out a smile that looked worse than crying. Seeing her on the verge of being broken, I felt very pleased. However, I didn't push her further. After all, the main business was important. I changed my tone, composed my expression, and said fiercely to her, stop asking so many questions. Considering how cute you look, I'm only saying a few more words to you, but don't forget you're a criminal attacking the Navy. As I said this, I reached out to grab her, scaring her into retreating while shouting. Watching her cowardly appearance, I laughed heartily. Then I turned my head and looked at the guy next to me with a 9 on his head. The more I looked, the more he resembled a walking light bulb, standing there being a huge nuisance. What's he even doing here? Celebrating the new year? The more I thought about it, the more I felt it was right. I walked straight over, and just as Mr. Nine was still looking confused, I grabbed him by the collar, lifted him up, and with a whoosh, I tossed him like a human cannonball into the desert. What are you doing? Wei Wei was completely stunned, probably thinking, what happened to the prisoner? How could you just throw him away like that? I clapped my hands and said nonchalantly, that guy is useless. I'm not interested in him anymore. After hearing this, that little look in his eyes was pitiful, as if he were begging, please, lose interest in me too. I smiled and asked her as if I could read her mind. Do you want to go down too? Her eyes lit up, and just as she was about to say yes, I spoke first. If you want to go down, I can cut you in half and then throw you down. As I said this, I gently stroked my knife. You're a demon, she exclaimed, stomping her feet in anger, but she also knew I was just teasing her. What's wrong? Don't want to go down? No, I don't. She shook her head like a rattle drum. That's great. Now it's just the two of us alone again. Are you happy? Happy. Just don't do anything crazy. She felt completely frozen, as if she had fallen into a tiger's den. Just then a huge, incredibly cool screen popped up in front of me. I knew something big was coming, and it was going to be as big as a giant bowl of chicken. The video started playing on the screen, and as soon as the image appeared, she slightly recognized it as the gambling city of Alabasta. The chat room exploded as Roger and Rock's old gang started arguing again. But who cared about them? Everyone's eyes were glued to the video. In the footage, Crocodile, also known as Mr. Zero, was holding a meeting with his subordinates, boasting about a so-called utopia plan to turn Alabasta into their ideal nation. He spoke so grandly about how the country would collapse overnight, with the rebel army and citizens falling under their control. When the video stopped, the questions came up. Question: is Crocodile's utopia operation really his ultimate goal? Question: did Crocodile's utopia operation ultimately succeed? What is the reward? A tailed beast, Shikaku. I was quick and snatched the answering rights in a snap. While others were still hesitating, I'd already thrown up my answer. No. Failed. Correct answer. Reward: one tail of the tailed beast, Shoha. With a loud bang, the reward was credited. I felt a surge of primal power within me. Meanwhile, my friend Wei Wei, watching the conspiracy exposed in the video, was already trembling with anger, her teeth almost grinding to dust. Before she could collect herself, the second question came. Question: what is Crocodile's true purpose? Question: who ultimately defeated Crocodile? Isn't this a freebie? I snatched it again. I answered directly. The ancient weapon, Pluton. The Straw Hat Kid, Luffy. As soon as the answer was announced, it was correct again. Over there in the rain. Crocodile was probably so furious he was chewing on a cigar, directly ordering Nico Robin to search for me and that Straw Hat Kid named Luffy all over the world. The whole world was in an uproar because of this. And at the Navy headquarters, Admiral Sengoku directly ordered the removal of Crocodile's warlord title. And the Gorosei sent CP-9 over. On the Revolutionary Army side, Dragon also sent someone to protect Robin. Goodness, the entire Alabasta suddenly became the focus of the world. Meanwhile, Wei Wei and I were nestled in a hotel looking for rain, watching the follow-up live broadcast together. On the screen, the scene cut directly to an ancient ruin. Crocodile was forcing Robin to interpret the historical text, and I saw Wei Wei's father, King Cobra, was also present and being abused by Crocodile, tears welling up in her eyes. I was lying on the bed, with my legs crossed, leisurely saying, "You guys have a great boss, even managed to take down a king." She finally couldn't hold back and turned to ask me, "Did you already know my identity?" I chuckled and pointed at the screen. "Miss Wednesday's identity? Never mind that for now. Look, the one who defeated your boss is here." In the video, Crocodile was about to deal a deadly blow to Robin when suddenly, with a loud crash, a figure fell through the ceiling. It was a messy-looking young man, dressed in a red vest and straw sandals, like someone just dug out from the ground. Monkey D. Luffy had made his entrance. I have to tell you, that scene was so intense. Lao Sha was stunned when he saw Luffy and asked him how many times he needed to be killed before he would give up. Luffy, being stubborn, said he would take back what was taken from him. Lao Sha asked what it was, and Luffy expressionlessly spat out 2 words, country. Then it was purely a fight of brute force. Luffy discovered that he could hit Lao Sha, who is a Logia type, with his bloodied fists, and the two of them fought fiercely in the underground ruins. Lao Sha even used a poison hook, but Luffy, despite being poisoned, stood up as if nothing had happened, relying solely on sheer willpower. The most explosive moment was when Luffy, covered in blood and barely able to stand, shouted at Crocodile, "I'm going to become the Pirate King. Family, who understands?" Just this one line completely broke Lao Sha's defense. Lao Sha, furious to the point of laughing, said that beginners love to have such dreams, and then charged at him with a poison sword. In the end, Luffy managed to break his poison hook, and then he spun up in the sky like a rubber ball, unleashing a crazy barrage of attacks on Lao Sha. Gum Gum Storm. His fists were like a machine gun, bang, 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 and he literally punched Crocodile through the layers of rock, sending him flying into the sky. The video stopped here. The girl next to me has already been stunned, with tears welling up in her eyes, probably imagining the drama of empresses in the palace in her heart, both surprised and delighted. The video went black and then brightened again, and there stood a dragon bigger than a mountain. It was Kaido, the Four Emperors. When the dragon opened its mouth, it sounded like thunder, asking me, "Who are you?" At that moment, I was also fierce, not at all intimidated, and I directly announced my name. I'm Luffy, the man who will become the Pirate King. Let me tell you, just that one scene made the whole world explode. The Navy headquarters, the Revolutionary Army, all kinds of pirates, everyone was watching the live broadcast. Just after they saw me defeat Crocodile, it jumped straight to fighting the Four Emperors. Did someone pull the progress bar? Even more outrageous was that I, in the scene, was incredibly fierce, chasing Kaido and giving him a beating, swapping between Gear 2nd and Gear 3rd, using all kinds of attacks. It was a total earth-shattering battle. Our ship went crazy. Nami was both surprised and delighted. Sanji dropped his cigarette and shouted, "What kind of pirate ship have I boarded?" After defeating the 7 warlords, is the next step to take down the fleet admiral? Zoro was all fired up, his eyes shining, just short of saying to hurry up. Only Usopp was holding onto the mast, shouting, "I've come down with a disease that prevents me from going out to sea. Can I still get off the ship?" But Nami had sharp eyes. She was the first to notice something was off, saying, "Look, why is Kaido acting like a punching bag, just taking hits without fighting back?" We looked closely, and it was just me outputting damage while Kaido swayed like he was drunk, showing no reaction at all. Just as we were mumbling, the screen suddenly popped up a question. Question: was the Four Emperor Kaido defeated by Luffy in this battle? Wow, isn't this question an easy one? The reward is an animal-type devil fruit. If you answer incorrectly, the punishment is severe, directly taking away one ability. Wow, this is a buzzer round, and there are only 3 spots. The whole world has gone crazy, and fingers are about to poke through the screen. Guess who got him first? Kaido himself. He answered the question himself. The result was obvious. I definitely lost. Kaido answered, "I can't lose," and then ding, correct answer. It was only then that the people on our ship realized, thank goodness I wasn't the one to buzz in, or else I might have lost the rubber fruit. I was a bit frustrated at the time, but then I thought, why be afraid? I've already learned the 2nd and 3rd gears in advance. And once I practice them well, I'll definitely knock that guy away when I see him. Then, the video continued. Let me tell you, this is what true despair looks like. In the footage, Kaido, who had taken a beating from me, finally transformed back from his dragon form to his human form, swaying as he stood up. As for me, I got even more fired up and charged at him for another round of Ora Ora. But Kaido, it was as if he was just getting a bath from me. He didn't care at all. Until finally, it seemed like he sobered up, his gaze changed, and the entire atmosphere around us felt different. At that moment, I went all out, shifted directly to the 4th gear, poured all my strength into my fist, and unleashed my strongest move, the Great Ape King Gun, with a thud. And what about Kaido? He just casually swung his kanabo and countered with a move called Thunderbagwa. Does anyone understand? I was instantly knocked out with one hit. Just like that. I didn't even have time to react. My vision went dark, and I was sent flying like a cannonball, losing consciousness on the spot. The whole world saw it. I've never been so embarrassed in my life. The last frame of the video shows Kaido standing over my unconscious body, looking down at me, and lightly asking, "Hey kid, what did you say you want to be a king?" Damn, this sarcasm is like the latest model of electronic bullying in 2025. I was so furious that I jumped up from the ship, snatched Nami's pen, and directly typed in the public chat area, "For Emperor Kaido, I am the man who will become the Pirate King. Just wait for me." Nami was almost going crazy, trying to cover my mouth, saying we would be hunted down to the ends of the earth. But Kaido actually replied to me, "Kid, I'm waiting for you. Hope you can take a hit next time." As a result, my shout caused the chat room to explode with 4 ancient deities. The Sea Overlord Rocks, Pirate King Roger, even my Grandpa Garp showed up. Rock said Roger was trash, and I was trash too. Roger retorted, saying, "What qualifications does a defeated underling like you have to speak?" My Grandpa Garp was even more furious, cursing Roger for leading me astray while shouting that he was going to beat up Kaido. The most outrageous was Rocks, who analyzed it all and concluded, "I am Garp's grandson, a man who wants to be the Pirate King, and the Pirate King is Roger, so Roger is my grandpa's grandson-in-law." I was just sitting there like an old man on the subway looking at my phone. What even is this? Your circle is really chaotic. Just when the whole world was watching our family's gossip. On the other side, in Alabasta, there was an undercurrent. A Navy officer named Kyle was with Princess Vivi when suddenly the door opened and Nico Robin came in, injured. Wow, the second in command of Crocodile. As soon as she entered, she recognized Kyle, saying you are the Navy officer, Kyle, who has been spamming the QA system, right? Princess Vivi was shocked. Robin got straight to the point, asking if Kyle was here for the ancient weapon Pluton. Kyle, being a tough guy, directly said he wasn't interested in that broken thing. He was here to build an organization and wipe out Crocodile, taking over his Baroque works completely. Robin was stunned, thinking this guy was way too confident. To prove his strength, Kyle raised his hand, and with a snap, the whole room nearly froze. The cold air was like that of Admiral Akiji, instantly intimidating Robin. Robin was also smart. Seeing she couldn't win, she immediately changed her tune, saying, "Fine, as long as you take down Crocodile, I'll help you clean up the mess." After saying that, she slipped away. After sending Robin off, Kyle turned to Princess Vivi to discuss terms. He said, "Princess, if I help you deal with Crocodile and save your country, what will you offer me in return?" Vivi's heart skipped a beat, nervously asking what he wanted. Kyle simply said 2 words, "the country." Vivi's face turned pale, thinking just as one wolf left, another tiger came. But Kyle waved his hand, saying he didn't want to annex them, but for Alabasta to be his support team in the future, providing money and people, and even having to stand by him against the world government. This condition was terrifying. Vivi hesitated for a long time, only agreeing to give money, and nothing else was negotiable. Kyle immediately laughed, saying, "Aren't you just brushing me off?" Vivi was pushed to her limits, gritting her teeth and saying, "If you think I'm brushing you off, you can take my life anytime." Guess what? After hearing this, Kyle laughed, tilting his head and thinking for a moment, saying, "What is the use of your life? It's not worth much, but I accept. If you dare to play tricks on me, I want to kill you. I'll just kidnap you and make you my queen," conveniently using the whole Alabasta as a dowry. When these words came out, Princess Vivi was completely dumbfounded, her face flushed red with anger and embarrassment. Kyle looked at her and changed his tone, coldly saying, "Unfortunately, the answer to this multiple-choice question is not in your hands. If you do something that displeases me in the future, it won't just be a matter of exposing some embarrassing history." Wow, this threat really had Princess Vivi in a tight spot. But let me tell you, Kyle is really something. He directly pulled out that video snail from his pocket and waved it in front of Vivi. Wow, Vivi's face turned dark instantly, gritting her teeth and asking him, "Can you delete that thing?" Guess what Kyle said? He smiled brightly and said, "Delete? No way. This is our beautiful memory. After all, if you miss me and can't sleep at night, I can take it out and reminisce. Hey, how about we do another one? Give me some motivation so I can go deal with Crocodile." Vivi was so furious she almost couldn't catch her breath, but there was nothing she could do. Under someone else's roof, she had to bow her head. Now she was completely out of options. What future, what Luffy, all seemed too far away. She only had one thought: quickly get rid of this plague and let him deal with Crocodile. So, family, who understands? Princess Vivi, for the sake of her country, could only endure humiliation and began an indescribable dance. Anyway, the more debts, the less worry. As for face, you get used to losing it over time. Let me tell you something even more amazing. Robin in the next room has very sharp ears. When she heard the commotion, her expression was quite something. She was probably thinking to herself, "This guy really knows how to have fun." But she is smart. After listening for a bit, she quickly pretended not to have heard anything, fearing that Kyle might kill her to keep her quiet. Once the matter passed, a few of them sat down to eat. Vivi was still uneasy and asked Kyle, "Are you really planning to make a move here? There's so many people in the rain. What if a fight breaks out?" Kyle didn't even look up, just pushed his food around and said, "Those are the people of Alabasta, not my people. When have you ever given me this country as a dowry? Think and talk to me." These words left Vivi speechless for a long time. Just then, a little raccoon appeared out of nowhere beside Kyle. It was chubby and looked quite cute. Is this the tailed beast he mentioned, the one that can destroy countries? Vivi looked at the little creature with a face full of disbelief. Kyle didn't bother to explain. The little raccoon suddenly spoke in a rather arrogant tone. "Hey, the guy you mentioned who plays with sand is getting away. Let me go meet him." Controlling sand? That sounds interesting. Kyle waved his hand. "Go ahead. Wait until he leaves the city before you make your move. Just have some fun for now." As soon as he finished speaking, the creature named Shoha suddenly transformed into a mass of sand and zoomed away. Vivi was dumbfounded and hurriedly said, "It just went off by itself?" That's one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Aren't you going to help? Don't underestimate it, Kyle said as he pulled Vivi up. Come on, let me take you to see a good show and let you witness the miserable state of the guy who almost destroyed your country. The scene shifted to the desert. Crocodile was on his way when he suddenly felt a chill all over, as if countless eyes were watching him in the dark. He scanned his surroundings cautiously and indeed found many eyeballs made of sand floating around. He immediately manipulated the sand and sliced those eyeballs to pieces. But just as he breathed a sigh of relief, a mischievous and maniacal laugh came crashing down from the sky. Ahaha. Following that, a gigantic shadow descended from above, crashing down in front of Crocodile with a loud thud. It was the raccoon, now as large as a mountain. Old Sand was immediately stomped into the sand. Although he managed to avoid a fatal blow by elementalization, the humiliation and anger made him want to kill. He reformed his body and looked up at this massive creature, completely stunned. What the hell is this monster? Shoha didn't waste time talking. It opened its mouth and unleashed a wind release. Vacuum bullet. A massive air cannon came barreling towards him, creating a giant meteor crater in the desert. The power of it made Old Sand's eyelids twitch. What was even more terrifying was that this thing could keep firing. Wind release, vacuum bullet. Wind release, vacuum bullet. In an instant, the entire desert looked like it had been plowed by bombers. Old Sand could only keep elementalizing to dodge. Still trying to sound tough? Useless. In this desert, I am invincible. He countered with a desert blade technique, a gigantic sand blade slashing at Shoha, but it was like scratching an itch, leaving no mark at all. Shoha found it amusing. Invincible? That's hilarious, you little frog in a well. After saying that, it unleashed a barrage of wind release, sand scatter bullets, with countless sands shooting like bullets. Old Sand was hit so hard that he couldn't even maintain his form, turning back to human shape only to be blasted apart again, then reformed, and then blasted apart again. He was completely bewildered. Where did this monster come from? Of course, he was unwilling to accept this and used all his strength to launch a sandstorm, whipping up a massive sandstorm towards Shoha. What was the result? Shoha shot a vacuum bullet right through it, causing the storm to explode on the spot. Old Sand was truly out of options. He found that all of his attacks were ineffective against this monster. Shoha also got bored. Realizing that physical attacks and wind release couldn't hit Old Sand's physical form, it decided to change tactics. Sealing technique, desert layer burial. Shoha's giant claw slammed down towards Crocodile. The moment the claw touched him, it turned into sand and began to wrap around him as if it had a life of its own. Soon, a massive pyramid rose from the desert, sealing Crocodile in its very center. Old Sand was utterly dumbfounded inside. He realized that after being sealed, he couldn't control even a single grain of sand. Shoha laughed triumphantly. I don't know if you need to eat, so I'll just seal you up until you starve to death. Just then, Kyle leisurely strolled over with Vivi. Vivi looked at the devastated desert and the enormous pyramid, cautiously asking, Crocodile, has he been killed? Shoha replied in a deep voice, No, he has been sealed by me. This guy has a strange ability. I can't hit his physical form. So now he can only stay in my sand until he starves to death. Kyle nodded in satisfaction, just about to praise it when suddenly, a familiar system screen popped up in front of everyone. Question, what person did former Admiral Zephyr die at the hands of? I tell you, when this question came out, the whole world exploded. Zephyr himself was on a warship, and when he saw this question, he was stunned. His student, Ein, was anxious, teacher, but Zephyr took it lightly. Dying in battle is my best ending. Just then, an answer suddenly popped up on the screen, turning Zephyr's face dark. Navy Kyle answered. The former Navy Admiral Zephyr was ultimately killed by the current Admiral Kizaru Borisolino. When this answer came out, the whole world fell silent. Navy killing Navy? Or an Admiral killing a teacher? Who would dare believe this script? Roger from the underworld initially wanted to follow Kyle for a chance at resurrection, but seeing this answer, he got scared and backed off. As a result, the system concluded. Answer correct. Reward, Supreme Hockey. Damn, it's actually true. At the Navy headquarters, in the office of Fleet Admiral Sengoku, the atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point. Kizaru himself had a nonchalant expression, lazily saying, Admiral, this must be a future order. I won't take the initiative to trouble Teacher Zephyr. Sengoku was so angry that he shouted at him. Shut up. On Zephyr's side, he had completely fallen silent. He hung up the phone from Sengoku, his eyes becoming incredibly complicated, and said only one sentence. Go to Alabasta. I need to find that kid. Immediately after, the screen began to play future footage. In the image, the elderly Zephyr was surrounded by countless Navy soldiers, with Kizaru at the forefront. Kizaru, changing his usual lazy attitude, was dealing lethal blows, with the eight-sided jewel attacking Zephyr without restraint. Farewell, Teacher Zephyr. Zephyr was beaten to the point of spitting blood, yet he still straightened his back and let out his final roar. I'm here to teach you. The last lesson. The image froze at this moment. At the Navy headquarters, Sengoku slammed his fist on the table, knowing that things had escalated. He immediately ordered Kizaru, Borisolino, you also go to Alabasta and bring Kyle back. Remember, do not engage in conflict. Kizaru accepted the order and disappeared in a flash of golden light. Meanwhile, on the Alabasta side, Kyle looked at the disappearing screen with disdain. Is that it? Just one question, and it's over. So stingy. He turned to Vivi, who was still in shock, and said with a smile, My little princess, I've already taken care of Crocodile for you. Our agreement is fulfilled. However, the rebellion in your country is still not resolved, and the issue of no rain still exists. So how about begging me? Maybe I'll soften my heart and help you solve everything. Vivi bit her lip and said firmly, No need. We'll handle the rebellion ourselves. She didn't dare to owe Kyle any more favors, fearing she might really end up paying for it. That would be too unfortunate. Kyle shrugged, pulled her up, and left. Back to the rain. It's time to collect our spoils. They returned to Crocodile's headquarters, the rain banquet, where Robin was already waiting. She looked at Kyle, her eyes filled with admiration. I really didn't expect you to pull it off. Kyle immediately took on the role of the boss. The Baroque works will belong to me from now on. How to operate it and how to arrange the personnel, all of that is up to you. Robin was stunned. This guy was really just talking her into working, and he said it so confidently. However, she didn't refuse. To showcase her value, she immediately began to prepare. Kyle then asked, Have you thought about the source of income? Robin countered, What ideas do you have? Kyle said matter-of-factly, I sent it simple. Just like before we rob. There's so many pirates in the Grand Line. We just block the trade routes and rob one ship after another. If that doesn't work, we can find those underground human traffickers, and robbing them is a sure thing. Easy profits. Vivi, listening from the side, was horrified. This was not Navy work. This was even more pirate-like than pirates. Just as Robin started to busy herself with integrating the remnants of Baroque works, Vivi was anxious and finally couldn't help but speak. Can I go back for a bit now? Kyle glanced at her, a wicked smile creeping onto his lips. Go back? Our agreement is not over yet. You thought you could just forget about the ambush plan you had against me? What else can I say? When you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. At that time, I just had one expression. You are the boss, you have the final say. And guess what happened? Goodness, we were in that little dark room. Ahem. Anyway, we ended up messing around for a full 2 hours. By the time I came out, my legs were weak. My face was as red as a monkey's backside, and I had been forced into wearing a particularly revealing dancer's outfit. And that guy, Kyle? He was holding a video phone bug with a smug, satisfied grin on his face. It was just ridiculous. I'm shaking with anger now. Is it done? Family, who understands? I've never been this embarrassed in my life. My dark history is enough to compile a collection. And he is still laughing. Oh, I was going to say no, but seeing you like this, if we keep playing, you might pass out from anger. That would be boring. All right, I'll let you off this time. After saying that, he even winked at me, and I'm waiting for you to come back crying and begging me for help, all for your precious country. I gritted my teeth and cursed the great demon 1,000 times in my heart, but I said nothing. Of course, in front of the country, my grievances are nothing. If it weren't for not wanting to sell myself so easily, I would have wanted him to take action right now. I rushed out with my head down, only to bump straight into Sister Robin. She was holding a pile of even sexier clothes and greeted me with a smile. I wished I could just find a crack in the ground to hide in and ran even faster. I could hear Sister Robin behind me, saying in a lazy tone, Oh, looks like these won't be needed. My new boss, you really know how to have fun. That guy Kyle actually shook the phone bug and said to Robin, How could they be useless? If you don't mind, I'm totally okay with you taking the lead role. After all, you were eavesdropping outside for quite a while, right? You should be quite familiar with the business by now. Let me tell you, Robin's emotional intelligence is really high. She remained calm and composed, and directly gave me a high-quality refusal at work. No, you should keep this good thing to play with our Princess Wei Wei. The implication was clear. You two have fun. Don't involve me. I'm afraid I might disappear accidentally. Kyle rolled his eyes, looking completely uninterested. He looked at Robin with the same expression one might give a high-level tool, completely lacking the kind of malicious interest he had for me. How smart Robin is, she immediately brought the topic back to me. But boss, Princess Wei Wei will definitely be back soon. Do you believe it? She analyzed it thoroughly, saying that the rebel army is currently a mixed bag, with all sorts of characters, and the leaders can't even stop if they wanted to. She even hinted that the Baroque Work Society has some of its own people embedded in the rebel army, ready to stir things up. Upon hearing this, Kyle suddenly waved his hand, his expression turning serious. No, no small tricks. Withdraw all my people, whether they are in the rebel army or the king's army. Leave none behind. Those who disobey will be fired immediately. Robin was taken aback, probably not expecting him to say that. Kyle then explained, I just don't want that guy to know later. I really don't want him to hate me. Then the game won't be fun anymore. Hearing this, I wanted to roll my eyes, and I bet Robin was thinking the same. Doesn't she hate you now? But she was smart and said, wow, I didn't expect our new boss to be unexpectedly gentle. Kyle, upon hearing this, got excited again, holding the phone bug and leaning closer. Gentle? I have even gentler places. Do you want to experience it firsthand? Robin was so scared that she quickly stepped back, found an excuse, and slipped away, saying she needed to arrange tasks and call over those senior agents from the Baroque Work Society for a meeting. Watching Robin's retreating figure, Kyle finally put away his nonchalant demeanor. He asked me to let his little pet, the Shoha, keep a close watch on me and not let me get into real trouble. That little guy was quite reliable, saying it had already left a sand eye on me, and the entire desert was under its surveillance. Then Shoha reported back, saying that the spies from the world government were coming in like dumplings, with over 100 of them already arrived, asking if we should deal with them. Kyle didn't even blink. Go ahead, be discreet, let them die quickly, focusing on cleanliness and environmental friendliness. I tell you, that scene, even though I didn't see it with my own eyes, just hearing the later descriptions from Sho, he makes my hair stand on end. In every corner of the rain-soaked ground, those spies who had been secretly passing information just a second ago were suddenly wrapped up like living sand sculptures, the sand beneath their feet coming alive, instantly compressing them into distorted corpses and then burying them on the spot without even a grave marker. Over 100 people just vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, the former naval admiral Zifa stormed into Alabasta with his men. He wanted to contact those spies, only to find that they had collectively gone missing and the signals were cut off. On the other hand, at the rain banquet, Kyle was already seated in the main position, holding the first meeting with Crocodile's subordinates, those high-level agents. Goodness, those people looked bizarre. The one dressed in a swan costume, Mr. Tubon Clay, jumped up first and exclaimed, Hey. Nico Robin, what is going on? ISNTR boss Crocodile? Who's this guy? Kyle, with his legs crossed, smiled and said, but he lost. Now he is my prisoner. So, from today onward, I'm taking over you all. Of course, you can refuse. I don't mind. Upon hearing this, the room fell silent. The woman with the blue afro, Miss Doublefinger, being pragmatic, directly asked, So, what do you plan to do now that you've taken over? Kyle shrugged casually and said, You all saw that live video, right? Didn't T. Crocodile say he wanted to create some ideal utopia? My plan is similar, except the enemies might be a bit stronger. Bon Clay objected directly, exposing him. You're trying to fool us. Your real goal is the ancient weapon Pluto, right? Kyle didn't T deny it. He just looked at them. Whether you believe it or not doesn't T matter. The question remains the same. Stay or leave, it's your choice. The group looked at each other, hesitating for a long time, but in the end, no one dared to move. Come on, this is someone who can make the 7 warlords his prisoners. Who would dare to stick their neck out? Kyle nodded in satisfaction and then handed everything over to Robin, instructing them to follow her commands from now on. Capture pirates when needed, recruit when necessary. He even emphasized, by the way, don't get involved in Blackbeard'sCrime affairs. After saying that, he waved his hand and left, leaving the room full of high-level agents staring at each other, all in a daze. Thus, while Kyle was boldly consolidating power, I had already returned to the palace. My dad, King Cobra, was almost in tears when he saw me come back. I briefly mentioned that Crocodile was defeated and that the Baroque Works had a new boss, but of course, I couldn't mention the part about dancing no matter what. When my dad heard this, he thought it was a huge opportunity and immediately agreed to cooperate with Kale. I hurriedly said, let's quickly take advantage of the current chaos in their internal handover and negotiate with the rebel army. But my dad had a worried look on his face and said that things weren't that simple. Even without Crocodile, the water shortage issue wouldn't be resolved, and public grievances wouldn't calm down. But I couldn't think about that anymore. I insisted on personally convincing the leader of the rebel army, my childhood playmate, Kocha. My dad couldn't argue with me, so he had no choice but to agree and sent the strongest guard, Bell, to follow me. When the news reached the rebel army's base, Kosh was feeling irritated. He didn't trust the royal family at all, but when he heard I was coming, he felt particularly conflicted. One of his subordinates, a guy named KB, advised him to at least meet me and hear what I had to say. After hesitating for a long time, Kosh finally agreed to meet me in the desert outside the city. But let me tell you, the rebel army is far from united. Many people are just taking advantage of the chaos to profit from the national disaster. When they heard that the princess, was coming, their eyes turned green, and they started conspiring in secret, thinking about how to capture me as a hostage, and even had more despicable ideas. The next day, Kosh arrived at the agreed location with a complicated mood, leading a group of people. From a distance, we saw each other. It's ironic that we were once the best of friends as children, and now we have become leaders of opposing sides. Kosh wore a cold expression and immediately called out my full name. Nafalatali Vivi, do you have anything to say now? I held back my discomfort and looked at the hostile gazes behind him, saying word by word, I want to end the war. I revealed all the truths I had uncovered, the conspiracy of Crocodile, and begged him for a little time to resolve all the issues. After listening, Kusha coldly retorted, Time? How long do you think it will take to change the hatred here? I looked at him, unable to hold back my tears any longer. With red eyes, I said, I just want to say, I will not give up a single person in this country, whether they are ordinary people or rebels. Kusha was stunned by my words. He wanted to question me, asking if I knew how many cities had disappeared due to drought, but looking at my red eyes. He ultimately kept silent. However, his silence didn't mean his men could hold back. Let me tell you, Kusha had just given Vivi a month's time, and as he turned to leave, the group of rebel brothers behind him exploded. They were like they had taken gunpowder, shouting, Kusha, are you crazy? What are you waiting for a month for? The princess is right in front of us. Just grab her as a hostage. Yes, capture her. Threaten the king. We can immediately get weapons and resources. Kusha betrayed us. He wants to cozy up to the royal family, who understands the families. This atmosphere suddenly turned chaotic like a lit firecracker, crackling out of control. They were originally a group of desperate fugitives driven to the brink by drought, and now, with someone fanning the flames, what is reason? Can it be eaten? They didn't care about anything. Some even started to shove the people in front, and the whole group rushed forward in a mess. Bang! A gunshot echoed. At that moment, my heart sank, watching as Bell swiftly dodged and used his devil fruit ability that could turn into a bird to block the bullet. The king's guards immediately surrounded Vivi, leaving no room for escape. Kusha was also stunned. He turned around and shouted, Calm down. What are you doing? But no one paid him any attention. I could see clearly that there was a big, bearded man in the crowd, stirring up trouble. When he saw the situation getting chaotic, he couldn't hide the smile on his face, and taking advantage of the confusion while the king's guards were firing back, he shot Kusha in the back. With a thud, Kusha looked at his own men in disbelief, then slowly fell down. This time, it was completely over. The big, bearded man shouted at the top of his lungs. The king's army wants to kill us all. Brothers, charge. I tell you, that scene was just hell on earth. 1 second they were talking about peace negotiations, and the next second it turned into a melee of people fighting against each other, with the king's army and the rebels mixed up in chaos. Vivi was completely stunned, tears streaming down her face, repeatedly murmuring, Why? Why did it turn out like this? She completely broke down. Watching the soldiers protecting her fall one by one, Bell desperately tried to fly her away, but the rebels even brought out small cannons, chasing them in the sky. In that moment of despair, Vivi's mind buzzed with all the words Kyle had said to her before. No matter the cost, she seemed to be possessed, biting her lip until blood flowed, begging, Please, let all stop. Let Alabaster return to normal. She didn't even know who she was talking to. But the next second, far away in the rain, Kyle saw everything through the eyes of the guardian crane. He smiled. As you wish. Just as his words fell, I watched in disbelief as a terrifying power exploded from Vivi. Bell almost couldn't hold on to her as she fell from the sky. Immediately, the entire battlefield, all the sand, went completely crazy. Quicksand binding. Vivi didn't even need to lift a finger. That power automatically controlled the swirling yellow sand, sweeping across the entire battlefield like a tsunami. Countless grains of sand turned into arms, turned into ropes, and in a flash, they bound everyone still fighting, whether rebels or King's army, turning them all into mummies. The scene was like a massive area control spell. Everyone was immobilized, only able to wail in despair. It was Crocodile. The sand crocodile had arrived. The rebels were terrified. Bell landed with Vivi, equally bewildered. When Vivi came to her senses, realizing it was Kyle who intervened, she quickly commanded the sand, release the King's army. Guess what? The sand seemed to understand, and with a whoosh, it freed the King's army. This was incredible. Vivi immediately directed the remaining people to treat the wounded and confiscate the rebels' weapons. An even more amazing maneuver followed. The sand on the ground began to move on its own, transporting the unconscious Kusha and a few of his loyal subordinates right in front of Vivi. Kusha slowly awoke, looking at this divine scene, and weakly asked, "Is this Blackbeard's's ability?" Before Vivi could explain, I tell you, things were about to get even more explosive. Whoosh! Several figures descended from the sky, crashing into the sand and creating several large craters. At the forefront was an old man with a full head of purple hair and a massive iron arm, wearing a Navy justice cloak. Goodness, a Vice Admiral-level fighter has arrived. This old man was Zifa, and as soon as he landed and heard Blackbeard's's name, his eyes sharpened, staring at Vivi and asking, "Little girl, you are a princess, right? Can you share what you know about Blackbeard with us, Navy?" Vivi's heart sank. She knew Kyle's identity, and now the Navy had come knocking. It was definitely not a good thing. Gritting her teeth, she said, I have nothing to do with him. But Zifa, what kind of person is he? He was as shrewd as a fox. He grinned. It's useless to lie in front of me. From your reaction, you not only know him, but you also know where he is now, right? And this strange sandy power on you. Belle quickly stepped forward to protect her. "Admiral, we are a member of the world government. Her Highness the Princess has no obligation to answer your questions." Zifa completely ignored him, continuing to apply mental pressure on Vivi. Next to him was another Navy officer with blue hair named Ein. I tell you, the way she looked at Vivi was greener than the funds I bought in 2025, her hostility practically overflowing. She suddenly interjected, "Teacher, Kyle and Crocodile are in the rain. She must know about Kyle." The moment Kyle's name was mentioned, Vivi's face turned pale. Zifa's eyes lit up, understanding everything. He laughed heartily and began to probe, "Oh, it seems that Kyle helped you deal with Crocodile, and now he's helping you quell the rebellion? Little girl, harboring him could bring tremendous trouble to your royal family." Vivi was cornered, sweating profusely, shaking her head repeatedly and wanting to turn away. Just when she was about to break down, Kyle, that man, made his move. A giant eyeball made of sand suddenly appeared in front of Zifa and the others, coldly staring at them. Zifa laughed instead of being shocked. "Kyle, are you planning to use this to spy on your teacher?" The sandy eyeball ignored him and quickly formed two words on the ground: "Rainy Land." Then, an even more astonishing event occurred. The sand suddenly flung 3 corpses out from the rebel captives, directly throwing them at Zifa's feet. And then the power of the entire sandy battlefield instantly dissipated. Ein rushed over to check, her face changing drastically. "Teacher, it's CP's people. Oh my God." Kyle is telling Zephyr, "I'm waiting for you in the rain. And by the way, I've cleared out the spies the world government had planted here." Zephyr, that old man, is also tough. Without saying a word, he leads the team straight into the rain. By the time it got dark, they arrived at Crocodile's lair, the Rain Dinner Casino. As a result, they were greeted at the door by Nico Robin. When Zephyr saw her, he got even angrier, thinking Kyle had been led astray by this witch. His iron arm creaking. "Where is that kid? Has he been enchanted by you? So he doesn't even dare to meet his teacher?" Robin, under great pressure, could only smile wryly and say, "The boss said he's warming up to greet you properly." "Warming up?" Zephyr sneered. "It seems this kid's way of greeting isn't very friendly." The group was taken to the basement, where they saw Kyle shirtless, stretching his muscles, his physique incredibly well-defined. "Oh, teacher, you finally made it." Kyle stopped his movements and smiled at Zephyr. "Kyle." Zephyr's voice contained anger, disappointment, and a hint of complex emotions. "And you, it's been a long time. You become more beautiful." Kyle cheerfully greeted the blue-haired girl. However, Ein's face was cold. "You should apologize to the teacher first." Kyle shrugged and cheekily said, "Oh, still respecting the teacher so much. Could it be an Oedipus complex?" Ein's face instantly turned red. Zephyr interrupted their reunion and asked in a deep voice, "Kyle, what on earth is going on with you now? Where's Crocodile? Give me an explanation." Kyle grinned. "It's too complicated to explain. Simply put, teacher, I have my own things I want to do now. I can't go back with you. Today, I want to officially graduate from your tutelage. Either you beat me and take me away, or you persuade me to stay and help me, and together, we'll turn this world upside down." As soon as he finished speaking, Kyle waved his hand. Boom! The sand in the entire basement suddenly went wild, forming a massive sand cage that trapped Zephyr inside. Meanwhile, Ein, Robin, and the other Navy members were pushed out of the room by a gentle but irresistible wave of sand, and the door slammed shut. At this moment, only the master and disciple were left in the entire venue. Zephyr looked at this scene, trembling with anger, and shouted in disappointment, "Is this your answer? You teamed up with Crocodile? Don't think too much. Old sand is already cold. Kyle shook his head, his gaze becoming incredibly serious. Now it's just us here. Teacher, let me see if I'm qualified to graduate from your hands. As soon as he finished speaking, let me tell you, the scene instantly exploded. Teacher Zephyr didn't waste any more words. With an angry roar, he charged at me like a runaway, purple heavy truck. That huge mechanical iron arm, wow, when it swung, it carried the wind, feeling like it could punch through the air. At that moment, I thought to myself, I'm no longer a novice. I have to give it a try. I fully activated my armament hockey, and my entire fist turned pitch black. Then I used my fist, which looked like a little chick, to collide head-on with the iron arm of that excavator. There was a loud bang. Anyone who understands knows that feeling was like hitting an egg against a stone, but my egg was a bit hard. I stumbled back 2 steps, and guess what? On Zephyr's indestructible iron arm, I actually created a small dent. At that moment, I knew my armament hockey was strong enough, but my power still lacked a bit. I shook my hand and joked, as expected of a teacher, I thought I could go toe-to-toe with you. Zephyr's eyes widened in surprise. Probably not expecting my hockey to be that powerful. But being the experienced master he is, he snorted coldly. Kid, you still have a long way to go. In the next second, we turned into 2 shadows, wildly colliding in that small rundown house. To be honest, most of the time, I was the one taking the hits. When it comes to fighting, the master's predictions were almost scripted as soon as I used shave to dodge. He was already waiting for me at the spot where I landed. This was no longer observation hockey. This was purely a dimensional blow from muscle memory and combat experience. With a bang, I didn't dodge in time and was swept away by his iron arm for over 10 meters, crashing against the wall, feeling like my internal organs had shifted places. Although I had armament hockey protecting me, that feeling was just brutal. Moreover, I realized that using armament hockey really consumes a lot of energy. I stood up unsteadily, realizing my situation. In terms of physical skills, I really was still inexperienced. I shook my arms and grinned. All right, teacher, I admit defeat in this area. Knowing it wouldn't help to just give up, I said, come back with me. Teacher Zephyr didn't give me a chance to catch my breath. He charged at me again, his massive iron arm swinging down. He shouted, time to teach you a lesson. Defend yourself well. Crushing short strike. Damn, my pupils are shaking. I know this move. There are explosives hidden in that iron arm, and that punch will explode. If it hits me, I'll be done for. In a split second, I decided to stop using physical techniques. Ice crystal shield. Just as his iron arm was about to touch me, an absurdly thick ice crystal shield instantly formed in front of me. The explosive force was completely blocked, and worse. That chill began to spread up his iron arm. What? Teacher Zephyr's expression changed drastically, and he was about to pull back. Too late. I took the initiative and unleashed the full power of the essence of the demon. Crack, crack, crack. The ice layer grew at a visible speed, instantly freezing his iron arm, the ground, and even half of his body into an ice sculpture. The entire room instantly transformed from a desert hut into a polar ice cellar. I looked at the frozen teacher Zephyr, who was unable to move and looked completely bewildered. Snapped my fingers and grinned. Got you, teacher. I really can't beat you just with my fists, but with this, it should be enough to graduate, right? Teacher Zephyr looked at the ice on himself, then at me, his expression complicated. Finally, he sighed. I was straightforward. I placed my hand on him, retracted my power, and the ice shattered instantly. Although he had some frostbite, it was nothing for his physique. Teacher Zephyr, now free, was momentarily stunned, but ultimately didn't team make a move. He just snorted with annoyance. You brat, consider yourself graduated. Now tell me, after going through all this trouble to trick me here, what exactly do you want? Don't think that just because you won, you can convince me. I scratched my head and chuckled. I was originally thinking of making a PPT or something, but since the teacher is so straightforward, I'll get straight to the point. My idea is very simple, just one sentence. I think this world is too boring, and I want to turn it upside down and start over. Now, I officially invite you, my teacher, to join my team. As I spoke, I sincerely reached out my hand to him. Teacher Zephyr fell silent at that moment. His expression looked like he was seeing a fool. Is this it? You call this a plan? Are you joking? I'm not joking. I looked innocent. Isn't it bad enough? Those useless celestial dragons, those traitors among the 7 warlords. The internal pests in the Navy, you know better than I do, right? When I died that time, the speed of support was so slow that anyone with a brain would know there was a problem. Teacher Zephyr was speechless for a long time and finally said with a serious face, your idea is too crazy, even with your current strength. It's like hitting a stone with an egg. I laughed. Teacher, you have to eat bit by bit. I'm not in a hurry. Plus, you don't have to decide right now. I leaned in and whispered, did you forget the scene the system showed before? You and Kizaru. Teacher, let me give you a spoiler about your future. Next, you'll encounter a bastard who cuts off your arm, and then the Navy for the sake of so-called balance. We'll invite that bastard to become a warlord. In a fit of anger, you'll quit the Navy and, in the end, to eliminate pirates. You'll detonate the Dino Rock in the New World. Every time I said something, Teacher ZFA's face turned a shade paler. When I mentioned the Power Rock, he completely lost his composure. The matter of the Power Rock. How could you possibly know? Just consider it news I've brought back from hell. I didn't explain much, just looked at him. I had already said what I needed to say. Even if you don't agree today, it doesn't matter. From now on, just watch what I do. When the time comes, you can choose whether to help me or stop me. We were at a stalemate, and suddenly, the atmosphere was thick when that broken system beeped and popped up. A huge screen appeared right between us. The quiz event begins. The screen displayed the imposing image of Impel Down, the underwater prison. Question: who was the first person in history to successfully invade Impel Down without the system in the future? Below, there were 10 options, including Magellan, Whitebeard, Gold Lion, Blackbeard. A chaotic mix of names. Correct answer reward: immunity to toxins. Wrong answer penalty: a one-day experience of Impel Down's punishment. Does anyone understand? That penalty would be torturous, turning us into electronic pickled vegetables. The chat room instantly exploded, with Magellan stubbornly insisting it was impossible as long as he was around. Doflamingo was being sarcastic. The warlord of the sea was so anxious that he could only message Magellan privately, urging him to be on high alert. Just then, Zephyr's phone bug rang. He glanced at me and answered it. Zephyr, how's it going on your side? It was Sengoku's voice. Zephyr maintained a neutral expression, looked at me, and replied sincerely. I lost. Sengoku on the other end was clearly taken aback. You lost? You didn't go easy on him, did you? I didn't go easy. He revived and got stronger. Zephyr continued. We were all captured, and he right next to me. Sengoku, I guess he must have wanted to curse at that moment. Is this what getting caught feels like? And he can still calmly make a phone call? After a long silence, Sengoku took a deep breath and said, you tell him that as long as he comes back, he'll be the next admiral. Teacher Zephyr passed the message to me. After hearing it, I laughed and deliberately asked loudly, Admiral, is that the kind of position where you have to run to be the security chief whenever Celestial Dragon has a problem, and you have to watch their faces every day? As soon as I said this, the phone bug fell silent. Sengoku probably heard it and gritted his teeth, saying, I can keep him away from the Holy Land. He can refuse the world government's orders. Wow, what a condition. But I didn't care at all. I scoffed, Admiral? Sounds even less free than the Shichibukai. How boring. Sengoku must have been furious. In the end, he actually gave in, saying, fine. The Shichibukai is fine too, as long as he is willing to come back. I directly told Teacher ZFA. There's no going back. We don't have a mutual trust foundation right now. How about this? Let's talk money. You Navy provide the funds and resources, and I'll help you catch a few wanted criminals. Just consider it mercenary work. As for Lao Sha, he's in my hands. If you want him, come with sincerity to exchange. In front of Teacher Zephyr, who is like a tool, we managed to negotiate an outrageous collaboration with a Navy Marshal through the telephone bug. After the call ended, Teacher Zephyr didn't say much, probably preparing to go back and see for himself whether he would really be disappointed in the Navy, as I suggested. Meanwhile, at Navy headquarters, Sengoku finished reporting the situation to the 5 Elder Stars. After deliberating for a long time and reviewing my information, one of those old men suddenly remarked, that kid seems quite interested in women, doesn't he? The Princess of Alabasta, the son of the devil, and that female soldier named Dine. Wow, I couldn't believe it. So in their eyes, my character as Kale is just a typical LSP persona? Then these old men hit it off and immediately ordered a large number of attractive female agents from the CP organization to be sent to Alabasta to set up a beauty trap for me. If I had known about this at the time, I definitely would have given them a bow. They really think too highly of me, just as they were scheming. The answer to the first question was revealed on the system screen, and the scene started playing of Luffy from the Straw Hat Pirates storming into Impel Down, turning everything upside down. Admiral Sengoku looked at that troublemaking grandson on the screen, probably grinding his teeth in frustration. Soon after, the second question came up. Question: in a future without the system, who helped the Straw Hat Kid Luffy enter Impel Down? There were again 10 options. When I saw it, I thought this is an easy question, so I was ready to select the Pirate Empress Hancock. Teacher Zephyr was watching Luffy on the screen and muttered, is this guy really Garp's grandson? I casually replied, If you haven't been cheated on, it should be. Teacher Zephyr's mouth twitched. I turned to look at him and suddenly thought of something, grinning. Teacher, since there's no limit on the number of answers, you should pick one too. The answer is Pirate Empress Hancock. As I spoke, I waved my hand, signaling the guard outside to bring someone in. A girl with wavy blue hair, wearing a navy cloak, was unceremoniously thrown in. Kyle. When Ian saw me, her eyes nearly shot fire. But then she noticed Zephyr beside her, immediately calmed down, called out teacher, and quickly ran to his side. Teacher Zephyr looked at me, hesitated for a moment, and then said to Ian, "Go ahead and answer. Choose Pirate Empress." Let me tell you, Teacher ZFA is quite sharp for his age. He called AI over and whispered something to her, basically trying to get her to be my liaison. Goodness, ISNT that just forcing us to be a couple? Teacher ZFA even pretended to be all sincere, saying it was all voluntary. AI was about to agree, but then she turned around and saw me grinning and watching the show, and her little temper flared up immediately. She pouted and kicked the ball back. "I'll follow the teacher's arrangements." I couldn't help but laugh at that moment and said something snarky. "You're acting like a little kid." She immediately got defensive, her face flushed with anger. "You're the one who's a child. Just look at how you look." As soon as I heard that, I wasn't happy. "I told you. I just blurted out some nonsense. Are you a child? Why don't you come and try it yourself? I'm quite developed, you know. You two have had enough." Teacher ZFA's forehead was about to burst with veins, and he shouted at us to stop. Ein had no objections, so it was settled. "If you want to argue, wait until I leave." Ein quickly lowered his head to admit his mistake, and as for me, I sensibly shrugged my shoulders and stopped teasing her. Once the old man left, we would have plenty of time to slowly educate her. Just as we were joking around, the answer finally appeared on the screen. Correct answer, 9, Pirate Empress Hancock. Reward for the correct answer, observation hockey. I tell you, that feeling was incredible. It was as if a 360-degree radar had suddenly been installed in my brain, and the outline of the entire world became clear in an instant. Teacher Zephyr and Ein were also receiving rewards for the first time. Their expressions were like they had just won 5 million, both surprised and delighted. As the scene on the screen changed, wow, it was a global live broadcast. On a Navy warship, the Pirate Empress Hancock was draped in a cloak, and underneath the cloak was the Straw Hat Kid, Luffy. They were being escorted to impel down by a rear admiral. At this moment, the whole world exploded. In the East Blue, on a small ship that hadn't set sail yet, Sanji collapsed on the spot, shaking Luffy by the collar in a frenzy. "Why is it you? Luffy, the world's #1 beauty. I want that opportunity too." Nami knocked him down with a punch, frowning. "Shut up. The point is, why is Luffy going to that hellhole impelled down? We might all get captured in the future." Meanwhile, on Amazon Lily, Hancock herself was also dumbfounded, crossing her long legs and staring at the screen with that silly grinning Straw Hat Kid, completely losing it. How could I let such an idiot come near me? Just as she finished speaking, the Navy's transponder snail rang like a death knell. Family, who understands this? This is truly like yellow mud falling into the pants. It's not shit, but it sure feels like it. I'm having a great time here. The feeling of the observation hockey leveling up is just amazing. Teacher Zephyr and I are still there marveling at what this system really is. On the screen, a new question appears. Question, Monkey de Luffy. Why did he invade the great prison impel down? 4 options, each one explosive. One is for fame, another to save Carp, another to save his father dragon. And the last one is to save Whitebeard's 2nd Division Captain, Porgas d'Ace. Correct answer reward. Special, APDX 4869. Wrong answer penalty, 10 years of life. APDX 4869? I almost spat out my drink. Wow. Do we just cross into the Conan set? The penalty is 10 years of life, but the reward is just too tempting. I didn't hesitate at all, relying on my years of being single and my quick reflexes. I snagged the spot in lightning speed and instantly chose the 4th option to save Ace. I was almost dying next to me. How do you know? This is 10 years of life. You don't have that many lives to gamble with. I raised my eyebrow at her and said, "Don't worry. I won't let you live in loneliness." As a result, the girl rolled her eyes at me and said, "Blind confidence. Don't forget, you've already died once." Hey, this little girl has learned to pick at my wounds. Just as I was about to play the victim, Teacher Zifa suddenly spoke up, his voice heavy. "Kyle, the Navy that tricked you before is already dead." I was taken aback for a moment. During one mission, I had a confrontation with the pirates and was killed. Teacher Zephyr explained that the pirates who took you down were the Saramo brothers. The youngest was killed by you in retaliation, and the other 2 are now in the New World, aligned with Kaido. Kaido. I nodded slightly, my face showing little expression. To be honest, I hate those pirates less than the Navy that stood by and did nothing. But well, I'll keep a record of this. And there will be plenty of opportunities to settle the score later. We just finished our discussion, and the system's answer was announced. Correct answer, 4. Because Whitebeard's 2nd Division Captain, Blackbeard'sCrime, was captured and imprisoned, so they broke into Impel down to rescue Ace. As expected, the whole world is buzzing, especially the Whitebeard pirates in the New World, where the ship has turned chaotic. Ace was captured? How is that possible? Ace himself seemed to take it lightly, scratching his head and laughing heartily. Looks like I'll be dragging everyone down in the future, but now that I know, it won't be easy for them to catch me. As he spoke, his attention suddenly shifted to the reward. Wait, everyone, look at the description of that reward. Special APDX 4869. After taking it, one can return to their youth. Return to youth. The entire Whitebeard pirates went crazy in an instant. Everyone's gaze quickly focused on the man sitting on the throne, who was old but still exuded unmatched dominance. Dad, we must get this medicine. Go find those two who answered correctly. Whitebeard fell silent for a moment, slowly opened his eyes, and a glint of brilliance flashed through them. He knew that with this, he could return to his peak, and he wanted to see more of this tumultuous new era for a few more years. With a command, the entire New World trembled because of this small pill, and another pill was quietly lying in the palm of my hand. Teacher, are you interested? I smiled and handed the pill to Zephyr. The old man rejected it without a second thought. I'll pass on this old body of mine. This thing is more useful for you, so keep it for yourself. I curled my lip and said, this thing is useless to me except for giving it to you. As soon as I finished speaking, the phone on the table rang. Teacher ZFA had a knowing expression on his face as he answered it. On the other end of the line, the urgent voice of the Warring States General came through. ZFA, tell that kid that we want the pills, and he can set any conditions he likes. I snatched the phone bug and shouted into the microphone. Oh no, Admiral Sengoku, you're late. The thing has already been eaten by Teacher Zephyr. As I spoke, I pushed the pill right up to Teacher Zephyr's mouth, making it clear, I've already said what I needed to say. Now it's up to you. On the other end of the line, Sengoku clearly choked for a moment, but quickly recovered. It's fine if Zephyr has eaten it. Finish your business and hurry back. Let the medical department give him a full checkup. Teacher Zephyr sighed, hung up the phone, looked at the pill in my hand, and without hesitation, swallowed it in one gulp. You little brat, once you give it, there's no turning back. It's a token of respect for you. There's no such thing as regret, I said with a grin. The next second, let me tell you, a miracle happened. Teacher Zephyr's whole body began to heat up, steaming, and his originally robust body started to shrink like a deflated balloon. Wrinkles disappeared from his face, and his hair became thick and dark. When the light faded, standing in front of us was no longer that imposing old man, but a purple-haired youth who was about my height and looked around 14 or 15 years old. Wow, he didn't just turn into a child. I couldn't help but comment. I was completely stunned, mouth agape, unable to speak for a long time. Zephyr, no, he should be called young Zephyr, moved his body a bit and said, my body feels weaker, but my battle experience and hockey are still there. Yeah, muscle memory probably needs to be trained again. I nodded, thinking that the effects of the medicine were still somewhat scientific. We are currently researching this. The system, wow, today feels like we are energized. And there's new work to do. Question, who led to Fire Fist Ace being imprisoned and impelled down? Below are 10 options, a long list densely packed. Correct answer reward, monster cells. Wrong answer penalty, 10 years off your life. Monster cells can help a person break their limits, increase vitality, but has drawbacks, such as transforming into a monster and a chance of death. Wow, One Punch Man's filming location is here too, right? This system understands synergy. Once this reward was announced, the whole world went crazy, especially those in power and influence, directly forcing their subordinates to answer questions, risking their lives to gamble for treasures. As for me, I still quickly selected number 1, Blackbeard Tiki. Then I turned to Zifa and Ein and told them the answer. They didn't hesitate and chose right away. When the results came out, I was stunned. The list of winners was as long as ramen noodles, at least tens of thousands of entries. Family. This time the system was treated like GPT, 4 for brushing questions until it was smoking. This system is probably going to go bankrupt from being exploited. 3 pulsating chunks of meat, resembling hearts, appeared before us. Ein disdainfully threw her portion to me. Teacher Zephyr examined the meat and reminded me, this thing doesn't belong to our world. It's best if you don't use it. Of course I know, who would dare to eat this thing recklessly? Just then, a small window on the screen started playing a video, featuring Ace and Blackbeard. On the Whitebeard ship in the New World, everyone's gaze turned hostile. fixating on a burly man with a few missing teeth. Teach. In the video, Ace stood on the rooftop, confronting Blackbeard and his crew. Blackbeard greeted him with a cheeky grin. Yo, Captain Ace. Ace's expression was icy. Shut up. You traitor who killed your own comrades. Blackbeard dropped the act, spread his hands, and began his grand scheme, even trying to recruit Ace, saying they should first go to Water City to take out Luffy as a declaration to the world government. Upon hearing Luffy's name, Ace was completely enraged. He's my brother. I can no longer let you go. Before he finished speaking, Blackbeard's sniper fired, but the bullet went straight through Ace's flame-formed body. Flame gun. Ace's hands transformed into gun barrels, and flame bullets shot out, instantly igniting the battle. Blackbeard stopped his crew from intervening, telling them to step back. He looked at Ace, grinned widely, and finally admitted, that's right. It was me who killed the 4th Division Captain Sachi, who told him to get the devil fruit I dreamed of. So you just killed him. Ace's fists ignited with blazing flames. This is fate choosing me, Ace. Blackbeard laughed maniacally. An unprecedented dark aura erupted from him. Let me show you. The most vicious power in the history of devil fruits. The Logia-type dark fruit. That darkness seemed to devour everything, instantly enveloping the entire town. Blackbeard spread his arms and shouted like a madman. My power is darkness. It is gravity. It is the infinite gravity that can swallow everything. While boasting about his power and letting the darkness rampage through the town, it specifically avoided Ace. Hey, did you miss the most important part, which is me? Ace's voice was as cold as ice. I just wanted you to see my power first. Blackbeard laughed arrogantly. I told you the next second he showed off his skills. That dark power roared and swallowed the entire town, just like a black hole. All the houses and streets disappeared in an instant, leaving only a small area where Ace stood. Then this guy was so smug, saying, see that, Ace? This is my power. Ace couldn't take it anymore. Thinking of Sachi, who was killed by this guy, his anger flared up. Without a second thought, he raised his hand and unleashed a firefly, Fire Dama, surrounding Blackbeard with countless green flames, which then exploded. Goodness, Blackbeard was rolling on the ground, screaming in pain. Ace was puzzled, thinking this shouldn't be so easy for a Logia user to get hit, right? Then he took a closer look and oh my god, the flames he shot out were being slowly absorbed by the darkness on Blackbeard's body. Does anyone understand? This was the beginning of Ace's nightmare. Blackbeard, gritting his teeth in pain, laughed maniacally. I told you my dark fruit is unique. It can absorb any attack, but the price is double the pain. But compared to this power, it's worth it. Saying this, he reached out and used dark water. I was stunned at that moment. A tremendous gravitational force pulled Ace from afar directly towards Blackbeard. Ace couldn't even elementalize, just like a magnet attracting iron. He was grabbed by the neck. How does it feel, Ace? Blackbeard sneered, punching Ace away. Ace's flame fruit ability felt like it was suddenly cut off, and he took this punch hard, almost losing his breath. Ha ha ha. How long has it been since I tasted being hit, huh? Blackbeard prepared to unleash dark water again. Ace wouldn't let him succeed. He reacted quickly, swinging his hands, and 2 flame spears, divine fire, unknown fire, shot out, instantly piercing Blackbeard's body. Although the flames were quickly absorbed, it was enough to hurt Blackbeard for a while. Taking advantage of this gap, as Ace steadied himself, he was slapped away by Blackbeard. But he was tough. In midair, he forcibly twisted his body, crossing his hands, and launched a crossfire. The whole town watched the two of them, one playing with fire and the other with darkness, battling fiercely. But anyone with keen eyes could see that Ace's flames were completely restrained. No matter how fierce his attacks were, as long as Blackbeard took them head-on, he would eventually be swallowed by the endless darkness. After fighting for a long time, both of them were almost out of stamina. Blackbeard, breathing heavily, began to persuade. Ace, stop struggling. Everything is futile in front of my darkness. Join me as my partner. I really think you are a waste. Ace, kneeling on the ground covered in wounds, still held a proud gaze. If I yield to power, what kind of man would I be? My life will never leave any regrets. Do you understand? Idiot. Oh, what a pity. Blackbeard saw he couldn't persuade him and was too lazy to talk nonsense, saying, then become my stepping stone to fame and die in darkness. As soon as he finished speaking, all the dark energy in his body erupted. Ace knew this was a last-ditch effort, so he gathered all his strength, condensing a huge fireball in his hand, almost like creating a small sun. Great flame ring, flame, emperor, fire and darkness, sun and black hole. The final showdown of the two, betting everything, collided fiercely with Ace's roar. I choose to let Whitebeard become king. The explosive energy almost blew the entire island away. The outcome was already quite clear. Then guess what? The scene abruptly cut, directly showing us a live broadcast on Whitebeard's ship in a new world. The Blackbeard teach on the ship was instantly scared to the point of wetting himself, pointing at the scene in the sky, his face pale, explaining to Whitebeard, Dad, let me explain. This can't be me. I've been on the ship for decades. Don't you believe me? Especially since the footage flashed back to when he captured Ace to exchange for a warlord position, he became even more panicked, and the looks from his crewmates were strange. Now he could only cling to Whitebeard's leg. It didn't matter whether others believed him or not. Marco looked at Dad and asked him what to do. Whitebeard was silent for a long time, scanning around, and finally said in a deep voice, Go find the dark fruit. Dad is a sentimental person. Teach has been a long-time employee. Although he usually seems unremarkable, he shouldn't be dealt with just because of a video from the future. His meaning was clear. Since this fruit sparked your ambition, I'll find it first, denying you the chance to obtain it. Right? When Teach heard this, a huge stone in his heart finally settled. But at the same time, he felt a bit hopeful. What if it was really found? But he didn't dare to think too much and could only take it one step at a time. He was filled with hatred. If it weren't for this damn system, his plan would have been very successful. Now, having been tricked twice, he was contemplating whether he should run away. If another incident happened, what if a video of him killing Dad aired? Wouldn't the whole crew chop him into meat paste? Just when everyone was in a state of panic, that damned system popped up again. Today felt like it was endless, like being on a blood-boosting high. The quiz activity starts. Question: Is Fire Fist Ace, the 2nd Division commander of Whitebeard, the biological brother of Straw Hat Luffy? Judgment question. 1. Yes. 2. No. Let me tell you, the rewards and punishment for this question are simply incredible. If you answer correctly, you get something called the Beauty Skin Hot Spring, which can make your skin as smooth as a baby's. If you answer incorrectly, the punishment is the latest 2025 stress relief package. Go to the Sabeti Archipelago and beat up the Celestial Dragons. Wow, the whole world exploded. Does this system have a grudge against the Celestial Dragons? This is a punishment? This is clearly the ultimate reward. But if you really go, your ancestors' 18 generations will be disgraced, right? For a moment, because of this bizarre punishment, very few people dare to answer. However, over here at Yen, that kid Kyle acted like he was in God mode and directly pulled Robin and the others to make a choice. As a result, when the answer was announced, it was indeed correct. The reward was a card, similar to the items from Greed Island in Hunter x Hunter, that could materialize a hot spring once you set the location. Kyle immediately collected all the cards and was already planning to open a hot spring resort to make a fortune. Just as he was thinking about how to make money, the system came again, and today it was all about killing everyone. The quiz activity begins. Question: Who is the biological father of Fire Fist Ace, the 2nd Division commander of Whitebeard? A long list of options appeared below, including Garp, Dragon, Sengoku, Akainu. Even Zephyr was listed, which was simply absurd. But the most explosive option was 6, Pirate King Roger. The punishment was still to go beat up the Celestial Dragons. Now even fewer people dared to guess randomly. Kyle was still joking with his teacher Zephyr. Teacher, you're on the list too. Zephyr's face darkened. My child would never become a pirate. The answer was 6, Pirate King Roger. Kyle calmly selected the answer and urged the others to hurry up. Meanwhile, on Whitebeard's ship, Ace also helplessly urged everyone to choose the correct answer, knowing that this matter couldn't be hidden any longer. At Marine headquarters, Garp confessed under Sengoku's murderous gaze. Sengoku was so angry he almost had a heart attack, pointing his finger at Garp and scolding. Garp, you bastard! The Navy will be finished because of your family. Just think about it. Your son is the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Your grandson is the future great pirate. And now there's news of the Pirate King's son being your grandson. What kind of situation is this? Then the answer was announced. Correct answer, 6, Pirate King Roger. The whole world fell silent for a moment. Then it completely exploded. The bloodline of the Pirate King is still alive? My God, isn't the Whitebeard pirates going to the heavens? The world government and the Navy will definitely not let them go. On the side of the 4 emperors, Kaido and Big Mom had no reaction, but Shanks couldn't sit still and directly said, The banquet is over. Everyone, prepare for a hard battle. Let's go meet Whitebeard. Just as the whole world was in turmoil because of this news, the system once again acted thoughtlessly and directly announced the next question. Question: What was the final outcome of Fire Fist Ace after being given to the Navy by Blackbeard? A long list of options appeared, some saying he was saved, some saying he wasn't, and others saying he died alongside Luffy. The The reward was something called the spring water pot, which could produce 140 liters of water a day. A godsend in this desert. Kyle's eyes lit up when he saw it, and immediately had Robin gather as many people as possible, crazily profiting from the system. Without hesitation, he chose option 3. The Navy publicly executes him at headquarters. A large number of pirates go to rescue him, but fail to save Ace, who dies at Marine headquarters. Zephyr, listening nearby, felt his heart race. Will there really be a war at Marine headquarters? Kyle glanced at him. Do you think that with Sengoku's personality, if he captures the son of the Pirate King, he wouldn't make an issue out of it? Soon, the answer was announced, and it was indeed 3. The whole world hadn't even recovered from this suffocating answer when the system screen began to play future scenes. The footage was very short, but extremely brutal. I was stunned at that moment. In the scene, Admiral Akainu punched through Ace's chest from behind, the scorching magma burning his insides, all to protect Luffy in front of him. Ace slowly fell, a smile on his face, and finally collapsed in Luffy's arms. Luffy, completely broken, let out a heart-wrenching wail. In East Blue, on the Going Merry, Luffy watched this scene with his own eyes, completely dumbfounded, tears streaming down uncontrollably. It's impossible. I will definitely save him. Nami comforted him from his side. Luffy, that's the future. There is still time now. Zoro drew his sword with a sharp gaze. Hey Luffy, don't waste time. That kind of future 1T happen. Let us speed up and head to the Grand Line now. Luffy suddenly raised his head, using his straw hat to shield his eyes, his voice hoarse but incredibly firm. I understand. Full speed ahead. I'm going to see Ace. But just as this thought crossed my mind, let me tell you, what happened next left me completely speechless. In front of us, this broken system suddenly changed the scene, directly giving us a live spoiler. Goodness. It started with a famous scene from the Marineford War. The first division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, the immortal Marco, was flying towards the execution platform, engulfed in blue flames, shouting as he went to save Ace. And what happened? Let me tell you, the big shots sitting on the execution platform. Admiral Sengoku was already preparing to get up, but a shadow next to him was even faster. With a loud bang, Old Man Carp, my grandpa, pulled Marco down from the sky with a single punch, smashing him to the ground where smoke was rising. I was stunned at that moment. Grandpa, what are you doing? But looking at his expression, it was filled with inner conflict, his whole body almost twisted like a pretzel. After taking out Marco, he silently sat to the side without saying a word. Who understands this family tension? It was so tense that I didn't even dare to breathe. Then the scene changed again, and the protagonist finally appeared, a guy who looked like the barber Tony Sensei, with both hands snipping away, forcefully cut a path on the ground straight to the execution platform. Then I appeared, wearing my precious straw hat, charging forward with all my might, shouting, Ace, I'm coming. Just as I was about to rush up, bam, another figure blocked me, and upon closer inspection, it was my unfortunate grandpa, Carp. He had a dark expression, looking like Judge Bao, shouting at me, Luffy, if you want to get past here, you have to step over my dead body. I was anxious at that moment. Grandpa, please move aside. How could I move aside? I am a Navy officer. I've been catching pirates since before you were born. I tell you, that scene was something else. The grandfather and grandson were there in a standoff, and the atmosphere was so tense that I was almost suffocating outside the screen. I could only plead with him. Grandpa, please let me pass. He remained silent, his expression more bitter than eating bitter herbs, and the stone bridge beneath his feet was creaking loudly as if he wanted to collapse it entirely. In the end, he gritted his teeth and shouted, Luffy, I won't hold back. I'm going to treat you as an enemy. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung a punch at me. I had no choice but to shift into second gear, and, with red eyes, I threw a punch back at him, just as our fists were about to collide. I saw my stubborn old grandpa close his eyes. Bang! With a muffled sound, he was sent flying by my punch, falling off the stone bridge and crashing into the ruins, his face buried in the pile of stones, motionless as if he was too embarrassed to face anyone. Who understands? Family? This wasn't getting beaten. This was letting water flow all the way to the Pacific Ocean. I took the opportunity to rush up to the execution platform. Just as I pulled out the key, that old fox Kizaru, with his precise aim, shot the key in half with a laser without hitting anyone. Immediately afterward, Sengoku also moved, transforming into a dazzling golden Buddha, and with one slap, he shattered the entire execution platform. Although it was chaotic, at least Ace and I were unscathed. The scene then shifted directly to the Marine Admiral's office. Goodness, a room full of big shots. The three admirals, Carp, Sengoku, and Admiral Saru were all present. Akainu, with his explosive temper and still bearing wounds, sat in a corner sulking, probably after just sparring with my grandfather. He looked at the screen and finally couldn't hold back. Firing off. Admiral, why do I feel like that slap you just did was so soft? It was one thing for Vice Admiral Karp to go easy, and I could tolerate Kizuru shooting the key instead of hitting anyone. But am I the only villain here? Are you all playing me? The joke's on me? Sengoku coughed awkwardly a couple of times, at him maybe not in good form. Akainu's face turned as dark as a bottom of a pot, feeling isolated from the world. Just at that awkward moment, a phone bug rang, and Admiral Tsuru said, "It's the call from the Five Elders." When Sengoku answered, he probably realized that his leniency was broadcasted live worldwide, and he could submit his retirement application early. The whole world was in an uproar, saying that the Navy was full of actors. Just then, that broken system started acting up again, and a new question popped up on the screen. Question: during the Marineford War, which big filial son under Whitebeard betrayed and ambushed, seriously injuring Whitebeard? A bunch of names were listed below. Marco, Jozu, and even Blackbeard Teach was on there. Correct answer reward: Shadow Troop, Ghost Shadow. Wrong answer punishment: go to Marine headquarters for a one-on-one duel with the Admiral. I also saw who the traitor was, and the answer came out instantly. Correct answer: 10. The Great Maelstrom Spider Kuzyard. On Whitebeard's ship. It exploded on the spot. A group of strong men yelled to find this Kuzyard. Whitebeard remained calm, waving his hand for everyone to be quiet, and glanced at Blackbeard in the corner, probably wondering what was going on in his mind. That guy Blackbeard was so scared he was sweating, probably rehearsing in his mind how to jump ship and run away 800 times. Then, the video started playing. In the footage, the top war was chaotic. The one named Kuzyard, holding two long knives, approached Whitebeard from behind. Whitebeard treated him like a son, turning his back to him and asking with concern, "Kuzyard, are you okay?" The guy got closer and said, finally still alive. "Dad, our 43 pirate crews are willing to go through fire and water for you." He spoke with such sincerity, but the next second, I was shocked. He gritted his teeth, his gaze fierce, and with a swift motion, the long knife pierced through Whitebeard's back. Whitebeard's shocked expression was almost unbelievable. Everyone on the battlefield was stunned, and Marco was the first to react, flying back and kicking Kuzyard to the ground, shouting, "You bastard! Why'd you do this?" And then, the screen cut off abruptly. Damn, that cut was shorter than my life. The entire world of onlookers went crazy, cursing. In the Navy headquarters office, my grandfather Garp looked at the screen and even chuckled. This old guy spent his whole life raising sons, and in the end was stabbed by his son. Hilarious. Sengoku beside him turned green, probably thinking that his grandson wouldn't fare much better. The system didn't give everyone time to react, and the second question came up. Question: why did the Great Maelstrom Spider stab Whitebeard? There were 4 options, including Whitebeard trading with Sengoku and that he was a Navy undercover agent. In the office, Akainu started looking at Sengoku with suspicion again. "Marshal, you wouldn't really have a deal with him, would you? Is the script all written out?" Sengoku had no way to defend himself. How would I know? This is a future event. Before he finished speaking, the answer was announced again, and that guy named Kyle buzzed in with the answer. Correct answer: 2, because he was deceived by the Navy into thinking Whitebeard betrayed them. Sengoku was probably exhausted, glancing at Akainu, then at Akiji, and finally at Kizuru, probably calculating in his mind whether to give Kizuru a raise to make him the marshal, promoting a hands-off governance. The video continued to play. In the footage, Kuzyard was pinned to the ground by Marco, crying out in rage. It was Whitebeard who betrayed us. He made a deal with the Navy, using the lives of our 43 pirate crews to save Ace. Upon hearing this, many pirates were shaken. After all, Ace was Roger's son, and his identity was too special. Kuzyard continued shouting, "Marco, don't play dumb. You must know too." Just when everyone was in a state of panic, Whitebeard, who had been stabbed, not only didn't get angry, but instead embraced Kuzyard. His voice steady and gentle. "You foolish son, you've been used as a pawn. It's true that Ace is Roger's son, and Sengoku took advantage of that. But even if you're a foolish son, I still love you all. I told you, this situation has suddenly opened up." Then he exerted all his strength and shattered the surrounding ice with a punch, shouting at all the wavering pirates, "Those who don't believe in me can leave right now. Those who want to continue following me, come with me at the cost of your lives." In that moment, all doubts disappeared and morale instantly soared. But just as everyone was fired up, the system came again, not giving anyone a moment to rest. Question: who did the world's strongest man, Whitebeard, ultimately die at the hands of? My heart skipped a beat. Whitebeard, dead. The punishment for this question was severe. If answered incorrectly, one would be sent to fight Whitebeard to the death. As a result, it was that guy, Cairo, who answered in an instant. Correct answer: 9. Blackbeard teach. As soon as this answer was revealed, the new world, aboard Whitebeard's ship, fell into an eerie silence. Blackbeard teach, who had just been trembling in a corner, couldn't escape and was directly pressed to his knees in front of Whitebeard by several captains. This guy had previously handed Ace over to the Marines, and now it was revealed that he killed Pops. With old grudges and new hatred combined, the crew's eyes turned red. Teach knelt on the ground, forcing out a smile that was uglier than crying, and began to desperately plead. Pops, you have to believe me. I've been on the ship for decades, loyal to the core. Could it be that I was controlled by some ability user in the future? Whitebeard raised his hand, stopping his furious sons. He stared at Teach, his gaze deep like the ocean, and slowly said, "Everyone be quiet. Let's see. What exactly happened?" Everyone fixed their eyes on the screen as the image lit up, showing Blackbeard with his oddly shaped crew appearing on the ruins of the battlefield. Let me tell you, the people he brought along are simply an all-star lineup from Haidaleo. What a giant warship, the Evil King, even at range Shiryu, is there. Magellan over at Impel Down must be turning green with envy. The top powerhouse he just locked up turned around and ran off with someone else. Admiral Sengoku was furious on the spot, pointing at Blackbeard's nose and questioning what he wanted to do. And guess what? That guy Blackbeard just tossed the identity of the 7 warlords away like garbage, acting like he wasn't going to pretend anymore, revealing his true intentions. Here, Whitebeard saw Teach's face, and his anger shot straight to his head. Let me tell you, the person he most wants to tear apart right now is this unfilial son named Teach. Without saying a word, he activated the power of the Tremor fruit, and the air started to crack. Although he was covered in wounds and had a piece of flesh missing from his face, that aura could still scare someone to death. That Blackbeard kid, while claiming not to be afraid, was quite honest with his body, dodging faster than anyone else. He was even there making sarcastic remarks. "Oh, old man, why are you being so unreasonable?" The old man was so furious that his beard was trembling. "Teach, only you're unworthy of being my son. The blood underfoot has turned into a river, and you've broken my ship's only iron rule by killing your comrade, Sachi. Today, I will use your dog head to honor him." The old man raised his big knife and issued a death order, forbidding anyone from intervening. This was his family matter with this unfilial son. "Let's settle this, Teach." What a powerful presence. Blackbeard was still there laughing, thinking that getting the dark fruit made him impressive enough to face the old man. His first move was a dark strike, with black smoke pouring toward the old man as if it were free, and he even showed off. "Did you see that, old man? This is the power I gained by killing Sachi, the strongest dark fruit." While unleashing his abilities, he also taunted the old man, relentlessly poking at his sore spots. "Sachi is dead. Ace is dead. You're old now, and you can't even save your son. I tell you, Dad, doesn't he waste any words with him?" His fist, gathering the power to shatter everything, smashed forward. Blackbeard, being stubborn, relied on his Yami no Mi to absorb abilities and directly took the hit with Dark Water. The idea was beautiful, but reality was cruel. He did manage to absorb Dad's Tremor fruit powers and even counter with a punch. But he forgot that Whitebeard has strength as the world's strongest ISNT just based on his fruit. After taking a punch, Dad stood firmly without moving an inch and effortlessly grabbed that giant Naginata. Blackbeard was still mocking him. "It's useless, Dad. Your ability doesn't work on me." The next second, Dad showed him what physical superiority meant. With one stroke, so fast that even the shadow couldn't be seen, Blackbeard was instantly cleaved away. Dad seized the opportunity, leapt forward, stomped him down to the ground, and held his neck with one hand, just like picking up a chick. Arrogance and frivolity. That's your weakness. Dad's voice was as cold as ice. At this moment, Blackbeard was completely panicked. With his neck being grabbed, he couldn't use his absorption abilities. Just a second ago, he was still acting tough, and the next second he was begging for mercy, crying out, "Stop! Dad, I'm your son. Are you really going to kill me?" Who understands this family drama? The speed of his face changing is simply at the level of a master of Sichuan opera. But his little tricks were completely useless against Dad. Dad didn't pay him any mind, and his hand was already gathering the power of tremors, preparing to clear the scene. Seeing that begging for mercy was futile, Blackbeard completely broke down, pulled out a broken handgun, and started shooting wildly, shouting to his bizarre crew, "Get him! Everyone attack!" Goodness, it was supposed to be a one-on-one duel, but it instantly turned into a group fight. This operation was truly primitive and shocking. His crew was a bunch of desperados, all swinging their weapons at Dad. The scene paused here. The last image was of Dad, covered in swords and bullets, yet still standing straight. And on our Whitebeard ship, everyone was blown away. Several brothers couldn't hold back and kicked Blackbeard several meters away, drawing their swords. Blackbeard, that coward, was so scared he rolled and crawled behind Dad, shouting, "It's not my fault. Dad, save me. I didn't know anything." Although Dad was also furious, he waved his hand to stop everyone. He didn't want to let the ship's crew turn on each other over such future matters. Seeing hope, Blackbeard quickly said, "Let me go, Dad. If I leave, nothing will happen." Just as tensions were high, that broken system popped up again with a ding. The quiz event begins. Question: what is Blackbeard's purpose in killing Whitebeard? Below were 4 options, including things like strike first and gain fame in one go. But one of the options made everyone's scalp tingle. 2. Planning to devour Whitebeard's tremor fruit and become a dual devil fruit user. I tell you, when the answer came out, the whole world fell silent for 3 seconds, and then it completely erupted. A double fruit user? Isn't that just a fairy tale? Wouldn't a person who eats 2 fruits explode on the spot? But that guy named Kyle answered immediately and directly chose option 2. Once the system announced the answer, the way our crew looked at Teach completely changed. For the sake of the fruit, he killed his brothers, captured his brothers. And now he even wants to kill his old man? This is no longer a son. This is a downright beast. The whole world went crazy. And the Marine Admiral Sengoku couldn't sit still, immediately calling that Kyle to ask what was going on with the double fruit. That Kyle guy is also a seasoned veteran. He casually gave 2 guesses. Either Blackbeard has a special physique, or his dark fruit can devour other fruits. After hanging up, Sengoku probably already listed Blackbeard as the highest threat target. Meanwhile, the scene in the system continued. In the footage, Old Man Whitebeard ultimately fell. Blackbeard and his crew stood triumphantly in front of Whitebeard's corpse. Then the most absurd scene came. They covered Whitebeard's body with a huge black cloth, and Blackbeard himself crawled inside. Not long after, he walked out from under the black cloth. "Ha ha ha, let me show you the ultimate performance that shocked the world." He laughed maniacally, raising one hand, revealing the familiar dark power. Then he raised the other hand, striking the exact same pose as Whitebeard, and suddenly grasped at the air. Crack! The entire Marine headquarters, along with the surrounding atmosphere, was instantly filled with cracks. He succeeded. He truly took Whitebeard's tremor fruit. One hand held the infinitely attractive darkness, and the other hand could destroy everything with earthquakes. I tell you, at that moment, everyone watching the screen around the world felt what despair really meant. "I'm the strongest." Blackbeard's arrogant laughter echoed across the battlefield. Now everyone couldn't sit still. The Navy, the world government, the underworld, all issued death orders to capture Blackbeard at all costs or find the dark fruit. This guy's threat level instantly skyrocketed. Then, the system presented another multiple-choice question. Did Blackbeard succeed in sinking Marineford into the sea? This time, the respondents went crazy, and Kyle almost didn't get in. The answer was failure. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and the footage immediately played. Just as Blackbeard shouted that he would sink this place into the sea, before his words could finish, Admiral Sengoku transformed into a gigantic golden Buddha, descending from the sky with a Buddha palm that slapped Blackbeard and his entire pirate crew into the ground, unable to get out. The slap he received could be called the best boomerang moment of 2025. People all over the world found it amusing. 1 second he was the strongest in the world, and the next he was knocked down by a single palm. It was just too funny. Blackbeard was beaten bloody, but he still held his ground, getting up to clash with Sengoku and Old Man Garp. He didn't expect to win. He just frantically used the tremor fruit's ability to wreak havoc on the island, causing Marineford to crumble and tsunamis to surge. Just when he was most pleased with himself, the system came out with an ultimate question: who ultimately succeeded in stopping Blackbeard and ending this war? The options listed a whole bunch, from Marine admirals to the 4 emperors. This time, Kyle learned his lesson. He quickly selected the answer Shanks the red-haired and got the reward. In the footage, just as the battlefield was in chaos, red-haired Shanks walked in with his crew, casually saying to everyone, "I hope you all can give me some face." With just that one sentence, both the Navy and the pirates paused as if a pause button had been pressed. They truly stopped fighting. The Marineford War ended just like that. Everyone was still immersed in the might of red-haired Shanks when the system suddenly popped up a few lines of text. A session ended. Some people have now obtained more than 10 stars, and the highest level has been promoted to administrator. I hope the administrator works hard to explore the system's capabilities. Let me tell you, these few lines are even more explosive than Blackbeard, showcasing his double fruit earlier. A manager? Does that mean this system that can predict the future now has an owner? And that owner is Kyle, who has been answering questions all along. Now, as soon as the chat channel is unblocked, it instantly explodes. The ancient giant named Rox is the first to jump in, acting like a contrarian, targeting Roger and Grandpa Garp with a barrage of insults, mocking their father-son relationship. Family members, who understands this rhythm? It's just incredible. But to be honest, I have no interest in these big shots arguing. Right now, I'm pondering over the little bit of administrator privileges I've just obtained. I was thinking, as a system administrator, I should have superpowers to kick people out of the live room with a wave of my hand and change rewards at will, right? But when I took a closer look, wow, is that all? I tell you, this authority is simply like a security captain. Besides being able to mute people, block some keywords, and toggle the chat channel, it doesn't even have a kick function. Probably afraid that if I get too carried away, I'll kick everyone out. The only thing that looks a bit interesting is an experience bar. I guess I can only truly become the master of this system once I fill it up. Well, a mosquito's leg, no matter how small, is still meat, so I'll just make do with it for now. Over here, Teacher ZFA saw that everything was taken care of and said he had to leave first. If he stayed any longer, that old man from the Warring States period would probably blow up the phone. As for me, I didn't bring up the administrator matter with him. Such trump cards are best kept hidden for maximum deterrence. Let them guess. I just smiled and told the teacher that our door is always open for him, and he is welcome to switch jobs anytime. After sending off Teacher ZFA, good grief, it was just me and AI and left of the scene. I looked at little AI in S awkward demeanor, and oh boy, it made me want to tease her again. Robin, who was originally standing nearby, saw the atmosphere and, being quite understanding, quietly slipped away, creating a world for just the two of us. I couldn't help but laugh and said, "Look, now it's really just the two of us." As I spoke, my gaze unconsciously drifted to her long legs, where there was a noticeable scar. I immediately got flustered and quickly covered it with her cloak. I'm the kind of person who tends to be a bit mischievous. The more I'm told not to look, the more I want to. I reached out directly, wanting to touch the scar. I tell you, this girl is tough on the outside, but soft on the inside. When I approached her, she instinctively dodged a little, but when my hand actually touched her, she stopped struggling and just pouted at me. I couldn't help but laugh, pinched her cheek, and said, "Still so easy to bully, really cute," just as I noticed that her eyes were about to draw a knife. I quickly backed off and suggested taking her out for a meal. If I kept teasing her, I would probably end up getting hit. Once back at the rain banquet, I immediately summoned the reward I had just received, the Shadow Army. With a whoosh, a bunch of dark ninjas appeared behind me. The scene was impressive. I felt like a shadow overlord. With this fighting power, taking down a small country would be incredibly easy. I tossed the summoning mask to Robin and asked her to find me a mediocre country with constant internal strife, so we could do some precise poverty alleviation. However, within 2 days, before we even found a country, Princess Vivi came knocking on our door. Dressed in a princess gown, she looked dignified and came to thank me. I tell you, the look in Ein's eyes was like daggers, shooting towards Vivi, as if a vinegar jar had been overturned. Vivi arrived with a pile of gold and silver jewels, and I couldn't help but make a cheeky remark. "Thanking me? How about offering yourself as a token of gratitude? And we can consider Alabasta as your dowry. The child can take your surname." Vivi's face instantly turned red, and she was so embarrassed that she could probably dig a 3-bedroom apartment with her toes, but she's still tough enough to deal with me. In the end, she said that besides thanking me, she mainly wanted to do business with me and buy water. She had her eye on my reward water bottle that could produce unlimited water. I teased her a bit, reminding her that she still owed me a favor. And seeing how close she was to crying, I didn't push it too far and lent her the water bottle, charging her daily. This move is called sustainable wool pulling. Just as I had Vivi sorted out, Robin sent news that she had found a target, the Drum Kingdom. The king is Wapple, a user of the Munch Munch fruit, and a pure tyrant who has nearly driven a major medical nation to the brink of collapse. As soon as I heard that, I thought, great, he's the one. But just as we were preparing to leave, good grief, the world government's lackeys, CP9, had also sneaked into the Rain District. They sent 2 people, one named Khalifa and the other named Gabra. Gabra is a pure love-struck fool who can't stop talking about his goddess, Catherine, and immediately ditched Khalifa to go off and slack off. This teammate's motto is, "You go ahead, I'll follow behind, and I'll be late to the ends of the earth." Khalifa is also a tough character. She came to apply for a job here with a bounty on her head as a deadly maid. When Robin handed me her profile, I took a look at the photo and thought, wow, a blonde with big waves and glasses. Isn't that a coincidence? Although Robin thought this person had an unknown background and might be suspicious, I made a quick decision. Keep her. A spy delivered to my doorstep is too good to pass up, and she would be perfect for spreading some false information to the world government in the future. Khalifa was probably stunned herself, not expecting her infiltration mission to go as smoothly as if she had hacked the game. I introduced her to the team, and without further ado, appointed her as my personal maid. Robin understood my intentions and directly took her to change clothes, dressing her in the maid outfit I had previously prepared for Vivi. That evening at dinner was a battlefield. I sat at the head of the table. To my left was the jealous Ayn, to my right was the slightly awkward Vivi, and behind me stood the newly appointed maid Khalifa. Vivi looked at Khalifa's outfit with a complicated expression, probably recalling some unpleasant memories she wished to forget. As soon as I saw the atmosphere was right, I directly said to Wei Wei, "I'm going on a trip tomorrow. Do you want to come?" She initially wanted to make an excuse, saying the country couldn't do without her. But I cut her off. It's only about 20 days round trip. It won't delay anything. With such a big favor owed to me, how could she dare not go? In the end, she could only nod obediently. The next day, we set off with Princess Wei Wei, marching grandly towards the kingdom of Magon. Once we arrived, good heavens, it was a frozen wasteland. The common people were all sick and weak, while King Wobble was still being tyrannical in his castle on the mountain. The soldiers at the foot of the mountain saw us and rushed over, yelling. Wei Wei still had a bit of a compassionate heart and quietly asked me, "Do we really have to do this? After all, this is a whole country." I couldn't be bothered to look back at that moment, so I had Robin and Khalifa deal with the minions directly, and then I said to Vivi, "You've seen how rotten this country has become, right? What's the point of keeping a king like this around for the new year?" Upon hearing this, Vivi fell silent, as the truth was right in front of us. After dealing with the guards at the foot of the mountain, we made our way up. Those useless people in the castle were no match for Robin and the others at all. As soon as we entered the castle, Robin told me, "It's done. The king has already been taken under control. It was even easier than we imagined." Goodness. The whole process was even less challenging than when we dealt with that guard captain named Dalton before. We swaggered in, and the ground was littered with guards bound like rice dumplings or knocked out cold. Just then, a particularly piercing voice rang out. "Bastards, is it you? Dare to attack our kingdom? Don't you fear the world government will kill you?" I turned to look in the direction of the sound, and there was a fat guy who looked like a tin can, all tied up and shouting about how we are a member state and the Navy won't let us go. Oh my, he was giving me a headache. But that fat guy just kept blabbering, and when he looked up, he saw Vivi. Wow. He instantly got fired up as if he had just been injected with adrenaline, pointing his finger at Vivi and shouting, "The Princess of Alabasta? Are you declaring war on us? The world government won't allow it." The way he acted, you would think Vivi was the mastermind, completely ignoring the rest of us. I'm a bit confused, so I turned to Wei Wei and asked, "Do you know this weirdo?" Wei Wei's expression isn't great. She nods and says she has seen him at a world conference before. As soon as I heard this, my mind went blank for a moment. And then I suddenly remembered. Oh, it's that bastard. Back when Vivi was just a little kid, he slapped her in public over a trivial matter at a meeting. How could I tolerate that? That fat guy was still there, puffing himself up and threatening me. And before he could finish his sentence, I coldly shot back 2 words, "Kill him." The entire hall fell silent in an instant. The fat guy's eyes nearly popped out. He probably didn't expect me to play so unpredictably. I deliberately didn't let Robin and the others take action. I turned my head and looked at the undercover maid sent by the world government who had been following me, Khalifa, and nodded slightly to her. "Little maid, aren't you going to take action? My family knows. I just love this feeling of having a lackey do the dirty work. Making their own people kill each other. It's so interesting." Khalifa was stunned for a moment, but just for a moment, then quickly responded. She also knew I was testing her, so she didn't dare hesitate. I saw her hands suddenly produce a bunch of slippery bubbles, which directly covered Walpo's face. The fat guy didn't even have time to scream before he went quiet. The whole process was clean and neat. No wonder she's a professional agent. I looked at her expressionless face and intentionally teased, "No wonder you're the death maid. You really know how to be ruthless. Maybe one day you'll deal with me the same way." Khalifa pushed her glasses up, lowered her head, and said, "I kill only to survive. I won't seek death myself." Look at that. Her words were flawless. Just as this was finishing up, Vivi came over, her face full of concern, and asked me, "Mr. Kyle, is this going to cause trouble?" I ignored her completely and directly gave Robin an order. "When someone dies, it's time to change the leadership of this country. Go and bring that strong man named Dalton from earlier. Let him take charge for now. Also, gather all the doctors in this country and have them get back to work to save the people. I am decisive in my actions. and Robin and her team focus on efficient execution. Everything went smoothly. Guess what? As soon as the news of Valpo and his cronies being wiped out spread, the entire country's citizens popped champagne. Seriously, it was like a New Year's celebration with drums and gongs, celebrating the demise of their tyrant king. Vivi, watching this scene in the castle, was stunned and completely unable to comprehend it. I sit on the throne, watching her shocked expression, and calmly say, what is there to not understand? In this world, many people were never meant to live. They should have died long ago. I merely sent them on their way a little earlier. We stayed in the Drum Kingdom for 2 days, arranging everything clearly. Dalton became the new king, and the medical system was rebuilt, making the lives of the common people look better. I also met the legendary Dr. Kiriha and her little reindeer chopper. That old lady is very shrewd. She could tell at a glance that I wasn't a good person, but for the sake of the country, she still agreed to cooperate. As for the reindeer, to be honest, I have no interest in him. He can do whatever he wants. Just as I was planning my next move, everything suddenly went dark in front of me. The quiz event is starting. This QA session will open the QA space, hosted by the administrator. Goodness, the system has upgraded again. I hadn't even had the chance to study it when an option popped up in front of me. The QA space is ready. Would you like to begin? I turned to Robin and briefly told him, this is up to you, then decisively clicked yes. As my vision blurred and then brightened again, I found myself in a bizarre, vast white space. In front of me was an extraordinarily long table, and I was seated at the head of it. I had just settled down when, with a whoosh, a tall and imposing figure appeared in front of me. I looked and laughed. It was Teacher Zephyr. Teacher Zephyr looked a bit dazed, probably still recovering from having tea at the Navy headquarters just a second ago. Before he could react, another whoosh, and an even more outrageous figure appeared. Emperor Kaido. This guy was holding a gigantic wine gourd, drunkenly looked at me, then at Zephyr, and burped. Navy? And this little brat. Is this the QA space? Then, like dumplings falling from the sky, people started appearing one after another. There were Navy members, world government officials, and a few pirates whose names I couldn't recall. The most explosive moment was when a celestial dragon actually appeared at the end. That guy, sporting his signature bubble-shaped hairstyle, landed and immediately started throwing a fit, screaming, "Who dares to capture me? The Holy One. I will." He was halfway through his rant when he probably sensed that the atmosphere was off. The people around him were all no pushovers, each one emanating an intimidating aura. Kaido, who had been drinking heavily, immediately darkened his face at the noise, and a fierce aura pressed down, roaring, "Trash, shut up." As it turned out, that celestial dragon was a real piece of work. Relying on his status, he retorted back at Kaido, "Who dares to make me shut up? I am a celestial dragon. You commoners." Well, that certainly poked a hornet's nest. Commoners? Kaido cracked his neck, the joints popping, and stepped toward the celestial dragon, seeing that things were about to escalate. Teacher Zephyr quickly stepped in to block him. "Kaido, this is not a place for you to act recklessly." Kaido grinned, his smile more ferocious than anyone else's. "What place is there that I can't act recklessly in?" As he spoke, his fist, as large as a cooking pot, was already raised. I was thinking that I couldn't really let those two start fighting here. After all, this is my territory. Just as Kaido was about to make a move, I lazily spoke up. "You know, fighting here will get you punished, so think it over." As soon as I finished speaking, I felt a super buff added to me by the system, and a massive surge of power instantly rushed in. Kaido completely ignored me and swung his fist down with a gust of wind, probably wanting to test the rules of this place. Unfortunately, before his fist could even touch Teacher Zephyr, I gently blew a breath toward him. Crack! Just like that. The fearsome for Emperor Kaido from a second ago was instantly frozen into a sparkling ice sculpture, immobilized from his feet to his neck, leaving only his head to roar angrily. "Damn it, you little brat, you're asking for death." Kaido struggled desperately, but the ice was tougher than hockey, and he couldn't even create a single crack. I looked at his furious and helpless expression and added, "If you keep making noise, I'll seal your head up too." Only then did Kaido behave himself. I used Kaido as a negative example, glancing around at those who were scared silly, and said in the calmest tone the harshest words, "Feel free to find a seat. If you don't want to sit, I can make you end up like Kaido." At that moment, no one dared to act recklessly, including that celestial dragon, who obediently found a chair to sit down. Once everyone was seated, I cleared my throat and began to announce the rules. The rules are very simple. First, no fighting. The consequences are right there. Second, there will be 3 questions, and each person must answer at least one. Once you answer, regardless of whether you are right or wrong, you can leave. Of course, there will be rewards for correct answers and for wrong answers. He. Saying this, I waved my hand, and a virtual screen appeared in front of everyone. Question: what are the names of the 3 ancient weapons, which have the title of gods and have existed since ancient times, that can destroy the world? Wrong answer penalty. Lose a certain ability. The ability to erase. As soon as I saw the question, I laughed and directly filled in the answers. Pluto, Poseidon, and Uranus. Just as I submitted my answers, I heard a scream from the side. A poor pirate had probably guessed one wrong, and since he had no devil fruit ability to lose, the system determined to erase him instantly. In a flash, that person disintegrated like sand right before my eyes, leaving not even a speck of ash. Truly a physical elimination. At that moment, the entire venue fell silent. The world government and the Navy exchanged glances, and soon they unified their answers, with everyone getting it right. The remaining pirates turned pale. How could they know this? After the first question ended, some were happy while others were worried. Then, the second question appeared. Question: what are the 3 ancient weapons that have the title of gods and can destroy the world, which have design blueprints still preserved since ancient times? Multiple choice: 1. Pluto, 2. Poseidon, 3. Uranus. It was still about ancient weapons, but this question was trickier. The pirates were completely panicked with a 1/3 chance. Bet right and go to heaven, bet wrong and go to hell. The world government began to whisper among themselves again, and one pirate, feeling indignant, questioned why they could cheat. I smiled and said to him, "You can communicate too, as long as you trust each other." Then, a seemingly clever pirate suddenly stood up and pledged his loyalty to me. "Master Manager, please give us an answer. As long as we can leave here, we'll stick with you from now on." I looked at his fawning expression and almost burst out laughing. These useless people, do they even deserve it? I leaned back in my chair and said to them slowly, "In life, you have to rely on yourself. Isn't being a pirate all about freedom? Now, you can make your choices freely with a 1/3 chance. Good luck." After saying that, I directly chose the Underworld King and comfortably enjoyed the thrill of my physical abilities enhancing again. But guess what? That Kaido guy opposite me also guessed right. Goodness. His big eyes were as wide as bells, and even through the ice, I could feel his murderous intent. It was as if he was ready to write, "I'll kill you" when you get out on his face. However, right now, he was just an ice sculpture, unable to move, only able to stare. As for me, I couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. After all, there would be plenty of opportunities to deal with him later. For now, I just needed to focus on the questions. I tell you, the moment the third question came out, the atmosphere in the entire space changed dramatically. On the screen, there was a line of big letters. Question: where's the design blueprint of Pluto? Pluto. Who understands this question? Family? It's like throwing a nuclear bomb into the ocean. The blueprint of Pluto. If that thing gets exposed, the whole world will be in chaos. The naval headquarters outside must be in an uproar. Sure enough, at this moment in the naval headquarters, the atmosphere in Admiral Sengoku's office had dropped to freezing point. Sengoku's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and he ordered Kizaru, you get over there immediately. If you handle this well, the next admiral will be you." As soon as these words were spoken, Akainu's face fell instantly, his eyes like knives glaring at Kizaru. Akiji didn't care. As long as it wasn't Akainu taking the position, it was fine. So, can you guess how that old fox Kizaru responded? He shook his head like a rattle drum, with a face that said, "Please spare me." "Oh dear, Admiral, let it go. I'm not interested in the admiral position." Goodness, this guy is so addicted to slacking off that he'd rather give up power just to keep his right to be lazy. Truly the pinnacle of slacking off. This made Sengoku furious. He slammed the table, pointing his finger at the 3 admirals and scolding. "You don't want to be? Then who is suitable? One is a paranoid. One is a slacker. And then there's that old scoundrel Garp. I must have been cursed for 8 lifetimes to lead you bunch. Useless at everything. First in internal strife." Spit was almost flying onto Akainu's face. Akainu still wanted to argue a bit, but Sengoku shot back. "What are you saying? You go up and PK Akiji, right? You want to dismantle the naval headquarters before you're happy? Is this your absolute justice?" Just as they were staging their internal naval drama, the system over there revealed the answer. The world government folks are really well informed. They directly provided the answer: Water City. The system judged it correct. Sengoku couldn't care less about arguing anymore and immediately shouted, "Kizaru, hurry up and act." Kizaru, hearing he could slip away, let out a huge sigh of relief and turned into a streak of golden light to run, probably calculating how to work without putting in any effort. As for me, I couldn't be bothered with their naval internal issues anymore. I, of course, knew the answer even more precisely than they did. However, to avoid being too conspicuous, I just filled in Water City and got a 15 boost in physical fitness. Although it's not much, a mosquito's leg is still meat. The most crucial part is that my target was already locked in, that perverted airplane head guy who only wears underwear, Frankie. I had to snatch this talent before the Navy could. Meanwhile, the remaining pirates in the QA space had completely collapsed. Each one was crying and begging me. Begging the government people for answers. Please, I don't want to die. I surrender. I will tell you all the information. Unfortunately, no one paid them any attention. When time was up, screams rang out one after another, and in the end, only one unlucky guy was left. Although he didn't die, his devil fruit ability was erased, and he cried harder than if he had died. After the 3 questions ended, I waved my hand and sent all these people away. And I also received a 30 manager bonus, happily returning to the Drum Kingdom. As soon as I landed, I started making arrangements. Having Robin trade with the Navy to exchange the half-dead old sand for various urgently needed supplies, like sea prism stone and devil fruits, as much as possible. On the other hand, I took Shoha and the Flying Shadow Corps directly to Water City. Upon arriving at Water City, wow, what a mess. Pirates and bounty hunters from all over the world swarmed in like cats smelling fishy. The Navy and world government people had already controlled Mayor Iceberg, but Frankie, the local snake, was quite good at hiding. I ordered Shoha and the Flying Shadow Corps to conduct a city-wide carpet search, and finally, at night, we found the airplane head pervert hiding in an ordinary civilian house. As soon as I stepped through the door, a gun was pointed at me. Frankie was covered in wounds. Extremely nervous. I completely ignored the broken gun and smiled at him. Hello, Frankie. He recognized me at a glance. After all, my face as a manager is now known all over the world. I'll get straight to the point. The world government is looking for you, and Mayor Iceberg won't last much longer. How about you come with me? He didn't believe me and tried to draw his weapon, but what happened? I just gave a glance to my guard, and with the magnetic force activated, his modified metal parts instantly became unresponsive, completely under my control. I told him I wasn't that interested in his design plans. What I wanted was his technology for building sea trains. I told him to come with me and work for me for 5 years. Realizing he couldn't escape, he had no choice but to accept. Just as we were about to leave, guess who I ran into? Kizaru. This guy was busy taking out small fry, blasting them with lasers and mumbling about how scary it was. His acting was so good, he deserved an Oscar. When he saw me, he pretended to come over and say something about how he didn't T-support me in time when I got into trouble and got scolded by teacher Zephyr. So he came to apologize. I just laughed. This old fox was clearly unhappy and looking for trouble, but I couldn't be bothered to waste time with him. So I told him to either say what he needed to say or get lost. He glanced at me, then at Frankie, who was wrapped up like a dumpling, and thought better of it. He probably figured it would be too much trouble to fight me, and since the warlords hadn't issued any strict orders, he decided to pass the buck to Admiral Sengoku. So he found some excuse and transformed into a beam of light to escape. Watching his retreating figure, I could almost hear him thinking, I'm a genius. Sure enough, just as Kizaru reported my encounter with Kuro and that he had escaped, Sengoku's roar came through the snail phone. Kizaru, you bastard. Why didn't you stop him? No holidays for you. Kizaru was dumbfounded, with a distressed expression, contemplating whether to defect or retire due to injury. Meanwhile, I had already taken Frankie back to the Drum Kingdom by boat. After I arranged for Frankie, the genius, to work on shipbuilding and laying down the sea train tracks, I took Robin, Viviane, and the others to soak in the newly developed hot springs of the Drum Kingdom. It was incredibly relaxing. The country's development plan was clear, thanks to Robin's arrangements. The hot spring business was booming, and the army was being formed. Looking at my capable subordinates, I immediately started assigning tasks. I had Khalifa, the former CP9 agent, in charge of training new recruits in assassination techniques, with the ninja team assisting. This little maid initially tried to play dumb, but seeing my firm attitude, she had to accept the orders honestly. Then I turned to Ayn, who was blushing in the water and seemed a bit shy. I shot her a sincere look and softened my tone. Ayn, I'm assigning you a group as well. Just follow the training methods that teacher Zephyr taught us before. I'm counting on you. I don't have many people who can help me right now. Upon hearing this, Ayn's face turned even redder, but she nodded firmly. Done. I tell you, I feel at ease leaving this to her. After making these arrangements, I lay back down in the hot spring, feeling incredibly comfortable, as if all my bones were melting. Just as I was enjoying myself, suddenly, a system interface popped up in front of me. Who understands this? This broken system had been MIA for so long that I thought it had run away, and it chose to show up just when I was taking a bath to remind me of its presence. Quiz event starts. Great, here we go again. As soon as I saw what was happening, I understood it was time for that quiz space again. I wave at the girls in the hot spring, signaling them to have fun on their own. Then with a single thought, I teleported. I tell you, I've left some backup here in this drum kingdom. And that big guy, the Crane Guardian, is here to keep the peace, so I doubt anything will go wrong. I casually found a corner to change my clothes. And in the next moment, I appeared in this so-called QA space. As soon as I opened my eyes, wow, this place was bustling, packed with people, most of whom were old geezers. The most eye-catching one, guess who? A celestial dragon, the kind with a big bubble on his head. Afraid others wouldn't know his family was wealthy. This guy came in like he was crazy, pulled out a gun, and started shooting everywhere, yelling something about kneeling. You lowly commoners. The surrounding pirates were so scared they were in a frenzy. I was furious at that moment. This is my territory. How dare you act wild? I snapped my fingers, and the power of the essence of the demon instantly blocked him, while my aura suppressed the entire scene. The rule here is no fighting. If you jump again, I'll erase you, got it? Yet that dragon man still didn't know his place. Pointing at my nose and cursing, "Do you dare threaten the descendant of God? I'll have the general kill you." I thought to myself, fine. If you want to die so badly, I'll help you. I directly used my powers to freeze him into a giant ice sculpture, leaving only his head outside to curse and enjoy the same treatment as Kaido. Anyway, I looked around, and this time the world government didn't send a single person from their side. This guy is dead for sure. Not even Jesus could save him, I'm telling you. After taking care of this eye-catching bag, I cleared my throat and repeated the rules. Besides some ordinary people, there were only pirates here, and the strongest among them had a bounty of 500 million. To be honest, I was even tempted to twist his head off and exchange it for money. All right, everyone sit tight. The quiz is starting. Question: does this world have the existence of sky islands? Options: 1, yes to no. Reward: enhancement of observation hockey. Penalty: loss of abilities or direct annihilation. As soon as I glanced at the question, I laughed. Isn't this an easy point? But the people below were in an uproar. Floating island? What is that? An island in the sky? A fairy tale? Ha ha. This question is too simple. It must be no. As a result, out of more than 20 people, 15 quickly chose no, including that frozen celestial dragon eye sculpture. I shook my head and silently chose yes. The next second, let me tell you, the scene was incredible. Those who answered incorrectly burst like fireworks, poof, turning into light points and disappearing. No, I don't want to die. Fairy tales are all lies. The wailing and screaming, and that celestial dragon, still shouting, "But I am a god," until death gave me a headache. In an instant, out of more than 20 people, fewer than 10 were left. Those who knew the answer were all like old foxes, holding back their mischief and not saying anything, watching others perish with wide eyes. I can feel my observation hockey surging within me, and it feels incredible. The system didn't waste any time and immediately presented the second question. Question: what are the characteristics of the people from Sky Island? Options: 1, no characteristics. 2, bird head and human body. 3, can all fly. 4, all have wings. The reward is still observation hockey. I thought to myself that this system understands me. It's all about precise feeding. If there are a few more rounds like this, that guy would probably look like an elementary school student in front of me. The remaining people below have learned their lesson, all of them frowning and guessing, trying to read something from others' faces. Unfortunately, those who knew the answer had already selected without any expression. Then the third question was even more absurd. Question: where did the ancestors of the Sky Island people come from? Options: 1, the moon. 2, Mars. 3, Sky City. 4, ancient kingdom. What is this? The moon and Mars are mentioned? The people below were completely bewildered. 2 pirates who hadn't answered before were now completely broken down, as time was running out. They crazily rushed towards me, shouting for me to tell them the answer. Can I indulge him? Again, there are 2 freshly made ice sculptures. In the remaining time, this group of people will either answer incorrectly and get erased, or give up answering questions, leaving only a few survivors in the end. All right, everyone, the game is over. Come back to play next time. I smiled and sent them all away, each of them turning pale with fear, probably never wanting to see me again in their lives. This time, the harvest was truly significant. I tell you, my observation hockey has directly upgraded to version 2.0. Now I can not only predict actions, but also directly sense the malice deep within others. Even if someone is smiling on the outside, the thought of wanting to harm me cannot escape my notice. Upon returning to the Drum Kingdom, the first thing I did was wander around the base, testing my new ability. Guess what? That woman Khalifa, on the surface, was very respectful to me, but as soon as I got close, I sensed a faint hint of malice. Interesting. The most surprising was Robin. I circled around her several times and truly felt no malice at all. Either she hides it too well, or she really sees me as her boss. This woman is becoming increasingly inscrutable. Then I went to find Ein. This girl looked impatient as soon as she saw me, but as soon as I activated my new ability, wow. The overwhelming kindness and goodwill coming from her was simply impossible to hide. I directly teased her. You look even prettier after a few days. She pushed me away disdainfully, saying, you should tell that to your Princess Vivi. As soon as I heard it, I laughed. Oh, is she jealous? I directly pulled her into my arms. This girl only struggled symbolically for a moment before settling down, just like before. I was just thinking of getting closer to her when suddenly there was a knock on the door. Ein, as if shocked, pushed me aside. When I opened the door, there stood Princess Vivi, followed by her bodyguard Belle. Seeing the situation in the room, Vivi blushed and said a bit shyly, sorry to interrupt you. I made a joke directly. If you come over too, it wouldn't be a bother. As soon as I finished speaking, I immediately sensed that the bodyguard behind her, named Belle, was radiating malice. His gaze sharp like a knife. This new ability is really useful. Vivi didn't respond to my comment, looking anxious as she said to me, something happened in Alabasta. I must go back immediately. All right, national matters are important. I quickly had Robin arrange for someone to escort her, and secretly place my ninja team and Claw Shadow on her ship. I had to find out what was really going on over there. After sending Vivi off, life returned to normal. I was recruiting troops and clearing out pirates on the trade routes for money. Life was quite comfortable. However, just a few days later, Sengoku's phone snail rang. He got straight to the point. Kid, the news about you having taken down the king of the Drum Kingdom has spread. Now, several affiliated countries have jointly petitioned the world government to have you wanted. So what? I asked him, is our deal over and the Navy coming after me? Not exactly, Sengoku replied. Before the world government issues an order, we one team move against you. Just a heads up, be prepared. Also, Kizaru has already arrived at your place. So treat him well. After hanging up, I couldn't help but scoff. Trying to show off, huh? I know that old fox Kizaru all too well. Sure enough. A couple of days later, Kizaru appeared in front of me with his lewd grin. Hey, Junior, nice to see you again. He even took a careful look at Robin beside me. The son of the devil is really here with you. Be careful now. I couldn't be bothered to waste words with him, so I directly signaled Robin. Arrange a 10-day hot spring tour for Admiral Kizaru, with full service. This guy was still feigning innocence, saying he was here for serious business, but his body was more honest than anyone else's, eagerly following someone to the hot springs. When Robin came back, she was confused. Is he really a Navy admiral? He doesn't seem like one at all. There are many oddballs in the Navy, so it's normal. I waved my hand and didn't take it seriously. I was contemplating what to do next and whether I should nudge Teacher Zephyr about the progress, when Robin suddenly rushed over with a serious expression. Boss, the people we stationed in front of the channel have been defeated. I've already sent the ninja team into action, but they're not a match either. Robin hesitated for a moment and added, I just confirmed that the enemy is that straw hat kid, Luffy. Of course, he still knew who he was working for, regardless of what might happen when there was no system in place. If trouble was to be stirred up here, she wouldn't hold back either. The straw hat kid has arrived? Kyle chuckled upon hearing this. So this guy has made it here too. Prepare the ship. I'll go take a look. Kyle thought for a moment and decided to leave Guard Crane here. After all, this place was gradually becoming their headquarters. He wasn't worried about anyone being able to take action against him at sea. Worst case, he could freeze the surface of the sea and escape into the water. He didn't believe anyone could chase him down directly. What a genius. You want to take action yourself? Robin was a bit surprised. Previously, even if someone caused trouble, it was usually the bounty criminals who piled up lives to deal with it. Prepare the ship. Kyle didn't elaborate further. Upon hearing this, Robin stopped asking questions. Taking advantage of the time left, Kyle found Ein to explain the situation briefly. After that, he quickly prepared for action. In the hot spring house, Straw Hat Kid Luffy. What a hassle. If I don't go, will I get killed by Mr. Carp next time we meet? The Admiral, Borsalino, complained lazily while soaking in the hot spring. He was now a useless admiral and completely unmotivated to move. Of course, he thought that way, but feeling that Kyle was already in action and the ship was prepared, he quickly put on his clothes and transformed into a yellow light to move. On the ship at sea, Kyle said seriously, I thought you were just spying on me, but I didn't expect you to be paying attention. Don't think too much of it. I just happened to see it, not paying attention or spying on you. Borsalino replied with a serious look, though he still seemed quite lewd. After soaking in the hot spring for quite some time, he felt his skin had turned a bit whiter and better. So you know what I'm going to do? Kyle asked. I'm just casually looking. Casually looking, Borsalino initially intended to answer, but changed the subject upon seeing Kyle's gaze. The two didn't say much else, as they weren't very familiar, even to the point of being strangers. Setting sail, they headed straight for the destination. In fact, Luffy and the others were not far from here. After Frankie's modifications, their ship was equipped with an accelerator. Even against the wind, they could still move. And with the wind, their speed was even more astonishing. Are you really going to catch that kid? Borsalino couldn't help but ask on the way. Do you want me to let him go? Kyle countered. After all, he's the grandson of Vice Admiral Carp and the son of the Revolutionary Army leader. Borsalino had a look as if he was doing it for Kyle's benefit. Even if someone asked him to catch that kid, he might just turn a blind eye. As for Kyle, taking action himself made it hard to believe he had no other intentions. Let's meet first, then confirm the situation. Maybe Vice Admiral Carp wants to clean up his own house, but can't make the move. Perhaps I can help him a bit, Kyle said with a slight smile. This made Borsalino sweat a bit on his forehead, feeling like he was on a pirate ship. I should get off this ship. Unfortunately for him, being called here meant he had no opportunity. Unless he found a chance to contact Sengoku and ask to be sent back, or simply betray the Navy. Since I've asked so many questions, let me ask you one. I heard you're a spy for the Revolutionary Army and that you recognized Luffy as his second uncle? Kyle suddenly recalled some previous jokes and tentatively asked Borsalino. Although it seemed like a joke, if it were true, the outcome could be different. Huh? Borsalino feigned ignorance. Where did you hear that from? A friend of mine from the Revolutionary Army, Kyle said with a smile, sounding serious. Although I do know them, I wouldn't go that far. Are you sure your friend didn't fool you? Borsalino thought Kyle was joking. Of course, only he knew what he really thought. That friend you mentioned, wouldn't that be you? Who knows? Ha ha, Kyle chuckled while looking at Borsalino. Then if I end up killing him, it shouldn't be a big deal, right? After all, he's just a pirate with a bounty of 30 million. Kyle said, fixing his gaze on Borsalino, as if to ask if he would stop him. It's worth more to capture him alive. Borsalino initially wanted to say it didn't matter, but he genuinely feared that Kyle might actually go all out, and if it got exposed, he would have to take the blame. Better to be cautious. How about I ask a friend to give you 30 million instead? After hesitating, Borsalino finally spoke up. That friend you're talking about, it wouldn't be you, would it? Kyle laughed. How could it be? I don't have any money. That said, Luffy was definitely worth more than 30 million. The two exchanged words back and forth. During this time, Borsalino couldn't help but report the situation to Sengoku, causing Sengoku, who was far away, to become somewhat anxious. Is this kid trying to provoke Carp? Or does he have some grudge against Carp? Listening to Borsalino's words, Sengoku, for once, was not so laid back. Based on his analysis of Kyle, it seemed more likely that he was planning something with Luffy. The talk about killing was probably just talk. But when the other side was questioning Borsalino, it felt like they were also inquiring about his stance. If necessary, take action. We can't let him kill that Straw Hat Kid before Carp arrives. Soon, Sengoku replied to Borsalino. After that, he continued to be laid back. As long as the Straw Hat Kid didn't die, the rest was for Carp to handle. Whether it was due to some grudge or other reasons, he would pretend not to know anything. After all, if anything happened, the next admiral would take the fall, and he would just leave it to Borsalino. During this time, Sengoku hesitated and contacted Carp, who couldn't hold back and accelerated his advance on the warship. He also called the Den Den mushy and scolded Zephyr. Zephyr, you, and quickly hung up. Zephyr. Now, while digging for various news within the Navy and about the world government, Zephyr was also confused. He wanted to determine whether the Navy was worth continuing to serve. Suddenly receiving this call left him puzzled. Could it have been exposed? Carp's words even made Zephyr wonder if it would be better to run away. This old guy must be really angry for coming here to scold him. It shouldn't be a small matter. Zephyr even doubts whether he has touched on some confidential information that was leaked. Chapter 76. Captured. Zephyr, who is suffering from an undeserved disaster, feels helpless. But before he captures anyone, he needs to continue confirming things first. Carp is hurrying, planning to catch that bastard Luffy before Kyle does. The world is in turmoil. Chaos is about to break out. What a load of nonsense about being the Pirate King. It would be better to be the king of the Navy. A dog-headed warship is sailing quickly towards the first half of the Grand Line. But even that is no match for Kyle, who has already arrived in this area. Whiskey Peak. Nami, have you confirmed the next island? After clearing out the bounty hunters here, Luffy and the others have already started a feast. They plan to set off the next day. However, the Grand Line is different from other places. They can't just go wherever they want. Damn it, shut up. I'll talk about this after I find all the money on this island. These bounty hunters have so much money. I wonder how many pirates they have killed. Nami shouted with a greedy expression. While others are fighting, she's looking for money. While others are feasting, she's still looking for money. Now that others are about to set off, she's still searching for money. That's enough. These guys have decent strength, and the people behind them won't let us off easily. Zoro has a bad feeling. The bounty hunters here are already quite strong. The people from Baroque Works are not what they used to be. Many bounty hunters who are in it for the money have been brought in by Kyle. These guys will do anything for money, so their strength is naturally not ordinary. Of course, as frontline soldiers, they are enough, but compared to Zoro and the others, they still fall short. I understand. Wait until I deal with that guy from last night. Nami also understands Zoro's meaning. It's rare that she doesn't argue. Hey, you've been too noisy. There's ships coming outside, really big ships. Usopp suddenly shouted from high spot. Here they come again. Zoro took a sip from a bottle of wine. Although he just advised them to set off, that was because he felt that fighting with such people was pointless. Moreover, Luffy is already eager to set off. If the opponent is delivering themselves to his door and there is still no opportunity to set off, he wouldn't mind doing something. Green Algae Head. Go deal with him quickly and come back for dinner. Sanji, who has been busy, directly shouted. I'm going too. Sanji, I want more meat. Luffy quickly added. In an instant, he dragged Zoro and was about to set off. Zoro didn't even have the chance to say anything. He was directly pulled away. I'm going to kill you, Luffy. In the end, only a loud voice was left. It was quite tragic. The others watched this scene and found it quite funny. Then they all went back to their own business. They were quite confident in Luffy and Zoro's strength. They delivered themselves. Just getting off the warship, Kyle has already sensed it. Two figures are approaching. Kizaru isn't even looking. You won't make a move, will you, Admiral Kizaru? Kyle looked at him. Capturing Luffy doesn't depend on the opponent's strength, but on Kizaru. What exactly do you want to do? It shouldn't be to kill him, right? Since we're already here, let's just say it casually. One is to meet that revolutionary leader, and the other is to see if I can threaten Vice Admiral Karp a bit. So, are you satisfied with this? Kyle said with a smile. This made Kizaru break out in a bit of a sweat. Is it really this easy? Of course, upon hearing this, he decided to play dead. As long as he doesn't die, it has nothing to do with him. I'll just watch from here. The enemy, rubber gun. Kizaru stood aside and just watched. From a distance, a gigantic fist came flying straight at him. Bam! In the end, it landed on something hard. This made Luffy, who was far away, feel a pain. He felt like he was being controlled, and it even hurt. Why? Am I not rubber? Luffy thought for a moment at the end. But before he had the chance, he was bounced back by the rubber. The fist that should have retracted was caught, and with a strong pull from Kyle, he flew away. The physical differences between the two sides were considerable. Luffy. Zoro was also shocked. He never expected Luffy to fly away like that in an instant. Zoro, who had just been shouting to kill him, immediately moved to save him. Three-sword style. Tempest kick. Before he could attack, he already sensed a slashing strike from afar. Zoro braced against the slash, but was still forced to retreat repeatedly. Quiet down. Looking at the guy in front who still wanted to shout, Kyle was not polite. He froze the straw hat kid in place, leaving just his head. Ice Knight. In an instant, the Ice Gel Knight burst forth and began attacking Zoro. Zoro, who had already been forced back by a slash, felt quite uncomfortable. After receiving continuous attacks from the Ice Knight and Kyle's direct assault, he quickly turned into an ice sculpture. That's enough mercy, right? Turning to look at the tall figure, Kyle casually said. He had his men carry the ice sculpture away. Who are you? Luffy widened his eyes, completely not expecting to encounter such an opponent as soon as he arrived here. He is the manager. Zoro recognized him. He is bad with directions, not face-blind. And he has this ability. In the Navy, he also noticed Kizaru in the distance. That righteous font, so grand. The Navy. Quiet down. Looking at Luffy, who was about to speak, he directly had someone bind him with sea prism stone and chains. Then he canceled the powers of the devil fruit. This time, it's to capture people, not to kill them. What do you plan to do with the others? Kizaru seemed to sense something and asked another question. Who knows? No bounty. Should we just kill them? Kyle looked at the two who were glaring at him with fierce expressions and directly uttered words that chilled their hearts. Kizaru curled his lips and stopped speaking. Luffy and Zoro had no right to say anything. In the distance, Usopp, who was observing from afar, panicked. It's over. Luffy and Zoro have been caught. If they're captured, let them come back. Sanji said while cooking, and he quickly reacted. You mean they were captured? Yes. I saw it with my own eyes, Usopp quickly said. Nami, pack your things and leave first. Don't worry about anything else. I'll go save them. And if I can't save them, you guys leave on your own. Sanji shouted directly. Nami didn't even have time to say anything before Sanji had already dashed out. Nami, listening to Usopp's words, Nami, who was a bit flustered and pale, finally realized. It will be fine. Let's find a ship first and wait for them. At this moment, Nami didn't care about the money anymore. It was like finding a ship to escape with them. As long as they were on the ship, Nami was still very confident. Chapter 77. A ship must leave in order. Bastard, let them go. Take this. Sanji, dressed in a black suit, rushed over. With a swift kick, he quickly became another captive of Kyle's men. The trio was now fully equipped for battle. Looking at the displeased blonde teenager in front of him, Kyle directly ordered his men to throw them aside. Those who dare to mess with me should be prepared to be dealt with as well. Bastard. If you have a problem, come at me. It has nothing to do with them. Don't go, it's all my doing. Bastard. Originally, Sanji was quite disdainful, but seeing Kyle's figure quickly disappearing, he felt a bit flustered. After all, those were the only people they had left. Damn it. Luffy and Zoro were also furious, but there was no opportunity to say more at the moment. On the side, Kizaru watched silently, just sitting and enjoying the show, thinking about what would happen when Vice Admiral Garp arrived. Meanwhile, Nami and Usopp, who had already reached the shore, were waiting. They initially thought it was Sanji and the others, but hope was just hope. In the end, what came was despair. Chili Star. Explosion Star. Usopp fired several rounds of ammunition in succession. Before even reaching Kyle, they were easily dodged. The speed of this ammunition was completely ignorable. It was accurate, but not fast enough. Zoro. In an instant, he accelerated and was already beside the two. Are you going to come with me obediently? Or do you want to be beaten up before you go? His ordinary words sounded like an invitation, yet it made the two on-site feel their hair stand on end. Sir, we are just ordinary people. We encounter a bad guy here. What are you going to do? Just let us go, and I'll do anything you want. Nami, the little thief cat, said delicately while biting her lip and adjusting her clothes. I wasn't interested in the little thief cat. Let's be honest. A ship needs to leave in an orderly manner. Kyle glanced over and urged them directly. He had no malice towards Nami, of course, but he didn't particularly like her either. To him, whether in his past life or this one, she was just a slightly pretty woman, not even as good as Vivi. The rare seduction technique turned out to be useless. Damn it, in the end, it still has to be me, Captain Usopp. Usopp spoke up from the side. Although his legs were trembling with nervousness, he still managed to speak. Courageous. But halfway through his sentence, Kyle slapped him down. My patience is limited. The only reason I'm talking to you is that you don't have a bounty and might be useful. Let them go, you bastard. Sanji, dressed in a black suit, rushed over. A swift flying kick soon turned him into another captive of Kyle's men. The trio of combat power was complete. Looking at the displeased blonde boy in front of him, Kyle ordered someone to throw them aside. Those who dare to mess with me should be prepared to be dealt with. Bastard, if you have a problem, come at me. It has nothing to do with them. Don't go, it's all my doing. Bastard. Sanji initially looked down on the situation, but seeing Kyle's rapidly disappearing figure, he became a bit flustered. That was their only remaining ally. Damn it. Luffy and Zoro were also furious, but now there was no opportunity to say anything more. Kizaru, sitting by and watching, said nothing, thinking about what would happen when Vice Admiral Garp arrived. On the other side, Nami and Usopp, who had reached the shore, were waiting. They initially thought it was Sanji and the others, but hope was just hope. In the end, despair arrived. Chili Star. Explosion Star. Usopp fired several rounds of ammunition in quick succession. Before reaching Kyle, they were easily dodged. The speed of these projectiles was simply ignorable. They were accurate, but not fast enough. Shave. In an instant, Kyle accelerated and was already beside the two. Are you going to come with me honestly? Or do you want me to beat you up first? His ordinary words sounded like an invitation, but they made the two on-site break into a cold sweat. Sir, we are just ordinary people who encounter a bad guy here. What do you want to do? Let's go. As long as you let us go, I'm willing to do anything. Nami, the little thief cat, bit her lip and adjusted her clothes, speaking in a delicate tone. I wasn't interested in the little thief cat. Let's be honest. A ship needs to leave in an orderly manner. Kyle glanced over and urged them directly. He had no malice towards Nami, and certainly didn't like her. To him, whether in his past life or present, she was just a slightly pretty woman, not even as good as Vivi. The rare seduction technique turned out to be useless. Damn it, in the end, it's still up to me. Captain Usopp. Usopp spoke up from the side. Although his legs were trembling with nervousness, he still spoke. Courageous. But halfway through, he was knocked down by a slap from Kyle. My patience is limited. I'm only talking to you because you don't have a bounty and it might be useful. Usopp fired several rounds of ammunition in quick succession. Before they even reached Kyle, they were all dodged effortlessly. Those projectiles were easy to ignore due to their speed. They were accurate, but not fast enough. Shave. With a burst of acceleration, Kyle was already beside the two. Are you going to come with me honestly? Or do you want to get beaten up first? His ordinary words felt like an invitation, yet made the two present stand on end. Sir, we are just ordinary people, and we encounter bad guys here. What do you want to do? Let us go, and I will do anything you ask. Nami, the little thief cat, said delicately while biting her lip and adjusting her clothes. I wasn't interested in the little thief cat. Let's be honest, a ship needs to leave in an orderly manner. Kyle glanced over and urged us directly. He had no ill will towards Nami, but he certainly didn't like her either. To him, whether in this life or the previous one, she was just a slightly prettier woman. Not even as good as Vivi. The rare seduction technique turned out to be useless. Damn it, in the end, it still has to be me, Captain Usopp. Usopp spoke up from the side. Although his legs were shaking with nerves, he still managed to speak. Courageous, indeed. However, halfway through, he was slapped down by Kyle. My patience is limited, and I'm only talking to you a bit more because you don't have a bounty and it might be useful. Courage is commendable. However, before I could finish, I was knocked down by Cairo with a slap. My patience is limited, and I'm only talking to you a bit more because you don't have a bounty and it might be useful. Chapter 78, Inviting Kizaru. Well, there should be quite a few, right? Kizaru's expression didn't change much. As an old Marine, he has seen the Pirate King die. He naturally knows what things were like back then. One can only say that it was chaotic before, and now it's even more chaotic. There were many experts before, but now there are a lot of pirates, and many of them are likely to become experts. Just like the increasing number of supernovas in the Sabaody archipelago each year. So, I don't hate all pirates, I just dislike a portion of them. As long as they have a bounty, are of no special value, and are confirmed to have problems, it's only a matter of time before they are dealt with. Of course, if they haven't committed any crimes, I won't particularly care about them, even if they have a bounty, unless they provoke me into action. Cairo said this while looking at Kizaru. This made Kizaru think of Luffy. He frowned. Does that guy have any value? It feels like such a hassle. I might as well go back to Marine headquarters and sleep. Why am I here? Since you've asked me so many questions, let me ask you one. Admiral Kizaru, do you have any plans to leave the Marines? I can offer you a high salary, you know, Cairo suddenly said to Kizaru. This left Kizaru momentarily stunned. I'm not some spy, as you say, and I have never thought of leaving the Marines. Thinking back to what this guy said about being part of the Revolutionary Army, Kizaru replied directly. What a pity. Could you tell me why you joined the Marines? Why join the Marines? What was your reason for being a Marine before? Kizaru did not answer directly. For the so-called justice. Cairo did not hide it and answered directly. The two exchanged questions and answers. This answer made Kizaru want to see if Cairo was joking. Unfortunately, he couldn't see anything at all. Today's young people are truly terrifying. They show no signs of deceit. Kizaru shook his head, looking as if he had been bullied. Because I wasn't lying in the first place. Cairo took a sip of his drink. So what you're doing now is also for justice? Of course, before I was thinking of changing the Marines from the inside to change the world, but that opportunity is gone now. And now, it has always been the same, so I really need people, especially someone like you, Admiral Kizaru. Another Revolutionary Army member? Poaching from the Marines is illegal, especially since you're a high-ranking officer. I'll just pretend I didn't hear that, and this conversation ends here. Kizaru lay back in his chair, looking like a salted fish. He placed a newspaper on his head and pretended to be asleep. He had no interest in explaining why he became a Marine. He was worried that if he spoke out, this guy might use it against him. Then let's end it here for now. I hope that when you see the shattered Marines, you'll make a choice. Cairo said directly. Kizaru originally wanted to refute something, but felt that the conversation would definitely go on endlessly, so he chose to give up. As the warship moved quickly, they soon reached the vicinity of the Drum Kingdom. Winter had already set in. Before entering Drum Island, Cairo welcomed his guest. Kizaru, who had been pretending to sleep, also woke up. Your trouble is coming. Then why isn't it my helper? To capture the Straw Hat Kid Luffy, Cairo certainly wasn't looking for death. He still had some ideas. At least as long as he didn't kill this guy, Garp wouldn't come after him, regardless of his identity or personality or Zifa's reputation. He wouldn't cause trouble for now. Moreover, Cairo now had the strength to slightly inflate his ambitions. You don't want to recruit Vice Admiral Garp, do you? Are the kids nowadays so crazy? Then Zifa, you should have taken action too, right? Kizaru was already thinking in his heart whether he should tell Sengoku everything. It felt like another troublesome guy. He could even sense the possibly shattered Marines in advance. Of course, perhaps Admiral Sengoku is also on my side. Do you believe it? Cairo said with a smile. Kizaru rolled his eyes and looked at the sky. He didn't say a word. Cairo, kid. From afar, a loud and booming voice came, followed by a figure quickly approaching. Even before the ship arrived, the figure had already run over quickly, stepping on the moonwalk to reach the sky. Yo, Vice Admiral Garp, nice to meet you. I have long admired your name. I grew up hearing your legends. Teacher Zifa has always mentioned you, and I used to admire you a lot. Cairo approached with a cheerful smile, acting like a little fanboy, seemingly oblivious to Garp's anger. Kizaru covered his forehead, seeing this. This guy's personality is completely different when he meets people versus when he meets monsters. He wasn't like this when he fought Garp's grandson. You brat, Zifa shouldn't have taught you these things. Garp twisted his face, gritting his teeth as he said, as an old man, he naturally knows that this guy's low posture is just an act. Teacher Zifa only taught me about justice and combat abilities, of course. He also taught me not to become a pirate, Cairo said with a smile. Are you implying something? Garp initially had no reaction to the earlier words. But when he heard the latter, he already wanted to swing his hand to hit someone. I'm not implying anything. I'm speaking plainly. Cairo spread his hands. I want you, Mr. Garp, to stay and help me. He said his thoughts directly without any disguise. Some things need to be said. Once spoken, there is a chance. If not, there will be no chance at all. You want me to betray the Marines, kid? You're still too young for that. Garp laughed in anger. I have no such intention. I'm just asking you to help me. And besides, how can that be considered betraying the Marines? It's just resigning, Cairo suddenly said. In the end, if you don't plan to leave the Marines, what if the Marines do something to you? I'm a Marine hero. Do you think the Marines would take action against me? Garp sneered. Teacher Zifa was still a former admiral and the chief instructor of the Marines. Yet in the end, he was killed by the Marines, and it was by a bunch of his good disciples. Cairo said this while turning to look at Kizaru, who had been standing aside. This made Kizaru's face twitch a few times. Ahem, that's a matter of the system. It can't be taken seriously. I wouldn't do such a thing to Teacher Zifa, and the Marines wouldn't do anything to Vice Admiral Garp either. Kid, I have no interest in talking to you. Leave Luffy to me, and I'll get you the 30 million berries soon. Kapu did not continue the topic. After all, he came to find his grandson. Regardless, it's better to get rid of the current situation first to avoid being sent to the Navy. He still vividly remembers when Ace was sent to the Navy and then executed. Chapter 79. Leader of the Revolutionary Army, Mr. Kapu. I caught someone with the intention of freeing him. Although you rejected me, I can still attract others to cooperate with me. I believe you would have many ideas about working with me, as we already have many common interests, Cal said with a grin. Regardless of whether Kapu accepted or rejected, he had no intention of freeing him now. After all, his old father had not yet arrived. You mean? Kapu's expression changed slightly. The yellow ape beside him also wore a troubled expression. Yes, it's about your son. You probably haven't seen him for a long time. Why not stay for a while and see him? Then you can use your heroics as a Navy officer to capture the most wanted criminal in the world, or even execute him directly, Cal quickly said. If Kapu stayed, regardless of whether the other party really wanted to work for him or not, there would still be some value in it. Perhaps the Navy or the world government would start to suspect something. A divide-and-conquer strategy. Although it might not be effective, there was no loss in trying. What do you want to do? Are you going to be like that kid? Kapu said, clenching his fist, looking down at him. The throne will rotate. This year's my turn. While I'm not particularly concerned about any throne, it's normal for a big man to have a small wish or goal after being reborn into this world. Cal smiled slightly and spoke. With your strength, being a king should be easy. And aren't you already a king? Kapu replied. The yellow ape seemed to have realized something. Small ambitions, Mr. Kapu. I don't want to be a pirate king, navy king, or king. I want to be the king of the world. I want to change this world to make pirates, human traffickers, and the so-called celestial dragons disappear. Is that goal satisfactory? Kyle's smile grew wider. However, the expressions on Kapu's and the yellow ape's faces were not good. Are you really not worried about us taking you down, saying all this in front of us? Kapu said in a threatening manner. The yellow ape also cooperated, looking like he was ready to strike at any moment. Though he still felt lazy and didn't want to do anything. What is there to fear? If you really intend to fight, then bring it on. Although I'm not fully prepared, I'm not afraid. Right, Revolutionary Army Leader Dragon? Cal said while waving at the sky. Rebellious child, come down quickly. Kapu and the yellow ape naturally sensed the presence in the sky. Soon a strong wind swept through, and a man wearing a green cloak with a strange mark on his face appeared on the ship. He didn't even look at Kapu and the yellow ape, instead gazing at Kyle with a complex expression. Want to cooperate? Looking at the man, Kyle extended his left hand towards Dragon. Rebellious child. Before Dragon could speak, Kapu had already taken action. There was no reason to hesitate when it came to hitting this son. He swung a punch filled with wind. But Dragon had already reacted in advance, quickly dodging and floating into the sky. We can cooperate in eliminating pirates, celestial dragons, and human traffickers. But if you want to become the king of the world, after dodging, Dragon immediately began to speak. Then let us see who can change this world more. Kyle grinned, not overly concerned. Living without doing something would be a waste, wouldn't it? So it's decided. As for Luffy, I hope you'll show him some respect. I want to let him die, but the rest will depend on him. Thank you, but this place isn't safe. We'll contact each other through other means later. Dragon quickly made a decision and disappeared. Since it was confirmed that the other party had captured Luffy because of him, and they had reached a cooperation agreement, although he was uncertain about the outcome later, there was no need to stay here any longer. The other side had the guts to invite his old man to rebel, so there was no need to worry about anything. Plus, with Kapu here, Luffy wouldn't be in any trouble. Damn it, you too. Seeing Dragon, Kapu was very angry. If it weren't for this guy running away, Luffy wouldn't have encountered that red-haired guy. Without that red-haired guy, he wouldn't even think about being the Pirate King. Now he didn't have such troubles. In the future, their family of 3 heroes, 3 vice admirals, and generals would be so glorious, eliminating how many pirates from this world. It was all because of these unfilial guys. Seeing Kapu furious, Cal smiled slightly. I hope Mr. Kapu will seriously consider this. As for Luffy, just leave him here. I'll help educate him. At least he won't become a pirate and turn you into adversaries. You just want to use him to get me to come over more, while also restraining that Brad Dragon, right? After Kyle finished speaking, Kapu immediately opened his mouth, completely exposing him. If you want to say that, I suppose it could be true. Kyle didn't hide it either. Staying here is better than being a pirate, especially now that this world is about to experience great turbulence. You guys are about to start fighting Whitebeard, right? Do you think it's convenient to let this guy continue causing chaos and impel down, or go to Navy headquarters? Kyle was still aware of some movements from the Navy and the world government, directly silencing Kapu. Just as he was about to say something more, their monitors popped up. Soon, Kapu and the yellow ape disappeared from the ship. Not only them, but Luffy, who had been bound before, also vanished, although he was still restricted. The system was still acting chaotically. Receiving the message that the QA space was opening, Kyle felt helpless. These guys had already been teleported in. The QA space is ready. Do you want to start? Be careful returning to Drum Kingdom. Keep an eye on these guys. If they try to run, just take them out. Also, tell them I'm going to find their captain. If they really run away when I come back, then I'll deal with their captain. Kyle initially wanted to leave directly, but thought about the trouble on his ship. If the protagonist as Halo activated, something could go wrong. So he reminded the people around him with a threat. He also arranged for them to go to Drum Kingdom to find Captain Kureha. As long as that guy was stationed there, everything would be foolproof. After making all the arrangements, Kyle wasted no time and chose to enter the QA space. Looking forward to this reward, but there are still questions. It would be nice if it could have some impact on future events. In Chapter 80, during the third system space, Kyle was a bit more cautious around those protagonists. Perhaps there are still some destinies or fortunes involved. Given how things are in this world now, he wouldn't be surprised by anything that happens. Upon entering the system space, he was met with the gazes of various people. The individuals who came this time seemed to be stronger. Oh, it looks like they're all waiting for me. I apologize for the inconvenience. Without a hint of sincerity, Kyle said this while habitually taking his seat at the head of the table, observing each person. The rules shouldn't need to be introduced, right? You've all heard them before. I believe everyone has things to do, so let's get started directly. At this moment, Luffy had already been released by Garp and was looking at Kyle with a desire to punch him. However, with Garp holding him down, he had no chance. Beside them were Kizaru and several Navy personnel, some of whom he recognized and some he didn't, totaling around 20. On the other side were various individuals, pirates, slaves, and ordinary people. Several ordinary people were already in tears, crying softly like bullied little lambs. This queue, it was too difficult for them. They knew nothing and had no abilities to rely on. For them, this system space felt like a death trap. They had learned about it beforehand. In total, there were just over 50 people, and this time there were no celestial dragons. Wait a minute, Administrator, can we leave? We don't want the rewards. We can even accept some punishment, just let us go back. I still need to cook my child at home. A woman spoke up. There were several civilians around her who seemed to be in the same predicament, huddling together for warmth. They were positioned relatively close to the Navy. Shut up, stop crying. A pirate beside her yelled impatiently. Sometimes, the sound of crying can really irritate and frustrate people, especially a pirate who wasn't known for having a good temper. As soon as the pirate shouted, he silenced the woman. Little pirate, who are you trying to scare? You should be the one to shut up. You all should be quiet. A Navy officer shouted loudly beside Garp. With the backing of a Navy hero and a vice admiral, he was quite confident. And indeed, looking at Garp and Kizaru's gazes, the pirates didn't dare to speak anymore. Even pirates from the New World were the same. They were well aware of the renowned figures in the Navy, whose strengths were among the top in the world. Even if they couldn't do anything here, could they not kill them outside? While they were arguing, Cal paid them no mind. He He looked at the panicked individuals and hesitated before speaking. Are you ordinary people? Then I'll make some arrangements. Ordinary people, come closer and sit here. Navy and pirates, you can observe. The woman who had spoken earlier clearly didn't expect Kyle to say this. Thank you, sir. She addressed Kyle and then bowed to Garp and the others. Afterward, she quickly walked over to Kyle, and others did the same, fearing they would be left behind. Sit down and wait for the questions. Seeing that the people who came over still wanted to say something, Kyle directly gestured for them to sit down, although they didn't know what was going on. Seeing that Kyle seemed willing to help them did make them breathe a sigh of relief. Take your positions, everyone. I announced that we are starting. The long table and chairs seemed to have been extended considerably, enough for everyone present to sit. Of course, if you prefer to stand, that's fine as long as it doesn't disturb others. Regardless of what others thought, Kyle announced that the Q&A had begun. The system display screen appeared, and the questions were revealed. Just a glance at the question caused the ordinary people to look at Kyle. Question: in a future without the system, how many supernovas with bounties exceeding 100 million gathered at Sabati Archipelago this year? Multiple choice: 1, 3, 2, 0, 3, 5, 4, 11, 5, 7, 6, 9. Correct answer reward: Goblin summoning technique. The stronger the ability, the more goblins can be summoned. Wrong answer penalty: lose a certain ability, cannot erase abilities, supernovas. Upon seeing the question, Kyle smiled at Garp. Garp felt a bit uneasy under Kyle's gaze and turned to Luffy, who looked confused, and punched him. If it weren't for this brat, Guide Choisons, Gobelin summoning technique, that could be considered an ability, right? Administrator. The civilian woman who had spoken earlier chimed in. Kyle paid no attention and directly shifted the display screen. At first, they didn't know what was happening, but soon they saw Kyle's answer. Thank you, sir. They quickly began to write down the answer. A pirate, quick on his feet, tried to see what it was, but everything appeared blurry. Candidates, please don't whisper and look at others' answers, unless it's a voluntary information exchange. Otherwise, this system won't recognize it, and of course, you won't be able to see it. Kyle said with a smile as he looked at the pirate. This made the pirate's face darken. He pointed at those civilians, causing them to jump in surprise. They had been excited, but now only dared to cautiously look at Kyle, fearing something might go wrong. I told you. Figure it out yourself. Kyle spread his hands, not caring at all about what this guy said. This made the pirates' faces grow grim. They wanted to threaten others, but recalled that Kaido had caused trouble here before, so they quickly gave up. As for the ordinary people, they were now under Kyle's protection. They couldn't move either. Looking at each other, faced with a multiple-choice question, they found it difficult to guess the answer. As for the Navy side, they initially wanted to use the Navy to figure out what the answer was, hoping to learn something. However, on the Navy side, they were also facing a dilemma. No one knew the answer, not even the admirals or the Navy heroes. There weren't that many bounty hunters over 100 million, and they might not even all be gathered at Sabati Archipelago. A Navy officer quickly analyzed. 11 people? That shouldn't be so many. 0, 3? That shouldn't be right either. The answer should be among the other 3. The chances of 9 are relatively small. The most likely answers are still between 5 and 7. Some clever Navy personnel began to discuss. The other Navy members occasionally chimed in, and then slowly turned their gaze towards Garp and Kizaru. According to reason, it should be these 2 big shots who made the decisions. However, one seemed to be in a daze while the other was picking his nose and even using his grandson to wipe it. This was completely unreliable. Chapter 81. The most important thing is relying on oneself. Vice Admiral Garp. Admiral Kizaru, why don't you 2 speak up? A rear admiral in the Navy finally spoke. If there were no big shots here, making a decision or letting someone try wouldn't be a big deal. But now there were big shots present, so he naturally had to be honest. Speak up. Garp turned his head. Kizaru, you're the admiral. You say something. I can't analyze this, but I do know someone who does, Kizaru said as he turned his head. Mr. Kyle, how about sharing some intel? What do you think? Kyle smiled, giving off an expression as if to say whether he would speak or not. This left Kizaru feeling helpless. He spread his hands, looking like he had no choice. Kyle, I remember you're also a Navy officer fighting for justice, you. The rear admiral looked at Kyle, feeling disrespected. He started to speak up, but stopped midway. That was in the past. Kyle raised his hand as if to say not to continue. You want to squeeze me for information about someone who is already dead? That's too much. No one is trying to squeeze you, but let us do it this way. There are about 20 of you, so I'll take 2 billion. I'll tell you the answer. How about that? 100 million for 1 skill, and I'll guarantee your safety. Sound good, right? Kyle said directly. This made the rear admiral's expression change. We can answer other questions. He glanced at the others. How about a discount, 10 billion? This skill doesn't sound that impressive. Kizaru chimed in, adopting a bargaining stance. which made everyone present look at him in disbelief. At the Navy headquarters, Sengoku thought, this guy's embarrassing himself out there. And Carp too. If it weren't for Akainu and Akiji, they wouldn't be normal either. I don't even want to use him. Although I've already given up on him and accepted his laziness, I still find Kizaru annoying. If there's only one person being lazy in this world, it would be Sengoku. Kizaru's codename could be snatched away. From now on, he'll be the Yellow Buddha, while Kizaru struggles with all sorts of matters every day. Thinking about Kizaru living this kind of life in the future, Sengoku couldn't help but smile in satisfaction, suddenly feeling pleased with this newly appointed admiral. In the system space, Kizaru suddenly felt a shiver. What? Is someone targeting me now? Is someone plotting against me? He glanced around cautiously, guessing who might be a threat. Meanwhile, the others looked at Kizaru's strange expression and didn't bother to say anything. I don't like bargaining. It's just 2 billion. It's up to you whether you want it or not, Kyle said, losing interest in further discussions. On the pirate side, someone spoke up. Administrator, I'm willing to offer 100 million for the answer. I'm willing to pay 200 million. I'm willing to. Pirates were eagerly making offers. Those with strength were also afraid. Losing a skill felt like losing their lives. If they could spend money, they preferred that. The ordinary people sitting next to Kyle were all cautious, realizing that this answer was worth so much money that it even made them consider trading. Of course, it was just a thought. They knew their current situation. If they did that, it would definitely upset Kyle, and then they'd be done for. Moreover, even if Kyle wasn't upset, how could they possibly get money from the Navy or the pirates? As ordinary people, they still had a sense of reality. Their safety here was guaranteed by the system. As they thought about the future, they even began to wonder if they could later rely on Kyle and gain skills, which might make them extraordinary. Of course, they could also be targeted. After all, the Goblin-S items might not be ordinary. Thinking of this, the leading woman felt a chill and quickly looked at Kyle. I'm not interested in you. Answer the questions yourselves. After scanning the crowd, although there were some capable individuals, they were just average, probably around Luffy's level of about 100 million at most, not exceeding 300 million. Even though there were New World pirates, they were clearly not major pirates, just small fry mingling in the New World. Are you discriminating against us pirates? We can't do anything here. Aren't you afraid that the pirates outside will come after you? One pirate stood up angrily, slamming the table. This table was clearly not ordinary. Otherwise, it would have been shattered. The fact that he stood up to demand an explanation also angered the pirates present. How could that be? I'm respecting you. Men of the sea, free pirate warriors, why would you need someone else's answers? One must walk their own path in life and face death with dignity. That's what being a pirate is. Isn't it? The most important thing is to rely on oneself, and pirates even more so, he said, pointing at the group of pirates in front of him, completely ignoring their threats. If someone came to die in the first half of the Grand Line, then so be it. As long as they didn't act recklessly and stayed near the sea, they could always escape into the ocean. When the sea was sealed, what could they do? If they had the ability, they could come into the sea to catch him. Then we'd see who bullied whom. He could freeze them into fools. He wasn't Akiji. He wasn't afraid of the seawater at all. If someone came into the sea to play with him, they'd never come out again, turning into ice and sinking into the ocean. The pirates' expressions changed unpredictably. Kyle's words left them at a loss for words. Although there was indeed such a saying that many pirates took pride in freedom and being brave on the sea, was the situation the same now? What do you mean that the most important thing is to rely on oneself? They had partners too, Time is running out. If you keep wasting it, you're doomed. Kyle reminded them kindly as he watched them about to say something. The pirates' expressions changed again. Kyle's words left them unsure of how to respond. Although there was indeed such a saying, many pirates took pride in freedom and bravery on the sea. But was the situation the same now? What do you mean that the most important thing is to rely on oneself? They also have partners, okay? Time is running out. If you keep wasting it, you're doomed. Kyle reminded them with kindness, looking at them to see if they had anything else to say. The most important thing is to rely on yourself. They also have partners, okay? Time is running out. If you keep wasting it, you're doomed. Kyle reminded them again, very kindly. Chapter 82. The yellow ape who likes to take the blame listened to Carp's words. Even the yellow ape's expression stiffened, but soon he gave up on the treatment. Thinking about how Sengoku had been asking him to be the commander recently, he figured he would take the blame for something this time, and then the position of fleet admiral would no longer concern him. At worst, he would just get scolded once. Would they really fire him? With this thought, the yellow ape felt no dissatisfaction. Instead, he smiled and spoke up. 2 billion berries. No problem. Even 50 billion is fine. When these words came out, not only did Kyle think the old yellow ape might be losing his mind, but everyone else around him also looked dumbfounded. Have you been under too much pressure lately? Or is Sengoku forcing you to work, making you unhappy with him? Carp continued to pick his nose and spoke, having recovered from his initial surprise. I'm just doing this for the Navy here. I believe Admiral Sengoku can understand. The yellow ape quickly responded, reining in his expression. Truly worthy of Admiral Yellow Ape. It's great to be with you. One by one, the Navy personnel felt deeply moved. As Navy members, they naturally knew that the Navy often worries about financial issues, especially since this was suddenly $2 billion. The fact that the yellow ape even mentioned $50 billion clearly indicated that he was prepared to be punished. The Navy personnel began to speculate. At Navy headquarters, Sengoku immediately noticed that the yellow ape was not serious. It was clear he wanted to take the blame. He arranged for the yellow ape to deal with a few bounty pirates to gather enough for $20 billion. No, $50 billion. Before he stepped down, he was still the fleet admiral. At this point, Sengoku didn't mind giving this Navy admiral some tasks to do. Since $50 billion was a small matter, let him move a bit more. The advisor Crane nodded without saying much. And this matter was already settled. In the system space, Kyle originally wanted to say $50 billion. But then he thought better of it. He had already mentioned it before. Moreover, saying $20 billion left room for him to negotiate later, while saying $50 billion might truly result in nothing. Admiral Yellow Ape is really admirable. The Navy values its soldiers, which is truly touching. I said $20 billion. So it's $20 billion, clearly priced. No need for $50 billion, just remember that. The situation here can be seen by the outside world. So later I will trouble Admiral Yellow Ape to coordinate with the Navy headquarters to get the money for me. Kyle directly shifted the blame to the Yellow Ape. After all, when the time comes for him to coordinate, if it can't be retrieved, he will make trouble for the other party. Are the young people nowadays like this? I get it. Hurry up and give me the answer. Time is running out. The Yellow Ape naturally understood what the other party meant. But this time, in order to take the blame, he didn't care at all and made a choice directly. Seeing the Yellow Ape agree, Kyle also took action. The system directly appeared in front of each Navy member, allowing them to check and confirm. Is this really the answer? A bit exaggerated. This year, really. The Navy looked at the 11 answers and was somewhat astonished. If it were 7 or even 9, they could accept it. But 11, with 2-digit bounties over 100 million, and they were all from the new generation of pirates. That's just too much. Anyway, I'm collecting money to give you the answers. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Kyle spoke directly, ignoring the doubtful looks from everyone. As long as the answer is correct, that's all that matters. Don't be dazed, choose. Carp reminded them, not continuing to say anything else. He even let Luffy choose as well, since Kyle hadn't shown Luffy the answers at all, and that old guy was really shameless. Carp, this is truly not fair. Shouldn't you just let everyone see the answers? By the way, I must remind you, once this person goes out, he must be handed over to me. Otherwise, I might turn against you, Kyle said with a smile, looking like he was bullying someone. And the so-called turning against was just a way of saying it to make the other party make a choice. As for Luffy, he believed that as long as the others were still honest, they would come back. Although he didn't agree with Luffy's silly personality and his constant desire to be king, he still recognized the feelings among friends and the crew. Of course, that was all. As long as this guy didn't cause him trouble. Before causing chaos in this world, he would suppress it first. You little brat, when you get back, I will definitely have Zephyr deal with you. He originally wanted to say more, but Carp calmed down and suppressed Luffy's intentions. He took out Zephyr's flag. Now Kyle wasn't a Navy member. Moreover, it seemed that Sengoku and the world government had some plans as well. Coupled with the previous transaction with Dragon, he didn't want to intervene in anything. The most important thing was to hand Luffy over. He wasn't that resistant to it. As long as this guy didn't become a pirate, he could do anything. Carp no longer had thoughts of making this guy into a Navy member. Since his son had already become a vice admiral, he could escape. Let alone now. My relationship with Teacher Zephyr is very good, Kyle said with a fearless expression. The two parties soon stopped discussing this matter. However, many people around the world were still watching the Straw Hat Kid. They may not have paid much attention before, but now seeing him next to Carp was different. This was the person who defeated Crocodile, even if it was in the future. This was someone who could go head-to-head with the 4 emperors, even if it was in the future, and was even turned into King Luffy with a single blow. But his strength was definitely there. And now, such a person was captured. It made people feel that the world is unpredictable, and this system has changed many people. In the future, it was likely there would be no King Luffy. Damn it, you people. After I get out, I will definitely take revenge on you. A pirate who couldn't determine the answer glared fiercely at the people around him. That gaze still made ordinary people feel fear. But upon seeing Kyle, And then Carp and the yellow ape, that gaze changed slightly. Do as you like, but please hurry up and answer the question, Kyle said casually. After waiting a moment, watching a person with a different expression, he didn't pay much attention. After the time arrived, he continued to announce. Moving on to the next question. He didn't care what these people were thinking. Since they weren't answering questions anymore, it was time for the next one. These people had clearly skipped the questions without answering. There were no wrong answers. Those who answered correctly received a reward, with each person gaining the ability to summon goblins. This ability was somewhat peculiar, and before looking at the question, Kyle felt it himself. Chapter 83. Summoning Technique Evolution Question 2. This question drew a lot of attention. Question. In the era of the most notorious supernovas without a system, which pirate crew attacked the celestial dragons in the Sabati archipelago? Multiple choice. 1. Kid Pirate Crew. Zweiter Stahl hat Pirate Crew. 3. Captain of the Bonnie Pirate Crew. 4. Fire Tank Pirate Crew. 5. Captain of the Broadcast Pirate Crew. 6. Hawkins Pirate Crew. 7. Drake Pirate Crew. 8. Heart Pirate Crew. 9. Breaking Monk Pirate Crew. Correct answer reward. Goblin Summoning Technique Evolution. Those without Goblin Summoning Technique will obtain it. Wrong answer penalty. Lose a certain ability. Ability to erase is excluded. The names of these pirate crews had already been remembered by those with intention in the world. Remember these people. Send a vice admiral to intercept them, and don't let them reach the Sabati archipelago. At the Navy headquarters, seeing these people attacking the celestial dragons, Sengoku was no longer calm. Anyway, let us deal with them first. Regardless of whether it's true or not, these guys all have the potential of supernovas. On Drake's side, Crane suddenly spoke up. She knew some things about this. What she was more worried about was whether Drake would be exposed. You go in person. Sengoku paused for a moment and spoke directly. It's impossible for everyone else to have been attacked, and not him. He directly ordered Crane to go personally. She had a sense of propriety. Crane quickly nodded. This year, it wouldn't be so simple for these supernovas to reach the Sabati archipelago. Are these the supernovas coming later? There are only 9 pirate crews, which means some crews have 2 or even more supernovas. Newcomers with bounties over 100 million, so many this year. Aside from the discussions from outside the world, those within the system were discussing even more. Pirates were considering whether to join a pirate crew. The Navy was more interested in this goal. They were practically eager to find someone directly. Lord Administrator, after leaving here, I want to serve by your side. While Kyle was answering questions, the woman who had previously begged Kyle suddenly spoke up. Following Kyle, she thought, should at least require some ability. And now, it was an opportunity to gain that ability. Of course, it depended on whether Kyle believed in her or not. Lord Administrator, we too hope you can accept us. Otherwise, we want to have peace after leaving. Besides that woman, others also reacted quickly to speak up. Are you sure? Looking at them, Kyle originally planned to leave them alone since they were safe. But these people wanted to join. I swear loyalty to you. My only requirement is to ensure my family has safety. The woman spoke first. I swear loyalty to you. Anyone with a little brain knows that Kyle is a potential stock. If they don't seize the opportunity now, where will they find it in the future? Then you can answer the questions too. I hope you won't let me down. Wait, let us exchange addresses. If you deceive me, I want to be polite. Deceiving me is not something that can be easily overlooked. Kyle said directly. Although he had helped them before, he didn't think of himself as a good person. He simply felt that ordinary people shouldn't have to endure these things. After returning, they would continue living. He didn't expect any repayment from them. But now, if they deceived him, that would be another matter. Saying they swear loyalty just to deceive him, in the end, would only lead to their deaths to fulfill their loyalty and righteousness. One by one, people quickly nodded to answer the questions. As for how many here were serious, that was uncertain. Kyle felt that, in fact, these people had no malice. At least for now, they had no intention of deceiving him, but later, after gaining abilities, that might not be the case. Lord Administrator, we can also, a pirate said with a smile as he approached. Sit back down. Just as he was about to truly come closer, Kyle had already spoken. He still wasn't very interested in pirates. Moreover, he clearly sensed their malice. They were completely trying to deceive him, thinking they could gain benefits. The pirate's expression changed, but he could only obediently sit down. Here, they probably could only defeat those ordinary people. What administrator? What navy? They were no match. Weak, pitiful, and helpless. Besides the pirates struggling to think of answers. The navy was also. Why is it about the future again? It won't be the next question too, will it? The 9 supernova pirate crews could do such things. And then there's that traitor Drake. Vice Admiral Carp, Admiral Kazurui, one by one speculated, and, in the end, they looked at Carp and Kazuru. It was very clear they wanted them to make the decision. Let Kizaru take charge here. Carp put on a look of I don't know anything. When he saw the Straw Hat Pirate crew inside, he had already punched Luffy on the head. Luffy, seeing himself as the so-called supernova, initially felt a bit proud. But thinking about his current situation made him feel frustrated. This damn system. Cursing the system inwardly. He thought of a way to escape after leaving and rescue Zoro and the others. Kizaru looked at Carp, then passed the blame to him. Should we continue to find him? He was thinking if the blame just now was enough for Sengoku to directly give up on him as a commander, wondering if he should take on more blame. Little did he know, Sengoku was already looking at the bounty list, having people investigate the news, and preparing to arrange actions against them. Kizaru spoke, causing the Navy here to fall silent. Some looked at Kyle, others at Kizaru and them. It shouldn't be necessary. Anyway, this ability doesn't seem to be a good one, Carp said while pressing his palm on the table. An ugly little guy with pointed ears appeared, wearing animal skins to cover his lower body and holding a short stick in his hand. At first glance, this combat power seemed very weak. Carp looked at him with great disdain. This little thing was even uglier than him. You see, is there any need for this? Although this thing looked somewhat stronger than those ordinary people, for the Navy, summoning it was of no use at all. No, I think we can give it a try. After this ability evolves, who knows, we might be able to summon powerful beings. With so many of us here the yellow ape was saying. But looking at the goblin in front of him, who was starting to tremble under his gaze, he found it increasingly hard to continue, especially with Carp's look at him, as if he were some fool. Are you kidding me? It feels like the yellow ape is just crazily taking the blame. He's getting himself into trouble. When he goes back, he's definitely going to get scolded by Sengoku. Unconsciously, Carp realized the truth. Chapter 84. Roger's wife hee. How could that be? I'm just doing this for the young people. After all, they're the future, and we are all old. The yellow ape had a look as if he was doing it for their sake, which moved the Navy personnel. But Carp only felt that the other party was bragging. Anyway, he didn't believe it. He believed even more that this guy was just taking the blame for himself, planning to let Sengoku punish him later. Whatever you say, you can decide. Carp picked his nose, too lazy to say anything. He had nothing much to say about the yellow ape. He knew what the yellow ape was like. As long as this guy didn't cause trouble for his grandson, that would be fine. The yellow ape smiled. But that smile just made him look creepier. How about we try making mistakes? I am willing to sacrifice for the attempt. As long as I make a mistake, you can just choose. A Navy officer looked at the yellow ape and felt that it was very unfair for him to work so hard, so he voluntarily stepped forward, intending to sacrifice himself. Although this system was quite strange, there was still some attempt involved. Impossible, there's no need to do such a thing. This could lead to punishment. Upon hearing this, the yellow ape spoke up. It's fine, General Yellow Ape. As a Navy officer, I have long been prepared to sacrifice myself for the greater good. This Navy officer said with an excited face. Let me interrupt. It's a bit excessive for you to cheat in front of me. There's no room for mistakes. Kyle immediately set limitations for them. What mistakes or whatever, that's too much. Huh, you can tell others what you want to choose. After all, I can delay the punishment. You still wouldn't know the answer. Of course, each of you can choose a different answer. Kyle smiled on the side. Now, he was waiting for these guys. They could choose to pass or accept punishment. Both were possible. Coming in once cost so much money, and just to take away a summoning spell, that's too much. In the end, they were already thinking about the idea of just buying it after spending so much. The yellow ape continued to promise he would spend over 2 billion to buy question. After all, he would get reimbursed after going out. Looking at the answers, everyone's eyes widened. Some looked at Luffy and Carp. Even Carp felt a bit embarrassed. This guy made such a big deal out of it. What he got it wrong? Carp was asking on the side. This question seems to have a video attached. You'll know when you see it later. Kyle already knew everything. The things on this system were a bit different from theirs. Not only could they see the answering status of others, but there were also some arranged rules and questions. Carp fell silent upon hearing this. Even Luffy was too lazy to fight back. He planned to leave and hand him over Kyle. Don't let him cause trouble. What is a celestial dragon? Luffy asked in confusion. Why do you want to hit celestial dragons? Celestial dragons are a bunch of trash, so stay away from them. Carp said lazily. But soon he remembered this was a live broadcast, and people outside would see the situation here. He quickly stopped and changed his expression. Celestial dragons are world nobles. Just stay away from them. While saying this, he also gave the kid a slap. It's this guy who is looking for trouble. Got it, Grandpa. Although he was unhappy, Luffy didn't dare to refute now. Meanwhile, people in the outside world had already heard it. Ha. It's true that celestial dragons are trash. They're all trash. Old Man Carp is indeed a hero of the Navy. What else is there to be afraid of saying? He dares to say this. Isn't he afraid of being thrown into impelled down after going out? Many people listening to this news widened their eyes and expressed various incredulous statements. At the naval headquarters, the world government received the news immediately. You're definitely going to be dealt with when you come back. Sengoku was already helpless now. This guy who loves to cause trouble, does he not know that this is a worldwide broadcast? In the past, it was fine to just curse behind the scenes. Now it's almost like cursing in front of everyone. The world government would definitely be unhappy, and the celestial dragons, if it weren't for someone holding them back, would probably have people calling for Karp's head by now. Of course, they wouldn't be able to deal with someone like Karp, who has such combat power. But those who need to be punished still have to be punished. Sengoku had already made a decision, while he hadn't retired yet. He would let Karp and the yellow ape, these two troublesome guys, quickly go capture pirates. Is someone cursing me? Picking his nose, Karp suddenly felt like sneezing, and he was a bit uncomfortable. It felt like someone was targeting him. Of course, he didn't pay too much attention to it. The answers were soon announced. As one person began to answer or skip, the answers directly appeared in front of them. Moreover, there was a video. Answer: Straw Hat Pirates. Bounty: Straw Hat Kid Luffy 300 million berries. Bounty: Pirate Hunter Zoro 120 million berries. 2 supernovas. Aha! It seems that in the future, Luffy laughed when he saw it. The bounty notice had come out. Now he was only 30 million. In the future, it would be 300 million. And Zoro too, a supernova. But just as he was halfway through speaking, he was directly interrupted by Karp. You don't have a future. Once you leave here, I'll send you to labor reform. Karp didn't waste words and spoke directly. This time he was serious. He had always talked about dreams and freedom, but hitting celestial dragons was still too easy to get into trouble. Impossible, Grandpa. I'm going to be the Pirate King. Pirate King? Man, old man will make you Roger's wife. How about that? If you say that again, I'll break your head. As soon as this was mentioned, Karp got angry. Now that Rox is saying every day that Luffy is Roger's wife. From time to time, he would say that Whitebeard and Roger are both his sons. He didn't care much about what happened afterward, and even accepted it. But becoming Roger's woman? That was out of the question. That's not what I meant. I want to become the Pirate King. Luffy shouted, completely oblivious to the surrounding crowd looking at him as if he were an idiot, whether they were Navy or pirates. At that moment, they all had the same thought. This guy is really Karp's grandson, not Roger's? This was clearly causing trouble. However, given Karp's prestige, no one dared to say anything. Everyone was staring at the display screen as if something was stuck on it. Chapter 85. The Straw Hat Pirates. As slaves, no matter whether you want to be the Pirate King's woman or the Pirate King's man, don't even think about it. Just wait for your labor reform imprisonment. While the bounty isn't too high yet, let's lock him up first. Otherwise, there will be no saving him later. With his face. If this bounty is released in a few years, no one would care about losing face. Of course, the usual places won't do. Impelled down is too harsh. So let's hand him over to Kale and see what this guy is up to. This was his current thought. Grandpa, just shut up if you still consider me your grandson. Karp was throwing punches in succession. Luffy ended up with a black eye. Only then did he behave a little more obediently. Meanwhile, the display screen began to show some scenes. Shabani Archipelago. Celestial dragons kneel. The celestial dragon, wearing a bubble, ordered the ordinary citizens to kneel on both sides, while he and his entourage rode on slaves, walking right in the middle. Everything seemed normal, until suddenly a man drinking appeared in the middle of the road. Zoro, it's Zoro! Luffy shouted upon seeing him. Karp and the Navy personnel already had a bad premonition. Watching Luffy, they felt this guy was really a bit too reckless. What? Are you lost? Zoro, seeing everyone kneeling around him, felt it was very strange, and a short, chubby man blocking his way made him ask in confusion. You bastard, worthless scum. How dare you not kneel before me? A mere commoner dared to stand and look at him. To the celestial dragon, this was an insult. He immediately drew a gun and aimed it at Zoro. In that moment, Zoro dodged the bullet with a swift movement, grinning as he exuded a strong, killing intent. And in an instant, he drew his sword. And the scene froze here. Temporary QA. Did the bounty hunter Zoro kill the celestial dragon? Multiple choice. 1. Killed him. 2. Wounded him but didn't kill him. 3. Missed and got killed. Q. A reward. 5 million berries, 100 people. Q. A penalty. Live a day in Shabani Archipelago with a bubble. Kale looked at the sudden task and thought it was something good. Just this? A QA with ordinary rewards and penalties. Moreover, not only could they answer here, but people outside could also participate. He directly chose option 3 without much thought. It should be a hit. At such a close distance, how could Zoro miss? I believe in him, Luffy shouted from the side. Meanwhile, Carp was already speechless, quickly stopping the choice. He felt he was foolish enough. But his grandson was simply 3 times more foolish. Now he seriously suspected whether he had picked the wrong grandson. Should he get a grandson paternity test? Haha, I got it right. Damn, I got it wrong. Guess I'll have to wear a bubble. What a disappointment. It was rare to have a penalty that wasn't too bad. I'm just unlucky. I got it right, but the hint has already exceeded 100 people. So fast. In Shabani Archipelago, many people there didn't care at all. They directly chose to live a day with a bubble. It wasn't a big deal. If they answer correctly, they would get 5 million. Only a fool wouldn't choose it. Of course, whether they got it right depended on luck. That day was destined for many people to spend a day with bubbles on their heads. Later, they would have a deeper understanding of how ridiculous and bizarre the celestial dragons were. Living with a bubble made it hard to breathe. It was silly. Damn it. How dare anyone lay a hand on me? Even if they don't act now, it's not acceptable. Find him. I want him to be my slave. Get the Navy to act. Hurry and find him. And that straw hat kid, I want him to be my slave too. No, I want a whole pirate crew. I want them all. A celestial dragon, identical to the fat man in the previous video, shouted. Yes, my lord, his guards replied helplessly, quickly acting to inform the Navy. As for what happened next, that was their business. After all, it was the Navy and the celestial dragon's mess. He had no way to deal with it. As a lackey, all he could do was tremble. If it was just the straw hat pirates, it might not be a big deal. But that also included having the straw hat kid as his slave. He could already imagine what the Navy's attitude would be when that happened. Navy headquarters. This guy really knows how to cause trouble. Looking at Luffy on the display screen shouting about wanting to be the Pirate King, Sengoku was very displeased. Reckless. His subordinates felt the same. He even wants to kill a celestial dragon. Meanwhile, Admiral Tsuru picked up a call from the world government. Her face quickly darkened as she hung up the phone and looked at Sengoku. That celestial dragon wants the straw hat pirates to be his slaves, Tsuru said helplessly. Upon receiving this news, she didn't bother to say much to the other side. She knew the other party had no power to change anything. In the end, it was still up to the celestial dragons. And here, damn it, celestial dragons. Sengoku was naturally very displeased with these brainless guys. Since his days as a Navy admiral, he didn't know how many times he had wiped the celestial dragons' behinds. After becoming fleet admiral, it was even more needless to say. Dragging it on, anyway, I plan to retire, let them play by themselves. As for Carp, I can't do anything about him after passing on the news. In fact, Sengoku had already given up on trying to reason with him. It would be impossible to compete with Carp for his grandson. He knew he wouldn't be able to catch him. And the celestial dragons were simply unreasonable. He was very clear about that. Giving up, let the world be destroyed. And as the QA ended, the video in the system's space continued. Zoro's slash was clearly aimed at killing that celestial dragon, but in the end, he was knocked away by a child, saving the celestial dragon. After becoming fleet admiral, it was even more needless to say. Dragging it on, anyway, I plan to retire. Let them play by themselves. As for Carp, I can't do anything about him after passing on the news. Actually, the Warring States period has also given up on treatment. If he really went to compete with Carp for his grandson, he would definitely not be able to catch him. And the celestial dragons. He knows very well that they are beyond reasoning. It's better to give up and let the world be destroyed. As the QA session ended, the video in the system space resumed. Zoro's strike was clearly aimed to kill that celestial dragon, but in the end, he was knocked away by a child, saving that celestial dragon. As the QA session ended, the video in the system space resumed. Zoro's strike was clearly aimed to kill that celestial dragon, but in the end, he was knocked away by a child, saving that celestial dragon. Chapter 86, The Splintered Straw Hat. Could it be Luffy? Carp already had this thought. If this matter truly gets exposed, Luffy might really be doomed. You really can cause trouble, you little brat. Although Dragon is said to be the most dangerous person, he is actually quite low-key. Moreover, his strength is sufficient that Carp doesn't need to worry about anything. But Luffy, he is really going to stir up trouble. Now Carp just hopes to hold on for a while after leaving, then send Luffy away. If it comes to it, he can just leave him to Dragon. In any case, he cannot let this guy continue being a pirate. Otherwise, it will really become a game. If before there weren't many strong people specifically targeting him, now it's different. One could even say that after leaving here, he will be directly targeted by many. Grandpa, let go of me. Luffy struggled to get out, and finally spoke up. It was only then that Carp noticed his hand was completely covering the other's face, and he reacted. Initially, he felt a bit awkward about what to say, but seeing the video with Luffy appearing, he punched him directly on the head. Grandpa. Luffy had a look of grievance. Then he also saw himself appear. It's me. It's me. Before he could finish speaking, he was grabbed by Carp by the neck and pressed down onto the table. Shut up and be honest. Woo-woo, Carp shouted, and Luffy couldn't say a word. He was directly grasped by the throat of fate. The others watched this situation, pretending not to see it. The Navy showed no sign of intervening, but they were somewhat worried about Carp. They knew the internal situation of the Navy. With the current situation, Carp going out would not bring any good. In the video, Luffy appeared at an auction, and in front of him was a celestial dragon, the same guy who was almost killed by Zoro before. Fate is so unpredictable. Having dodged Zoro, he now couldn't dodge Luffy, and was currently looking at him with dissatisfaction, pulling out a small golden pistol and shooting directly at Luffy. However, Luffy's physical quality was unaffected by the bullets. He twisted left and right to dodge, then unleashed a powerful punch that hit the celestial dragon on the head, sending him flying and rolling several times. Carp was speechless, his forehead veins bulging. He had always wanted to hit that celestial dragon, but never had the chance. He didn't expect his grandson to come first. This really is a wasteful grandson. He sent him flying. He wouldn't end up killing him, would he? At this moment, the people on site looked at the foolish Luffy, their expressions somewhat strange. But no one said much. The video didn't end. The scene showed the father of the celestial dragon who had been hit standing up, accusing Luffy and calling for the Navy Admiral to come and capture him. However, just as he was halfway through his words, a figure fell from the sky and crashed onto him, knocking him out. This person was none other than Usopp, the most unexpected member of the Straw Hat Pirates. You guys are quite something. Not only did you hit a celestial dragon, you knocked out two. Although the latter looked like an accident, whether or not it was an accident was not something they could casually decide. Carp gritted his teeth. Thank you, Grandpa. I will become the Pirate King. Bang. Luffy grinned, just about to speak when he was hit again. He hadn't even finished his sentence before biting his tongue. Luckily, he was made of rubber. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to speak. Grandpa, why are you hitting me? Does an old man need a reason to hit you? I can hit you whenever I want. Let you be a pirate. Let you be the Pirate King. Bang, bang, bang. Several punches landed, and when Carp was slightly less angry, Luffy's head was already a mess, his whole face turning into a pig's head. I won't give up. I'm going to be the man who becomes the Pirate King, Luffy said defiantly. This made Carp furious, and he continued to hit him. No one dared to intervene. The yellow monkey covered his eyes, pretending he saw nothing. And when Carp kept hitting without any intention of stopping, Zoro finally spoke up. Lieutenant General Carp, fighting is not allowed here. I'm not fighting. I'm just teaching my grandson a lesson. Carp directly replied. Yes, that's right. Even though he was beaten into a pig's head, Luffy still said with a nasal voice. But clearly, he was still not being honest. The others just watched the joke. But the people outside were different. The difficulty for the Straw Hat Pirates to set sail had greatly increased, making Zoro, Usopp, and others in Magnetic Drum Kingdom feel the danger. It looks like we'll have to stay here. Now, the whole world knows about us. Nami calmly analyzed from the side. Although they were locked up, they were not restricted from speaking. I want to be the #1 swordsman. How could I be here? Zoro said through gritted teeth, feeling very unwilling. He knew the difficulty, but if a person has no dreams, what is the difference from salted fish? Mere danger cannot stop him, even if he dies. He wants to die on the road to becoming the world's greatest swordsman. I also want to be a sea warrior. Usopp spoke up from the side, but he was somewhat lacking in confidence now. He just set sail and was still that timid Usopp. He was just a dead duck pretending to be tough, especially since he saw himself as one of the protagonists. However, just like Luffy, he attacked that so-called celestial dragon. Looking at the system display, the status of that celestial dragon was terrifyingly high. Many people said they were doomed and that they would probably perish soon. Luffy's grandpa probably wouldn't let him off that easily. If you want to leave, you can only start anew. Sanji, lying on the ground, slowly spoke up. Now he was feeling a bit confused. He came to the Grand Line full of dreams, but before doing anything, he got captured. Even one by one, it was very dangerous. Dreams are indeed out of reach. Everyone had different thoughts, especially after hearing Sanji's words. No matter what you all think, I am very firm. If Luffy fails, then I will leave by myself. Zoro gritted his teeth and spoke first. Usopp didn't say anything this time. He was already hesitant before, and now he was even more uncertain. If Luffy can't go to sea, what should he do? Save Luffy and continue sailing? Or leave and act on his own? Or give up? He wasn't a fool. With his current strength, he probably wouldn't even reach the next island in the Grand Line. This is not the East Blue. Even the climate is very dangerous. Chapter 87. Kizaru captures the supernovas. Besides Usopp, Nami also remained silent, thinking about Luffy. He should be fine. His grandpa is there. The so-called dream, she could actually give up. But Luffy, she might give up. Waiting for Luffy to return to confirm the situation is fine. The captain hasn't spoken yet. So what are we saying here? No matter what he says, I will support him. Nami took a deep breath and slowly spoke. The others listened and tacitly agreed, saying nothing further. Meanwhile, in the system space, Luffy had no idea about the Straw Hat pirate situation. He was being kept firmly by Garp. Although he was already thinking about how to escape, the current situation forced him to behave. After watching the performance of this grandpa and grandson, Care continued to announce that their QA session would continue. After finishing the video and answering the questions, the next topic naturally came up, and this time, the main character seemed to have shifted to the Navy. Question 3. Question: in a future without the system, during the era of the most supernovas in the worst generation, the Navy dispatched Admiral Kizaru after the Celestial Dragons were attacked. How many supernovas did Admiral Kizaru successfully capture? Multiple choice: 1, 0, 2, 1, 3, 2, 4, 3, 5, 4, 6, 5. Correct answer reward: Goblin Summoning Technique Evolution. Those without the Goblin Summoning Technique will receive it. Wrong answer: punishment. Lose a certain ability, cannot erase abilities. The rewards and punishments were the same, and the multiple choice options range from 0 to 11, allowing for complete freedom of choice. Kizaru, seeing the question, someone already looked at him. The tall figure sat there, giving no sense of pressure at all, like a salted fish. Kizaru, how do you choose? Garp spoke up. Based on his perspective, he should have captured them all. With someone like his grandson, Kizaru shouldn't have any issues. But it seems that Luffy still ran to the New World. Did something unexpected happen? There were many thoughts. And on Luffy's side, I can't be captured. I will definitely reach. Luffy was talking while being hit. Shut up, you brat. Right now, you're captured. And once we leave here, I'll take you for training and re-education. Don't think you'll get out. Garp said quickly, setting an example. The worst solution of being thrown in prison is better than death. Being a pirate won't end well anyway. Luffy wanted to continue speaking, but it was already over. He was directly restrained, losing the right to speak. What a mischievous monkey. Looking at Luffy, Care was also speechless. At this moment, he didn't know what to say. He just suddenly felt that this Vice Admiral Garp looked pitiful. Quickly choosing, if he remembered correctly, Kizaru should have let the people go, whether it was intentional or not. In any case, everyone, including that spy, was released. Perhaps it was for this reason, to let that dinosaur navy enter the New World as pirates. Of course, it could also simply be that Kizaru was being lazy. And on Luffy's side, it was similar. He was let go by Kuma, directly showing the answers to other ordinary people. Since they had already chosen to follow him, there was no turning back. Having a bit more power was also good news. Each of them was surprised to see the answer, but soon began to answer the questions. Regardless, they chose to believe. If it's 0, then it's 0. The Navy Admiral caught 0 people. That really was careless. The expressions of the others turned ugly, especially those pirates who hadn't answered yet. This might already be their last chance. The first 2 rounds had only 3 questions. By this round, it was already the last. They glanced at the Navy and then at Care. It was obvious that Care couldn't care less about them. A pirate suddenly leaned toward the Navy. I want to surrender. Tell me the answer, please. The pirate spoke quickly, but the Navy didn't respond at all, looking at him like he was an idiot. Watching this pirate ramble on without stopping, they couldn't help but interrupt. Do you think we will believe you? Just surrender. You might as well die here. The Navy lieutenant looked at Garp and Kizaru, who were silent, and he chose to speak. If I remember correctly, your bounty has also surpassed 30 million, and you attacked several villages, killing at least 100 people, right? What is the point of keeping someone like you alive? You can't even stay in prison. Can't stay in prison? The pirate was furious. He directly pointed at Garp and Luffy, saying, I remember the Straw Hat Kid's bounty is about the same. Why can he stay? Just because he's Garp's grandson and the son of the Revolutionary Army leader? Having connections is impressive, huh? A Navy hero raised a Revolutionary Army leader and someone who wants to be the Pirate King. How impressive. He almost forgot. Also attacking the Celestial Dragons, although that hasn't happened yet, but the Celestial Dragons wouldn't miss such a thing. You all won't have it easy. You all are doomed. The pirate became more and more frenzied, even forgetting to be afraid. At this point, he didn't care about anything else. He just wanted to vent. You. The Navy lieutenant stood up, ready to take action. This is not a place where you can fight. If you cause trouble, I want to let you off for the sake of the rules. Watching the 2 sides about to clash, Care spoke up. Excuse me. The Navy lieutenant glanced at Care, but chose to be polite. At least for now, Care hadn't done much to them and was particularly targeting pirates, taking care of ordinary people. To this Navy lieutenant, Care seemed like a good person, even if he was a bit greedy. What good person? And you too. What is wrong with us being pirates? Just look at the way you collude. Who can't see that? You're in cahoots with the Navy. You won't have it easy either. Once you lose your value, the Navy will take care of you, and pirates won't let you off. Plus, with the celestial dragons dying here before, you won't have it easy. You'll die even more miserably. Haha. Are you trying to say that you have some naval hero grandpa who can take care of you? A bunch of these pirates really dare to say anything. It's like they've gone mad. And Kyle, listening to his annoying words, didn't let him continue. A cold wave appeared, instantly freezing him. Just stand there and answer the questions. Others hurry up and make your choices. No time wasted continuing to host here. But obviously, the atmosphere here was getting weirder. Kyle could ignore it, but others couldn't. Carp, sitting aside, already looked very displeased, but he didn't refute. Kizaru felt that this situation was troublesome, completely exposed, and there would be quite a hassle to deal with afterward. Hopefully, the trouble wouldn't fall on him. Chapter 88. Have you ever been kicked at light speed? Systems space. Kyle Kid, give the answer. After some hesitation, the Navy finally yielded. Not knowing the answer is still not knowing, just settle it directly. ISNT at just 20 billion? Kizaru waved his hand. I'll take the blame for this. Who told him he didn't know the answer either? Ha! Looking at Kizaru, who still had a smile on his face, Kyle grinned and gave him his answer. They all looked at Kyle. You're not joking. Are you Admiral Kizaru? How is that possible? One Navy couldn't hold his nerves. 0. Has Admiral Kizaru gone crazy from drinking fake liquor? Or has something happened? Hey, Kyle, we paid for this. Kizaru was a bit frustrated on the side. He had already made a move. How could there be none at all? Did he get it wrong? You haven't paid yet. Anyway, the answer has been given. Whether you believe it or not, you have to pay. Kyle retorted and reminded them that he wouldn't give them a chance to default. This matter is yours. But it has nothing to do with me. Kizaru looked at the system and could only helplessly accept this reality. Just now, looking at Kyle, he didn't see any signs of joking. You really are something. Carp glanced at Kizaru. Even if you wanted to let my grandson go, you wouldn't let them all go. I'm not sure what happened. Maybe there was some accident. Kizaru still didn't care too much. He probably understood the other party's meaning, but the possibility of letting them all go was still low. Soon, he didn't think too much about it. It was just the past, just some reference value. The system has appeared. The future is different. Just like Luffy now, he probably can't become any supernova. The white beard of the new world is already being besieged by a large number of navies and the world government, aiming to eliminate Ace. There are also various other issues. After this system leak, many things have already changed. Let us answer the questions. In the end, the Navy still accepted this answer. One by one, they honestly chose their own answers. There wasn't too much going on with the Navy and the commoners. On the pirate side, after answering the questions with frowns, they were all entangled, especially since no one had answered correctly even once. Kyle just watched the show. No matter how many pirates died, it had nothing to do with him. What he was slightly interested in was how many things would be leaked from here afterward. After the review, the system also provided the answer. Answer: 0. When this option appeared, the pirates erupted. How is that possible? Even if the admiral makes a move, no rookie can withstand it. Not capturing a single one. This admiral is too trash. Kizaru, hurry up and resign. You can't even catch 3 pirates. Some pirates were even enraged, staring at Kizaru and starting to curse. Kizaru was dumbfounded. Not capturing pirates is a mistake, but pirates cursing the Navy for not capturing pirates? It's just that pirate who went crazy and didn't get the answer right. Not being able to capture pirates is none of your business. He thought in his heart, but didn't say anything, acting like he didn't know anything. He could only be a bystander. And for those few pirates, this was already the end. Only one person had the ability to be deducted. The others were only facing a dead end. Here, without intelligence, it basically depended on guessing. People outside watching this scene were also trembling a bit, hoping not to enter here. In the system space, ordinary people couldn't help but shrink their bodies. The Navy looked a few more times. But Carp was really surprised. 0. Carp was also incredulous about this result. This guy wouldn't have not gone at all, right? Not just in the system space. Kizaru, R&M, retire. An admiral can't catch a single pirate. That's just useless. Is the Navy filled with useless people now? Moreover, many people around the world mocked Kizaru. This instantly damaged the Navy's reputation a bit. Even Sengoku, far away at headquarters, was speechless. Making you the admiral is really a disservice to you. Sengoku was about to spit blood at this moment. He had already submitted the recommendation slots. The process was almost complete. How could something like this happen? A dignified admiral can't even catch a few pirates with bounties over 100 million and still get promoted to admiral? The whole world would probably laugh at this. Sure enough, not long after, the Navy Admiral's office received a call from a snail regarding Kizaru's matter. While watching the footage from the system space, he spoke. The footage just started with Kizaru standing on a cannonball, shooting rapidly towards Sabeti Archipelago, directly riding the cannonball. Can't tell, you're pretty flashy. Karp watched this footage. Kizaru's handsome appearance turned into a yellow flash, unable to help but make a sarcastic remark. He thought of Kizaru, who couldn't catch even one pirate. He was thinking about trying it next time. Karp, Vice Admiral. Kizaru was speechless. Looking at the strange gazes around him, he thought, if you can't talk, then don't talk. He also didn't expect why he would have such flashy actions. Maybe next time try to catch a pirate. Kizaru completely ignored the expressions and situations of others. Moshi. Hey, I'm Kizaru. How strange. Why can't I get in touch? Kizaru was directly attacked by pirates upon arriving at Sabeti Archipelago, but the small pirates without haki posed no danger to him, scaring them off directly, and also kicked over a giant tree. Can I interrupt? Have you seen my assistant? His name is Senamaru. I'm looking for him now. Finding the supernova Hawkins. Kizaru spoke, looking like an ordinary person asking for directions, appearing not threatening at all, while Hawkins was playing with cards to determine the odds of dealing with Kizaru. Hawkins, I don't know him. Go ask someone else. Kizaru, well, if I hadn't found him, I would have been quite idle. Well, I'm idle, of course. I can't just ignore a bounty target like this. A pirate with a bounty of 249 million. Speed is weight. Have you ever been kicked to the speed of light? As he spoke, Kizaru had already made his move. With one kick, he sent Hawkins flying, followed by a barrage of lasers. Hawkins barely survived by using his devil fruit ability to sacrifice 2 of his lives. At this moment, Hawkins' ability was also revealed. He could create scarecrows to let others take a fatal hit for him. But all of this was too naive in front of Kizaru. If 1 attempt didn't work, then 2. If 2 didn't work, then 3. With such strength, Kizaru didn't take Hawkins seriously at all. As Kizaru made his move, the strange monk also appeared. But the situation was a bit different. Next came Rear Admiral Drake, now a pirate, and the nearby supernova, Apu, making 4 of them appear all at once. Chapter 89. 1 kick for each supernova. For supernovas appeared in front of Admiral Kizaru. They should not even think about escaping. Someone in the system space had already spoken up. From a perspective, these are just some guys with bounties over 100 million, completely incomparable to an admiral. I want to see how you let them get away. Karp glanced at Drake, as if recalling something. I don't know anything. Kizaru replied helplessly. Why does he keep exposing his future actions? The previous exposure of him leading people to kill Zephyr had quite an impact. Fortunately, many Navy members were present at that time. Otherwise, he would have been secretly scolded by many in the Navy. Now, looking at the systems.As visual, it didn't seem to pose any major issues. The visuals indeed showed just that. The most dangerous here should be me. Accompanied by this statement, Kizaru directly kicked the strange monk away, while another finger unleashed a beam of light that pierced through Drake in his dragon form. Whether it was the strange monk or Drake, both were pierced and temporarily lost their combat ability with just 1 move. Even their giant and dragon forms couldn't withstand it. 2 supernovas were taken out in an instant. You guys with bounties over 100 million are all like monsters, so terrifying. There was no need for Kizaru to perform any tricks. While he exclaimed about the terrifying supernovas, he kicked each of them away. And anyone hit quickly lost their combat ability. The one who lasted a bit longer was Hawkins. Even after using his demon form, once Kizaru confirmed his abilities, he simply extended 2 fingers, dazzling Hawkins to the point he couldn't see clearly. Then, 1 finger attacked again and again. A pirate with a bounty over 200 million was like a toy in front of Kizaru. After being hit, Hawkins revealed a scarecrow representing his life. Let's deal with this first. Gathering energy, Kizaru looked as if he was about to use deadly force to eliminate Hawkins. Is this the strength of an admiral? With such power, he still can't capture those supernovas? Are you an idiot? Hawkins is a supernova, and he is about to be finished like this. How could that be? Is there a problem with the system? No, I suspect Kizaru is a spy, specifically letting people go. It's possible. At least the system hasn't shown any problems so far. Admiral Kizaru is a spy, specifically letting pirates go. That would be interesting. But what about that robot? Is it one of the 7 warlords? It doesn't look like it. Has one of the 7 warlords been turned into a robot? That's too scary, right? The Navy really isn't anything good, always conducting such research behind the scenes. People were discussing, and the chat area outside was already flooded with messages. Even famous figures like Roger were frantically Sengoku. This made Sengoku grit his teeth in anger, wishing he could directly kill Kizaru. But no matter what, they still needed Kizaru's strength, and they needed him to balance out Akainu and Akiji. He and T made a decision yet. Moreover, the pacifists were exposed. This was not good news for them. Bang! Before Kizaru could attack, others struck first. Apu, who had been hiding, directly performed a long-range cut, slicing Kizaru in half. Then quickly tried to flee. But in an instant, Kizaru caught up, kicking him down again and causing another supernova to lose their ability. In the system space, Carp looked at Kizaru with suspicion. It didn't seem like he was slacking off. How could he not capture a single person by the end? Now these 4 supernovas had no chance to escape, all knocked down. Admiral Kizaru is formidable. Is the system mistaken? How is it possible that no one was captured? The system must be asking if any supernovas left. So it should be that 0 people left. The Navy members began to speculate, excitedly watching Kizaru. Regardless of Kizaru's usual personality, the combat power he displayed was still highly respected. Those gazes made Kizaru just want to wave his hand, keeping a low profile. There's nothing to say about it. The following scene showed Kizaru being found by Bartolomeo, then heading to support Luffy and his group, who were dealing with a pacifist. Seeing Luffy and the others, Carp kept his gaze on Kizaru, making Kizaru feel a bit uncomfortable. What are you hinting at? Kizaru ultimately had nothing to say. His lewd smile twitched several times. Zoro, you guy. Seeing the scene, Luffy couldn't take it anymore. Injured Zoro was directly stepped on the ground by Kizaru. Luffy stood up, wanting to do something, but Carp directly knocked him out. Shut up, Luffy. What time is it now? Still so impulsive. Zoro, Kizaru. Looking at the scene inside, then glancing at Carp and Kizaru, Luffy was filled with rage, very much wanting to settle things with Kizaru. But now he was being suppressed by Carp. Kizaru looked as if he was about to step on Zoro to death. They had all seen that combat power before. There were people nearby wanting to rescue, but it was completely ineffective. Why did the attacks have no effect? Naturally, it was a Logia-type devil fruit. Just like that smoke man. Being held down by Carp, Luffy was uncomfortable but had to endure it. He could only be thankful that this was just a possible occurrence. Kizaru, looking at Luffy's occasional glare, treated it as if he hadn't seen it, considering at Carp's face. Could it be that all the supernovas were taken care of, so it didn't count as capturing? Suddenly someone in the Navy spoke up. Why has Admiral Kizaru been charging energy for so long? A direct attack should have ended it, right? Looking at Kizaru, who had been attacked without showing any intention to strike directly, some people here had their own thoughts. Maybe Kizaru is a spy, waiting for others to come and save them. Sitting nearby, Kyle looked at Kizaru, who appeared to know nothing, and suddenly interjected. This caught the attention of everyone present, who looked at Kizaru in surprise. Kid Kyle, you can't just say anything. You can't slander others' innocence out of thin air. This is a battle. I'm catching pirates. So I naturally have to consider whether to leave them alive or kill them directly, making different judgments based on various situations. Besides, I am a Marine Admiral. How could there be a spy in the position of Admiral? That's impossible. In the Navy, we all have our own operational rules and judgments. Huang Yuan said seriously, using terms like Navy rules, pirate catching discipline to capture alive or dead, and value, which puzzled everyone in the system space. Kyle chuckled. The Navy nowadays is so diverse. It seems there weren't so many rules in the past. Chapter 90. The spy Huang Yuan is not a fool. How could Kyle be easily deceived? Does he really think no one has ever been in the Navy? Kyle's words left Huang Yuan speechless. He suddenly remembered that this guy was also in the Navy before. However, with his remarkable shamelessness, he didn't seem to care at all, still maintaining that lewd smile. It seems you really are a spy. I'll have Sengoku keep an eye on you when we get back, Carp said with a grin. For this lazy guy, this time he has really landed in trouble. Huang Yuan looked helpless. He felt it was unfair to drag him into this. Even if it's bullying your grandson, it shouldn't be to this extent. And besides, the bullying hasn't even started yet. Dark King Rayleigh, the vice captain of the Pirate King. Amid their banter, someone suddenly spoke up in the system space. Kyle also found it amusing. Look, your backup has arrived. He pointed at Huang Yuan and said, your identity as a spy has been exposed. The Navy can't hold you anymore. You better run. If you don't leave now, there won't be another chance. The organization still needs you. Remember to run. This has nothing to do with me. I am a Marine Admiral and won't run. Several consecutive remarks made Huang Yuan, who initially didn't care too much, twitch at the corners of his mouth, making his expression even more lewd. He originally thought the other party was just joking, but now someone really appeared, and they were directly confronting him. This is troublesome. Other people shouldn't think too much about it, right? While thinking, he glanced around. Everyone was either watching him or the video. Huang Yuan felt helpless. In the video, they had already started fighting. Huang Yuan was saying he wanted to capture Luffy and his crew, but his actions were a bit slow and leisurely. He hadn't even used his abilities before being held back by Dark King Rayleigh. who then directly attacked with a long sword. It turned out that Admiral Huang Yuan was being held back by Rayleigh. I said it was impossible for Admiral Huang Yuan to not catch these guys. Now that Dark King Rayleigh has appeared, that makes sense. The Marines are finding excuses for themselves, watching the battle inside. They didn't realize whether their own admiral was being a bit lazy and slow, distracted. The outside world was also surprised by this scene. Dark King Rayleigh? That old guy. I think I've seen him before. Is Dark King Rayleigh in Systems Archipelago? This is big news. I know this old man. He used to sell himself to get alcohol or gamble, and before long, he would attack people and run away. Many recognized Rayleigh, including his previous buyers. Seeing this guy's identity now made them both shocked and scared. They had thought of revenge after being left with their lives, but now knowing Dark King's identity. Systems Archipelago, it seems you've been exposed. You won't have a chance to leave anymore. Not only will the Navy pay attention to you, but even those slave owners will. You have no way out. A voluptuous woman stood in front of the bar, speaking. Not far away sat a white-haired old man with glasses, who was indeed the Dark King Rayleigh in the footage. What a pity you won't be able to make money to buy alcohol in the future. Just stay here honestly. I'll take care of you. I can handle taking care of an old man, the woman said. Rayleigh just shook his head with a bitter smile, not saying much more. Rayleigh's exposure caused a shock in the world, but it was quickly suppressed again. What is this? The real Shichibukai Kuma? This guy is the real deal. I've seen him act. He's not like that previous idiot who only knew how to use lasers. Those robots were made based on Kuma's template. No wonder there are so many, and they are so strong. The Navy is terrifying. A single robot can destroy several pirate ships. What do the Shichibukai want to do? Why are they selling their own robots? Are they not on the same side? Is Kuma going to deal with these robots? A stream of comments bounced around in the system. They were wildly guessing, thinking that the Shichibukai and the Navy had already fallen out. In the system space, Luffy looked at the people appearing one by one. Are these people going to be my future partners? He knew Nami, Zoro, Usopp, and Sanji. But for the others, including the giant deer monster and those strange robots, skeletons, and women, he had no clue. He had only seen that woman in the video before. He was completely unaware of the others. Regardless of whether they were or not, looking at one person after another made his mood very heavy. Zoro, Shichibukai. Looking at the scenes inside, Luffy was already a bit dazed. He had seen earlier that Zoro, for some reason, was slapped away by that guy called Shichibukai, disappearing. Afterwards, the others, his partners, one by one, even their own robots, were also taken away. In the future, will I not be able to save anyone? Watching himself being taken away, Luffy's eyes turned red. He stared at the people around him. An invisible force seemed ready to explode at any moment. That terrifying aura. Don't look at me with those eyes. It's not my fault, Huang Yuan casually said from the side. He also understood the reason for not catching anyone. After all, they had already fought against the celestial dragons. He should have captured some people as an explanation. He was a bit surprised to find that he hadn't caught anyone this time. The final result of the video was also out. None of the supernovas were caught, and Huang Yuan could only catch a large number of ordinary pirates to pass it off. This is the path of pirates. Don't walk down it. Carp looked at Luffy, who was suppressing himself and had tears beginning to fall, and couldn't help but say softly, "No, whether you walk down it or not, I will stop you." He initially wanted to persuade, but Carp quickly solidified his thoughts. It wasn't a persuasion, but a real stop. Grandpa, Luffy didn't know what to say. At this moment, he didn't even directly mention that he wanted to become the Pirate King. That bear was probably going to be in trouble. He didn't know if the real spy was going to get into a mess. He also didn't know what Dragon's expression was like now. It should be quite interesting. However, this seemed good too, calling that bear back in time, so that guy wouldn't have such a tragic future. Kyle, sitting in the main seat, thought to himself. He was still aware of that guy's identity. As he watched the video end and saw the next question, he felt sorry for them. The answering session was over. Could we leave now? As the video ended, a Navy officer stood up and spoke. The remaining pirates also stood up, looking like they were ready to run away. Chapter 91. Bear's Choice Leave? The game isn't over yet. If you don't want to play, you can just watch. Kyle spoke up, making everyone here look at him. Aren't there 3 questions? A Navy officer shouted. I'm not sure if it's always 3 questions. That's decided by the system. Kyle waved his hand as if he were just a tool. There are still questions. Although there were still questions, everyone here had already answered them. They weren't particularly anxious. What happened earlier was just an accident. Let's directly start with the next question. I want to see what news is coming next. One by one, they spoke up. Kyle didn't respond and just presented the question. Question 4. Question, what hidden identity does Bartholomew Kuma, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, have? Multiple choice. 1. Navy. 2. World Government. 3. Revolutionary Army. 4. Celestial Dragon. Correct answer reward. 100 million berries. Wrong answer penalty. Lose a certain ability. No ability erasure. Looking at the question above, everyone was stunned. The other identities of this warlord Kuma? This bear has a hidden identity, no matter which option it is. It's significant. The only impossible one is the Celestial Dragon. How could those trash become pirates? The Navy and world government are possible. If it's the Revolutionary Army, that would be interesting. If this guy's identity is exposed, he's going to be in trouble. When everyone saw this question, they started to get restless. Kuma is one of your Navy? The world government contacted Sengoku immediately. This left Sengoku speechless. Is this a setup or what? He is not one of us. Capture him. Don't let him escape. That guy must be trying to get close to Vegapunk. No wonder he volunteered to be modified. Yes, Sengoku did not deny it. When confirming that this person was not a world government member, he had already thought of it. However, capturing him is not simple. They are well aware of Kuma's combat power. After hanging up the phone worm, Sengoku felt helpless. These warlords are really troublesome. There's Crocodile, and now this bear. The rest aren't good either. They must be dealt with. The advisor Tsuru spoke up. The remaining ones like Hancock, Doflamingo, etc. are also not good. Jinbei and Mihawk are completely disobedient. Understood, it's really troublesome. Let Akainu take action. Try to capture that guy. Sengoku rubbed his head and issued the order directly. Capturing the warlords is not easy without an admiral, especially this tyrant Kuma. Looking at Kizuru in the video, Sengoku couldn't wait for the other party to come and take over. He hadn't paid much attention before, but now, with things popping up one by one and confirmed retirements, he had no thought of passing this mess onto someone else. The Navy and world government confirmed the news and acted quickly. On the other side, on an unnamed island, Kuma watched the video expressionlessly. He had already realized that he might be exposed when he saw himself acting in the video. He didn't expect it to be so direct. At this moment, the phone worm rang. I'm fine. Mission canceled? It was about to be completed. I have already spoken with him. Are you sure? I don't care. As long as I give up struggling and let them completely modify me, they shouldn't be willing to part with such combat power, right? Someone has to stand up. I don't mind as long as I can complete it. All right, I understand. Whether to continue executing or cancel, I'll make the judgment. Soon the Navy or world government should send someone over. You better relocate some places I know. I'm not sure. If necessary, it's essential to discard some things. If you can't give up anything, what qualification do you have to gain anything? You just need to succeed. The tyrant Kuma said one sentence after another. Even though he was about to expose his identity, he had no intention of running away. This left Dragon on the other side, helpless. He originally wanted to let him give up the mission. Be careful. It's best to give up. After leaving the last sentence, both sides hung up the call. Soon, Kuma was contacted by the Navy. The meaning was clear. He had to honestly accept the investigation. The investigators were naturally Akainu and his team. Kuma straightforwardly told them his location. He was already prepared. The actions outside were unknown to the people in the system space, but speculation had been continuous here. Some people had directly chosen not to guess the questions anymore. The reward was just money anyway. Especially for the Navy, it wasn't much. They couldn't buy answers from Kyle to win money, right? Moreover, the money was printed by the world government. Who knows where this money came from? Is it considered counterfeit? Meanwhile, ordinary people were quite passive. After Kyle answered the question, they quickly followed with their answers, completely obedient. Although they were also very interested in this 100 million berries, they still had a bit of restraint. These things do not belong to them. Kid, do you know the answer? I'm getting more and more curious. Carp spoke up, wanting to ask about the situation. In his view, the possibility of the world government and Navy celestial dragons was very low. The greater possibility was the Revolutionary Army, specifically that stinky son of his. Since that's the case, I can know the past and the future, including Mr. Carp and Kizara's future. Do you want to know? Although it might change a little now, your fate is inescapable. My previous invitation is still valid. Think about it more. Kyle looked at the other party, speaking like a fortune teller. Regardless of whether the other party believed it, he believed it. Kizara looked several times without seeing any hint of a joke. His serious demeanor seemed to suggest it was already a fact. The little guy is terrifying. Today's young people can deceive others without batting an eye. Kizara had a look of disdain. Meanwhile, Kyle winked at the old man and smiled. I don't believe a word you say, Carp said, picking his nose with a skeptical expression. But internally, it was different. I didn't miss anything earlier. I won't miss this question either. Do you think what I'm saying is true? Kyle was planning to sway the old man in front of him. But he also understood that a stubborn person like this wouldn't be easily persuaded. Luffy is just as stubborn as Carp. People like them either have something that breaks their steadfastness, or they wouldn't care even if a knife was held to their neck. Chapter 92. This pirate king is preordained. What do you want to play? Carp looked at Kyle. I mean, you're really handsome. Do you think that statement is true? Kyle squinted and smiled, appearing to joke. Of course, that's true. Who doesn't know that I'm? Carp grinned with pride upon hearing this. Meanwhile, Kizaru couldn't bear to look anymore, pretending he didn't know anything. Other Navy members were speechless, wondering why their hero was like this. Is Grandpa really that impressive? Luffy turned his head, sounding somewhat disbelieving. I've always been impressive. There are many things you don't know, Carp said, directly hitting anyone who doubted him without any courtesy. See, that means what I say is also true, always true. At least I haven't made a mistake yet. Kyle casually spread his hands. Carp picked his nose again and wiped it on Luffy. Little guy, stop trying to deceive people. Whatever you say is better off said to someone else. It's useless to me. What a pity. Looking at the unhygienic old man, Kyle chose not to continue. Anyway, after they leave this time, a conflict with the world government and the Navy is inevitable. It just depends on how far it will go. Answer revealed. 3. Revolutionary Army. After Kyle and the others confirmed or skipped their turns, the answer appeared directly on the display. Revolutionary Army. This guy is really part of the Revolutionary Army. Then the earlier actions were to save the Straw Hat crew. Of course, that guy is his father's subordinate. What else could he do? Although he had known this before, the background of the Straw Hat Kid was indeed solid, with the 4 emperors and the Pirate King backing him, as well as the Revolutionary Army leader and Navy hero Carp. It seemed like the whole world was on their side. And indeed, with the chaotic relationships of Carp's family, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon, is Carp's biological son, while Whitebeard and Roger became Carp's godsons, making the Straw Hat Kid his grandson. How could such a background not be advantageous? Perhaps the Navy also has many connections. The earlier leniency shown by Admiral Kizaru might have been to give Carp face. Having backing is great. Even when a Navy admiral takes action, someone comes to save him. Could this guy be the next Pirate King candidate? So this Pirate King is predetermined? The chat area was in chaos, with a lot of discussion about Luffy's identity. Roger was dragged into this mess. Looking at the relationship between himself and Carp above, Pirate King Roger must be spitting blood. And there was Rock's mockery, which he completely ignored. Is this how you take care of Ace? If he had known that this guy was unreliable, he shouldn't have entrusted Ace to him. And he took the opportunity to take advantage. Even the people on Whitebeard's ship were starting to have thoughts. Whitebeard wasn't any younger than Carp. How could he be someone else's son? How about this? Ace, you could be my grandpa's grandson. In the future, you can teach me to be a grandpa, and you can call me uncle. Actually, don't mind. The immortal bird Marco suddenly spoke, looking at Ace. I could do it too, Ace. We could be brothers privately. And on the ship, you just call me grandpa. No way, you should be calling me. Then I will be a brother to the Pirate King. I'm older, so let me handle this. Ace, call me Dad. With Marco speaking up, the people on the ship started to joke around, leaving Whitebeard speechless. All right, you bunch of foolish sons. Although he wanted to agree, seeing Ace's embarrassed look, Whitebeard still spoke up. Let's each call ourselves what we want. You don't have to care so much. Carp is his real dad, so he obviously wouldn't acknowledge that. Roger being called a brother is fine, but Carp, that's a no-go. This old guy, he seriously suspected that this was just an attempt to take advantage of him. They had no part in the lively chat area. Although some were tagging him now, Whitebeard completely ignored it. You can say whatever you want. I won't pay you any mind. In the system space. After the system announced the results, they all reaped their rewards. Boxes of money appeared, most of which went to Kyle. These ordinary people obediently submitted their shares. Mainly, some had given in first, and others knew they would be doomed if they didn't contribute. This is your travel fare. Kyle didn't pretend to be polite and took it directly. He only gave them a little travel money. If it was useful, he would continue giving money. If it had no value at all, even if these people had skills, they would soon be eliminated by him. Carp and his grandson still didn't know what the outside world was saying about him. They just stared through their glasses at Kyle, collecting money. Kid, the queue, it should be over now. Hurry up and leave. The more exposed we are, the harder it gets for Carp to hold on. Although that tyrant Kuma was his man, he was connected to his son's people. It was already troublesome because of this grandson Luffy. Now, it was even more troublesome. Kyle glanced around. Indeed, there were only 4 questions left. He didn't continue to delay. Those who wanted to leave could go now. He directly announced the end. The pirates present couldn't wait to flee. For them, this was too dangerous. Only a few remained, and originally, the number of people who came was not less than that of the Navy. In this QA space, they were the most at risk. The Navy had intelligence. Ordinary people had Kyle backing them, but they had nothing and were being targeted. Damn. See you outside. Kizaru left behind a comment, glancing at Kyle and Karp before quickly leaving. The other Navy members also greeted and disappeared. As for those ordinary people, they cautiously checked in, confirming their positions. Those who could come over should come. If they didn't find him and encountered him, he wouldn't be polite. Since they volunteered to join and betrayed him, he wouldn't show mercy. Originally, helping them for free and ensuring they weren't in life-threatening danger was already merciful. Later, if he dares to deceive him because of his abilities, he won't be polite. He will definitely kill them all. No, Lord Kyle, after I go back, I will find you at the first opportunity. My name is Ariel. Please take care of me in the future. The woman who had communicated several times before spoke up. Others also began to make their vows. Looking at them, it seemed sincere. They didn't continue to say anything and let them leave. As for how many people would come to the Magdrum Kingdom later, it would depend on their abilities. These people come from all over the world. He can let people approach at close range, but not necessarily at long distances. Let's see if we can make contact first. Everyone left, and in the end, only he remained. Kyle didn't waste time either. He chose to leave directly and collected his rewards before leaving. Chapter 93. Golden Goblin. Goblin Summon upgraded to Goblin King. Goblin King can summon goblins from other worlds as servants. Goblin servants cannot resist orders and can be commanded forcefully. Other goblins also cannot resist commands. It's just a hierarchical summoning technique. Moreover, feeling it out, it seems they're not those weak goblins. One person equals one race. Plus those guys. Kyle sensed this skill. He originally thought it was just a weak ability, but after evolution, it seemed to have become terrifying. Suddenly he thought, if the Navy summoned goblins and directly forced them to obey, that would be interesting. He thought about it, but hadn't acted yet. In the Magdrum Kingdom, at this moment, Karp was struggling with whether to take the person away. Grandpa, let me go. I want to save my friends. I want to defeat that guy named Kyle. I want to become the Pirate King. As soon as Luffy returned here, he thought about running away, but he was intercepted. Soon after seeing Kyle's figure appear, he gave up. He looked at Kyle with a face full of defiance, still so unwilling to admit defeat. Admiral Karp, just hand over my prey, Kyle said directly upon seeing Karp and the others. He didn't want Luffy to go out and cause trouble. At the very least, he shouldn't go out as a pirate. If he wants to be the Pirate King, he should do it in the videos. After he appeared, this world shouldn't have a Pirate King anymore. Grandpa, Luffy wanted to say something when Karp was about to take away his prey. Kyle looked directly at Karp and said, "Are you trying to take my prey?" Meanwhile, Kizaru was helpless on the side. He just wanted to go back to the Navy headquarters and be a lazy fish. "I'll leave him to you. I hope you won't let me down," Karp said, tossing Luffy over to Kyle. "Grandpa," Luffy shouted, but it was already useless. Karp quickly started looking for sea stone handcuffs. Soon, in the Magdrum Kingdom, there was an added lazy Luffy, with his mouth sealed. Let's see what else he would shout, and let's starve him a few times to see if he would behave. Kyle had various thoughts in his mind. However, he still smiled cheerfully, but this smile made them all feel malice. After a moment of hesitation, Karp didn't continue to watch and quickly left. He was still thinking about whether he could get Luffy's bounty canceled. If something happens to Luffy, I will definitely find you for trouble. I hope what you said before wasn't just to fool me. Before leaving, Karp left 2 sentences. Kyle didn't care about the other party. As long as they didn't cause him trouble, that was enough. After all, this time capturing Luffy could be utilized, and it was about done. Both Dragon and Karp had seen it. As for collaboration, it would depend on the follow-up situation. Luffy was directly handed over to Robin for training. Let this guy learn about pirate history properly. He wasn't worried that Robin would run away. As long as she wasn't stupid, she should know that he wasn't a particularly merciful person. If she dared to run once, she would be done for, especially if he let go of the person he wanted to catch. What good is it to be the man of the Pirate King? The king's addiction is a disease. It needs to be treated. Now is the time for Luffy to be treated. In a snowy area, Kizaru summoned a green-skinned monster to play with. Aside from the initial curiosity, Kizaru soon became disdainful. A short guy, with no strength or abilities. Who would have thought that Admiral Kizaru still had such a childlike heart? Kyle found this lazy fish who was trying to sneak away. "You haven't forgotten about my money, right?" I was just testing my abilities. I just contacted Admiral Sengoku. Someone will deliver the supplies later, Kizaru said casually. In reality, he was scolded earlier and it was not easy at all. Moreover, Sengoku was completely intent on bringing him back to be an admiral. He couldn't hide here and be lazy. "As long as you're ready, that's good," Kyle said as he looked at the goblin in front of him. This guy gave him a feeling that he could make contact. It must be the ability. He looks a bit like you. "Don't joke around. Let me try again." Kizaru glanced at the goblin, then looked at Kyle with disdain. He directly unleashed even greater power and summoned a big guy. A gigantic goblin over 3 meters tall, holding a massive cleaver. This guy might be useful, Kizaru thought after looking at it a few times. Although this guy was equally hideous, he was strong enough. At least he was much stronger than a soldier. Produce. He was obedient. Other than the initial ferocity, he soon stood aside. Next, Kizaru kept trying. He was previously asked by Sengoku to test this skill and see how the so-called goblins were. And he still had to write a report later, which didn't give him a chance to be lazy. Not only Kizaru, but Ka was also trying on the side, but he was doing it voluntarily. Suddenly, all sorts of goblins appeared. Little goblins, giant goblins, goblin warriors, goblin scouts, goblin archers, goblin mages, goblin bombers, and so on. All kinds of professions appeared. What is this? I seem to not be able to summon anything. Whether it's a big goblin or any goblin, they are basically green, while Ka just summoned a golden goblin. Actually, it counts as the Goblin King. Of course, this so-called king was lying obediently. This guy was wearing a crown and holding a staff, still with some flair. As for strength, he should be a goblin boss. Let's see his ability by attacking him. Ka looked at Kizaru, smiled, and directly gave the order. Kizaru didn't care. What harm could a small guy do to him? Although some of these goblins had some strength upon being summoned, compared to him, they were still far behind. Get rid of him. With a strange incantation, a lightning bolt condensed in front of the golden goblin, quickly piercing through Kizaru's body, and some blood stains flowed out. The yellow ape originally didn't care much, but he felt something was off. He hurt me. Can lightning hurt light? The yellow ape wasn't sure. But just now, it was very clear to him that there was a force within that lightning that harmed him. Magic? Kyle had a suspicion in his mind. This kind of guy should be a magical creature. Let's sell it to us for research. It must have significant research value. The yellow ape thought about his position in the research institute. He had forgotten to bring benefits to his people. This guy, although only a minor injury, clearly posed a certain threat. And just now, it was merely a casual attack from this guy. He could feel it. This guy's physical energy seemed very powerful. A special existence definitely has research value. Chapter 94. Shelf announcement added to shelf announcement. I only saw the shelf notification when I updated at night. Shivering. I originally wanted to take it easy, but I was so scared that I ended up typing until 3 in the morning. The weather has been very hot these days, and work has been busy, so I'm actually very tired at night. But since it's on the shelf, I'll treat it as work. Let's work hard. Those who can support me, please do. $5 are not too little, $1 is not too much. With over 6,000 collections, if the first subscription reaches 400, I'll try to update daily this month. No matter who it is, I'll definitely do it. This is a promise, okay? If there are not 400, we'll see how it goes. It's past 3, and I have to be busy tomorrow, shivering. I might just die from exhaustion. Chapter 95. The Story of the Golden Country. Requesting first subscription. Facing the request of this lecherous uncle, Kyle thought, don't even think about it. You go summon it yourself. He didn't accept, but soon he thought again, sending it for research isn't a bad idea, and there are benefits. After all, this guy can control wherever he sends it. Who knows, if he dissects the opponent, he might gain benefits. The golden goblin beside him, although unaware of what Kyle was thinking, instinctively felt that this was a serious issue. It seemed they needed to run. It felt very dangerous here. The Navy wouldn't let you lose money, the yellow ape said. Kyle, no, I'll talk about it later if I have ideas. You really should think it through. The yellow ape looked helpless, but didn't force the issue. He couldn't act recklessly here. He also felt that he might be able to summon. Little did he know that his ability was different from Kyle's. Then I'll think it over slowly. Kyle ultimately did not nod directly. He was just thinking. He would talk about it when he figured it out. Seeing Kyle's perfunctory attitude, even more dismissive than his own, the yellow ape was speechless. However, he didn't say much more. He was here on a mission, but more to relax than to offend anyone. Watching Kyle lead over 100 goblins, he summoned leave. There were all sizes and various abilities. Some could act as porters, some could build things, and some could do alchemy. Goblins with various abilities were all present, and he felt he had hit the jackpot. Originally thinking it was a useless skill, he didn't expect such a complete set of goblins. Next, he needed to find time to conserve energy and continue summoning. Once those who gained abilities arrived, he would have endless labor. By then, for construction, there would be manpower. Although this ability must have limits, Kyle hadn't felt any limits so far, so it wasn't something to worry about. The construction of the magnetic drum kingdom had never been interrupted and could not stop. He had already arranged people to welcome those who gained powers and wanted to come over. The next stop was Sky Island. He had wanted to go there before, but wasted some time due to the news of the Underworld King and Luffy. He had thought before that Sky Island could become a stronghold or something. There were also various shell cultures. Plus, this guy could be utilized as well. His strength was not simple, akin to crocodile, unless he encountered someone unreasonable like Luffy, who, no matter how strong you are, would just sit there as the pirate king. At least he was at the level of an admiral on this sea. Of course, he might be a bit weaker than the old-school admirals like Akainu and Kizu, but he certainly wouldn't be said to be lacking. So troublesome. Right now, he had indeed gathered quite a few hands, but there were no experts. If there were someone, it wouldn't be this troublesome for him. He could just give an order to have Enel captured. Old Zifa hadn't shown any intention of coming over. There was even more to say, and someone was always watching him. Kao was also frustrated. He had someone prepare the ships. No matter what, they should first go to Sky Island to take a look. If they could bring Enel down, that would be great. Kyle, where are you going? As Kyle was preparing to set off, a figure quickly appeared nearby. What? Are you here to monitor me? Some things are better left unsaid, but Kyle stated it directly. He looked at the yellow figure beside him, looking displeased. I just came over to take a vacation. I'm a bit curious about where you're going. The yellow ape said lecherously. He simply wouldn't admit it. I do believe you if I were a fool. You old scoundrel are very bad. Kyle said disdainfully. And this yellow ape was thick-skinned enough, completely unconcerned. He just smiled, clearly wanting to follow along. What a troublesome guy. Ignoring him, Kyle set off. This guy was also not polite, directly following onto the ship. I'm going to find the celestial dragons and take them down. It should be quite interesting in front of you. And we're moving together when the time comes. Kyle casually said while sitting in a chair. Upon hearing this, the yellow ape's expression changed. You wouldn't really. If you act recklessly, everything you have now will be gone. At that time, even if Admiral Sengoku doesn't want to move against you, he'll have to. Who knows? Kyle was very casual. The people he brought this time were all elites, whether navigators or others. Nami was also brought along, just in case. Otherwise, leaving her on the island wouldn't be of any use. After all, this time they were going to Sky Island. Although even if they fell, he had confidence it would be too embarrassing if they couldn't get up. On this ship, Kyle also summoned some goblins to form a team. However, the previous golden goblins did not appear. Gaia Island. Following the prepared pointer, they arrived at the first destination. Kyle naturally had no experience going to Sky Island, but he roughly knew what was going on. This strange place is your destination? The yellow ape looked at a house obscured by a wooden board, mocking a bit. Nami checked the pointer. The magnetic field here is very strange, always pointing upwards. That's not surprising. My destination has always been in the sky. Kyle spoke directly. He had already sensed the people inside that house. And there were quite a few. They were probably observing them now. What? In the sky? Are you joking? Nami looked up at the sky. Because everyone was caught before, they honestly followed along. Now, hearing about going to the sky, she was a bit confused. It seems you know a lot. Kizura looked at Kyle. As a Marine, he naturally knew more. He was aware of the existence of Sky Island, but he wasn't clear on the specifics of where to go or how to get there. On one hand, he had no interest, and on the other, such information wouldn't be casually shared. There was just a little bit of information. They were directly allowed to dock and set foot on Gaia Island. As soon as they landed, a group of people rushed out. You are not welcome here. Please leave. Looking at Kyle and the other ship, although it didn't have a pirate flag, they wouldn't welcome anyone, no matter who they were. Leading the group was a bare-chested blonde man and a guy who looked like a monkey. Wumblin Kulik, the protagonist of the story of the great liar Noland, and a descendant of Wumblin Noland, who lived 400 years ago. He was also the final leader of the Monkey Mountain United Army. The monkey-like man beside him was the apparent leader, known as the Salvage King, with a bounty on his head. However, this time, Kyle wasn't here to catch pirates. Of course, if their personalities were too vile, that might change. Kizaru, is this your relative? Kyle pointed at the Salvage King and asked. I have no relatives. This left Kizaru with a dark expression. Isn't the monkey your relative? Kizaru, the admiral, and that manager? Why are they here? Initially, they hadn't noticed and had rushed out angrily, but after realizing the identities of the newcomers, each of them became slightly less aggressive. Kyle's reputation was not weak. After all, everyone outside the system space had seen him. Kizaru didn't need to be mentioned. He had some reputation as an admiral. Are you here to catch us? Or is it for the gold? Damn it, Kulik said with a cold face, clearly displeased. He wouldn't forgive anyone who came here to act recklessly. As for those who came to capture them, they certainly wouldn't give up easily. You think too much, Wumblin Kulik. I just plan to go to Sky Island and want to utilize your knowledge to understand the ascending current. If you're interested, I can also take you up to see the so-called gold of your ancestors. Knowing the situation here, Kyle didn't waste time and spoke directly. Before coming, he had specifically learned about this guy's name. Ascending Current? It seems you know everything. Kulik hesitated, looking at Kyle. You said the gold was taken to Sky Island? I should have thought of this possibility earlier. I've been diving like an idiot. I'm really a fool. Kulik was doubting his life. At the same time, he felt a bit excited. If he could find it, if he could prove it, then could his ancestors finally be vindicated? Ding ding. Just as Kyle was about to cry at Kulik's reaction, the system popped up in front of everyone on the scene. What is this about? Kyle was speechless. How long has it been since the last time this ended? However, this time he was overthinking it. This wasn't a problem in the system space, but a question and answer session open to the whole world. The quiz event begins. Question: is the story of the great liar Noland and the land of gold true? Correct answer reward: 100 kilograms of gold. Wrong answer penalty: deprivation of a certain ability. Souls of underworld creatures will perish and cannot reincarnate. Everyone can answer. This system was about to go on a killing spree. Looking at this question, Kyle had only one thought. He could already imagine that many people would choose false. At that time, those without abilities would be completely doomed. Although there were many hints that this was true. For example, if it were false, the system wouldn't be so idle as to create this thing, like the reward of gold. Gold might cause currency inflation. The system, the land of gold. Kulik looked at the situation on the system, feeling a bit excited. Perhaps this time his ancestors could really be freed. This system could let the whole world know. He wouldn't even need to do anything later. As long as the system announced that the land of gold existed, everyone would know his ancestors weren't lying. Kyle, this is too coincidental. Kizaru muttered beside him, looking like he had caught Kyle on something. He wanted to see if the other party would show any flaws. You already said it's a coincidence. Did you think there was some special reason? Kyle turned his head to look at him. He couldn't control this system himself. It was purely a coincidence, though it could be due to management rights. Anyway, it didn't matter whether it was or not. No one would believe him, regardless of what he said. Why are you looking at me? Aren't you going to answer the question? I can clearly tell you that the land of gold exists. It just flew up to the sky. Kyle looked around at the people watching him and casually said, 100 kilograms of gold was no small amount. A group of people became excited upon hearing this. The little thief, Cat Nami's eyes were about to turn into money signs. Gold, gold. Looking at the pressing question, she eagerly joined in. Don't forget your identity. Kyle shot her down from the side. If she answered correctly, the money would all be his. Looking at herself already answering the question, she just waited for the result. Nami looked at Kyle with a face full of sorrow. This was completely a joke. 100 kilograms of gold, how much would that be? Selling it would be enough for their straw hat crew. The result would belong to others. Is this what it means to gain and then lose? The others listened to Kyle's words, cautiously watching, and Kyle ignored them. If they cooperated, it would be fine. If not, he wouldn't be polite to pirates. How about a 70 to 30 split? 60 to 40? 50 to 50? 40 to 60? Nami tested one by one. I want it all. Kyle spoke directly. He wouldn't be polite just because she was a little thief cat. However, if they successfully reached Sky Island later, he could give her a little reward depending on her performance. Watching her being shot down, looking like she was being played with, he continued, by the way, that ascending current is very dangerous. If we fail later, we should be fine, but your body will probably be done for. Don't talk about money. If you lose your life, it's better to prepare well. One message after another entered Nami's hands. Can I not have the money? I want to go back. She initially thought it was a simple voyage, initially thought it was a chance to earn money through answering questions. The result was a place with no money and life-threatening risks. Nami was about to collapse. Is this something a person would do? This is definitely not human. Can I throw you into the sea to drown? No, don't. I know what to do now. Watching Kyle smile and joke, Nami still knew very directly what she should do. Even if she wouldn't drown, being thrown into the sea wouldn't be a good thing. It's just my gold. What could be more distressing than dangerous work and troublesome jobs? If there is, it's dangerous work, troublesome jobs, and no money, or even having to pay out of pocket. This is simply the devil. With such a devil, why hasn't anyone come to collect him? Stop cursing me in your heart, or I'll throw you into the sea to wake you up. Seeing Nami turn her head and grit her teeth, Kyle was speechless. Can you at least pretend a little better? ISNT this obviously looking for trouble? Okay, I got it, don't throw me. A completely different man, casually wanting to throw her into the sea. I really want to go back to the Straw Hat Pirates. Nami looked helpless, but could only observe her surroundings. This was not the Straw Hat Pirates. She didn't have the ability to challenge the three major powers of the pirate crew alone. Weak, pitiful, and helpless, trembling. Seeing that this guy was honest, Kyle didn't say much more. He had no malice towards Nami. He was just a guy who was forced out to sea by pirates and the Navy. Of course, he wouldn't be polite when it was time to be impolite. Chapter 96. One kick for each of the 5 elders, seeking initial subscription. Over here, Kyle and the others were murmuring. On the system, everyone was also arguing. East Blue resident. They all call him the big liar Nolan. How could this possibly be true? I bet 100 kilograms of gold if I get it. I'll pay back my gambling debt. The rest will be full. North Blue resident. Bet friend upstairs, I'm a bit better than you. I can continue to gamble after paying back. Big liar Nolan, you should really thank him. Victimized resident. No one in our place doesn't know about big liar Nolan. I can still gamble after paying back the usury. I must win back this time. West Blue resident. Gambling dog, stop talking, just jump into the sea and die. West Blue resident. 1. South Blue resident. No face, don't dare to speak. Gambling dog, jump into the sea and die. 1. Unknowingly, people up there had already started arguing. And it wasn't just ordinary people arguing. Big shots were also getting into it. Except for the Navy and the world government, not participating in their discussion. Everyone else was having a great time. Pirate King Roger. The land of gold, I know, it seems to have gone up to the sky. I've seen it, and it's even engraved with words. See Overlord rocks, just into some boring places. Gold is impressive, God of the sky, Anil. A bunch of trash, making noise nonstop. God of the sky, Anil. When I descend, I'll take you all out. New World Pirate. Who is this fool? So arrogant. 4 Emperors Kaido. Kid, come and take me out. I'm begging to die. Kyle looked at the display screen, and this Anil didn't know how many times he had appeared. Anyway, it was the first time he had seen it. He really knows how to cause trouble. Wouldn't a bunch of people rush to beat him up? Kyle was now a bit suspicious that there would be a crowd wanting to go to Sky Island to beat up Anil, and then you would have to line up. Or, after he took Anil, a bunch of people would come to find trouble with him. This is really possible. Moreover, whether or not he could take down the opponent would be a hassle. Not only is Anil himself very strong, but there's also that guy, Kizaru, who has been following him closely. Like a pervert. Why isn't he slacking off at this time? Can't he just wait for him in the Magnadrum Kingdom? So troublesome. Looking at the other party, Kizaru only showed a lewd smile. Correct answer announcement. The land of gold exists. Answer reward. 100 kilograms of gold. Number of correct answers. 33, 544 people. Suddenly, thousands of tons of gold went out. Seeing this, Kyle felt that this system was quite rich. The other worry was whether this gold would inflate and lose its value. However, it felt like this system should be able to withstand it. Meanwhile, around the world, impossible. Why is it wrong? The land of gold really exists. Nolan isn't a liar? This can't be. The king is the liar? That big liar-esque story is actually true? It must be that king killed Nolan for the gold and then said he was a liar. Luckily, I was cautious and didn't gamble. Not gambling is winning. Nolan, on an island in the North Blue, someone shouted. Some people were collapsing and couldn't take it anymore. Others were smug and indifferent. Then, many people who were shouting exploded. I don't want to die. I can win back. I don't want to die. I have the ability. I'm still a wanted criminal. I can. One by one, people seemed to receive a prompt, and just on one street, dozens of people died. This changed the street dramatically and panicked those around. At the same time, people became more cautious and didn't dare to gamble or answer the system's questions anymore. Such a situation was happening all over the world in the 4 seas, the Grand Line, and the New World. Just as Kyle thought, many people died. A storybook that has been passed down for 400 years already had many uncertainties. Losing a bet meant losing everything. Of course, there were still quite a few people who won bets and obtained gold, including those with Kyle. Of course, he knew the answer, so this didn't count as gambling. Gold. So much gold I've never seen before. The dozens of people on site gathered the gold shining on this island. Nami looked at the pile in front of her and swallowed. Lord Kyle. She turned her head and looked at Kyle sweetly. I feel like you need to wake up. Looking at this sweet-looking woman, Kyle pointed towards the sea. That little woman still wants to take advantage of me. Not happening. He was a very devoted man. Devoted to liking blue-haired women. No. I'm already awake. Looking at Kyle, Nami also gave up. This guy was simply not a man. She could only honestly enjoy the sight. This gold was almost hers. It was just unfortunate that it fell a bit short. Among the people present, only a few didn't answer the questions, like Kizaru and Kureha, and their attention was still on the system. They wanted to see what else would follow. Question: why didn't the king find gold when he arrived at the land of gold? Multiple choice. 1. The king actually found the gold, but wanted to hide it himself, so he made an excuse to kill Nolan. 2. The king arrived late, and the gold had already been taken by someone else. 3. Because Nolan discovered the reason for the gold, the locals hid the gold. 4. The land of gold was washed up into the sky by the ocean currents. Reward for correct answer: 100 kilograms of gold. Penalty for wrong answer. Deprivation of a certain ability. Souls of underworld creatures will perish and cannot be reincarnated. Everyone can answer. Note: no reward after 10,000 people answer correctly. Little system, are you scared of being exploited? So many people have died. There shouldn't be that many answering this time. Looking at the system, Kyle directly chose 4. The Pirate King seemed to have said before that it went to the sky. Is there really a sky island? Nami said with a bitter expression. She still found it hard to believe. Of course there is. If there wasn't, we would fall back down after being washed up into the sky, and then you would be smashed to pieces. Kyle looked at Nami. This directly made her face turn pale, scared out of her wits. This will depend on you then. With so many people on our ship, our lives are all in your hands. Ignoring the fact that this little thief cat was already scared, Kyle continued speaking. He looked as if he was entrusting a heavy responsibility, but in reality, there were quite a few navigators on their ship. They were specially prepared and had already been informed in advance about the news of this sky island. They were all somewhat bold individuals. I would do my best. Looking at the Demon King in front of her, Nami gave up on trying to persuade him. Now, she was just watching the show. And this time, the answering didn't take much time. The Pirate King had said before that the land of gold went to the sky, and there were still people who saw it. As for believing or not, it depended on how many gamblers there were left. And when the answer was announced, it could still be proven that there were indeed many gamblers. Correct answer announced. 4. The land of gold was washed up into the sky by the ocean currents. Reward for correct answer: 100 kilograms of gold. Number of correct answers: 10,000 people. The number of 10,000 was reached. Of course, many more might have died. The Sky Island, huh? It really exists. Kulik suddenly burst into laughter from his side. He was overwhelmed with joy and tears, laughing while crying. He had been diving to search for the land of gold for so many years. He had always thought it was sunk to the bottom of the sea. He never imagined it had flown up to the sky. He understood the upward current, but he had never thought about sending an entire island into the sky. He could only blame himself for having too few ideas and being too foolish, wasting so much time. The system still had visuals on it. Kulik watched as his ancestor, Nolan, found this Jaya island, saved the Shandians who were afflicted by the fever, and became good friends with the warrior Kalgera. He slayed the snake god to save people, ending the tradition of human sacrifice. This made Kulik certain that his ancestor was not a liar. It also let the whole world know that Nolan was a true adventurer, not some big fraud. It was just a series of unfortunate misunderstandings that lasted for 400 years before being resolved. Many people watching this scene didn't know what to say. Besides the situation of Nolan and the Shandians getting to know each other until the end, there was also the spectacular scene of the upward current appearing. All situations had been revealed. Kulik was already kneeling on the ground, crying. The nearby gorilla-like guy was comforting him. You want to go to Sky Island, right? Take me with you. Watching his ancestor interact with Jaya Island, he planned to go see that land of gold. Originally, confirming that his ancestor hadn't lied and wasn't a big fraud was enough. But now, Kulik had a new goal. The gold mentioned in this, the golden bell inside. I just want to take a look. I have no interest in gold. As long as you agree, I will fully cooperate with you. Kulik wasn't a fool. Now that everyone knew the land of gold was in the sky, he naturally had to make his purpose clear. Then let's go together and see the land of gold your ancestor talked about. Kyle grinned, not really caring. He indeed needed gold now. It could help recruit people and do various things, but it wasn't a necessity. What he needed now were people and high combat power. Thank you. Thank you very much. Following his previous kneeling position, Kulik directly bowed in gratitude. The surrounding pirate crews were a bit confused. Are we going to the sky? Whatever you want to do, go ahead. Kulik didn't ask much from the pirate crew. They had come together due to some feelings before. Now, since some were entangled, there was no need for that. As the system visuals ended, the chat area in the system's space boiled again, turning into all sorts of bizarre conversations. Some were talking about Roger, others about the other emperors. More were arguing with Enel, leading people to suspect whether Enel would jump down from the sky in anger to find trouble. Enel was definitely not a good-tempered person. Watching Enel argue with people, Kyle accelerated his ascent. Otherwise, if the other party ran away, he probably wouldn't be able to catch up. He might even run straight to the moon. He wasn't sure how many abilities in this pirate world could reach the moon. It seemed to be just the other party's arc maxim. Kulik stayed behind with Kyle and others, urging his pirate crew to leave, including that gorilla captain, to take the gold away. As for here, they quickly started arranging things. To utilize the upward current, it was necessary to modify the ship with wind power. Let's give it wings first, Kulik said with great enthusiasm, explaining the situation to the navigators on site, adding some wings for leverage on both sides. Kyle was just watching the show. As long as they could go to the sky, that was fine. You really want to go to the Sky Island? Is there anything there? Kizaru asked from his side. He didn't think Kyle would travel so far just for gold. Now, for him, it wasn't a time to waste running around everywhere. Guess. Kyle turned his head to ask. This made Kizaru smack his lips. We're not companions now. Don't act like we're familiar, okay? The other party didn't say anything, and Kyle wouldn't let him off easily. He urged him not to ask so many questions anymore. Letting him follow was already based on the other party's strength. This junior brother really lacked a sense of humanity, Kizaru said with a helpless look. You have humanity. If I call you brother, will you help me? Declaring to leave the Navy? Kyle looked at Kizaru. This old guy. Spare me. If I really leave the Navy, maybe the world government will put a bounty on me. Kizaru exaggeratedly replied. But Kyle was skeptical. When Akiji left the Navy, nothing happened at all, even if there was a bounty. Are you afraid of their bounty? After leaving the Navy, you could step on an admiral with one foot, a member of the Gorosei with another, and a celestial dragon with yet another. How cool would that be? What is there to be afraid of? Kyle was planning for Kizaru's future on the side. Kizaru only thought about it briefly and realized it would be a very troublesome future. Young people these days are truly terrifying, but please spare me. You should go fool Admiral Garp and Zephyr instead. They're still vigorous in their old age, but I really can't handle it. Huh, an admiral of the Navy. Seeing the other party's reluctance, Kyle chuckled. He didn't plan to push it any further. After observing him for these days, he had a rough understanding of this guy's temperament. A lazy dog, that's for sure. Perhaps having seen through everything, he appeared to be devoid of worldly desires. He was here on a mission, which was true. Not doing anything to him was partly because he previously got Kyle in trouble and felt a bit guilty after Zephyr took him away, and partly because of Zephyr's influence. Of course, that shouldn't be much. More so, he felt that doing this wouldn't cause any major trouble. After all, it was just a matter of keeping one eye open and one eye closed during the mission, and nothing had happened. If something serious were to occur, once orders came down from above, this guy would likely still take action. This is Admiral Kizaru. He still has his principles. At least, he still does for now. Kyle continued to observe him, without thinking he could pull him away in one go. If he could show him that he wasn't someone who didn't do serious work, the chance of him staying might not be zero. Chapter 97. Arrival at the Sky Island. Are we really going to the sky? Should we calm down? Or, after waiting for 2 days, they finally found an ascending current, while Nami was anxiously looking at Kyle. She kept glancing at the sea, still a bit excited. Is this really the place? Kyle ignored the little cat and looked at Kulik. Kulik had put in a lot of effort these days to confirm the sea current. At this moment, their ship had also been modified, equipped with wing-like devices. At least, this treatment was much better than what Luffy and the others had before. If this fails, they can only say we'll come back next time. No mistake, I've confirmed it many times. This ascending current will definitely launch us up. Kulik looked at the clouds above with great excitement. If there were no mistakes, they would really reach the so-called Sky Island. The Sky Island. Nami, feeling ignored, didn't mind and followed suit to look at the sky. She had already figured out what they were doing here over the past 2 days. However, the difficulty was still considerable. The Sky Island was a fantasy existence for many people. Of course, that was in the past. Now, many people believed that the Sky Island really existed. But how to get up, there was a question. Although many on Kyle's ship believed it, they still felt a bit apprehensive. They just understood that they couldn't leave now and waited obediently for the ascending current. Is it coming? This thing is powerful. At this moment, the sea around them began to form a whirlpool, and everything turned pitch black. Kizaru looked around cautiously. He wasn't too worried about any enemies. He was just concerned about whether they would fall directly into the sea, which would be a disaster. Look over there are monsters. As Kizaru spoke, chaos erupted on the ship. Several dark figures appeared in the sky, resembling humans, but much larger and with wings. Those are just the sky people. There's no need to pay them any mind. Kyle saw the mirage-like scene, which was indeed very intimidating. The figures descending from the sky were much larger than their ship. Many people were already frightened, some even trembling. The current is coming. Kulik was shocked, but still remembered what he should do. Everyone pay attention. Those who should hide, and the weaker one should go into the cabin. Kyle and the others were well prepared. Most of the people were already in the cabin, but some were still outside. Everything was secured and tied down. Now, they just waited for the ascent. With a prompt, the remaining people began to act quickly. The ship was becoming increasingly unstable. What a powerful force. It's here. With someone shouting, the surrounding sea suddenly fell silent. But the next moment, a surge of current erupted. A towering water column formed directly. The ship was lifted high into the sky, propelled by the wind and sea water. Flying upwards, Nami couldn't even stand still, screaming as she was lifted into the air. Fortunately, Ka was prepared and quickly grabbed her. This is too dangerous. Today's young people are too crazy. Kizaru stood leisurely to the side, watching as no one got hurt, speaking slowly. Steer the ship, steer the ship. We're setting sail. Using the current to fly into the sky, Nami still hadn't forgotten what needed to be done next. She instructed some of the sailors still outside to act. They had been prepared for this, and those on board were mostly tied up and could move with ropes. The only ones not tied were the few standing next to Kyle. Set sail. Be careful. There are things in this current. Don't let them get close. There are sea kings. The soaring current couldn't be fully understood just by watching videos. Only when facing it could the true destructive power and pressure be felt. With a rapid sprint of several thousand meters, Kyle's ship plunged into a white ocean, resembling clouds, and it felt like water inside. Even Kizaru felt a bit uncomfortable, but it seemed a little different here. After a few breaths, they quickly passed through the white sea. Splash! A massive figure emerged from the white ocean, and Kyle's ship appeared on this white sea. Soaring into the air, it finally crashed down onto the white ocean. We did it. Nami looked at the surrounding white ocean. Although her spirit was scattered, she still reacted. Is this the Sky Island? Kulik was even more excited. He looked around, wanted to find where the Golden Country was. That so-called Golden Bell. Ka was also amazed by this creation of nature. The white ocean looked incredibly beautiful. This feeling was different from how it could be described with words or shown in videos. Only by truly seeing it could one feel how miraculous the ocean and the sky is. We did it. We all made it up here. Not just them. The other crew members now looked at this white sea. Each was excited. Those who dared to go to sea with Kyle basically had dreams of seeing other existences. They were all quite bold. Now, having seen this white sea and reached the sky as they wished, it was an achievement for them as well. This was just the beginning. Let us find the island. Kyle spoke directly. Although he felt that they should have been discovered by now, they decided to find someone first. Kyle, someone has already noticed us, although I don't know where, but just now someone was indeed watching us, and then quickly disappeared, said the yellow ape, who was lying on the deck like a salted fish. That sense of being watched had appeared when they entered the white sea. He initially wanted to confirm what that guy was up to, but after sensing nothing, he gave up. Just a self-righteous guy. Don't mind him. Kyle didn't say much. God? The yellow ape looked at Kyle. Those who dare to use such a name are quite arrogant. Even the celestial dragons only say they are descendants of gods. Although it implies divinity, it's still a bit more subtle. Just pretend I didn't say anything. He will come to find us himself anyway, Kyle didn't explain. Although others were filled with confusion, now was not the time to ask questions or give explanations. They immediately began searching for an island, sailing cautiously, fearing that they might leave the white sea and fall directly from the sky. That would probably be the end. Falling from thousands or even tens of thousands of meters high without a reaction could lead to disaster. Fortunately, such worries were merely their imaginations. However, along the way, they encountered quite a few things. Is this a fish from the White Sea? It looks so strange, Nami exclaimed as she caught a fish and examined it. Kurizumi was also observing. This thing is indeed different from those below. It seems to have discarded many features to maintain buoyancy. For the same weight, it is much lighter than the fish below. Speaking of the fish below, they are all monsters with no distinction. Kyle lost interest after a few glances. On the other side, a man with a bare upper body, adorned with drum-like objects on his back, wearing a white headscarf and long earlobes that reached his chest, bit into an apple while sensing something. So many people, and they are from the East Blue. They seem to know something disrespectful and rude to the gods. I leave them to you. Deal with them. I don't want to see them, Inaru said while yawning. In front of him were several people of varying heights and builds, all looking a bit eccentric, and they were the priests of the Sky Island, usually helping Inaru manage the White Sea. Yes, more of those East Blue fools. Leave them to us. I can handle it alone. You won't be of any use. The priests were eager to set off, and Inaru didn't mind. The ones appearing this time seemed quite troublesome. His focus was always on Kyle and the others, sending out priests to assess the situation, just wanting to know their strength. If possible, he would deal with it directly to avoid wasting his time. If it can't be resolved, then he would think about it later. Regarding the situation on Inaru's side, Kyle didn't know but had some guesses. He was waiting for someone to come to him. They didn't waste much time looking for a place to land because someone had come to guide them. An old man in armor, riding a strange horse, introduced himself as the Sky Knight Gonfor. Thank you, Gonfor. If it weren't for you, we would have wasted a lot of time finding the island. Nami quickly became familiar with Gonfor. Just a little guidance. and he already understood some situations about this sky island. It's all small matters, and you even paid, so don't worry. Looking at your strength, you shouldn't need to hire me. There shouldn't be anything here that can threaten you, but I still remind you, don't provoke the gods and priests. Gamfer's expression was calm. He had seen some of Kyle's group in action along the way. The size of their ship also indicated that their power should not be small. Their strength was evident, but a reminder was necessary. After all, they were the gods of the sky, whom he couldn't manage. God? Nami recalled what Kyle had said before. Yes, just don't provoke them. It's best not to speak carelessly, or the gods might discover you at any time. Gonfer warned carefully. As long as they didn't say anything bad, there should be no problem, but if they kept bringing it up, it could lead to trouble. Nami nodded silently, watching Kyle and the others without saying much more. After all, she was just a small fry. She couldn't decide or manage other matters. She just hoped to have some good experiences before quickly returning. Chapter 98. Quitting your god addiction. Everything was white, whether it was land or other structures. Many buildings were white. However, there were some trees and similar things that resembled what they often saw before. As soon as they entered the sky island, Nami and the others began to explore. It was indeed very different from below. The fruits here are very special, and they're quite hard. These cloud-like things seem to be artificially made. We should buy some to study. Lord Kyle, they began to get lively on the beach. Those things are made from the shells here. If you're interested, you can buy some. Gonfer informed them after understanding the situation. Shells? Nami and a few others paid attention. Yes, like this one, this is a wind shell. And there are also fire shells, cloud shells, flavor shells, camera shells, and quite a few for combat. If you're interested, you can check them out, Gonfer quickly explained. He looked towards Kyle, initially wanting to catch his attention to confirm their situation. However, unfortunately, Kyle didn't pay him any mind. After wandering around for a bit, he let them act freely, even leaving the goblins there. Only the yellow ape continued to follow him. Of course, it wasn't by choice. Now that we're up here, why are you still following me? You must have some special hobby, right? Kyle looked at the yellow ape with disdain. I'm just taking a look. I'm not following you. The yellow ape replied lazily, glancing towards the north, where there seemed to be a forest. What's there to pay attention to? Just a few trash. Kyle sensed something approaching from a distance. The priests or whatever, their strength was just average. Not to mention his current power, even the strength he had before his death could handle these guys. Indeed, if gods are like this, then... As Huang Yuan spoke, suddenly a lightning bolt appeared from the sky and struck down directly. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and dodged it. Was this an attack? He was surprised by how far it had come from. The people who had been approaching quickly emerged from the forest, for figures scattered in different directions. The criminals pointed and gestured at the god, not even considering us, truly unaware of how high the heavens are. A fat man wearing glasses, looking like a beggar, stood on a round ball saying this. There were many balls around, and if you only looked at his clothes, he could also be mistaken for a ball. Shadley, stop talking nonsense and just capture them. The god has already acted. Be careful, don't be careless. That guy just dodged the goddess attack. Leave that guy to me. Woo woo woo. One by one, the priests appeared, each looking a bit strange. The last one, with bizarre spider-like hair, was mumbling and struggling to speak clearly. It seemed they completely underestimated you. Kyle sensed the surroundings. Besides these 4 priests, others had already surrounded Nami and the others, and they were even fighting. Yuru guys, go die. Don't waste the goddess time. Attack. The priest yelled angrily, interrupting Huang Yuan, who was about to speak. A guy with a long knife suddenly pierced Huang Yuan's body. Take one down. Priest Dome shouted proudly. Without even seeing clearly, his attack was utterly ineffective. Then this one is mine. The fat Shadley shouted triumphantly, attacking Kyle directly. But as he approached Kyle, his speed was even faster. His hand reached out and pierced through the other's plump body. The other 2 finally sensed something was off, reacted and advanced to dodge, but it was already over. It's not just you who has observation hockey. A figure exploded forward, 2 ice spear-like objects piercing the other 2. Why? I saw it. These 2 later. Kyle pulled out his weapon, causing their blood to flow quickly, unwilling to die. They looked confused, not understanding at all. Their hearts had clearly detected Kyle, yet they couldn't dodge at all. Seeing it doesn't mean you can react. Kyle sneered. He looked to the other side. Priest Ohm was shocked, his soul leaving him. He still wanted to attack Kyle with his long knife, but was instantly blasted away by Huang Yuan's finger. This guy's speed was even faster. Is this what they call a priest? So disappointing. Huang Yuan had initially thought they were strong figures, just right to gauge Kyle's strength. But this? Disappointed or not? Just don't meddle later. Looking at the 4 lying corpses, he felt a bit troubled. He had originally planned to capture them, but just now he had killed one without restraint. What are you saying? Huang Yuan began to speak, but stopped halfway. Zila Zila, with a flash of lightning. A figure appeared before them. A naked man wearing only pants. Anira looked at the priests around him, his expression not good. He had wanted to test something, but that test had ended in failure. All 4 priests were gone. Although he didn't care much about these useless beings, dying so easily still made him very unhappy. You are provoking the gods, foolish people from Qinghai. Looking at Kyle and Huang Yuan, Aniru said angrily. Although he had previously understood how foolish the people from Qinghai were, now that truly enraged him. Let you know the vast gap between man and God. Divine punishment is coming. He had already learned about some people from Qinghai through the system. Now he wished he could directly eliminate them. 30 million volts. While speaking, Aniru had already erupted. Kyle sensed the attack and dodged first. Huang Yuan didn't pay much attention. Without armament haki, his haki was useless against him. He directly interrupted Aniru's body, which quickly turned back into yellow light. What? Aniru was surprised at this scene. Why was there someone like him who could be immune to attacks, even his own? Unforgivable. Divine punishment. Aniru shouted angrily, launching consecutive attacks at Kyle and Huang Yuan. He could not accept that someone could block him here. He dodged your attack. Why are you hitting me? Kyle was annoyed, dodging the divine punishment and quickly arriving in front of him. You. Aniru felt it when Kyle swung his fist, transforming into lightning to dodge. Why do I feel like I can hit you? Who knows why? Aniru was shocked, while Kyle was not surprised. His speed was not slower than lightning, especially in a close-range explosion. Transforming into an afterimage, he instantly caught up with Aniru and kicked him into the ground. Poochie. The kick broke several of Aniru's bones. At the same time, Aniru felt strange. Why? Why can I hit him? I haven't been hit in a long time. Soon he sensed the attacks continuing, and he had to quickly get up and dodge. But in front of Kyle, it was completely useless. With a flash of electricity, Kyle seemed to have predicted where Aniru would move and was already waiting there. After several consecutive hits, Aniru's face was beaten into a pulp. A god, right? The gap between man and God? Divine punishment? What else? Electrocution? Like electric therapy? Like to show off? Divine punishment? Still electrocuting me? Still a god? You self-proclaimed gods are all abnormal, either feeling pain or divine punishment. Can you really be a god? I never said I wanted to be a god. God, God, God. Today I will cure your god addiction. Let you be a god. Let you be a god. Are you still a god? Huh? Kyle quickly pursued the two, directly exploding the entire surrounding area. From the beach to the forest, Aniru's fruit development was limited, and his own quality was also limited. His observation haki couldn't compare to Kyle's. He had truly become useless except for the fruit. He was overwhelmingly crushed. Huang Yuan watched from the side, feeling a bit embarrassed seeing Aniru being beaten like that. This guy, is he performing for me? Huang Yuan had the impression that several times he saw Kyle looking at him, as if saying, what is wrong with you? I'll beat you up too. However, this physical fitness and this domineering awareness have surpassed me. The current young ones are truly terrifying. Maybe it's better for me to retire. The yellow ape thought to himself while watching the show. He wasn't someone who, despite his old age, didn't want to retire. If possible, he would want to retire right now and live a life where he is served. Of course, he knew that was impossible. He thought about living a life of being served, but that probably meant getting his legs broken by the warring states and then being served. Those ruthless little guys. By the end of the show, the yellow ape couldn't watch anymore. A user of the thunder fruit was directly beaten up by Kyle, unable to dodge at all. In the end, he accidentally got handcuffed with sea prism stone. Seeing that Kyle carried sea prism stone handcuffs, the yellow ape felt a bit worried about being ambushed. If that happened, he would end up like Enel, being pressed to the ground and beaten. It would be embarrassing to bully a man in his 50s. You know, even Enel, who is young and strong, has had several bones broken and is now lying on the ground, bruised and battered, without the strength to struggle. And he is also handcuffed with sea prism stone. So, he didn't need to say more. Chapter 99, Successfully Captured a God. Successfully captured a Pokemon, dragging the already weak and paralyzed god Enel to the yellow ape's front. This guy turned out to be unexpectedly easy to bully, which Kyle hadn't anticipated. Perhaps Enel had been invincible for too long and became careless, or perhaps it was simply due to his own strength. I thought you would kill him directly, the yellow ape said, looking at Enel. For a user of the thunder fruit to be beaten to the ground and motionless like this, he felt a bit of sorrow for the rabbit and the fox. They are all natural type users and all very powerful and ruthless, and this is the result. Whether to kill or not depends on whether this guy is honest. Kyle planned to take this guy back and train him well. If he is useful, he would keep him. If not, that would be fine too. He didn't know if the kaleidoscope Sharingan could control this guy. The yellow ape didn't continue speaking, but already had some thoughts. Based on the current situation, if the other side really succeeded, they might have an additional thunderfruit user under their command. Cough, 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 let go of me. I am a god. Enel managed to catch his breath and spoke. However, before he could finish, he was pressed down by Kyle again. A fruit user shouldn't be calling themselves a god. Just obediently shut up. Where have you seen a god dragged on the ground? Kyle directly stepped on him to make him behave. Meanwhile, he watched the others quickly subdue the remaining people. Many of the Sky Island people had average combat power. Once Enel and the priest were dealt with, the others were no match. Gonfer looked at the captured god, now with a face full of surprise. It was one thing for the priest to be defeated, but now even the god was captured. Are all the people from the Blue Sea like this? He thought to himself, but he wasn't sure. He had seen many people from the Blue Sea before, and not everyone had such strength. No need to worry. No need to worry. There are many guys like this outside, just like this lecherous uncle beside me. He basically takes down a priest with one kick and a god with one move. Seeing the shocked expressions of the others, Kyle joked casually and pointed at the yellow ape, who had been standing by without making a move. I won't refute your other words, but I'm not lecherous. Thank you. The yellow ape replied helplessly. He didn't know whether this guy was trying to show off his combat strength to threaten him. Just a moment ago, he was acting as if he wanted him to give it a try. Thinking about possibly having to fight him or end up like Enel being stepped on made him feel a bit reluctant. What a hassle. I really want to retire. Gonfer looked at the yellow ape, not daring to say much or ask too many questions. He just quietly watched what these Blue Sea people were going to do and whether it would affect them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. While cleaning up the battlefield, a group of people quickly approached. A group of Sandians sprinting directly on the White Sea, each stepping on shell props. Using this thing, well, makes it much easier to move on the sea. Seeing these people's figures, Kyle suddenly had an idea. Although it was quite dangerous, there's a possibility of flipping over or encountering Sea Kings. Short-distance combat operations would definitely not be a problem. They're Sandians. They came for the god. Did they think they found an opportunity? Gonfer glanced at the nearby priest and god, feeling a bit suspicious. But he felt that they were going to be in trouble. Let's see how they treat the Sky Island people. Sandians? Nami asked from the side. They also came from the Blue Sea. They are a group of people specifically resisting the gods, Gonfer said without elaborating. The main people had already arrived, and some even had cannons aimed directly at them. They would just watch. There was no need for explanations. The Sandians were also quite confused. They had rushed over as soon as they heard about the priest being injured and the Blue Sea people fighting. They planned to eliminate the priest and the god and then return to their homeland. But now, the situation seemed different from what they had imagined. They initially thought there would be a big battle, but now it was like this? Why was the god defeated and stepped on? Be careful. These Blue Sea people are not simple, one woman among the Sandians said. The scene before them was something they never expected, making them forget their original purpose. Weepa, calm down. Someone reminded their leader, a man with a bare upper body, tattoos around his left eye, a cigarette in his mouth, and holding a cannon, was the most ferocious and crazy warrior among the Sandians. I know. Weepa looked at Kyle and the others. He initially thought there would be a big battle, but now it seemed a bit different. In any case, he wouldn't give up on the Holy Land. Please let them come over. Seeing the Sandians, Kyle waved his hand to let them approach. He had no intention of having anyone take action. Originally, both sides were in a standoff, but as soon as Kyle spoke, they dispersed, allowing Weepa and the others to come closer. You are. The fierce warrior Weepa approached quickly with a dark face. On one hand, he wanted to determine what kind of people these were, and, on the other hand, he wanted to confirm the fate of the priest and the god. Before he could finish speaking, he heard a voice. Kulik, he should be the one you're looking for. For that somewhat foolish-looking blonde uncle, Kyle had no bad thoughts. On the contrary, he thought the other party was a good person. He had persisted in searching for the land of gold for so long. Moreover, he had previously helped them study the rising current. So letting the other party understand a bit was a good thing. Additionally, once their identities were clarified, it would also benefit them. This guy with a fierce look on his face seems like a bad person. He must be a descendant of the Sandia warrior. 400 years later, the descendants of the Sandia warrior and Norland. Huh? Kulik looked at the winged person, still a bit stunned. They're the residents of Gaia Island from 400 years ago. He is a descendant of Norland. I wonder if you remember that name. Kyle spoke directly. Beppa, who was about to speak, turned to look at the rough-looking uncle who didn't resemble Norland at all upon hearing the name. A descendant of Norland? Vepin naturally knew about the history and stories of the past. The generations have passed down the last apology of Norland, along with that sentiment. Norland? His descendant has come? Many Sandians still know the name Norland. He is the one who has been completely recorded, the one who changed them. What a joke. How could a descendant of Norland come here? Veppa's gaze sharpened. He shouted directly. He didn't believe it. It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. I just happened to bring this guy up here to make this place mine. Kyle looked at the obviously resistant and more disbelieving guy in front of him and said casually, the Sky Island, he was determined. Another guy wanted to taint the Holy Land. Godi. Veppa, who seemed to already know the truth, shouted. He had already taken out the cannon and aimed it directly at Kyle, while the others had also prepared for battle at the first moment. Before they could attack, they felt a chill in their bodies. Don't be impulsive. Being so impulsive will get you killed. Looking at the group of people in front of him who had turned into ice sculptures in the blink of an eye, Kyle muttered. Some had recognized his identity. But so what? The difference between the Sandians and the people below is still significant. Just explain your identity to them well, and find out what you want to know. After that, let them come see me. Looking at the group of statues here, the ice soon melted, but the cold still made everyone shiver. And the people around were terrified. Kyle pointed to Kulik. Let the other party handle the communication here. He would come to communicate later. This group of Sandians were a good choice as warriors. They had good qualities, and once they learned hockey and utilized the Sky Island's resources, a group of mature combat power would emerge. Kulik looked at Veppa, who still glared at Kyle. He nodded in response. This was his goal for coming here, and moreover, if the other party was from Gaia Island, he definitely couldn't let them die. Then, if I remember correctly, you were the god of this Sky Island before. Kyle looked at Gonfer. He had already had ideas before. Now it was time to realize them. Gonfer didn't expect things to turn out this way. Moreover, how did the people from the Blue Sea know about him, and that he used to be a god? He hadn't been a god for many years. Help persuade the people here. Kyle grinned and directly assigned tasks without any politeness. Gonfer was still bewildered when he finally started to act. What is this? A tool? Although he still had many helpers, this was too much. Thinking of Kyle's strength, Gonfer ultimately decided to act honestly. Enel's palace. At this moment, it had already become a temporary residence for Kyle and them. After driving away Kizaru, Kyle took Enel into a room. It's just us now. Let's talk about things. This god, do you have dreams? Squatting in front of the injured Enel, Kyle said directly. I want to kill you, you rude person. Facing a god, you still. Enel said weakly. All right. Seeing your appearance, you're still not convinced. Let me see how tough you really are. Looking at Enel, Kyle felt helpless, knowing that this guy was not someone who could submit easily. After saying this, Kyle's eyes began to change. One eye gathered strange patterns, initially forming a three-tomo, which later transformed into a special triangle, with the scara turning red. Chapter 100. The kaleidoscope Sharingan that hollowed out the Navy. He hadn't used it much after obtaining it, mainly because there weren't many strong opponents needing him to use this thing. This is the world I created. Here, you will have a pleasant 72 hours. You can think about how to become my subordinate, and of course, you can choose to continue resisting. We will spend this time together joyfully. With one use of Tsukuyumi, he sent Enel into the Tsukuyumi world. Various techniques were used to deal with this guy, making him feel the pain of this world. Although the Tsukuyumi kaleidoscope Sharingan couldn't control people like the other gods, it was definitely easier than Obito's eye. Once, Enel broke down. Twice, Enel had already been completely destroyed. 3 times, Enel. What a hassle. It directly cost me 3 uses of Tsukuyumi. Feeling his eyes starting to bleed, Kyle was a bit displeased. However, it was just a bit of pressure causing blood. He didn't feel like he was getting nearsighted or anything. He wasn't like Itachi Uchiha, who would be exhausted after using it once. His current physical condition was much better than that of the ninjas in the ninja world. Looking at the guy in front of him who couldn't even move, he ordered someone to come and take care of him for good rest. After all, he had successfully controlled him. He couldn't let this guy become useless. Soon, a medical team arrived to treat him, occupying the Drum Kingdom. The medical personnel under him had excellent skills. Not only were they from their own country, but after some people from other countries came to learn, they stayed in the Drum Kingdom. These were all benefits brought by pay and money. And this Sky Island, he was also utilizing it. Kyle was thinking while lying on a sofa that resembled a large bed. After the medical team checked Enel's body, they looked at him and found it a bit strange. Then they glanced at Kyle, who looked like he was enjoying a post-coital smoke. They dare not say much or ask too many questions. Enel had not only external injuries, but also many mental traumas. The medical team reported the situation while treating him and then left the room, leaving a bit flustered. A white glove fell off. I'm not a devil. Feeling the people leaving, Kyle was lost in thought. Not long after, the exploration team returned. A combination of humans and goblins. Lord Kyle, the gold has been found, along with that huge ship. Naturally, the first thing to do upon arriving here is to search for good stuff. The gold from Sky Island, special shells, devil fruits, and ships. Kyle is quite interested in Enel's ship. It can fly. Plus, with Enel as a power source, there's nothing to worry about. Just keep watch. He directly issued orders to ensure no one causes trouble. Understood. As the exploration team departed, the next arrival was Kizaru. This lecherous old guy watched as one person after another entered Kyle's room and became impatient. Are you really going to take control of the Sky Island? What else? Just leave and let chaos erupt here? Kyle lay still on the bed, contemplating how things would unfold. But giving up was not an option. You could leave it to the Navy or the world government. Kizaru quickly interjected. Hand it over to them to extract the gold from the sky, or let them decide when to invade the Sky Island. Kyle flatly refused. If it were when he was in the Navy, handing it over wouldn't be a problem. But now, handing it to the Navy would be foolish. It seems you really have a poor opinion of the Navy, Kizaru interrupted after a pause. I just know too much, and with knowledge comes thoughts. It's about the situation, not the people, Kyle replied. I'm curious about what you experienced during the time you died and came back to life. I'm curious too, Kyle yawned. Who knows what he went through? He died and knew nothing, then just came back to life. Upon hearing this, Kizaru assumed Kyle didn't want to say anything. Has Admiral Sengoku reported the intel? Just as Kizaru fell silent, Kyle suddenly spoke up. He reported that you captured the Thunder Fruit user and the plans to occupy the Sky Island. Kizaru didn't hide anything and spoke directly. What did Sengoku say? Kyle turned over, not expecting the other party to be so straightforward. Kizaru had a strange expression. He didn't say much, just to prepare for taking over the admiral position. Ah, you really are pitiful. Kyle initially reacted with surprise, but quickly changed his expression. How about you give me a price and just become my spy? Being an admiral in the Navy has no future in the end. It's still the world government that calls the shots. I'll help you take down the world government, and you could be an executive in the new world government. How about that? You could take vacations whenever you want, get raises whenever you want, and chase girls whenever you want. Seeing the guy in front of him with a rising status, Kyle tempted him. You're making me tempted. But what if we can't take it down? Kizaru carefully observed his surroundings, noticing Kyle wasn't recording anything. If we fail, we'll definitely be killed. As long as we don't die, there's no failure. And if we do fail, will getting a coffin count? Kyle casually replied. This is serious, genuinely. The young people nowadays are really scary. Are they completely unafraid of death? Kizaru muttered with a lecherous expression. So, what about the future admiral? We could team up to overthrow the world government. You could be the boss, and I can be your subordinate. Being an admiral is boring. If I'm going to be something, I want to be the king of the world. Kyle continued to tempt him with a smile. You can already be my subordinate. You join the Navy, and we cooperate. I'll promote you to admiral, and if Sengoku disagrees, I'll give you my position. Kizaru looked skeptical. The Navy has no place for me anymore. You better think it through. If you miss this opportunity, there one be another. The two exchanged words, but in reality, it was uncertain who was telling the truth and who was lying. Kizaru was too boring. The so-called justice was ambiguous. No matter what, he would be lazy. If pirates needed to be caught, he would catch them. But if something major happened in the Navy or world government, he probably wouldn't put in much effort, especially with the world government. Only when it reached the point of destruction would he truly consider whether to take action. Kyle thought about the old Kizaru for a moment. He initially thought about trying to persuade him, but the probability seemed really low. How about try to persuade Akiji instead? That guy seems to be questioning life now and has a good relationship with Zifa, Kyle thought to himself. What bad thoughts are you having now? Kizaru observed Kyle, noticing his scheming expression, and curiously asked. I'm thinking about how to poach Akiji. You saw the system. Akiji has left the Navy, and he is already doubting the Navy's justice. There should be a chance, right? How about you help persuade him? If we bring him over, I'll give you a commission. Kyle spoke directly. As for whether the other party believed it, that was his problem. Why not try to recruit Akainu? That guy is not suitable, at least not right now. Kyle shook his head. If it were in the Navy, changing things from the inside, Akainu would indeed be a suitable person to collaborate with. But if not, then forget it. You really want to hollow out the Navy, huh? Poaching me, Akiji, Zifa-sensei, Vice Admiral Karp, want one of each? Kizaru said with a nonchalant attitude. If you can take them all, I'll follow you. All right, let us wait until Sengoku retires. When that time comes, you just need to say a few good words, and if successful, I'll give you a commission, Kyle said casually, still smiling. Seeing Kyle like this, Kizaru was already putting it in his mind. This guy definitely has more thoughts than he lets on, but he didn't ask further. What needed to be said would come out on its own. What shouldn't be said would be difficult to probe out. At this moment, the Sky Island was undergoing significant changes. The residents of the Sky Island received the news of Gamfer's return and the defeat of God Enel by the people of the Blue Sea. They quickly gathered some of their former soldiers to calm everyone down. God, Gonfer was defeated only a few years ago, and many still recognize him, especially under Enel's rule. The Haven T lived well and are looking forward to the return of the previous generation of gods to bring them change. Enel was really defeated? He really lost? And what will those Blue Sea people do to us? Why don't you lead us in resistance? As long as we can drive the Blue Sea people back. You are our god. One by one, the soldiers gathered initially spoke cautiously about Enel, fearing they would be overheard. But after confirming that nothing was wrong, they grew bolder. They spoke directly. Some even thought about restoring Gonfer to his position by directly eliminating Kyle and the others. Impossible. The ones who came this time are very powerful. I plan to observe their situation first. As for Sky Island, it must not be chaotic. I gathered you all because I don't want this place to be in disorder. Leave the rest to me. The so-called divine status and momentum are not important. These years have passed without a god. As long as people are living well, that's enough. Gonfer spoke quickly. In fact, he was also a bit worried about Kyle and the others' character. How to utilize this Sky Island. But if possible, he still did not intend to resolve it with force. Mainly because he felt he couldn't win. Chapter 101. Their SA trader next to a mountain of gold. I've struck gold, so much gold. Looking at the tons of gold in front of her, Nami's eyes sparkled with the light of money. But she quickly remembered that these things didn't belong to her. She thought about secretly taking a little to hide on herself, but soon faced warning glances from all around. The goblins were diligently digging and protecting the gold here. I'm just looking, she said, heartbroken as she put it back. She was truly envious of this massive mountain of gold, but had nothing to do with her. She thought about how there was still plenty inside, and some had already been made into other things. Are you sure you're just looking? A voice suddenly came from behind Nami, startling her. Lord Kyle, I really am just looking. I don't have anything else on me. Nami quickly turned and said, appearing as if she was saying he could search her. If it were Vivi or Ein, Kyle might have said something like, try searching. But with Nami, he had no such intention. Work properly, whether it's money or gold. You will have it. Of course, if you're still thinking about being a pirate, I want to hold back. Looking at the little thief cat in front of him, Kyle left just one sentence before moving on with Enel. After hearing his words, Nami felt a bit downcast. She herself didn't care much about being a pirate. She hated pirates, but Luffy was her savior and had saved their village, like a messianic figure. To just casually give that up, wasn't T that guy that got a Sky Island? To yield like this? After worrying for a moment, as Nami looked at Kyle leaving, she saw the figure behind him, the man without shoes. She was quite familiar with him, the one who had been stepped on by Kyle from the very beginning. Truly terrifying. Even the gods had yielded. She had witnessed this guy's lightning abilities before. He was truly like the god of thunder. And in such a vast place as Sky Island, no one else was foolish enough to find just any god. Feeling that her future had truly come to this, she thought, Luffy, I really have no way out. She had originally thought there might be a chance to save Luffy and the others. But now, Nami truly felt it was a bit hopeless. She even considered whether to use beauty to tempt him. However, he seemed completely uninterested. He didn't resemble what others said. That he would. Her heart was still filled with various complexities regarding this little thief cat. Kyle didn't pay much attention to it. At this moment, he had already followed Enel to the Ark. Can this thing be used now? Kyle surveyed the Ark. This special ship can fly using electric power. This technology was obviously not from Sky Island, but from the Moon People. After coming here, many Moon People had already abandoned their own technology. They even developed this shell technology. It's almost ready. Just need to power it up to use it. Each time we need to act, I just need to power it up. Enel said from behind. At this moment, he was in a hypnotized state, doing whatever he was told. Even activating abilities didn't require any words. He could directly control the other actions. Of course, it's also possible that in the future, he would face reality and be let out for some fresh air. After all, control wasn't as strong as unleashing one's own power. Perhaps in the future, he could find something that would allow him to control others without being so entangled. To perfect this thing, just tell them what you need. Kyle was very interested in this flying ark, especially since it could also be used below. The importance of occupying air supremacy is known to anyone who isn't foolish. Of course, it doesn't mean one can fly around recklessly. Flying carelessly would only make one a live target for cannons. After explaining the ark's exit to Enel, before he left, the Sandians arrived. Leading them were Kulik and a guy named Weepa. There was also a woman beside them, seemingly persuading something. Lord Kyle. Kulik can now be said to have fulfilled his dream. Not only did he confirm that his ancestors were not big liars, but he also found Sky Island and gold, and even saw that golden bell. He can be said to have no regrets in death. As for the Sandians, he had a bit of special feelings for them. Although they were strangers, the emotions shared between their ancestors made their conversation quite smooth, mainly because they couldn't afford to fight. It would do to be unfriendly either. After understanding everything, the Sandians came before Kyle. It looks like you're having a good chat. Looking at Kulik and then at Weepa, Kyle spoke. I suppose so. We learned about some past events. Kulik smiled, revealing his white teeth. And what about you? What do you want to do now? Kyle did not pay much attention, looking at the people beside him. Weepa glanced at Enel, standing next to Kyle. I am Weepa, a Sandian. We would like to ask you to leave that golden bell, please. He squatted down, respectfully speaking directly. We, the Sandians of this generation, will become your most loyal warriors. God Enel has lost. They also lost in an instant. Now, wanting to keep the golden bell means they have yielded. He had already received news that those little dwarfs actually wanted to meld it down into gold bars. This made him come eagerly before he could do anything else. Yield? Looking at the person in front of him, Kyle was a bit surprised. He had thought these guys would need to spend some effort to persuade. He didn't expect them to come to him willingly. As long as you keep our Sandians' faith, we of this generation will be your most loyal warriors. It will be worth dying for. Weepa made a direct decision. This also represented their generation's decision. This generation? We cannot speak for future generations. But as long as you are a good god, then we. The woman beside him spoke. According to their thoughts, Kyle should also want to become a god or something. It's up to you all. As long as you show your worth, the golden bell will belong to you. However, your strength is still too weak, and you'll need training. Guys like you would be badly beaten out at sea. You can't be considered warriors. Kyle isn't that interested in a golden bell. After all, it's just gold, nothing special. Its value is even less than that of other gold. If they can play with it, then fine, as long as they have value. We will fight for the great god. Weepa felt excited hearing about the strong people below, but also a sense of dissatisfaction. It was clear from his emotions that Kyle didn't say much. And about that so-called divine title, he couldn't be bothered to comment further. He directly ordered them to gather those who can fight, as well as the reserve team. Everyone must undergo training. Basic observation hockey and armament hockey must be learned. I really hope Teacher Zephyr comes soon, Kyle thought. Meanwhile, Zephyr was facing a lot of trouble. He had been investigating some past matters, catching the attention of many people, as well as various unsavory dealings involving the Navy and the world government. Each discovery and examination made this old man seriously doubt the justice of the Navy. He had always believed that change was possible. He had refrained from killing pirates, thinking he could guide them onto the right path. But after all these years, it all felt wrong. Zephyr, what exactly are you doing? Since your return, you've been acting strangely. Sengoku surrounded Zephyr with a group of people. There weren't many, but they were all elite soldiers. Garp, Akiji, Admiral Tsuru, and several powerful vice admirals. What's going on? Do I not even have the right to look at some records? Looking at this group, Zephyr showed no sign of fear. You can look at the records, but why gather so many Navy personnel? There shouldn't be any activity, right? Tsuru, who was standing to the side, noticed Sengoku hadn't spoken yet and stepped forward. They were all old acquaintances. From the beginning, they sensed this guy had a serious problem. Is it because of that kid? Stop calling him a kid. He has his own ideas. Zephyr directly retorted upon hearing this. Have you been persuaded by him? That guy has been undermining the Navy, and you're helping him? Do you think you're helping him? Do you know what it means for you to leave? You will bring him greater trouble? The world government will not hesitate to destroy everything. Sengoku spoke directly. The world government still wanted to understand this resurrected individual. Even though he also wanted to ascertain the relationship between the other party and the system, he had even sent Kizaru out. With Kizaru around, they felt that even if something happened, they could handle it. But if Zephyr were to be taken away along with the Navy, neither the Navy nor the world government would let it go that easily. That's none of my business, Zephyr laughed broadly. Thinking of that smug little brat. He might bring trouble because of him. I'm just an ordinary instructor. I'm just training people who truly have the heart of justice to change this world. Anything else is none of my concern. Since I've already fallen out, there's no need to hide anything. Do you think he's justice? You still want to take action against the Navy and the world government? Do you know what that means? Sengoku was exasperated. Even if he wanted to slack off at this moment, he couldn't. I don't know if he is justice, but I know the Navy is on the wrong path now. The people I train may not necessarily follow him, but as long as he does better than others, there will be support for him. It's a time when being lazy is prevalent. For someone who wants to do well, it is incredibly difficult. Zephyr shouted loudly. As the other parties spoke, the sound spread out. Several figures quickly approached this room. You all. Looking at these people, Sengoku almost spat blood. He had seriously underestimated Zephyr's influence. It was one thing to have a few majors, but there were even 2 vice admirals amongst them, all free and unrestrained without family ties. I'm sorry, Admiral Sengoku. One of the people he brought quickly came to Zephyr's side. Zephyr, you're going too far. It feels like the Navy can't stay any longer. After being in power for so many years, Sengoku now seriously suspected that the people around him were all traitors. He glanced over at Garp, who was still grinning, and Akiji, who was lazily standing aside, then looked at Tsuru and several others. This is just the old man's late rebellious phase. Sengoku, why don't you just watch? Haha. I'll let time decide everything, and see if my rebellious phase is really wrong. Zephyr spoke quickly. That old man Zephyr really knows how to play. It makes me want to join in, Garp said with an inappropriate laugh. Shut up, you old guy. Sengoku punched Garp on the head, causing a bump to form. Sengoku, you're just too stingy. You won't even let people resign, right? Garp said with a grin, looking towards Akiji, originally lazily standing like a salted fish. Akiji seemed to have made up his mind upon seeing that gaze. Teacher Zephyr, let's go. With these words, Akiji activated his fruit ability. It erupted in the room, freezing Sengoku momentarily before he quickly broke free. In just an instant, many people in the room had disappeared. Akiji, Garp, this is your doing. Sengoku looked at the now empty space where Akiji had been, furious enough to spit blood. Akiji has changed a lot over the years. This was all his own decision. Garp chuckled, and as he spoke, his voice grew softer. He had known when he received Zephyr's invitation. Akiji had sought him out, but he hadn't said anything directly, letting him decide for himself. And today, it was clear that Akiji had made his choice. Staying in this navy, what a disgraceful, lazy justice. All right, Sengoku. This matter is beyond our control. Notify the entire fleet to confirm the number of people, see how many are missing, and also alert the New World to avoid any surprises. Once confirmed, leave it to the world government to handle. Tsuru now looked very irritated. Such a Tsuru was truly rare. Garp still maintained his usual irreverence. But when he heard the mention of the New World, there was a hint of unease. Just shut up. I don't want to hear news about Navy heroes defecting in a few days. For now, you stay at Navy headquarters obediently. After Sengoku leaves, you will hold down the fort. Tsuru glanced at Garp, feeling helpless. Like Sengoku, she now felt that there weren't many people in the Navy they could trust. I've already thought about retiring early. Who cares if the Navy can't hold on? Just leave the mess to the world government. Listen, Crane, let's take action. If someone wants to leave, don't stop them. Let them go and avoid a fight. Sengoku has given up on treatment. He looks at the Admiral of the Navy who is breaking free beside him. The current situation is already very bad. A split among the Navy is brewing. That would just become a bigger joke, and winning is not guaranteed. There are too many traitors. Chapter 102, A Smile on This Day. Many Navy personnel have no idea what's going on. Why have so many comrades left quietly? After the final tally, Sengoku's face darkened, and he almost fainted. Quick, contact Kizaru to return and take over. Otherwise, Akainu can do it too. Hurry and get them to take over. He doesn't want to wait anymore. Sengoku just wants to throw the position away. I told you not to be the fleet admiral. You're useless and especially troublesome, Garp said from the side. Stop with the sarcastic remarks. Your grandson hasn't solved the problem with the celestial dragons yet, Sengoku shouted angrily. It's not like he can fight now. The guy can't fight anymore. Garp picked his nose, indifferent. Let's hope so. Otherwise, you're finished. Sengoku gritted his teeth. The strategist Crane couldn't stand it anymore. As for the New World, they spent quite a bit of time dealing with Whitebeard, and now they can't just give up like this. Contact the world government. Inform them of the situation here, and ask for more reinforcements. Sengoku has already given up on treatment. Anyway, it doesn't concern him anymore. As orders came down one by one, when the world government received the news, the 5 elders scolded Sengoku fiercely. Nothing has been accomplished, and it's always trouble. They're also eager for Sengoku to retire quickly. Additionally, they sent CP0 for support, and the former Fleet Admiral Kong also took action. This time they're determined to eliminate Whitebeard, and they have invested a lot. They quickly contacted Khalifa as well. After knowing that this guy has been training people beside Kaido, he was so angry he almost spat blood. Then they thought about embedding more spies into their teams. Anything from CP0 to CP9, suitable ones should be placed inside. They can only hope to find the connection between the other side and the system later. They even considered ordering Kizaru to take action directly, but hesitated and ultimately gave up, mainly because they weren't confident. They could definitely fight, but winning wasn't guaranteed. Plus, there's still the issue with Whitebeard. They can only deal with Whitebeard first. Sky Island. Here, Kaido knows nothing at all. In contrast, Kizaru just received communication from the Navy. At this moment, he looked at Kaido with a strange expression. What did you do? Suddenly hearing this, Kaido looked confused. He was currently calculating his gains. The Shandians were taken down, gold secured, Enel dealt with, shells captured, Sky Island conquered. These are all resources. Much better than the Drum Kingdom. What do you mean? What did he do here that this fool Kizaru doesn't know? Don't you know what you've done to the Navy? Kizaru reminded him. Looking at Kaido's clueless expression, he hesitated before speaking. Teacher Zifa has left the Navy. Ha ha ha. Teacher Zifa is eternal. Kaido grinned upon hearing this. He had communicated with Zifa several times before. He knew Zifa had intentions, but didn't he expect it to happen faster than he anticipated? He was initially wondering if he should put in more effort. Did you calculate all this? Kizaru looked at Kaido. Don't say random things. That was all Teacher Zifa's choice. Don't you know what I do every day? And he might not even look for me, Kaido said. Just then, the transponder snail rang. Kid, where are you? I'm coming to find you now. After leaving the Navy, Zifa became much more relaxed. Speaking also had a sense of ease, without that pressure. You've really left the Navy? Seeing Kizaru's expression, Kaido directly asked. That's none of your business. This is my own decision. Stop talking nonsense. Where are you? I'm coming to find you to talk face to face, Zifa said directly. I'm at Sky Island now, but I'll be back soon. How about going to the Drum Kingdom instead? The only downside of Sky Island is that it's too troublesome to get to. Plus, it wastes ships. Sky Island? You can really have fun now. Zifa didn't ask much more. He looked at the large force he brought with him. Indeed, it wasn't suitable for running around. Hurry back. If nothing unexpected happens, you'll soon be in trouble. Also, be careful of Kizaru. That guy's not honest. I understand. Be careful of Kizaru, Kaido nodded, looking at Kizaru with a strange smile. This made Kizaru spread his hands in helplessness. Who is being dishonest here? He'd just been playing dead. Yet they keep wanting him to leave the Navy. The conversation with Zifa quickly ended. In the end, Kizaru didn't even say it out loud. So how about joining us? Just forget it. Think about it. Sengoku is definitely going to retire soon, and then you could be the fleet admiral directly. With so many things to do every day, where is there any leisure here? Even if you don't become fleet admiral, you want to have a good time with Akiji or Akainu as fleet admirals. Now that the Navy is short-staffed, you definitely. Kaido was still speaking when Kizaru started waving his hands repeatedly. Enough, enough, you don't need to say anymore. The key is that this guy is quite attractive, making him think of the troubles that would come later. Also, let me remind you, Akiji is also with Teacher Zifa. Akiji? Teacher Zifa is indeed eternal. Sengoku must be furious now, right? What about Carp? Don't even think about it. Why don't you suggest digging Sengoku out as well? That is not impossible. How about you send a message to Fleet Admiral Sengoku with preferential treatment? You all come together. Kaido acted completely unconcerned. Kizaru's lewd face twitched, but he said nothing. Get ready to go back to the Drum Kingdom. Kaido didn't waste any more time, confirming that Zifa's actions were significant, and other places would definitely have things happening as well. Kaido decided to leave here and go back. He would leave everything here to that old man Ganfuhrer. The Shandians would leave a part behind, taking the elite first. Even Kirik would go along. You prepare some physically capable talents, train them into an army. It will be useful for guarding Sky Island and for future battles. Before leaving, Kaido still gave Ganfuhrer an order. After that, the group boarded Enel's ship. This way, it would be much more convenient to go back and forth. Ganfuhrer watched the group of people leave, holding the phone bug in his hand. He knew that these guys would definitely come back. For now, all he could do was obediently follow the instructions. The world was turbulent, and the news about the Navy couldn't be hidden at all. A large number of Navy personnel had left, which made Sengoku furious, and he began recruiting new members with generous treatment. At this moment, he felt that every Navy member was a traitor. Many people were laughing at the Navy. Meanwhile, Kyle and the others, who had returned to Qinghai riding the Ark, had slightly deviated from their position, wasting some time to confirm their direction. In the gambling city of Menglaga, when they arrived at an island, Kyle and his group immediately attracted a lot of attention. The abundance of gold was hard to conceal, and the special ship directly drew many greedy people. Of course, they weren't foolish enough to just come and rob them. However, some gamblers approached, excitedly discussing the rules of the place. Hey kid, want to take a gamble? In this gambling city, gambling is the rule. If you win, you can get anything. Several gamblers came over to Kyle, greedily looking around. Although there were some strange things. In the sea, were there not strange things? These slaves aren't bad either. We, the Navy Admiral, and that ice demon manager. One gambler quickly spoke, and before Kyle could respond, someone had already revealed his identity. Mainly because Kizaru had shown himself. His appearance was too obvious. The Navy Admiral is here. They're going to take action on this island. Run. Many people shouted. Soon, not many people were left around. Those who remained were forcibly kept there. It seemed that this place was quite interesting. Kyle didn't feel the slightest bit embarrassed to leave a few of the closest guys behind. He had no interest in the gambling city at first, but now, perhaps he could take a look. Gambling. Could there be no money here? Maybe he could also develop some talent. A win-win situation. Sir, please spare me. I just didn't notice you earlier. I was wrong. Please let me go. They quickly begged for mercy, but Kyle didn't care about them. Let's go. Take me to gamble. He didn't waste time, leaving some people behind to guard, including Enel. After all, there was so much gold here, and he could control the ship at any time. He only took a part of the Sandia people and goblins, along with Kizuru and Nami. The group walked through the now sparsely populated streets. Are you really interested? Kyle looked at Nami, who seemed quite excited. I'm only interested in money. Gambling means money, and I'm interested in money. Nami openly expressed her love for money. Money is just a number. Kyle had no interest in money. Collecting money was only because many places and things needed it. It couldn't be helped. Nami looked at him with a speechless expression, not wanting to say anything. Not being interested in money was because he could get it any time. If he were short on money, she would see how interested he was. Of course, she knew that this man wouldn't bother with her because she was a pretty flower. It was better not to make jokes or anything. She just thought about whether she could scrounge some money. After all, trouble was bound to follow this guy wherever he went. Even if he didn't provoke trouble, trouble would come knocking on his door. Following their cheerful actions, they attracted quite a few people along the way, including some pirates gambling with their lives. Holding guns and spinning them, there was a pile of money in front. The winners took everything, while the losers had nothing. It was extremely crazy and very pirate-like. Are these guys insane? Nami saw someone shoot another person dead without even dodging. The madness left her a bit dazed. Aren't pirates all crazy? You are too. Kyle directly commented. This place was completely a crazy island. With Kyle and Kizuru's presence, no one dared to provoke them. They quickly arrived at the largest casino. As soon as they got there, he saw someone he was interested in. He had wanted to find this person and recruit him before, but couldn't. Now that he was just starting out, aside from the system connection, he had no reputation, so he basically felt like a salted fish. This person coming to him. Could this be luck? As soon as they entered, Kyle and his group attracted a lot of attention, and no one dared to stop them or offer hospitality. Following the path that others made for them, Kyle walked directly toward a person. Hello. He greeted a blind man wearing a purple robe and holding a cane. Do you know me? The man smiled, sensing the strong power contained in Kyle's body, making him wary. Is this man a Navy admiral? Are you from the Navy? The blind man asked tentatively. As a blind person, he didn't pay attention to any systems. Even if he heard others mention it, he quickly lost interest. Such things had nothing to do with him. The Navy, that was in the past. As for your first question, I do know you and I know many people. Kyle replied. Sir, are you interested in joining us? Looking at the blind man, Kyle was very interested. You jest. I'm just a blind man, unable to take care of myself. Joining you would only cause you trouble. The blind man clearly resisted. He had turned into someone who couldn't take care of himself. Some people may be blind, but their hearts are not. Some may not be blind, but their hearts observe nothing. Being blind or not isn't important. What matters is what one wants to do. Kyle sat down beside the blind man while keeping an eye on the casino staff around him. As more and more people gathered there, they were wary of them. On the second floor, there were obviously quite a few malicious individuals, all of whom were wanted criminals with considerable power. Clearly, if Kyle had even the slightest thought of doing something bad to their casino, those people would rush at him. I don't understand. The blind man shook his head directly, showing no intention of continuing the conversation. What if we bring some color to this world and establish a world that, while not perfect, at least can be considered fair and equal? Kyle leaned forward and spoke quietly, but his voice still reached many people, including Kizuru. He knew this little guy wouldn't be honest, but he didn't expect him to be this crazy. Moreover, to say such things in a place like this, even if he said nothing afterward, the world government would know. Your dreams are quite grand. Ishao fell silent for a moment, then quickly spoke up again. But I don't know you at all. Then let us get to know each other. My name is Kyle. How about you follow me around and have some fun? Kyle introduced himself directly, extending his hand, even though the other person was blind. But he knew the other could feel it. I'm busy until tonight, so I'll take a day off. I'll update tomorrow. Chapter 103, Return. Anyway, there's nothing going on, and looking at you, if I refuse you, you 1T let me just walk away. Feeling the palm in front of him, Ishao was quite straightforward. After all, he could leave any time if he followed the other. It was just someone who might have researched him and was interested in him. He also wanted to see if such a guy could pique his interest as well. Probably. Kyle spoke very seriously. Ha ha. This didn't make Ishao angry. Instead, he laughed heartily. He didn't expect someone to value him so much. He really made a move in many places, right? This was all Fate's arrangement. Kyle spoke directly. This is indeed Fate's arrangement. Originally, he planned to find Yishao so soon. The main forces were average, and there weren't many people to confirm. It could only rely on luck. Now, it was good luck. The other party was delivered right to him. Wasn't that Fate's arrangement? Yishao shook his head, showing no belief. So what do you plan to do next? Clear out the guys here and then leave. Kyle didn't waste time either. And with his very obvious words, bang. Don't think the manager can act recklessly, die. So what if he's an admiral? They're all going to die. With that, individuals began to attack. And the casino erupted. In the next instant, a wave of cold swept through. The huge casino building quickly froze over, with only a few people jumping far away to escape a calamity. How terrifying. You're not afraid that the people here are innocent? Kizaru complained from the side. Now, except for the spot where they stood, everything was completely frozen, and the people had turned into ice sculptures. Is this what you want to do? Yishao was also a bit dissatisfied. I can feel it. The people here all bear malice, and besides, they're not dead yet. Kyle said casually. In the casino, he could clearly sense the malice of everyone towards them. Some who hadn't made a move were just afraid of the consequences due to their strength. It didn't mean they had no thoughts about Kyle and the others. Of course, he wouldn't just take them out directly. He could let someone identify later. Just take out the pirates. Bastards. This is the territory of the Underground King. You are all dead. Someone left a shout and then quickly ran away. Aren't you going to chase? He has already gone. Yishao was a bit surprised, watching Kyle leisurely walk outside. I'm not acting alone. As he spoke, bolts of lightning erupted on the island. Gathered around were the bountied pirates, each one glaring at Kyle. All were struck by lightning. When they walked out of the frozen casino, they could just see the wonderful lightning outside. Truly difficult to deal with. Also, this guy's freezing ability is no weaker than Akiji's, or even stronger. Kizaru thought to himself, confirming the combat power of Enel and Kyle. He felt a bit helpless. It seemed that the Navy didn't have anyone to manage this guy now. They were even worried he might get kidnapped. What is justice anyway? Kizaru didn't know when he became so ambiguous about justice, as if nothing mattered. Was it during the capture of pirates? Or after training? After seeing the world government? Or when rescuing the celestial dragons? He had even forgotten himself. Let us go. I'll leave this to you to clean up. I'll wait for you on the ship. Kyle also didn't stay here any longer. He left the valuable things in this city behind. What had no value, he abandoned. Of course, he took everything related to the casino and pirates. He already knew the casino was the property of those underground kings. Since it belonged to the underground kings, there was no need to be polite. You could take all of this. Yishao felt Kyle and was a bit at a loss for words. I'm just letting them accept the judgment of justice, right? Admiral Kizaru? Gambling isn't a good thing. Gambling, drugs, and vice are all bad things. How many people have gone bankrupt because of this? I can't coexist with gambling and drugs. Of course, most importantly, the industries here belong to those underground kings. Their things should be taken without hesitation. Kyle had lazily found a place to sit down, just waiting for them to confirm everything. Enel, on the side, sensed the people inside. As long as anyone showed any flaws, he would strike with lightning. Many breathed a sigh of relief after Kyle returned to the ship. Those who revealed their flaws were done for. Your justice is to take everything away. Kizaru commented from aside. What do you mean by not coexisting with gambling and drugs? Are you also close with the yellow? And taking everything from the underground kings? Even a Navy wouldn't dare say that. Taking everything away as justice is too exaggerated. At least I would take ordinary people as belongings. Kyle spoke. You think it's too little? Kizaru continued to refute. I'm just leaving myself a baseline. After all, as a person, I have to do some things that people should do. I can't feel like I've never been a person after I die. Kyle said. Yishao on the side was feeling the conversation between the two, using observation hockey to sense the situation in the town. Many people, after exposing themselves as pirates, will be struck by that strange man on the ship with lightning. Truly terrifying observation hockey. My hockey isn't as strong as his. While Kizaru and Kyle were arguing, Yishao had already sensed that Enel's observation hockey covered a much larger area than his. It even directly covered the entire island. This guy is just using the fruit's abilities. Don't think too much about it. Kyle said to Yishao, Enel's heart network ability is actually just like that. He himself doesn't use it proficiently. When under pressure, he can't even use it. The large range is just developed using the fruit's abilities. Can I do that too? Kizaru felt it from the side, but felt it was a bit different. If he could, he would shoot a beam of light far away. Later, When he felt the presence of pirates in the chambered islands at the naval headquarters, a beam of light would solve the problem. That would be quite satisfying. Of course, it was just a thought. Whether it could succeed was uncertain. The group had been waiting here for quite some time. The people inside confirmed their identities, and moving things wasted a lot of time. When they finally confirmed the location and were about to leave, they departed, leaving behind an island that was destroyed everywhere. It looked as if it had been ravaged by pirates, once so prosperous. Kyle looked at the island, which had been destroyed by Enel, and expressed some sentiments. So you knew, huh? I thought you were unaware. Yixiao suddenly spoke from the side. After watching Enel attack repeatedly, he had some thoughts about stopping him. Every attack claimed a life. There was no need to keep such an island. After this, those ordinary people would likely not dare to come here to gamble anymore. Kyle sensed this and didn't say much more. This place was originally the territory of an underground organization. Here, aside from gamblers, there weren't many ordinary people. Pirates, gangs, human traffickers, all sorts of chaotic individuals were present. That was also the reason he was so unreserved. With no ordinary residents, it had nothing to do with him. If your thoughts have always been like this, I cannot agree. Yixiao shook his head from the side. He initially thought he had encountered someone who might share similar ideals. But now it seemed he was just an abuser of power. He only knew that this guy was dealing with bad people, which was why he didn't stop him. There's no perfect person. Perhaps if you helped, it would be perfect, and we could change the world into what we want. Kyle didn't explain much. As a person, he naturally had many subjective factors in what he did. How could he always act with objective thoughts? Like gambling, like human traffickers, like pirates. He wouldn't hold back casually. Yixiao listened and chose not to say more. He only touched his staff and sat to the side. At this moment, he was on Enel's Arkansas. They had now confirmed their direction, heading to Drum Island. He hadn't forgotten that he still had someone waiting for him here. After Kyle left, the Underground King also received news that their gambling island had been destroyed. This place was not solely managed by one Underground King. It could be said that it was a collaboration, and even the great pirates had a share in it. Find those who seek death, locate them, and eliminate them. Make them pay back the losses with interest. Among them, the Furious King had already started making people pay the price. However, some remained silent. Some didn't even answer the conference call, as if that person didn't exist. Stussy, don't you have anything to say? It's just a casino. You all handle it. I'm quite busy here. Contact me if there's anything else. She clearly had no intention of saying much to them. The others who had their call disconnected were unhappy, but knew that this woman was not to be trifled with. Moreover, there were others who didn't even participate in their meeting, directly treating the news as a headline and leaving. Clearly, they didn't care about this casino. The most displeased among them was the king of high-interest loans. He had been furious just now. He originally had the largest share in this casino, and he was the one who facilitated it. Additionally, every year, many people borrowed money from him to gamble. To him, it was a guaranteed profit. Now it was gone. Regardless, offering a bounty on him. That guy is not simple. The bounty probably wouldn't attract much attention. Just leave it to you. As long as we resolve the casino's share, we can lessen our losses, and that's it. Other people took the opportunity to speak up. This casino and high-interest loans were not their main business. They were just making some extra money, collaborating a bit. As individuals disappeared, the king of high-interest loans was furious. In the end, he took out a transponder snail to contact someone. They must die. Regarding the bizarre meeting of the Underground Kings, Kyle was unaware. He was now nearing Drum Island. The weather around here had turned to winter. Drum Island was now completely different from before. Many ships were docked nearby, and there were dedicated guards with goblins patrolling. There were now many more people on the island. Most were still ordinary people or pirates without bounties. Pirates with bounties had come before, and some even attempted to rob, but they were caught as soon as they arrived, with some even captured before reaching the island. They were either killed or left as laborers. With more people, the buildings and houses on the island had also increased, and luckily, many goblins were helping. Even many were not summoned by him. At first sight, Kyle thought of those guys who had come before. The Arcus approach attracted a lot of attention. There were even people armed, and some wearing Navy uniforms. It seemed they were cooperating quite well. After a brief complaint, Kyle showed his face, signaling people not to be cautious. Directly docking at the castle on the peak of Drum Island. This had already become his residence, and it had been renovated. It was completely different from the previous dilapidated place. Kid, you actually came back. Upon receiving the news of Kyle's return, Zifa hurried over immediately. He had been contemplating how to train those ordinary people. These people were not Navy elites. It wouldn't be good if he trained them recklessly and ended up killing them. I just went out for a bit, and you act like I did something terrible. Compared to me, it seems Teacher Zifa has done something considerable. Have you thought it through now? Kyle greeted Zifa, who looked in excellent spirits. Well, to find you someone, I had to pull many elite Navy personnel. Now Sengoku wishes he could kill me. Zifa was somewhat self-aware. Although he didn't take half the people, at least he had taken 1/5 of the elite combat power. With him gone, Akiji had left, and several elite vice admirals, not to mention those below the rank of rear admiral, were enough to make Sengoku spit blood. Teacher Zifa, the awkward Kizuru, greeted from the side. He had already received news of Zifa's departure before. Now that he saw Zifa here, he didn't quite know what to say. In the end, he just greeted him. Looking at this guy, Kyle spoke up first. In the future, Admiral Kizuru might also be one of us. Just him. Even in the Navy, it's of no use. Upon hearing Kyle's words, Zephyr looked as if he had just noticed Kizuru. This only made Kizaru smile. After all, Sengoku had not given him any orders to capture anyone, so it was better to pretend he didn't know. With his ambiguous sense of justice, he preferred to avoid work if possible. Unless there was something absolutely necessary that had to be done, he would definitely not stand when he could lie down, and he would never seek trouble if he could relax. Chapter 104. With Zephyr's arrival, the 4 emperors and 5 emperors had a boost. This was naturally a good thing for Kyle. Moreover, he brought along an extra Akiji. Although the latter had disappeared without even saying hello, Kyle didn't mind. Digging up so many people had already allowed him to establish a foothold here. According to their current situation, they were no weaker than the 4 emperors, right? New World. On a ship resembling a whale, the Whitebeard pirates were not in a good situation. Old man, more and more places are being attacked. Even our subordinate pirate crews are having problems. If this continues, Marco said with concern, if Whitebeard didn't take action, their reputation would become irrelevant. But Whitebeard, while drinking, seemed to be lost in thought and had no intention of taking immediate action. It's really troublesome that the world government and those Navy guys have made a move. Don't worry, as long as Old Man is here. We can just fight back. Could it be that all their high-ups are coming? Actually, there is no need to worry so much. I received news that the Navy is also in trouble. Many people have left. Is that true? Who left? A captain who had just received the news replied. Within the Navy, they still arranged for some personnel. This matter had caused such a commotion that even Whitebeard's side received news of it. Kuralalala. It seems Sengoku and the others are also in trouble. Do you know where Zephyr has gone? Upon hearing this topic, Whitebeard became interested. I heard he went to that manager's place. Manager? That kid named Kyle, right? Kuralalala sons. Let us drink and celebrate. Whitebeard suddenly became cheerful, completely ignoring his physical condition. Marco tried to intervene, but it was futile. Although the people on Whitebeard's ship still carried anxiety, they appeared quite joyful on the surface. Then, in the next moment, Whitebeard disappeared. What's going on? Old man. Everyone looked around. At first, it was a surprise, but soon they saw one system after another popping up. It's this system, Old Man is inside. The QA began again. Ace also vanished, and Blackbeard disappeared as well. That bastard couldn't escape. Blackbeard ultimately couldn't leave the pirate ship as he wished, and had been constantly watched by Ace. After realizing the potential situation, Ace kept a close watch on him. Additionally, during their journey, they discovered the dark fruit, which was directly consumed by Sachi. This left Blackbeard with no chance, and he was currently feeling extremely frustrated. Besides the Whitebeard pirates, many other places also began to see people rapidly disappearing. In the QA space, figures appeared one after another. Pirates, Navy personnel, world government members, and ordinary people. The most eye-catching was naturally Whitebeard. After he appeared here, everyone else seemed to fall short, until high-ranking Navy personnel appeared. Ace, a rough-looking carp, appeared here. Alongside him was Sengoku. As they both appeared, the Navy immediately gathered around. Upon hearing the words, Ace instinctively shrank behind Whitebeard. He didn't know how to face this old man anymore. It was definitely not because he was afraid of being hit. Kerala la la la. Children have their own thoughts. Carp, don't scare him. Whitebeard chuckled. His thought is to become a pirate? How am I supposed to be a person? How am I supposed to be in the Navy? Carp had recently learned to appeal to emotions, looking at Ace with the most sincere gaze. This move was learned from Tsuru. At first, Ace felt a bit embarrassed, but soon he saw Carp picking his nose. Can you at least act a bit more convincingly? Whitebeard couldn't help but retort. He initially thought Carp had become a more approachable elderly person, but just a few seconds later, he reverted to his original self. Mind your own business, old man. I'll throw you into Impel Down eventually. Carp and the others entered, and the atmosphere became lively. I never intended to care about you. Just thinking about throwing me into Impel Down is enough. That little place is of no use to me. Not even the golden lion Shiki could be contained there. Whitebeard smiled proudly. Meanwhile, Sengoku looked at Carp's demeanor as if he was about to take action and interjected, "Whitebeard, is this how you speak to your father? As Ace's father, don't you want to call Carp dad?" Uffed. Sengoku's words made everyone in the queue a space want to spit water. But they managed to hold it in, including those who were already watching the space. Even Roger felt a bit of a reaction, wondering if Sengoku was hinting at him. Rox had been mocking from the side. He no longer cared and just watched Ace inside. This was the first time seeing a living Ace. Though it was still just a projection. But it felt different. "Sengoku, you're still so eloquent. I heard that your Navy's admirals have run away. Why don't you come on my pirate ship and be my son?" Whitebeard directly turned to Sengoku, completely ignoring what he said earlier. "Sengoku, I think you should give it a try." Carp couldn't help but speak up at the amusing situation. Sengoku was already displeased. "Are you an idiot?" He directly punched Carp on the head, looking coldly at the old man. Before he could say anything else, a figure had already arrived. "Is this the QA space? It looks quite interesting." A stunning woman with a proud figure, exquisite features, and wearing a short skirt walked in. This golden-haired woman immediately scanned her surroundings. Someone at the scene had already recognized her identity. The queen of Happy Street, Stussy. Someone approached to greet her, but she merely smiled and sat down alone, ignoring others. She was still a bit conflicted about whether her identity would be exposed. During this time, Kyle also arrived. "Everyone, it seems you all know each other." Kyle greeted as he looked at the familiar faces facing off against each other. "Kyle, you little brat. Kid, there are indeed people here who know him. Of course, they are not familiar with him. Besides Garp and Sengoku, there are hardly any exchanges with others. Sengoku has only communicated through the Den Mushi. Garp has had a few exchanges. It turns out you are the esteemed manager. I heard you have left the Navy. How about joining my pirate crew?" Whitebeard looked at Kyle and directly extended the invitation. "Whitebeard, you want to take in every person you meet as your son? Huh?" Sengoku mocked from the side. He didn't believe Kyle would join the other pirate crew. Now he even mentioned being someone's son, which made it even less likely. "This is none of your business. Of course, if you want to come, I can keep a spot for you." Whitebeard disregarded Sengoku's words and turned to Kyle, wanting to hear his response. "Mr. Whitebeard, I don't like pirates, and I'm certainly not interested in being someone else's son." "Please don't say such things," Kyle smiled. He was just listening to Whitebeard's words. Being a son? If the other party wanted to be his son, he would feel old. That would be truly unfortunate. No, not all unfortunate. "Everyone, please take a seat. Let's get straight to the point and not waste time. Everyone is quite busy," Kyle said directly, moving into the main topic. The people who came in this time, he recognized a few with some fame. Sengoku, Garp, Whitebeard, Ace, Teach, and that glamorous woman sitting alone, Stussy. They could all be considered acquaintances, though for most it was their first meeting. "Whitebeard, you still keep this kid by your side. Aren't you afraid he will kill you?" Garp couldn't help but speak up when he noticed Blackbeard Teach's presence as he sat down. He remembered this guy might have caused his grandson's demise. Whitebeard could die. That was fine, but Ace dying was unacceptable. "Blackbeard Teach, you don't have a bounty. If you want to join the Navy, we can support you," Sengoku said with a smile. He had no interest in Blackbeard, just a guy who liked to rebel. He was only trying to disgust Whitebeard. "Old man." Blackbeard Teach could bend and stretch, looking at Whitebeard with a pitiful expression. "I don't know about the future, but I can judge the present myself." Whitebeard clearly didn't care about the future. In fact, he should be said to believe in it since they had indeed found the dark fruit. However, he only chose what he could trust. As long as he could control and suppress Teach, there was no need to eliminate him. He was an extremely emotional person. If one day this system's exposure turned out to be false, he would regret it deeply. Of course, he might regret it now, but everything was still controllable. "I didn't know you were such a wishy-washy guy. Looking at you in the video, you said this guy wasn't worthy of being your son," Gar commented. He wished this guy would stay away from Ace. "Otherwise, Ace, you should leave Whitebeard. This guy is unsafe." "That's none of your business," Ace replied firmly. He could understand Whitebeard's decision, so he kept a close eye on Blackbeard, not giving him any chance to stir trouble or leave, ensuring he had no opportunities to act recklessly. If he wants to pretend to be a brother or a son, then let him pretend for a lifetime. Don't let Whitebeard feel bad. "You little brat, have you forgotten who raised you with so much effort?" Garp exploded. "I didn't eat those things," Ace retorted. "What does that even mean, raised with effort?" The scene was in chaos, and Kyle had already seen the question and answer. The questions had appeared. He didn't care about these guys. Let them continue their noise. The answering has started. The questions are now on your systems. The announcement immediately attracted everyone's attention. "Stupid kid." Garp was about to say something, but looking at the questions above, he stopped. In a future without the system, after Whitebeard's death, the 5th Emperor and new 4 Emperors will appear. And these two are? Multiple choice. 1. Blackbeard Teach. 2. Marco the Phoenix. 3. Kaido's Kinemon. 4. Rebellious Navy Admiral Akiji. 5. Stalat Keith Luffy. 6. Warlord Mihawk. 7. Warlord Doflamingo. 8. Warlord Crocodile. 9. Former Roger Pirates crew member Buggy the Clown. 10. Kaido's daughter Yamato. Correct answer reward, 10 years of vitality. Incorrect answer penalty, deduct 10 years of vitality. 10 years of vitality? What is that? Everyone looked at the situation above. One pirate muttered, vitality, probably something like lifespan, but this thing can also enhance strength. Kyle had already received the information about this vitality. Vitality, life, energy, this thing was described as very powerful. For Kyle right now, although he was physically strong, his vitality was actually limited. The previous resurrection and subsequent supplementation were indeed constrained. This 10 years of vitality could allow him to live 10 more years. For Whitebeard and others here, this was also a good thing. Lifespan. Many people on site were very excited, but they quickly calmed down. There was still a penalty afterward. If they didn't gain the reward and were directly penalized, it would be a loss of both men and resources. Only Kyle went to answer the question. It should be right? If I get it wrong, will I just die directly? I probably don't have 10 years of vitality left, right? Kyle, with various thoughts, chose Blackbeard Teach and Straw Hat Kid Luffy. Although the title of the 5 Emperors was conferred by others, it could still be counted. After answering, he looked at the others. Now everyone was clearly in a dilemma. Under Kyle's control, these people had no way of knowing the answers in advance. They could only guess one by one. Then, in the end, some answered correctly and some answered incorrectly. Would there still be such people as the 4 Emperors and 5 Emperors in the future? That should be a matter for the coming years. After Whitebeard's death, one by one muttered, cautiously glancing at Whitebeard. Whitebeard's expression was emotionless, while Blackbeard Teach beside him looked completely at a loss for words. Did this system have a grudge against him? Was it not finished causing trouble? It was already troublesome enough before, and now it was coming back. Could it be that he really became one of the 4 Emperors in the future? That should be possible. With the Quake fruit and the Dark fruit, it would be hard not to become one of the 4 Emperors. Whitebeard, it seems your crew has capable people as well. Blackbeard Teach has inherited your position quite well. With the Quake fruit and the Dark fruit, plus so many vicious criminals brought out from Impel Down, no one would dare say anything if he became one of the 4 Emperors to replace you. Maybe later, the Whitebeard pirates will be directly merged or completely wiped out. Sengoku opened his mouth, looking contemplative. That smiling gaze was obviously watching a show. Chapter 105. The choice of annexation or annihilation. This has escalated compared to previous events. Blackbeard now hates Sengoku to death. This guy wants him dead. Sengoku, your heart is still so dark. You seize any slight opportunity to stir up conflict. The higher-ups haven't confirmed anything yet, and they're that kid who plays with ice cubes, based on his strength. It's not impossible for him to become one of the 4 Emperors or the 5th Emperor. I heard he seems to have left the Navy as well. Perhaps he will be the next 4 Emperor or 5th Emperor. Whitebeard is also quite conflicted about Teach matters. However, it already came to a conclusion when Sachi secretly ate the dark fruit. As long as he keeps a close watch, Blackbeard cannot do anything under his nose. Akiji. Thinking of Akiji, Sengoku was also speechless. That bastard. If Zifa ran away, he might have seen it coming. But this guy Akiji is different. It's all that old geezer Carp's fault. Seeing this guy next to him casually picking his nose made Sengoku even more displeased. Many things are not as you think. Sengoku directly spoke up, showing an expression that this might be a Navy scheme. But whether others believe it or not is another matter. Cool. Let's not talk about that. Kyle, you know the answer, right? Tell me the answer, and I'll give you 5 billion berries. Whitebeard and his crew occupy a lot of territory in the New World, collecting protection fees. How could they be poor? This reward of vitality is a good thing for him. He had already paid attention to the QA space several times. So he naturally knew what this guy was like. 5 billion, that's really a lot. Looking at Whitebeard, Kyle muttered. A lot of ordinary people had already gathered around him, clearly also seeking survival. He didn't give an answer directly, not because he was reluctant, but because he was worried that these guys would leak it out. Anyway, dragging it out later wouldn't affect them. Kyle, don't forget you. Sengoku, hearing this, looked at Kyle. Whitebeard was already hard enough to deal with. If the other party regains strength now, their subsequent battles might go awry. You don't need to talk, Admiral Sengoku. I'm not your subordinate now, so don't speak to me in that accusatory tone. Also, Whitebeard, I'm not interested in your money. You might as well keep it for your precious son. If he hasn't been robbed. Kyle obviously wouldn't help Whitebeard. There was no need for that. It seems you really hate pirates. Refusing 5 billion surprised Whitebeard a bit. Someone who could turn down so much money was rare in this world. I still have quite a few devil fruits here. Additionally, I can help you out once in the next 10 years. Whether it's against the Navy or pirates, I can take action. Old man, Ace shouted anxiously from the side. Any devil fruit didn't mean much to him, but taking action was uncertain. If something troublesome really appeared later, Whitebeard would be in big trouble. Everything is worth it. Whitebeard wouldn't die now, but he couldn't die just yet. With the appearance of this system, many things were exposed. The new world was also turbulent. He still needed to maintain deterrence for a while to allow those on the ship to grow for a bit longer. Whitebeard, you old man, your determination is really great. Sengoku watched both sides. Just now, Kyle showed no respect, which made him a bit displeased, but he also understood that it didn't really matter for them now. Since he had already refused, he had no intention to provoke the other party. After all, it was 10 years of vitality. He wanted it too. Why don't you trade with him? Carp casually said from the side. He said he wanted it, but he didn't actually care too much. I'm a bit envious looking at Zifa. His body is getting better and better now, and in a few years, he might recover to his peak. Sengoku looked at Carp. Wouldn't it be better not to talk about Zifa at this time? Kyle kid, but he still knew what was most important. It's undeniable that they were not young anymore. If they could gain a few years of longevity, it wouldn't be too much of a cost. I don't need money right now. You've heard that already, right? I want to make things difficult for you. 10 devil fruits. At least 3 must be rare types. No bargaining. Of course, you can default or trick me later, and then your treatment will be the same as the pirates. Kyle glanced around. He now had people and manpower. Devil fruits could indeed quickly enhance strength. After Zifa trained a batch of people, they could be distributed as rewards. Additionally, there were the Sandians. After that, Vipa trained to master hockey. He could also find a suitable fruit for him. That battle maniac would definitely have significant growth in the future. 10. Sengoku initially wanted to say something, but hearing no bargaining made him shut up. As for Whitebeard, having received no answer, he already understood the answer clearly. He was also very aware of Kyle's attitude toward pirates. Administrator, I obtained a Paramecia devil fruit before. As long as you're willing to tell me the answer, I'm willing to hand it over. An old pirate on the other side spoke up. Although Whitebeard had failed, he still couldn't bear to give up on the vitality. He didn't like devil fruits. He didn't rely on his own strength. He originally wanted to keep it for collection or to sell for money, but now, I'm not interested in pirate things. What I prefer about pirates is to rob them. Looking at that old pirate, Kyle grinned. This also counted as a response to Whitebeard. What a bold kid. Do you know what you're implying by saying that? Hearing this, Whitebeard felt Kyle was a bit inflated. This was almost a declaration of war against pirates. Perhaps some bored pirates would come to trouble him. It's just that he would be opposed by all pirates. If something happened like this, it would also show that he was just nothing special. Kyle looked around. Whether it was pirates or the Navy, everyone was watching. One could feel that this guy was serious. And this was also because many Navy members had come over, but they were just brought over by Zifa. He smiled. Since he had been elevated to a position, he also needed to make a statement. What to do, what the goal was. To give people faith, so that the team could be united. There were indeed troubles, but based on their current strength, they didn't need to be so afraid. Unless all 4 emperors of the New World surrounded them, then it would be his bad luck. But thinking about such things is impossible. If it really happened, the worst that could happen is to run away, fly to a new world, attack their stronghold, and make them end up with nothing but trouble. Haha, this kid really deserves to be Zephyr's choice. Carp looked at this guy and remembered that he had invited him before. He laughed heartily. Those who have the same idea as Dragon are the ones who want to overthrow the world government. Sengoku watched in silence and ultimately said nothing more. He has always been puzzled as to why Zephyr sees hope for change in such a young kid. And now he indeed felt the trouble this guy could cause. Is he already prepared to declare war? I hope you really have that kind of strength. Otherwise, it will be very miserable for you. Whitebeard said nothing more. Having been rejected, he could only rely on his own speculation. Blackbeard Teach, having obtained his fruit ability along with the Yami Yami no Mi, certainly counts as one. As for the other person, it might really be Akiji if he has any thoughts of becoming a pirate. As for others, like the Warlords of the Sea or that Straw Hat kid, the possibilities just aren't enough. And Marco, thinking of his strength, he felt it was still impossible. Whitebeard began to think. Sengoku on the other side was more straightforward. He didn't waste time and directly agreed to the request for 10 devil fruits. As the fleet admiral, he knew that the Navy had a considerable stockpile reserved for some outstanding officers. After working hard for a lifetime, using some stock for personal gain to gain a bit of vitality shouldn't be considered anything. After all, he was going to retire, More stains and troubles didn't mean much. The follow-up would be left to Kizaru to deal with. Given that lazy guy, he probably wouldn't care. Are you sure this is the answer? After agreeing to the trade, Carp and Sengoku naturally saw the answer. Kao provided it directly. This made the two of them exchange glances, both clearly a bit shocked and disbelieving. Confirmed, very confirmed. Kao was as lazy as a salted fish. If this system hadn't appeared, this would be the future situation. Whoa. Carp originally wanted to say something, but Sengoku pressed him down. People around them were already looking at them. Just answer the question. They would know the result later. Sengoku spoke directly. Carp didn't hesitate and began to answer the questions. Watching the screen jump directly, Sengoku thought of something and looked at Kyle. You little brat wouldn't deliberately set us up to make them lose 10 years of vitality, would you? Given their age, losing 10 years of vitality probably means they want to live for many more years. I've already made my choice. Why didn't you remind me? Carp only then remembered. Forget it. I've already chosen. How could it be? I can only say this is my answer. Whether you believe it or not is your business. Kyle spoke directly. Although the other party's idea was good, he certainly didn't want these two old guys to chase him down mercilessly. He had just offended pirates. If the Navy came over again, he might have to run away. Well, I hope your choice is correct. Sengoku was also helpless. They already knew the answer, and Carp had already chosen. He directly shared it with the Navy and the world government. Many people looked at Carp, but said nothing and just made their choices. It seemed this answer was quite unexpected for them. Whitebeard tested the waters from the side. He naturally felt the gazes directed at Carp. Does this have anything to do with him? You can guess for yourself. Sengoku certainly wouldn't give any good face. Indeed, seeing this choice just now, Carp was a bit unsettled, but he wouldn't give Whitebeard the chance to confirm it. Anyway, let the other party be half convinced and guess. Only Luffy could make that old man act like that. According to Luffy's character, he wouldn't give up. Becoming the 4th or 5th emperor is possible. And there had already been footage of Luffy fighting Kaido. Ace spoke up. He hinted at Whitebeard. Meanwhile, Sengoku remained expressionless, unable to discern the situation. Carp seemed to want to move, but was quickly enveloped by Sengoku's ability, a golden Buddha directly covering Carp's body. Carp, you need to know who you are. Although he didn't speak, that naked gaze made Carp realize. I know. I didn't say anything. The golden Buddha's hands surrounded the two, like a private space. They could see outside, but those outside couldn't ascertain the situation inside. You need to pay attention to the measure. Understood, Sengoku. Carp became increasingly helpless. He also understood that his old friend was doing it for his own good. After all, this was something the whole world could pay attention to. If he revealed any information, that news would definitely be impossible to suppress. Wouldn't this be too dangerous? If it goes wrong, then Blackbeard teach. Cautious around Whitebeard and the others, spoke up carefully. Since he came here, he had been very honest. He didn't dare say much and knew there was no room for him to speak here. But now he had to say something, even if he wouldn't be punished. I estimate I won't last long. Whitebeard understood his own body. He didn't care before, but now he couldn't ignore it. If it goes wrong, you all just leave and hide, and also, let Thatch try to see if he can take my ability. Whitebeard didn't hide it at all, speaking directly to Ace. Although the situation here was very obvious, everyone could tell. Since obtaining the Yami Yami no Mi, they had already studied this fruit. Theoretically, it could indeed absorb the fruit's ability, but they hadn't conducted any experiments yet. They had been letting Thatch get familiar with it, planning to find someone to test it later. The ability of the Yami Yami no Mi. Another ability of the Whitebeard pirates was directly exposed. Although the user of this fruit was different, many still vividly remembered how Blackbeard Teach used the fruit before. This made many people envious. What fruit has ended up in the Whitebeard pirates? The Gura Gura no Mi can be said to be the most terrifying paramecia fruit, and that Yami Yami no Mi can be said to be the most unique and vicious Logia devil fruit. All of these are in the Whitebeard pirates, along with other good stuff like the Tori Tori no Mi, the Mera Mera no Mi, the Diamo Diamo no Mi, etc. These are all good things. Chapter 106, Kizaru's Fishing. Teach and that Straw Hat Kid are most likely the two. Whitebeard finally made a judgment. This might be Sengoku messing around just now, but Carp, that old straight man, still made Whitebeard choose to believe. Old man, Ace wanted to say something, but Whitebeard had already started choosing directly. Big men shouldn't put on such an expression. I'm Whitebeard, and I won't just let things go wrong like this. Whitebeard, exuding confidence and dominance, looked around. He chuckled. Yes, we're the Whitebeard pirates, so I'll have some fun with old man. Ace gritted his teeth and started making his choice. Although he was still young, 10 years of life force was not something to be easily discarded. How many decades does one have in life? Roger, who was being watched by the system, saw Ace's filial demeanor. This brat really has a bad temper. What kind of old man keeps calling out repeatedly without ever calling him, yet is called Carp grandfather? Even the currently unrevived Roger felt a bit frustrated and conflicted. Although he didn't care much about many things, he couldn't help but care about his son. Sengoku glanced at Carp, who looked indifferent, and then canceled his ability. Since they had already guessed, continuing was pointless. However, thinking about Whitebeard possibly regaining a lot of life force later made him uncomfortable, almost wanting to hit Carp. Others had actually heard Whitebeard's words, but they understood it was just a guess, and not many dared to act recklessly. Other than the older ones taking a gamble, most didn't make many choices. Old man, you really don't care about your life. Blackbeard Teach had a rather peculiar thought. He both hoped Whitebeard would die here and hoped he wouldn't. If Whitebeard died, he would have a chance to leave, but if he died, there would be a lot of trouble afterward. Just like now, it was entirely because of Whitebeard that no one was making a move against him. If the opponent really disappeared, whether others would listen or not was uncertain. No one could resist the temptation of life, especially those who were about to die. As individuals began to make choices, Kyle directly shared the answers with the ordinary people. Each person's life had a different price. For instance, Whitebeard might easily trade for billions. But for ordinary people, the difference was vast. Of course, Kyle didn't intend to take their money. After all, once they got to the kitchen, they would just have to wait quietly until they left. As for whether they would follow him, he didn't care much. Kid, it's about time to announce the answers. After Whitebeard made his choice, he looked at the others, who were slowly becoming silent, then turned to Kyle, who had been watching them like a slacker. Since the choices were made, it was time to settle. Those who didn't choose could be considered skipped. Kyle didn't waste time saying anything more. Once it was confirmed, it began. With his words, the system panel started to change. Correct answers for Emperor's Blackbeard Teach, 5th Emperor Straw Hat Kid Luffy. This guy, Carp, your grandson is really something. While Whitebeard and Ace were excited, Sengoku was extremely dissatisfied. Thank goodness he was about to retire. Who knows how many times he'd have to clean up for Carp if this continued. The 5 emperors were out, seeing that Straw Hat Kid fight Kaido before felled off. Your grandson isn't going to challenge all the emperors, is he? Sengoku said sarcastically. Maybe. Probably. Ha ha ha. Carp felt a bit relieved now. Luckily, they had left Luffy on Drum Island. Otherwise, they would really be in trouble. Still laughing, still laughing. Sengoku was very displeased and smacked twice. Outside, chaos had already erupted. The chat area was flooded with messages. The 4 emperors, even the 5 emperors had appeared. But it seemed these 2 weren't having an easy time either. Blackbeard Teach was still beside Whitebeard, and Whitebeard surely wouldn't let him act recklessly. It seemed the Straw Hat Kid was also being captured. Not captured, but protected. The Straw Hat Kid's grandfather is a naval hero. His father is the leader of the Revolutionary Army. His older brother is Whitebeard's second-in-command, and he seems to have connections with the 4 Emperor Shanks. How could anything go wrong? It felt like all the strong ones were from his family. This guy won't end up being the Pirate King, will he? It said he doesn't want to be the Pirate King. He wants to be the man who becomes the Pirate King. Roger? The chat area was very noisy. Over in the Drum Kingdom, some uninvited guests had arrived. Zifa, you need to know what you're doing. And you, Kizaru, I order you to block these guys now. If necessary, kill them without hesitation. A group of people in suits and white masks arrived on the snowy island, immediately demanding to take away the Devil Child Robin and Luffy's group. However, they were blocked by Zifa and his men. I'm not a navy anymore. If you want to make a move, go ahead, you dog legs of the Celestial Dragons. Zifa looked disdainfully at the guys in front of him. Although Kyle wasn't here, it didn't mean they lacked strength. Not to mention, he had 2 powerful Logia-type Devil Fruit users here and an immovable Kizaru. You defy the world government's orders. Do you want to die here? CP0 looked calmly at Zifa's group, not showing any anger. If a fight broke out, who would die was still uncertain. Hurry and leave. The ones who enter to capture are not leaving. The now younger Zifa had a formidable pressure. He wasn't stupid. He knew what was happening by being delayed here. As if to respond to his words, thunder and lightning echoed, and more charred bodies appeared inside the castle. The various CP departments hadn't even approached the Straw Hat group when they had already been eliminated. You, Kizaru, make a move. If you don't, your position as admiral won't be guaranteed. CP0 angrily issued orders upon sensing the situation. What a hassle. Former Navy, still scary. Kizaru lazily moved, kicking a Navy captain, sending him flying and disappearing without a trace. But those present could still feel him fighting with the Navy captain, engaging in a tough battle with his light sword. Several times he was almost hit. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? It's terrifying. No wonder you're Zifa's student, too powerful. Having such strength and still hiding, it was truly frightening. Sarcastic remarks and banter made the Navy captain quite displeased, yet he continued to attack Kizaru, battling back and forth. Apart from the confusion at the start, he now understood what was going on. He just needed to hold on. Kizaru, CP0 yelled in anger and frustration. Stop shouting. I'll play with you, Akiji. Make a move. Zifa didn't let him continue to trouble Kizaru. He knew Kizaru had already made his choice. If you behave, maybe you can keep a little life. Otherwise, I might not show mercy. A massive mechanical hand swung out. According to Zifa's thoughts, if possible, let Kyle decide their lives and deaths. If not, he would have to kill them. Only Kyle can take the blame. After all, he's the boss here now. Anyway, if something goes wrong, everyone will remember it was him. Zephyr. CP0 quickly retaliated. The people on site instantly took action, some even using Soru to try to encircle Zephyr. I don't think I've fought CP0 yet. Let's have some fun. However, Akiji wouldn't let that happen. After being here for a while, he had felt a bit lost. But after leaving the Navy, his increasingly lazy heart began to stir a little. He became motivated again, mainly due to Zephyr's influence. Accompanying this teacher, let's give it a shot. Akiji, the kind of person who had fallen into confusion once and found hope again, might completely give up if he faced disappointment and confusion again, possibly even turning dark. But right now, this is definitely his best moment. The Ice Age. It was originally a frozen world, and fighting in such an environment was simply Akiji's domain. CP0, as the strongest shield of the Celestial Dragons, at least had the strength of a vice admiral. But facing Akiji, they still felt quite pressured, coupled with Zephyr's suppression, and the elite vice admirals taking action one by one. Thunder Dragon. The battle had a vast impact. When it reached Enel's domain, he also took action. Before leaving, Kyle had set restrictions and rules for Enel. Outsiders in his domain should not hold back and just take them down. Rumble, rumble, fruit. As Enel attacked, CP0 members were captured one by one, mostly severely injured or incapacitated, but no one died. The other intelligence departments below were not so fortunate, as their strength was too weak. Basically, getting hit meant death. They were all thrown into the dungeons in another dungeon, and were told not to go near the Straw Hat Kid. Zephyr spoke directly. He had no reservations. Anyway, any troubles would be handed over to Kyle. As teacher Zephyr already made a decision, the world government won't let this go easily. After CP0 captured everyone, Kizaru returned with another somewhat flustered Marine major. It's not up to me to prepare. I'm just a trainer for new recruits, practically a thug. Zephyr pulled out a cigar and slowly spoke. The ones who really need to prepare are you and that kid. Otherwise, you might as well just stay and not go back. While Zephyr said this, he also offered some ideas. Is teacher Zephyr joking? You don't really want to capture me, do you? Seeing Zephyr's somewhat probing approach, Kizaru became alert. Since we're acting, let's do it all the way. If you don't plan to stay, then let's go play with them. It would be good for you too, Zephyr said directly. Then I'll go to the dungeon, arrange a better place for me, and I hope Admiral Sengoku and the others come back soon. Kizaru's lewd face wrinkled. It feels so troublesome. I really want to retire. He found a comfortable place near CP0, who were currently handling some urgent matters. As long as no one dies. It's fine. Kizaru also pretended to be captured, acting as if he was pressed down. Teacher Zephyr and the others are just too strong. I lost. One CP0 member had already regained consciousness, and upon seeing Kizaru, he muttered, "Is Teacher Zephyr really arranging for me to monitor them? People's hearts are really dirty." Teacher Zephyr has also turned bad. Watching the CP0 member stare at him, Kizaru had some thoughts. At first, he hadn't considered it. He just thought it was acting. But now that he was here, he felt like he was being used. However, at this point, no one was there to explain anything to him. A Logia user was sent directly to the dungeon, but they didn't even bring Seastone handcuffs, or even any handcuffs at all. That was a bit too much. Betraying the world government. Kizaru, you guys are finished. The Marines will suffer because of your choices. And Sengoku and Garp, those two guys, while CP0 was talking, the doctors treating them increased their strength, causing them to scream. Can't you be a bit more honest? Kizaru complained. The world is really about to go crazy. In another dungeon. I never thought you would really become one of the 4 emperors. Should we run now? That electric guy has already disappeared. To prevent Luffy and his crew from running around, they were still in a restricted state, Sanji said to Luffy. They didn't actually know each other for long. He could even say he was completely dragged onto the ship to find that special ocean. As for whether to give up being a pirate or not, it really depends on their captain. Outside, the battle had already stopped, and many powerful presences made it impossible to leave. Zoro sensed it. Although they didn't face each other directly, he still felt the terrifying aura of those presences. Even stronger than the Mihawk they had encountered. I don't care. I must get out. I must become the Pirate King. I am going to be the man who becomes the Pirate King, Luffy exclaimed. Clearly, the crisis here did not make him give up. I have no strength left. These handcuffs are so uncomfortable. Just as he finished his grand ambitions, Luffy quickly became weak and could only lie on the ground. His hands and feet shackled with sea stone handcuffs, leaving him no chance to escape. Without strength, you should stop struggling. They say this is sea stone, specifically designed to restrain people like you. And Nami won't be able to walk by herself now, right? Without Nami, can you sail? Usopp complained from the side like a salted fish. Why can Nami go out early, but I have to be locked up in this cage? Miss Nami, Sanji said. Nami would never abandon us. Luffy propped his head up to retort, but soon he became weak again. Don't forget, she has already abandoned us once. It's normal for her to give up when encountering such people. She doesn't have the combat power to save us. Usopp emitted negative energy from the side. Chapter 107. A mere 4 emperors, artificial devil fruit. Usopp's words weren't wrong. Back in the East Blue, Nami had left them once because of their village's situation. Usopp still remembered this. It can't be like this, Usopp, Luffy shouted. I believe in Nami. She is our partner. You say that, but in our current situation, sailing really might just end like this. Your grandpa wouldn't let you go to sea, and there's that terrifying guy. Usopp said weakly. Sanji had already stopped speaking. Zoro had not joined their discussion since he started speaking. People's joys and sorrows are not connected. He was only thinking about leaving to become stronger and challenge Mihawk. He felt that their chatter was just noise. I will definitely become the man who is the Pirate King. Even my grandpa can't stop me, Luffy shouted. And outside, 2 figures silently approached. You guys are really noisy. I can hear your voices from outside. You can see the situation. They still can't go out now, or it will be troublesome for me. Nico Robin has come here. She still has some affection for the Straw Hat Kid, Luffy. Regardless, in the original relationship line, they would definitely interact. But now, no matter what, she can't just let them go. I know, Nami wanted to say something, but after a moment of stiffness, she stopped. She looked at Luffy with resentment. Originally, she tried to persuade Robin to see if she could let someone go, just one would be fine. Otherwise, she would be the only one outside, and she really couldn't decide what the future would be like. No one has confirmed what they should do in the future. Nami, Miss Nami, did you come here to be locked up? One person spoke up, and apart from Luffy and Sanji greeting calmly at the beginning, Usopp directly hit people hard. What do you mean by locked up? As long as I don't leave this island, I can act freely. Nami originally wanted to greet them, but made a retort upon hearing Usopp's words. She had some merits in her previous actions. Now as long as she doesn't cause trouble, Kal hasn't restricted much either. How to deal with things later still depends on whether these guys are honest. Then what are you here for? Zoro, sitting on the ground, asked directly. He had listened clearly to the conversation between Robin and Nami just now. I originally wanted to see your situation, to see if I could let you go, but now because of a certain guy, it's impossible. Nami said, while looking at Luffy. Oh, let me out. Luffy struggled for a moment, but quickly became powerless again. No matter what you think, it's best not to think about being pirates anymore. If there's a next time, that man won't be polite. It's not impossible for him to kill you. With your strength, you can't resist at all, although you might all become strong in the future. Not now. Robin spoke up from the side. If we don't become pirates, can we go out? Usopp asked from the side. Look at that person. He doesn't intend to keep you locked up if you don't become pirates. Robin thought for a moment. She wasn't sure how far Kyle intended to imprison these people. Then I won't be a pirate. Please let me out, okay? Usopp spoke directly. Usopp, what are you saying? Luffy shouted loudly. Even though Usopp gave several hints, this guy still kept asking. It left Sanji speechless beside him. Long-nosed guy, your so-called expressions conveying messages seem useless. Don't think about running away to do anything. You guys can't even escape from me. Robin is much stronger now than before. Not only has she learned hockey, but she has also observed some training of the Navy. At least, dealing with these guys in the cell is not a problem. A swordsman without weapons and a devil fruit user wearing sea prism stone. Sigh. It's all your fault, Luffy. Stop arguing. That woman never intended to let you go from the beginning. Your acting is too poor. I'm the best at lying. How could it be? Usopp and Zoro were talking. Meanwhile, Sanji had already turned to greet Robin, only to be ignored quickly. Even Nami left, which frustrated him greatly. No matter what, I won't give up. I will be the man who becomes the Pirate King. Luffy in the cage slowly said this after everyone had left. The others who originally had various thoughts also stopped to look at him. You will die. Zoro was the first to speak. He didn't think that the woman just now was joking. I'd rather die. And besides, I won't die, Luffy said very stubbornly. This quickly silenced the cage. Cue a space. Just now, those who answered correctly had received their rewards one by one. Additionally, The system quickly played the situation of Blackbeard, Teach, and Luffy. Teach's simple summary was that after obtaining the Tremor fruit, he participated in battles in the New World and was then casually referred to as one of the four emperors. Of course, this ordinary process made Whitebeard grit his teeth. Your crew on the ship is truly remarkable, and Sengoku naturally wouldn't miss such an opportunity. Blackbeard attacked the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, directly taking everything from Whitebeard. Reputation, wealth, territory, everything. You could say that Blackbeard is the true inheritor of everything from Whitebeard. Old man, I didn't do anything. Sitting beside Whitebeard, Teach looked bitterly at Whitebeard and Ace. Why wasn't it me in that video? Why does he get to sit here? This damn system, this cursed system. If it weren't for the system, all of this would be mine. With countless grievances in his heart, Teach still didn't dare to show it. He was very clear that he was still alive now because of Whitebeard's mercy and his feelings for family. All right, Ace, since I'm still alive, I won't let such things really happen. Whitebeard looked at Ace. Just now, he wanted to punch the inflated Blackbeard in the video directly. But in the end, he held back. Now the dark fruit is in Sachi's hands and has been eaten. This guy is currently being watched, and the future has changed. Such things cannot happen. Yes, old man. Ace nodded. Although he was unwilling, he still respected Whitebeard. He also understood Whitebeard's aspirations. At the very least, while Whitebeard is alive, he won't act recklessly. He won't act recklessly until Blackbeard acts recklessly. He will just keep an eye on Teach, making him pay for the self in the video. Truly enduring. Should I say that he really is Whitebeard? What a touching family bond. Sengoku commented from the side. He initially wanted them to have internal conflicts or something. But it seems impossible. Whitebeard can truly endure. He was taken down, and his subordinate pirate crew was thrown into chaos. And he has held it all in. Of course, this might be due to the reason of the system's images. Some people think that this system does not represent the future, so they did not act recklessly. Whitebeard is obviously one of them. Ha. Sengoku, don't think that this can discourage me. The future will change. Such things won't happen. Nothing will happen. If you want to act against us, it's still too early. Whitebeard laughed heartily. Carp, your grandson really knows how to cause trouble. While laughing, he also looked at Carp. What was exposed just now was not only his ship. Luffy from Carp's side was also revealed. After entering the New World, he also went to Wano Country, although many things were not shown. But the most important thing was that he escaped from Wano Country. He became a world-famous pirate with a bounty of 1.5 billion. He was even referred to as one of the 5 emperors. The name of the New World's pirates, the 4 emperors, is not something that can be said casually. Sengoku, aren't you going to do something first? Whitebeard originally wanted to say something harsh, but thinking of Ace, he held back and just observed these guys' plans. Ahem. Carp pretended to be calm upon hearing this. Luffy will be modified later. There's no way he can become a pirate. I'll keep a close eye on him, and what you're thinking cannot really happen. He can't even reach the New World. As long as he has the guts to set sail, the Navy will definitely catch him before he gets to the New World. Sengoku also expressed his stance. This attitude clearly indicates that there is no intention to directly eliminate Luffy. After all, his background is too strong. Having a naval hero grandfather is quite normal. Whitebeard looked understanding. His body had regained quite a bit of vitality, giving him confidence in the future. However, that Charlotte Linlin won't just let this go, whether or not she becomes a pirate. Whitebeard said this, not knowing if he was hinting at something. Previously, when Luffy appeared and fought Kaido, he might have been ignored by such a guy. But now, causing a ruckus in Big Mom's territory and ultimately destroying things before leaving. It would be strange if something didn't happen. Let her catch him if she has the ability, Carp said nonchalantly, looking at Kaido. According to that guy's personality, who catches who is still uncertain. Besides, with Zephyr and Akiji around, he wasn't worried. Originally, he had a bit of the idea to let Akiji go over to keep an eye on Luffy. It seems you've arranged everything. Whitebeard glanced at his 2 sons nearby, thinking if he should also make some arrangements in advance. There were very few people present who dared to speak, but if they kept talking, it would never end. All right, let's not waste time. Let's move on to the next question. Kyle, watching the people on both sides still arguing, also interrupted. They are not serious people. What are they even saying? 50 steps laughing at 100 steps. One was taken advantage of by his son, and the other by both his son and grandson. In fact, they are quite similar. In a future without a system, facing the 4 emperors, Charlotte Linlin, shouting, I'm going to be a member of the future Pirate King-S crew. How could I fear a mere 4 emperor? Who is this person? Multiple choice question. 1. Straw Hat Kid Luffy. 2. Rorona Zoro. 3. Marco the Phoenix for rebellious Navy Admiral Akiji. 5. Warlord of the Sea Jinbe. 6. Warlord of the Sea Dracula Mihawk. 7. Warlord of the Sea Don Quixote da Flamingo. 8. Warlord of the Sea Crocodile. 9. Former Roger Pirates crew member Buggy the Clown. 10. Kazuki Odin's son Kazuki Momonosuke. Correct answer reward. Artificial devil fruit technology. Wrong answer penalty. Life. Artificial devil fruit? Does such a thing really exist? The first person was attracted by the one who shouted about the mere 4 emperors. Later, upon seeing the artificial devil fruit technology, they were completely dumbfounded. Looking at what was in front of them, they couldn't take their eyes off it. It wasn't just them. Many outside were also paying attention. Artificial devil fruits, whether in terms of strength or wealth, could directly elevate someone to the peak, but it could also directly lead to death. Who had the guts to say such things? They couldn't find such a guy at all. The world was in an uproar. This would definitely become even more lively. One by one, people stare at this thing. Additionally, some who had already researched artificial devil fruits looked particularly displeased. Why is this happening? Has my research been overtaken? Caesar from A New World was also a bit dumbfounded upon seeing this reward. This system really gives everything. He even thought about answering the questions. If he received some rewards, could he surpass Vegapunk? Of course, he just thought about it. This thing is too deep. He couldn't grasp it. If he received any punishment, it would be bad. Besides, he wasn't suitable for exposure. Damn it. In the end, Caesar, feeling displeased, didn't do much. He knew that the people behind him would definitely make some moves. In the Q&A space. Artificial devil fruit. Kid, leave this to us. You can't handle it. Sengoku looked at Kyle, speaking directly. If they know about the artificial devil fruit technology, the Navy will not give up. Whether they take it back for research or whatever, it's all good. I haven't even said anything yet. Kyle was also a bit surprised by this thing, but he had no intention of giving up at all. Artificial devil fruits. Picking wrong means death. Sengoku looked at the punishment and reward. 2 billion. Tell me the answer. You have to know that even if we each experiment, there are only 10 of us. Seeing that Kyle seemed to have a thought of refusal, Sengoku spoke first. This thing is naturally valuable. But right here, 10 lives, or rather 9 lives, can be secured 100%. And there are quite a few people from the Navy and the world government here. Although the world government may have already researched it, they certainly won't let this go. Even if he gives up, the world government will definitely try it, of course. At that point, they might not hand it over to the Navy. Having this technology and not having it is two different things. The Navy and the world government are not completely united, especially at this time. Kyle Kid, if you take this thing out, don't expect to have peace behind you. You need to think it through. Carp beside him couldn't help but speak. He wasn't trying to threaten him. He was worried that Luffy left there might be very dangerous. Although that guy's not weak over there, he is obviously a troublemaker, and at any moment, a large number of people could come looking for trouble. Perhaps he could fend off most of them, but an attack from 4 emperors and the world government could truly lead to trouble at any moment. Chapter 108 Tirti des villes fruits Sengoku? What you said is really scary, but for someone like me, no matter what, I can't have peace. Kyle looked at them, casually talking. The artificial devil fruit technology is sure to make the people of this world excited, regardless of whether he tells the Navy or not. As long as others know he has this thing, various self-righteous people will constantly seek him out. You do have some self-awareness. Sengoku glared at Kyle, thinking about how Zephyr took away many Navy members to go to his side. His anger rose. This isn't self-awareness. It's just knowing a few things. Kyle casually commented. Kyle, kid, tell me the answer. If pirates come to trouble you in the future, I will help you fight them. Carp said while picking his nose. Isn't fighting pirates your job? If you said you would quit on the spot to come work for me, I might have agreed right away. Kyle said while looking at them when he mentioned quitting. This is impossible. Don't joke around. This guy has a criminal record. Sengoku directly interrupted their thoughts. If this continues, the Navy will have no one left. If you don't steal Sengoku as well, they'll be finding trouble with me every day. Whitebeard, seeing Sengoku looking exasperated, spoke up. He wouldn't mind giving the Navy some trouble for exposure. Although the situation is so big, it can't be hidden. And now the Navy is expanding and recruiting. This news will definitely make people wonder about the Navy situation. With fewer people, the news won't be kept under wraps. I actually have this idea. What if Admiral Sengoku retires and comes to work here? Kyle said with a grin. Retired or not, I'm still a Navy man. Don't even think about that. And Whitebeard, after leaving here, it's your death sentence. A pirate who dies at sea is a good pirate. As for the others, they are not. Sengoku said quickly. At least this attitude is here. The Navy can't cause a stir right now. The 3 admirals of the Navy might be in trouble. Akainu is very unhappy about Kizaru being promoted in the New World. Kizaru, now following Kyle, feels somewhat unreliable. He's already thinking about pulling him back quickly to avoid losing both the wife and the soldiers. Akiji has simply run away. The dignified admiral is now causing him a lot of trouble. Well, you really are a good dog for the world government, Whitebeard said unceremoniously. Garp, take care of your son. Don't be so disrespectful. You didn't even greet your uncle when you met. Sengoku looked at Whitebeard, expressionless, then turned to Garp. Whitebeard, my son. Garp is also very cooperative and wanted to speak. Get lost. But he was interrupted by Whitebeard before he could finish. Looking at these noisy people, Kyle found it completely uninteresting and just felt they were noisy. However, having their attention diverted from him was a good thing. Just as he thought this, he felt Sengoku's gaze turn towards him again. There's no need to look at me like that. Either give me something good, or you can let them try on their own. Kyle spoke directly. You're no different from a pirate now. The Navy has to spend money even for meals, Admiral Sengoku. Seeing Sengoku trying to morally bind him, Kyle directly refused to engage. As long as he holds on to this, it will definitely attract a lot of attention. Whether or not he gives it to the Navy doesn't really matter. It just adds more people to the attention on the Navy. As for the world government, even if he gave an answer, those guys would probably fixate on him too. Or rather, no one has heard about it until now. On Drum Island, they can occasionally catch some strange guys. Although not all of them are their people, quite a few are, that's true. In the QA space, everyone was looking at each other. The power of this artificial devil fruit has already surpassed the words of the mere 4 emperors. Perhaps many people think that after acquiring the ability to manufacture devil fruits, they can also say such things. The people outside the system are similar. However, they're more direct, and some have already rushed directly to Drum Island. This guy really knows how to cause trouble. On Drum Island, Zephyr looked at the questions above. Artificial devil fruits. If it can really be realized, the strength of this new army might truly get a significant boost. It's frightening. And someone is saying such things about the 4 emperors. The future is really too scary. Kizaru watched Sengoku's troubled expression with boredom. Admiral Sengoku is indeed bearing too heavy a burden. He really can't take over the position of admiral. Should I just run away? Completely ignoring the death glares from nearby CP0, Kizaru thought to himself. The Pirate King must be me. He must be our partner. In another dungeon, Luffy was smiling proudly. Earlier, he was powerless due to Sea Prism Stone, but now he saw that the Pirate King had already started making noise. These guys are too much. They even said I'm Roger's man when I clearly didn't mean that. Not enough to make noise here, but also quarreling in the system. Even Roger got dragged into it. Idiots. Even if you're the Pirate King, do you know who your future partner is? Looking at the screen, Sanji spoke up. Although he also felt it might be because of this guy that the other party said such things, most of the people above, he really doesn't know. More than half of them are strangers. I don't have the energy to complain anymore. Luffy should think about how to get out of here. Usopp said on the side. Otherwise, before we become the Pirate King, we might become corpses first. If you keep shouting like that in front of that guy, he might just kill you. Usopp already had a psychological shadow from facing Kyle. At the same time, he felt helpless about Luffy's inability to pretend to be honest for a moment. Just pretend to be obedient for a bit, then they can think of other ways to escape. Always shouting about becoming the Pirate King and quarreling in the system. Afraid others don't know him. I will leave here, for sure. Pirate King Luffy said with mysterious confidence. But everyone present looked at him with dumbfounded expressions. They were just short of directly telling him to keep his distance. Just say what you want directly. In the end, Sengoku still didn't have the idea of sending soldiers to gamble with their lives. Not just for the Navy's survival, but also for their Navy's reputation. Anyway, he can't give such an order here. What do you want? Well, it seems you don't have anything that interests me. Kyle paused. Devil fruits. I already asked for some earlier. And this artificial devil fruit has made his demand for devil fruits much less. It might be possible to create them directly. But thinking about it, this artificial devil fruit could have significant problems and be hard to control. The abilities might be average. For example, some special situations in the original work. Then it's better to have real devil fruits. He acted as if he was just casually thinking. 20 pieces, 5 of which should be special. The Zoan-type devil fruits can't exceed 10. Better safe than sorry. Perhaps this artificial devil fruit also needs real devil fruits. Moreover, getting some fruits with special abilities is better than artificial ones. 20 pieces? Why don't you just go steal them? Sengoku exploded in anger when he heard this. And the CP personnel from the world government beside him seemed to have received some hint from someone at the table. They quietly spoke up. Admiral Sengoku, we will offer half. This artificial devil fruit technology, in their view, is definitely more valuable than 20 fruits. Even if there are some duplicates, they can still see what the items from this system are like, and directly using lives to obtain rewards. The people here tacitly did not mention it. Who has the time to deliberately send themselves to death here? Anyway, the chances of them getting their hands on the stock of devil fruits are quite low. Spending on them wouldn't be a loss. On the contrary, the artificial devil fruits might actually be available to them in the future. You see, Kyle reminded Sengoku. His gaze also shifted to Stussy. He had sensed that guy had released something to communicate with that CP member. If he hadn't known this person in advance, he might have really missed it. Just like the people on site, apart from their own internal members, no one else knew. Their original seating position had somewhat blocked Stussy, surrounding her. Of course, knowing was knowing. Kyle didn't say much more. Maybe someday, Stussy could present a question to guess identities or something. All right, 20 devil fruits. We're in. Sengoku thought about his upcoming retirement. Using the stock more wouldn't matter. Those celestial dragons could treat devil fruits as garbage for their slaves. Using more items wouldn't be a problem. As for playing tricks, he currently had no such thoughts. This was said by Admiral Sengoku. If he couldn't produce it later, he would be responsible. At that time, he might as well leave the Navy and come work off his debts. Kyle grinned. You guy, I'll handle it. Along with the previous fruits, I won't be missing a single one. If I do, I'll sell myself to you. Sengoku made a direct statement. He also glanced over at the world government side. Thinking about possibly being unable to produce the fruits, he spoke up. At that time, if he fooled him, he wouldn't mind directly running away. That would be great. I wish I could directly exchange these 30 fruits for your help. Kyle said, 50 devil fruits? My value isn't that high. Sengoku replied, don't underestimate yourself, Admiral Sengoku. Are 30 devil fruits valuable? They definitely are. Even Sengoku himself couldn't produce them. But to say that these devil fruits are better than Sengoku, that's not necessarily the case. Even if there are fruits, it doesn't mean one can grow to Sengoku-S level. Not to mention it also takes time. Right now, what Kyle needed most was time. I've given you the answer. How you handle it is up to you. If many people find out, if the whole world knows, it's none of my business. Kyle moved the system just to show Sengoku the answer. While speaking, the world government personnel had already moved. Sengoku did not stop them, expressionless as he answered the question. Showing it to them. Both sides were very tacit. No need to speak. This was actually Sengoku's voluntary act. If it weren't voluntary, the world government personnel wouldn't even be able to see Sengoku's answer clearly. Other pirates looked at them answering questions, their expressions very unpleasant. Ordinary people didn't dare to interrupt. Having already gained benefits, they felt quite good. What artificial devil fruits? This was something they didn't even dare to think about. If things got out of hand, they might just end up dead. They still had some sense. Damn it. This guy. The pirates were quite hostile towards Kyle. From the previous few QA sessions, they had seen enough. Now that it was their turn, that blatant discrimination. Some hot-tempered individuals were already thinking of killing him. But remembering Kaido's previous plight, and with Whitebeard not daring to act recklessly, they held back. Kyle paid no mind to those glaring at him, and even smiled at them. If they dared to act, he dared to punish. If they continued to move, he would directly eliminate them. He truly didn't mind maintaining this system while taking down some pirates. Hatred couldn't solve anything, and time could lead individuals to make choices. Those who hadn't gotten the answer when Kyle announced that time was up chose to skip one by one, and the answer popped up in the next moment. Correct answer, Warlord Jinbei. Warlord Jinbei. Jinbei. Mr. Jinbei? The ones most surprised by the answer were Whitebeard and his crew. Why is it Jinbei? Looking at the future, he would still provoke Charlotte Linlin. The future really is. Whitebeard wanted to say something, but thought that should be the future after his death. It should be related to Fishman Island. Jinbei had a connection with that woman. Even a fool could understand some things about Jinbei, given their familiarity with him. As for the specifics, whether it was offending, forming grudges, or joining something, all were possible. According to this, it was more likely that they were already at odds. And he even went to provoke the hatred of the Empress Linlin. That's a huge grudge. Warlord Jinbei, I said the warlords are unreliable. Not just Whitebeard in them. Even on the Navy and world government side, some people started to speak up. Many were already unhappy with the warlord policy. Pirates are pirates. How could they be given legal status? There's no shortage of Navy personnel who resent the warlords, even people from the world government. But because of their strength and status, no one dared to say much. Yuan Ti take the opportunity to directly cancel them? This name submitted is quite ridiculous. Zifa's departure is not without reason. Karp was quietly speaking on the side, but most of the people here could hear it. Perhaps they just didn't want the outsiders to hear it. They had studied this outside before. If they just whispered close to someone, the outside wouldn't hear it. Chapter 109. Future Pirate King, Black-haired Karp, Warlord Jinbei's name, instantly attracted the attention of the entire world. Even the fishmen near Fishman Island saw this scene. What to do? Are we going to be in trouble? That four emperors 1T attack us, right? We still have Whitebeard. It shouldn't be that bad. Whitebeard is now facing the Navy. Their situation isn't good either. It's already affecting us. Don't think about Whitebeard. They're the real troublemakers. Exactly. What Roger's son? Just give up. It's harming the Whitebeard pirates and us islands by being attacked continuously. You all have had enough. The ones attacking us are the world government and pirates. Why bring Whitebeard into this? Do you have any shame? Don't you know who has always been protecting us? Do you want to do something ungrateful, cowardly, and incompetent? Facing the real bullies, you dare not do anything, but you're quite good at criticizing those who help us. What are you saying? Am I wrong? Recently, without Whitebeard, what else do they need to do? Think back to the past when large numbers of pirates and even nobles came here to rob. Have you forgotten all this after a few years of peaceful living? Fishmen are everywhere, and conflicts arise constantly. On Fishman Island, arguments and disputes are rampant. Even the king cannot completely suppress them. All he can do is try to manage the troubles as best as he can. Jinbi, the king of Fishman Island, Neptune, directly contacts Jinbi, who promptly responds, "Don't worry. If there's anything, just push it all to me. I won't affect Fishman Island." Hearing this, Neptune doesn't know what to say. That wasn't his intention at all. It's the best choice, and with pirates coming again, he will handle it. Deep in the ocean, Jinbi senses more pirates approaching Fishman Island. Worried they might be human traffickers, he needs to confirm the situation. The contact is quickly decisive, and in the end, Neptune has nothing else to say. As a king, I have failed too much, is the only thought left in his mind. Jinbi's message causes a stir on Cake Island in the New World. A tall, plump woman wearing thick lipstick and light purple eyeshadow, donning a pirate hat and a loose pink dress, is Charlotte Linlin, who watches the video while eating desserts. Initially, she had no interest in the situation, but when she saw news related to her, she began to pay attention. Within the video, Jinbi and even her own image have appeared. I'm going to be a crew member of the future Pirate King. How could I fear a mere Yonko? She watches Jinbi standing in front of her image in the video, saying such words without regard for his life. The crew of the Pirate King, Jinbi. Charlotte Linlin devours sweets, her gaze turning extremely angry, wishing she could swallow Jinbi whole. Mom, I'm going to take down Jinbi right now. One of her sons has already stepped forward, determined to make the person who embarrassed his mother disappear. Let's see who this future Pirate King is. I hope he doesn't disappoint me. There are no future Pirate Kings among my collectibles. Ma. Charlotte Linlin was initially furious, but after consuming a significant amount of sweets, she calms down considerably. It's just a glimpse of the future. It's nothing. She can just find him and eliminate him. P.S. Just a fishman. If necessary, destroying Fishman Island wouldn't be a problem for her. Seeing the situation in the video, many people's expressions grew heavy. Although those in the video are definitely not the Pirate King, there are not many who could be referred to as the future Pirate King by someone like Jinbi from the Seven Warlords. Not only them, but people from all over the world have also seen this new issue. Those in the QA space feel the most involved. This system has presented us with a big problem. Sengoku watches the footage with a strange expression, glancing at Garp several times. He feels something is off. This has nothing to do with me, Garp says innocently, playing dumb. Garp, could this answer be your grandson? Whitebeard says carelessly from the side. They were just discussing artificial devil fruits, and with the new task, new situations have arisen. Having you as a son is already troublesome enough, Sengoku says, quickly stopping Garp from arguing. Then he retorts to Whitebeard, it's best not to talk recklessly here. Whitebeard feels disgruntled about being taken advantage of, but with his character, he can't just change the topic by saying it has nothing to do with Ace. Let us just answer the question. Now the system presents the following. In a future without the system, which pirate crew will Jinbi, the Seven Warlords, join after leaving the Yonko Charlotte Linlin? Multiple choice. 1. Straw Hat Pirates. 2. Blackbeard Pirates. 3. Red-Haired Pirates. 4. Whitebeard Pirates. Correct answer reward. 10 years of vitality. Wrong answer punishment. Life. This time the question has reverted to a multiple choice format, and the reward is vitality. For vitality, Kale doesn't mind having more. He has already made his choice. While Sengoku and Whitebeard continue to argue. For Jinbi's potential destination, at least in their eyes, several possibilities exist. Why did Whitebeard regain some combat power, and then Jinbi joins? Because Redhair provides support for Fishman Island, and then Jinbi joins. Blackbeard and Luffy, the Yonko and Fifth Emperor, also have some possibilities. However, the four choices make their selection somewhat tangled. Just pick Straw Hat. That guy might actually pull someone away. Suddenly, someone speaks up in the system space. But it's not a big character, and no one even looks at him. He has been hesitant to answer, worried something might go wrong. So he decides to take a gamble. After him, those who had not answered before also begin to respond. Some choose Whitebeard, others Blackbeard, and still others the red-haired and straw hat pirates. One by one, they're gambling their lives on their answers. Given their situation, they have no choice but to take a risk. Clearly, it's impossible to find out the answer from Kale. The Navy won't be able to help either. They can only guess or take a gamble. This really comes down to luck. What? Do you have any thoughts? Garp asks Sengoku, who is moving among the four options. I just think it's something your kid is involved in. He likes to stir up trouble, just like you. Sengoku remains silent for a moment before speaking slightly. He has thoughts, but hasn't confirmed anything directly. Blackbeard's crew, based on Jinbe's character, that's completely impossible. The red-haired pirates, considering their situation, shouldn't casually interfere with Fishman Island either. So, the possibility of Jinbe joining them is significantly reduced. That leaves Whitebeard and the Straw Hat Kid. Does he not know how strong Whitebeard's remaining crewmates are? Bruce. He might have trouble with Blackbeard later. Thinking about becoming the Pirate King is wishful thinking. It's only that Straw Hat Kid. He has been shouting about wanting to become the Pirate King all along. It's normal for Jinbe to say such things with pride in the video. Sengoku analyzes quickly, but doesn't directly choose to answer. Hearing Sengoku's words, Garp falls silent for a moment. He thinks, then decides to guess. If you're not confident, just continue to buy from that kid. After all, the world government's money is there to spend. Garp speaks directly. He has already given up on treating the situation. Now, watching the series of events that Luffy might cause, he no longer dares to let the kid set sail again. He has to stop him. Is he not afraid of offending everyone along the way? Do you think I would gamble on this punishment? The Warring States period was never a time for those who enjoyed gambling. When there were other choices, he wouldn't rely on luck. Given the current situation, there was no point in guessing anyway. Plus, he had already gained a life force and that artificial devil fruit earlier. This mission was already worth it. That was 10 years of life force, which could significantly enhance one's combat power. Warring States had a hard time letting go, but upon hearing a voice, he found himself conflicted again. Turning around, he saw Karp's figure. The way he looked was tempting. This guy just wanted him to confirm his decision. Impossible. Warring States quickly dismissed the thought. There was no need to gamble his life at this moment. In his view, Karp was also not to be trusted. Who knows if he might be annoyed and intentionally mess things up to get him killed. And as for the future, how could it be a guaranteed success? Warring States was scaring himself. In the end, he had no choice. Instead, Karp suddenly acted foolishly. At the last moment, he unexpectedly chose the Straw Hat Pirates. This made Warring States widen his eyes. What have you done? Don't you fear death? Warring States said anxiously. Oops, my hand slipped, Karp said, looking like he was just having fun. He showed no sign of regret at all. You, manager, he slipped. Can we cancel it before the answer is announced? I can. Warring States initially wanted to mention some benefits. He was just worried that Karp might actually die, which would be a real joke. No, there's no such thing as a slip in this guessing game. Once chosen, there's no turning back, Karp said directly, showing no respect for the old Marine Admiral. You brat, stop talking so much. Do you see any sign of him wanting to retract? Karp pointed at Karp, who was lounging comfortably nearby. Seeing this guy, Warring States couldn't help but feel angry. He was speaking nicely to others, yet you were just like a salted fish. Calm down, life and death are fated. An old guy like me should have ended it long ago. And dying isn't such a big deal with this system. Even if I die, I can still chat with you. Who knows, dying might even be more interesting. Karp looked like he had come to terms with everything. He even thought that dying might be more interesting, not having to face many harsh truths of this world. He could just pretend he knew nothing. Warring States didn't know what to say after hearing this. You really have an open mind. Whitebeard scanned the room without choices. There were no opportunities left. He couldn't just die like this. The Whitebeard pirates still needed him to hold on for a while longer. If it wasn't enough before, it was sufficient now. There was no need to continue gambling. All right, everyone, it's time to announce the answer. Correct answer, Straw Hat Pirates. While Karp was speaking, the system had already popped up and categorized everyone. Those who skipped got nothing, while those who answered correctly began to receive rewards. Powerful life force fell upon Karp and others who answered correctly, and Karp's hair even started to turn black. 20 years of life force had returned him to his youth. His iron fist seemed even more powerful now. This guy, Karp looked at his condition, as well as the correct answer in front of him. He didn't know what to say. Karp, indeed, it's your grandson. Such a troublemaker. In the future, there will be options for him. Choosing him will be a sure win. Whitebeard said, looking at Karp with a hint of envy. This old guy, he's young again. I don't want to die. Why is it me? This must be wrong. That Straw Hat Kid can't possibly. The pirates shouted one after another, unwilling to accept their fate. But against the power of this system, their struggles and resistance were of no use. They quickly vanished, as if they had never existed. Soon, many deceased pirates appeared in the chat area. These guys created a ruckus after dying. Those present, whether they had answered or not, breathed a sigh of relief. However, some were still terrified. Consider yourself lucky. Warring States looked at the black-haired guy with frustration. Indeed, he had transformed back to his youthful appearance, feeling his own white beard and hair. Warring States felt a bit helpless. If he had taken a gamble earlier, he would have had a share of that reward. You already have 10 years of life force and an artificial devil fruit. Don't be greedy, Warring States thought helplessly, trying to persuade himself. As for Carp's inner thoughts, he was unaware. He only felt his body rejuvenating. Although his body was terrifying and the decline in function was limited, it still had some impact. After all, that was human physiology. If one never aged, the body wouldn't weaken. Then that wouldn't be human, but some unknown creature. Continuously receiving benefits had led Carp to develop in this direction. Carp, I'm no longer human. Chapter 110. System Evolution. Those who should receive rewards got them. Those who should receive punishments faced them. The Straw Hat Pirates were said by Jean Bay to be the future Pirate King, which only looked shocking. At most, it was a sentiment that this kid was very good at causing trouble, and many issues arose because of him. To the people here, that guy was merely a little fellow. Despite possibly having good luck and a strong backing, in this pirate world, strength was often what mattered most. Backing could only play a supportive role. Regarding the Straw Hat Kid, some quickly recalled previous events. It was likely because of this incident that the Yonko Charlotte Lin had fought the Straw Hat Kid. Even later, he successfully escaped. Many had various thoughts about this Straw Hat Kid. However, Carp didn't pay much attention to it. He already knew what he needed to know. What else was there to care about? Besides, that guy should still be locked up right now. All right, the rewards should all be in hand. Welcome everyone to come again next time. This game has concluded. Watching as no more questions popped up, Carp directly announced. The recent series of questions had become a bit troublesome. Some were due to exposure, and others were because of rewards. Of course, this trouble was for others. For Carp, the only trouble came from that artificial devil fruit. This thing would definitely not be easily given up by others. One by one, individuals surged forth, and it was easy to imagine how difficult it was to face this situation. Is this the end? We haven't answered the questions yet. Several people who had chosen not to answer shouted quickly from the beginning. Compared to others, leaving here was not just a relief, but also liberation. Meanwhile, those who hadn't answered began to panic. They had expected questions or something similar. But this, unfortunately, you can only accept the punishment. Kyle didn't pay them any mind. Only pirates could avoid answering here. Ordinary people were protected by Kyle, while the Navy and world government could trade. As for them, they could only rely on their own guesses and despair. What are you saying? Damn it, I'll kill you. Let's die together. Individuals rushed crazily towards Kyle. However, before they could truly reach him, they had already turned to dust. Don't mind them. You can leave, Kyle said, turning his attention to the others. These people were still quite wary of the scene before them, especially seeing how silently and effortlessly people were taken out. It was this unknown ability that they most resisted. Many quickly disappeared, not daring to say anything more. Kid, I hope to see you again next time, Whitebeard smiled at Kyle. Blackbeard teach, and Ace beside him just watched silently. After finishing his words, he left without waiting for a response. You guys aren't going to say something harsh, are you? Kyle looked at the remaining people who hadn't left. If you return to the Navy, I can guarantee you won't face any issues. Sengoku waited until most people left before he departed. Only the world government and Navy personnel remained nearby. He had nothing to hide. If you join the world government, your problems won't be problems at all. I hope you make the right choice. After Sengoku finished speaking, a world government official nearby seemed to receive some orders. The Navy and the world government, looking at both sides, although they could be considered as one group, in reality, on some fundamental issues, without the highest level orders, their goals would not be unified. If I were to be the boss, I might have agreed, one might think. Daydreaming. There are countless people wanting to join the world government, just like scum like you're a dime a dozen on the sea. Have you really prepared yourself to refuse the world government's invitation? The world government personnel immediately got angry. Refusing was one thing, but to directly say something about becoming their boss was completely looking down on them. Is that what you mean too? Kyle didn't care. He waved his hand towards Sengoku and the others. The figures of the world government had already disappeared. They weren't killed, just teleported away. Here, he had to obey some rules. He couldn't just kill them casually. Perhaps in the past, that might have been possible. Now forget it. Sengoku spoke directly. Of course, He also knew that many things were just a matter of coincidence. If it had been in the past, he wouldn't necessarily have let the other party rise to power. Not to mention strength, just his enthusiasm was a completely different matter. Now, he was thinking about retiring as things were getting more and more troublesome. Other factors made him think that retirement was the best option. A large part of it was because of this guy, whether in the past or now. The possibility was really low. But in his view, if the other party was in the Navy and acted recklessly, then that was possible. What a pity. Kyle didn't continue to say much. He simply waved his hand in a farewell gesture. Now that things were settled, there was nothing more for them. It was best to send them all away. Individuals quickly vanished. In the end, when the scene was gone, the system also began to darken. Only various people in the chat area were talking, and Kyle was about to claim the system's rewards. System evolution in progress. Please exit the system, administrator. Evolution unknown. Please determine after evolution. He had originally wanted to see what he had gained this time. The result was this message. What a scam. Receiving this news, Kyle quickly left the place and disappeared. He reappeared in a snow-covered area and couldn't help but sigh at how the system was a scam. It was one thing not to give rewards, but to just teleport him out like this was really something. As soon as he appeared in the Drum Kingdom, someone had already noticed him. Shortly after, he received the news. The world government really knew how to play. Hearing this news, Kyle paused for a moment. He would find some people to interrogate. If he could extract intelligence about the world government, he'd do it, and if not, then just eliminate them. Without wasting much time, Kyle had already made up his mind. Since these guys had come, they shouldn't think about going back. After all, he was hiding his identity. Who knew who they were? Just kill them and be done with it. Even if they were exposed, so what? It was only a matter of time anyway. Just make your decision. Originally here to convey news, Zephyr heard this and didn't say much more. He just reminded Kyle and then continued to leave for training. Today's new recruits trained even more miserably. Each one was screaming in agony, doubting whether today was some kind of devil's day. How's that kid doing? Back at the castle, Nico Robin came out to face him, and Kyle spoke directly. He was quite concerned about the Straw Hat crew. No matter their background or the possible luck they might have, it made him quite wary, especially since he was trying to see if he could break through the situation here. After all, Enel and Zephyr were both defeated by Luffy in the original plot. Whether he could break through this situation still needed to be seen. They were still shouting about wanting to be the Pirate King. Nami had come before to ask him to spare them, but in the end, Nico Robin quickly spoke. Regarding the current situation, she simply stated it clearly. If nothing could be done right, it would be very embarrassing. Even if not abandoned, they would gradually be ignored. It was rare to have a somewhat safe place. She wasn't going to just give up like that. Let's go see this guy. Kyle directly asked Nico Robin to lead the way. The Straw Hat crew had quite a few problems now. In the dungeon, CP0 didn't have the privilege of letting Kyle see them. What was here with the Straw Hat crew? Bastard, I want to duel with you. Gum Iron Block. I have no strength left. Seeing Kyle arrive, the passionate Luffy shouted and was about to make a move. He just punched the iron pillar next to him hard, but it didn't leave a single dent. In the end, he ended up collapsing from exhaustion. Is he an idiot? This guy is really foolish. The members of the Straw Hat Pirates looked at Luffy, lamenting why they were so foolish to accept such a person as their captain. Is there something wrong with their brains? Ideas are ideas, but in the end, it all comes down to choices. He really has a lot of energy. From today on, their rations will be halved, and Luffy's will be halved again, only giving him a quarter of what an ordinary person would get. Since they want to be pirates, they should go rob for it. If they can't, they might as well starve. Kyle directly made the decision for them. This so-called food is not based on their appetite, but rather the food of ordinary people here. There is no such thing as filling up. Devils, demons. Someone has already started shouting quickly. Why? I haven't said anything yet. I want food. One by one, they quickly spoke. We'll talk about not wanting to be pirates later. Looking at Luffy, the Straw Hat Kid, Kyle had no intention of continuing. He came this time just as a side note. Next time he comes, he'll wait until these guys have been hungry for a while before talking. He was too honest before. Now he can try some tactics. As long as he doesn't kill them, that's fine. He just needs to give Carp an explanation and keep him intrigued. Moreover, he is now somewhat in contact with his old man. What a hassle. Second generation, third generation. Unlike those who relied on their backgrounds to get here, Kyle is now in a position where he can't move or stay still. You boys just reform yourselves, okay? Nico Robin looked at Kyle, said a few words, lost interest, and left. She also left a comment before quickly disappearing. Seeing the two figures vanish before him, Usopp began to feel helpless. Why? The food was already insufficient. This guy is simply a devil. When can I be let out? Staring at his long nose, Usopp was already contemplating how to act best. Should he beg for mercy? Pretend to give up? or even really give up. Various thoughts echoed in his mind. No matter what he wants to do, we can't handle it. That's the gap we have now. Zoro had some understanding of the situation here. There had been quite a few monstrous auras erupting before. Clearly, they were not honest guys. Even without Kyle, they wouldn't be able to leave. We will have our chance. I'm going to be the Pirate King, Luffy said directly. However, the others looked at him and didn't say much. If it were previously, they might have believed it. But now, it felt like he was a fool. What Pirate King? The Pirate King in a dream. The Pirate King in prison? Time slowly passed. Over the next 3 days, the system reported quite a bit of news. Most of it was ordinary information. But what really caught Kyle's attention was that Whitebeard had been continuously attacked in the New World. The Navy and the world government were also taking on the brunt of Whitebeard's retaliation. Whitebeard had destroyed 5 branches and 1 affiliated country in succession. The world's strongest man. That terrifying aura made everyone feel a shiver, frightening, especially since Whitebeard's body had slightly recovered after many years. The power he unleashed was already close to his peak moment, allowing him to enjoy a fierce battle. Although this cost him quite a few personnel, more importantly, it brought gains. The turmoil in the New World even prompted other Yonko to start taking action. The Navy and the world government's attention had shifted to the New World. Meanwhile, over in the Grand Line, they hadn't directly given up. Is this it? Is this it? Fleet Admiral Sengoku really lacks sincerity. Looking at the 50 devil fruits before him, most of them were ordinary devil fruits. But this was already quite terrifying, as devil fruits are not something that can be casually handed out. It had cost an unknown number of people's collections. Even the Celestial Dragon's treasury had been raided for quite a few. If you have any requests, feel free to put them forward, Sengoku directly spoke. Clearly, he had prepared before coming. As for requests, let's not talk about that for now. What about rare devil fruits? You can't be expecting to use so many ordinary ones to settle the debt, right? Kyle directly responded. While devil fruits are precious no matter how you look at it, if you can determine the ability, especially if it's a powerful one, then it becomes even more precious and special. The world doesn't know how many people have desperately searched time and again for a devil fruit that suits them. Ordinary devil fruits might be hard to find, but those precious ones are even rarer. Logia types, special paramecia types. These precious things are hardly seen here. There are only some generally capable paramecia and zoan types, which Kyle is naturally not pleased with. No matter how many you bring over, it won't be useful. I want to look at houses today. I've been busy all day and it's still not over. I took a day off today. Chapter 111. Tasmi, Kakashi in the reception room. Watching Kyle bring it up so directly, Sengoku didn't show any embarrassment or discomfort. If possible, I would like to use these 50 devil fruits as a substitute. A few ordinary devil fruits replacing 1 special fruit is absolutely not a loss for the Navy. Especially many of the fruits here are ordinary, like the ordinary mouse form or the slippery fruit of the paramecia type. Devil fruits are not completely useless, but compared to the side effects, this ordinary mouse form and that slippery one, the latter is still okay. Some people might still have some combat power if they mastered it, and some are really wasting their talent researching things that don't need to be studied at all. These fruits can replace special fruits. I'll exchange as many as you need. Like your devil fruit, I think it can replace dozens. Kyle spoke directly. Among these 50, there's still a few good things. Even if they have garbage abilities, bringing so many over is obviously not easy. Cough, cough, cough. I also have one here, a paramecia type, illusion fruit. This has always been a well-known and precious fruit in the records. Perhaps feeling a bit embarrassed, Sengoku continued speaking. After a round of discussion, Kyle still got quite a bit of stuff, such as Logia type cloud fruit. If developed well, this could be a pretty good ability. If not developed well, refer to the smoke fruit. Natural system storm fruit. Superhuman system chain fruit. Superhuman system hardening fruit. Animal system ancient type iron scale pig. After converting 1 fruit after another, he got rid of more than 30 ordinary or even trash devil fruits. Kyle didn't pay much attention to these things. After seeing a suitable person, he might directly give away the fruits. Aside from the 2 natural fruits, he was somewhat inclined to give away the others. Increasing the combat power of his subordinates was already the best outcome. Sengoku didn't stay long with him either. After the transaction, he talked about future cooperation and then left. Before leaving, he also mentioned that if Kyle needed anything, he could seek help from the Navy. Of course, when that time comes, this guy wouldn't let him off easy. He would definitely take a few more bites out of him. And it was just Sengoku who left. Kizaru. Seeing Kizaru's reluctant expression, Kyle didn't say much. He sent them all away directly. Sengoku left, and Kizaru left too. Was a big battle about to happen? Or had there already been news of someone planning to strike here? Kyle was starting to have some thoughts. But he felt that it was still more likely that the other party would have a big fight with Whitebeard. Hesitating for a moment, Kyle handed the devil fruits over to Zephyr to handle. To say something a bit shameful, he wasn't very clear about how many subordinates he had or what kind of people they were. The one he really used frequently was Enel, this tool. He directly packaged the devil fruits and sent them over. Sengoku and Kizaru had left dozens of devil fruits. That scene was too spectacular. I will train the strongest soldiers. The Sandians you sent over have good talents. If there are no objections, I will let them choose some of these. Young Zephyr looked quite shrewd. Although he was somewhat unaccustomed to this body, no one here dared to voice any objections. He looked at the devil fruits sent by Kyle and lost interest after a while. Although these things could enhance combat power, they weren't really suitable for him. I'll trouble you with the training. Use them however you want. If it's not enough, get some more. If you're interested, you can use them too. This natural storm fruit is quite good. When the time comes, adding some isolation devices to your mechanical arm shouldn't have any impact. And the fruit's ability can also make your speed faster. Kyle saw that Zephyr had some thoughts. The next may be difficult regarding the devil fruits. But for him, it was just like that. If there were no devil fruits, there were still artificial devil fruits. Forget it, I don't like these things. Zephyr hesitated for a moment. After Zephyr refused, he didn't say anything further. Right now, he was training people with the help of the Sky Island and the Navy's 6 forms. Regardless of whether they were Sandians or anyone else, including some Yuan Navy, they were all here. They were being taught equally. Theoretically, they belonged to the army of this country. 3 days after Sengoku and the others left, the systems chat area began to show some messages. Kyle had already noticed the situation inside. The Great War in the New World had already broken out, and the Navy directly led an attack on Whitebeard and others. Whitebeard's strength had recovered quite a bit, although he wasn't always at his peak. He also wouldn't be gasping for breath after some movement. The great battle affected several islands. The Navy lost dozens of warships, and 3 or 4 islands were sunk. It was unclear whether they were sunk by the Navy or Whitebeard. Whitebeard's side also suffered considerable losses. Of the 43 pirate crews, only 10 were left. Those who were weak had already been wiped out, and the remaining ones also suffered significant losses. And many of Whitebeard's sons had died. But most were those ranked lower and weaker. This Navy operation was quite a big deal. Moreover, it wasn't just the Navy, the world government had also taken action. After another 2 days, Kyle saw some news. Whitebeard was defeated, heavily injured, and taken away by Marco the Phoenix. As for the other captains, some died, and some escaped. 2nd Division Captain Ace was captured alive. Was this all fate's arrangement? On Magnetodrome Island, seeing this news, Kyle was quite surprised. He originally thought that even if Whitebeard and they lost this time, they could still escape. As a result, they still fled in such a sorry state. Moreover, those who should be captured were still captured. Sengoku wouldn't want to execute Ace, would he? Or would he sell Luffy to them? Trying to make carp defect from a Navy? Kyle had a bit of a wicked thought. Mainly, it was Luffy, who had been shouting about wanting to become the Pirate King until now. This guy never gets tired of it. A man wanting to become someone else's man. He really knows how to play. Another day passed. News from the EC also reported that several islands had disappeared. Of course, this news was nothing compared to the news of Whitebeard in the New World. And on this day, the Ghost system also finished evolving. Let us quickly talk about what changes there are. Looking at the system prompt indicating the upgrade was completed, Kyle directly inquired. The system immediately presented a pop-up window. System upgrade successful, sending administrator rewards. Congratulations on obtaining the QA Space Management rights. QA Space Invitation Letter. QA Space Invitation Letter. Inviting beings from other worlds to the QA Space to answer questions. Successful answers can earn rewards. Damn, just like that, one world turned into countless worlds. Kyle couldn't help but complain while looking at the system situation. Can I answer questions? The QA Space Administrator is not allowed to answer questions in the future. After completing management, rewards will be obtained from the system. Hope the administrator works hard and strives to become the system master. Have you become intelligent? Kyle looked at this guy as if it was responding and directly spoke up. But this time, he didn't get an answer. This thing. Kyle had some guesses in his heart. From the moment this guy first appeared, Kyle had already suspected whether it had crossed over with him, but got stuck in traffic halfway. Then it came here and couldn't find itself because he died, leading to this situation. Unreliable system. Doesn't even know what kind of delivery it is, just as bad as the previous deliveries. Kyle suddenly recalled a time when he had 2 deliveries lost by a courier and was constantly being brushed off until the matter just passed. Scamming. QA Space Invitation Letter. Let us give it a try. Accompanied by this thought, Kyle directly began to send the invitation letter. He didn't know where it would be sent, and he didn't need to answer questions, which actually relieved him a bit. Even if they were from various worlds, they might all be ones he had researched before. He couldn't possibly know everything. Accompanied by the successful sending prompt, there was no movement at all. Is this it? Kyle was a bit surprised. After a moment of disdain, he didn't continue speaking. In another world, in a luxurious imperial capital that had stood for an unknown number of years, a handsome young man lay in a beautifully decorated room. This was not his home. He was just a guest picked up on the way. He was quite lucky. Indeed, people in big cities are well-mannered, and he encountered good people right away. A good start requires effort, so he planned to look for opportunities to join the army tomorrow and see if Shayu and Yeaz had arrived. Tasmi happily thought about the future. He already had wonderful ideas and ambitions for what was to come. And the noble young lady he met today was so well-mannered and beautiful, and her family was also very nice. I will repay you all in the future, and when the time comes. Tasmi was so excited he couldn't sleep. Suddenly, he sensed some movement outside. Then he saw a beam of light. A meteor? Accompanied by that last thought, a beam of light directly took him away, leaving Tasmi's figure out of the room without anyone noticing. In another world, in a forest, 4 figures, 1 big and 3 small. Next, I will teach you. Be careful. A silver-haired man wearing a mask was about to teach the students beside him something. But before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt something falling from the sky. What is it? A meteor? No way, how unlucky. Before the words could leave his mouth, the few of them disappeared. In the pirate world, the invitation has been sent out, and someone has received the invitation. Should the administrator invite others? Kyle was originally thinking about handling other matters. However, the system had already sent a notification, and not just for him. Across the pirate world, anyone who opened the system could see the situation in the QA space. There were already several figures inside. There were people, but it didn't seem like the QA had started yet. Is it this direct this time? What is wrong with the people inside? Why do they speak so strangely? Even with the system translation, it's still odd. What ninja? A country? Aren't those people from the land of waves? They're so strange. What is an imperial tool? Imperial tool? It seems I've heard of that. The chat area quickly flashed with information. The administrator has entered. After taking a glance, Kyle naturally didn't waste time. He chose to enter directly. The people inside had already become alert. After all, being suddenly brought here, only a fool wouldn't be cautious. And Kyle recognized these few people. Tasmi, who once dreamed of wandering the world with a sword but died right after leaving the village, along with Kakashi from the Naruto world and his 7th team. Prince Naruto Uzumaki and his 2 princesses, Sasuke Uchiha and Sakura Haruno. What a coincidence. Entering the system space, he saw Kakashi still leaning on Kane. This guy seems to be injured. Inside the system space. Originally, after some communication and mutual understanding, Kakashi and Tasmi immediately looked at Kyle. Ahem, you were also brought here by that beam of light? Tasmi spoke, his face showing a sunny smile. The others looked at Kyle. Kakashi felt something was off. This guy didn't have the same panic and confusion as when they arrived. Instead, it felt very familiar. Sakura only thought Kyle was very handsome. But with Sasuke by her side, she remained very honest and said nothing. Naruto felt that Kyle was another arrogant guy. Sasuke just wanted to know if this special place could provide him with an opportunity to become stronger. After all, in a place like this, even Kakashi couldn't be sure. Perhaps there was some special opportunity. Let us introduce ourselves briefly. You can call me Kyle, or you can call me the administrator. This place is a space. As long as you answer questions successfully, you can receive rewards. The rewards can be anything, life, various power-enhancing items. Of course, if you answer incorrectly, there will be punishments, and those could be anything, life, deduction of strength, various pranks, anything is possible. And you were brought here by invitation. To be precise, you came here because of me. I just sent out the invitations, and you received them. Kyle explained simply and directly. Then he looked at them. Kakashi and Tasmi were momentarily stunned. But soon, Tasmi spoke up. Are you joking? What invitation? I don't have one. Tasmi thought of that beam of light. That wasn't an invitation, and it couldn't be considered an invitation. It was more like they were kidnapped. If you're talking about that beam of light, then that thing shouldn't count as an invitation. Kakashi was much more straightforward, speaking up. He was testing the so-called administrator-S temperament. The others had already become alert. He had confirmed his own situation. This place definitely wasn't some illusion. They had also confirmed Tasmi's situation. If the other side's words were true, this special world should not be their ninja world. Chapter 112, Uchiha Bito. So, what invitation just brought people over? We haven't agreed to it. Naruto shouted loudly from the side. The guy who feared nothing didn't care about anything else. Life and death were trivial. If you didn't agree, then fight. You all have a point. But this operation has nothing to do with me. I'm only responsible for sending out the invitations and letting you answer questions. That's all. Kyle looked at Kakashi and the others and said directly, "What happens if we refuse? Can we leave?" Tasmi asked from the side. The others looked on as well. "You can't leave here unless you answer questions." Kyle said directly, "This system was foolish, and it might not care about others at all. Anyway, it just brought people over." Listening to their words and understanding the situation in this pirate world, he probably knew that the people here were all sent voluntarily. "Sure enough, you are." Naruto was about to say something, but was directly held back by Kakashi. "We've said enough. If you've understood, sit down and let us get started. Of course, if you're confident in your strength, you can try to make a move. I can't guarantee your safety." His task was to ensure that the QA proceeded smoothly, and to make people obey. Force was actually the best choice. As long as others knew he had no choice, force was the first way to persuade others. Therefore, many people preferred to use force to convince others. "You should have just said we have no choice," Tasmi complained from the side. Although he felt conflicted inside, he still didn't make a move, mainly because he felt he wouldn't win. "Now, about the QA you mentioned." Kakashi looked at Kyle, who had the three little ones sitting quietly. "Wait a moment, let me see. As I mentioned before, I'll briefly repeat. The system will present each of you with a few questions from different worlds. The number is not fixed, and if you answer correctly, you will receive rewards. Of course, there will also be penalties for failure." Kyle observed the system. This time, the questions were not for everyone to guess, but were based on the guesses of the people here. For instance, on Tasmi's side, only he could answer. As for Kakashi's side, there were a few more people. A multiple choice? I won't waste time. You decide who goes first, or I can choose directly. Looking at the options that had already appeared in the system, Kyle spoke directly. Tasmi and Kakashi exchanged glances, not making a decision. Given the unknown situation, it was better to confirm things later. Naruto wants to be the first, no matter what the question is, just bring it on." Kakashi was about to say something when Naruto Uzumaki spoke up first. "Idiot, you are the last. What silly thing are you saying?" Sasuke and Sakura looked at Naruto with murderous expressions, making Naruto awkwardly smile at Kakashi. "Since he said so, let us go with us. But before that, I have a question. If one person answers incorrectly, is it a penalty for one person or for everyone?" Kakashi helplessly looked at the others. "Only one person will be punished, don't worry." Kyle spoke directly. "Once you choose, there is no turning back. If it's information, I don't know. I'll leave it to Naruto." "Naruto, is that okay?" Kakashi's expression remained unchanged as he looked at Naruto. This wasn't a heartfelt statement, but the other party's reckless demeanor really needed to change. Naruto always caused so much trouble without realizing it. Sakura added from the side, then gazed dreamily at Kakashi. On the other hand, Uchiha Sasuke didn't say much, just kept staring at Kyle. He had just heard that there might be a chance to answer correctly and gain a reward. That could be an opportunity. Everyone had their own thoughts. Even Tasmi was observing them with his own ideas. The questions began, and you can look at your display board. With Kyle's words, something resembling a display board appeared in front of each of them. This caused Kakashi and the others to lower their heads. Although they were a bit surprised by the situation, they were soon drawn in by the questions inside. Multiple choice question. Which identity belongs to Naruto Uzumaki? 1. Fox Demon. 2. Son of the 4th Hokage. 3. Illegitimate son of the 3rd Hokage. 4. Son of Danzo Shimura. Reward. Doubling of chakra control ability. Penalty. 1/3 reduction of chakra control ability. What is your identity? Sakura looked at Naruto. The identities listed were all quite significant. Seeing these options, he was very surprised. Although he didn't know Danzo Shimura, he still recognized that he was a high-ranking official in Konoha, just rarely seen. "Are the questions this easy?" Tasmi complained from the side. To him, stating one's identity seemed very simple. Naruto, the last one, didn't even know his own identity. He should be asking Kakashi. As a jonin in the village, he should know some information, right? Sasuke looked at Kakashi, still curious about Naruto's situation. Naruto, who was initially confused looking at the question above, also turned to Kakashi. Many people in the village said he was a fox demon, but he never believed it. The other identities seemed even less likely. How could he possibly be the son of the 4th Hokage or the 3rd Hokage? If that were the case, why was his life like this? Thinking back to his previous miserable life, even Naruto started to feel a bit agitated. Which Danzo? Seeing that Kakashi hadn't spoken for a moment, Naruto made a guess. Among these people, he didn't recognize him. The fox demon in his opinion, was impossible, and he didn't want to accept such a thing. Choose 2, let Naruto pick. Kakashi sighed as he spoke, also relieved as he did so. 2. The son of the 4th Hokage? Sakura's eyes widened. Sasuke and Naruto were equally shocked. He isn't. All right, no need to say more here. Kakashi directly interrupted the others. Naruto, go ahead and choose, just pick 2. He ordered Naruto to make his selection. Naruto frowned. Am I really the son of the 4th Hokage? I choose 2, the son of the 4th Hokage. It was as if he was talking to himself, quickly confirming. I trust you, Kakashi-sensei. Hearing this, Kakashi didn't know what to say. He naturally knew of Naruto's existence, but aside from some surveillance missions in the past, he had never been allowed to appear in front of him or do anything. Now that it was exposed, it was somewhat of a relief. I will explain the past to you later. Looking at Naruto's incredulous expression, Kakashi added a bit more. If the impact is too great and you can't accept it, it's not good if the power of the Nine Tails goes berserk. Naruto just nodded at this, while the other 2 members of Team 7 remained silent. Congratulations. Kyle glanced at Naruto and announced directly. Then he issued the reward. Naruto only felt a burst of light enter his body. After that, he felt nothing. Is that it? Is there any change? It seems like nothing happened. Sakura and Naruto exchanged questions and answers. Next question. Kyle announced the next question directly. Multiple choice question. Who caused the Nine Tails incident? 1. Uchiha Madara. 2. Uchiha Obito. 3. Uchiha Fugaku. 4. Uchiha Itachi. Reward. 1 Tomo Sharingan, 1 piece, can be activated directly if possessing the bloodline. Penalty, random deduction of a certain ability. Sharingan, is this a power from your world? Looking at the description of the eye, Tazmi couldn't help but ask. It has the ability to see through and cast illusions, and can copy abilities. Isn't that too much cheating? That's right. Kakashi glanced at Tazmi, hesitated for a moment before responding, but didn't explain much. After all, they were people from other worlds. It was better not to offend or get too close, and later, depending on the situation, they could either cooperate or eliminate each other. Such information responses didn't mean much to him. Perhaps later, he could use the opportunity to learn more about their world's information. The Nine Tails incident was the battle where the 4th Hokage died, Sakura whispered. Then she looked at Naruto and Sasuke. All 4 people listed here are from the Uchiha clan. Even his father, Itachi. Sasuke's emotions were clearly a bit off. Looking at the name above, the Sharingan had already emerged. Why do you have a Sharingan? Is all of this a lie? He directly looked at Kyle. The Sharingan had already transformed into 2 Tomo. If you want to know something, just answer the question. As long as you answer correctly, you can obtain a reward, and then you'll know if this is a lie. Kyle spoke up. Sasuke, calm down. Looking at the question above, Kakashi held Sasuke down to prevent him from doing something foolish. There's still his companions up there. With such a question, he had some guesses. If there were no surprises, it should be between 1 and 3. At that time, you were just born, and Itachi should have only been a few years old. Even if he was a genius, it wouldn't be possible. Obito was also just a teenager, and he was already dead at that time. The only remaining options are Uchiha Madara or your father. Uchiha Madara was a person from many years ago. If he lived until then, he would have been quite old. Kakashi analyzed and spoke. In his words, it was clear that the answer was Uchiha Fugaku. What do you know? Uchiha Sasuke looked at Kakashi. He had long felt that something was wrong at home. The massacre of his clan was also very abnormal. But he had never had the chance to understand. Now it seemed he had found some truth. If it was his father who triggered the Nine Tails incident, leading to the death of the 4th Hokage, making the higher-ups of Konoha hold a grudge, causing Itachi to kill? No. It should have been the higher-ups of Konoha who acted. Itachi was just one person. It must be like this. Unconsciously, Sasuke also developed many hopeful thoughts. Itachi was innocent. He was just being controlled or something. Sasuke, calm down. What we need to do now is confirm. Kakashi looked at Sasuke's appearance and directly reminded him to stay clear-headed. Do you plan to answer the question? Although he had already roughly determined the correct answer, Kakashi still intended to let this opportunity go to Sasuke. If this QA was real, then he could directly unlock the 3 Tomo. Even Sakura beside him was looking forward to it. Sasuke with the 3 Tomo Sharingan would definitely look cool. I hope this matter has nothing to do with you. Looking at Kakashi, giving him the opportunity, Sasuke said coldly and proudly. Under Kakashi's helpless expression, he began to answer. I choose 3, Uchiha Fugaku. Even though he was reluctant, Sasuke felt that it was most likely his father. Back then, he felt that the atmosphere was very off, and Itachi had clashed with family members more than once. It even required his father's intervention. I will find out everything. With this, Uchiha Sasuke's mind was filled with various thoughts. but he was quickly interrupted. I'm sorry, that's the wrong answer. Kyle spoke from his seat. Although your analysis was quite thorough, it does not change the fact that you answered incorrectly. Wrong? Impossible. Could be Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Sasuke, and Kakashi were both shocked. Sakura and Naruto looked at Sasuke and actually breathed a sigh of relief. If Sasuke's father had killed Naruto's father, that kind of plot would be terrifying. Who was the correct answer? Uchiha Sasuke said coldly, showing a determination not to rest until he found out the truth. The correct answer is Uchiha Obito. Kyle looked at their expressions and did not hide the answer, directly announcing it. Uchiha Obito, but he was supposed to be dead. Sasuke looked at Kakashi. Even Kakashi had a puzzled expression. Dead? There are plenty of resurrection jutsu. Besides, who confirmed that Uchiha Obito was dead? Did any of you stab him to take his life? He spread his hands and leaned forward on the table. The system also generously revealed the true answer. Uchiha Obito's name appeared before each of them. No, it's impossible. Obito was the fourth Hokage's student, and they had a very good relationship. Kakashi wanted to say other possibilities, but he really couldn't bring himself to say it. A dear friend he had always thought was dead turned out to be alive. He even had a hand in killing his own master and mistress. Such a thing left him at a loss for words. You're talking nonsense. What do you want to do to us? You still want to extract some ability from Sasuke? That's impossible. Sakura finally reacted. The other side still wanted to extract abilities. This was no longer a simple matter of answering incorrectly. Just now, it seemed that Naruto's obtained ability hadn't changed much. If Sasuke were to have something taken from him, that would be too unacceptable. If it were just an ordinary jutsu, it might be okay, but if it were the Sharingan or something, Sasuke wouldn't be able to bear it. Chapter 113, the fourth Hokage, naturally wasn't the only one to think of such a question. The answer wasn't his father, at first. Sasuke felt relieved, but then he thought about what kind of punishment there might be, which made him feel like he wanted to take action. Administrator, do you have any evidence that it wasn't our choice of Uchiha Fugaku as the answer? Kakashi was quite direct. At the very least, they needed to understand the situation. To know what was going on here, you don't need to say anything. You'll know what the situation is. Furthermore, as for evidence, can bringing you here and punishing you at any time be considered evidence? What evidence? The weak are restricted. How can they not know whether they should believe? Enough of the nonsense. Accept your punishment. Watching everyone fall silent as if hesitating about something, Kyle directly announced. With those words, a bright light appeared on Sasuke's body. Without any resistance, he felt as if something was missing from his memory. Sasuke realized that his fire release ability had disappeared. Fire release ability. Kyle also saw the punishment Sasuke received. Don't give me such a hostile look. Even if your fire release has vanished, you can still continue to learn. It's just a small matter. How much can a genin's fire release reach? Learning it again won't take much time. We'll talk about it when we get back. Naruto and Sakura stood beside Sasuke. Kakashi directly reminded them. In this place, even he didn't dare to be careless. If anything really happened, they might all be doomed. If something happened to someone else, that would be one thing. Including him, anyone could be in danger. But Naruto, if the Nine Tails were lost here, that would be the biggest loss for Konoha. They couldn't let Naruto answer the question, even if it was a question they had already confirmed. Kakashi made that judgment at this moment. Was this how abilities were taken away? It seemed as if nothing had happened. Tasmi remained silent, thinking to himself that it was better not to speak in this situation. You should have said the correct answer. Although you are very strong, at least you should let us believe a little. Kakashi looked at Kyle in front of him. Could Obito be the murderer of the fourth Hokage? He just couldn't believe it, knowing that their relationship had been very good at that time. Besides, with Obito's personality, how could that be possible? Let's just watch. Kyle spoke directly. A scene appeared on the system display. This intrigued both the people on site and those outside. These were people from another world, and if they could discover something, it might bring them unexpected benefits. Konoha Ninja Village. The scene first showed a hidden house. It hurt so much. The Nine Tails Jinchuriki Kushina lay pale on the bed, accompanied by a woman and medical staff trying to save her. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was there, anxiously watching. With a cry, the people there finally relaxed. Let me see the child. Kushina immediately wanted to see her baby. Minato also wanted to look, but was stopped by the woman. Let the mother see first. Don't mess around. The baby is very fragile. An old woman quickly wrapped the baby and brought it to Kushina, while also scolding Minato, making him embarrassed and smile sheepishly. He really didn't know how to take care of a child. Watching Kushina holding the baby, Minato was overwhelmed with emotion. From today on, I'm going to be a dad. He was also teary-eyed while handling the Nine-Tailed seal, overwhelmed with joy. The fourth Hokage? Is this an illusion or a recording? Why is it appearing here? Kakashi looked at the scene in front of him, various thoughts rushing through his mind, but he remained silent. Teacher, is that the fourth Hokage? Naruto asked as he looked at the people and the baby inside, feeling a strange sensation. He is my teacher and the fourth Hokage of the village. Kakashi glanced at Naruto and did not deny it, but he said nothing more. He knew Naruto's identity, but had never seen the situation in this scene. The fourth Hokage. Naruto stared at the golden-haired young man inside, lost in thought. While they were still wondering where Obito was, they heard two screams. The woman and medical staff who were supposed to take baby Naruto out were suddenly killed by a figure wearing a tiger-striped mask, who then snatched the baby. Fourth Hokage. Leave the Jinchuriki, or this child's life will only last a minute. This guy acted incredibly fast. Minato, who was taking care of Kushina, didn't even have time to react. Damn, that guy. Naruto cursed. Is that Obito? Kakashi looked at Kyle, wanting to know the answer. He knew a bit about the Nine Tails incident. The masked man, claiming to be Uchiha Madara, had been said to be very powerful and capable of controlling the Nine Tails. Only Uchiha Madara could do that in the past Uchiha clan. And Obito? Thinking of the underachiever in their team, Obito, who had grown a lot later, he still found it hard to believe he could do something like this. No matter the strength or anything else, face the reality. He is your partner. Kyle spoke directly to Kakashi. Hearing this, Kakashi fell silent. He wanted to uncover a conspiracy, to find the truth, but unfortunately, he couldn't see any flaws in the person in front of him. Who are you? Minato's eyes reddened at the scene. Someone appeared out of nowhere, kills people, and directly grabs his son, while Kushina beside him was also anxious to get up. Hurry and leave the Jinchuriki. Don't you care what will happen to the child? The masked man pulled out a kunai and placed it in front of the baby, coldly saying, Wait, calm down. Even the fourth Hokage was a bit flustered at this moment. After all, this was his newly born child. You need to say that to yourself, Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage. Right now, I am extremely calm. Make your choice. As the masked man spoke, he tossed the newborn Naruto into the air, leaping up to attack him, clearly aiming to take the baby's life. Tossing him into the air was obviously giving Minato a chance to save him. The implication was clear, the child or the adult. At this moment, Minato faced the dilemma of the century. Save the baby or save himself. If it were any other time, there might not even be a choice, but here, looking at the ruthless expression of the opponent and the kunai already at the baby's side, it was evident this was no joke. Naruto, seeing the scene, Kushina couldn't help but shout. Her newborn baby was about to be lost just like that. With Kushina's shout, Minato made a quick judgment. He instantly vanished from his spot, appearing the next moment to catch Naruto and standing against the wall, directly saving him from the masked man. The masked man, unsurprisingly, had his real target set on Kushina instead of Naruto. As expected of the yellow flash, so what will you do next? As he spoke, he charged towards Kushina while simultaneously raising two fingers, activating an explosive tag. When he grabbed Naruto, he had already prepared an explosive tag on him. The explosive tag lit up instantly, surprising Minato, but in the blink of an eye, he reacted. The Flying Thunder God technique activated, and Minato vanished from his spot, reappearing in a house where he had set a Flying Thunder God mark. Once there, he quickly unwrapped Naruto from the clothes covering him and jumped out of the house, leaving the explosive tag inside. The moment Minato left the house, the explosive tag detonated, obliterating the house. Minato, holding Naruto, was thrown back by the explosion, flying a distance from the impact. The force was significant, causing Minato to sustain minor injuries to his legs, but Naruto was unharmed. The shock clearly startled him, making him very scared. Don't cry, little Naruto, you're fine now. He brushed off the debris from his leg and comforted little Naruto. His focus was on Kushina. He needed to get back quickly. Minato made a judgment and instantly used the Flying Thunder God technique to head to another location he had prepared, placing Naruto down. Then, he quickly set off again. From the movements of that guy, just now, it was clear that his target had always been Kushina, or rather the Nine Tails. Just now, they had only had a brief encounter, but he had already sensed that evil presence. The outskirts of Konoha village, at the edge of a stone pile and a lake. The runes here are chaotic, with sealing runes present. Kushina is sealed and tied up here, and in front of her stands a masked man. What are you going to do? Kushina speaks, looking very angry at the masked man. Her newborn son was almost killed, and no one would forgive such a guy. The masked man doesn't care and directly states his goal. I will strip the Nine Tails from you and then destroy Konoha. As he speaks, the masked man has already begun to act. With the activation of his Sharingan, Kushina, who is barely containing the Nine Tails, can no longer hold on. The enormous nine-tailed fox quickly bursts out from Kushina's abdomen. The terrifying scene causes everyone in the system space to widen their eyes. Is Fox the Nine Tails? It just came out of her stomach like that? Sakura, Sasuke, and the others are shocked by this knowledge. Kakashi, watching this scene, feels a bit uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Naruto is still staring blankly inside. The Nine Tails, this fox, he seems to have sensed something. Is this the monster of their world? Much stronger than the dangerous species. It could probably squash me with a single slap. Is this really something a person can control or stop? Tasmi watches the scene, filled with various thoughts. It would be fake not to be curious about what is happening here. The situations in other worlds make him very cautious. Can such a monster really be controlled? He has already seen the Nine Tails, summoned from a woman's belly, its eyes turning into 3 black Tomo shapes, then being manipulated. In the scene, stop. Even though the Nine Tails has been pulled out, Kushina's vitality and willpower still hold on. Today could be considered as having given birth to 2 babies. Everything seems to want to come out of her body. Should we say that the Uzumaki clan truly lives up to its reputation? The Uzumaki clan is indeed powerful. Even after having their tailed beast extracted, they can still survive. Since you are the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, let it accompany you for a while. The masked man looks at Kushina with a serious expression, mercilessly giving orders. While speaking, he has already controlled the Nine Tails to act. Under the masked man's command, the frenzied Nine Tails slams a massive paw down where Kushina originally stood, instantly creating a sound wave like an explosion, causing earthquakes and rock fragments to fly. With this slap, Kushina would definitely not survive. Fortunately, at that moment, a miracle occurred. A figure instantly appeared beside Kushina and disappeared in an instant. Minato appears and directly transfers Kushina to a safe place, truly living up to his name as the Yellow Flash. But it is already too late. The masked man calmly looks at Minato, who saved Kushina. However, Minato completely ignores him, leaving behind a fierce glare before vanishing from the spot. It is clear that this honest man is now angry. The masked man does not care about angering an honest person and gives the next command. He flies away, thinking, well, let's just go straight to Konoha, quickly heading towards Konoha. Meanwhile, on Minato's side, in their house, don't worry, I'll take care of the rest. You just stay by Naruto's side. Minato gently says as he places Kushina beside Naruto. Below, his fists are tightly clenched, holding back his anger from earlier. Although he wants to stay with them, he doesn't have a time right now. Without lingering too much, he takes out his Hokage cloak and puts it on. As the 4th Hokage, Minato makes his choice. Konoha needs him now, he must go. Thank you, Minato. And be careful, Kushina understands Minato's character and does not want him to worry too much about her right now, reminding him like an ordinary wife. I'll be right back. Minato leaves a sentence before vanishing from the spot, teleporting away, bearing the title of the 4th Hokage. He cannot afford to lose. So cool. Naruto looks at Minato and feels an inexplicable sense of coolness and closeness. Meanwhile, within him, a gigantic fox clearly senses some happenings in the outside world. Seeing the situation here, chakra begins to spread out. Chapter 114. Uchiha Obito, this is bad. The Nine Tails has appeared. Kakashi realizes something is wrong at the first sight of this scene. I'm so hot. Naruto also feels uncomfortable all over, as if some flames are burning on him. Calm down. Kakashi originally wanted to do something, but quickly sees that the red chakra is being suppressed by the sealing power. It seems something is trying to emerge. Naruto clutches his stomach, looking uncomfortable. Hold on. Stay calm, or just don't watch the scene anymore. After checking the seal, Kakashi breathes a sigh of relief. As long as there's no problem. Kakashi-sensei, what's wrong with Naruto? Sakura speaks up from the side. The red chakra she felt earlier made her feel pressured, and Naruto seems to have changed. This is not something you can know right now. Kakashi hesitates and doesn't speak, his gaze fixed on the scene. This already leads to some speculation. You mean to say Naruto is that fox? Or the fox is sealed inside him, just like that woman earlier? Uchiha Sasuke directly states. The fox. Naruto actually feels it too. But no one mentions this openly to him. Is that so, Kakashi-sensei? He looks to Kakashi for confirmation. However, Kakashi at this moment doesn't have the mind to say much. His eyes are already focused on the scene. Just now, the Nine Tails unleashed a tailed beast bomb directly towards the Hokage rock. And the 4th Hokage, Minato, immediately teleported that tailed beast bomb to the remote mountains behind. This should have been a relief. But the masked man reappeared. However, at the first moment, Minato has already spotted the enemy. Bearing the name of Hokage, he cannot let them act recklessly any longer. When Minato senses the enemy, He swiftly throws a kunai that strikes the masked man's forehead, but there is no feeling of hitting a person at all. The opponent feels nothing, and the kunai, along with Minato's arm, passes right through the masked man's forehead, leaving Minato a bit surprised and unresponsive. Your opponent is me, and it's already over. Avoiding the attack, the masked man is somewhat pleased. He then grabs Minato's arm, shifting between reality and illusion. In an instant, the next moment, a pulling force emanates from the masked man, attempting to control Minato. But Minato, having reacted, uses the Flying Thunder God technique to escape. You got away quickly. Next time, I will absorb you faster. I'll touch you in an instant and absorb you. The masked man says, dissatisfied, remaining in place. As he spoke, he entered the space-time dimension, chasing after the direction of the fourth Hokage. Space-time ninjutsu. This isn't a technique that Obito would use. Watching this person use ninjutsu, Kakashi's mind was in chaos. Has Obito already made a move against the fourth? Moreover, he directly used space-time ninjutsu, which suggests that things are quite troublesome. Don't you want to explain anything? Kakashi looked at Kyle, clearly wanting him to say something. It's normal for people to grow, isn't it? Kyle looked at him with a puzzled expression, not explaining much. It's normal for people to grow, but Obito's age is far from being able to contend with his teacher. Kakashi completely didn't believe that Obito could take on Minato. In his view, there was more than just a dimensional gap between them. Just watch. Kyle didn't provide Kakashi with an explanation. What questions the system wanted to give was his business. He was just a tool getting paid. Revealing information recklessly was not acceptable. Not getting an answer, Kakashi was obviously dissatisfied. But now that they were here, he had no intention of acting recklessly. His main concern was that Naruto might run into trouble. If the Nine Tails went berserk, it would be bad. In the footage, after Minato and the masked man changed locations. You are Uchiha Madara? No, that is impossible. He has been dead for a long time. Minato guessed aloud, but quickly negated his own thought. Uchiha Madara? The name also surfaced in the thoughts of those in the system space. The masked man in the footage spoke up. Well, who knows, it might not be the case. The masked man did not deny this identity. At this point, who you are is no longer important. What I want to know is why you attack Konoha and what your purpose is. Minato quickly suppressed his thoughts. No matter who it is, he certainly wouldn't let someone who destroys Konoha get away. Purpose? If I had to say, it's a momentary whim, a long-term strategy for war and also for peace. It could be all of those things. The masked man said casually, as if Konoha was just a small matter that could be destroyed at any time. That completely dismissive attitude made Minato feel that this masked man was extremely dangerous, both in thought and strength. Minato and the masked man continued their dialogue. Both sides actually prepared for battle. During this time, the masked man also took out chains to restrain Minato. In an instant, he could capture him. No matter who you are, you will stay here. As Minato spoke, he was already in motion. This guy's thoughts and actions are too dangerous. What the opponent is doing right now must be resolved here. You are truly overconfident. The masked man faced Minato without fear, his body once again phasing out, directly passing through Minato's body. Soon after, the chains materialized, directly binding Minato. However, his reaction was also swift, using the Flying Thunder God technique to escape quickly. With battle experience, Minato had already analyzed the opponent's abilities. The instant phasing space ability, but when attacking, the body must also materialize. At that moment, a weakness would appear. Now, it was a competition of whose attack speed was faster at that moment of materialization. After making a judgment, Minato charged out his specially made kunai, flying out instantly. I win. The kunai passed through the opponent's phasing body. The masked man's body was about to make contact with Minato, ready to grab him. This was completely within Minato's expectations. He gathered a Rasengan with one hand, not stopping his movements. As he sensed the opponent's body materializing, Minato activated the Flying Thunder God technique. This was the second stage of the Flying Thunder God. The technique propelled Minato to switch positions instantly, directly arriving in midair above the masked man at the moment the opponent's body materialized. Rasengan. Bang. The Rasengan exploded upon impact with the masked man, directly slamming him to the ground, leaving a Flying Thunder God mark. Was this the kunai from before? The masked man recalled the kunai that had passed through his forehead. He had never expected the attack to be so fast. It wasn't just about battle awareness. It was also about body reaction and ninjutsu execution. The fourth Hokage is so cool. Sakura watched Minato's performance, her gaze becoming passionate. This was no longer just about the opponent's identity and status. It was the opponent's strength and charisma that captivated her. Hey, Kakashi-sensei, can you do that move? flying around, and that Rasengan. Can you do it? Naruto looked at the scene inside, feeling that everything suited him perfectly. Plus, they both had golden hair. They looked so alike. You the dead last. Think you can learn such ninjutsu? Such techniques are at least A-ranked or even S-ranked forbidden techniques. Sasuke chimed in, trying to provoke him. I can definitely do it, Sasuke. When the time comes, I will use this ninjutsu to beat you up. Naruto became unhappy upon hearing Sasuke's words. The dead last thoughts. Alright, stop arguing. Ninjutsu isn't something just anyone can learn, and it's not suitable for you right now. We'll talk about it later. Kakashi brushed it off. Whether or not you can learn these ninjutsu isn't something he could decide. What? Kakashi-sensei probably can't do it himself. Naruto mumbled to himself. Even Sakura and Sasuke exchanged doubtful glances. This made Kakashi suddenly want to throw a Rasengan at their faces. Ugh, what a disgusting thing. What is that? Is it also ninjutsu? While they were talking, Sakura looked at the masked man's fallen white arm with a face of disgust. That arm was sticky and resembled an alien creature. Just looking at it made her uncomfortable. We in Konoha don't have such things. Kakashi spoke up directly, his gaze serious as he looked at the masked man inside. If the opponent really is Obito Uchiha, then he must have joined some organization. That's why he possesses such strength and that peculiar arm. Why Obito? Why attack Konoha instead of coming back? Thinking of his former partner becoming something inhuman, Kakashi also found it hard to bear. In the footage, the armless Obito showed no signs of fear. You caught me off guard. Is this the so-called golden flash that appears and disappears? It truly doesn't allow for any carelessness. It's terrifying, but the masked man initially wanted to show off a bit, but Minato didn't give him the chance at all. Using the mark left behind earlier, he instantly teleported to the masked man's side, stabbing the kunai fiercely into his body, severely injuring him. He also released the contract seal, instantly breaking the Nine-Tails' control. Now, the Nine-Tails is no longer your possession. Minato, that speed, was it from the mark left before? Truly deserving of being the fourth Hokage. I didn't expect you to injure me and separate me from the Nine-Tails. That was truly unexpected. However, the Nine-Tails will eventually be mine. This is just the beginning. I am destined to unify the world. I have plenty of means. Even severely injured, the masked man could no longer continue to act tough. In Konoha, someone tried to act tough but ended up losing the Nine-Tails, lost a hand, and even got stabbed. This made the masked man a bit regretful. At this moment, the injured masked man didn't dare to stay any longer. Otherwise, he might lose his life. He could only leave quickly after saying a harsh word. The space twisted and covered, and soon the masked man's figure disappeared. Is this the end? Kakashi couldn't help but speak as the scene in front of him went dark. Where's Obito? He hadn't seen that person yet. And what about the others? Kyle glanced at the system and could clearly see that there was more video footage behind. Just as he spoke, the footage came out. It was the scene of a ninja world war. There were many people, and Kakashi saw the figure of his teacher, as well as Sasuke grown up. The most eye-catching was that strange Obito. Why is it like this? That hair, that face? Why does Obito look like this? Why does Obito have the Rinnegan, that legendary eye? Looking at that special black and white face, Kakashi found it hard to control his emotions. But he quickly suppressed them. He wanted to say that this thing was fake, but deep down, he was starting to believe it. There was really no reason to deceive them. At least, he hadn't seen any signs of this guy deceiving them. Everyone had an attitude of believing if they wanted to and not caring if they didn't. Sasuke. That should be Sasuke, but that eye is so strange. And that person, is that the fourth Hokage? Didn't he die? This is all so messy. It must be a scam here. Hey, give back Sasuke's fire style. Naruto and Sakura were already in an uproar, looking at Kyle and shouting in displeasure. In the footage, accompanied by a flying thunder god technique, the kunai of Minato Namikaze had already stained a lot of blood, and Obito's body was directly cut open. Obito. Watching his teacher take down Obito in the end, Kakashi felt heavy-hearted. At the same time, he was very confused. What exactly happened? And what about the monster beneath Obito? Is this the conspiracy of the organization behind him? In the footage, teacher, Obito. Suddenly, Minato, who flew in to cut Obito, was also very surprised. But as Obito fell to the ground, Minato controlled his emotions and understood who his opponent was during the Nine-Tails incident. In that moment, this scene shone brightly, making it clear who Minato's battle target was before, and the mark left by the Flying Thunder God technique. So it was you. The mark of the Flying Thunder God will never disappear. I haven't told you this, Obito. So you're still alive. If you could become Hokage, how great would that be? Why? Why did it turn out like this? Looking at Obito lying on the ground, Minato sighed softly. Next, All that was left was the seal that resurrected Uchiha Madara. Meanwhile, the grown-up Uchiha Sasuke also appeared. So this war is over. How can you say the war is over? My traitorous compatriot. As Sasuke spoke, Obito, lying on the ground and bleeding everywhere, suddenly opened his mouth, bursting out in a mocking tone. As he spoke, the surroundings began to be consumed and absorbed by his body, including the monster beneath him, as terrifying energy gathered towards him. And at that moment, the footage stopped. Kakashi, who was wide-eyed and wanted to see what was happening, was stunned. He looked at Kyle. What is going on? It felt like being interrupted while going to the bathroom. Chapter 115. Resurrection, what about the rest? Naruto Uzumaki didn't care about any other matters and directly spoke up. What about Sasuke's situation? Why did it end here? Sakura also had a starry-eyed look, as if she had seen some prey when Sasuke appeared earlier. It has already ended. Their identities have been revealed. In short, Uchiha Obito didn't die. He has been hiding and planning something to take over your world. A partner who is a big boss has already learned this news. Isn't that enough? Kyle looked at them and spoke directly. This big boss has appeared. Can it not end? Kakashi listened to this and didn't know how to refute it. At first, they didn't believe it, but now there was no chance to continue watching. Obito. Kakashi fell silent. Kyle didn't pay much attention to them and continued to look at the next question. Soon, he felt that this system seemed to be their system as well. What is the reason for Uchiha Obito's darkening? 1. Because he opened the Mangekyou Sharingan. 2. Because he wanted to be taught by Uchiha Madara. 3. Because of Rin Nohara's death. 4. Because the 4th Hokage didn't save him. Reward: 1 designated resurrection card. Punishment: deduction of a certain ability. Options appeared one by one. Kyle didn't say much and directly released the question, instantly allowing them to see it. Another question has come. What does this darkening refer to? When did it happen? It should be when he became like that, originally a good person, turned into someone who wanted to attack Konoha and harm his own people. Naruto had a bunch of questions like a million whys, while Sakura answered a bit, as if showing off her intelligence. Sasuke and Kakashi's focus was already on this question. The Mangekyou Sharingan. If I'm not mistaken, it's the same eye as that man. Sasuke thought to himself. Moreover, now, besides him and that man, there are actually other members of the Uchiha clan. And Uchiha Sasuke kept thinking about that scene where he was previously called a traitor, and his eyes had clearly changed a lot at that time. The future. What about Kakashi's darkening? Kakashi stared at the answer. Then he looked at the reward. What does this designated resurrection card mean? Meanwhile, Tazmi came out to brush up on his presence. Can resurrection be done too? Resurrection is what you think it is. But this designated resurrection card is for a predetermined person. You can't change it. Only if they answer correctly can they know who will be resurrected. Kyle glanced at Tazmi, who was now very interested. However, his gaze was still more on Kakashi and the others. After all, they were the ones answering the questions now. Answering the questions. This time, I will answer. Kakashi looked at Naruto and the others and directly spoke. Given the current situation, it would be best to let Sakura answer the question. Because Naruto is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. If anything happens, Konoha's situation would be dire. Sasuke Uchiha goes without saying, the last Uchiha in Konoha. If something really happens, who knows what will happen next? As for Sakura, just an ordinary little girl. Of course, Kakashi wouldn't make such a decision. No, it doesn't matter what he loses, he can bear it, as long as he knows the truth about Obito. Are you serious? Sasuke glanced over. He was still a bit shaken by the fire release that was just taken away. If Kakashi lost his abilities, it wouldn't be good news for him as a Jonin. Leave it to me. Normally, Kakashi would say a few encouraging words. But now, he wasn't in the mood for that. While saying this, Kakashi had already made up his mind. I choose the death of Rin Nohara. Although he wasn't clear about the Mangekyou Sharingan, it was evident that it wouldn't turn someone into such a crazy person. As for Uchiha Madara, if he were said to be controlled, he might believe it. As for the master-disciple relationship, that was impossible. Additionally, the 4th Hokage's rescue made him hold a grudge. Kakashi had seen before that Obito clearly wanted to take more from the Nine-Tails. Dealing with their teacher was just a side matter. The only possibility was the death of Rin Nohara. There were things he didn't know in between. With Kakashi's direct choice, the answer had already surfaced. Oh yeah, Kakashi-sensei is amazing, Naruto excitedly said on the side. Kakashi guessed right, which made him very exhilarated. If we got it right, we could see who got resurrected. Could it be that Senior Rin Nohara? Sakura cautiously said on the side. Those words made Kakashi excited as well. Is it Rin? Hearing Sakura's words, Kakashi inexplicably felt a bit of anticipation. Congratulations, now sending rewards and also the scene from that time. Kyle directly sent the rewards. He didn't keep anyone waiting here. The scene, along with the rewards. With Kyle's words, a white light suddenly appeared in front of Kakashi, quickly condensing into shape. And then a girl who looked only a dozen years old appeared before him. She was Rin Noera. Kakashi stared at the little girl in front of him, a bit dumbfounded. The girl who had just appeared, with makeup on her face, also seemed a bit at a loss, quickly sensing something. She looked around and then at Kakashi. Kakashi? Rin Noera cautiously sniffed. Although she looked like him, the person in front of her was a bit older, making her uncertain. It's me, Rin. Suppressing his emotions, Kakashi slowly spoke. It really is you. Did you also die? Why did you become like this? I seem to have a real body. This is too strange. What happened to you? What about the teachers? And Rin Noera asked one question after another, moving forward to observe Kakashi's condition, as if checking for injuries. I'm fine. I haven't died. It's just a bit of an accident. It seems to have brought you back to life. I'm still not sure if you're really Rin, whether you were resurrected or just a simple puppet. As a ninja, Kakashi still had his professional ethics. While explaining, Kakashi also clarified the current situation, this system space, and how they got here. For someone who looked just like Rin Noera, Kakashi had a good impression. But it was only a good impression. He wouldn't put himself in danger for someone whose identity was still uncertain. Me? Rin Noera looked confused, but she quickly calmed down. So that is how it is. Is it because of this gentleman? Then thank you very much. I'm also not sure if I'm being controlled, but this consciousness and memory should be correct. Of course, if you feel there is danger, you can control me first. Kakashi, Rin Noera said casually. In her view, the situation of her resurrection was indeed too strange. Having some safeguards was also very normal. As for Kyle, although Rin Noera said thank you, there was obviously a sense of reluctance to distance herself. The current Rin Nohara's memories were from before she died. She had no idea what was going on, so she naturally trusted Kakashi a bit more. I'm sorry for putting you in this situation. Kakashi nodded directly upon hearing this. In the current situation, it was clearly better to control Rin first. At least the sealing technique still needed to be controlled. As he acted, he also looked at Kyle. Seeing that Kyle had no intention of stopping him, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's so great to see you again. What about the teachers? Do they have kids now? Looking at how grown up you are, it should have been over a decade, but to me you still look like a kid. From now on, I'll call you Kakashi-senpai, or Uncle Kakashi. Even if sealed and controlled, Rin Noera had no impatience at all. Instead, she kept asking about the teacher situation. Kakashi-sensei, is this your former teammate? Sakura, seeing this senpai who wasn't much older than them, couldn't help but interject. Yes, he and Obito were my former teammates. Hello everyone. I didn't expect Kakashi is now leading a team. It's a surprise. Kakashi has grown a lot. If Obito knew, he would definitely be very happy. Rin Noera smiled, looking at Naruto and the others as she spoke. Naruto felt a bit embarrassed by that smile. In his social circle, very few girls smiled at him so brightly. As for Sasuke, he remained the same, with a tsundere face. Hello, Senior Rin Noera. Sakura politely greeted. At the same time, she recalled the previous questions and answers. Their teacher, the fourth Hokage, and another person, that Uchiha Obito. What a lovely girl. Rin Noera smiled as she greeted. Kakashi, how are the teachers doing now? Given their age, they should have kids, right? I really want to see them. One thought after another emerged. The people around her had slightly strange expressions as they listened to her words. If Rin Noera saw Uchiha Obito then, the teachers unexpectedly passed away. Kakashi hesitated before speaking. The teachers, they were so strong. What about Kushina? Rin Noera thought of Kushina. According to age and generation, she naturally couldn't call her sister. But since the other party was unhappy about it, she slowly got used to it later. They had an accident together. Kakashi spoke. Rin Noera looked as if she had been hit. She had become a bit less active. How could this happen? Who did they encounter? Hearing this, Kakashi was at a loss for words. In Hinata Rin's eyes, their teacher couldn't possibly get into trouble so easily, even when surrounded by a large number of ninjas. There must be some issue here. The fourth Hokage was killed by that Uchiha Obito guy, sister. Naruto, who was nearby, looked at Hinata Rin and asked curiously, unable to hold back. Upon hearing this, Hinata Rin was taken aback. Initially, she was a bit displeased and wanted to tell Naruto not to joke around. But she soon noticed Kakashi's silent demeanor. Is this true? Hinata Rin couldn't comprehend it at all. Why did things turn out this way? Why did such a thing happen? Maybe it's true. I just found out about this news moments ago. It's also possible that all of this is a lie, Kakashi said directly. If it were all a lie, then Hinata Rin would also be a lie. He found it hard to accept that. It seems like a lot happened after I died. Obito, teacher. Hinata Rin started to fall silent, her expression becoming blank. The reward has been received. So let's move on to the next stage. Looking at the video that had popped up, Kyle spoke directly, completely unconcerned about the people around him who looked deeply affected. The next stage? Kakashi and the others already knew what was going on, while Hinata Rin still looked puzzled. But soon they saw the scene. This is a very familiar scene, a battlefield surrounded by the Mist Village. Here, she was also present, and she died here. Obito? And soon, our protagonist Uchiha Obito appeared on the screen. In the footage, Rin, Kakashi, wait for me. I'm coming to save you. Both excited and nervous, Obito couldn't wait to show up in front of his friends, even looking forward to the surprise he would bring them. Watching the lively Obito on the screen, Kakashi and Hinata Rin were at a loss for words. What is this? Although Hinata Rin already knew there would be a queue, she was still seeing this scene for the first time. This explains Obito's attack on Konoha. And if all of this is true, Kakashi looked at Hinata Rin and explained. If it's all true then, Obito. Hinata Rin instantly understood. Obito might have had a problem because of her death. She wasn't a child anymore. She was of marrying age in Konoha. She just never knew how to express it. Why didn't he expect it? Is it all because of me? No, Obito just lost his mind for a moment. If it's true, I will find him. Kakashi glanced at Hinata Rin, then at Kyle, and finally focused on Obito on the screen. No matter what, let us try to find him first. Lost his mind? If the teacher really is because of him, then no matter what, he is wrong. Hinata Rin felt very conflicted, just revived and encountered such a situation. She herself couldn't understand what kind of hell on earth this was. Not only did she learn that her teacher was dead, but she also realized that it might have been caused by her good friend. Moreover, her death scene was still playing. Is this public execution? Is this the price of resurrection? Is this the worry of the living? Chapter 116, even if it's with Naruto, it's impossible. In the system space, when talking about Minato Namikaze, Kakashi's joy at seeing Hinata Rin was somewhat diminished. If I can meet Obito, I will try to persuade him and see what really happened. Although it might be because of myself, Hinata Rin thought about it as well. But with Obito by himself, it shouldn't be possible for him to deal with Konoha and their teacher. Kakashi nodded gloomily, watching Obito in the footage rush to find them. He was very clear about what the other side might see next. The familiar scene, the familiar battlefield has appeared. Kakashi even suspected whether the other party had read his memories to recreate it. Kakashi-sensei. Suddenly, Sakura screamed. Looking at the footage, Naruto and Sasuke were also a bit surprised. However, Kakashi and Hinata Rin were very calm, having anticipated this long ago. In the footage, as Uchiha Obito arrived, what he saw was not Kakashi and Hinata Rin struggling in battle, but Kakashi using Chidori to pierce Hinata Rin's chest. Killing his own teammates surprised Sakura and the others. I was sealed with the three tails at that time, and the people of the Mist Village planned to use me to destroy the village. Dying at Kakashi's hands was my choice, Hinata Rin explained thoughtfully, preventing Sakura and the others from overthinking. Kakashi's gloomy expression in the footage showed he was no longer thinking about anything else. Hinata Rin felt the same, watching herself die again, seeing Kakashi's pained expression, and also feeling something from Obito that she hadn't felt before. In the end, the two scenes overlapped. Uchiha Obito was quickly wrapped in a white substance, and his Sharingan was shedding tears while showing a significant change in the scene. Uchiha Obito, Kakashi, their eyes overlapped, evolving from the double Tomo to the Manjiki Sharingan form. The legendary eye of the Manjiki Sharingan. Kakashi. Uchiha Sasuke was also shocked. Looking at Kakashi, he had already been surprised to learn that Kakashi had a 3-Tomo Sharingan. Now, seeing this legendary eye, one that could be compared to Itachi's and the 4th Hokage's, he couldn't help but feel envious. Also, why could one person die to obtain the Manjiki Sharingan? A whole family died, and he only unlocked 1 Tomo? Could it be that he is really useless? Thinking back to his past at school, and in Konoha, Sasuke was almost provoked to evolve his Sharingan. But in the end, he stopped. Kakashi, your eye is also a Manjiki? I'm not sure, but this eye does put a heavy burden on me, Kakashi replied, his gaze still fixed on Obito in the footage. Here, what is this place? I don't accept it, I don't accept it. How can I accept such a thing? Wrapped in a white, plant-like substance, Obito cried out in anguish. His body even erupted with branch-like things. Who is this reinforcement? Don't underestimate the Blood Mist Village. The people of the Mist Village clearly noticed this guy charging towards them. At this moment, Obito fought like a completely different person, leaving Kakashi a bit shocked. It wasn't just his impressive taijutsu. He also used the ethereal power he had employed against the 4 Hokages before. In the end, he even displayed that wooden plant-like ability, piercing through the bodies of the Mist Village ninjas one after another. Retrieve the bodies quickly. We can't let him take them away. The people of Mist Village desperately tried to recover Lin's body. This infuriated Obito, who dashed forward, using his abilities to pass through one person after another, reaching Lin's side directly. The people around Lin were killed one by one, and even the fallen Mist Village ninjas were attacked frantically by Obito, showing no mercy to their corpses like a mad beast. This madness not only oppressed the Mist Village ninjas inside, but also made everyone witnessing the scene feel the intensity of his insanity. Who is this guy? The Mist Village people were dumbfounded, with some even considering fleeing. When they saw Obito turn around, they instinctively took a step back in fear. The next second, a nightmare descended as a massive amount of wood release erupted from Obito's body, quickly piercing through the Mist Village people present, leaving behind a trail of broken corpses. Obito unleashed a powerful wood release ability, turning the battlefield into a true hell on Earth. So this is what I am. In hell. Blood everywhere. Corpses everywhere. The only one still alive and standing was Obito, covered in blood, enemy blood. At this point, he no longer cared how many people he had killed. Lying on the ground was only Lin's corpse and the unconscious Kakashi. Is this the changed Obito? Lin watched as Obito viciously slaughtered the Mist Village ninjas, finally walking over to pick up her corpse. Why does he have wood release? Is it wood release the first Hokage's ability? Did he gain some power? And that white guy, he seems to be alive. Lin was both surprised and heartbroken. Why has it come to this? Everyone here was equally astonished. The power known as the one to pacify the chaotic world appeared in Obito. At this moment, no one could make sense of it. Kakashi now understood why. When he woke up, he found himself surrounded by corpses. As for Lin, I don't know either. Kakashi just wanted to know where Obito was. Uchiha Obito. The others, Naruto and Sakura, didn't say much, but Sasuke had his eyes fixed on this Uchiha Obito, a fellow clansman who was later labeled a traitor. All right, everyone. This question is over. Now let's move on to the next one. Kyle looked at them, who seemed shocked and needed some time to process their emotions. After waiting a moment and glancing at the next question, he began. The question. Whatever the question is, bring it on. Lord Naruto Uzumaki is not afraid at all. Naruto shouted boldly. Now he was increasingly interested in the QA space. Perhaps he could become stronger. Maybe he could revive his parents. There were all sorts of possibilities. Look at the question. Kyle reminded and continued sitting. He glanced at the somewhat confused Tatsumi on the other side. This guy had little presence since coming here. Multiple choice question. Who does Uchiha Sasuke marry in the future and have a daughter named Uchiha Sarada? Image 1. Uzumaki Naruto. Image 2. Hiruno Sakura. Image 3. Xiangling. Image 4. Hyuga Hinata. Image. Reward. Double ocular power. Punishment. Exposing the kissing video of Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto to the entire ninja world. Why is this punishment? What does it have to do with me? Naruto shouted from the side. Why would the punishment relate to him? Who kissed that guy? Don't spread false rumors. Looking at the gazes of Lin and Kakashi around him, Sasuke hurriedly spoke. Sundara or not, he still wanted to keep his face. Why? Why is this happening, Naruto? Sakura suddenly thought of something upon seeing the punishment. Grabbing Naruto, she was about to explode. If this punishment truly went public throughout the ninja world, Sasuke would be finished. It would be a stain on his life. Even if she ended up with Sasuke later, there would always be people saying that Sasuke, the one who kissed a man and got exposed to the entire ninja world, especially among acquaintances. That would be so embarrassing. At this moment, Sakura was already thinking about the future. But looking at the images behind, she felt a bit disheartened. Originally, when she saw Sarada's photo, she thought she resembled her a bit. But then she saw Xiangling, and they were both wearing the same style of glasses. That woman, she better not try to take Sasuke away. The once confident Sakura was now on the verge of darkening. She was even starting to think about preventing Sasuke from encountering that woman. This has nothing to do with me. Don't voice your opinions. I'm just a worker. Kyle didn't care about their words at all. He just wanted to clock out on time and leave after finishing these questions to get his rewards. A worker? They were clearly not satisfied with this response. However, it was evident that Kyle was very casual about it and didn't care too much about them. You answer this question anyway if anyone answers incorrectly. Kakashi was about to directly say that the punishment would fall on them all. Moreover, this punishment seemed acceptable. Compared to losing abilities or something, having a kissing video released was nothing. Probably. Of course, Kakashi didn't voice the latter thought. If Sasuke got double ocular power, his strength would definitely increase significantly. We just need to guess correctly. First, let's rule out Naruto, Sakura said. She didn't know why Naruto was included, but that was unimportant. What mattered was that she wanted to know who Sasuke's future woman was. She needed to act fast. Sasuke was hers, and Sarada was hers too. Exclude. Naruto obviously wanted to say something from the side, but ultimately gave up. Other matters could be argued later. This situation really wasn't suitable. Besides, if things continued to escalate, Sakura might really punch someone. Sasuke, do you already have an idea? Sakura looked at Sasuke with concern. In fact, she really wanted him to choose her. Unfortunately, it seemed that Xiangling was the more likely candidate now. As for Hinata, there was really no possibility. Not to mention the child, they had never interacted, and besides, the other's personality was not one that would engage with Sasuke. It was a significant advantage for 2 out of 1. Sakura felt she could win and was about to raise her hand. But looking at the photos above, she felt very doubtful. Sakura's thoughts were a mess, and Sasuke was feeling the same way. His thoughts were similar to Sakura's. First, he ruled out Naruto and Hinata. Those two were definitely impossible. He probably understood the Hyuga family, too. Marrying outside the clan was too difficult, just like their former Uchiha clan. As for the remaining two, I absolutely cannot be with Sakura. He glanced at Sakura, who was looking at him with anticipation. With a cold expression, Sasuke chose to answer. I choose 3. That woman. He remembered. Although he didn't know why, since she might have caught his eye, she should have some special significance, he thought to himself. 3. Sakura heard this and felt downcast, but she didn't say much more. Looking at Sarada's photo, it was hard to think it wasn't 3. The features were too obvious. If the ocular power doubled, Sasuke could enhance his strength, and he might change his mind in the future. There was still a chance? Go for it, Sakura. Sakura was still cheering herself on. Sakura, I said it before, we were meant to be together. Let that arrogant Sasuke go find that Xiangling. Naruto piped up from the side, fully playing the role of a sycophant. Go away, Naruto. Don't let Sasuke misunderstand. Sakura said with a face full of disdain. Her hopes were already low, and now it was even less likely for her to have any contact with Naruto. Sakura. Naruto looked sad. Sasuke merely glanced at this strange performance and chose to ignore them. Announce the answer. He urged Kyle. Kyle was just about ready. What a pity, this question is wrong. Kyle directly chose to reveal the answer. The outcome and the correct answer shocked many people present. The most excited were Sakura and Naruto. Why? Naruto couldn't accept it at all. Sakura and Sasuke got together? What about me? In a trio, there must be a single dog. It turned out he was the last single dog. He thought that as a sycophant, he would have everything in the end. He looked at Sasuke, then at Sakura, and finally fell silent. It's me, it's me. Sakura was excited inside. But seeing Sasuke's gloomy face, she still controlled herself elegantly, losing the chance to double her ocular power and possibly having their kissing scene with Naruto exposed. The thought of Sasuke and Naruto's kissing scene being made public filled Sakura's mind with helplessness. Sasuke, it's okay. There will be opportunities in the future. Don't talk. Let me calm down. Looking at Sakura, Sasuke really looked her up and down, inside and out. He never expected he would take a liking to such a person. Could it be that his taste would really change in the future? Or would he end up being a cripple, missing an arm or a leg, and no one would want him? Otherwise, why would he choose Sakura as his wife? This was simply tormenting. Thinking about Sakura's attitude towards Naruto made Sasuke feel dissatisfied. He felt that even if it was with Naruto, the suddenly emerging thought, when he thought of the punishment, Sasuke suppressed it. Chapter 117, it was Tasumi's turn. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Why did he suddenly think of such things? It was better than Sakura. Various thoughts were running wildly, and in the end, Sasuke simply stopped thinking. He was still haunted by the possible punishment that might come next. A kissing scene with Naruto publicized worldwide? Would he still want to be human? He would lose all face as an Uchiha. He wanted to die. It was so uncomfortable. So who was Sasuke's future wife? It couldn't be Hinata, right? Naruto laughed out loud from the side, not thinking at all that he would be another main character in the punishment. And Hinata? Hinata? It shouldn't be possible. Kakashi silently thought to himself, glancing at Sakura without saying much. A sycophant gets everything in the end. Impossible. It couldn't be Hinata. Sakura shot Naruto a fierce glare. Hinata was nowhere near as good as her. Besides, from the family she was in, it was impossible. No need to keep guessing. The answer was Sakura Haruno. Kyle, watching the daydreaming guys, directly gave the answer. With the answer, Sasuke's future also appeared. Why do I only have one hand? Sasuke looked at the scene inside, feeling even worse. In the future, he would have one hand broken. Sasuke was too pathetic, but don't worry, in the future, I will help you. If anyone wants to break your hand, I will break theirs first. Ha ha. There's no way. After all, you're my teammate. Naruto boasted from his side. His desire to show off was very strong. What could he do? Sakura was about to get married and have children. How could he not be strong? Is it really me? Sakura didn't have time to pay much attention to Naruto at this moment. Her gaze was on the scene inside, from when they finally got together to having Sarada later. The only thing she was dissatisfied with was that Sasuke went out every day and would contact Naruto as soon as he returned, making it seem like Naruto was his wife. However, Naruto's image didn't appear in this segment. What kind of ninjutsu did that forehead train? It seems quite impressive, Sakura asked tentatively. That seems to be Lady Tsunade's ninjutsu. Lin Yahara suddenly spoke up from the side. She also saw Sakura's situation. It seems you might be accepted as Lady Tsunade's apprentice in the future. Perhaps you will learn medical ninjutsu, just like me. Lin Yahara seemed to have thought of something at this moment. Their team back then was like this, 2 combat members and her healing ability. The scene continued for a while, mostly flashing snippets. Basically, it was about how they got together. As for the rest, there wasn't much to see. They did see Konoha, which seemed to have changed a lot. As the scene gradually faded, Sasuke accepted reality. He didn't even know what to say anymore. The next question came. The punishment would wait until they returned to the ninja world, and Kyle had already seen the next question, his expression a bit strange. This time, it was about Sakura Haruno. Multiple choice. Who was Sakura Haruno's first kiss partner as an adult? 1. Naruto Uzumaki, image 2. Sasuke Uchiha, image 3. Kiba Inuzuka, image 4. Rock Lee, image. Reward, super strength doubled. Punishment, expose kissing video throughout the ninja world. What kind of joke is this? What is this question? Is it playing around? Hey, Sakura looked at this question. She felt insulted. Whether it was the question, the reward, or the punishment, it all felt like an insult to her. What does it mean to have super strength doubled? She didn't want such a power. Even if she was given the Uchiha bloodline, she could accept it. What's with this strange strength? Does she want to hit Naruto when she's angry in the future? Sakura. It must be me. Naruto suddenly spoke up from the side. But with that, he was directly punched by the currently annoyed Sakura. What do you mean, you? It can't be you. Absolutely not. Even if it were Rock Lee, it wouldn't be you. Although she hadn't met that thick-browed guy yet. Sakura's words already revealed her extreme disdain. Oh, I see. Let's choose Sasuke then. Weak and powerless, like a noodle in Sakura's hands, Naruto still yielded. He obediently looked on. Humph. Hearing this, Sakura finally nodded in satisfaction, looking shyly at Sasuke. At this moment, Sasuke didn't dare to have any thoughts. Could it be that I will also be hit like this in the future? Such a violent woman. Thinking of this, Sasuke felt an unusual sensation. You can answer this question yourself. Kakashi spoke from his side. This question was clearly set up for her. Both punishment and reward. Since it's not a big punishment, let her answer the question. I choose Sasuke, Uchiha Sasuke. Thinking of her future husband. Sakura felt like a winner in life. That fat pig, Ino, couldn't compare to her at all. With a sense of pride, a touch of shyness. And pretending to be a lady, she spoke carefully. When mentioning Sasuke's name, she was very gentle. It was completely different from when she hit Naruto earlier. Uchiha Sasuke. What a pity. The answer is incorrect. Kyle directly sentenced her upon hearing the answer. Now, there's one more person to be revealed. What? Sakura said with a face full of disbelief. Did Sakura cheat? Naruto curiously spoke from the side. Immediately, he received a fierce and menacing glare. He got punched continuously. By the end, he could barely speak. If you can't talk, say less. Kakashi was speechless from his side. He was already a very straightforward man. Yet Naruto was even more straightforward than him, which was too much. The answer is Uzumaki Naruto. Without waiting for them to ask anything further, Kyle directly gave the answer. It was already stated so clearly, everyone should know by now. Naruto. Sakura let out a roar. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. It's a misunderstanding, Sakura. I'm wronged. I could never do such a thing. Shut up, you fool. Sakura's fierce action. No one stopped her anymore. Who knows what kind of scene might appear, like a Leaf Genin defeating the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Although it's acknowledged that Leaf Genin are the strongest, that's a fact. All right, Sakura, look over there. Kakashi interrupted as he watched the scene that had emerged. Sasuke kept looking at the scene and then glanced at the two of them. This feeling is strange. Although he was still young, in this precocious leaf village, he felt that many of the falling leaves had landed on his head. In the scene, Sakura was helping Naruto with first aid, even giving him mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. And everyone had different thoughts upon seeing this scene. Sakura didn't feel embarrassed at all. She just thought that she must keep an eye on this idiot in the future and not let him get seriously injured. Otherwise, in such a public place, would she still have any face left? Is being injured okay? Naruto thought seriously. Finally, Looking at Sakura's murderous gaze, he decided to drop the subject. It looked like a battlefield, and there were people from the sand village. Each ninja village's forehead protector was different. It was somewhat similar to before. Was it related to Obito's battlefield? Kakashi was analyzing from the side, but the scene came quickly and left just as fast, soon disappearing. Lin Yuyuan didn't say much upon hearing this. Just from the current scene, one could see how big of a mess Obito would make in the future. The punishment will appear after you return. Kyle slowly spoke to the group. Hearing this, Sakura was about to break down. After returning, there would be scenes of Sasuke and Naruto kissing, along with her and Naruto's scenes. Although these were all accidental or rescue situations. But releasing them like this was completely harassment, okay? Sakura, don't worry yet. Shut up. The love-struck Naruto hadn't finished speaking before he got punched. Right now, Sakura didn't need him. Instead, she needed the quiet Sasuke on the side. In fact, how could Sasuke dare to make a sound? He had never thought about this before. But now watching Sakura hit Naruto, he realized that his future self not returning home could also be due to this reason. Moreover, he was missing an arm. Could it be that in the future, Sakura would be so strong that she would directly break one of his arms and then forcibly take Naruto, making him submit? Thinking of this possibility, Sasuke felt a chill run down his spine. He even thought about taking the initiative or even running away. Women are too dangerous. Sasuke. Noticing that Sasuke's condition was off, Kakashi reminded him. I'm fine. Sasuke initially didn't react. Seeing everyone else looking at him, he just pretended nothing had happened. After all, he always kept a straight face. It wouldn't hurt to be a little stiff. If Sasuke has anything to say, he must speak up. I will. Sakura said shyly. Sakura. Hearing this, she was once again displeased. She glared at Naruto. All right, if you want to play, go back and play. Kyle directly interrupted. These guys were getting increasingly noisy. Did they really think this was their territory? They were all just kids without any pressure. Fresh calves are not afraid of tigers. Can we go back now? Kakashi spoke from the side. Although their harvest this time wasn't much, they learned a lot of information, which was already sufficient. Even if Sasuke's fire style disappeared and 2 people were exposed to punishment, they saw it as completely acceptable. If Lin Yuyuan really was resurrected, this point still needed to be confirmed when they returned to the Leaf Village. Sure. Do you still want to stay here overnight? This isn't an inn that charges for overnight stays. Kyle didn't say it out loud, but was already signaling them that they could leave at any time. Anyway, he would just collect the rewards later. The issues of the Naruto world had ended. Next, it was the presence-less Tasmi on the other side. I have another question. If we want to come here again, will there be another opportunity? If it weren't for Lin Yuyuan's resurrection, Kakashi actually wouldn't care so much about the situation here. Later, he could also see if the entire ninja world would continuously broadcast the situations of Sakura, Sasuke, Naruto, and the others. It would be nice to see if the scenes would all be about these 3 guys. If fate allows, there will be opportunities. Kyle didn't say much more. Directly looking at Tatsumi, you've finished, now it's your turn. You should know the rules by now, having watched for so long. I guess I know, Tatsumi replied. Still lacking confidence. He had been listening and watching their situations, and at first, he wasn't very nervous. But as he watched their monstrous fighting abilities, the tension began to build. They were like monsters, even more frightening than the dangerous species they faced. Then let's begin. Kyle announced the start, and then the questions appeared. Tatsumi hadn't reacted yet when the question was already in front of him. Just like the others before him, everyone present could see it. Kakashi and the others didn't leave immediately. They could leave at any time. So it was better to stay a little longer to see what this other world was like. Multiple choice question. In order to rescue his village from its plight, Tatsumi sets off to the imperial capital, intending to enlist in the army to contribute. What will happen to him after arriving at the imperial capital? 1. The situation goes very smoothly, and he successfully enlists. 2. The situation isn't very smooth, but he still successfully enlists. 3. The situation is very unfavorable. Not only does he fail to enlist, but he also offends the powerful and ends up in prison. 4. The situation is very unfavorable. Not only does he fail to enlist, but he's also swindled out of his money and ends up sleeping on streets. Reward doubles fighting power. Punishment gains a cross-dressing buff, lasting 1 month, only able to wear women's clothing or run naked. What? A cross-dressing buff? Tatsumi looked at the punishment, unsure of what to say. What kind of twisted humor is this? Cross-dressing. Kakashi and the others from Konoha also felt a bit uneasy. If this punishment fell on them, wearing women's clothing during missions would surely be quite an eyesore. Although ninja women's clothing isn't a big deal, it's all about disguise. And with transformation jutsu, one could maintain their appearance while dressed as a woman. Naruto's mind conjured images of himself using the harem jutsu, then swapped the heads of the people inside with Kakashi's and Sasuke's. Get out of my head, it feels dirty. Suddenly, Naruto's mind was in chaos. He could barely stand it. Using ninja techniques might not be a problem, but imagining Kakashi or Sasuke in women's clothing was unforgettable for him. The thought of Sasuke looking pretentious in women's clothes and Kakashi teaching them ninjutsu while wearing a long skirt, with his leg hair showing, swaying like hair with every attack, was too much to bear. Chapter 118. The more beautiful the woman, the more deceptive. Of course, such a terrifying thing wasn't happening to them. That would be for the best. Everyone looked at Tatsumi, who was clearly a handsome young man. At this moment, everyone looked at Tatsumi with pity. Tatsumi felt speechless. Why are you all looking at me like that? I don't have to cross-dress. Tatsumi looked at the question above and spoke. Are you suggesting I run naked? Naruto interjected immediately. Can I just get the answer right? Looking at the guy who was about to publicly kiss in their world, Tatsumi said directly. Naruto awkwardly laughed at this. Others hadn't even answered yet, and he had already deemed the other party a failure. Tatsumi didn't dwell on it further, focusing directly on the question. If he answered correctly, he could prepare for the imperial capital and boost his fighting power, which he desperately needed. Scanning the options, Tatsumi felt that all of them were possible. This made him conflicted. After a moment of silence, Tatsumi decided on his unique guessing method, flipping a coin. One side was 1 and 2. The other side was 3 and 4. If it landed on one side, he would flip again. The first flip, he chose 3 and 4. The second, 4. Looking at the option of sleeping on the streets, Tatsumi didn't hesitate. Cross-dressing or not, he could forego it if possible, but now he could indeed take a gamble. I choose 4. As Tatsumi spoke, Kao began to let the system enter the review phase. His luck was quite good. He had seen Tatsumi's coin game just now. It was entirely based on luck. Congratulations, you got it right. Kao didn't waste time and immediately announced the results. Not only the results, but the rewards and visuals were also directly released. I feel my body getting stronger, like there's a surge of power. Tatsumi couldn't help but exclaim. The change in his body excited him greatly. This kind of physical improvement could compare to many years of his own training. His strength doubled. He had made the right bet this time. If only I could have that. Naruto looked on enviously, feeling quite pitiful. He was already thinking, maybe next time he could try flipping a coin too. If he succeeded then, would his fox become 2? Naruto couldn't help but think. The others from Konoha didn't say much. Their attention was already on the visuals that had appeared. The scene showed Tatsumi had entered the imperial capital. So many people. It's so lively. Sakura, seeing so many beings from different worlds, excitedly spoke to Sasuke, as if expecting him to respond. Unfortunately, Sasuke just glanced coldly and acted as if nothing had happened. Indeed, however, many people don't seem to be in a good state. While Sakura was speechless, the kind-hearted Lin spoke up. Many people here look like they have no hope, like those living in war-torn times. Kakashi added beside her. Although it's just some visuals, I can already see that. War-torn times? Impossible. This is the imperial capital. Although Tatsumi already knew he would fail to enlist and be swindled out of his belongings, ending up sleeping on the streets, he still had a special sense of identification with his country. I'm just guessing based on these people's situations. If I'm wrong, I apologize. Kakashi looked at Tatsumi. He didn't argue further. Since the other party didn't recognize it, then so be it. I just think it's impossible. This is the imperial capital, the most prosperous place. Tatsumi thought of the small village that had to pay a lot of taxes every year. He murmured to himself, unsure whether to agree with that statement. He instinctively wanted to refute, but felt it was of no use. The character in the scene has begun searching for a place to enlist, but it doesn't look like what he imagined. Moreover, he doesn't seem to have undergone any tests and is quickly eliminated, appearing rather indifferent. Next, he encounters a blonde, fierce-looking woman, and he is completely hooked. Thinking that she has connections to enter the military, he is not only coaxed into going out to eat, but also gives away his money. In the end, it is only after a reminder from the boss that he realizes the truth. The boss clearly saw through it all, but chose not to warn him. How could this happen? Why am I so foolish? The money given by everyone. Tatsumi laments while touching the pouch of coins on him. Although it isn't much, it was saved up by the village, meant to bring back hope. 2 people are already missing as they leave, and upon arriving in the imperial capital, he gets scammed out of his money. As the scene progresses, Tatsumi finds himself sleeping on the streets, thinking it would end here. But then, it feels like entering a new game line. A cute girl, resembling a princess, appears beside him in the scene. Seeing her, Tatsumi can't help but swallow hard. feeling a bit shameful and wishing for his character to stay away from her to avoid tarnishing her. The disparity makes Tasmi a bit insecure. Don't you have a place to stay? That's so pitiful. Do you want to stay at my house? My family's house is super big. Come on, it's okay. Outsiders need help, and as a citizen of the imperial capital, I naturally want to help. The kind young lady invites him directly, while some guards around her seem to cooperate with her words. I just can't bear to see them sleeping on the streets. Come on, young man, the blonde girl says with a smile. This leaves Tasmi with no chance to say much, as if he were enchanted. At this moment, the scene freezes. The next question arrives. Kyle speaks up. Multiple choice question. How are Tasmi's two companions who left the village with him faring now? 1. Things are going very smoothly. They successfully enlisted. 2. Things are not going very smoothly, but they still managed to enlist. 3. Things are going very poorly. Not only did they fail to enlist, but they also offended the powerful and ended up in prison. 4. Things are going very poorly. Not only did they fail to enlist, but they were also scammed and tortured to death. Reward, doubling of combat power. Punishment, gaining a cross-dressing buff for 1 month. Only able to wear women's clothing or run naked. Tasmi thought of his two companions, Yeaz and Sayu. They had to scatter and run due to an attack. According to their agreement, they were supposed to meet in the imperial capital. Yeaz and Sayu should be able to enlist. The old man had said before that Yeaz had excellent talent, so he would definitely pass. Tasmi looked at the options, which all seemed somewhat similar. He thought of his teacher in the village, the retired military instructor's words. They still had confidence in their strength. Although I don't want to interrupt you, I think I should remind you that you should think about your previous experience with military enlistment. Yuan Lin suddenly spoke up. She had clearly noticed something. A slight reminder, given the previous situation with Kakashi, was her way of subtly warning him. Whether he believed it or not was up to him. Tasmi paused. He had confidence in his strength, but the situation in the imperial capital. So, could be number 4? Tasmi's expression became a bit unnatural. He could accept options 1, 2, or 3, but 4. Is that really number 4? Tasmi couldn't help but shout at Kyle. Is this your choice? Kyle asked directly. Yes, number 4. Quickly tell me the answer. Tasmi was anxious. Compared to the lives of his companions, whether he wore women's clothing or not was no longer important. Congratulations, you got it right. Kyle announced the answer while looking at the anxious Tasmi. Upon hearing this news, Tasmi froze, feeling no joy in getting the answer right. Impossible, this can't be. You yourself just got scammed, Naruto reminded him from the side. He simply didn't want Tasmi to keep breaking down like this. Besides, your friends might not be dead yet. The timing should be different. If they are friends, shouldn't you go save them? Naruto said directly. Stop talking nonsense, Kakashi interjected. Here's a piece of advice. Don't trust those so-called people from the imperial capital too much. The way they look at you is like looking at prey. Your friends might have the same experience. Of course, believe it or not, that's up to you. Sayu Yeaz. Tasmi forced himself to stay strong. Thank you. I'll go save them. Come on, give me strength. If there are more questions, let's continue, and then let me go back. Tasmi was now very anxious, no longer caring about wearing women's clothing. He just wanted strength and to return quickly. To save people, he definitely needed power. Otherwise, if he did nothing and was taken down, that would be a joke. Since you're so eager, let's continue. Seeing no scene appear, Kyle didn't mind. This might involve later spoilers. He directly gave the reward, and then the next question popped up. Multiple choice question. What will happen to the noble young lady Elia, who likes to invite outsiders from the countryside to her home? After inviting Tasmi back. 1. She is killed by Tasmi. 2. After hosting Tasmi, she helps him find a way to enter the military. 3. She falls in love with Tasmi and becomes enamored with this boy from the countryside. 4. Elia's family is attacked by an assassination organization at night, leading to the deaths of the entire family. Reward, doubling of combat power. Punishment, gaining a cross-dressing buff for 1 month, only able to wear women's clothing or run naked. Miss Elia. Tasmi already has a very high regard for this noble young lady he has only seen on screen. Kind, generous, noble, beautiful, and very approachable. All kinds of positive adjectives seem tailor-made for her. Looking at the first and fourth questions, he feels that these 2 questions. Tasmi holds a coin, glancing at Kakashi and the others. I can only say that this young lady might have a problem. The tone and expressions of her guard seem off. Yuan Lin was the first to speak. Kakashi silently nodded in agreement. You all need to learn to observe more in the future. This world is not just about combat. Deception and counter-deception are also essential lessons for ninjas. He then thought of something and reminded the 3 young members of Team 7. The 3 of them looked at the situation on the screen and nodded one by one. In their eyes, There was no one who could deceive them, especially Sasuke. Who could possibly deceive him? Something fell off? Tazumi quickly calmed down, but just based on this feeling, he couldn't determine which answer in the question was correct. He looked at the coin in his hand and the question on it. I choose 4. Charging ahead to the end. Since I've chosen, I'll stick with it. Tazumi put away the coin. He found it impossible to kill that noble young lady. He came to enlist, not to be a killer. Even if the other party had issues, he couldn't kill anyone. So he ruled that out. And since the other party had problems, he estimated that options 2 and 3 could also be ruled out. That left option 4. Again, he chose 4. Kyle looked at him. This really is a gamble. Unfortunately, he chose wrong. The answer was announced directly. Wrong? As he breathed a sigh of relief, Tazumi looked seriously at the other party. He no longer cared about the cross-dressing. He just wanted to know the answer. The correct answer is 1. You killed her. Kyle announced directly. Tazumi clearly couldn't accept that. It was impossible. How could he have killed her? Maybe she was trying to deceive you. Even Kakashi-sensei said she had problems. Naruto said from his side. He was also convinced by Kakashi's judgment. Don't think that just because she's beautiful or has a good personality, you can't act. Often, you need to be more careful with such people. The more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to deceive. Lin Yahara expressed her opinion from his side. This made Kakashi look at her curiously. Kakashi, what does that look mean? Lin Yahara glared at him fiercely. Then she put on an innocent expression. I was just reminding him. I know. Kakashi wiped away the non-existent sweat. He seemed a bit overwhelmed by Lin. Fortunately, this guy was just joking around. And then he returned to his calm self, like the Lin Yahara of the past. The more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to deceive. Tazumi seemed to understand this principle. Regardless of whether he understood or accepted it, it was already too late to turn back. Now that the question was chosen, the punishment. Chapter 119. The dark cross-dressing of the imperial capital, running naked? Thinking about how he would have to dress like this when he returned, Tazumi felt an impulse to hide for a month without going out. But then he thought of his 2 little partners and immediately became obedient. Cross-dressing buff. Clothing can only be specific women's clothing. Cross-dressing increases strength by 50, speed by 100. When accepting the punishment, Tazumi saw strange data. What? He didn't even have time to think about why he killed that noble young lady. This counts as a special ability, right? Kyle also saw the situation of the ability and spoke up directly. But Tazumi hadn't answered yet when he suddenly felt a coolness on his body. Then came the sounds of shouting. Sakura's and others. Tazumi was speechless. Now he knew what would happen if he wore other clothes. Looking at the shredded fabric on the ground, Tazumi's expression was very strange. And his body was exposed here, not just to the people here. In fact, people from the pirate world could see it too. If it were a live broadcast from another place, it would probably have been censored. Without women's clothing, you should find something to cover yourself. Kyle glanced at Tazumi's long sword. Tazumi didn't know what to say and could only use that long sword to cover his small member. I thought I would wait until I got back to. Tazumi said awkwardly. He didn't know what else to say. Now that he was covering himself, only a few people here could see. After returning to their world, he definitely couldn't do nothing to save people. And the action had to go to the imperial capital. The chances of being seen would be much higher that way. Thinking about that situation, Tazumi's face had already turned red. Seeing this guy's appearance, Kyle still didn't tell him that the people from the pirate world should have seen him. Fortunately, he wasn't living in the pirate world. Otherwise, he would probably have to switch to another world. At this moment, the scene began to change. Tazumi accepted the invitation and went to the noble young lady's house. After that, he had a pleasant experience learning about the noble young lady's life and her family. Everything went smoothly, and they were all very friendly. Even the Tazumi in the system space felt like there might be some misunderstanding. He even watched himself playing with that young lady, feeling a bit envious and jealous. After a day of joyful play, Tazumi in the scene also learned about the situation in the imperial capital, about the emperor and the behind-the-scenes ministers, and the nighttime attacks that should be taken seriously in the city. The time spent playing was very happy, and Tazumi in the scene was completely captivated by this blonde, noble beauty. And then came another night. Well then, let us write in the diary today. A blonde, noble beauty squinted her eyes and walked happily down the corridor. In the next moment, her entire upper body flew up, cut in half. Until death. She was still a bit confused about what happened. Beside her, a purple-haired woman in a cheapao with glasses bowed respectfully. I'm sorry. With each scream, a group of assassins descended. Those with the ability to manipulate threads directly created a heavenly ladder in midair that one could stand on. A group of assassins gathered on it. And then there was slaughter, and Tazumi discovered the situation here. In this time, the night raid had already killed most of the people, including the noble couple and many guards. Only Alia was being taken to the warehouse area by the guards. That entrance was too cool, but the killing methods were so cruel. Naruto watched the night raid's entrance. Initially, he was interested in their entrance, but later he was more interested in their killing methods. Even as a ninja, he hadn't seen many combat situations. Is this the night raid? They are indeed brutal. Tazumi thought of the assassin organization and the other options before. If the current situation is correct, it should be the assassins taking out Alia's family. He might even be killed. Could it be that he was threatened? Tazumi, in the system space, kept thinking. Regarding this night raid, he had already made a judgment. They were definitely not good people. And the scene quickly arrived at the confrontation between Tazumi and a knife-wielding girl. Even though he felt he was no match, Tazumi still drew his long sword. Tazumi stepped forward, blocking in front of Elia to help her deal with the attackers, but he was no match for them. He wasn't the target. He was merely a certainty. Soon after, Tazumi was ignored, and one of the attackers stepped on his head, ready to strike at the people behind him. The two sides were not on the same level. Despicable. The guard drew a firearm, but it was of no use. The knife-wielding girl, who looked like a high school student, moved so quickly that she could dodge bullets. Death. Accompanied by a chilling aura, the guard was dispatched in one swift stroke. The blonde, noble girl had already fallen to the ground in a panic. Death. Stop. Seeing this scene, Tazumi couldn't help but intervene. You are not the target. There is no need to kill. The crimson-eyed girl stated expressionlessly. You want to kill this girl, don't you? Tazumi said excitedly. Yes. Those who oppose must be cut down. Even so, I cannot leave here. I see. Then you'll be buried along with her. The conversation between the crimson-eyed girl and Tazumi was devoid of any emotion. Meanwhile, as Tazumi's body stiffened, a voluptuous blonde woman appeared. How filthy, how filthy. Crimson-eyed, it's rare to see you like this. Why haven't you finished yet? She initially looked at the crimson-eyed girl, but quickly spotted Tazumi. Isn't this that handsome little brother? How unlucky can this boy be? What a coincidence. The blonde woman seemed a bit speechless upon seeing Tazumi. In the system, Tazumi had already realized that this person was the one who had previously deceived him out of his belongings. You scammer, and a killer, and you say I'm unlucky. Tazumi gritted his teeth. A killer is never a good title, especially in such a situation. Tazumi was filled with rage. In the scene, Tazumi was about to be taken down in 2 moves. To save the mission target, death. The crimson-eyed girl, resembling a girl with no emotions, brandished her long knife. Already at Tazumi's front. Wait. Just as Tazumi felt he was about to die, someone pulled the crimson-eyed girl back. It was the previous blonde woman. What are you doing? The crimson-eyed girl looked directly at her. There's still plenty of time. This boy has done me a favor, so I'm thinking, why not return the favor? The blonde woman spoke directly. This made Tazumi in the scene notice the blonde woman. Ah, you're that. No doubt. I'm that beautiful sister. Tazumi's words were interrupted by the blonde woman. Boy, still so naive. Don't be so easily deceived. What you just said was about involving innocent people, right? Let's go take a look just behind that warehouse. If after that, you still think she shouldn't die, we'll give you a quick end. The blonde woman said with unusual seriousness. Look, this is the darkness of the imperial capital. What? Not just Tazumi in the scene. Even the Tazumi in the system was shocked. Everywhere was filled with corpses. Everywhere was stained with blood. Remembering the earlier answers, Tazumi had a bad feeling. Using sweet words to deceive people from outside, then subjecting them to various tortures they enjoy until they die. This is the true face of this family. The blonde woman spoke quickly. Tazumi seemed to have discovered something. In the darkness hung a black-haired female corpse. The gruesome sight was indescribable. Shayu? Hey, Shayu, is that you? Looking at the corpse, Tazumi in the scene began to go mad. Is there a friend of yours among them? How unfortunate. And you don't even think about running. The blonde woman casually said, reaching out to grab Elia, who was trying to sneak away. Thinking of running. How audacious, young lady. Is this all done by this family? Tazumi questioned, his tone turning cold. Yes, the guards here know, but act as if nothing happened. They share the same guilt. Nonsense. I don't know anything. I had no idea my family was like this. Tazumi, do you believe the one who saved you, or them? At this point, the noble lady still displayed considerable acting skills, speaking in a delicate tone. Tazumi, it's you, isn't it, Tazumi? Suddenly, a voice came from the side. A naked man covered in wounds spoke to Tazumi. Aias? Tazumi's eyes widened. Both of his companions were here. That woman initiated the conversation with us. After dinner, we lost consciousness and woke up locked up here. It was that woman who tortured Shayu to death. Aias spoke. This made Tazumi fully understand the situation. The noble lady, realizing that the matter had been exposed, knew she could no longer maintain her facade. What is wrong with what I did? You're just useless country bumpkins like livestock. How I deal with you is my freedom. Besides, that girl is clearly just a beast. Her hair is so smooth and shiny, it's simply too arrogant. Meanwhile, I have to deal with my curly hair every day, which is just too much, so I keep torturing her. She should be grateful for receiving my favor. The noble lady went into a frenzy, displaying her usual exaggerated expressions. She rambled on incessantly. The crimson-eyed girl and the blonde woman on the side could no longer listen. Playing the good person while harming outsiders and saying such things, this family was beyond saving. Excuse me, I need to get to work. Wait. As they spoke, Tazumi interjected. You still want to kill her? The blonde woman looked at Tazumi with a strange expression. No, I want to kill her myself. Tazumi said as he took action. His methods were decisive and clean, instantly taking the noble lady's life. As expected of Tazumi, I feel much better. Aias, witnessing this scene from his cage, couldn't help but smile. But soon his body began to break down, and he coughed up blood. In the end, he couldn't be saved. Shayu never submitted to the end. And Aias also. During this, he recounted how this family used drugs on these outsiders to conduct experiments, creating various viruses. However, after Aias died, the scene still stopped. In the system space, Tazumi was left speechless, filled with self-reproach. This was directed at the Tazumi in the scene. If he hadn't followed that noble lady around the imperial capital, if he had discovered the truth of the warehouse earlier, perhaps Aias and even Shayu could have been saved. Elia. Tazmi's impression of the imperial capital, which he had once longed for, has now plummeted to the extreme. His feelings towards the woman he once thought highly of have turned into utter hatred. Now that he has set a target, he must act quickly. He needs to find Aias and the others to confirm the situation with the Elia family. If it really is, as the system here suggests, he will definitely not hold back. A family like that is simply too insane. Yawahara Rin can't help but feel sorry for Tazmi. Entering the imperial capital only to be continuously deceived is just too tragic. Thank you for the reminders. If there is anything in the future. Tazmi looked at Kanoa's group. He wanted to say something, but paused. The people here are all stronger than him, and besides, they come from a different world. It seems pointless to say anything. Still, the same warning applies. Be cautious of the people in the imperial capital. For someone like Kakashi, who is seasoned, the folks in the imperial capital pose no real danger. But for a young man like Tazmi, even if he is strong, he could be easily taken advantage of by such people. If the situation in the footage hadn't involved a night raid, it would have just been a matter of time before Tazmi met his demise. Thank you, I understand. Tazmi is more serious and solemn than ever. He has already received a warning about future events. Plus, his strength has increased significantly. If he still can't resolve this, he can only be considered useless, destined for such a fate. At this moment, he is very grateful that he entered this place. Not only has his strength greatly improved, but he has also learned such important information. He has made up his mind to run straight to the imperial capital as soon as he leaves here, even if it means doing so naked or in women's clothing. He must go. The task is complete. The rewards have been given, and the punishments have been dealt. Everyone, you may leave now. Kyle suddenly spoke up. He had already determined that there were no further issues. They should just be on their way to face their punishments. Chapter 120, Vin Smoke. Then I'll take my leave first. Tazmi was the first to leave, looking quite anxious. On the other side, Kakashi glanced at Yawahara Rin. She'll be coming back with us, right? Do we have a chance to return? This was the most important concern for Kakashi. Regardless of whether Yawahara Rin had any problems, this place held great value. Connecting to other worlds? Sure, as long as there's an invitation letter. Kyle didn't say much about this. He couldn't operate this thing. He could only send it out, and what the system did with it after that was no longer his concern. An invitation letter? Kakashi fell silent for a moment. He already planned to return and inform the Hokage, then search the entire world. They were lucky this time. In the future, it might not be so easy to come here. They would still need to search. If there's nothing else, then let us end it here. Kyle looked like he was urging them to leave. Kakashi and the others felt it too. Although Naruto and the others were a bit unhappy. They had no opportunity to do anything more before Kakashi took them away. This place should be reported to the Hokage. Finally, they all left. Watching everyone depart, Kyle sensed that this space seemed to have closed off. The footage had disappeared, and others could no longer see it. However, he could still see the situation inside. It was still bustling. They were still debating about things from other worlds. Is this what other worlds are like? That monster with 10 tails was so terrifying. Just watching the video made me feel uneasy, far scarier than Sea Kings. And those people with spatial abilities, that's quite rare. Is that a thing called ninjutsu? I wonder if I can learn it. Ninjutsu? It seems to be something from the New World. That place called Wano has such things. They should be different. Just a similar inheritance. I haven't heard of anything. People were arguing in the chat area. Most were discussing the existence of the Naruto world. Things like Hokage, space ninjutsu, ninjas, Sharingan, and tailed beasts are all topics of interest to them. As for the world of the Red Eyes, there wasn't much discussion. Only a few were talking about the chaos in the imperial capital, and some were looking down on it. A few were also thinking about Tasmi's appearance while naked. Of course, they couldn't do anything now. The world of the Red Eyes had just shown too weak a combat power. It didn't attract anyone's attention here. And speaking of the chaos in the imperial capital, you think our world is any better? There are pirates everywhere, bandits, and human traffickers. Either there are high taxes or all sorts of legal murder and robbery. How do you think we have it? Suddenly, a subtitle appeared. This made many people fall silent, as if they had vanished. But still, many continued to talk, quickly dismissing the subtitle. They really dare to say that. I hope the person is safe. Hope it's all good one. Safe travels, warrior. Hurry up and don't let anyone see. Some were spamming the screen to make the previous comment disappear, followed by various strange discussions. Kyle in the space watched for a while, but lost interest. He directly checked his rewards. What'll I get this time? Kyle thought as he confirmed the receipt. Congratulations, you have received the Mangeki Sharingan. Kamui. Uchiha Obito's ability? With a mask on, I could go out and show off. It even made him consider creating an Uchiha Obito here to show off. Congratulations. You have received 1/10 of the Nine Tails power, unconscious chakra. Just chakra alone, and even so 1/10 of the Nine Tails is comparable to a tailed beast. Congratulations. You have received superhuman strength. Congratulations, you have received the Imperial Tool, Demon Possession. 1 item per person? Or just a coincidence? The following abilities were average, but still decent. They could all be used. If Demon Possession isn't useful for him, it can be given to someone else if they're a talented person. Claiming all rewards, Kyle quickly returned to the pirate world. This time was a remarkable experience. Just as he returned, he received a call from the Navy. I didn't expect the busy fleet admiral would have time to find me. Kyle said casually. He was actually prepared. With such matters exposed and connecting to other worlds, Sengoku would definitely not sit still, or rather, the people behind him wouldn't sit still. Those people earlier, are you sure they were from other worlds? Did they come over because of this system? Do we have a chance to go to their world? Sengoku got straight to the point as soon as he spoke. Rare for him to not have that lazy demeanor he usually had. The momentum was too strong, giving people a feeling of being commanded. Uncertain, confused, unclear. Hearing the words of the admiral, Kale casually spoke. The dismissive tone was quite obvious. Sengoku also realized that he had spoken a bit too harshly out of urgency earlier. Before he had a chance to speak, a voice came from the other end of the transponder snail. If you want to know something, it's better to confirm the price first. If you ask for something without negotiating the price, that would be considered robbery. The esteemed Admiral wouldn't do such a thing, right? Kale's voice slowly came through. This made Sengoku feel a wave of anger, which quickly subsided. So be it. The new admiral will discuss this with you later. Sengoku looked at the nearby members of the world government, decisively giving up. Who cares about investigating? He was already retired. He had initially been interested in other worlds, but now, thinking about being caught between the world government and that little guy, he immediately lost interest. It felt like everything could be abandoned. The transponder snail was decisive. Your temper is getting stranger. The advisor, Crane, had been recording information. She had hoped to gather some good intelligence, but seeing how things turned out, she looked at the other party helplessly. Anyway, I'm about to retire. Having made contact once is enough. As for the other negotiations, let the new admiral handle it. Sengoku glanced at the other side. The appointment of the admiral naturally couldn't escape their interference. And this time, it was particularly outrageous, which had made him increasingly dissatisfied. He had originally planned for Kizaru to rise to power, but now the world government was pushing Akainu. It was simply not to his liking. They had also dumped a lot of blame onto him. Now he had no mood to do anything. I'll leave the rest to you. It doesn't matter who becomes the admiral. Just handle it for me. I'll take my leave. Sengoku checked the time. It wasn't even off work yet. But who was he? Leaving early was no issue for him. Who would dare to catch him? He now understood the joy of Garp. This old man. He should have let him do this enjoyable thing earlier. Being an admiral for so many years had at least taken decades off his life. As he thought about it, he quickly disappeared, leaving Crane alone, looking helpless. She roughly understood her old friend's situation. Looking outside at the world government personnel, still monitoring them, she felt a surge of anger. She even considered leaving it all behind. But thinking about the many little girls under her protection, needing her, she temporarily held back. A few more years then. If someone were to take over now, she would also want to run away. This time as system had attracted a lot of attention from many, due to the appearance of people from other worlds. Although some still didn't believe it, many were increasingly focused on Drum Island. And here, development was speeding up. The artificial devil fruits were being studied, but there wasn't much progress. Although Zephyr had introduced some people, yielding some results, fully utilizing this technology still posed some difficulties. In this day and age, it was most embarrassing not to be able to learn a technology. But not everything can be learned just because there's technology. Dungeon. I remember you were the third son of the Vinsmoke family, Vinsmoke Sanji. Kale finally thought of the group of people in his dungeon. They had been unruly, so he kept them there. This time, while dealing with the artificial devil fruits, he thought of this guy, Vinsmoke. Upon hearing this name, Sanji raised an eyebrow. I no longer go by that name. He was now very clear that this guy was looking for him because of his family. And he, regardless of whether you are or not, I want their contact information. Can you help me? Give me their contacts, as long as you don't leave this island. You can move freely. Kale looked directly at Sanji. He had originally wanted to find an opportunity to let them out. With Enel stationed on Drum Island, no one could escape his perception. All he needed to do was continuously increase his ocular power to control him. Now, possessing 2 Sharingan, his ocular power was considerable, along with vitality not inferior to Hashirama. His ocular power was stronger than that of the average Uchiha clan members in the Hokage's side. Hey, I didn't do anything. Let me go. I was just coincidentally there. I don't have a bounty. Usopp quickly spoke from the side. Your dad is Yasop, an officer under the Yonko Shanks. Kale looked at him. If it weren't for this identity, he would have released Usopp long ago. But this guy had some value due to his identity and had been unruly, so he remained here. Hey, Curly Brow, such a good opportunity. Why not agree and leave quickly? Suddenly, Zoro spoke up. Luffy's gaze was scanning Sanji and Kale, but ultimately said nothing. At this moment, he was exceptionally quiet. Green Algae Head, what are you saying? Do you want to die? Do you want to fight? Are you? Abba. As Sanji spoke, his expression twisted into a ghostly face. His look was like a spirit locking a soul, making Zoro feel disgusted. I'm doing this for your own good. There's no need to hold on here. Leave early. He had originally thought about watching for an opportunity for Kale and the others to leave, hoping they could find a chance to escape. But as more and more people gathered here, he could clearly feel that many powerful individuals occasionally glanced over towards the dungeon, observing. Although he hadn't faced them head-on, this obvious feeling made him very vigilant. Now that Sanji could go out, it was naturally a good thing. Whether giving up or wanting to save them, it counted as doing something outside. The Vinsmoke family has nothing to do with me. What nonsense are you talking about? Green Algae Head? Has your nutrition been completely absorbed by your green algae head? Or has your brain become muddled from lack of photosynthesis? Glancing at Zoro, Sanji disdainfully said. This disdain was partly because of Zoro and partly because of the Vinsmoke family, though who could tell? I don't care whether you have anything to do with them. What I want is their contact information. You still remember, right? Kale spoke directly. Don't worry about me using you to threaten them. Based on your situation, you shouldn't have that much value anyway. This statement seemed to stimulate Sanji, but the next moment, he felt cold sweat pouring down. A pair of blood-red eyes was staring at him. My patience is limited, although you don't have a bounty. You are still on a pirate ship wanting to be a pirate, which puts you within my hunting range. If it weren't for this guy's strong backing, and the benefits he brings are indeed considerable, you guys. As Kyle was speaking, he suddenly stopped, because he had already seen Luffy, who was staring with wide eyes. I'm just speaking the truth. Whether you admit it or not, the fact is there, whether now or in the original work. If it weren't for Luffy's backing, this guy would have died countless times already. Otherwise, he wouldn't be called the Pirate King Luffy. Blood and passion are one thing. The plot has many great elements too. But the original work is the original work, and reaching this world is a matter of this world. He has no interest in becoming the Pirate King alongside others, let alone watching someone else become Pirate King Luffy. I will definitely defeat you. I'm the man who will become the Pirate King. Luffy gritted his teeth. He felt completely powerless after just a slight struggle. The Sea Prism Stone was making him extremely uncomfortable. I know you are Roger's man, Kyle remarked. Without waiting for Luffy to respond, he turned to Sanji. Are you going to say it yourself? Or should I control you to say it? Don't waste time. With Kyle's firm words, Sanji chose to speak honestly. After all, it was just a contact number. Even if he wasn't here, the other party could definitely get it elsewhere. Moreover, he believed that he had no value in that situation. He was very confident about that. While thinking about it, He also felt a bit inexplicably uncomfortable. Thank you, you've worked hard. After getting the phone number of the Vinsmoke family, although this thing couldn't directly contact the head of their family, it could be forwarded. Sanji made this clear as well. After he finished saying the number, he was let go. Remember, don't leave this island, or it won't be as simple as this. Chapter 121, Meeting Shimura Danzo in the New World. On a strange, giant battleship, a tall man wearing a metal helmet with long golden hair, sporting a sharply angled black beard and a prominent jaw with a small mustache, looked at the sweating person beside him. System Administrator Kyle? That guy actually wants to contact me? Vinsmoke Judge was also surprised to receive the message. His target had always been the North Sea. This so-called administrator has nothing to do with him. We don't know how he suddenly contacted us, the person delivering the message from the outside said cautiously. If the other party hadn't identified himself, this message wouldn't have reached here at all. No matter what, their Germa can be considered a major force. How could just anyone's contact get through? Forget it, let us take it. Without much hesitation, Vinsmoke Judge made his decision. This guy, whom the whole world is watching, he is somewhat interesting. It's just that he hadn't had the time to pay much attention before. Yes, with a nod from Vinsmoke Judge, Kyle, far away on Drum Island, finally connected to this guy's snail phone. Looking at the snail phone in front of him beginning to change its appearance, he spoke directly. You're Vinsmoke Judge? He had already named the person he wanted to meet, even though the other party no longer had territory. Hearing this title, Judge showed his dissatisfaction. You're the system administrator? Just get to the point, what do you want? If it weren't for this guy's identity, he wouldn't even bother to respond. I'll keep it short. Are you interested in artificial devil fruits? Kyle said casually. This Germa can also be considered a major force to recruit, of course. The possibility is much more troublesome than with others. He is well aware that this guy's ambitions have always been significant. Of course, if they could cooperate first and take advantage of them, there might be an opportunity. Using this, artificial devil fruits. Artificial devil fruits. Judge immediately thought of some things, but he was unsure if this was related. What do you want to do? Let us meet and talk, if you're interested. Come to the first half of the Grand Line, Kyle said directly. It would be worth wasting time talking here. It's better to discuss things after meeting. At that time, regardless of whether they are willing or not, they will have to stay for a while. Judge fell silent, but in the end, after hesitating, he agreed. In just a few sentences, they had already settled the matter. Next was waiting. While Kyle was starting to recruit people on this side, in other worlds, the ninja world, Hokage building. The current Hokage was still the third Hokage, an old man with a wrinkled face and a feeble demeanor, casually looking at the person reporting tasks in front of him. This person was Kakashi. The other small ones, including Rin Noera, were still waiting outside, with Umbu watching from around. Initially, he didn't pay much attention, but as he listened to the subsequent events, is what you said true? Saratobi Hiruzen asked directly. It's not that he didn't believe it. It's just that Kakashi's words were too outrageous, making him suspect whether he had fallen under someone else's illusion. It should all be true. The situation in the sky is related to this matter, Kakashi said while glancing outside. On their way back, they had also seen the scene above. Once, Sasuke and Naruto successfully kissed with the help of another male classmate. Another time, when treating Naruto, Sakura kissed Naruto. The screen time was very short, but it had been playing repeatedly for several days. Saratobi Hiruzen had actually sent someone to investigate it. That thing, they couldn't deal with it either. That's really troublesome. Are you saying that Rin Noera has been revived? Is it really him? And what about Obito? You couldn't confirm him at the time? Saratobi Hiruzen had a sentence he didn't know whether to say or not. Why are all these matters related to your team? Rin Noera, a dead person revived. Uchiha Obito, a dead person also alive. He even killed their Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and the fourth Hokage. This is too. I'm not sure. If it were an ordinary matter, he would have nodded directly. But for this matter, Kakashi knew he couldn't make a confirmation. Anyway, the other party would confirm it again later. Forget it. Let Rin Noera in, by the way. Let the Yamanaka clan come and take a look. No matter how one person deceives, the spiritual power won't lie, as long as it's confirmed. Thinking of the existence of this so-called multiverse space, Saratobi Hiruzen also felt a little envious. Such a thing, once known, no one would be uninterested. Kakashi nodded. Soon, Naruto and the others came in. Third Hokage-sama. 3 generations of grandfathers. Can you help us with that picture above? It's so annoying. Naruto shouted at Saratobi Hiruzen. He didn't even know how many times he had been beaten by Sakura. Whenever she saw them growing up and kissing, she would hit him. It made him question life a bit. Why is Sakura like this? After hitting him, she would still look shyly at Sasuke. It must be Sasuke's fault. Nothing good ever happens when this guy is around. You've worked hard on this mission. Someone is already handling the matter of the picture, and I'll let you know when there's news. Sarutobi Hiruzen casually brushed off the matter of the picture, leaving Naruto feeling helpless. But he couldn't say much. That thing might really be a bit of a strongman lock for men. Noera Rin, a chunin. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze turned to Noera Rin. At that moment, he could see no flaws. She looked like a living person. He had seen this little girl a few times before, but it had been a long time, and he had almost forgotten. I remember when you were a child. I watched Watergate take you around. I've seen you several times, remember? You haven't grown at all like this. Sarutobi Hiruzen was already probing. Indeed, he had the fortune to meet the Hokage a few times before. I don't really understand my own situation either. I'm willing to accept any investigation from Konoha upon my return. It's fine to read my memories or control me. For the sake of Konoha, I can do anything. Noera Rin could be considered a disseminator of the will of fire. She appeared to be doing it all for Konoha. This made Sarutobi Hiruzen smile and nod in satisfaction. Good child, what are you saying? Don't worry. We just need to let the Yamanaka clan confirm it. It's for the safety of the village, and there may be some necessary investigations later, but we won't control you. To protect everyone, the will of fire leaves dancing in the wind. Sarutobi Hiruzen began to deliver a long speech. Naruto, who was beside him, almost fell asleep. Such matters made him a bit confused. Not just him, even Sasuke's emotions seemed a bit off. This situation continued until Yamanaka Ino arrived. Next came the exploratory research. Noera Rin naturally had no problems. However, the situation with the system space was presented directly before Yamanaka Ino and Sarutobi Hiruzen. The power of resurrection. Could it possibly grant immortality? The already aged Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but have thoughts of longevity. The investigation lasted for half a day, and after confirming that Noera Rin had no issues, they arranged a house for her, along with 2 Umbu teammates. Additionally, there was another Umbu team monitoring her. A reserve team was also on standby to respond to any emergencies. A person who had died and come back to life had to keep Sarutobi Hiruzen's attention. Of course, it was impossible to just kill her again. He was also interested in that system space. At least until everything was completely confirmed, Noera Rin remained valuable. With matters settled on this side, various ninja teams began to take action. They started searching within the Land of Fire for the existence of that invitation. According to what Kakashi and the others said, they couldn't wait to find it quickly. Hiruzen, why didn't you tell me this news at the first moment? The Hokage building was still very bright at night, and Shimura Danzo had already received the news. With such a big commotion from the Hokage, it was impossible for him not to know. He was already in a semi-retired state at this time. This forced him to gather some hidden people to obtain intelligence. Why should I tell you, Danzo? I'm Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Danzo. Also, you should still be under a ban, right? Do you still see me as a Hokage? He had clearly ordered this guy not to run around and handed over his power. Yet this guy came out again, even to accuse him. Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally wouldn't fall for his tricks. He was quite skilled at dealing with Danzo. You will regret this, Hiruzen. This matter is not ordinary. You must share information with me. Danzo looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Otherwise, I will find other elders to involve them and see if this matter should. Danzo kept talking. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen was already showing signs of impatience. If you came out because of this matter, then just go back cleanly. I will inform you when there's news. It would be best if it were so. Otherwise, you will regret it, Danzo. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo hesitated and did not continue to stay. Watching the figure of the other party disappear, I am the Hokage, Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained expressionless. He had already guessed a bit about this old buddy's thoughts, but he did nothing. After all, it had nothing to do with him. That night, even though Noera Rin had already come back to life and they had been together for several days, Kakashi still felt very uncomfortable. What's wrong? Is it so troublesome to come out with me? Noera Rin and Kakashi walked on the street, looking at the greatly changed roads around them. After all, after the Nine Tails incident, many things from their era had been repaired. Many things seemed very strange to her. Troublesome? Not really. Kakashi was no longer the cold-hearted Kakashi he used to be. He just didn't know how to face the resurrection of a long-dead comrade. Kakashi, if you know something, just say it. I'm waiting online. It's quite urgent. It's really boring. Although you seem to have changed, it feels like you haven't changed at all. Are you still thinking about what happened before? About Obito? Or about my situation? Noera Rin looked seriously at Kakashi. This time, she didn't just bring him out for a stroll. She was definitely under various restrictions now, and there were many things she couldn't do, so she could only entrust Kakashi with the matter regarding Obito. No matter what, she wanted to give Obito an explanation, manipulating the Nine Tails to attack, indirectly causing the deaths of her teacher and his wife, were unforgivable things in her eyes. Thinking about Obito's situation made Noera Rin very hesitant about how to act. She could only find a good friend to confirm it. Kakashi was at a loss for words. While both sides fell into silence, two masked figures suddenly appeared in front of them. Noera Rin, the Hokage wants to see you. Come with us. The masked man said calmly. Kakashi felt something was off. However, Noera Rin didn't notice anything. After all, she didn't know much about the situation in the village. Well then, I'll go first. Noera Rin nodded directly. She was clear about her current situation. It's normal for her to be summoned whenever something comes up. Kakashi was momentarily stunned, but soon all three figures disappeared. No, that is not right. Kakashi was well aware that the Umbu beside the Hokage, at least the one just now, was definitely not someone he recognized. Although no one came out to stop him, which made him feel a bit paranoid, the way they left just now was unsettling. Kakashi immediately followed and tried to track them down, but the person had already vanished without a trace. This made Kakashi furious, and he ran straight toward the Hokage building. On the other side, Lin was surprised as the path grew increasingly strange. Aren't we heading to the Hokage building? I thought we were going to the Hokage building. We're actually going to Danzo's place, said the masked man. Since we've already brought the person here, there is no chance to leave now. Let us go in. With that, the barrier was broken, and a passage appeared before Lin and the others. In the next moment, Lin was urged to enter. The eerie atmosphere made her feel uneasy, and she wanted to struggle, but had no chance at all. Perhaps sensing her intention to make a sound, the two masked men struck her down, rendering her unconscious and transporting her inside. Meanwhile, Shimura Danzo, who had been waiting, showed no concern for whether she was unconscious. Is this the guy who has come back to life? I just want to know what this resurrected person is like and whether it contributes to my research. Also, is there anything else being concealed, like that system or the multiverse? If I can find it directly, perhaps I can gain something from it. At that point, the position of Hokage will be mine. This is all to make me the next Hokage. It's all for Konoha. Chapter 122, Obito's arrival. Looking at Lin, Danzo's eyes revealed a hint of greed. He sent her directly to the laboratory, intending to determine what was going on with her, whether her physical structure had any issues, and if her mind was being controlled. Although people from the Yamanaka clan had already studied her, he didn't trust anyone else to handle such matters without his personal intervention. As time slowly passed, when Kakashi and the third Hokage arrived at that location, Lin was already in a state of near death. Lin, upon seeing her, Kakashi couldn't contain his anger. On the side, Sarutobi Hiruzen acted first, grabbing Danzo and saying, "Lock him up for now until I deal with this." The Umbu beside the Hokage acted immediately, leaving Kakashi no chance to explode in anger. He could only rush to Lin's side and look for a medical ninja. "This is all for Konoha, Hiruzen. You will definitely regret this," Danzo said, showing no signs of panic. On the contrary, he had been through such situations countless times and knew Sarutobi wouldn't do anything to him. They still needed him. He was arrested and kept under strict surveillance. "Danzo, you no longer hold any position. Just stay put. I want to let go of anyone who harms Konoha's ninja." Feeling Kakashi's presence, Sarutobi spoke with righteous indignation. This time you may have one, but I will come back." Danzo offered no resistance and was quickly taken away by the Umbu. Lin. Kakashi looked at Lin, who had been lost and then regained, but was now again in a dire state, and he was at a loss for words. "Don't be sad. If it's for Konoha, my life is nothing," Lin said, disregarding the medical ninja beside her, trying to comfort Kakashi. "This was just an accident. We can't give up like this." Sarutobi was giving orders on the side, determined to save her. This made the medical ninja work desperately to save her. In the end, her life was saved, but many of her body's meridians were damaged, rendering her incapacitated. She could not mobilize chakra, as if she had lost all energy. Moreover, her physical condition was severely compromised, making it difficult for her to live like a normal person. She had become a semi-invalid. Although Sarutobi promised to give them an explanation, he soon faded from the scene. Time passed slowly. In a dark cave, a masked man was deep in thought when suddenly, a figure clad in white appeared before him. "White Zetsu, do you have news?" The masked man looked at White Zetsu. "This is big news. It's good news, Obito," White Zetsu said with a smile. He was eager to see Obito, who had become increasingly pretentious, display other expressions. "Call me Madara, and just tell me the news directly." The masked man showed some impatience. White Zetsu, however, was not intimidated. "Of course, the news still needs to be conveyed. I just received word that Konoha is currently searching for some kind of light sphere, like an invitation. As he spoke, White Zetsu took out the invitation. With countless clones, he had people everywhere. Creating such an invitation was not out of reach. An invitation? Is that the good news you're talking about? Obito snatched the invitation from White Zetsu with a look of disdain. Although he sensed the information on it, it was of no concern to him. Things like the multiverse space, QA rewards, he didn't care. Only the world of infinite Tsukuyomi could allow everyone to live the life they desired. The good news I'm referring to ISNT, I've gathered some intel in the Land of Fire. It said that recently, they had a ninja who was resurrected, all because of this thing. White Zetsu quickly explained. Resurrected? What side effects does it have? Obito, who was familiar with the resurrection ninjutsu, inquired. It seems there are no side effects. Oh, that's not entirely correct. It said that the resurrected person has been captured and studied by Konoha's higher-ups, and now they're in a miserable state, having become a waste. White Zetsu said, eagerly anticipating what expression Obito would have next. Konoha's higher-ups? That must be that guy Danzo. The third Hokage is so protective of his reputation. He wouldn't do something like that. Obito immediately had an idea. You sure know a lot. Haha. Want to take a guess at who the resurrected person is? White Zetsu looked at Obito with a special smile, as if about to reveal some bad news. Just say it. I'm not interested in Konoha. Could it be Uchiha Madara or Senju Hashirama? Obito scoffed, but in the next moment, his anger flared up. Her name is Lin Yawara, you know. I thought you'd be happy about this. With a very disappointed expression, White Zetsu blurted out. This remark made Obito almost spit blood. What are you talking about? Rin Noera? Obito's Sharingan activated. Damn it. He had never even considered resurrecting Rin himself. To have such a false version of Rin brought back to life like this was infuriating. Damn it, who is it? Looking at White Zetsu's expression, Obito realized this guy was not lying to him. The anger on his face suggested that if the person who resurrected Rin Noera were here, he would probably beat them to death on the spot. Don't be so excited. Isn't resurrection a good thing? It's said to be a real resurrection with a real body, thanks to Shimura Danzo's research. Shut up. Before White Zetsu could finish, Obito was already glaring at him with his Sharingan. Fine, you win. Seeing Obito's angry demeanor, White Zetsu was not afraid. However, he chose not to provoke him further. This guy had indeed become arrogant lately, but for now, they were still allies. Shimura Danzo and this invitation, bastard, they all deserve to die. Find out what happened in Konoha and tell me. Obito said, I was already prepared for this. White Zetsu said carefully. Although not entirely certain, he had already said something close to the truth. After all, Konoha's commotion was so significant that some people would surely know about the mission and the situation, and those people would naturally become White Zetsu's prey. With a dark expression after hearing all this, Obito wished he could directly appear in Konoha and kill Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kakashi, the Nine Tails. At this moment, Obito wished he could unleash another Nine Tails attack on Konoha. And regarding the multiverse space and the system matters, come with me to take a look. Obito wasted no time. It was better to check the situation, find that person who resurrected Rin, and eliminate them to prevent any future threats. Such a person absolutely could not exist. An imitation of Rin Noera was absolutely not allowed. Just the two of us? Should we bring some people along? White Zetsu suggested. They had not yet confirmed the authenticity of that multiverse space, but the abilities were certainly special. Otherwise, it wouldn't have appeared, something even Konoha's higher-ups were envious of. They had even brought people out for research. No need, just us. Inform Nagato about the multiverse invitation and tell him we will act first. Obito was focused on checking the existence of that person who resurrected Rin, wanting to find and eliminate them. He could temporarily postpone other matters. After all, the Moon Eye plan had not yet begun. I'll follow your lead. Seeing Obito's domineering tone, White Zetsu appeared to be bullied and obediently complied. Regarding the situation in Konoha, it was not only known by the people here. Others from different countries had some information. However, they had not fully confirmed it yet, nor had they found the invitation. Over here in the world of Hokage, only the frustrated Obito and White Zetsu managed to find the invitation and enter. Meanwhile, in another location, in the time where Tatsumi was, after enduring numerous hardships, he quickly arrived at the imperial capital. This time, upon reaching the imperial capital, he did not waste time looking for any military enlistment routes. Instead, he went straight to Alia's house. With long, beautiful black hair and dressed like a high school girl, his fair thighs were bare. That's right, Tatsumi was currently dressed in women's clothing, and he had been wearing it for quite some time. He had gotten used to it. To avoid drawing attention, He even wore a wig and did a bit of makeup. Coupled with his originally delicate face, he looked like a flat-chested girl, holding a long sword. He looked quite challenging. On the way to Alia's house, little girl, walking alone at this time on our turf. Didn't anyone tell you this road is ours? Tatsumi initially planned to take a detour, but ended up in an alley. 3 thugs spotted Tatsumi, and their eyes lit up. Is this the trash from the imperial capital? Seeing the 3 men in front of him, Tatsumi immediately made a judgment. He spoke coldly. He was not here to play any childish games. He was here to rescue his 2 companions or find them. You got some guts calling us trash? You'll soon find out whether we're trash or not. We'll make you very comfortable, and later we'll sell you to that Joy Street. Haha, and then you can spend every day with those trash guys. Those guys are the real trash. Don't talk so much to her. I've had enough. If you dare to come to our turf, you must leave something behind. Each of the 3 spoke as they moved closer, trying to pressure Tatsumi. Tatsumi had already placed his hand on the longsword. Although he was confident in his strength to crush these guys, he did not let his guard down. He had learned a lot in that system space. Moreover, he remembered Kakashi's advice, do not trust anyone. Just as he was about to draw his sword to slay the thugs, a hearty voice suddenly descended from the sky. When did this place become your turf? Why didn't I know anything about it? A blonde, busty woman appeared. Upon seeing her, Tatsumi recognized her immediately. Let me show you how powerful the so-called turf owner really is. The thugs had no chance to say much as they panicked upon seeing the blonde woman. They did not even see her as a predator looking at her prey. Clearly, they recognized this tough woman. Go to hell. Boom, boom, boom. With the sounds of bones breaking and twisting, several bloodless corpses fell to the ground. She would not show mercy to these guys. She had no idea how many women had been sold to Joy Street by them. It was just that she had not yet completely grasped how to take down Joy Street. Otherwise, thinking of this, the blonde woman released a dangerous aura. The next moment, seeing the black-haired girl in front of her, she realized, sorry, I scared you. It's all right now. You can just go. If anyone asks anything, just tell them the truth. If there's any trouble, you can push it all onto me. And these guys are trash. Be careful. Don't think just because you learned a few sword moves that you're invincible. These guys have many insidious tricks. I killed them quickly just now. Otherwise, you would have seen it. The words have been said, so be careful on your way. There are many roads and people like this in the surrounding area. The blonde woman reminded. Looking at the black-haired woman, she felt that she resembled Chihong a bit, but quickly dismissed the thought. After speaking, the blonde woman was about to leave, but before she turned around, she thought of something. Right? Should I take you to the main road? Although the other party hadn't said a word, she still felt a good impression towards this girl who resembled Chihong to some extent. If something happened to her after she left, it would truly be a sin. Tasmi hesitated and spoke up. I want to find a noble or a wealthy merchant named Elia. Could you take me there if possible? The voice that came out was naturally male, but fortunately, his voice was quite neutral. Your voice sounds a bit like a man's. The blonde woman studied him carefully. This was a voice that an ordinary person wouldn't pay much attention to, yet it caught her notice. And Elia, that family seems to be one of their targets. But they hadn't confirmed any action yet. Is this an enemy? While thinking, the blonde woman looked at Tasmi and had already confirmed some of his physical traits. This guy was a man, just dressed in women's clothing. Are you a pervert? Even she, who was usually carefree, couldn't help but make a sarcastic remark. In broad daylight, a man dressed like this in a small alley. Looking for excitement? A man on top of a man, strong man, locking a man, approaching men? Various images flashed in the blonde woman's mind and quickly dissipated. Chapter 123 Redemption. Being suddenly called out like this, Tasmi was a bit taken aback. But he quickly noticed the other party's expression. Sorry for the interruption. He didn't elaborate further. The most important thing now was to find Shayu and the others. Tasmi planned to bypass the blonde woman and leave directly. Hey, what do you want with that family? Seeing Tasmi bypass her like this, Leona felt a bit dissatisfied, feeling ignored, looking for someone. I might have a friend who was captured by them. Tasmi initially didn't want to say anything, but seeing her expression that seemed to insist on not letting him go without an explanation, he still explained a bit. Fortunately, based on what they knew previously, they should be in a hostile relationship with that family. Captured? Should I say deceived? Your friend is really unfortunate. Leona was silent for a moment before speaking again. I'll take you there. My name is Leona. What's yours? Knowing this situation, Leona hesitated a bit and planned to lead the way. Tasmi, nice name. It's really difficult for you to dress like this as a man. Let us go. They quickly left the alley one after the other and moved towards the outside. With Leona, this local leading the way, they soon arrived at a very luxurious courtyard. This is it, but the defenses are very strict. I advise you not to act recklessly. Leona originally wanted to say something else, but she quickly sensed that the person beside her had already disappeared, really too impatient, and she didn't even say thank you. Tasmi couldn't help but act as soon as he arrived here, which naturally made Leona a bit uncomfortable. Now she had confirmed Leona's identity, so she didn't do much. She just transmitted this information to her organization. If someone really acted first, it would have some impact on their plans later. Inside the mansion, after Tasmi disappeared inside, he was quickly noticed by the guards everywhere. It wasn't that his abilities were lacking, but that there were too many guards here, having done too many guilty things, and in a place like the Imperial capital, it was natural to have more guards. Who are you? Don't move, or we want to be polite. The guards, each holding weapons, quickly approached. Tasmi's expression was indifferent, his attention completely not on these people. Noticing the situation in the courtyard, he quickly found the location of the warehouse. If it were the old him, he might have been stopped by the guards. But after 2 enhancements and gaining the women's clothing buff, his speed had reached a level where he could directly leave those guards behind. So fast. Not good. They're going to the warehouse. Notify the master. Seeing this scene, the guards' expressions turned a bit ugly. They were still clear about who this family was. But they also had to live, they had to do their jobs, so they could only turn a blind eye and pretend they didn't see anything. Now seeing the possible danger of exposure, everyone was a bit flustered. Some chased after the warehouse, while others went directly to find their master. At this moment, Tasmi had already broken through the warehouse's large door. Upon seeing the hellish scene again, the surrounding blood made him very uncomfortable. Shayuyas, I'm here to save you. Tasmi shouted loudly. Help me, help me. Someone inside was making a sound, very weak, clearly on the verge of death. Shayuyas. But this voice was not his companion's at all. Tasmi quickly continued shouting. But soon he thought of something. Maybe he was too fast this time, and Yeyas and the others hadn't arrived here yet. Thinking this, he breathed a sigh of relief. If they hadn't arrived here, then they were either in this family's house or in the Imperial capital. According to the timing, it should be about right. Tasmi thought to himself, already planning to head over to the house to take a look. He glanced at the person calling for help, but the other party looked just like the future Yeyas, already spitting blood, with little consciousness left. They could die at any moment. It should be due to that disease. I don't have that ability. Feeling that someone was already gathering outside, Tasmi also knew that the guards had surrounded this place. He slowly walked out. As long as he dealt with the people here, maybe they could be saved. He didn't have the resources or the time to save these strangers. Little girl, stand still. You can't even catch a little girl? Hurry up and take action. Since you've already seen it, there is no need to be polite. The master has ordered, once caught, send her to him. The guards surrounded the warehouse. Some people were already slowly walking towards Tasmi. The weapons of the people here included firearms and cold weapons. Now, they all pointed at Tasmi. Seeing this scene, Tasmi didn't hold back any longer. You all know the situation here, right? And you're helping them deceive others? Little girl, you'll become one of them next. A guard said with a smug smile. Tasmi only sentenced him to death. Watching them approach, he looked like he had given up resisting. Have you seen them? A man and a woman. The man has short hair, the woman has long black hair, and they both have very fair skin. Tasmi described as he spoke. Are you talking about Shayu and Ayas? That Ayas guy is really arrogant, always saying he will repay the lady after joining the army, and he even seems to have taken a liking to her, which is quite laughable. And that Shayu, although a bit cautious, has already offended the lady, so she shouldn't expect to survive, especially with hair that the lady is jealous of. Are they your friends? It seems you are a bit smarter than them, already aware of the situation here. They're currently having their last meal, haha. Soon, the 3 of you will reunite in this warehouse, and you can thank us for that. If you want a quick end, just honestly tell me why you know about this warehouse and reveal the others with you otherwise. All right, enough talk. One of the guards had said too much, and his companions were already annoyed by his chatter. They directly ordered him to shut up and to capture Tasmi and take him back. With this command, Tasmi tightened his grip on the long sword in his hand. The power and speed erupted instantly, leaving a mark on the ground as his legs pulsed with energy. The flashes of blades and the sounds of gunfire erupted at that moment. The guards initially felt quite proud, but as one after another armed with cold weapons were cut down by Tasmi's sword, they truly lost their composure. Those with firearms began to shoot wildly, trying to kill him. Where did this monster come from? Watching Tasmi move with such swift grace in women's clothing, the guards went completely mad. However, Tasmi didn't pay much attention to them. He dodged, closed in, and swung his sword. Even bullets were sliced apart, and during this time, one guard captain's head was directly severed. The remaining guards lost their commander. The outside of the warehouse had turned into a bloodbath. Meanwhile, Leonai, who was observing from a distance, showed a different expression. This guy's strength is not weak at all. His power and speed are strong. But his techniques and skills are average, not comparable to Akash's. This guy, Leonai even had the thought of recruiting him into his organization. Encountering such an event in the imperial capital would surely lead to confusion about future matters. It would be a good opportunity then. He began urging others nearby to hurry over. The gunfire was quite loud. They needed to come quickly and leave fast. Inside the mansion, the family of Alia was hosting Ayaz and Shayu. They had no appetite left. Listening to the shouts and gunfire outside, their hearts felt heavy. Does such a thing happen in the imperial capital? The guards had already mentioned it. Just one person, possibly an assassin, so it would be better not to wander around. Alia's father spoke. This is the dark side of the imperial capital. Some people can never stand to see others do well, so, sigh. It's truly unfortunate that such things happen. Come on, drink something. The guard will handle the situation, so you all eat a bit more and prepare for news. Nothing will happen. The family quickly attended to their guests. Ayaz, you should eat more. Later, tell me about your adventures on the road. And Shayu, your hair makes me so envious. I can't experience what it's like with my curly hair. I'm so jealous. Alia warmly welcomed the two. This made Ayaz and Shayu feel a bit uncomfortable. However, their enthusiasm still allowed them to relax a little. They were guests, and as guests, they should follow the host's lead. As they spoke, the gunfire had finally stopped, which allowed them to breathe a little easier. They had seen the guards here, equipped with various fine weapons. It should be impossible for one person to cause any major incidents. Thank you, Uncle Alia, Ayaz politely said, looking at Alia's family. He showed a hint of unusual warmth while looking at Alia. Shayu, feeling helpless, said nothing more, raising the cup that had been drugged. The situation has been resolved. Let's eat. The guards will handle the follow-up. Watching the two about to drink, Alia's mother was polite. Once they drank, she would have two more playthings. She kept her eyes on them, waiting for them to drink. Just as Shayu and the others were about to bring the cups to their lips, a loud crash sounded from outside. A figure shot in quickly. Don't drink. The figure that rushed in startled everyone. The action of reaching for the drinks halted. Ayaz and Shayu quickly assumed a defensive stance, but they had no weapons nearby. After all, they were in someone else's house and still eating, so they could only grab the knives and forks on the table. Who are you? We're the guards. Seeing Tasmi covered in blood, Alia's family panicked. They completely lost their previous noble demeanor. This scene made them realize that it was likely the guards outside who had been dealt with. You will see them soon, Tasmi said coldly, looking at Alia's family, who had given him a bit of goodwill before they even met, but now evoked his hatred. Seeing that Ayaz and the others were unharmed, he felt relieved. They hadn't even started any research at the dining table yet. Alia's family had planned to say something, but Ayaz and Shayu were already on edge. Tasmi, why are you here? And what's with your outfit? Seeing Tasmi dressed in women's clothing and wearing a black wig, Ayaz recognized him. Shayu beside him had a strange expression as well. However, given the unusual situation, she also realized there was no point in wasting time talking. Not only was Tasmi a concern, but she was also wary of Alia's family. You know each other? You came specifically to deal with us? Alia's family, seeing Ayaz speak, directly questioned him, clearly recognizing him. There must be some misunderstanding here. Ayaz was also unclear as to why Tasmi had burst in here to kill, but he still trusted his companions here. They are not good people. They brought you here to imprison you as test subjects and objects of abuse. There are many who have been tortured to death in the warehouse over there. Whether you believe it or not, just help me catch them first. Tasmi didn't waste words and directly explained the situation. He also picked some important topics to let them know first. Upon hearing this news, Ayaz was at a loss for words. Test subjects? Objects of abuse? Looking at the blonde noble lady Alia beside him, with her delicate and pitiful appearance, and her mother, who was kind and graceful, always smiling. Her father had always been very friendly and harmonious, showing no malice toward them, the country folk. Could they really be bad people? We're being wronged. Hurry and stop him. I want to contact. Alia's family sensed that things were going south and was about to shout, especially Alia's mother, who took the opportunity to run toward the door to leave. However, her speed couldn't match Tasmi's. While trying to escape, she suddenly felt her body lighten, and then she lost control, falling forward, her head spinning in the air before hitting the ground. Finally, she landed hard, staring at her own headless corpse. Chapter 124. Don't be afraid at all. Tasmi. Ayaz looked at Tasmi as if he were a stranger, regardless of the actions or the strange outfit. Stop. Seeing Tasmi about to harm others, he couldn't help but want to intervene. He didn't want his friend to fall into this path. Trust him. Meanwhile, the black-haired girl looked at Tasmi, who also had black straight hair and was cross-dressing. Although the situation was odd, she chose to believe him, based on their bond since childhood. Yeaz paused upon hearing this. At that moment, Tasmi's blade flashed. Alia's father didn't have a chance to say anything more and met the same fate as his wife. Only Alia remained, completely terrified, collapsing to the ground. Why? Why do this? Alia was panicking, her helplessness fully displayed. If you want money, take it all. Just let me go. I will do anything. Please, let me go. Sobi. Tasmi, what is going on? Looking at Tasmi, whose sword was stained with blood, Yeaz spoke again. It wasn't that he wanted to say too much. It was just that he was completely bewildered by the situation. Moreover, Tasmi had started killing right away. There might be some misunderstanding involved. With various thoughts, he was indeed confused by Alia's performance. It would be better to ask her directly, but we must leave quickly. Tasmi glanced at his partner. Asked her about the situation in her family's warehouse, and why she keeps bringing outsiders home. Isn't this to entertain us? Yeaz looked at the delicious food on the table not far away. Are they planning to slaughter us? That was the most sinister thought he could come up with. Considering how they had been treated so kindly today, it didn't seem like that was the case. Human traffickers? Shayu spoke up from the side. When it came to a place like a warehouse, it was easy for her to associate it with trafficking. Bringing outsiders home and then satisfying their perverse desires through abuse is family, right? Tasmi looked at Alia, whose face was full of disbelief, and didn't give her any more opportunity to disguise herself. Deceiving outsiders with sweet words, then subjecting them to various tortures they enjoy. Playing with them until death. This is the true nature of this family. He then explained a bit to Shayu. Yeaz looked at Alia, then at his good brother, feeling incredulous. Why? Could it be like this? This way of life in the imperial capital is all wrong. Clearly, she is such a noble lady, living a life they couldn't even imagine. Why would she do such things? Is she twisted her mind? Is she sick? I don't know anything. I don't know what you're talking about. Alia tried to act, but her facade was already quite obvious. Her panic was showing. I've already been here. There's no use in continuing to deceive. I've been to the warehouse. Just take them there to see. As for you, Dai, thinking that if it weren't for him, his companions would be tortured to death. Tasmi's killing intent was fully revealed, especially for Shayu if he hadn't discovered it in advance. He wouldn't have seen her again before she died. Alia, who already knew that the matter was exposed, realized she couldn't keep pretending anymore. Facing death, she didn't continue to be afraid. Instead, she became frantic, her expression contorted. What is wrong with what I did? You are all just useless country folk, just like livestock. How I deal with you is my freedom. And you, clearly just a beast, yet your hair is so smooth and shiny. It's too arrogant. While I suffer so many troubles because of my curly hair, it's simply too much. You disgusting fool. Thinking I would ever like you? The noble lady went into a frenzy, performing a common act of exaggerated facial expressions. Her incessant babbling struck Yeaz hard, making him retreat in despair, like a man who had just faced a failed confession, while Shayu remained expressionless. She had sensed Alia's occasional envious and jealous glances before, but hadn't expected her to be so cruel. And Tasmi was even more ruthless than she had imagined. Just those two merciless words caused his sword, which had already been stained with countless blood, to be stained with more blood again. Even his black wig had some blood on it. A lot of blood splattered onto Tasmi, giving him an aura of special meaning. His two companions also clearly sensed that Tasmi's emotions were off at that moment. Are you okay? Tasmi, what happened to you after we separated? How did you know about their family? What is going on? Shayu and Yeaz stepped forward and began to ask. I'm fine. I was just so happy to see you. As they questioned him, Tasmi's tears began to flow uncontrollably, but he quickly forced himself to regain control. Since he arrived in that space, until now, he had been on edge. Even cross-dressing couldn't stop his advance. He had rushed to get here. Now that he discovered all of this was real, he almost lost two dear friends. After resolving this matter, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief and not be so tense anymore. After all, this is his partner. Don't cry anymore. I thought something had happened. I'm perfectly fine. Yeaz and Shayu knew nothing, but they could still sense Tasmi's excitement. However, looking at Tasmi in women's clothing was still quite uncomfortable. By the way, what's with your outfit? Did you expose a long-hidden hobby? Did you take the clothes that Shayu discarded before? Have you let yourself go since leaving the village? Seeing Tasmi's uncontrolled emotions, Yeaz joked. But one of his remarks made Shayu very unhappy, and she looked at Tasmi strangely, as if she was suspecting something. What are you talking about? How could I possibly? Feeling Shayu's gaze, Tasmi felt embarrassed. He wiped away his tears, organized his emotions, and planned to explain. Hey kid, although I really don't want to disturb you, if you don't leave soon, someone is coming. A woman's voice suddenly rang out from outside. Riona looked at Tasmi, who had taken out this entire family by himself, and was a bit surprised. How cold-blooded. Truly a good material for a killer. And indeed, someone had already arrived. They should leave. Hearing the voice and turning to see the figure, Tasmi froze. Ayaz and Sayu had already become alert. After all, given the current situation, no need to be so nervous. This young handsome guy and I are friends, right? Riona said with a smile while winking at Tasmi. Damn it, Tasmi, you life winner. You have to tell me everything later so I can envy you properly. Ayaz saw Riona and noticed this revealing blonde older sister. Does this little brother have any thoughts about his sister? No thoughts at all. Ayaz shook his head directly at Riona's words. Tasmi might have someone he liked, but he wouldn't act recklessly. Just envy. Sayu glanced at Riona, then looked at herself, lowering her head to see her feet. Man. She rolled her eyes and continued to keep a wary eye on Riona. Now she didn't trust anyone except Tasmi and Ayaz, and was just waiting to see how Tasmi would respond. What brings you here? Tasmi frowned. That space had already proven to be real. The future would indeed happen. So this exposed woman is the so-called Night Raid Killer Group, an entity opposed to the Imperial capital. Getting involved with them. Tasmi felt it wouldn't lead to anything good. I brought you here, okay? Little brother, I didn't ask you for a fare, and you have this attitude? Riona looked as if she had been bullied. Sorry, I misspoke. What I meant was, you aren't leaving. I'm going to leave, but that's later. Someone is already coming to check the situation outside. Aren't you leaving? Riona replied, while turning her head. She wasn't lying. People had already arrived outside. Follow me. If you get caught, you're done for. Of course, if you don't believe me, that's up to you. Riona took the lead. What should we do? Let's follow. Tasmi didn't hesitate any longer and followed her. Given his current situation, there was no need to say more. He had killed people, even entire families, including their guards. If they stayed here, it was clear they would only be wanted and would have to hide. They might have missed someone or made too much noise, causing people to come this way. But that was no longer important. Running away was the way to go. In the slums of the Imperial capital, this was Riona's territory. This place was quite different from that big mansion. Even the roads were much worse. She led the three of them into a small wooden house. Although this wooden house was small and didn't look great, it was quite well equipped, with an even smaller area outside that seemed like a bathing place. You can stay here for now, Riona said directly. The slums won't have too many people coming over. Even if someone dies here, not many will care. But you mustn't act recklessly and expose yourselves. Thank you, big sister. Ayaz thought she was an acquaintance. Moreover, leading them to escape and even preparing a place for them. She had previously taken Tasmi to rescue him. Plus, she was so beautiful, with blonde hair and curly hair, simply a mature version of Ilya. How could someone like her be a bad person? Ayaz was purely forgetting the pain after the scars had healed. You should call me sister. Riona clearly wasn't satisfied with this title. Okay, big sister, got it, big sister. Ayaz said directly. Just as Riona was about to say something to Ayaz, Tasmi spoke up. Why are you helping us? Just say whatever you need to. Sayu was checking the condition of the house nearby, finding no danger. It was enough for the three of them to stay. Although it would definitely be somewhat inconvenient, it was nothing for them. He, who doesn't know that I'm Riona, always willing to help. Riona said, of course, if you have some money, that would be even better. Riona casually mentioned money, not really expecting them to have much. This directly caused Tasmi's expression to change slightly. If nothing unexpected happened, based on the previous situation, his money would have been swindled by this person. We're from the countryside. We came out this time to earn money and go back. We don't have any money. Before Ayaz could speak, Tasmi had already spoken up. This made him shut his mouth. Then forget it. I don't expect you to have much money anyway. Just stay here. I will come and check on you later and gather some information for you. If you don't trust me, you can leave any time, but if you have a chance, you can come back here to contact me. Remember to close the door behind you. People here don't hold back when stealing. Goodbye, little brother and little sister. Riona could actually see Tasmi's wariness towards her. She felt it was quite normal. It would be strange if he wasn't cautious. After greeting them, she quickly left. As for whether to let him join the night raid, that still needed to be confirmed. Although he truly seemed to be a talent. Moreover, he had already begun to sense the darkness of the Imperial capital. What a pity. Why was he not here now? With regret, Riona left without looking back, leaving Tasmi and the others behind. So what now? Should we stay? Sayu asked, having already checked around and found no issues. They had just arrived in the Imperial capital and weren't familiar with the place. Now that someone had provided them with a place to stay, they were a bit distrustful. mainly due to their previous experience with Elia. Let us stay for now, but don't trust others too much. When resting, everyone should keep an eye on the surroundings. Tasmi paused for a moment before speaking. Who is that big sister? She looks pretty good. Suddenly, Yaya spoke up from the side. He felt she was indeed impressive. This is also what I want to tell you next, although it might be a bit exaggerated. You mustn't be afraid of what I'm about to say. Tasmi looked at the two of them as he spoke. This made Yaya's a bit more serious. Yeah, we won't be scared. When have you ever seen me scared? He recalled when he was chased by a dangerous creature as a child, only to be saved by the instructor in the end. That was when we were kids, it doesn't count. I'm talking about now as adults. He continued. I previously provoked Sayu and then was chased around the village 10 times by her. I was just being a good man who doesn't fight with bad women. I was just letting her be, Yaya said defiantly. Meanwhile, Sayu's gaze towards him was already filled with danger. Chapter 125. After the ruckus over the frog fruit. The two listened as Tasmi explained a bit about his current situation. A universal QA game? There's such a thing? So you knew in advance that we would be in trouble? Sayu would be tortured to death. I would die because of a virus? Yayas looked at Tasmi. If it weren't for the recent experiences in Tasmi's current situation, he might have wanted to twist Tasmi's head off to see if something was wrong. So can you still go there? Sayu asked a question from the side, which made Yayas widen his eyes, wanting an answer. No, you need an invitation letter. Tasmi touched his own long black hair and spoke. He had already gotten used to his current outfit, and he had started to yearn for that space. Once everything was settled and people were saved, the next step would be to find an invitation letter to try go to that space. He wanted to share this idea with Yayas, and no one refused. In any case, let's first see what's going on. Given the current situation, Tasmi couldn't possibly fool them. So, regarding the invitation letter, the three of them shifted their focus and began to formulate a plan for the search. Meanwhile, in the QA space, Kyle was not unaware of the changes in other worlds. He just habitually sent out some invitation letters again. And this time, it opened again? Quite fast indeed. Kyle was originally waiting for someone from the Vinsmoke family, but the news hadn't arrived yet, and the system had already set things in motion. The people who came this time were quite special, from various worlds, including their own. The pirate world, the Naruto world, and even a certain scientific railgun. Upon entering the QA space, he scanned the crowd. Among them, a brown-haired girl in a high school skirt stood at one side, already quite vigilant. Misaka Makoto. That seemed to be her name. Earlier, Kyle only remembered her being called Railgun, but her real name was a bit forgotten. The system's business had expanded again, adding another world. With these thoughts, he maintained a calm expression on the outside. Administrator Kyle, is it my turn this time? When Kyle appeared, a man resembling a flamingo spoke up, looking at Kyle with ill intentions. I'm very interested in you. I think we will become friends. If that's what you want to say, just sit down honestly, Kyle replied, not having a good impression of this flamingo-like character. TCH, you're really unfriendly to pirates. Your attitude could upset a lot of people. Doflamingo naturally knew who Kyle was and what his attitude was towards others. He didn't say much more, appearing to act as if he was kindly reminding Kyle, and directly sat down, his tall body causing the chair to creak under him, which he ignored, casually placing his legs on the table. This disgusted those around him. Hey, where's this place? Why did that invitation letter just bring me here? Kidnapping students from Academy City won't end well. Misaka Makoto looked at this strange tall guy. It seemed that there wasn't anyone like him in their Academy City. At least not normal people. Is this the QA space? Besides Misaka Makoto, another masked guy and a white figure were also speaking. That looked like Uchiha Obito and White Zetsu. In the Naruto world, besides them, there were other people too. A white-haired man wearing a peculiar forehead protector was now observing the crowd. His gaze sweeping over Misaka Makoto's body before stopping briefly at her chest and then disdainfully moving away. Hey, your gaze is disgusting, old man. Misaka Makoto was not a person who could be easily intimidated. She was a level 5 Esper from Academy City. Moreover, since coming here, she had been cautious. How could she not notice anything? Sorry, little girl, I was just used to looking. No other meaning, Jiraiya said, looking at Misaka Makoto with an apologetic expression. He had indeed just glanced out of habit. This little girl seemed to be approaching adulthood, but her development appeared a bit lacking. Of course, that still depended on the individual. He had a friend who was small before, but was different now. Disgusting, perverted old man. Oomph. Misaka Makoto was a bit irritable, and the electric sparks on her body flickered, looking ready to strike. Hey, don't start a fight. Don't you know the rules here? Kyle suddenly spoke up. This was directed not only at Misaka Makoto, but also at Doflamingo, who was not behaving even while sitting, still looking for an opportunity to strike at them. A puppeteer? Jiraiya sensed something like a thread and began to speculate. Is there no one who can answer questions? He looked at the chaotic crowd that either spoke randomly or ignored him. The tension was palpable. Kyle felt this was the first time he encountered such unruliness. Doflamingo and Jiraiya, who was always probing, were glaring at him, and Misaka Makoto was also a hot-tempered character. The rules here prohibit fighting. As he spoke, the power within him erupted, turning the QA space into an icy chamber. Ice ability? That's quite powerful and rare, Misaka Makoto thought. Ice release? The people from the Naruto world also had their own thoughts. Doflamingo actually became honest all of a sudden. He had seen Kaido struggle with this guy, and Kaido had even lost his temper several times, wanting to come over and cause trouble. However, until now, he had not had the opportunity to act. Finally, he listened to people. I want to say much. You should have received the invitation when you came, right? Just confirm the rules yourself. Kyle spoke directly to these newcomers. I mean, are they really people from another world? Could it be that the system is just making things up? Should we kill a few to confirm? Doflamingo appeared curious. Such words naturally made the atmosphere at the scene quite subtle. Fighting is not allowed here. If you cause trouble again, I'll let you die here first to give it a try. Others might be afraid of your background, but I won't care. Looking at this gloomy guy, Kyle was directly displeased. He wasn't cooperating and still wanted to cause trouble here, affecting his task collection and wasting his time. Was that fun? Doflamingo's expression also darkened at this threat. I haven't heard such words in a long time. Feel free to test it if you don't believe me. I believe it, of course, just here. He had initially wanted to show off to Kyle, but given the current situation, it was clear that Kyle was even more hostile towards pirates than he had thought. Even his identity wouldn't help. At that moment, Misaka Makoto had also finished receiving the information. QA space, a game? That deceptive thing. Initially, she thought it was interesting to pick up something and agreed casually, but she didn't expect this thing to be so deceptive, directly bringing her here. That was uncomfortable. As for Jiraiya and Obito, they had already confirmed things. Even Obito and White Zetsu had received news specifically to come over. Since they already knew the news, there was no need to waste time. Let us get started. Kyle directly refreshed the question. In front of the people in the QA space, a display screen began to appear. Seeing this, someone was momentarily stunned, but quickly returned to a blank expression. The first question is yours. The three of you can answer. He directly looked at the three from the Hokage world. Kyle's words made Jiraiya and Uchiha Obito exchange glances. In fact, Jiraiya had long been researching this masked man. This guy resembles the legendary one who attacked Konoha. He just wasn't sure of this guy's identity yet. If he had ties to Konoha, he should know the news by now. Obito, however, didn't care about Jiraiya's gaze at all. Although he was Minato's student, he wasn't familiar with Jiraiya. There was no need to look so warmly. Thanks. Now, they should focus on Kyle and this system. Especially Obito, although he hadn't said much since coming here. Almost like he had no presence. In reality, he was already contemplating the probability of killing the people here, including Kyle, or rather, mainly Kyle. This guy who might manage this place and revive Rin. He had researched it but hadn't had the opportunity when Obito sensed Kyle's attack earlier. He also felt a threat. If he was continuously attacked, even he wouldn't be able to handle it. So he still had to be cautious. For now, let us see what this thing is. Multiple choice question. Who conspired with Hanzo in the Land of Rain to cause the death of Jiraiya's disciple Yahiko? 1. Uchiha Madara 2. Uchiha Obito 3. Sarutobi Hiruzen 4. Shimura Danzo. Reward. Zoan type, Devil Fruit, Toad Fruit. Penalty. Physical condition weakened by half. Yahiko. As soon as this question came out, Jiraiya was stunned. He knew this person, but he had never known how his disciple had gotten into trouble. And none of the people listed could be considered Konoha citizens. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo go without saying. The Uchiha surname already represented their identity. Didn't we say Konoha people wouldn't attack Konoha people? Jiraiya had absolutely no clues about this answer. I'll do it, I know the answer. Obito was about to say something, but upon seeing the penalty, he looked at White Zetsu. The latter cooperated fully and began to speak. The person who conspired with Hanzo to kill Yahiko is Shimura Danzo. Although Yahiko committed suicide, he still died at the hands of his own companions. But the mastermind behind it all was Danzo. Originally, Hanzo wanted to ally with them. It was entirely Konoha's people who did harm. As White Zetsu spoke, it seemed like he was reminding Jiraiya of something. This directly left Jiraiya at a loss for words. Konoha's people did harm. Although war is war, and there might be no way, or it could be an accident, given the current situation and receiving this news. Jiraiya was still somewhat at a loss for words. Danzo. Damn it. Thinking of his teacher's good buddy, Jiraiya knew what kind of person he was. Not only was he not a good person, but he also led his good buddy Orochimaru astray. Now he couldn't find Orochimaru anymore. Danzo. Correct answer. Kyle directly let that guy choose the answer. As Kyle began to verify, the marker for the correct answer appeared. This result made Jiraiya lower his head. But soon he reacted and looked at Obito and the others. These guys seemed to know what was going on behind the scenes, and might even know what had happened. Reward sent. As Kyle confirmed the sending, a very strange fruit quickly appeared in front of White Zetsu. How is this thing used? White Zetsu asked curiously, and his appearance didn't quite fit with such a cute demeanor. Zoan-type devil fruit. After eating it, you will gain the ability to permanently transform into an animal. Developing it still depends on yourself. The advantage is that physical recovery ability will greatly improve, while the downside is that you will be afraid of certain special substances, like seawater and sea stone in our world. Kyle spoke directly. Theoretically, this thing should make people not fear water. But in other situations, how it specifically turns out depends on their own attempts. Afraid of seawater, this thing is really scary. White Zetsu said with a strange expression. This indeed added a weakness for them. But White was being polite about the fruit. Even if they wouldn't use it, they could give it to others. Besides, even if this thing has side effects now, they could research it later. Who knows, maybe it would eliminate this ability. This is a good thing. Do you want it? He looked at Obito playfully, even offering the green fruit to him. If you eat this, you can turn into a toad. A toad wants to eat swan meat. The dog-licking Obito is actually quite suitable for this fruit. White Zetsu didn't say much, but directly made Obito feel malice. You should keep this thing for yourself. With a glance, he abandoned it and showed no interest. Given the current situation, Obito had lost all interest in this false world. What he really wanted to know now was whether the infinite Tsukuyomi plan succeeded and what exactly this system was. He had had enough of this fake world. Moreover, now there was a fake Rin appearing, which was disgusting. It made him feel nauseous. Rin is irreplaceable. The dead Rin is not the real Rin, but a fake one. Chapter 126. Bonds like father and son. What is this scene? After White Zetsu obtained the item, the system panel displayed an additional video. In the video, Jiraiya immediately recognized several familiar voices in the Akatsuki organization. Hanzo had already given the message that as long as they cooperated with him, peace would soon come. The land of rain would be peaceful. Yahiko and the others from the Akatsuki organization were happily discussing this. During this time, some scenes appeared showing the previous situation where Hanzo sent someone to relay messages. Seeing that his own disciple was genuinely working hard for peace, Jiraiya felt gratified. But thinking about their current situation, he felt a wave of frustration, and he was even more displeased with Danzo in the village. It was all because of them. And this masked man, he wouldn't believe that this guy was just coincidentally there. It was just about the previous village incident. Yahiko's situation might also be related to them. Otherwise, they wouldn't know so clearly. Goodness. It seems that all the disciples he took in have some connection to him. Is he going to end up being the one who gets played in the end? Jiraiya couldn't help but think. The plot in the video began to change dramatically. Danzo appeared, once again wanting to continue expanding the war, with impersonators from the Rock Village attacking Yahiko and the others, but they were ultimately repelled. The Rinnegan was directly exposed, catching Danzo's attention on Nagato. Was that the power of the Rinnegan? A terrifying power. What to do? Since the Akatsuki had already taken action, other teams impersonating ninjas from other countries would also be in danger. For the future of Konoha, they absolutely could not stop fighting with the Rock Village. Danzo and the Umbu members' dialogue completely exposed their conspiracy. Whether it was the Rinnegan or this guy ruining his plans, it was unforgivable. In the constantly raining village, at Hanzo's residence in the Land of Rain, Danzo killed some ninjas to provide the Akatsuki members and then negotiated cooperation with Hanzo. This was not just targeting other ninja villages, it also included the Akatsuki organization. He directly used schemes to make Hanzo and the Akatsuki clash. The methods used were very much in line with a ninja style. He directly sent someone to poison and capture Konan as a threat. Yahiko, I want you the leader. To die here. Hanzo, the Rain Village ninjas, and Danzo's route appeared in front of Yahiko and Nagato, threatening them with Konan. Yahiko, Konan, Nagato. Watching his disciples' experiences, Jiraiya didn't know what to say. He initially thought there was some mistake leading to a powerful ninja's death. He didn't even have the chance to confirm the situation. Now, seeing that they were being betrayed by people from his own village, Jiraiya's feelings were very complicated. He was also thinking about whether he should find an opportunity to beat Danzo when he returned. He had painstakingly cultivated these people, especially seeing Yahiko in the video. Fighting for Konan and the Akatsuki, Yahiko had no choice but to die at Nagato's hands. You and Konan must live. After leaving these words, Yahiko lost his breath. Move. After Yahiko died at Nagato's hands, Hanzo and Danzo directly prepared to act, and Nagato and Konan had no intention of letting them go either. The reason they did that just now was merely to weaken their combat power. Moreover, without the leader as the core, the others would be easy to handle. As Hanzo grew older, he was no longer the ambitious demigod he once was and had started using such methods. Danzo. Jiraiya even entertained the idea of going to the Land of Rain to find Hanzo. I remember that Hanzo died without anyone knowing, and it was only revealed in the end. Continuing in the video, when Yahiko died at his hands, Nagato erupted, disregarding everything in his grief. The Outer Path Golem. With no other choice, Nagato was pushed to his limits. He unleashed a powerful rage and killing intent, with only Yahiko's last words remaining in his mind. Now he only wanted to kill them, to kill everyone here, regardless of whether his life force could endure. For Konan, Nagato summoned the Outer Path Golem once again, even disregarding everything to let the golem absorb his chakra and life force. The Outer Path Golem also unleashed formidable combat power, leaving despair among the ninjas present, with many being quickly killed by the dragon forms conjured by the golem. Just touching it meant death. This high combat power might have made Yahiko, if he were still alive, ask, "Did my survival affect your output?" And Nagato was incredibly strong, with the help of the Outer Path Golem. He pressured both Danzo and Hanzo, killing many of their subordinates and saving Konan. He repelled Hanzo, while Danzo had already vanished. Besides plotting against others, running away was also something he was very good at. What tragedy. After watching all this, Misaka Makoto could only think this one thought. She was crippled, and her partner was dead or injured. This guy called Nagato was also quite tragic. Every time she saw this power, it felt terrifying. Obito commented on the Outer Path Golem from the side. His voice was quite low, and no one paid much attention. Only White Zetsu next to him heard it. Naturally, White Zetsu wouldn't say much at this time. Have you all finished watching? Then let's move on to the next one. Still from your world. Kyle spoke up. Although some were still recovering from that scene, he didn't care much. After all, they had already shown it to them, and the rewards had been given. Have you finished watching? Is there nothing after this? This scene previously. White Zetsu originally wanted to say more to confirm, but as the conversation got longer, he was stopped by Obito. This guy sometimes just talks too much and acts foolishly. Jiraiya stared at these two, but in the end, he didn't do anything. There was really not much confidence here, and it wasn't confirmed either. He still had to wait until they left, without alarming the snake or anything. The next question is here. With Kyle's words, a new question popped up on their panel. Multiple choice. Who designed the plot to kill the first members of the Akatsuki in the Land of Rain? 1. Uchiha Obito. 2. Uchiha Madara. 3. Sarutobi Hiruzen. 4. Shimura Danzo. Reward, doubling of total chakra. Punishment, halving of physical constitution. The new question appeared. This made Jiraiya pause for a moment. The choices were still the same. He glanced over the options, focusing on the last one, Shimura Danzo. Could it really be him again? It was very likely, as this guy would go to any lengths to achieve his goals. This wasn't the first time he had heard of this. Without even speaking, Obito, who had already made up his mind, directly made his choice. So what if he was exposed? So what if he was found out? At this point, there was no turning back. Even if Jiraiya was here, it didn't matter. I choose Uchiha Obito. After all, he was the one who did it with his own hands. So he knew, and the doubling of chakra was beneficial for him. This is also why White Zetsu did not compete for it. If it were an item, he could just hand it over. But this ability, he preferred to do it himself. White Zetsu had no objections. Obito was stronger, which would be convenient for their future plans. Obito? Uchiha Obito? Jiraiya knew about this student of Minato. By now, he still hadn't received any news from Konoha. Otherwise, he should have known about him long ago. He stared at the system, wanting to confirm if this was real or just a pretense. No matter what, he had to be sure. Meanwhile, Kale looked at Uchiha Obito and directly announced the answer. This guy. The correct answer is Uchiha Obito. Congratulations. Hearing this, Jiraiya couldn't hold back anymore. It can't be Uchiha Obito. He has been dead for a long time. And how could he have gone to the Land of Rain? This. Jiraiya muttered, completely unable to accept this outcome. Neither Obito nor Kale said anything to him. He was only here to manage people, not to answer their endless questions. Once the answer was determined, it was time to announce it. The screen quickly appeared again. This also made Obito and the others recall the situation at that time, to make Nagato feel pain and despair. They planned this action to make the other members of the Akatsuki disappear, and then they reappeared. As Obito used his ability, a massacre erupted within the Akatsuki. Although there were still some capable individuals who could resist, they were no match for Obito, who was like a cheat code. In the end, when they tried to take everyone down with them, they didn't even get the chance to do anything before they were already dead. The gap in strength was really significant. Why? Why did you do this, Uchiha Obito? And you were the one who controlled the Nine Tails to attack Konoha, causing the deaths of Kushina and Minato, right? He was your teacher. What was it all for? Jiraiya couldn't help but ask at this moment, taking the opportunity while the other party was still here. Perhaps he could find out the answer. He looked at Uchiha Obito, waiting for a response. Obito didn't care. He felt the chakra he had just unleashed. The feeling of turning into Chakra Toner was truly wonderful. It significantly enhanced his abilities. Although this thing was somewhat of a double-edged sword, having it was better than not having it at all. The power he unleashed was not weak at all, making Jiraiya feel that this guy was becoming increasingly difficult to deal with. Why? After feeling the change in chakra, he slowly turned to the uncle who was speaking to him. What is there to question? If I had to say, everything is for peace. This world is too fake. It needs to change. So I did this. Obito looked at Jiraiya and said, the matter with the Nine Tails was just a coincidence. I didn't originally plan to take the Nine Tails at that time. In terms of means, I have plenty. I can do it whenever I feel like it. A whim? So Nagato died because of such a thing? He always said he wanted to be the Hokage, and you were like this. Jiraiya looked distressed, actually observing Obito's emotions. Given the current situation, he had to understand the other party. Hokage? That's something only fools would want to be. A false village, a false world. Even the higher-ups of Konoha are rotten to the core. Konoha is doomed. Its destruction is only a matter of time. Obito said word by word. This situation felt a bit boring. Why don't you all just fight once? Just kill one here, and there won't be any need for more nonsense. Doflamingo, who was watching from the side, spoke up, wanting to see them fight like watching monkeys. Jiraiya was unfazed. Obito was already staring at him. If it weren't for the inappropriate setting, he would have gone to cause trouble by now. When did he become someone to be watched like a monkey? What you been through? Konoha shouldn't have done anything to you, right? After saying this, Jiraiya stopped. He thought about how the Uchiha clan was completely gone now. Then he remembered that the Uchiha clan was already dead. That was a matter for later. So it had nothing to do with this. It should have been something that happened before. Obito glanced at Jiraiya and didn't say anything more. He had already said so much, there was no need to continue. After all, they weren't familiar with each other. No need to waste time. If you want to say something, you can wait until after the question is finished. There will be plenty of time to chat slowly afterward. Kale, who was on the side, didn't let them continue. He directly started the next question. Although it was interesting to watch their identities being exposed, Kale wasn't here to see that. He wanted them to answer the questions quickly and leave, and he wanted to obtain his reward. Here, he couldn't become stronger. He could only wait for the final reward. This made him feel somewhat uncomfortable, like an outsider. While speaking, he made the question appear. Multiple choice. Who killed the legendary Sannin Jiraiya in the Land of Rain? 1. Xiaonan. 2. Uchiha Obito. 3. Nagato. 4. Shimura Danzo. Reward. Perfect Sage Mode, Toad Fruit. Punishment, 1 arm. The next question. Originally, Jiraiya wanted to continue speaking, but looking at this question, it made him stop directly. The options, one by one, were all familiar faces. I'm not dead yet. What does this question mean? And these people chosen. Jiraiya looked at each name, locking onto Shimura Danzo and Uchiha Obito. The other two were instinctively excluded by him. After all, these were all children he had taught, and they had lived together in the past. Their feelings could be said to be like father and son. Chapter 127 Jiraiya and his disciples. What is going on with you people? Jiraiya questioned. Although he already had a sense that this place was indeed unusual, he still found it hard to believe. He didn't want to choose any of the people on this list. Not just him, even Obito and White Zetsu, who were standing by, noticed that something was wrong, but they had already made some guesses. Is this about the future? Like a prophecy? White Zetsu thought to himself. Things about foreseeing the future are rare in the ninja world, but not completely absent. At least that old toad in the Holy Land knows. But to really pinpoint and confirm something shouldn't be that simple. There is only a rough confirmation based on some information. This is the future on your timeline. Of course, according to the current situation, knowing their identities might change things, or you might just die at their hands in a different way. And that is not my concern. Kyle explained. He wasn't sure how this system worked. Anyway, what can be guessed is that this system is based on the original plot. It's the same here in One Piece as it is in the Naruto world. Time. Jiraiya listened in silence. He actually didn't want to believe this. Meanwhile, Obito and White Zetsu had already made a guess. According to their thoughts, anyone among these people could potentially be the one. However, in the land of rain, it was either Shao Nan or Nagato who would take action. They would also be very willing to see Nagato kill Jiraiya. Ultimately, between Nagato and Shao Nan, White Zetsu made a decision. I guess it's Nagato. If I'm not wrong, it should be him. White Zetsu made the judgment. Yet Jiraiya didn't even get the chance to answer the question. Nagato, what do you know? It seems you've done a lot of things behind the scenes. Originally, after seeing Yahiko's situation, Jiraiya thought that Nagato and the others had already died. Now, before the answer to the question came out, Jiraiya already thought of the possibility that Nagato and the others might not be dead, and that they were related to these guys. Nagato, who knows? That's not my business. If you want to know, then go find out yourself. Ha ha ha. White Zetsu's voice carried a provocative tone. Maybe you'll be killed early, Jiraiya-sama, the teacher of Nagato. Jiraiya's expression had already darkened significantly upon hearing this. Thinking of that boy with the sage eyes, he now also wanted to know what was going on with that guy. What is happening with him now? But as he thought, he also remembered Danzo. That bastard Danzo. Although he claimed it was for Konoha, if he remembered correctly, when Danzo was acting outside. The third Hokage had already ordered a ceasefire. They had already signed a ceasefire agreement with the Rock Ninja. No wonder the guy didn't say anything afterward. No wonder it inexplicably turned into a fight then. Bastard. Thinking of that guy who always claimed to be for Konoha, Jiraiya felt a wave of nausea. He also led Orochimaru astray, causing him to leave Konoha. He remembered this grudge, whether it was Yahiko and the others or their previous actions. After returning to Konoha this time, he had to give an account. Correct answer. Ka looked a bit surprised at White Zetsu. He directly announced the answer. This made Jiraiya's body stiffen. Am I really going to be killed by Nagato? Jiraiya found it hard to believe. The shy, kind, and loyal Nagato from before would really do such a thing to him. What the hell happened? Tell me. Jiraiya shouted loudly, not only looking at Kyle, but also at Obito and the others. Obito and White Zetsu directly ignored each other. Kyle directly gave the reward and revealed the scene at that time. While White Zetsu was still looking amazed at the ability he received, the image had already appeared. Successfully infiltrated. Is this the Rain Ninja Village? It truly lives up to its name. Jiraiya, using a toad to infiltrate the Rain Ninja Village, came out from the toad's mouth. After explaining a bit to the ninja toad, he carefully proceeded to enter the village. The village was a bit more peaceful than he expected. To investigate the situation, Jiraiya entered a yellow establishment without any selfish motives, looking for a woman about the same age as Tsunade, named Shugen. After that, he asked about the situation in the village and the status of the village's ninjas. Cough, cough, cough. Can we skip these parts? Can you just let me know what is going on? Can the subsequent scenes be fast-forwarded? Jiraiya stood there feeling a bit awkward, watching himself on screen and wishing he could slap himself twice. He was here like this, and the guy inside was over there like that. Envious and jealous hate. And Shugen, what the hell? Besides feeling awkward, he was now eager to see what happened next. What was the situation when he met Nagato? Why did they end up fighting? If you can't stand it, you don't have to watch. How didn't he give him any special consideration? The scenes weren't under his control. The little girl Misaka Mikoto was blushing as she watched inside. For Jiraiya, it was already a complete L. SP had been fully confirmed. This guy had seriously impacted a little girl's psyche. Originally, Jiraiya wanted to say something, but he restrained himself. The scene quickly changed. After spending some time in that yellow hotel, Jiraiya obtained the information he wanted and began to act directly. He captured several ninjas in succession, including Shugen's husband. This unfortunate guy watched as Jiraiya turned his companions into toads and was directly frightened into submission. This let Jiraiya know some of the situation here. At the same time, he used ninjutsu, the toad shadow technique, to probe within the Rain Ninja Village. Has it turned into a shadow? Is this the ability of the shadow fruit? It should just be something similar. Looking at their appearance, it doesn't seem like they need to consume any fruit to use it. If they manage to obtain it, can they all become ability users in bulk? Doflamingo is studying this. He has been very interested in people from other worlds since last time. This time, it just makes him pay more attention. However, he hasn't figured out what to find or from whom to obtain it yet. He can only observe the situation for now. In the scene, the focus shifts to two other individuals. One is a high-cold woman with blue hair wearing a black outfit with red cloud patterns. And the other is a man with several strange black sticks on his face and body. Yahiko, Conan? Didn't Yahiko die? Hearing the familiar voices, Jiraiya and the system couldn't remain calm. Why does it turn out this way? The infiltrator has been confirmed, and it's someone familiar. It's teacher Jiraiya. Conan explains the situation, expressionless. They just learned through the rain that someone has infiltrated Amage Cure, and she has already confirmed the identity of the infiltrator. Teacher Jiraiya, Pain's voice is equally cold. He seems to have no feelings towards his former teacher. Perhaps he is suppressing them. Teacher Jiraiya is a ninja with his own convictions, and there's no way to persuade him. Let us take action. The conclusion of their discussion is to attack Jiraiya. With no mercy, Jiraiya in the system watches the two converse, feeling heavy and confused about what these two are planning. At this moment, he sees himself in the scene facing off against Conan. This woman who can transform into paper has now sprouted two wings and is flying in the air, looking just like an angel. Regardless of her strength, she certainly has the appearance. Hey, Conan, it seems you've grown into a fine woman. What role are you playing now? What is the benefit of turning into this? Jiraiya, curious, listens to the information. The gods have ordered to kill you. Conan, like an emotionless machine, immediately launches her attack. The battle erupts, with paper shooting out like sharp blades. Jiraiya breathes fire several times in response. Eventually, feeling the sticky oil he is spewing, he realizes that Conan is now covered in it. That powerful adhesive allowed Conan's clumsiness to be controlled. He even uses his long white hair to directly control Conan. His battle experience is quite rich. All right, now we can talk a bit, Conan. It's a rare reunion between teacher and student. He initially wanted to say more and play the emotional card, but he hardly gets a few words out. Summoning technique. With a loud bang, a giant crab appears, directly spraying a thick white liquid that resembles foam all over Conan. Jiraiya continuously dodges. Upon contact with this white liquid, the oil that was on Conan disappears, allowing her to fly away. Has help arrived? That look, is that Nagato? Liuman technique. Jiraiya sees the person present and the one with the swirling eyes and makes a judgment. He directly splits the crab apart and then uses his hair to control Pain. Unfortunately, this ability is easily evaded by Pain's body replacement technique. Next comes the dialogue between Jiraiya and Pain. Jiraiya in the system also gets the intelligence he wanted. Is this really for this? Jiraiya looks at Pain in the scene, stating his purpose. He aims to manipulate the tailed beasts to create powerful weapons that can destroy an entire country in one blow, directly intimidating everyone and eliminating war. This method is theoretically feasible. However, the drawbacks are quite obvious. If such power falls into the hands of someone with ill intentions, it would be a great terror for the world. Moreover, achieving this goal would undoubtedly sacrifice many lives, leading to the destruction of many countries or forcing them to live in shadows for a lifetime. Jiraiya doesn't want such things to happen. This idea sounds familiar. Misaka Makoto thinks to herself. In their world, every country has some war weapons that can threaten the world. So at least on the surface, it is considered peaceful. For major powers with decent economic strength, the most brutal battles are economic wars. Large-scale deaths are quite rare. After all, if such a war breaks out, it could lead to everyone flipping tables and directly blowing up the planet. A weapon that could annihilate a country? Doflamingo on the side suddenly brightens up, practically eager to possess such a thing. He has seen the combat strength of the individuals in the scene. Their strength isn't low, and their abilities are peculiar. Even if he faced them, it would be troublesome. He even feels that if they have hidden strengths, he wouldn't be their match. Yet, such people desire to be called the weapons capable of destroying nations. How terrifying is that? Tail beasts? Is it to collect these things? Administrator, it seems you have one. That thing called a tail beast, Doflamingo suddenly thinks, glancing at Kale. He is quite certain he hasn't misremembered. The tail beast has already appeared, even if it's just the one called Shikaku. Tail beasts? This remark immediately draws the attention of Obito and the others. Tailed beasts appearing in other worlds? This becomes a matter of concern, as those behind the scenes who have always wanted to take the tailed beasts, they know the affiliations of each tailed beast. So far, they haven't heard of any tailed beast going missing. This has nothing to do with you. Of course, if you want to try to steal it, you can give it a shot. Although it's their first meeting, Kale is already quite displeased with this former celestial dragon. He is already thinking about finding an opportunity to make this guy disappear someday. Although some might not want to see that outcome. There are probably more who would be happy about it. Haha, I really envy that. As for stealing, I don't have that ability, but there should be quite a few others interested, especially since the administrator has a lot of things now, like artificial devil fruits, administrator privileges, system secrets. And so on, Doflamingo says, as if reminding someone. At this moment, those in the pirate world who can see the situation here are getting excited. They can't help but start discussing what to do. Then, those with a bit of brains give up. Only a few bewildered individuals begin to take action. Of course, the The people in the system are unaware of what is going on. Inside the system, tailed beasts. Do you have tailed beasts in your world? White Zetsu asked directly. There has never been such a thing, but recently there has been. You can ask this administrator. Maybe he knows more. Doflamingo said with a smile, looking like he was enjoying the show and wanting to see what Ka would say. Questions that are unrelated to the discussion should not be mentioned. Seeing White Zetsu looking like he was about to speak, Ka spoke up first. He had no intention of answering anything. There was no need, and he had nothing to say. Chapter 128. The words from 8 to 80 made White Zetsu, who had originally wanted to say something, quiet for a moment. He intended to test the waters, but under Obito's gaze, he stopped his movements. He did nothing, behaving honestly. However, the scene would not stop due to their discussion. Jiraiya and the long-haired Pain were engaged in a fierce battle, which put pressure on Jiraiya, forcing him to summon a toad to buy time to enter Sage Mode. Has he grown to this extent? Nagato, looking at the guys inside who all had Rinnegan, Jiraiya didn't think Rinnegan was that worthless. There must be something fishy about this. These things should be puppets, and Nagato had not made a move, controlling them from a distance. Watching the scene, Jiraiya was sweating profusely. If he accidentally got caught off guard, it would definitely be fatal. Sage Mode. The combat power displayed by Jiraiya in the scene was still quite powerful, especially after entering Sage Mode. His combat power surged to another level, repeatedly forcing Pain back. After several attempts, he found an opportunity to trap 3 Pains together. Using Jinjutsu, he directly controlled them and took them out. I'm counting on you, 2 sages, Jiraiya said quickly. Leave it to us, kid. The cooperative frog song Jinjutsu made the several Pains with shared abilities fall down. Heh, I really want to see Nagato's expression when he finds out about this. White Zetsu said gloomily. 3 against 1 and 3 were killed. Can't they play? Regardless, he is one of the legendary Sannin, their master, so having such strength is quite normal. However, this video directly exposed both of their abilities. Obito said directly. Looking at Jiraiya, he felt it was just that. If the opponent didn't activate Sage Mode, he felt he could win. And Sage Mode? Thinking of this ability, Obito looked at White Zetsu. He remembered how this guy obtained such power. If it were before, he might not have cared much. But now, seeing this power, he felt he could utilize some of it. There's no way, although I can use it, but I'm afraid you'll encounter accidents if I teach you how. White Zetsu almost communicated with Obito telepathically. He could tell what Obito was thinking without needing to ask. They always look like good buddies. At this moment, regarding Sage Mode, White Zetsu didn't want to withhold it. It's just that natural energy is very difficult to control, and he knew it himself. Getting Obito to use it proficiently would be extremely difficult. With that time, it would be better to continue developing that Sharingan. Humph. Obito snorted coldly and didn't ask further. He could probably see that this Sage Mode indeed required a lot of learning. Just looking at Jiraiya's Sage Mode didn't seem perfect. It looked like a mutated frog. Even someone like him couldn't control it and needed the help of 2 toads to manage it. Learning it himself would indeed be a bit difficult. Jiraiya, on the side, naturally heard some of Obito's and White Zetsu's conversation. But now, looking at the scene of himself, his heart twitched. He had no intention of saying more. His new self was already in this scene. After defeating the 3 Pains, Jiraiya ultimately became a bit careless and didn't dodge. In just that moment, Jiraiya lost an arm. He quickly evaded, disappearing from his original spot and jumping onto the surface of the sea, facing the cave entrance where he had been standing. There, several figures slowly walked out. 6 figures stood above him, looking down at him. Among them were the few he had just managed to defeat. Seeing the scene, Jiraiya's expression changed. What made him lose his reason even more was seeing the familiar figure. The Jiraiya in the scene was completely unaware of Pain's situation. Pain, who exactly are you? Jiraiya said with a heavy expression. At this moment, he also felt immense pressure, not only from the chakra exhaustion, but also that Sage Mode wouldn't last much longer, not to mention losing an arm. A dead end. He could die at any moment. In front of him, 6 figures gathered, each with Rinnegan looking down at him. One figure slowly began to explain. Pain is the collective term for us 6. That figure was Jiraiya's disciple, Yahiko. You are Yahiko? What's going on? Aren't you dead? And why do you have Rinnegan? What about Nagato? And Conan? What happened to them? Question after question spilled from Jiraiya's mouth. These were all things he desperately wanted to know. Is it my own shadow I see in Yahiko? Truly worthy of being my former student, but Yahiko is already dead. Standing here as Pain is God. Pain spoke expressionlessly, like an emotionless machine. I've heard enough of that nonsense. Why do you have Rinnegan? What are you all? What about Nagato? Did you do something to Nagato? Why is this happening? While Jiraiya spoke, he thought, looking at each Pain, trying to determine whether this was Yahiko or Nagato and why it had turned out like this. Pain no longer wanted to continue speaking. There was no Yahiko here, nor Nagato. We are Pain. We are God. With cold words, the 6 paths of Pain, as if they were one, flew out and attacked Jiraiya. Little Jiraiya, retreat quickly. Although the Toad Sage tried to advise him, Jiraiya could not let go of this disciple who called himself God. I can't just leave like this, Jiraiya said stubbornly. But now, his condition was indeed not good. He had been able to hold his own against 3 earlier, even gaining the upper hand, but now facing 6-path Pain, Jiraiya was struggling, especially in his current physical state. After repeatedly fending off several attacks, he fixed his gaze on the figure that resembled Yahiko, and in an instant he burst forth, wanting to take the initiative and capture this former disciple. Before the attack even reached the opponent, a hand grabbed Jiraiya's fist. Pain from the Akatsuki blocked him. Yahiko, why do you have Nagato's eyes? Jiraiya asked, not forgetting to inquire even after being struck below the belt. What happened to Nagato and the others? Didn't you run into trouble back then? What's going on? This was what Jiraiya wanted to know the most. What exactly had happened to Nagato or Yahiko? Thinking about the 2 kind-hearted individuals who used to discuss their ideas together, he truly couldn't let it go. However, Pain clearly had no intention of answering Jiraiya. Even if he knew such things, so what? He couldn't defeat us, feel the pain of the world, and then die. While speaking, he twisted forcefully, sending Jiraiya flying. Another Pain, working in perfect sync, launched a missile attack. This guy had his entire body transformed into a technological weapon, forcing Jiraiya to continuously dodge. Little Jiraiya, retreat quickly. Kid, give up. No, I must find a flaw. Even if it means mutual destruction, I have to confirm the situation. The Toad Sage quickly tried to stop Jiraiya, but Jiraiya showed no signs of listening. It was not only for himself, but also for the intelligence of the Akatsuki and Pain that he had to bring back. At the very least, he needed to raise some alarms. His former student was now opposing Konoha, and he felt very unwilling about it. He had many thoughts, but Jiraiya was now seriously injured. Not only had he lost an arm, but many ninjutsu were also unusable. The blood that was continuously flowing from his body was enough to make anyone faint, and his stamina was even more depleted. He had been running, dodging, and fighting, and now he had very little stamina left. While hiding in the water, he found an opportunity to grab a Pain and directly pulled him into the toad space. However, this Pain was extremely fierce and attempted to drag Jiraiya down with him, even in death. A black rod pierced through Jiraiya's body, causing more blood to flow out and making Jiraiya feel a bit faint. Jiraiya gasped. Even with all his might, he could only take down 1 Pain. That was his limit, so dragging one into the barrier only dealt with 1. Jiraiya sighed. At that moment, he happened to see the forehead protector that had fallen from the opponent. This gave him some ideas. It made him think of things. These people were all familiar to him from the past. Not just Yahiko, but this guy in front of him, and others as well. The Uzumaki clan, and various figures emerged in his mind, and Jiraiya's thoughts became clearer, but he still needed to confirm further. He directly sealed the body of Pain and sent it away. Regardless, he already had 1 Pain's corpse, which could be handed over to Konoha for some research. After arranging everything, he left the barrier. Jiraiya cautiously observed the situation outside. The various Pains still had no intention of letting him go, watching him from all around. Jiraiya originally wanted to find another opportunity to take down 1 more to confirm the situation. But unfortunately, with Pain's Rinnegan, he had no blind spots at all. The sneak attack on Pain failed, and instead, Pain found an opportunity. A Pain suddenly appeared from the water, striking Jiraiya out of it and breaking his throat, leaving him no chance to speak. When Jiraiya fell onto the rocks, all the Pains moved directly to send their teacher off in his final moments. One by one, black rods pierced into Jiraiya's body, causing him to bleed profusely and collapse. His hollow gaze was devoid of expression, signifying death. Is this how it ends? The message hasn't been sent back yet. So that's it. No real body. This message. Little Jiraiya. Jiraiya. Hearing the Toad Sage's calls, Jiraiya struggled to signal that he wanted to leave a message. With the help of a Toad Sage, Jiraiya directly left special symbols on the back of the opponent. However, Pain also discovered that Jiraiya was not dead. In an instant, he dashed out and directly killed Jiraiya. Fortunately, the Toad Sages had already completed the message recording beforehand. The final Jiraiya slowly sank into the sea, disappearing from sight. As the scene gradually faded, Jiraiya, standing in the system space, felt at a loss for words. Is this my death? Clearly, nothing was confirmed, and I still don't know what happened at that time. I truly failed, both as a ninja and as a teacher. Now, Jiraiya had understood quite a bit, including Nagato's previous experiences. He had just received information that Uchiha Obito and the mastermind behind the scenes were causing trouble, as well as Danzo. Although he knew he would be killed by Nagato in the future, Jiraiya felt no anger or other emotions. He was now thinking about how to find Nagato and the others after returning, how to guide his students back to the right path. That was what he needed to do. To Jiraiya, Nagato was actually a destined child like Minato. They both had the potential to be the destined child who saves the world. Of course, leading them down the right path was what he needed to do now. Clearly just an old pervert, yet he still looked like he died a heroic death. Misaka Makoto, watching the scene, commented, although the opponent's fighting power was indeed strong, and it looked tragic at the end for the sake of intelligence, she had already formed a preconceived notion that this guy was an LSP. She couldn't stop herself now. Jiraiya clearly heard her words. Little girl, this is all a misunderstanding. Looking at her while speaking, he couldn't help but glance at her flat figure. She was quite a cute and delicate little thing. Why was her temper so fiery? And she directly called him an old pervert. This was too much of a misunderstanding. Jiraiya really wanted to explain that he was not an old pervert. He wasn't old at all. It was truly rude. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't act here, he would definitely show her that staring at girls would have consequences. Misaka Makoto sensed that gaze and looked at Jiraiya with even more disdain. Stop showing that look. Disgusting pervert, old pervert. Never had she seen such a shameless old pervert. Being slandered by such a little girl. Oh no, being slandered by such a little girl. Jiraiya awkwardly smiled, indicating it was a misunderstanding. But he still didn't continue looking at her. After all, she was too sensitive. He had truly never seen anyone who could tell someone was staring at her just from glance. Such ability, such crisis awareness was incredibly powerful. This toad sage from Mayaboka Mountain. If you're interested, you can come to our world to play. No matter what kind of woman you want, I can arrange it for you. No matter if you're 8 years old or 80 years old, whatever you want, I have it here, and I will definitely satisfy you. Fortune, 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 fortune. Doflamingo suddenly spoke up, looking at Jiraiya with obvious interest. Chapter 129, Uchiha. A guy with considerable strength, and from another world, looks quite lecherous, so controlling him shouldn't be too difficult. Do you have a way to bring him to your side? Kal suddenly spoke from the side. This made Doflamingo's previously smiling face disappear instantly. Can we go to other world from here? Jiraiya and the others were also very interested in this question. However, there was no one here to answer them. I want to know too, he silently complained. It's best not to ask too many unrelated questions. Just choose to avoid their questions directly. There is no need to deceive anyone. The people present saw Kyle's attitude and did not continue to speak. Everyone here has a bit of strength. No one would shamelessly approach others for anything. At least not for now. Next question. He glanced at the still Ninja World questions. Perhaps because more people had come in, there were more questions. Kyle didn't care much about this and directly released it. It's still your question. Multiple choice. Who is the destined child that Jiraiya has been waiting for to save the world? 1 Nagato 2. Yahiko 3. Minato Namikaze 4. Naruto Uzumaki. Reward. Chakra total doubled. Punishment. Chakra total halved. The destined child. Jiraiya looked at the question in front of him. So many questions he had never chosen before. And for this question, he actually didn't want to choose either. He just needed to know the answer. Doubling his chakra total would benefit him, but that punishment could be even more deadly, especially now that they all knew about his death. He had to be careful. Better to maintain some combat power. The destined child? Yahiko and Minato Namikaze are dead, right? The remaining one, Naruto Uzumaki, should be the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. So given the current situation, it's highly likely to be Nagato. He saved the world? That would be quite interesting. But I wonder if he used the terrifying weapon he mentioned in the picture to save the world or some other method. White Zetsu said in a strange tone. They weren't unaware of Naruto Uzumaki being the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Growing up in such an environment, and without anyone teaching him, it's basically impossible for him to save the world with that level of strength. He was more concerned about Nagato. Is he going to do something bad to them later? There were others who shared the same thought, including Obito. Nagato's goals and purposes were different from theirs. He had always known that. Even he wasn't sure about that guy's every move. You answer the question. Seeing that he had no intention of answering, Obito naturally didn't want to take a gamble. He could only push the matter onto White Zetsu. My chakra is precious too, okay? Alright. Anyway, this opportunity is mostly about getting it right. White Zetsu originally wanted to retort, looking kind of weird, but under Obito's gaze, he chose to honestly select. No need for Kyle to ask anything further. He directly chose Nagato's option. This made Jiraiya, who heard their conversation and hadn't made a choice, breathed a sigh of relief. He originally wanted to take a gamble. Now that there was no opportunity, it was also a good thing. Just look at the answer. Although he didn't receive a reward, having no risk was also good news. The correct answer is Naruto Uzumaki. Kyle directly opened the system and announced the answer. This answer is actually not singular. When calculated, there is also Sasuke Uchiha. And a large part of this Sasuke Uchiha stopped being dark because of Naruto Uzumaki. So it's not wrong to say it's the other party too. Wrong? How could that be? If you say the other two have been revived, I can accept that, but this kid, saving the world? White Zetsu said in shock. Then he fell silent. From whose hands did he save the world? Does that mean their plan will fail? Not just Nagato, but them too? White Zetsu and Obito exchanged glances. Jiraiya also spoke up. Wait a minute. Naruto Uzumaki. Does that mean the great sage's words were wrong? Or are you saying that Naruto Uzumaki will be my disciple in the future? Jiraiya thought about this possibility. After this little guy matures, he could possibly go back to take him as a disciple. But he has been investigating the Akatsuki organization and Orochimaru's news. He definitely couldn't teach him in Konoha all the time. Can this save the world? Is this the destined child? Jiraiya speculated a bit. The great sage's matters are not in this question, and this question also did not mention Naruto Uzumaki's relationship with you. Kyle spoke directly. What about the picture? Jiraiya continued to speak in silence. However, looking at the system, Kyle didn't say much. He directly began to announce the situation. The image appeared. What came into view was the grown-up Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha. At this time, Naruto had already transformed into the Nine-Tails form and even its sage mode, with the truth-seeking orbs around him. His good friend Sasuke Uchiha also had the Rinnegan and eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. In addition, there was a white-haired woman floating with hair longer than a person, her white eyes resembling Byakugan, with a forehead that had an eye resembling the Rinnegan but was red, along with several things resembling Sharingan Tomo. Who is this woman? And that little guy? Is this the destined child? Looking at the image, Jiraiya felt the power of these few characters inside. Are Rinnegans so worthless now? Thinking of the legendary sage's eyes, Jiraiya looked at Sasuke Uchiha with great frustration. This guy, if nothing unexpected happens, is the last remaining Uchiha. Have the eyes evolved to this form? With a monstrous talent, Jiraiya even thought about whether he could stay by his side in the future. This exposure made him feel that they wouldn't be very safe. As for Naruto, he was much more relieved. Given the situation, he should have become his disciple. That sage mode is even more perfect than his. Besides, the Nine-Tails mode is also perfectly controlled. The destined child. Jiraiya had various thoughts. Obito and the others were the same. How did it turn out like this? Who is this woman? Obito was very confused. Wasn't it supposed to be either himself or Uchiha Madara as the final boss? He had already prepared for it. The image showed him being defeated. Even Nagato he could accept. Moreover, the repeated instances of spatial fragmentation in this scene made him feel that these three guys were not to be trifled with. Baiju, do you know her? I don't know, Baiju said without changing his expression, his gaze fixed on the scene inside. And among this, it was also time to come to an end. 6 Paths, Heavenly Star. Accompanied by Naruto and Sasuke's combined effort, the Otsutsuki Kagaya was sealed once again. Even until the very end, there was great reluctance and dissatisfaction. Still, everything came to an end. As the scene slowly faded away, Jiraiya and the others finally regained their composure. A strange woman. Is this the trouble of the future world? Jiraiya analyzed the situation. Based on that Uzumaki Naruto's age, this should still be several years later. Right now, the opponent is just a kid who has just come out of the Ninja Academy. Did they fail? Obito and Baiju had slightly different thoughts at this moment, but in the end, they both felt helpless. At the same time, they were also a bit wary of this system space. With such future events and such powerful combat strength being projected, could their hidden matters be exposed at any time? Especially since there were many unspeakable things among them. Is this the strength of the warriors from other worlds? Ninjas? What a powerful existence. Their abilities are so special. They can use powers without devil fruits. Is this ninjutsu? There are ninjas in the land of Wano too, but I wonder if there are things like this. The land of Wano is nothing. Previously, I passed through the land of Wano and encountered some guys talking about ninjas, shouting about ninjutsu, only to pull out guns and directly shoot them away. The bounty on the upper floors is really not small. That is Kaido's territory. Ninjutsu. Times have changed, my lord. Voices of discussion emerged in the chat area. Regarding the current scene, they had to be vigilant. They originally thought that the people of this world were at most comparable to them. But now, especially the high-level combat strength, They could clearly feel the power of the guys in the scene. Luckily, they're the final boss. There shouldn't be many such guys. Doflamingo thought carefully, completely unaware that, by the time of Boruto, there would be a whole bunch of people who could easily overpower Naruto and Sasuke. What Uchiha elbow strikes, Uchiha slams. And what about Naruto getting stabbed, Naruto fighting to the death? Various effects of Boruto being a filial son. Everyone present had their own thoughts. Even Mikoto Misaka was cautiously paying attention to the old pervert Jiraiya and the others. The combat strength of those guys clearly exceeded her as an LV5 Esper. Just how perverse are these guys? Administrator, do you have any questions? After Jiraiya calmed down, he spoke first. He didn't care about rewards or whatever. What he wanted now was information about the future. As for other things, let us see how it goes. You guys have already had so many questions. It's never ending. Doflamingo complained from the side. For these guys coming here and continuously answering questions, he was starting to feel bored. But his words were clearly ignored by everyone. Next question. Kyle casually announced the next question. A sweep. The Ninja World S. Endless. And this question was quite interesting. Upon seeing this question, Kyle gave Baiju a kind glance. This guy was one of the supporting cast for the performance. Multiple choice. In the death event of Uchiha Obito's teammate, Noera Rin, who is the mastermind behind the scenes. 1. Hachiura. 2. Senja Hashirama. 3. Hatake Kakashi. 4. Shimura Danzo. Reward. Half of the chakra of the three tails. Punishment. Lose half of your vitality. It's over. Upon seeing this question, Baiju couldn't smile anymore. And Uchiha Obito paused upon seeing this question too. Baiju, don't you have anything to say? At this moment, Obito's voice also carried a hint of coldness. This attitude was like saying that if he didn't give him a good explanation, he would be killed or something. Mastermind behind the scenes, Jiraiya, seeing this question from the side, was also very interested. Watergate's disciple darkened like this. And his disciple also darkened. There must be a problem in this. He looked at the options and directly excluded Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, and Hatake Kakashi. The last one left was Shimura Danzo. Old guy, it's you again? It's possible that the Nine Tails incident also has this old guy-esque reasons. Just to kill Watergate and then take the position of Hokage. But in the end, he didn't expect to be robbed by the third Hokage. Jiraiya quickly analyzed it. He already had a clear choice route. Uchiha Obito, are you collaborating with Danzo? That guy masterminded your companioness death, then shifted the blame onto Watergate, making you turn against Konoha and Watergate. The imaginative Jiraiya seemed to grasp the truth. And this statement made by Ju and Obito, who were originally in a standoff, turned to look at him directly. You really are a smart one. The two looked at Jiraiya with a somewhat caring look, as if looking at a fool. Danzo indeed has a connection with me. As for the other matters, you can guess for yourself. Uchiha Obito said with a masked face, appearing to have everything under control. He even controlled his emotions well and was just waiting to see the result. Among the various choices, Obito hesitated for a moment, and before Baiju spoke, he directly said, I choose Uchiha Madara. In his view, it was almost certain. From Baiju's performance just now, there was definitely a problem, and he was very clear about Danzo's situation. This matter had nothing to do with Danzo, unless Danzo was in contact with Uchiha Madara behind the scenes. Of course, in his view, that was impossible. With Uchiha Madara's temperament, he would never cooperate with Danzo. Obito, you are too impulsive. Watching half of the Three Tails chakra reward fall into Obito's hands, Baiju felt a bit depressed. He was still hesitating whether to directly choose to answer. This question was directly chosen. Uchiha Madara, he's still alive? Jiraiya didn't care what they were entangled in. What he cared about now was the answer. He originally thought it was almost certainly Danzo. After all, the others were either dead or couldn't have done at that time. Only Danzo remained. If the answer is Uchiha Madara, then their recent intelligence might be problematic. Everyone looked at Kyle, preparing to wait for him to announce the result. The correct answer, Uchiha Obito. Kyle did not hesitate to reveal the answer without any teasing expressions. This answer quickly changed the expressions of the ninjas present in this world. Chapter 130, The Three Sannin. Impulsive? Uchiha Obito smiled at the answer. Don't you have anything to say? Uchiha Madara, that guy. Does he have any plans he hasn't told me? He was staring intently at White Zetsu. Although he had never fully trusted him, he was generally in the category of being trustworthy. Now, their relationship would likely need to be redefined due to this revelation. It might be that Uchiha Madara has a problem, but to Obito, White Zetsu had always been Madara's person. Madara isn't dead? Have you seen him? Is everything you've done related to him? Jiraiya had heard of the legend of Uchiha Madara, especially in his childhood. He clearly remembered how others talked about the Shura of the ninja world. If he had really lived until now, or even until recently, he would be incredibly old. In their ninja world, it was impossible to live that long without special abilities. This has nothing to do with you. Obito had no intention of responding. His gaze remained fixed on White Zetsu, clearly hoping for an explanation. Obito, I don't know about this. White Zetsu naturally understood what he meant. But no matter what, he couldn't say anything now. If he continued down this path, their tool would probably be gone. You think not saying anything can cover it up? Obito looked at him with disdain. This made White Zetsu think of the possibility of exposure in this system. At that moment, Kyle directly revealed the situation of Uchiha Madara and them, an elderly man with white hair. Although he looked like he could die at any moment, the imposing aura he exhibited still conveyed a sense of extraordinary presence. Is this the person chosen this time? Uchiha Obito? The White Zetsu in the footage transmitted the message to Uchiha Madara. After confirming, Madara thought, since he has such strong ties, let's give it a try. Hopefully, it will succeed this time. A conversation in a dark place signified the beginning. Is this Uchiha Madara? Looking at the aged Madara, Jiraiya was very surprised. This guy really lived until a few years ago, or even recently. White Zetsu, it seems your conspiracy is about to be exposed. Obito looked at White Zetsu with some malice, making White Zetsu feel very helpless. Given the current situation, it was now time for his actions. Repeated explorations and planning. During one of Obito's mistakes, he was surrounded by people from other ninja villages. To protect his teammates, he was directly pinned down by a huge rock. Setting up such a scene took a lot of his time and shadow clones. So was you guys. I knew there couldn't be such coincidences. Being trapped under the stone and later rescued, Obito had always been puzzled. This was far too coincidental. He didn't know how perfectly timed events could lead to such situations. At this point, White Zetsu had nothing more to say. There was no point in explaining anything now. The subsequent events further fueled Obito's anger. After arranging trouble for Kakashi and Rin Noara, not good, Obito, your companions Rin and Kakashi have been surrounded by mist ninjas. The White Zetsu in the footage dramatically stated. Upon hearing this, Obito jumped up. What? I need to save them. With your current body, you won't be of any help. Let me help you, White Zetsu said with an appearance of brotherhood. This moved Obito, who quickly donned White Zetsu, breaking through the wall and rushing out. Wait for me, Kakashi, Rin. He sprinted quickly along the way. The subsequent events played out as usual. By the time Obito arrived, Rin Noara was dead, and Obito went berserk, taking out those mist ninjas. This scene seemed familiar. Don Quixote, Doflamingo, looked at the awakened Sharingan and suddenly remembered. The resurrected little girl he encountered earlier was his companion. How interesting. Watching Uchiha Obito, Doflamingo was very interested in his eyes. They seemed very powerful. Moreover, it appeared that the deeper the emotions, the stronger the enhancement when losing a loved one. This made Doflamingo think that if he had such eyes, perhaps he could have directly broken through and achieved a Mangeki Sharingan back in the day. He had many thoughts, but unfortunately, Doflamingo could only fantasize about such ideas. Rin. Upon hearing Doflamingo's words, Obito said nothing more. By the time he arrived here, he had already confirmed the intelligence. Meanwhile, Jiraiya still knew nothing. Resurrected? Is this true? Jiraiya looked at Uchiha Obito with a complex expression. Upon hearing this news, he wanted to find a way to bring him back. But no matter what, he was the true culprit behind the Nine Tails incident, the one who caused Minato's death. That much was certain. Letting him go to Konoha was just a thought. It's true. Rin Noara has really been resurrected, but her situation isn't good right now. As far as I know, she has become a shell of her former self. The reason is the research by Konoha's higher-ups. After all, they would definitely be very interested in someone who has been resurrected. White Zetsu spoke up. This was clearly intended to provoke Obito. Even now, he didn't want Obito to give up on the Moon Eye plan. To prevent him from actually considering going to Konoha, it was better to keep him filled with malice towards Konoha. When necessary, let Rin die again. If she could die at the hands of Konoha's higher-ups, that would be perfect. Konoha? That's impossible. Jiraiya immediately wanted to deny it. He also looked at Obito and White Zetsu. This information isn't hard to find. You should be able to learn about it quickly after returning to Konoha, White Zetsu casually said, looking at Obito, whose expression was obscured by his mask. At this moment, the face beneath his mask was twisted, and his eyes were filled with malice. A dark aura began to emerge, not only towards White Zetsu, but also towards Uchiha Madara and Konoha. Rin, I will make this imposter disappear. I will create a real you, and I will take us back to the past. Always back to the past. In Obito's eyes, the dead Rin was not the real Rin at all. The resurrected Rin was naturally not the real Rin either. The real Rin was the one who had always been in their team, the one they had always acted together with, the Rin Noera from before. Despite the fact that the person the other party might like is not him, Noera Rin's kindness towards him fills Obito with infatuation. Rin. There wasn't much more to say. The situation was already clear. They would take action after returning. Your village is really chaotic, Misaka Mikoto commented on the side. The idea of using one's own people for research seemed extremely excessive to her. Although that white guy didn't clarify earlier, she had already guessed what was going on with that girl. Moreover, this so-called ninja world is truly excessive. They're just teenagers, some even younger than her. And they're already on the battlefield. While these people might have considerable abilities, sending them to fight at such a young age still gave her a peculiar look. Of course, she also knew this was another world, and the circumstances were different everywhere. So, she didn't say much. Hee, what an interesting world. It seems like your world is not peaceful either. Doflamingo chuckled as he observed the situation of the ninja world. He had been thinking about how to utilize, or if he could utilize, the people here. Next question. Each individual has their own thoughts, and Kyle did not pay them any mind. He quickly arranged for the next question to appear. Multiple choice. Who is the fifth Hokage of Konoha? 1. Jiraiya. 2. Tsunade. 3. Kakashi Hatake. 4. Danzo Shimura. Reward, doubles total chakra. Punishment, 1 arm. The fifth Hokage. Again about the future. Jiraiya was helpless. The past events were beyond his understanding, and the future matters were even more so. To him, anyone listed could potentially be the fifth Hokage. However, he first ruled himself out. He would absolutely never sit in that position. The fifth Hokage. Obito looked at the title of Hokage, feeling a bit disdainful. Only fools would want to be Hokage all the time. What he needed to do now was to let everyone in this world enter the real world and activate the Moon Eye plan. Jojojo, Ichuz Danso Chimura. White Zetsu made his choice without much hesitation. Losing an arm meant nothing to him. Furthermore, he had some guesses about such a question. Rather than letting others guess, it was better for him to create chaos here first, ensuring that no one could obtain the rewards. As for the punishment and his body, White Zetsu cared the least. He had already confirmed that the rewards and punishments only affected the body he was in and had nothing to do with his other bodies. So there was no problem. As for the choice of Danzo, he had thought it through carefully. Having learned a bit about this guy, White Zetsu also knew about his obsession with the Hokage position. This guy had always been one of their pre-selection members, or someone they could cooperate with. Especially now that Obito was dissatisfied, their chances of cooperating increased. Danzo Shimura? As White Zetsu made his choice, Jiraiya frowned. He was still clear about this guy, someone of the same generation as the third Hokage, and now he pops up. What does he want? Choosing an old man instead of a new force for Hokage? To him, it was impossible unless there were no new forces left. In Jiraiya's speculation, the most likely candidate was Tsunade. If he sought her out, she would refuse and push the blame onto Tsunade. Of course, given Tsunade's current situation, she might refuse, and if she did, the next would be Kakashi Hatake. Even Asuma Sarutobi, the old man's son, was a possibility. As for Danzo, if that guy didn't play any tricks, he wouldn't be able to ascend at all. Various thoughts raced through his mind as he awaited the answer. The correct answer, Tsunade. And as Kyle announced the answer, it was just as Jiraiya had expected. Tsunade? Even if he answered incorrectly, White Zetsu didn't feel regret. He just wanted to see what the situation was. For him, wasting some bodies for intelligence gathering was nothing. Soon, he felt one of his arms disappear. White Zetsu didn't even notice what kind of attack it was. It simply made his arm vanish. This made the people here wary of the space around them. The next moment, a scene appeared. The third Hokage had passed away, and the village could not remain without a Hokage for long. Jiraiya, we hope you can take this position, said Elder Koharu at the Hokage building. This news made Jiraiya widen his eyes. The third Hokage is dead? Before seeing this question, he thought the third was choosing someone. He never expected that the third had died. Did some great battle happen? It shouldn't be. He continued watching the scene. Inside, Jiraiya immediately chose to refuse and recommended Tsunade, directly passing the responsibility to her. In the end, he embarked on the path to find Tsunade. Along the way, he could clearly see a little guy following him. Uzumaki Naruto? Jiraiya looked at the kid following him, learning the Rasengan. He also thought of the protagonist of his previous book. On the journey, he taught Naruto while searching for Tsunade's location. Ultimately, he found her in an izakaya. However, the handover of the Hokage position was proving to be quite troublesome. Some people desperately wanted to become Hokage. They were going crazy. Others simply did not care. Only fools want to be Hokage. I'm not interested. Let Konoha be whatever it wants, Tsunade said disdainfully. She had no interest in the proposal at all. Behind her, Naruto slammed his palm on the table in anger, declaring himself to be the man who would become Hokage, and then he fought with Tsunade. Although he used a half-finished Rasengan, he was still crushed by a single finger. It was clearly a setback for their first encounter. Later in the scene, Jiraiya gathered some information and discovered something. Orochimaru seeking help for treatment? Both in the scene and in the system, Jiraiya was shocked. Had something happened to this guy? Because in the footage, there was no discussion about who killed the third Hokage. Next came the entanglements and battles among the three Sannin. Jiraiya was taken down by Tsunade's poison. Not performing well, Tsunade couldn't exert her strength due to her blood phobia, and Orochimaru had problems with his arm, unable to use any ninjutsu that required hand signs. The battle of the three Sannin was actually more a battle of three summoning beasts. Jiraiya had just beaten up Orochimaru. The outcome was clear. He defeated Orochimaru, and later, Jiraiya and Naruto managed to convince Tsunade to return to Konoha, becoming the fifth Hokage. The scenes within played out one after another, making Jiraiya widen his eyes in fear of missing anything. Chapter 131. The Collapse of Konoha, Tsunade, the fifth Hokage. This outcome can be said to be somewhat expected, yet also a bit beyond reason. Jiraiya was quite clear about the events that had happened to Tsunade in the past. No one discussed Tsunade's identity much. Kyle quickly presented the next question. Perhaps because there were many people from the ninja world this time, there were indeed quite a few questions. Multiple choice question: why is Orochimaru, one of the legendary three ninjas, unable to use his arm? 1. Poisoned and cursed by members of the Akatsuki. 2. Caused by his own failed forbidden technique. 3. Sealed by the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. 4. Side effect from using an incomplete forbidden technique. Reward: Orochimaru's forbidden technique 1. Penalty: 1 arm. Is this ever going to end? It's another question from their world. Doflamingo protested from his side. Isn't this system supposed to be in the outside world? Why does it keep giving questions to others? He was probably irritated at first, but now it was just a test. He wondered what Kyle knew. However, Kyle completely ignored his meaning. His words went unanswered. Meanwhile, Misaka Mikoto frowned slightly. She had been watching everyone's performances here. She was somewhat aware of the relationship these guys had with this space. Some people seemed to have just arrived like her, while others were like old customers who had been here more than once. Especially the manager, who probably had been here for a long time. It was hard to tell how many things he had accomplished using this system. Another question from our world. This time it was still about Orochimaru. Jiraiya and the others looked strange. They had naturally seen Orochimaru's arm just now. That situation was definitely not good. Jiraiya actually had a thought about that situation. Orochimaru had taken action against Konoha. Considering the previous information, it was not impossible. The probability was quite high. In the end, he was sealed by the old man. Just as Jiraiya was struggling with whether to answer the question, White Zetsu spoke up first. I choose Hiruzen Sarutobi. He sealed Orochimaru's arm. White Zetsu, with only one arm left, didn't care at all. He smiled at Jiraiya while answering the question. He had naturally observed the earlier situation. Of course, it didn't matter if he got it wrong. His situation was more about not wanting others to answer correctly. As for this body, there was no need to worry about it. It's just an arm. What harm would it do to give it away? The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Obito glanced at White Zetsu. He had originally wanted to say something, but quickly became awkward and fell silent. There was no need to say anything now. He would deal with this guy later when they returned. Then he would know everything. Congratulations on the correct answer. Kyle announced the answer directly without waiting for them to ask. Congratulations on receiving Curse Seal. As Kyle sent out the reward, White Zetsu had already received the notification. Seeing this ability, White Zetsu felt neither happy nor any other emotion. If he could use this ability to ensure they remained completely undiscovered, he would rather not have it. What about the footage? What exactly did Orochimaru do? Jiraiya was now a little impatient. He wasn't very active about answering the question, but was quite eager to see more developments. Kyle, on the other hand, seemed to have not shown them any footage and instead presented another question. Multiple choice question. In which plan did Hiruzen Sarutobi die? 1. Died in Orochimaru's Konoha collapse plan, a plan devised by Orochimaru and the Sand Village to destroy Konoha by attacking the third Hokage. 2. Died in Orochimaru's Edo Tensei plan, where he summoned many deceased Konoha ninjas to destroy Konoha using the Edo Tensei technique for various talent cells and forbidden technique research. 3. Died in Orochimaru's Sand Village alliance plan, where Orochimaru collaborated with them to conspire against Konoha. 4. Died in Orochimaru's plan to capture the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, where he collaborated with the Sand Village to jointly attack Konoha, even initiating the attack with a one-tail Jinchuriki. Reward: Orochimaru's version of Edo Tensei. Penalty: instant death. The question appeared before the footage even showed up. This made Jiraiya widen his eyes. What plan? Who knows what plan? He hadn't even confirmed what had happened before. Now all 4 plans were related to Orochimaru. This was quite troublesome. It seemed that all 4 answers were possible, and with that penalty, it was tough. Do either of you plan to answer? White Zetsu, who had been eager to grab the question, became indifferent upon seeing the penalty. Instant death was such a risk. If they didn't know much, the probability wasn't high. Neither Obito nor Jiraiya would bet their lives here. The main probability was too small, especially for Obito. Jiraiya's life or death didn't concern White Zetsu much. It was just that the Uchiha clan was now almost extinct. If Obito died, the plan for Uchiha Madara's resurrection would have to rely on Nagato. Moreover, there weren't many restrictions. That would be very troublesome. Obito didn't say a word. Right now, he just wanted to know other information. After leaving here, he would confirm other matters. He needed to know how much he had been kept in the dark all these years. Jiraiya, however, looked at the various plans. He could basically confirm that the old man had truly died in Orochimaru's plan. Thinking about how his former friend had turned into a murderer of his master, Jiraiya felt quite helpless. He looked at Obito and then thought of himself. Could this be what inheritance meant? He couldn't help but secretly mock himself. He also remembered how Hiruzen Sarutobi had once tricked the Senju clan, and how the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, hadn't made it back from the battlefield. It made him feel increasingly that the world was truly dark. He felt that their master-disciple lineage had a habit of having disciples kill their masters. How could this be? Now he was even a bit curious whether Uchiha Obito would also be directly taken down by his disciple in the future. Although he had many thoughts. Looking at the 4 choices above, he had no actions to guess. As long as he knew the answer, he could take action when he returned. There was no need to risk answering the question and dying. If he died, nothing could be prevented. Of these 4 answers, Jiraiya instinctively chose the first one. No matter what, he believed Orochimaru wouldn't recklessly attack Konoha. There must be some other secret things he needed to do. In his opinion, the second and fourth possibilities seemed to be higher. Of course, no matter how many there were, he wouldn't choose. He now wants to meet Orochimaru and see what that guy is thinking. Orochimaru, even if I have to break your legs, I will stop you, Jiraiya silently thought. This has always been the bond he has held on to in his heart, his bond with Konoha and the 3 legendary ninjas. This made Orochimaru, who was in the ninja world, suddenly feel a strange chill. But he quickly dismissed it, thinking it was just some fool thinking about causing him trouble. Hey. It seems none of you are interested in answering the question. Then I'll take care of this. After all, my nickname is the least valuable here. White Zetsu murmured. In fact, he had also considered whether this was a bit excessive. But thinking of how he already knew the situation in advance, he decided to just go with it. He was already aware that their plan had been exposed. Even if Obito pretended they hadn't been exposed, they wouldn't believe him. Many plans needed to be prepared again in advance. And there was Obito, carrying various thoughts and glancing at the question. I choose the 4th option. Orochimaru is acting for the Jinchuriki. White Zetsu felt that his probability of guessing correctly was quite high. He answered immediately. According to Orochimaru's situation, it was naturally impossible for him to do something useless after being well-fed. And in his eyes, the tailed beasts were already the most precious things in Konoha. No one would want to miss out on that. Plus, this was also related to their Akatsuki organization. It wasn't impossible for this guy to have some thoughts about capturing a tailed beast. White Zetsu made his choice, and soon the answer came. Incorrect answer. The correct answer was that the 3rd Hokage of Konoha died in Orochimaru's plan to destroy Konoha, which was a plan devised by Orochimaru and the Sand Ninja to attack the 3rd Hokage. The system announced this directly under Kyle's operation. This immediately changed the expressions of several people in the ninja world. Ah, am I going to die like this? White Zetsu still pretended to be unconcerned. In reality, he was somewhat worried about the system's methods. It shouldn't affect the other bodies, right? Even now, he couldn't help but feel some calculations in his heart. Ha! You have your day today. Hurry up and die. Of course, after leaving here, the things you plotted against me will definitely make you suffer even more. Don't think this matter is over just like that. Uchiha Obito said coldly. Obito, you are so ruthless, White Zetsu said with a bullied expression, pitifully. Meanwhile, Jiraiya looked at the answer. Why? Orochimaru, have you really become like this? To formulate the plan to destroy Konoha, Does Konoha really mean that much to you? Or is it the old man? Jiraiya had various thoughts in his mind. Among them, his relationship with Sarutobi Hiruzen was relatively okay. But he didn't know everything that happened between the others and Sarutobi Hiruzen. After all, Orochimaru was once the most proud disciple of the latter. But later on, it completely changed. He had no idea what happened in between. As for Tsunade's matters, he could only say he knew a bit about it, related to the research on wood release. And the subsequent deaths of her last relatives had made her completely lose faith in Konoha. She felt that everything was related to Sarutobi Hiruzen. As for him, he had always been a lazy person. Most of his attention was focused on the Child of Destiny. It could be said that he was the least affected of the three. Of course, even he had a bit of a breaking point regarding Konoha's power struggles. After all, he wasn't someone who liked such things. And the reason for the attack on the village? Now Jiraiya could only speculate that something irreparable had also occurred between Orochimaru and the third Hokage. While Jiraiya was lost in thought, he suddenly heard a muffled groan. Then came a strange voice. I will wait for you in another world. With a gloomy voice, White Zetsu directly disappeared from here. Not a drop of blood was left behind. Just now, that body seemed to have been disassembled. This guy, is he really gone? Misaka Makoto looked at this situation, stunned for a moment, but she quickly reacted. If she were to face such a punishment, she wouldn't even have anyone to take the blame for her misfortune. In the other world, there were 3 people. That guy who looked like a turkey seemed to have been here before, so he should have some assurance. But she was just a weak little girl, and this was her first time here alone. It was quite awkward. Misaka Makoto was unaware that sitting nearby, the seemingly calm Don Quixote Doflamingo had a serious look in his eyes beneath his strange glasses. No matter what happened before, even if there was some pressure, like losing an arm or losing abilities, he thought these were all things that could be compensated for, that could still be saved. But now dying so inexplicably, and being disassembled and dissipated like that, was still somewhat daunting. However, the cunning old fox showed no signs of concern. Even Kyle, who hadn't paid much attention to him, didn't notice. Let me show you the situation. This time, the system provided a visual. Kyle didn't keep it a secret and directly displayed it. He completely didn't care about White Zetsu's death just now. He didn't even know how many people had died here already. Unlike Doflamingo, who might feel nervous because it could be his turn next. Now the system wouldn't even let him answer questions and was directly giving out rewards. Having privileges meant he could do as he pleased. It was just that the people here didn't know his situation. Otherwise, they might want to drag him out and beat him up. That thought wasn't absent. The visual. As Kyle spoke, the scene began. Jiraiya's gaze was solely fixed on the screen above. The plan to destroy Konoha had begun. At the venue of the Chunin exams in Konoha, alongside the actions of the Sand Ninja and Sound Ninja, the venue had already fallen into chaos. It wasn't just the venue. Outside of Konoha, many giant snakes summoned through summoning techniques were attacking the village. These giant snakes were tough to deal with. And even Chunin couldn't guarantee they could take them down alone. Even Jonin would have to waste some time. Moreover, they were extremely large, with tremendous destructive power. Even if they could take them down, they would have already lost many people and wasted a lot of time. Many shinobi were delayed in saving others. In addition, other ninjas were also acting, and Konoha's people naturally needed to resist. This made it impossible to pay attention to the situation at the support venue. Chapter 132, Jiraiya, who wanted to learn the Reaper Death Seal. At the observation platform on the rooftop, it had already changed dramatically. A number of Umbu ninjas have surrounded the area, blocking the entrance. Inside, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, is being held hostage by Orochimaru, who is impersonating the fourth Kazekage. Orochimaru, with his strange appearance, causes Jiraiya to widen his eyes in surprise. Additionally, he feels that something about the situation is odd. In the scene, it appears that Hiruzen is either crying tears of joy or feeling some discomfort about having to kill his former student, even while being held captive. The third Hokage remains calm, looking at his former student with a slight smile. It's not that. I've just been waiting for this opportunity, and I'm a bit tired of waiting. Now I feel much more awake. While saying this, Orochimaru yawns and stabs his hand with a kunai, causing blood to flow. What exactly is your goal, Orochimaru? Seeing that Orochimaru has released him instead of continuing to hold him hostage, Hiruzen directly asks. He wants to obtain information directly. A non-turning windmill, while it may sometimes lift one's spirits, has basically lost its value. Now, I want to use the wind of destruction to Konoha to make this windmill turn again. While discarding the Kazekage's headpiece, Orochimaru speaks. No matter what you intend to do, I will stop you. The destruction of Konoha will never happen. I'm the third Hokage of Konoha. I can fight you again, teacher. Ninja technique, Dai Shuriken. As the two converse, a gust of wind rises, and they start fighting. Hiruzen uses ninjutsu, while Orochimaru spits out a snake that bites Hiruzen. However, it is merely Hiruzen's earth clone technique. His true body has already arrived behind Orochimaru, and he is prepared to unleash his ninjutsu. Earth style, Earth Flow River. Earth style, Earth Dragon Bomb. Fire style, Fire Dragon Bomb. The three ninjutsu are executed in quick succession, directly controlling Orochimaru and preventing him from dodging, igniting his body in flames and eliciting a scream of agony. Inside the system space, Jiraiya watches the two engage in a fierce battle, unsure of what to say. Orochimaru, old man. The thought of Orochimaru possibly killing their teacher here makes Jiraiya feel uneasy. He then recalls that the event has not yet occurred. He must prevent such a thing from happening at all costs. Although Orochimaru seems to be at a disadvantage, he knows that this guy won't die so easily. Stop playing these boring tricks. Hiruzen, in the scene, is well aware of Orochimaru's power. In his eyes, his student won't die from such an attack. Just now, Orochimaru was merely putting on an act. Ha ha ha. As expected of a teacher, this reminds me of our classes back in the Ninja Academy. Let us stop playing around and get started. Orochimaru says darkly. The previous battle was merely a warm-up for them. Now it's time to get serious. While speaking, their cumbersome, combat-inappropriate clothes have already fallen away, replaced by attire suitable for battle. Clearly, they have been prepared for this. That's true. Ninja art, Shuriken shadow clone technique. With these words, Hiruzen and Orochimaru move in unison. However, the next scene, where Orochimaru uses his ninjutsu, surprises him a bit. Summoning technique, un pur world de réincarnation. In the scene, Orochimaru directly summons 3 coffins. Although the third coffin does not appear, just from the first 2, Hiruzen feels something is amiss. 1, 2. The 2 coffins are marked with first and second. I must stop the third one. Seeing the markings on the coffins and the fourth one, Hiruzen desperately tries to intervene. Fortunately, he manages to suppress it, preventing the third coffin from appearing. But even with just 2 coffins, it's already enough to deal with. As the coffins open, 2 figures emerge. Teacher, how do you plan to deal with these 2? Orochimaru doesn't care that he couldn't summon them all. The 2 before him are already sufficient in his eyes. The first Hokage, dressed in red battle armor with black hair. The second Hokage, clad in blue armor with white hair. Both appear before Hiruzen. Inside the system space, the ability to summon these individuals catches the attention of many. Oh. That impure world reincarnation technique, Orochimaru, is quite impressive. White Zetsu exclaims, already calculating whether to recruit Orochimaru after returning. After all, Obito has already turned against them. There are others who share similar thoughts, such as Uchiha Obito. Previously, he thought these Sannin were not that remarkable, especially after Itachi easily defeated them. But now, it's entirely different. Forget about combat ability. Orochimaru's capability to develop forbidden techniques is definitely not lacking. Obito has already decided to seek out Orochimaru whenever the opportunity arises. Perhaps he could even control Uchiha Madara with impure world reincarnation. Otherwise, summoning the first Hokage to restrain this guy would also work. As a Konoha citizen, he knows that the old fellow Uchiha Madara cannot defeat the first Hokage, the one referred to as the god of shinobi. That's a corpse, right? It doesn't look like a human, and the name Impure World Reincarnation suggests the ability to summon the dead? Misaka Makoto speculates inwardly, and sharing the same thoughts is Don Quixote Doflamingo. This ability is something he has never seen before. He has heard of similar powers that can control corpses, but this situation seems different. Summoning the dead to fight. If he could acquire such power, reclaiming the rights of the celestial dragons and even surpassing them wouldn't be far off. Impure World Reincarnation. Doflamingo has already set his sights on this ability. He certainly wouldn't miss it if it appeared in the system. And there's Orochimaru's name. Perhaps he could bring back something of value in the future, encountering him for some trades. In the space, everyone has their own thoughts. Meanwhile, Jiraiya is left in shock and silence. He has heard some research about Orochimaru in the past, but now, the first Hokage, the second Hokage, 2 against the third Hokage. Jiraiya knows that the other side is definitely in grave danger now. It all depends on how much power they can unleash, along with the lurking Orochimaru. As he watches the battle erupt, Jiraiya recalls the previous topic. Hadn't we talked about Orochimaru's Edo Tensei plan before? With such events happening, aren't you feeling uneasy? Jiraiya glanced at Kale and asked. Soon, he focused back on the scene inside. The first and second Hokage had already widened Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. First Hokage, second Hokage. Looks like you've aged too, monkey. Edo Tensei, this technique seems to have brought you trouble. I told you long ago not to study so many strange ninjutsu. The first and second Hokage exchanged a few words, but Orochimaru had no intention of letting them continue chatting. All right, you two, this isn't a place for conversation. While saying this, he activated the ability to control the Edo Tensei, directly manipulating them, turning them into emotionless machines, and initiated the attack. In close combat, he knocked the elderly, frail Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth into a distorted shape, sending him flying. Meanwhile, in the system space, what was just mentioned was a plan, not some ability used by Orochimaru. Orochimaru and the Sand Shinobi had formulated the Konoha collapse plan. Everything else was just a side note. Kale briefly explained, and then said no more, sitting still to watch the show. However, Jiraiya was not very satisfied with this answer, because it didn't allow him to gather more intelligence. But given the current situation, there was no other way. He could only watch the scene and see how the combat power of the first and second Hokage fared in the Edo Tensei. If there were no surprises, the Chunin exams shouldn't take too long. This matter wouldn't last long, and then he would have the chance to see Orochimaru and potentially catch him. Orochimaru, I will stop you. Jiraiya had never given up on Orochimaru. He had tried countless times to persuade him back. Water style, water wall. Water style, water shark bomb. The second Hokage's water techniques were still quite terrifying. Even in this waterless place, he created a large amount of water, flooding the roof. Wood style, wood release. Advent of the trees. Later, the first Hokage's unique wood style appeared, summoning a massive number of trees that obscured all vision within the barrier. The trees covered everything inside the barrier. Then they quickly captured Sarutobi Hiruzen. The first and second Hokage clearly had the upper hand over Sarutobi Hiruzen. Since their appearance, there had only been a few exchanges of ninjutsu. When the first Hokage's wood style ninjutsu appeared, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already been bound. He later used a summoning technique to call forth the Monkey King, and with its help, he was able to break free from the first Hokage's wood style. What followed was a series of ability tests and exchanges. However, even after damaging parts of the first and second Hokage's bodies, they did not disappear. Sarutobi Hiruzen realized that ordinary methods would not work. It looks like I have no choice but to use my final resort. Is it my turn now? Shadow Clone Technique. Reaper Death Seal. Sarutobi Hiruzen directly created 2 shadow clones and then used the Reaper Death Seal. Now he had to go all out. Genjutsu, Dark Illusion Technique. Perhaps sensing that Sarutobi Hiruzen was using a formidable technique, the second Hokage immediately cast a Genjutsu, shrouding the area in complete darkness, obstructing vision and attempting to give Sarutobi Hiruzen some trouble. However, he underestimated Sarutobi Hiruzen's strength and combat experience. At least these 2 puppets lacked battle experience and only had instincts, failing to adapt, which instead hindered their own dark illusion technique, allowing Sarutobi Hiruzen to find an opportunity. He was no longer concerned about attacks. He was solely focused on capturing the targets and sealing them. Sorry, monkey, I've caused you trouble. The first and second Hokage regained a bit of consciousness in the end, but were quickly taken away by the Shinigami. Watching the 2 Edo Tensei disappear, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with guilt, "It was my fault for sealing you inside there, sealing you within the Shinigami. It means without special abilities, you cannot be reincarnated anymore. You can only remain within this Shinigami for a lifetime." He had heard about the Reaper Death Seal before. Next is you, Orochimaru. Even if I can't kill you, I will take all your ninjutsu away. Don't struggle. With just one goal left, Sarutobi Hiruzen put everything into a final Reaper Death Seal. Even when the Kusanagi sword appeared, he didn't dodge or evade and was directly pierced by it, ruining Orochimaru's plan to push him back. Let go of me, old man. Are you crazy? An old man who was supposed to die is still causing me trouble. Old man, you... Orochimaru was extremely frustrated, and, in the end, there was also a hint of panic. He could feel his body losing control, as if something was being pulled out. Damn it, old man. Orochimaru struggled desperately. However, unfortunately, these struggles were futile. What was meant to be sealed was still sealed. A pair of hands were taken away by Sarutobi Hiruzen. This scene accompanied Sarutobi Hiruzen's last glance at Orochimaru before disappearing. Orochimaru, old man. In the system space, Jiraiya watched the 2 with a heavy heart. This was clearly a situation where both sides suffered. Orochimaru had lost both hands and would likely feel very hopeless in the future. After all, ninjutsu was everything to him. Jiraiya could imagine how crazy Orochimaru would become if he couldn't use any ninjutsu in the future. Sarutobi Hiruzen, needless to say, was in a more tragic situation. He was dead. Moreover, from the looks of it, the Shinigami had an effect on them. Jiraiya had heard of the Reaper Death Seal, but had never seen or used it before. He only knew that Minato. Sigh. Various thoughts filled his mind, making Jiraiya more and more depressed. The Reaper Death Seal had caused Minato's death. Sarutobi Hiruzen also died because of it. One was his student, and the other was his mentor. Thinking of Sarutobi Hiruzen's situation, Jiraiya suddenly realized something about his own situation, making him consider. Should I learn the Reaper Death Seal too? A forbidden technique like this was still within his reach. Moreover, he already knew a bit about sealing techniques. Learning it would still provide him with some experience to reference. Chapter 133, Canon Sister. Is this the end? Is this Orochimaru's Konoha collapse plan? The screen has now disappeared, and no one at the scene knows what will happen next. They can only guess. Finally, it's over. With so many of their questions, it should be finished, right? At the end, Don Quixote Doflamingo looked at Kyle, who seemed a bit impatient after waiting. How much of this emotion is real and how much is fake is uncertain. It's not just him. Misaka Mikoto also looked at Kyle. Although she was very curious about this place, she mostly wanted to escape first. It would be night soon on their side. If they didn't return to the dormitory, they would be in trouble. Thinking about her dormitory manager, even with her LV5 superpower, Misaka Mikoto felt a bit shivery. Her expression instantly became serious. All right, the next question ISNT for you. Even though you didn't answer any questions, Kyle remarked. However, Obito and Jiraiya remained quite calm as they looked at others. Doflamingo and Misaka Mikoto. Jiraiya felt quite awkward. His gaze only landed on the other person. And Misaka Mikoto immediately showed a very disdainful expression, as if she had high intelligence perception. She instantly knew. The next question is yours. Kyle glanced at her and directly looked at Misaka Mikoto, this high school girl who was still standing there with a proud expression. What is the question? Fun multiple-choice question. What is the widely known nickname of Misaka Mikoto from Academy City? 1. Billy Billy. 2. Oneesama. 3. Railgun. 4. Cannon Sister. Reward. Level up superpower by 1 level. Punishment. Continuous electric leakage for 1 week. After reading the question, Misaka Mikoto's expression stiffened. Then she glared at Kyle as if her eyes were on fire. Are you kidding? She really wanted this reward, but that punishment. Continuous electric leakage? What the hell? Is she a blow-up doll? A charging doll? If she weren't holding on to her sanity, she would have wanted to directly confront him. You're the one leaking electricity. Your whole family leaks electricity for a month. This question, is it really that simple? It feels like it's not on the same level as the previous ones. Don't be biased, manager. Doflamingo commented from the side. A nickname. To him, it seemed like a very simple matter. He had endured various bizarre titles like Night Demon and Flamingo, but the most representative one, of course, is... Obito and Jiraiya also had similar thoughts. Not only the question, but the rewards and punishments seemed to have some issues. This question was made by the system, and I have no control over it. If you don't want to answer, you can choose not to and just accept the punishment. Kyle didn't care about that flamingo-like guy at all, who wore that bird skin regardless of the weather, as if he couldn't afford clothes all year round. He was still the underground boss. He was one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Behind the scenes, he even scammed a king. Doflamingo initially wanted to find fault, but upon hearing Kyle's words, he had nothing else to say. This guy had disdain written all over his face. And how does this system work? He didn't know either. There was no reporting hotline. Otherwise, he would have tried to report it. With no way out, he could only obediently watch. He just snorted coldly before, watching Doflamingo suffer. Many people in the pirate world were amused. Misaka Mikoto looked at the 4 options on the question. I choose Railgun. She felt that this name was the most widely known. No one in Academy City should be unaware of her title. LV5 Railgun. As for the others, only that shriveled guy would call her Billy Billy. Oneesama is something only the younger girls at school would call her. Cannon Sister? Absolutely impossible. She immediately ruled that option out. What does Cannon Sister even mean? That sounds terrible. Cannon Sister? Kyle initially thought the other party had chosen correctly. But unexpectedly, the bouncing option was not Railgun. Wrong answer. Kyle paused, looking at the correct answer that appeared. Now he understood why this was a fun multiple-choice question. Cannon Sister. How is that possible? I haven't heard of the other titles much. Misaka Mikoto was clearly dissatisfied. The chance to level up her power was right in front of her. She could perhaps become an absolute ability user and dominate Academy City. Now not only was the reward gone, but she also had to face punishment. Continuous electric leakage for a week? That's too annoying. And she didn't even know what this electric leakage was about. That's just how it is. The correct answer is Cannon Sister. Kyle announced directly. The system screen also appeared. This statement made Misaka Makoto's face turn dark. At that moment, she felt like the people here were just messing with her. Even if they said Wani-sama, she could accept the other lewd title from that perverted guy. But Kanon's sister? Who calls her Kanon's sister? Your whole family is Kanon's sisters. When did I have such a name? Your system is broken. I've never even heard of that name. How could it be widely known? Misaka Makoto argued, trying to make that option disappear. Kanon's sister? It can't be Kanon's sister. Just look at it. Kyle didn't continue to say much, and the screen the system popped up was quite bizarre. A display screen showed a video, and in the video, a person was watching a video. The person in the video was Misaka Makoto. Is that me? What else with those words? Looking at her own self in the Academy City scene, Misaka Makoto's eyes widened. This is illegal. The surveillance video in Academy City can't be randomly played like this. And what are they messing with? Kanon's sister? The font is so strange. Why can I understand it? Is this broken system referring to Kanon's sister? NBDBD. And what is this, the electric light dancing at your fingertips, is my unchanging belief. What is all of this? Misaka Makoto was completely dumbfounded. Earlier, she watched that perverted uncle and their world, various schemes, and passionate battles. How come it's a bit different here? Peeping Tom? Pervert? Is there a pervert continuously filming her and then showing it to other perverts? So disgusting. Misaka Makoto felt like they all needed some electric therapy. She already had some thoughts about capturing them all and giving them electric therapy after going back. As long as it was something online, she was very confident that she could find it out after returning. She saw various comments and bullet chats. In many large fonts were the electric light that danced at her fingertips, which was her unwavering belief in this life. It made her heart race a few more beats. Then, looking at the comments about Peiji, she became unhappy. What does Peiji mean? Who is Peiji? Such an unpleasant name. And to give someone such a name behind their back. What is all this? Misaka Makoto was filled with questions. But Kyle had no intention of telling the truth to the other party. Looking at the bullet screen in the video, he felt that perhaps there was still his contribution in there. In any case, the answer was Peiji. You should know that, right? Kyle replied perfunctorily. What do you mean know that? I absolutely do not acknowledge these names that these guys are making up in the video. Although the other party talks about beliefs and electric light, for Misaka Makoto, the name Peiji was still too much. It was disgusting. Oh, Kyle nodded. If someone gave him the name Pauga, he wouldn't accept it either. The name Peiji seemed to have started as a derogatory term, but later transformed into a nickname. What does super electromagnetic Kanon Big Sister Peiji even mean? I did not acknowledge such a topic. Misaka Makoto shook her head and wanted to act spoiled. Then just tell the system. Kyle said while activating the punishment mode. Before Misaka Makoto could react, she felt a wave of discomfort. Her body was in pain, and she felt a numbness. Then she was stunned. She was really leaking electricity. The energy in her body flickered from time to time, and sometimes she couldn't control her body, causing her abilities to erupt. It made her body feel very uncomfortable. In this situation, Billy. The flickering electric light made Misaka Makoto furious. She desperately tried to control it, but couldn't fully manage it. After struggling for a while, she finally gave up. This deceptive system. She knew that she simply didn't have the strength to continue resisting. She gave up. Anyway, a week would pass quickly. She just had to endure. And regarding this beginning, the first question, she completely couldn't accept it. Being punished and having that Peiji title was simply a double judgment. Peiji, the name of a young girl nowadays, is really arrogant. Jiraiya commented, making Misaka Makoto's previously slightly calmed breathing become heavy again. Old pervert, can you not randomly call people sister? And don't make up names. Misaka Makoto said with a face full of resentment. If it weren't for the fact that she couldn't fight back, if it weren't for the fact that fighting was not allowed here, she would want to teach the other party a lesson on how to talk to a high school girl. Aren't you also randomly giving me names? Besides, I'm not old. Don't call me old man. Jiraiya acted as if he was handsome, almost making Misaka Makoto want to vomit. She looked at him with disdain. Then she turned to Kyle. Stop wasting time. Just release the question. Misaka Makoto was already looking like she was about to go crazy and give up on treatment, although she wanted to earn rewards. The things here were much harder to obtain than she had imagined. This was too abnormal. Looking at Kyle, Misaka Makoto's face was full of resentment. Then let's move on to the next question. Kyle didn't pay much attention, because the next question was also about her. A picture window popped up directly. This immediately caught Misaka Makoto's attention. Is there a picture right from the start? In the picture, she was walking with a girl who looked exactly like her. They were talking about something. What's going on here? Misaka Makoto looked at the scene in front of her, trembling a little. Is this picture real? Who are they? Two people with identical appearances and outfits appearing. This is something that is a bit hard for anyone to accept. Twins? Clones? Shadow clones? Doflamingo and Jiraiya. The analysts on their side commented, "Do you also have shadow clones over there? Chatting with your own shadow clone? You must be really bored. This kind of thing is nothing in the ninja world. I don't have any twins, and I definitely don't have shadow clones." Misaka Makoto kept her eyes glued to the scene. At this moment, the question also appeared. Multiple choice question. Who is Misaka Makoto with in the picture? 1. Misaka Makoto's twin sister. 2. The illegitimate child of Misaka Makoto's mother from an affair, coming to fight for her mother. 3. The clone of Misaka Makoto from the laboratory. 4. A special ability, user using ability transformation. Reward, heart network. Punishment, electric leakage for 1 month, stackable. Looking at the question in front of her, Misaka Makoto's mood became increasingly unpleasant. Each option was enough to drive her crazy. And that reward and punishment, another electric leak, and it even kindly tells me it will stack. This is really shameless. What is the heart network? Looking at the reward, Misaka Makoto could only find a little bit of consolation in it. The heart network is the power to sense the aura around, capable of perceiving enemies outside of sight or further predicting opponents' movements. In the world of pirates, it is called the heart network, a kind of mind-reading technique, or can be said to be the power of hearing. Kyle directly extracted this system's explanation and displayed it for everyone to see. The heart network is actually just Kinbunchika hockey, just slightly different. It's a technique used differently in each place. Whether this thing is useful or not depends on the person, just like dialects. Heart network, the power of hearing? Misaka Makoto looked at the introduction of this ability and felt that this power was quite impressive. Mind reading? Predicting moves? It seemed like she could do it again. Are things from our world also being rewarded? Doflamingo commented on the reward. He, of course, knew that this system had brought a lot of things from who knows where into their world. Many rewards were already with this Kyle. However, no one paid attention to him. After hesitating for a moment, Misaka Makoto still made her choice. Among the 4 options, she ultimately chose the clone. I choose the clone. Although she didn't know who created her clone, it just felt that way to her. What illegitimate child? What transformation? It doesn't look much like that. As for twins or something, such a melodramatic thing, she felt it shouldn't happen to her. She hadn't heard anything at home about having a sister who went missing when she was young. Taking a day off, she wasn't feeling well. Chapter 134. Impure Guatai Clone. In Misaka Makoto's view, the answer could only be this. Congratulations, you won't be leaking electricity for a month. When Misaka Makoto made her choice, Kyle also provided an answer. As soon as she confirmed the submission, Misaka Makoto felt her body stiffen for a moment. Soon, she sensed that something was a bit off around her. The feeling of controlling electricity. Misaka Makoto originally wanted to ask more, but was affected by the sudden surge of power. Everyone in this space, even if she didn't look, seemed to completely enter her line of sight. This state lasted for a few seconds and quickly ended. She only felt that she could enter that state at any time. Is that the heart network? Misaka Makoto wasn't foolish. She immediately thought of what that thing was. Of course, didn't you sense it? Kyle naturally knew about Misaka Makoto's previous state. Even Doflamingo could feel that sense of being observed just now. Heart network. Misaka Makoto's expression became serious. Entering this state again felt very strange, as if the surroundings came alive. It seemed that everyone was ready to move at any time, and she could predict those situations. Is this a sensing ability? Naturally, Jiraiya was also very interested in this ability. It's just a pity that he hadn't answered any questions just now, so he didn't have the chance. And talking to the little girl, he probably wouldn't even need to say anything. She would just shoot him down. What was that clone about? Was that some kind of research in Academy City? After studying her newly acquired ability, Misaka Makoto shifted her attention to the clone that had just appeared. Although it was just a clone, it still caught her significant attention. After all, this clone was created using her genetic information. Who knows what someone would do with them? Unforgivable. There was no news about the use of clones, and she, the original, knew nothing. Misaka Makoto was very unhappy. Moreover, her genetic information, as one of the few LV5S in Academy City, had always been a secret. To have it directly obtained by some laboratory was quite unsettling for her. After returning, she had already decided to check the situation. Based on the previous brief image, it was possible that this clone had already appeared. It just hadn't encountered her yet. But first, she needed to understand the situation. Then you should ask the system. Kyle responded dismissively. He didn't say much more because of Misaka Makoto's petite figure. Ask the system? Misaka Makoto could sense that this man in front of her was difficult to talk to, with a dismissive attitude. He should have known something. She originally wanted to ask more. At this moment, the screen had already started playing. It began under a tree, where Misaka Makoto on the opposite road met the clone wearing strange lens headwear. Seeing this person who resembled her in appearance, clothing, height, and even her petite figure, the Misaka Makoto on the screen was quite shocked. This was not something that could be dismissed simply by saying they looked alike. Who are you? Who are you? Misaka Makoto questioned. Meow clone. Huh. Originally thinking it might be a potential danger or that the other party would say something strange, Misaka Makoto was prepared. But the other party suddenly meowed, causing the Misaka Makoto in the screen to freeze for a moment. The Misaka Makoto in the system space also stood still. This clone doesn't seem very smart. Looking at the expressionless face of the clone, Misaka Makoto felt quite displeased. She also made a judgment. Meow? What does that mean? Is that her name? Could it be that the other party wasn't speaking Japanese? Or was it the name of some strange organization? Or did I mishear? Misaka Makoto was filled with various doubts, and a myriad of speculations floated in her mind. The clone in front of her also provided an answer. This sound is emitted by four-legged creatures in danger. The clone said emotionlessly, "This way." Misaka Makoto also saw a cat on the tree. A little black cat. A cat? Earlier, when passing by here, she saw a human baby in a car. And Misaka opened the car window with electricity, but seemed to have scared the cat, and that creature ran up the tree, looking quite dangerous. Misaka explained tirelessly. Misaka clone said, "Is this my clone? And now saying such things, is it necessary?" Misaka Makoto in the system space held her forehead, feeling a bit of a headache. The version of herself in there naturally questioned as well. Saying such things is pointless. The clone technology seems quite advanced. The clone has such intelligence, just not knowing what level of power it can exert. How about it? Little girl, do you have this technology? Maybe we can trade a bit. They should be related to you, right? Doflamingo casually chimed in. He wasn't sure whether Misaka Makoto had such abilities, but saying something like that was no big deal. The fact that the other party was cloned by someone with this technology surely had some relation. Not just Doflamingo, larger forces in the pirate world were also interested. However, they were a bit cautious. Such things were hard to obtain, so they could only give up. However, Germa 66, Vinsmoke Sanji, was quite interested in the lake's surface, also observing Kyle's situation. If given the chance, he would want Kyle to try trading technology with people from other worlds instead of just being a bystander like a salted fish. In Sanji's eyes, Kyle was wasting this system space. Even if he couldn't bring back things from other worlds, there was still a chance for technology. As long as it was recorded, conquering it would be a matter of time. Next time, he definitely had to mention it to him. Sanji, who thought he had a significant connection with Kyle, would he let such an opportunity slip by? He just waited for Kyle and the others to return. Meanwhile, in the chat area, many people were chatting and spamming bullet comments. Kakuzi watched this scene and just smiled coldly. The others could only look on as the screen continued to refresh. He could now contact the system administrator. While people in the pirate world were lost in thought, inside the system space, Misaka Makoto was going crazy. Why did she have to cooperate to save this little cat, especially when it was being stepped on? And what was with the other party calling her Sister Misaka? It looked like they were very familiar with each other. Looking at her frantic self on the screen, Misaka Makoto confirmed that she didn't know this person at all. But the other party seemed very familiar with her. "So you are my clone?" "Yes." "You're quite straightforward." The rapidly jumping dialogue in the screen left Misaka Makoto silent. Was she really not afraid of this original version who knew nothing about her coming to cause trouble? Misaka Makoto was very wary of the organization that had obtained her genetic information and even created clones. As expected, you're not an experimenter. This is a prohibited question. This is a prohibited matter. One by one, all questions were refused to be answered. She wanted to be harsh, but looking at her identical yet very weak self, Misaka Makoto couldn't bring herself to do it. In the end, the Misaka Makoto on the screen could only follow the other party's actions. The Misaka Makoto inside the system space was somewhat excited as she watched the screen. She initially thought that once the other party admitted to being a clone, it would end there. But then came a series of rapidly passing scenes. She thought a question halfway through tracking. Sisters? Could there be many clones? 5? 10? Misaka Makoto felt a headache seeing this situation in the system space. Who was so bored as to copy so many of her clones? Are they planning to distribute her to the people of Academy City as wives? If so, they shouldn't use her as a template. It better not be that blonde LV5 person, right? Damn it, copying my clone is one thing, but copying so many. I will definitely beat you up when I find you. Misaka Makoto felt all sorts of dissatisfaction in her heart. Meanwhile, the screen continued. A passing ice cream uncle, who had a story, gave him ice cream due to some argument. And the Misaka Makoto clone ordered ahead after finishing the ice cream. Is this my clone? Why is it like this? It looks so cute and silly. Shouldn't it be darker? Wanting to kill me or replace me? Misaka Makoto watched her silly clone, who seemed curious about everything around her. She was interested in everything and was even a foodie, stealing her food and bullying her. She even shamelessly started ordering. What do you mean by wanting something hot after finishing something cold? Just because she looks like that, her requirements for black tea are still quite high. That pretentious, cute act made it seem like she had such a sister. If it wasn't just her illusion. Speaking of black tea, she ended up ordering milk tea later, which made Misaka Makoto want to complain. If she had such high requirements for black tea, shouldn't she drink pure black tea? The milk tea here is delicious. And by the way, the strawberry cake is also good, Misaka straightforwardly commented. On the Night City Road, two people who looked like twins were walking. The Misaka Makoto clone appeared relaxed, while the original was already getting impatient from exhaustion. Were you going back? I forgot to mention. The Brews won't return to the facility because of an upcoming experiment, so it's your freedom to follow, but you won't see the creator of Misaka. The Misaka Makoto clone said. This made the Misaka Makoto in the system space feel like she had done something foolish. At the same time, she felt quite stupid. Watching herself make foolish decisions here was really a very peculiar scene. She couldn't help but want to complain. Why didn't you say it earlier? Because you didn't ask. Misaka said with justification. The dialogues felt just like those of real sisters. The Misaka Makoto watching the show in the system had to suppress her displeasure at being cloned. After observing the previous scenes, at least this clone in front of her showed no intention of wanting to kill her. Moreover, she was quite cute. It was supposed to be this way, but the next scene made her feel a bit embarrassed. The kawaii badge accidentally fell to the ground. The Misaka Makoto on the screen picked it up and put on the clone, indicating that it was very suitable and quite good. But this directly made the clone wave her hands repeatedly. Misaka felt speechless at the original Misaka's tastes. That constant waving made the Misaka in the system change her expression. It's normal for a little girl to like such toys. I have many of them. Do you want to become my family? Even if we can't go to other worlds, we can still keep in touch. Doflamingo never gave up on contacting other worlds. If there is a chance, just say a few more words. It doesn't cost money. Your taste, Big Firebird, is quite questionable. At such an old age, you still have such a special trendy look. Is this your world's special attire? Misaka Makoto began to complain. She was quite displeased with the other party's comments about her kawaii. After all, kawaii was so cute. Yet no one loved it. It felt so out of place. Feeling blue. If she could meet someone who liked kawaii, there would definitely be a chance for them to become lifelong partners. Isn't a frog supposed to sound cute? I especially like frogs and toads. I have many big. Jiraiya suddenly spoke up. He was speaking honestly. As someone who often interacted with frogs, he was very interested in such things. Am I still in time to take back what I just said? Misaka Makoto thought to herself. Just thinking about it led to such bad luck. It was truly terrifying. Misaka Makoto looked at the white-haired uncle. Please don't like kawaii. That would be too insulting for kawaii and made her want to give up on kawaii. Misaka Makoto said firmly. But thinking of kawaii's appearance, she felt a little reluctant. And looking at the perverted old man in front of her, she felt that kawaii's sacrifice was worth it. Kawaii had become impure. Being liked by such a pervert was really too. Misaka Makoto's mind was filled with all sorts of thoughts. Jiraiya beside her had also stiffened. Will the little sister talk? I'm helping you speak. Although he had a bit of a friendly intention, he had also exposed his own preferences. I didn't expect such direct rejection, and that look of disgust. He, the handsome Miao Mushan boy, doesn't care about his face? At this moment, Jiraiya is very suspicious of this little girl's unique appreciation for handsome guys. Just like her liking for Guatai. Perhaps in the future, she'll want to find a man with a frog head. Chapter 135, Absolute Ability User. Jiraiya's resentment and thoughts are unknown to Misaka Makoto. If she really knew what he was thinking, she would probably consider giving him a super electromagnetic cannon shot, directly taking down this perverted, lewd uncle. There will be a scene of them fighting over the medal. This is the first gift from her sister. If only she could send something more normal. Misaka hid her true feelings and sighed. The Misaka clone said it all out loud. This directly made Misaka Makoto explode. Since you said it all, just give it back to me. She was once again led into the other party's rhythm. It seemed she still had to search online. Forget it. Let's leave it at that for today. Misaka Makoto obviously gave up on this line and planned to check elsewhere first. Fate will bring us together again, sister. The Misaka clone said expressionlessly. Although it seemed a bit reluctant, she still didn't stop. The journey was very normal. And while Misaka Mikoto in the system space was lost in thought, the scene suddenly froze. Misaka Mikoto was clearly very dissatisfied with the pause scene. But before she had a chance to say anything, the question had already arrived. Interesting multiple-choice question. Which experimental plan is the Misaka Mikoto clone participating in the video? 1. Mass Production LV5 Super Ability User Plan. 2. Absolute Ability User Evolution Plan. 3. Life-Size Doll Mass Production Plan. 4. Ability Crystallization Experiment. Reward: Super Ability Level Up by 1. Penalty: Continuous electric leakage for 1 month. Looking at the question in front of her, Misaka Mikoto felt that her opportunity had come. If she could obtain the reward to enhance her ability, that would be the best. Calculating is not an option, but she could find out what the plan was later. At most, it would just be electric leakage. Feeling her not-so-comfortable body now, Misaka Mikoto still forced herself to adapt. A week of discomfort was already too much. If she got it wrong, it would be another month. Her gaze focused on the plans above. Misaka Mikoto's eyes moved between the first and third options. Creating a clone must be related to these 2 plans. And thinking about someone wanting to produce a large number of LV5 super ability users, and that person being herself, Misaka Mikoto felt irritated. As for option 3, Misaka Mikoto felt there shouldn't be that many perverts. What kind of life-size inflatable doll would target a middle school girl like her? Although she knew she was quite famous in school, it shouldn't be to that extent. Isn't the answer obvious? It's definitely the first one. She felt the question was very simple. The answer seems obvious, said Doflamingo beside her. The others didn't say much upon hearing this. Misaka Mikoto directly made her choice. After all, it had come to this point. There was nothing to be conflicted about. Given the situation, she could only rely on luck now. I choose the mass production LV5 Super Ability User Experimental Plan, Misaka Mikoto said directly. She was eager to know the answer. The system didn't waste her time. After making the choice, the result came. Unfortunately, she got it wrong. I got it wrong? Misaka Mikoto just spoke when she saw the situation displayed on the screen. The correct answer was the Absolute Ability User Evolution Plan. The Absolute Ability User Evolution Plan? Misaka Mikoto never expected it to be related to this plan. Even if she could tolerate that perverted doll plan, this Absolute Ability User, without her needing to ask, the system kindly provided an announcement. The Absolute Ability User Evolution Plan was designed through meticulous calculations by the tree diagram designer. Among the 7 super ability users, level 5, in Academy City, only the top-ranked accelerator has the chance to evolve into an absolute ability user, level 6. But it requires over 250 years of regular training to evolve into an absolute ability user, level 6. Because there is no way to make someone live for 250 years. The tree diagram designer found another method, which is to use combat to promote the growth of abilities. That is, to prepare specific battlefields and allow battles to proceed according to plan to control the direction of ability, growth, in actual combat. According to the calculations of the tree diagram designer, as long as 128 battlefields are prepared to kill the railgun, Misaka Mikoto, 128 times, Accelerator can evolve into an absolute ability user, level 6. However, because it is impossible to prepare 128 railguns, the experiment targeted the sisters in the concurrent mass production ability user plan. Since the abilities of the mass-produced sisters are less than one of the original railgun, equivalent to level 2, according to the calculations of the tree diagram designer, as long as 20,000 battlefields and 20,000 sisters are prepared, the same goal can be achieved. The purpose of the experiment is to arrange 20,000 battles, allowing Accelerator to digest these 20,000 battles according to the plan. Super ability users can improve their skills in combat. And the ultimate goal of the experiment is to control the growth direction of skills, allowing Accelerator to evolve from a level 5 super ability user to an absolute ability user. Lines of system information popped up. Misaka Mikoto looked at this so-called absolute ability user evolution plan. Her entire face turned ugly. In other words, this so-called plan is to keep killing them? Although Misaka Mikoto didn't want her clones to appear, she was extremely angry and upset that her clones would be slaughtered like pigs and sheep. At the same time, she had already made up her mind to destroy this damn plan when she went back. What absolute ability user? If they want to play, they can play by themselves. Killing her clones? What S that? And what S with killing her 128 times? The number 1 level 5? Accelerator. I remember you. For this guy she had never met but had only heard about, Misaka Makoto was already gritting her teeth in hatred. At this moment, the scene appeared. It was the place that had just continued. Watching her clone disappear and stay in place for a moment before leaving, Misaka Makoto felt that something was off. Next, the Misaka clone arrived at a crowded place and took a guitar case from a cabinet. Let me see what you were really up to. Watching the other person's movements, Misaka Makoto instinctively felt something was wrong. And as she expected, in the dark alley, a white-haired man appeared before the Misaka clone, who was waiting with a musical instrument bag. He was the main target of this absolute ability user project, one faction. The current time was 8:58, and there were 2 minutes left until the 9,982nd experiment began. The Misaka clone in the footage spoke expressionlessly. However, this statement made the original Misaka in the system feel uncomfortable. Although the footage seemed very simple from the dialogue, she had already inferred what the number 9,982 meant. To her, this was clearly not a random number, but rather a result of the accumulation of clones. Over 9,000 times. Was this the number of clones that had died? Was this absolute ability user project really effective? Your world is more interesting than I imagined, Doflamingo spoke up. Jiraiya was also a bit interested in saying something, but he thought about how this little sister had a deep misunderstanding of him and decided to stay silent. Just waiting to watch the show. Misaka Makoto looked disdainfully at the scheming guy. She wasn't a fool and could naturally tell that he clearly had ulterior motives, which is why he kept talking. She couldn't be bothered to respond to him. Her eyes were only on the footage, wanting to know what had happened. As the time reached 9 o'clock, the 9,982nd experiment began. The battle started, and the Misaka clone directly pulled out a firearm hidden in the musical instrument bag and began shooting. However, this was completely ineffective. To one faction, it was like playing house. After a series of shots, the clone, forced into a dangerous situation, began to flee, discarding the firearm. This attracted one faction, who followed her all the way to an open area. "Ha, run. Run as far as you can. The longer you live," one faction said leisurely, following her as if he were a cat playing with a mouse. This was a deadly chase game. "If I catch you, the game is over." "Too slow, haha." Seemingly impatient, one faction stomped his foot and launched an attack, directly sending the Misaka clone flying. "Hee, you don't have time to sleep. Get up. Is it already over? Hee. Are you broken already? Hey, is this how it ends? So boring. Can you really become LV6 like this?" This was a one-sided slaughter, and even one faction found it very uninteresting. Toward the end, although Misaka used her calculation abilities to lead one faction to a place where she had buried landmines and detonated them, unfortunately, this level of attack was useless against one faction. What a pity. All your calculations came to nothing. At this moment, one faction wore a slightly twisted smile, directly grabbing the Misaka clone, catching on her thighs. Then, with a tearing sound, as blood splattered, the electrical currents from the original Misaka Makoto in the system also splashed out. She was losing control a bit. Additionally, due to the electric leakage, the other people around her moved away from this area. Fortunately, everyone here had their own means and strength. Otherwise, being shocked by this railgun would be uncomfortable. "Damn it, I will kill you," Misaka Makoto thought with intense hatred towards the white-haired man in the footage. Although she had considered making that clone disappear, recalling the previous exchanges between the clone and herself made her uncomfortable watching her thigh being torn off like that. "Enough, I'll let you be free." Looking at the Misaka clone in the footage, who was ultimately killed by one faction while holding a Gakata medal, her eyes turned slightly red. This clone, who looked just like her younger sister, was someone who annoyed her and was completely disobedient, yet she felt deeply moved at this moment. Though she disliked the existence of her clones, there was nothing she could do about it. As long as they didn't affect her, she would insist on their demise. The ones who were wrong were those who exploited her genes. These clones were innocent. They were created without any knowledge and were discarded after being used. The experiment for today ended with quite a commotion. What follows is their matter. And she didn't know if it would be cleaned up properly. "Forget it. It's none of my business." The footage didn't stop, and one faction continued to speak to himself. In the next moment, a figure appeared, accompanied by electrical currents that nearly attacked his body. Me? Misaka Makoto looked at the person who appeared in the footage. From the strength of that attack, she could basically confirm it wasn't a clone, but the real her. Had the one inside found the information? Kill him. At this moment, Misaka Makoto rarely wanted to kill someone, and the version of her in the footage was doing just that. But soon she felt something was wrong. No matter what attack she launched, it was all blocked. I see. I said it was a bit different from the original agreement. This power, is it the original version? Those clone guys were just substitutes for you. In other words, if I fight you, the progress can be reduced significantly, right? Just in time, I was getting a bit tired of this. Why? Why participate in something like this? With your strength, no one can force you to do anything, right? Misaka Mikoto angrily asked, directly questioning why she participated. Of course, it's to obtain absolute power, not LV5, nor the strongest in the academy. Not that boring stuff, but to ensure that no one dares to challenge my absolute power. My invincible strength. You're also LV5, you should understand, right? Is that all? What absolute power, invincible power? Just because of this, just because of your reasons. You killed her? Listening to the other S reasoning, Misaka Mikoto could not accept it at all. In the end, the enraged Misaka Mikoto unleashed her most powerful attack. Perielgun. But the effect was, the railgun was activated at close range, but was directly bounced back. She and T even reacted in time, feeling as if she could be taken out at any moment. The gap in strength between the two made Misaka Mikoto's body stiffen for a moment. Is this the first of LV5? People had always said that the other was the first of LV5, but she hadn't paid much attention to it. She felt that even if she was somewhat behind, it wouldn't be by much. But now, seeing this scene, she only felt that the gap was very large. It had even reached a point where it was impossible to surpass. At this moment, she even felt that the version of herself in the picture was going to be eliminated. Chapter 136, Computer Components. Don't say such harsh things. Don't make me sound like a murderer. I'm just killing a replica that can be generated by pressing a button. Huh? Why are you frozen? All right, I'm really sorry. That was your ultimate move. I didn't expect you, an LV5, to disappoint me like this. Now it's my turn to act. Although looking at you, there's really not much to expect. Let me at least have a little fun, trash. Misaka Mikoto, still in shock, was somewhat dazed. One Fong Tongxing had already stepped forward. This made the Misaka Mikoto in the system's space grit her teeth at the scene. And the next moment made her eyes widen even more. Although she had already prepared herself, seeing this group of identical copies in front of her, the hatred in her eyes was completely unmasked. Please wait a moment. Unexpected events may cause deviations from the predictions, Misaka warned. Her voice came out in the footage. Everyone present saw it. That guy who was a copy of the template. Is this what they call a clone? Watching this scene, the people on site were actually quite interested in this technology. White Zetsu. Obito thought of White Zetsu when looking at these guys. White Zetsu was similar, having many clones, making it hard for him to distinguish between them. This was indeed a problem. If he could copy a bunch of clones to help him with tasks, that would be great. Especially since his sister was LV5, the deviations in combat were huge. Not only would it not shorten the experiment time, but it could also pose a risk of the experiment collapsing. Furthermore, Misaka had already made adjustments to cooperate with the subsequent experiments. Changing the plan was extremely difficult, and Misaka attempted to persuade. I got it. I was just teasing her a bit. Stop playing your little chain game. It's really disgusting. One Fong Tongxing waved his hand. He seemed very impatient with the newly appeared Misaka clones. He had no fear of these guys, whom he had killed countless times. He was completely uninterested. By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. Your clones have helped me quite a bit, so I should thank you. I am one Fong Tongxing. Nice to meet you. He walked closer to Misaka Mikoto and whispered beside her. His voice was so pleasant it almost felt like it could make one's ears pregnant. After leaving the sentence, he departed from the spot, leaving a whole bunch of Misaka Mikoto behind, clearing tracks 9,995 to 10,007 others. The Misaka clones quickly cleaned up the scene. Originally, Misaka Mikoto was watching them act as if they didn't care at all. It's so strange. Why are you cooperating with such a plan? You're also human, right? You're alive, right? You will be killed. This inexplicable thing. Why? What's the point of this? The nearly collapsing Misaka Mikoto asked one question after another, and she got her answer. Misaka was merely creating replicas for the needs of the plan, artificial bodies, artificial hearts, experimental animals, averaging 180,000 yen. Experimental animals. This was the self-evaluation of so many clones. That's how it is, then I'll take my leave, sister. Leaving this last sentence. The Misaka clones seemed to have their own tasks to attend to, and the footage ended here. The Misaka Mikoto in the system space looked at the disappearing footage, remaining silent. What is this? She had imagined countless situations where clones might appear. She never expected that it would turn out like this. Experimental animals averaging 180,000 yen? What a joke. Academy City, why would there be such experiments? Unforgivable. Various thoughts and helplessness surged in her heart. In the end, Misaka Makoto did not hide her anger at all. After returning, she would definitely make these people pay. The people in the system space did not continue to say much, mainly because they were separated by a world. Even if they wanted to do something, the opportunity was slim. Moreover, it would raise suspicion, especially with Jiraiya, that old pervert. It was probably useless to say anything now. Hey, manager, is there anything else? To say it all. Misaka Makoto's voice had changed, a bit cold. At this moment, she had clearly accepted the current situation in the system space. Whether it was knowing what was going on their side or gaining some other abilities, it was good for her. At least now, she wouldn't end up like the version of herself in the footage, knowing nothing and ultimately getting beaten up, leaving only that one leg. The guy who kept calling her sister, the scene of his death remained imprinted in her mind. Next question. Looking at the sullen-faced Misaka Makoto, Call did not waste time. Fun multiple-choice question. Which of the following characters is known as the LV6 absolute ability user? 1. Satan Ruko. 2. Misaka Makoto. 3. Shirai Kuriko. 4. Waharu Kazari. Reward. LV6 experience card for 1 day. Penalty. Continuous electric leakage for 1 month. Absolute ability user? Misaka Makoto looked at the question inside, her eyes widening. She had originally wanted to see who had such abilities, but ended up seeing familiar names. They were all her friends, but she had never heard that they possessed LV6 abilities. Was this question wrong, or was it based on the future? Misaka Makoto asked directly. If it was based on the future, there might really be something she didn't know. But if it wasn't the future, were any of her friends hiding something? Moreover, was there a connection between absolute ability users and the absolute ability user evolution plan? Thinking of this, Misaka Makoto became unhappy again. She had just learned such bad news, and now another issue arose. Regardless of who among these people was problematic, it was not a good thing for her. Why was it like this again? Hint. Fun QA, this is not the future. Call didn't even need to operate much. The screen directly popped up with a hint. This. Fun QA. Misaka Makoto recalled the time she was referred to as the canon sister. So LV6 is just fake? Thinking of this, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's not that I don't want them to gain power. I just don't want them to be related to that absolute evolved being project. If that's the case, there will definitely be conflicts. Sate Ruko, Shirai Kuriko, Hatsushibara, or myself. I went through each name. Even Misaka Makoto started to doubt herself. However, this thing seems to have no basis at all. If it's based on strength, she is definitely the closest. But she has a gut feeling that it's definitely not her. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a fun quiz. Not even Kuriko. Later, Makoto's gaze lingered on the names of Sate Ruko and Hatsushibara. I choose Sate Ruko. There's no need to hesitate. If I guessed wrong, then so be it. At worst, I'll just leak electricity. I've already leaked so much. I don't care if I continue to leak. It's all the same. Sate Ruko. Congratulations, the answer is correct. Call didn't say much and directly announced the result. This made Makoto look at him in disbelief. Really, Ruko? Why is she LV6? An absolute ability user? Makoto obviously didn't believe it, even if it's just a question. Just look. The screen quickly appeared, still in a display screen-like place. Looking at the screen in the image, there was a small black shadow beside it. Makoto already had a bad feeling. Sure enough, the one in the picture was Sate Ruko. Even she, Kuriko, and Hatsushibara were there. The 4 of them were out shopping together. As soon as Sate Ruko appeared, she greeted Hatsushibara with an updraft. When Sate Ruko used her ability, a barrage of comments flashed by. LV6 ability user. LV6 updraft ability. What a pity, not flying high enough. Sniper reporting color. Report, sir, it's white. Good, Yoshi. One strange word appeared, quickly flooding the screen, leaving Makoto dumbfounded. The others on site were the same. They originally thought an LV6 expert would appear. But this? Are they joking? Just like that, they could take on countless opponents. Keep fighting, however many come. Is LV6 the lowest level? But thinking about Makoto's previous situation felt wrong again. Watching the obscured image slowly fade away, Makoto regained her senses a bit. This is LV6? Yeah, updraft. Damn it. Makoto felt malice. She didn't know who was watching them in Academy City. If they could see this image, what about other times? What about when they were taking a shower? Were they monitoring them in places like the bathhouse? Makoto suddenly thought about the experiments she needed to deal with. It seemed to have doubled. Absolutely unforgivable. This kind of LSP. It's better to deal with it quickly. With various thoughts in her mind, 1,000 words finally turned into one sentence. Where's my reward? It's already on you. Kyle reminded her. Makoto then fished out a strange card from her skirt. As long as it's confirmed for use, it can unleash power. Of course, temporarily, lasting up to 1 day before disappearing. Kyle introduced this thing. At the same time, the usage method appeared in Makoto's mind. The power of LV6. Makoto felt incredibly unbelievable. The power that everyone in Academy City was paying attention to was just in a card. Can she use it any time? Just like that? This could be considered good news. At least she would have more confidence in dealing with that accelerator. Watching herself being instant-killed by Hanmin Tanuki earlier, Makoto was still a bit uneasy. Now, LV6. Makoto felt inflated. She could win. The power of an absolute ability user. Next question. Fun multiple-choice question. In the picture, what is Shirai Kuriko's computer accessory? 1. Computer accessory. 2. Medicine for treating special diseases. 3. Gene potion for enhancing strength. 4. Aphrodisiac that captivates Misaka Makoto. Reward. Gene potion to upgrade from LV4 to LV5. Punishment. Confess to Shirai Kuriko on the spot back in Academy City. Kyle glanced at the question and immediately announced it. This made Makoto, who was still focused on her card, feel something was off. Soon she saw the question. As the question appeared, the image they were watching had already come out. It played back twice. A very familiar place, with some feelings they had already experienced. This was their dormitory, and Sate Ruko and Hatsushira were also present. The intercom doorbell rang outside. Is this Shirai Kuriko's room? You have a package. What is it? It says computer accessory on it. The image played several times in succession. The dialogue in between, along with their debates in the dorm, was all exposed. This made Makoto very angry. This was disrespectful to their privacy. However, for this question, she only felt it was very simple. I choose 4. Makoto gritted her teeth and answered. There was no way she could get this question wrong. Plus, it was already so obvious. Saying it was a computer accessory made it basically impossible. Still playing this kind of game? These little girls really know how to play. Jiraiya commented on the side. Not just this little girl knows how to play. That girl named Kuriko in the picture is also particularly skilled. Maybe, written as Kuriko, pronounced as pervert. She could be compared to Lord Jiraiya. Of course, Shirai Kuriko's perversion is only for the people she likes. For others, she is still quite normal. Jiraiya's perversion is for people he doesn't like and not for those he does. He only strikes hard when dealing with others. Fu. Doflamingo glanced at it. This made Makoto explode. Not caring whether Obito did anything, the electricity on her body already sparked. She directly pushed them back. Stop talking nonsense. Makoto was unhappy. Clearly, nothing had happened, yet they talked as if a lot of things had occurred. This was entirely Kuriko's fault. Moreover, nothing had happened at that time. Only Kuriko at the end. Suddenly, Misaka Makoto's little face couldn't help but blush. But thinking about her situation, she quickly calmed down. She didn't want to expose anything. She could only use aggression and a fierce, unfriendly glare to mask her embarrassment, especially towards Jiraiya, who had already been shot several fierce glances, making him too afraid to look in Misaka Makoto's direction. He obediently stood to the side, mainly because he had no intention of bullying a little girl. After all, she was already so upset and in so much pain. Jiraiya was lost in thought, wishing the answer would be announced quickly. Misaka Makoto no longer wanted to look at an old pervert with white hair. She turned to the administrator. Chapter 137. The self-destruction of Doflamingo, the correct answer. 4. The aphrodisiac that bewitched Misaka Makoto. There was no need for the railgun to say anything more. Kyle had already made the system start giving answers. Accompanied by the flickering of images, the correct answer appeared. This was something the railgun had anticipated. It had caused her quite a bit of trouble at the time, and she had a very deep impression of it. The images continued to flicker. Misaka Makoto in the footage directly asked, who is the sender? The unparalleled aphrodisiac company of AI and Han. Why do they have to say the company name? Little Black. Why we need to celebrate a little and still buy such things? It seems that to cure your perverted personality, we need to use some strong medicine. Watching the footage of herself and Black fighting, Misaka Makoto covered her head. She had some thoughts. Maybe she shouldn't give that potion to that guy. That guy, although reliable many times, would be very troublesome if he really became LV5. The space ability LV5 would definitely be a very special existence in Academy City. Given that guy's perverted personality, he would probably escalate his harassment of her. Just thinking about such things made Misaka Makoto feel very uncomfortable, and her body felt a bit cold. Computer parts are aphrodisiacs? Her strange knowledge increased. Although she didn't know what these computer parts were, it was obvious. Someone pretended to mumble softly. In the next moment, Misaka Makoto shot a fierce glare at the people around her. The Black history that had just been played made her feel an impulse to silence everyone there. However, In the end, she said nothing and did nothing. She wasn't that kind of person. Next question. Next question. Hurry up. Is there anything about me? Being discussed like this is really unpleasant, since I can't resort to violence. Misaka Makoto could only choose to run away. She hoped that the answering would end soon, so she could leave this place. Of course there is. Kyle glanced at the new question. The system was indeed very interested in this railgun. Fun fill in the blank, besides Satan Ruko. Who else in Academy City is referred to as an LV6 ability user? Reward. LV6 experience card for 1 day. Penalty. To return to Academy City, you must survive a super small lightning tribulation. Did this question just appear? Misaka Makoto didn't even know what to say. Didn't they just mention what LV6 Satan Ruko was? This answer shouldn't be a serious one, right? It was somewhat similar. Kyle replied directly, but this time it was another person. For this question, even Kyle had to recall for a moment. It was probably that guy. Combining the images that had just stopped disappearing and the potential events that might follow, he could still guess. As for Misaka Makoto, she wasn't so sure. Does your Academy City have so many LV6? And they're all absolute ability users? Could it be that such people are everywhere? Living in a world where later stage heroes were not as good as dogs and super shadows were everywhere, Jiraiya quipped without knowing anything. Shut up, lecherous old man. Now Jiraiya had devolved from an uncle to an old man, making him feel completely deflated. Meanwhile, Misaka Makoto was thinking about her answer. To be called LV6. It should at least be someone who has an evaluation of them. Moreover, based on the previous individual question situation, it was likely someone around her. Haruharu, Black. She directly ruled out the people who had appeared with Ruko earlier. As for the rest, she thought of that person from school, the one with married light. Or was it Shokuho Misaki? People she knew and could name. Misaka Makoto, who was slightly familiar with them, didn't remember much. According to the previous context, they might be speculated to be LV6. Various memories surfaced. She wanted to find something from Shokuho Misaki, but unfortunately, she couldn't think of anything. The other party probably didn't have that special trait. Later, while lost in thought, she suddenly thought of a woman who was very terrifying to them. Even Shokuho Misaki was a bit wary of her. Moreover, this woman was rumored to have instantly killed 3 LV4 ability users. Combined with the scene of her cleaning up her and Black's dormitory, it was quite possible. Is it the dorm supervisor? Misaka Makoto cautiously spoke up. She actually forgot that woman's name. Dormitory supervisor. That was how they referred to her. Our dormitory supervisor. That woman was the one who liked to grab people's heads and twist them. That. Misaka Makoto suddenly couldn't think of the name, which was very embarrassing. If she couldn't answer the question, she might have to face that lightning tribulation when she went back. That thing was definitely not something good. She might even get struck by lightning. Calculating that her ability was special, she might not be particularly afraid of this. But if a large number of them came, or if the power was very terrifying, it would still be very troublesome. Looking at that guy without knowing the name, Kyle also didn't know what to say. A question that could have easily been answered was missed, but it seemed he didn't know the name either. According to Misaka Makoto's description, the result provided by this system was actually passed. Not only was a reward given, but it also directly provided an image, making Misaka Makoto show surprise. And on the screen, it was indeed the dormitory supervisor. Watching the dormitory supervisor effortlessly twist the necks of each girl in their school, including her, with the most being Black. Looking at the girls inside screaming, Misaka Makoto thought about the fear of being controlled by the dormitory manager. However, in the end, she held it in. This woman, aren't all the others Esper users? Is that guy really an absolute Esper? Doflamingo looked at the woman inside and made a sarcastic remark. In the next moment, the camera zoomed in on a screen-like place. Every time the dorm manager made a move, there were those barrage comments. They started flooding in, saying things like LV6 Absolute Esper. Misaka Makoto already knew that her title as sister and the situations of others were created by these guys. Don't let me find you, or I will definitely make you experience what Billy Billy means, Misaka Makoto muttered, feeling uncomfortable with the electric discharge from her body. Although she answered the question correctly, she was still very displeased. While this gave her an LV6 experience card to do more things, it would only make it a bit easier when she found these guys. She had to educate them not to casually give other special nicknames behind their backs. This little girl already had so many questions, and there were more. After this question ended, Misaka Makoto hadn't spoken yet when Doflamingo began to interject. Seems like you can't wait. Kyle looked at him, but they still had to wait. There was no need to cut in line. If it weren't for the system that he couldn't fully control right now, he wouldn't let such a person in. He'd just drag them out and execute them for 3 days and nights before talking. Doflamingo's face stiffened for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. As a powerful underground boss with a strong tolerance, he wouldn't be easily rattled by such matters. However, he would definitely seek revenge later. After all, the other party's attitude was already quite obvious. Based on their situation, it was impossible for them to become good friends or partners. It was clear that this sinister guy was up to no good. However, Kyle didn't pay much attention to it and directly announced the next question. This time, it wasn't a question he deliberately gave. It was genuinely Doflamingo's turn. This made Misaka Mikoto breathe a sigh of relief, yet feel somewhat unsatisfied. If only she could enhance her power or gain more information and clues. That would be even better. Doflamingo looked at the question and fell silent for a moment. He wanted to test the waters, but looking at this question, he didn't even know if he should answer it. Self-revealing dark history? Multiple choice. Which character killed their own father? 1. Doflamingo. Zweiter Stahlhut Luffy. 3. Marine Admiral Akainu. 4. Revolutionary Army Leader Dragon. Reward: 30 increase in a certain ability's progress. Penalty: loss of a certain ability. Looking at the question above, Doflamingo was very certain that he knew of no one else who had killed their own father. After all, he did kill his. The question you wanted has arrived. Hurry up and choose. Everyone looked at Doflamingo, with Misaka Mikoto urging from his side. She needed to hurry back. Moreover, when she was answering questions just now, the other party kept bothering her. Even a small woman like her could hold a grudge. Killing one's own father. That was truly too much. Jiraiya looked at the question above while glancing over at Obito. However, thinking about his own situation, Jiraiya felt troubled. Why is this world so strange? Uchiha Obito didn't care at all. He was a man with his own goals now, just waiting to free himself from Uchiha Madara. Doflamingo's face was cold. To others, it seemed like he was just hesitating. But he wasn't struggling with any answer. He was thinking about how his identity would be exposed. If the system situation was revealed, it would probably all come to light. Although quite a few people knew about this. Knowing a lot, and everyone knowing were two different things. What a disgusting system. Doflamingo had suspected that Kyle was setting him up, but eventually gave up. Even if he was, so what? There was nothing he could do now. With hatred towards Kyle, Doflamingo made his choice. I choose Doflamingo. He looked at Kyle and gave his answer. Good grief, I thought you were struggling with something. In this tiny system space. You two are the only ones with such a dark history, one killing his own father, and the other causing the death of his own master's family. You guys. Jiraiya couldn't help but speak up. Here, the only one normal was that little girl who kept calling him an old pervert. Sigh. Justice lies in the hearts of the people. The misunderstanding against him would eventually be cleared up. Old man, what can a guy killed by his own disciples say? Doflamingo retorted, looking ready to argue. He was not the kind of person who would remain silent in the face of insults. Meanwhile, Misaka Mikoto was extremely disgusted with the people here. An old pervert, a parasite, a murderer. Where did such oddballs come from? Hurry up and announce the answer. Don't waste any more time. Misaka Mikoto, who was most eager to return, urged. Just now, seeing the scene of the dorm manager twisting the heads of students one by one had stimulated her a bit. Besides, there was nothing else for her to do here. She just wanted to go back and stop that so-called absolute Esper plan first. She urged quickly, without needing anyone else to say anything. The answer had already surfaced. The correct answer was naturally Doflamingo. Although the pirate world indeed had a lot of ridiculous situations, killing one's own father was still rare, and Doflamingo was one of them. Reward. Having exposed his dark history, Doflamingo could only take some rewards to comfort himself. Hopefully, it would grant him some good ability enhancements. Kyle didn't bother with his nonsense. The system had already made its judgment, and there was nothing he could stop. An energy appeared within Doflamingo's body, and he could feel his conqueror's haki growing rapidly. In just a few breaths, Doflamingo adjusted to his situation and unleashed a powerful pressure, surprising everyone present except for Kyle. But it passed quickly. I can only say that this ability is still a bit stressful. This power, the people on site care about it. It's just a pity that no one intends to introduce anything to them. Next question, is there any? It has already been exposed. Doflamingo has lost all shame. Watching the scene where he killed his own father, the means were extremely cruel, and in the end, he even severed the head. He didn't care at all. Although this exposure would affect his reputation, this situation was just that, feeling the power he had just gained. Doflamingo was a bit excited about the next reward, but also worried about whether he would have to protect himself later. If that were the case, it could really be a bit troublesome. The cost of it all. Kyle didn't waste any more of Doflamingo's words and quickly presented the next question. Multiple choice. Why did Doflamingo kill his father? 1. Because the other party treated him badly. 2. Because Doflamingo wanted to determine his own capacity. 3. because he hated his father for declaring his departure from the celestial dragons, and killing his father was mainly to return to the celestial dragons. 4. Because of his mother's entrustment. Reward: a certain ability's progress increases by 30. Penalty: deprivation of a certain ability. Chapter 138. Doflamingo, who found the answer? Why did he kill his father? What reason is this? What kind of thing would make someone want to kill their own biological father? This is indeed something he had never thought of. Jiraiya, although he has no impression of his own father anymore, couldn't understand such matters at all. Was it to recognize his own capacity? It seems similar to someone. Obito looked at the options inside. One of the options reminded him of someone. Of course, it was just a reminder. That guy also had many problems, and they were only using each other now. Only a madman would do such a thing. Or maybe he simply wasn't human, just a beast or something. Misaka Mikoto made a judgment on the side. Her disgust for Doflamingo had already surpassed that of Jiraiya. Jiraiya just looked like a lecherous old man and was merely rude. That Obito wasn't a good thing either, but he hadn't said much since coming here, so she didn't care much. Instead, this tall guy who didn't look like a good person at all, with such an unpleasant laugh, it was strange to have a good impression of him. Damn it. Doflamingo looked around at the few people. After feeling unhappy for a moment, he spoke again. Right now, he had no right to refuse. He also knew that throwing a tantrum here would just be a display of impotent rage. It would be better to answer the question first and get the benefits. 3. I choose 3 because I hate my father for declaring his departure from the celestial dragons, and killing my father was mainly to return to the celestial dragons. Doflamingo said this with a gloomy face. There really is such a reason for patricide. This is too bizarre. So the identity of the warlord is like this. I wonder if others have different identities, like being a king or previously a slave. It's really possible. Since celestial dragons have appeared, what else is impossible? In the world of One Piece, many people were stirred up by the situation in the system space. The fact that Doflamingo was once a celestial dragon and even killed his own father was completely exposed. It was no longer like before, where only a small number of people knew. This bastard, he can't even keep this secret. He's really useless. And this system keeps bothering us. Hurry up and get rid of that thing. And that manager, I want him to be my slave. Useless, useless. Why aren't you making a move? You bunch of sea pigs. Beasts, capture all the forces he belongs to. I will make them all my slaves. A celestial dragon in a chi-pao said angrily, scolding the guard beside him. Even though the guard had been beaten and was bleeding in many places, he still respectfully maintained a smile, indicating he would complete the task. Useless, go die. And that disgrace, have someone bring him back. We need to judge him. Don't keep staring at the name of the celestial dragons. Just him. Can he even be considered a celestial dragon? Just a dirty little pirate. Just like his father, trash. A brainless guy, wanting to become that kind of lowly person. He deserves to die. The world government. Regarding Doflamingo's situation, they were indeed displeased. Soon, a plan for dealing with Doflamingo was put in place. This guy, squeeze out his last value. Doflamingo in the system space was completely unaware that because of his exposure, the celestial dragons were already considering him. Previously, due to his identity, they had no plans to do anything to him. They also wanted to let other celestial dragons see what the consequences of reckless thinking would be. And now, the whole world knew that there was such a traitor among the celestial dragons. Naturally, some celestial dragons didn't want to keep such a guy around. They were just thinking about when to deal with him. Doflamingo did not know, and even if he did, he wouldn't care. It was also expected. He was naturally clear about the character of the celestial dragons. What he cared about more now was the increase in strength. What ability could he gain this time? Hurry up and announce the results. Doflamingo urged. Do you really think this is glorious? Looking at this guy, Cal made a sarcastic comment. However, he didn't drag it out any longer. After all, the reward wasn't given by him. The troublesome part later wasn't his problem either. After confirming the message, the system had already sent the reward. Doflamingo could clearly feel that his control over the string fruit's ability had improved a level. Although it wasn't a drastic difference from before, there was already a noticeable gap. He even felt that he might be able to defeat the previous 2 versions of himself. Power. Immense power. Coupled with the previous Haki's strength, Doflamingo could be said to have hit the jackpot. This feeling even made him think that killing his foolish father wasn't such a bad thing. At least he was getting better and better. He was even wondering if he could find someone to kill him, and then gain some benefits. Even if that person was Whitebeard, it would be fine. Doflamingo, how about going to find Whitebeard? With various wild thoughts, he even had the idea of becoming Whitebeard's son. But soon his expression stiffened, because he saw that the scene of him killing his father has already been exposed. Not only that, but there are also the scenes later on where he sought out the celestial dragons for his own benefit, intending to take back what belonged to him, only to be rejected. Furthermore, he hoped those guys would give up some good things, but all were refused. They were driven away and called inferior beings, especially some who already had conflicts with their family. They even caused trouble for them in the middle. TCH, killing his own father and still being rejected. He really deserves it. As someone who is about to be killed by his own disciple, Jiraiya has no good feelings for Don Quixote Doflamingo, a person who is entirely for his own benefit. Although Doflamingo's father might have suffered some grievances that affected him, it shouldn't be to this extent. Doflamingo naturally heard the words. There's only this little distance, but at this moment, he didn't want to say much. He remained silent with a dark expression. So he shouldn't be a celestial dragon anymore, right? Misaka Makoto spoke up. Just because of that identity? Yes, now, just a pirate, Kai said. He merely smiled at Doflamingo's identity and didn't pay much attention to it. To Doflamingo, this was a huge mockery. They were all laughing at him. They hadn't even heard of it. With red eyes, Doflamingo gritted his teeth. The blood vessels that had emerged seemed to tell others that if given the chance, he definitely wouldn't mind getting rid of them. Next question. Stop talking nonsense. If there are no questions left, let me leave. Doflamingo urged as he looked at the disappearing screen and noticed Kai hadn't announced any other questions. I thought you might need a break, so I was being considerate and waiting for you. Oh, right. You should know that the people in the pirate world have all seen this. Do you want to greet them? Watching the other party's displeasure from the exposure, Kai continued to dig at the wound. Each word was like a knife stabbing into Doflamingo. Just those words made Doflamingo's expression even darker. He wished he could directly hit Kai with a divine bullet of holy death. To beat this guy to death, knowing the truth and repeatedly reopening his scars. And it had to be in front of him. It was like rubbing salt in the wound. He had initially chosen to selectively ignore other matters, yet he insisted on saying it. Doflamingo at this moment wished he could devour Kai. However, Kai didn't pay much attention. After confirming he could move on to the next question, he directly began to announce. Multiple choice question in the Dressrosa incident. Which pirate was offered a bounty of 500 million berries by Don Quixote Doflamingo? 1. Monkey de Luffy 2. Sniper King Usopp 3. Blackbeard Marshal de Teach 4. Trafalgar D. Water Law. Reward. A certain ability's progress increases by 30. Punishment. Loss of a certain ability. The next question made Doflamingo pause. This question came from a new group, 71220507. This group updates and releases novels daily. New novel group, 71220507. It can be said to be the most difficult question for him to handle. As one of the underground power bosses, he knows a lot of things. But this so-called future still specified something. Doflamingo felt troubled. Monkey D. Luffy? ISNT he the troublemaker? The son of Marine Hero Garp? The son of Revolutionary Army Leader Dragon? In the future, he even goes to Kaido to become the Pirate King? He also provoked the Yonko Big Mom, wearing the hat of Yonko Shanks. His brother is the 2nd Division commander on the Whitebeard pirate ship. This guy is truly troublesome. Seeing this name, Doflamingo recalled the troublesome identity information of this guy one by one. Monkey D. Luffy. It must be said that this guy appears quite frequently in this QA space. He had already discovered that many matters involving the Straw Hat Kid were related to him. He fought all the way to the New World. Surely there is something about him in the future as well. After some deliberation, Doflamingo didn't make a direct choice. As for the second one, Sniper King Usopp, he had never heard of this person. If someone like that existed, they would definitely be famous. After all, the title of Sniper King isn't something to be taken lightly. Although gunners aren't as fond of challenges as swordsmen, there are still many competitions between them. If someone dares to take such a title, they would definitely face many challenges. After all, no pirate would just sit beneath someone else. Could it be that they only became famous later? That is unlikely. Doflamingo speculated. He basically ruled out this name. If he were a Sniper King, he wouldn't casually provoke others. Monkey D. Luffy could be considered a backup option. He had already confirmed that this guy is indeed a troublemaker. It's very normal for conflicts to arise and fights to happen with him. As for the others, Blackbeard Marshal de Teach, he doesn't even know if that guy is dead or alive now. In the future, he was the one who took down Whitebeard and gained 2 devil fruit abilities. He was very interested in that. Moreover, he was already looking for that dark fruit. Yet there have been no updates. Just like Monkey D. Luffy, he was a backup option. As for the last one, Trafalgar D. Water Law. Without a doubt, he was the person he most wanted to capture. If there was a real opportunity, he wouldn't mind spending 500 million to capture this guy. But that would require an opportunity or special circumstances. Now, according to the 4 answers, having made a determination once, Doflamingo had basically confirmed. Monkey D, Luffy, Blackbeard, Marshall D, Teach, and a traitor for their family, Law. These three guys were the most likely. As for that Sniper King, he had basically ruled him out. If he hadn't ruled him out, he wouldn't be able to guess anything in the end. Among the remaining three, after some deliberation, Doflamingo eliminated Law. As for Blackbeard, after hesitating, he also ruled him out. Based on previous situations, Blackbeard entering the New World had clearly gained fame. With two Devil Fruit abilities, the Tremor Fruit and the Dark Fruit, he wouldn't casually provoke others, let alone issue a bounty. If he did issue a bounty, it wouldn't be 500 million. It would definitely be more, spending a large sum to ask Kaido to take action or something. Thinking it over, in the end, the only one left was that Straw Hat Kid, Monkey D, Luffy. This troublemaker is likely to cause a scene after entering the New World and ended up provoking him. He even ran into his country and got a bounty on his head. Doflamingo is quite clever. After brainstorming, he has already guessed most of the situation, unless we exclude the correct answer from the very beginning. Haven't you thought it through yet? The system space has been silent for a while. Seeing Doflamingo not speaking, Misaka Makoto is dissatisfied. Can you not waste her time like this? She still needs to go back to save the world. She doesn't have time to watch this annoying guy. Ha ha ha. Are you that eager to go back? With your strength, even if you return, you'll just get taken down. There's really no need for it. How about I give you a suggestion? Give me that gene from your previous vision, and if I research something next time we meet, I'll give it to you. How about that? Doflamingo isn't bothered by the pressure. Instead, he finds it amusing to provoke Misaka Makoto. Now that he has already thought of the correct answer, Doflamingo isn't worried at all. In fact, he has even thought about where his next gained ability will increase. His Haki and Devil Fruit abilities have already grown. If his physical fitness and martial arts improve a bit more, that would be even better. Of course, if other abilities could be enhanced a little, that would also be a good thing. Moreover, it seems like he profits more. One is a balanced development, and one is special treatment. For him, as long as it can enhance combat power, it's all good. He is well aware that in this world, strength is respected no matter what. Chapter 139. Sniper King Usopp's Gene? Hearing this, Misaka Makoto became alert. At the same time, she felt even more disgusted by this sleazy guy. She had sensed before that this guy was not a good person and had serious problems. This made Misaka Makoto consider giving Doflamingo a taste of a railgun. Although this guy is as tall as a monster, she isn't afraid. Do you want to test the power of an LV-5 Electromaster? You weirdo. What kind of celestial dragon are you? You have no power here. Especially since you're a person who has been stripped of your citizenship. They don't even recognize you. You monster who killed your own father. Misaka Makoto didn't hold back. She directly insulted Doflamingo, which made his previously smug expression stiffen for a moment. It shouldn't be like this, right? Even if the other party wanted to refuse. Wouldn't it be possible to try, for the sake of self-improvement? Doflamingo looked at Misaka Makoto, feeling that this girl was unreasonable. I hope you don't regret it. Little girl, if there's a chance to enter their world in the future, I definitely won't be polite. He has high expectations for this system. He feels like he can't stay in this world any longer. He just wants to find a way to get rid of this annoying Kyle, become the administrator, or even the master of the system, and then go to other worlds to do things. With various thoughts, Doflamingo spoke up directly. Let's reveal the answer. I choose a Straw Hat Kid, Luffy. Before Misaka Makoto could respond, Doflamingo had already announced his choice, proudly addressing Kyle. It seemed that victory was in his grasp. Obviously, he wanted to see Kyle's displeasure while still needing to give him the reward. I got it right, didn't I? Even if you've gained part of this system-S abilities now, you can't cause trouble, right? Give me the reward. That troublemaking Straw Hat Kid Luffy won't have the chance to cause chaos anymore. Doflamingo doesn't care about the other party's identity, no matter how powerful they are. Can they be stronger than him? He is a celestial dragon, even if no one acknowledges it now. But even so, he possesses celestial dragon blood, making him a half-celestial dragon. Once he gains powerful strength, he won't care about the 4 emperors, the world government, or the navy. Once that day comes, Doflamingo seems to have seen the future. He has been persuading, and this exposure doesn't count for anything. It's not just about this world. When he has the opportunity to dominate other worlds, he certainly won't hold back. You're thinking too much. You got it wrong. Kyle looked at the smug Doflamingo and spoke up. Does this guy's brain work normally? Suddenly this mysterious confidence. He directly thinks he got it right. How is that possible? Among those above, the only one who could cause trouble is that straw hat-wearing kid. The others have no need for it. Doflamingo's face darkened. He feels that neither Blackbeard nor Law would just issue a bounty on him like this. It can't be that Sniper King, can it? A nobody suddenly appears out of nowhere and comes to New World to cause trouble for him? Doflamingo thought to himself, I can't just give an answer randomly. As for the judgment, Kyle mocked him a bit. The way he spoke had a slightly sarcastic tone, making Doflamingo grit his teeth. Before he could say anything more, he suddenly saw the system's display screen giving the answer. Without having time to pay attention to anything else, an invisible force targeted his body. His hockey quickly diminished. Hockey? My hockey? Doflamingo could feel his hockey rapidly disappearing. Fortunately, it was just a quick loss of the method to use armament hockey. Doflamingo couldn't feel it all. This made him unable to bear it. Although his hockey wasn't as monstrous as the four emperors, he was still among the stronger ones. Coupled with the previous enhancements, Doflamingo could say it was a big loss. No matter how displeased Doflamingo was, how much he begged for mercy, or even thought about cursing or wanted to make a move, he had no chance to continue doing anything. The armament hockey in his body quickly disappeared, leaving Doflamingo with a sullen face. He has fallen here. Fortunately, he had gained quite a bit beforehand, but because of those gains, it made him even more pained and displeased. Who the hell is this person? What have they done? Doflamingo said angrily, but he didn't get a response from Kyle. He directly received the answer given by the system. In his kingdom, a huge screen displayed content that ignited excitement among the crowd. Doflamingo was also somewhat surprised by the situation inside. It showed a tree person, which was clearly related to future events. Is there really someone like that who makes him wish for the other's death? And even offered a bounty of 500 million? Is that guy really worth that much? The correct answer, Sniper King, Usopp. The image revealed a guy with a long nose, a mustache, and a full head of explosive black hair. The bounty of 500 million berries was quite eye-catching. A 5-star pirate. 1 star represents 100 million berries. This drew a lot of attention. Doflamingo looked at the person in front of him and felt no impression whatsoever. He was not a famous person at all. Not a big deal. Even in the pirate world, many wanted to confirm this guy's identity. No matter what, he had some value. A cage on Magnadrum Island. It was hard to tell. But the future you is really special. 500 million berries? Sniper King? This is quite conscious. Looking at the person inside, Zoro and Sanji turned to Usopp. Although they were comrades now, they had no intention of looking down on him. But regarding the other's strength, they were quite discerning. Forget 500 million berries. Even 50 million is already a lot. After all, their captain was only worth 30 million. There is really no significant value. He is not a big shot. Someone like Usopp. In the future? Looking at his future self, Usopp was at a loss for words. It couldn't be a coincidence in name, right? Usopp thought about struggling. It's not likely that the names would match completely. Sanji spoke up from the side. With that appearance and expression, it must be you. Usopp couldn't accept it. Sanji kept hitting him with harsh words. Although he had left here before, he chose to come back. It wasn't about sharing hardships. He just knew that his family had also arrived here. He didn't want to be outside anymore. Besides, there were their people here. If he left, it would make him feel uncomfortable, like he was betraying them. This isn't like his character. Either don't join. Since he joined, he shouldn't casually shout about quitting. Since everyone is here, they should look for opportunities together. The guy won't let me off. Is he a celestial dragon? Given that guy's situation, he would definitely come after me after leaving that space. I'm doomed. Warlord of the Sea, plus the identity of a celestial dragon. The great pirates of the New World. Usopp didn't know what to say anymore. He started mumbling for a while. Soon he fell silent. Why? Why does everything turn out this way? Is this what his future self did? And he didn't even know anything. And it turned out like this? Usopp's future is so impressive. 500 million. But I will become even stronger. The Straw Hat Kid Luffy didn't have much strength left, but he still managed to speak. Although it was in a weak tone, it was still heard by everyone around. On one hand, it acknowledged Usopp. On the other hand, it proved that he hadn't given up yet. What should I say? He was still thinking about leaving for now. And you? What is there to be afraid of? This place isn't so easy to get into. If that Doflamingo guy comes in, just let them fight with that manager. That guy's attitude toward pirates is very unfriendly. Sanji quickly said from the side. Will he take action? He should, right? Usopp asked himself and answered. No matter what, this is his territory. If pirates come here to cause trouble, the other side definitely won't just stand by. So as long as he stays here, there won't be any danger. Yoshi, I'll never leave here for the rest of my life. Thankfully, there's food, drink, and a master here. Everything is good. There are also people to protect him. So there's no need to run away. With various thoughts, Usopp even started to consider giving up on going to sea. At this moment, a little girl in the East Blue watched the now very mature Usopp on the screen and felt a bit excited. Next to her was a butler who looked like a sheep, trying to persuade her about something. But the girl completely ignored him. On a pirate ship in the New World, having just evaded some Navy fleets, the people on board became lively. Some saw the screen and shouted, "Yasop, that guy is your son, right? That nose, you said before, is completely different from yours." "Ha ha ha, Sniper King, such an arrogant name. Don't tell me he is going to knock you down in the future. How lame. I can't beat my son. This is hilarious. You abandoned him and went to sea. Maybe he won't even recognize you. And if he does, he'll definitely give you a beating. Ha, that makes sense. Yasop, you better get ready to be beaten." To celebrate Yasop getting beaten, cheers. Ha ha ha. The atmosphere on the pirate ship was very good. One by one, they joked, and then found an excuse to start drinking. What reason didn't tea matter anymore? Cheers was the way to go. You guys. A man with curly hair and a long gun on his back, with a rough, uncle-like face, grinned while watching his companions joke around. With one hand holding a drink, he gulped it down. He was too worried about getting beaten by his son. He looked on with great satisfaction. If that day really comes, he looking forward to it. "Yasop, I'm waiting for you." Although he is his biological son, Yasop had no intention of giving up. "Yasop, I received news before that your son has already been captured, and he has joined that Luffy-esque crew. They don't have any future now." Ben Beckman suddenly thought of something. He had received the news earlier and wanted to say it. But the New World has been very chaotic lately, and there hasn't been an opportunity. This situation has delayed it. Yasop was also taken aback. "Has that Luffy guy also been captured? Captain, what do you plan to do?" Yasop didn't rush. After receiving the news, he looked at Shanks, not at all worried about his son. Although they didn't have any danger now, setting sail was impossible. Ben Beckman added, he had previously received news that there was no danger. That's why he remained calm. If it weren't for that, they should have turned back to the Grand Line long ago. They could have even issued threats to prevent any reckless actions. Luffy was also captured. What reason could there possibly be to stop a man from going to sea? Let's go. Bring them back to the sea. Shanks glanced at Jesus Burgess. Without hesitation, he began to speak. "Oh." A group of people at the scene responded. They were naturally interested in something actionable. Even if it meant going to the Grand Line, to that place called the Paradise, they wouldn't mind. Moreover, this time it was about helping someone in the crew rescue their son. And that captain who gave his hat to little Luffy. This guy can't be left too long. Otherwise, problems will arise sooner or later. "Thank you, Captain." Jesus Burgess brought drinks to Shanks and started pouring. "What nonsense are you talking about? Drink, drink, drink. Ha ha." Shanks also drank heartily. While drinking, someone was already maneuvering the pirate ship towards the Grand Line, heading for Magnetic Drum Island. Although they might encounter those Navy forces again, there was no choice. They had not fought for a long time. They weren't worried about the Navy. They just didn't want to kill those guys recklessly. Of course, they also didn't want anything following them all the time. That's why they fled to prevent being caught. As for now, sailing while drunk was not a problem. If they were discovered, so be it. In any case, they would eventually shake them off. Whether it's this pirate ship or their navigators and talents, they were much more powerful than a single naval warship. At most, some of the ships supporting attack weapons might be better than the pirate ship. As for the rest, they simply couldn't compare. A specialized ship and one that is produced in bulk are definitely different. However, the so-called weapons and various powerful attacks seemed like jokes to the red-hair pirates. The cannonballs didn't even reach the ship before being blown up in various ways. Chapter 140. The childlike fruit, System Master. How is that possible? Such a guy, with a long nose looking like a fool, is here to make us laugh. Doflamingo still thought about what kind of person this so-called Sniper King was. But the image that popped up with that long nose looking so smug made him feel that this guy was definitely not someone of great strength. Perhaps one couldn't determine strength just by looks, but that aura, that commanding presence could still be felt very clearly. That smug look had no redeeming qualities at all. Doflamingo was obviously unable to accept reality. But Cal didn't care whether he accepted it or not. Anyway, things had already been confirmed. Multiple choice in the Dressrosa incident. What is Doflamingo's purpose for bounty hunting Sniper King Usopp? 1. To take revenge for the important members of his family being killed. 2. Jealous of Sniper King Usopp's title, planning to cause him some trouble. 3. Because Usopp disrupted his plan, causing him a lot of trouble. 4. Because Sniper King Usopp betrayed him and left his family. Reward. A certain ability's progress increases by 30. Punishment. Deprivation of a certain ability. A new question appeared. Looking at Doflamingo, Cal smiled slightly. This question was also an interesting one. Once exposed, Doflamingo would likely face a lot of trouble. Regardless of the world's influence or the Navy and the world government, they definitely wouldn't let him continue like this. No matter what, Dressrosa was also an ally of the world government. If they didn't know, they might still be able to hide it and manipulate things secretly. But if other allies found out about this news, it would definitely put pressure on the world government. They would be afraid that they would be next. In such a situation, they naturally didn't want to see it. It's him again. Looking at the question inside, Doflamingo gritted his teeth. He hadn't actually met this guy called Usopp yet, but his hatred for this guy had already reached its peak. There were hardly a few people in front of him. If possible, forget about 500 million berries, even 1 billion, he would nod and put a bounty on him to take him out. This guy, looking at each answer, Doflamingo had a bad feeling. It seemed that all these answers were possible. He would definitely not let go of anyone who killed a core family member. He wouldn't let go of betrayal either. And disrupting his plans was out of the question. Any plan in Dressrosa was extremely important, especially Sugar's toy soldier plan. If he really showed up, it would be a huge problem. Doflamingo could feel the crisis here. He just thought as long as it's not this one, it would be fine. He even felt that answering the question wrong didn't matter. As for jealousy and such, that possibility was the lowest. How could he act recklessly for such a trivial reason? Moreover, he couldn't possibly be jealous of the title of Sniper King. What's Sniper King? He didn't take it seriously at all. It's just a title. Although he was called one of the 7 warlords of the sea, that king is not the same as that king. They're completely different. Just like many kings in various countries who are actually useless. Hurry up and answer the question. Don't waste time. Anyway, you don't know. According to this rambling guy, it's just jealousy of others. Hurry up and make a choice. Misaka Mikoto had a very bad attitude towards Doflamingo. This almost made Doflamingo spit blood. Wasn't it just inviting her a few times before? Didn't need to be like this? However, seeing that the people nearby were clearly still waiting and even urging him, Doflamingo still honestly made his choice. The guess was naturally the one he least wanted to accept. I choose 3. That guy disrupted my plan. Doflamingo said this with his teeth gritting, clearly not wanting this answer. People around could also see his situation. They looked at him with amusement, clearly sensing he had something to reveal. It was even worse than when he took out his own father. Correct answer. Kyle on the side felt that the other party was lucky. He received a reward, and this did not waste time, directly announcing the result. He is now very curious about what will happen after this guy finds out the answer. Maybe it could even help him attract some vitality, so that the Navy and the world government won't keep an eye on him. This is not impossible. After all, what Doflamingo did, when exposed, would indeed affect the reputation of the world government. They definitely have to give an explanation and resolve the matter. What plan? What did that guy do? Although he was announced to have answered correctly, Doflamingo had no happy thoughts at all. He would rather have Kyle modify it directly and let nothing be exposed. According to his own character, he is very clear that something that could make him lose his temper and directly offer a bounty that does not match actual ability must be a big deal. And no matter what the matter is, he doesn't dare to leak it out. That would be troublesome. He thought of the unfortunate Blackbeard teach in the New World. Seeing that guy's miserable state, Doflamingo was a bit worried about falling into the same fate as him. Running around, miserable, not obtaining the dark fruit. Neither Whitebeard nor the World Government Navy showed any intention of letting him go. Although there were big issues on Whitebeard's side, many people now have no time to chase after Blackbeard. But the fact that Blackbeard teach didn't obtain the ability of the dark fruit is just that. The level of masters in the New World. Accept the reward then. And this. Kyle didn't say much to him. He directly sent the reward, making Doflamingo feel a noticeable change in his physique, starting to shift towards a perverse direction. Although it wasn't as exaggerated as Kaido and the others. Compared to some vice admirals who specialize in physical training, he was actually not weak at all. Although the increase in strength is a good thing for Doflamingo. Looking at the window that was being talked about, he had no interest at all. He would rather not have the reward and avoid this matter from being exposed. But that was obviously impossible. Not to mention that Kyle currently couldn't handle this. Even if he could, he wouldn't do it for this guy. He was really looking forward to the trouble that would come after Doflamingo was exposed. No matter how much Doflamingo resisted, the scene still appeared, presented in front of an individual. The Smile Factory underground in Dressrosa. Usopp and the others devised a plan to rescue the toy people from Doflamingo's family, particularly Sugar. During this time, Doflamingo also witnessed these scenes. Watching this fool inside ruin his plans, Doflamingo gritted his teeth. And in the end, seeing that Sugar was actually scared to the point of fainting by that so-called Sniper King, he couldn't accept it at all. Sugar fainting, causing all those who had been turned into toys in Dressrosa to return to their original forms, made Doflamingo furious, and he placed a bounty of 500 million on Usopp. These scenes unfolded here, leaving Doflamingo unsure whether to blame Sugar or Usopp. Is this what that guy did? Doflamingo's face was gloomy. He even began to think about whether to properly train this precious Sugar. But Sugar, like a little girl, was shaking her head madly, completely unable to believe that she was defeated by such a person. Losing like this? Usopp? Impossible. Why would I lose to such a fool? And my ability has been exposed. The cadres of the Doflamingo family were also very troubled. Knowing this matter, Sugar would definitely have to be hidden even more so that it would be difficult to discover her. No matter if it was the people who were currently targeting her or any unexpected events that might arise later, she couldn't appear like this anymore. This might be the only good news now. Goodness, is this what the warlords are like? The king of Dressrosa, now should be called the former king of Dressrosa, became king inexplicably. It was already obvious what happened to the previous king, and with so many toy people, that devil fruit ability called Sugar is indeed terrifying. Making everyone forget, that's too scary. Perhaps such things could still happen, and no one would know. What about the former Dressrosa? Should we? Individuals in the chat area were talking. Clearly, they were very interested in the situation of the former Dressrosa. There were even people from the former Dressrosa speaking up. Many of them were actually uncertain about what was going on. The lost memories still do not exist, but they still discovered this through the system. After that, whether they could find out who had become a toy would depend on the situation. Many powerful individuals were already quite tacitly heading to the former Dressrosa to check the situation. At this time, the cadres of Doflamingo in the former Dressrosa were even thinking about directly running away. According to the current situation, they would definitely be in trouble, even directly doomed. Especially as they watched the comments on the screen from individuals, whether they were from pirates or other allied nations, all had thoughts about them. They could only hope that Doflamingo would return soon to take charge. In the system space, this ability is really special. It can change forms and even make people forget. Can such an ability really be realized? On one side, Jiraiya felt a bit incredulous. Transforming people, he could do that too, turning someone into a frog. But making the living person forget the one who turned into a frog? That he couldn't do. At least, that technique alone was impossible. Unless he sealed their memories one by one. But this guy clearly wasn't sealing memories one by one, but rather making people unable to remember, losing understanding of themselves. This ability is very suitable for us. Obito was also quite interested in the fruit. Such an ability is very suitable for those with goals to use. If he had such an ability, perhaps the success rate of his plans would increase greatly. And the room for maneuver would also expand a lot. A slight mistake and Misaka Mikoto had a face full of disgust. Such an ambitious person. Using others like this made her detest him to the extreme. In her eyes, this guy was just like those Misaka clones. Indeed, every world has its trash. Such a person deserves to die early. And he even received a reward. This system is too. Misaka Mikoto had various thoughts in her mind, but said nothing. This system has exposed enough, right? Is it possible that you're doing something? This system has always been under your control behind the scenes, which is why so much information has been gathered. So, Don Quixote Doflamingo is now thinking of diverting attention. Don't let anyone focus on him. He knows that people from the pirate world can also observe the situation here. Speaking to himself, he raises suspicions that Kyle could manipulate this system recklessly. This only intensifies the suspicion directed at him. Whether people believe it or not is often irrelevant. As long as there is suspicion, someone will take action. As long as some people can be drawn away, that's enough. He believes that the potential ownership of a system is definitely more attractive than their original Dressrosa plan, especially after he personally experienced the power he gained. This is so evident for him now. What about others, even the top powerhouses in the world? If these guys obtained it, could they directly unify the world? Doflamingo's words do attract the attention of people in the pirate world. In fact, many have thought about this, but they haven't fully confirmed it. They are merely curious about this guy who has always been right and has become an administrator. Now, if they could expose more, they wouldn't mind. It's not just the people from the pirate world. Even those on site are looking at Kyle after hearing this. Is this system space created by you? Are you the one behind it all? Misaka Mikoto, though not fully aware of the situation, is very eager to confirm the current matters. She wants to know if the rewards she received were real and if the news about the absolute evolver is true. This is the most important thing. Of course, the electric discharge is real, and she can confirm that. Does her body just feel like it's going to burst, making her uncomfortable? She wants to hit someone right now. Not just her, but even Jiraiya and Obito are very interested, because this space is still unknown to them. Although they learned some things earlier, they still only believe it generally. They need to go back and confirm. They haven't fully believed it yet. Especially Obito, who felt the rewards and punishments just now. Especially when he saw the white Zetsu disappear, it made him want to know where the limits of this system lie. Chapter 141. white Zetsu cells at this moment. The attention of those on site has shifted to Kyle, especially the few who are here for the first time. They are indeed a bit suspicious. However, this doesn't bother Kyle. He had already anticipated such troubles. It's normal for him to appear at any time. Even if he could give up this administrator position, there would still be people keeping an eye on him. That is human nature. No matter what you say. Shrugging, Kyle directly speaks up. What you should be thinking about now is what to do next. The exposure of turning people into toys will definitely bring misfortune to Doflamingo after he returns. This is something that doesn't even need to be thought about. While speaking, he has also confirmed it. All right, there are no more questions. Everyone should go back to where you came from. Without waiting for Doflamingo to say anything more, Kyle continues. He has no interest in this guy anymore. After all, in the same world, even if the other party won be killed later, he can still find a chance to kill him. In terms of strength, perhaps the other party is still capable. But that is all it is. In a real fight, he might not even be as strong as Enel. Bruce, with Akiji's presence, dealing with this guy isn't easy, especially since he hasn't officially joined the team yet. The oppressive atmosphere seems to reflect in Doflamingo's increasingly agitated state. Who is he? A celestial dragon, a king, a warlord of the sea, an underground overlord, a man who has dealings with the four emperors and the Gorosei. How dare you look at him with such disdain? Is it disdain? It seems you've been living quite comfortably lately. No matter what happens next, you have it easy. As soon as Doflamingo finishes speaking, he disappears from the space. After feeling that he could leave the space, he had no intention of lingering. After all, he has already been exposed, and his family is waiting for him to return and handle matters. I have a question. Can we still enter here? Knowing that Kyle wouldn't answer their previous doubts, Jiraiya didn't make a fool of himself. He just wants to know if he has the opportunity to come here again. Although he didn't gain anything this time, with this opportunity, after getting familiar, he would definitely have a chance next time. Moreover, there are other people. Perhaps he can even bring people over. Jiraiya's words immediately perked up Obito and Misaka Mikoto's ears. They listened attentively, not wanting to miss anything. As long as there is an invitation, anyone can enter here. It all depends on your luck. Kyle said directly. It mainly comes down to the invitation. Just like in their world, those who want to enter here have no chance, while those who don't want to enter are directly pulled in. It's likely that some of them were brought in because of issues with the system. That is Kyle's suspicion. Invitation. Jiraiya and the others all thought of the previous items simultaneously, especially Obito, who remembered that they had specifically sought them out. Moreover, he also thought of Rin. Originally, he wanted to resolve her resurrection issue, but now it seems there is no opportunity left. The gap in strength, the different worlds, and various bizarre circumstances make Obito clear that he has no chance at all. Aside from this matter, there is reality. Even if it's a false Rin, he wouldn't let her fall into the hands of others. Konoha, Shimura Danzo, wait for me. After confirming that he could enter here again, Obito silently vanished from the spot, already heading back to the ninja world, making his way to Konoha. Jiraiya sensed something was off. So, there will be a chance to meet again. Jiraiya left with a loud laugh, disappearing. No matter what, he gained quite a bit of information this time coming here. Now, he just waits for the next opportunity. Otherwise, if something unexpected happens, the information won't be able to get out. Also, it seems that here, aside from directly taking action, there are no other opportunities. As for taking action, Jiraiya has already thought it through. It seems there is no such opportunity. Although the true strength hasn't been displayed yet, it's clear that strength is not something that can be easily dealt with. Once a failure occurs, there will be many unexpected troubles. The two from a ninja world quickly disappeared, leaving only Misaka Mikoto behind. Hey, if I can get the invitation, I can bring people in, right? Misaka Mikoto said directly, not having a good attitude toward Kyle. After receiving Kyle's indifferent nod, she quickly left this world. Finally, they all left. Watching everyone depart, Kyle began to choose to close the space. With his operation, others could no longer see the situation inside. However, the chat area remained lively and never stopped. He didn't pay attention to that. He only wanted to know about his rewards. They shouldn't be weak, right? They should be much stronger than last time. Hurry up and settle the rewards, Kyle said casually. He had always been careful about this program-like system. However, he later thought that being careful didn't seem to have any special effect. His life was pulled out of the underworld by the other party. So what was the point of being cautious? It was better to quickly master the system and determine what it was. As he spoke, the system began to settle. Congratulations on obtaining LV6 Electric Shock User. Congratulations on obtaining Special Sage Mode. Congratulations on obtaining White Zetsu Cells. Congratulations on obtaining Wood Release. Congratulations on obtaining Conqueror's Hockey. One ability after another popped up, quickly entering his body. A powerful force erupted within him. Various energies fused and separated, finally settling within him. The most noticeable were still the powers of Electric Shock User and Conqueror's Haki. Sage Mode and Wood Release were just abilities, like opening some special organ. As for the white Zetsu cells, is that it? Looking at the injured white orb, Ka was very clear about its function. As long as it was planted, it would grow into white Zetsu. And these white Zetsu were naturally made by humans, becoming white Zetsu that he could control and that aligned with his wishes. However, their strength was just average, slightly stronger than ordinary pirates. After receiving the information, Ka had already planned to take this white thing back to test its limits. If it could really reproduce endlessly, then killing a few people wouldn't be a big deal at all. In his view, the world was full of people who deserved to die. There were plenty of pirates at sea and a bunch of naval forces at various navy bases. Killing was nothing to be concerned about here. This was not a peaceful place. After accepting the rewards, he returned to Magnadrum Island. As soon as he got back, he received news that during his absence, many people had tried to stir up trouble and had invaded the island. There were all kinds of people, agents, pirates, navy, and even strange underground organizations. However, these guys hadn't done anything before being caught by Enel. Besides him, there was also one laugh. He didn't expect this guy to take action, which led to his prison being filled with more people. It was just right. Most of the survivors were taken care of by the one laugh. Those Enel dealt with were mostly dead. The remaining ones had decent strength, having been beaten down by Enel and then taken over by others. According to Zifa's character, he naturally wouldn't do anything to them, just throwing them into prison. Now, in this place, Kal didn't care because Zifa was handling things. Of course, if it were a big trouble, there might be some people who wouldn't listen. You finally came back. Was it all real? Were those people from other worlds? When Kal was heading to the prison, Zifa seemed to have received news and intercepted him in front of the prison. After the interception, a series of questions followed. What had just happened was indeed real, and those people were from other worlds. Looking at Zifa, Kal didn't hide anything. Didn't they already test that system? Looking at the slightly burly, handsome guy in front of him, Kal spoke directly. He was also aware that the previous potion was clearly special. There was no way it was like a certain elementary school death god who remained a child until the end. He didn't know how many years of elementary school he had attended, still in that body, not having grown at all. Other worlds. Zifa was clearly somewhat interested in other worlds. However, thinking about the people he was still training, he didn't say much. Only when he was about to leave did he add, no matter what, when facing people from other worlds, you should be more cautious. There might be completely unexpected powers. Zifa was still very careful. In their world, strange and troublesome devil fruits could appear at any time. Not to mention other worlds, where powerful beings might directly cause trouble for Kyle. And there was also that system. He actually had some doubts about it, but didn't voice them directly. I know what you're saying, Kyle nodded. Their conversation then shifted to the people in the prison, without discussing the system much. In this world, no one didn't want the system. No one didn't want to know what it was. Knowing the past, knowing the future, reviving people, enhancing strength, and connecting to other worlds. How could anyone not be intrigued by such a thing? If they didn't prepare in advance and knew nothing, when people from other worlds or other systems appeared, wouldn't it lead to a pile of troubles? Although they were confident in their strength, it was evident that the other worlds were not weak either. They were still uncertain about other worlds. The unknown was the most terrifying. Perhaps what they had seen before was just a hair from another world. Do you want these guys? White Zetsu. What is that? Hand them over to me? Zifa originally thought this guy was here to investigate something, but after hearing about White Zetsu and the people in the prison, he became somewhat unexpectedly interested. As for the people inside, he actually didn't want Kyle to mess around. At least in his eyes, it wasn't at the point where everyone had to be killed. There were still people from the world government and the Navy inside, although he had already left the Navy. But there are still some feelings involved after all these years. Moreover, he didn't want Kyle to completely offend the Navy. Otherwise, if he needed help in the future, there might be some troublesome matters. After hesitating, Zephyr added his own thoughts. Although he had roughly listened to Kyle talking about the situation with a white Zetsu earlier, then I'll listen to you. Not everyone has to be involved. Kyle didn't care much. Pirates, in this world, can be captured as many as one wants. And those human traffickers, at most, he would just send someone to capture the traffickers. Since they are out there capturing and selling people, it's not a problem for him to capture them and kill them, right? After all, they believe in the survival of the fittest. If they are weak and become prey, there's nothing much to say about it. Zephyr had no idea that Kyle was thinking this way. He just nodded when he heard Kyle agree. He then led the way inside. Many of the people here had been sent by him before. Now, taking him to see, he was quite familiar with the place. Let go of me. I'm innocent. I'm from the world government. What you're doing will make the world government. The Navy. Voices arose. When Kyle just arrived here, he heard all kinds of chaotic remarks. There were various identities among the people. Pirates, traffickers, informants, treasure seekers, world government representatives, allies, and Royal Army members. So many people were crowding this place. Moreover, there were still people in other areas who had not been captured. At this moment, in the Drum Kingdom, such a small country was troubled by so many people. It was easy to imagine how difficult it was to handle. Many of these people were indeed despicable characters. If you want to do something, just use them first. Zephyr called over a Navy officer. This was clearly one of his disciples. Kyle didn't recognize him, but felt a sense of familiarity. He must have seen him before, but hadn't spoken much. The two nodded at each other, exchanged no words, and the other took out a notebook. Most of their identities had already been investigated. Many had bounties, making them easy to confirm. Many people in this notebook had bounties. As for those who were not identified, they were basically tied to the world government and Navy. They had made some deductions, but had yet to confirm their origins. Thank you for your hard work. Kyle nodded. He took the notebook and began to read it. Not wasting any time, he started from the ones with the highest bounties. Although bounty does not represent strength, those with higher bounties are generally stronger. After all, having a high bounty means they haven't been captured yet. They definitely have some capabilities. Whether it's strong combat power or hidden abilities, they all have some skills. Perhaps, after using these guys with the white Zetsu, the effect would be better. This was something he had thought of before. Chapter 142. Admiral Kizuru. Shanks has arrived at the prison. The experiment begins. After confirming that the person in front of him was a trafficker, he wasted no time and started using the white Zetsu cells in front of Zephyr. There was no special method of use. Just activate it and apply it to the target. A powerful person might resist and break free from this thing. But the trafficker caught here had no such strength. What is this? Let me go. My boss won't let you get away with this. The underground king, we. The trafficker shouted various things, but his voice grew fainter. The entire person was engulfed by the white substance, turning completely white. He could no longer speak. In the end, he became a strange, white figure. This guy looked quite similar to those who had appeared in the system space before. Everyone at the scene witnessed this moment. Those who were captured were filled with fear, while Zephyr looked at this thing with curiosity. Although he already knew that this thing was brought from the system, he wondered if it had any special abilities. Zephyr observed. It seemed to be quite adept at hiding and also had transformation abilities. Looking at this thing in front of him, Kyle remarked, some aspects of this thing were inferior to the Ghost Shadow. However, the transformation part was much more convenient than the Ghost Shadow. Whether or not this could be used was another matter. No, don't do this. Let me go. I know I was wrong. Next came a time for planting the white Zetsu. One by one, the individual struggled, but it was completely ineffective. By the time these people were selected, their situations had already been clearly defined. There was only the path to becoming white Zetsu left. Their memories still existed. Manipulation was not a problem. Watching the transformation of these guys, Kyle was very satisfied. He then planned to send them back, intending for them to spar with the people behind them. Watching those figures disappear, Zephyr withdrew his gaze. If this matter gets exposed, you'll be in big trouble. As if my current troubles are any smaller. Don't think too much. The world is vast, and not that many people are united against me. The Navy, world government, and pirates are not one family. Kyle said casually, I'm not a soft target. Given the current situation in this world, as long as a certain faction doesn't come to fight me desperately, I'm not afraid at all. Zephyr didn't continue to say much. After nodding, he started training the people again. Although he clearly had other thoughts about this matter, now was not the time for him to point fingers. Young people should be allowed to do things freely. The old folks are the ones who clean up afterward. With these thoughts, Zephyr left. Meanwhile, Kyle had no idea what Zephyr was thinking. He continued his research, along with the previous clone and Ghost Shadow plans. Over here, while the surface of Drum Island was relatively calm, at Doflamingo's location in Dressrosa, things were already in chaos. Not only were there people from the world government and Navy, but even many pirates had come over to join in the fun. At this time, those who had been turned into toys had returned to their original forms. However, their situation was not very good. With just this few people, they think they can capture me. Those guys must be overestimating themselves. They are underestimating me too much. Doflamingo was quite disdainful. The numerous spies from the world government around him had indeed caused him a lot of trouble. After learning about Sugar's existence, he sought her out and killed her to eliminate her powers, which made him seethe with hatred. However, it was somewhat acceptable. Now that Sugar's abilities were exposed, their value was rapidly declining. Anyone who knew about her powers, or was warned by someone else, wouldn't fall into such a trap so easily. It was much easier to control compared to before. Doflamingo, surrender now. The people of the Holy Land still want to see you, although he was covered in wounds. The few remaining CP0 members present spoke very seriously. In their eyes, it seemed there was nothing but the mission. And it wasn't just them. Many from the Navy had also been brought over. The commanding ranks consisted only of vice admirals or rare individuals. The others could only be treated as fodder. 16 shots of divine bullets, divine execution. Now that he had enough fun, it was time to end this. Those fat pigs should come over themselves, haha, if they dare. Doflamingo was still very confident in his strength, especially after his previous enhancements in the system. The CP0 and Navy here were no match for him. Even if they wanted to stop him, there would be casualties. In the end, Doflamingo left with his people. Those without value could only be abandoned. Although this battle was clearly a victory for him, what kind of monsters would come next was uncertain. He now needed to find a helper to stabilize the situation. In the New World, news about Doflamingo quickly spread. His situation was somewhat anticipated. Useless, useless. Why do we let this guy escape? Let Sengoku take action and deal with it. And that manager from the system, I want him to be a slave. A celestial dragon shouted loudly, making the bodyguards next to him break into a cold sweat. In the end, they had no choice but to report the message to the 5 elders. The 5 elders were also quite troubled. Damn Sengoku, is this guy shirking responsibility? And that lazy guy Kizaru, why is he so unreliable? I had heard about him long ago, but I didn't expect him to be so laid back. Such people are easier to control, but at the same time, they can cause trouble at any moment. The 5 elders spoke one after another. They had just contacted the Navy, asking them to send a large number of people to search and surround Doflamingo. But unfortunately, Sengoku directly pushed the responsibility away, saying they had already held the succession ceremony. Now, he was no longer the fleet admiral. The fleet admiral was that lazy guy. Kizaru was also very helpless. He didn't want to be the fleet admiral at all. In his view, being a vice admiral was already such a troublesome matter. Being fleet admiral was even more so. He should just be like Vice Admiral Garp, staying a vice admiral and being a salted fish. He even thought he should just not join the Navy at all. At this moment, Kizaru had just received a mission from the 5 elders of the world government. But his slow demeanor made the 5 elders want to hit someone. After hanging up the Den Mushi, Sengoku couldn't help but laugh. Finally experiencing it, right? Fleet Admiral Kizaru, the Navy will be relying on you from now on. You have to work hard. The retired Sengoku was very calm. He could even understand those who used to slack off. Now he could slack off too. Looking at Kizaru's troubled face, he couldn't help but want to laugh. This made Kizaru very helpless. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, don't do this. Can you at least pretend? Kizaru said with a face full of disbelief. This was too much. Clearly, he had given the other party some face before. Even when slacking off, he would cover it up. But when it came to him, the other party didn't give him any face at all. He was also very much like Garp. I'm not the Fleet Admiral now. You are the Fleet Admiral. Do your best, Fleet Admiral Kizaru. If there's anything, just call me. Although even if you call, I might not necessarily do it. Sengoku said very calmly before leaving everyone inside speechless. What is this? Garp 2, 0, or a combination of Garp and Kazan? The people at the scene had a dark expression. Why? Why did their previously responsible Fleet Admiral turn into this kind of person? Does the position of Fleet Admiral change a person? Among the Navy, if someone was interested in the position and had the strength to command respect, it would only be a Kaino. But he was currently not around, still in the New World. I wonder how he would feel knowing that Kizaru took over as Fleet Admiral. His loyalty was unwavering, and such a burly man was not chosen. Instead, they chose that lazy dog. Moreover, they all looked disdainful. It's likely that if they knew, each of them would be dumbfounded. This was the Navy Fleet Admiral, the true upper echelon of the Navy. Theoretically, the highest commander. Elder Crane, bearing the skin of justice. The helpless Kizaru looked at the older woman beside him. Now he could only be polite. What should we do now? Before, it was just slacking off and catching some pirates. But clearly, this situation is not suitable for that. He could only hope that these old seniors had their own ways of slacking off. Elder Crane looked at Sengoku, who had disappeared, and felt that he had changed a lot. Hearing Kizaru's words, she realized that they still had troubles. It also gave a way out for the lies. After all, Kizaru was also one they chose. If something happened to Kizaru, the next person might really be unpredictable. At that time, there might be even more trouble. Kizaru listened to Elder Crane's plans and thoughts, and quickly nodded. His eyes brightened. He immediately reported the task to a Kainu, who was far away in the New World. He didn't even mention his current situation. He would just relay the message. The mission from the 5 elders. He had to complete it, and he had to do something. This lazy fish began to think about how to get things done. Time slowly passed. It seemed like there was no change in this world. Even if the Navy had changed its leader, there were no significant changes. Basically, everything was still following Sengoku's previous orders. Mainly, there is no need to change anything. It is what it is. As for the new world, Akainu's plan to capture Doflamingo naturally failed. He didn't even have the chance to chase him down. The person just vanished without a trace. Searching for someone at sea is quite troublesome. This also gives the other party the opportunity to continue looking for reinforcements. The remaining members of the Whitebeard pirates can finally catch their breath. Grand Line, Drum Island. Is this the place? Usopp is here. And Luffy too. No matter what, they have to check on them. The red-haired pirates rushed over from the New World. Their goal is clear, to let these sea men set sail. What reason could there be to stop a man's dream of going to sea? Captain, what do you think? Should we go straight in? In the East Blue region, the red-haired pirates could see the bustling port from afar. Here, it seems everyone is moving quickly. At least their smiles don't seem to be deceitful. Even when they saw the pirate flag, they only became vigilant for a moment. There was no sign of fear at all. This place is very safe. This was the thought that crossed the minds of the red-haired pirates upon seeing the place. Of course, this safety doesn't apply to them. No matter where they go, as bounty criminals, it doesn't mean they are safe. As for here, let us find that person and pay a visit. Shanks laughed heartily, giving his head a pat. He didn't pay much attention to the port situation. His attention had already sensed the strong presence inside, and there was more than one. Even for him, if a real fight broke out, it could lead to big trouble. There could even be casualties among the pirate crew, and they might not all make it back. This, saving people and then encountering such situations, raises the question of whether it is worth it. It's a matter of perspective. Luffy, I'm here to see you. Shanks' words meant that the crew on the ship naturally wouldn't waste time talking. As soon as they entered Drum Island, elite soldiers appeared. Shanks from a new world? Many on the scene were shocked. Before, they only saw the pirate ship and weren't afraid at all. But as they got closer, some had already spotted Shanks. It was clear that he wasn't here for a vacation. The visitors were definitely not friendly, which made many want to rush in for a fight. However, fighting wasn't their responsibility. To have pirates still daring to come here is quite unexpected for me. Are they friends of the locals? Or people who left before? Many in the group were whispering and speculating. Most people here were outsiders who had settled down. They were quite satisfied with this place for now. Although it was a bit cold, there were hot springs, and they didn't have to worry about pirates causing trouble. Pirates had no chance to take action against them. Here they come. Here they come. The defense forces quickly retreated. Many soldiers gathered here, armed with various weapons. In fact, many of them were former Navy officers. But now, they had become the defense forces of this place. As for the lower-ranked soldiers, they varied. Some were ordinary former Navy personnel, while others were newer recruits who had undergone training. Chapter 143, Battle with the Red-Haired Pirates. It seems the locals aren't welcoming us. Is that even a question? Have we ever been welcomed anywhere? A member of the Red-Haired Pirates joked. Shanks didn't seem to care much. I'm not here to fight. I just want to meet your king. He spoke plainly. In his view, Kal had stayed here, and the changes on Drum Island clearly indicated that he had become the king of this Drum Kingdom. Even if he wasn't, he was definitely pulling the strings behind the scenes. Shanks had already attracted Zephyr's attention with the commotion. As he watched Shanks without giving an answer, Zephyr had already arrived. You're that former admiral, right? You look younger. Although Shanks had met Zephyr many times, he had heard a lot about his reputation. Plus, with his current appearance, it was easier to recognize him. Shanks spoke directly. To be recognized by an emperor, do I still need to feel honored? Speak. What do you intend to do here? After you answer, you can leave. Although the 4 emperors' pirate crews are strong, Zephyr felt confident. Here, he knew the combat power of many people. Moreover, Ka was also present. His only concern was Drum Island. If a real battle broke out, this island might be destroyed as a result. That was a significant dilemma. La 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 la. The 4 emperors, Shanks, you've come all the way from the New World to keep an eye on this place? A chilling presence arrived. Akiji's figure quickly materialized here, and the surroundings were covered with ice. Clearly, it was the effect of his arrival. The crowd quickly dispersed. Even if someone wanted to watch the show, they were quickly controlled and pulled away by the defense forces. This was not a battle they could participate in. Ordinary people were even more advised to leave quickly for safety. Staying behind would be looking for death. Another Marine admiral. If one didn't know better, they might think this was a Marine base. It's possible that the Marine base has moved here. It should be said that the Marine headquarters is nearby. There are quite a few familiar Marines here, including several captains. Although they haven't shown themselves, their presence can still be felt. People were exchanging whispers. Although the red-haired pirates sensed the situation was complicated, they still wore cheerful expressions and chatted here, showing no signs of fear. The atmosphere between both sides was tense. Suddenly, a blue lightning bolt descended, striking the ground. A barefoot guy with long earlobes appeared here. Lord Enel has arrived. Someone in the crowd had already given Enel a title. Clearly, he had made quite an impact recently, capturing many people and gaining a considerable reputation here. They just didn't know that this guy was now just a compliant subordinate of Kyle. As long as he regularly used his powers to control him, it would be enough. This way, he could keep using him until the point where he couldn't bear it anymore and died. Outsider pirate kill. God Enel felt completely emotionless at this moment. Accompanied by a cold voice, 30 million volts. A bolt of lightning erupted, transforming into a beast form. Another Logia-type fruit. Does just this devil fruit have the strength of an admiral? What a rookie's ability. I really hate this. The appearance of the rumble fruit immediately caused many pirates at the scene to show bitter expressions. However, they were not afraid. The lightning strike was blocked the next moment. A fat figure, while munching on a huge drumstick, used his big belly to shield against the attack. If one were to feel it, they would sense the powerful Busashoko haki emanating from him. The lightning crackled around him, but he remained quite calm, still gnawing on the chicken leg. Damn it, and it's affecting the taste of my chicken leg. You better compensate me for that. Accompanying this statement, the fat man instantly moved. His obesity did not hinder him at all. He was completely a nimble fat man, leaping forward. With a single bounce, he was already beside Enel, moving at such speed that he did not stop before crashing into him. Locky, I'm counting on you. Someone shouted from the crowd. Don't let him come over. The Logia-type fruit is too troublesome. Go for it, Locky. The nimble fat man was a bit displeased. You guys better hurry up and act. We've already started fighting. Otherwise, I can't guarantee how long I can hold him off. Though he said this, his hands kept moving. He directly grabbed Enel and flung him far away. That powerful Busashoka haki even prevented Enel from putting up any resistance as he was tossed away. Even his mantra abilities could hardly exert any effect. Relying on a devil fruit, his strength seemed to be nothing special. Although he still felt wary in his heart, Locky did not show anything on the surface. In terms of action, he looked down on Enel. Tactically, he was still very cautious and did not underestimate him. The rumble fruit, if calculated, was definitely one of the top-tier Logia types. Even if it was just this fruit's ability, he could still suffer if he wasn't careful. Locky did not want to experience a downfall in such a manner. He originally intended to provoke Enel, to find some flaw in him. After all, from Enel's performance upon arrival, he should have had some confidence and arrogance. A proud person would surely feel discontented when hearing such disdain. However, Locky did not receive any response from Enel. All he got were continuous attacks. This made Locky feel something was off. After that, he made several guesses about the actions. He even pulled out a flintlock and shot several times. Although they were dodged, he had basically confirmed it. This guy was being controlled. The attacks were extremely violent and fierce, as if he had received some kind of order. What a hassle. Watching Enel being controlled like this, Locky was also very cautious. Although he had just said that Enel was just someone who used a devil fruit, the fact that he could even mention it meant that he was quite formidable. Just relying on that devil fruit, his current strength was already not inferior to Locky's. If there were truly some hellish training to enhance physical strength and hockey, it wouldn't take long before they could be on par. Damn it. After I go back, I want to have a meat feast, Locky grumbled. But all he could do was engage in a brawl with Enel. As long as Enel showed any signs of attacking other places or try to break away from their fight, he would follow him. The continuous entanglement prevented Enel from having any chance to escape. Although the lightning was indeed quite fast, human control had to rely on awareness and reaction. Especially now that he was in close quarters, Locky was particularly on guard against Enel's movements, wanting to keep him from leaving this area. Being thrown back and hit repeatedly, Enel was unable to do anything to anyone else. On another side, the battle was also intensifying. Akiji, accompanied by several Navy vice admirals, had directly intercepted the red-haired pirates and their subordinates. Now the entire port was frozen solid. The Sponge and the ships of the red-haired pirates behind them were also affected, making them very displeased. Those damn guys, they won't even spare our ships. Is this the Navy's habit? At this moment, Shanks was blocked by Zifa, or rather, his massive arm attack was already close to Shanks, almost touching him with his long sword. No need for any habit. I just want to capture all of you and send you to where you belong. Shanks was somewhat suppressed in power, while Zifa firmly held back that huge mechanical arm. Speaking with a resolute tone, I have no place I should go. The place I want to go can only be chosen by me. The battle between both sides affected the entire port, but fortunately, the people had already been evacuated. Accompanied by Shanks, the air rippled. Many buildings around collapsed, and the ground cracked in several places. Even the seawater felt like it was about to surge up. However, before reaching the riverside, the seawater had already been completely frozen. No matter if it was before or now, wherever something happened, Akiji would freeze it immediately. He was completely a freezing tool, a master of sealing the sea. Moreover, he still had to face many of Shanks' officers, which increased his pressure. After all, the people here were not weaklings. Shanks' pirate crew was originally on the elite route. Even now, there were few in their team who lacked hockey. These people were all threats, and their team also had sharpshooters using hockey-infused firearms, posing a threat to him. The Ice Age. Moreover, this place was not even his battlefield. Therefore, when using his abilities, Akiji was still somewhat cautious. Ben Beckman, Jesus Burgess, really troublesome guys. He was directly entangled by these people, and even other officers joined the fray. Even Akiji felt somewhat suppressed in this fight. Is this it? Or should we let that guy named Kyle come out? Jesus Burgess shouted from the side. He just wanted to see his son and settle things down. This was not about killing. He didn't even want to kill anyone here. Not to mention whether he could or not, but his son was right here in a very dangerous situation. He did not want the red-haired pirates to end up like the white-beard pirates. The son was taken away, and in order to save him, a large-scale operation began. By the end, no one knew how many people had died. However, for the red-haired pirates, no one could afford to die. Their crew wasn't as numerous as Whitebeard's. Therefore, they had to act cautiously. The fierce battle made the entire port feel like it was about to collapse, but fortunately, with Akiji's presence, it didn't disappear entirely. Various ice surfaces protected the area. Every battle had eyes on the surroundings. Even so, many places were damaged. Houses, buildings, the ground, and various locations. Kyle, far atop a peak, had sensed all of this. He didn't need anyone to remind him. He had felt it when Enel had acted earlier. The arrival of these guys. The red-haired pirates? What do they want? Initially, they didn't seem interested in fighting. Now, it seemed there was no need for it either. Although the other side appeared to have the upper hand, he didn't care at all. He quietly manipulated some actions and then disappeared from his spot. What if they are the four emperors? Ultimately, they are just some powerful pirate captains. Once they arrive here, they must stay together. Kyle had already figured out why they came here. It was either Luffy or Usopp. So, he immediately ordered White Zetsu to act and gather Luffy and the others. He couldn't let this guy run around. Hiding them was the priority. He wouldn't miss the opportunity to hide them from others. Besides that, a giant yellow creature resembling a raccoon appeared, adorned with purple patterns, and it immediately noticed Kyle. Following his command, the massive creature reached the port. A monster? Its strength is incredible, unlike a sea king. Everyone noticed the guardian. That was the loot, the one given by the system, that bastard. Did they just release it? Is there no one left? The combat power of Magnetdrum Island was somewhat beyond their expectations. But fortunately, in this situation, they could still manage it. However, as the tailed beast began to condense its tailed beast ball, a black sphere appeared, and they became uneasy. Be careful. Shanks watched the tailed beast ball fly out. He immediately pushed Zephyr away and slashed at the tailed beast ball. He could feel its terrifying power. It was definitely not something comparable to a cannonball. It had to be moved. Boom! Accompanied by a tremendous sound wave, the ice surface completely exploded. Not only that, but the mass of the red-haired pirate's ship also disappeared. If it weren't for Shank's slash at the tailed beast ball, which deflected it slightly, the tailed beast ball would have directly bombarded the ice surface behind, causing it to vanish and allowing a lot of seawater to flow out. And this power, what kind of attack is this? That raccoon monster, so terrifying. Is this the battle of the four emperors? I want to give up. I want to go home. The red-haired pirates must have suffered significant damage by now. This situation made many people want to give up, especially those who had not been part of the crew for long and were somewhat unsettled. Previously, they had been proud of the four emperors Shank's name. Now, there was the danger of being killed or destroyed. Clearly, things had changed. They could once roam freely under the flag of the red-haired Shanks. But now it was no longer possible. Of course, whether it was possible now didn't matter. Aside from a few deeply bonded old members, most newcomers were already quite shaken, completely lacking their previous confidence. Chapter 144. A deep misunderstanding of pirates. The port was in chaos, especially when they saw the enormous body of the Guardian Crane approaching. The red-haired pirates caused quite a stir. Usually, the battles were led by the officers and Shanks. Now, encountering such a massive creature with wide-range attacks, it was easy to be affected, causing panic. People die when killed. No one is completely fearless. What a monster. Someone hurry, stop that guy. Shanks pushed Zephyr back and shouted to the people behind him. Although he was aware that many newcomers in his crew had already panicked, he didn't seem overly worried. If the fight continued, so be it. Who was afraid of whom? Nothing could stop a man's dream. Don't think about it. Since you've all come to me, then stay here. Zephyr felt that the Guardian Crane had already acted. He also realized that Kyle was aware of what was happening here. So, he didn't need to worry. He just had to intercept this guy. Now, with his body restored to youth, his strength had also returned to its previous peak before crystallization. Of course, even so, he still felt somewhat powerless. After all, he was dealing with that 4 Emperor, Shanks. The 4 Emperors of the New World. Although this guy seemed to have lost a hand to a small sea beast in the East Blue, Zephyr didn't look down on him at all. Huh, not killing the general. I've heard your name before. But the fight ends here. If you want to continue, let your people in the back come. Shanks sensed the Guardian Crane getting closer, and someone had already gone to stop that enormous creature. But that guy seemed to fear no attacks at all. Not only was gunfire ineffective against him, but even close combat could only push him back. Moreover, this fat raccoon was still trying to attack their ship, which had been with him for so many years. How could it be destroyed just like that? Don't even think about it. After being pushed back again, Zephyr didn't give up. Although he was starting to struggle to respond to Shanks' attacks, he still charged in with his mechanical arm, displaying a fearless demeanor. Troublesome guy. Conqueror's hockey. Shanks' long sword suddenly flashed with a red light, and a powerful force erupted instantly, swinging towards Zephyr. The speed and power of that attack caught Zephyr off guard. Clang! Just as it was about to reach Zephyr, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the long sword, blocking it. Moreover, this figure was enveloped in black armament hockey. Not only hockey, but there was also a powerful cold wave, a bone-chilling chill. The immense force collided, causing even Zephyr to stagger back several steps. Of course, this was also partly due to his own desire to retreat. You finally made it. Zephyr slowly retreated to Kyle's side. In front of them stood an ice sculpture that intercepted Shanks. With just a single burst of attack, it was effortlessly split in two by Shanks. It was created to save someone, and without this supply of energy, it naturally vanished. Teacher Zephyr, I really appreciate your help, Kyle said, feeling a bit awkward. If Zephyr hadn't appeared first to stop this guy, red-haired Shanks would have likely made it all the way to Magnet Island. The damage caused by a fight would have been even greater. Of course, even if the losses were significant, it could still be acceptable if necessary. Enough of the small talk. What do you plan to do now? According to Zephyr, there would definitely be an opportunity to take down Shanks. This would be a major blow to the pirates and would also throw the pirates in the New World into chaos. It was already a mess there, but because of the 4 Emperors, many pirates had no territory. However, if something were to happen to any of the 4 Emperors, the struggle for power would surely ignite again. At that time, they could find opportunities to cause trouble for those pirates. Was this what Teacher Zephyr intended to do? As he looked at Shanks, who was now standing straight and staring back at him, Kyle asked Zephyr. He felt that this seemingly rejuvenated old man already had his own ideas. Capture him. If we can catch a pirate, we shouldn't let him go, Zephyr said after a pause. He initially wanted to hear Kyle's thoughts, but before he could react further, Kyle's voice had already come through. Then I'll go with your plan. It sounded as though he hadn't thought much, and simply chose to respond. Have you already thought this through? Sort of. Anyway, there is no need to spare pirates if they're of no value, Kyle replied directly. But as if he thought of something, he added a comment that left Zephyr silent. This disciple seemed to have even less goodwill toward pirates than he did. This administrator seemed to have a deep misunderstanding and strong opinions about pirates. Since you're here, I'll be straightforward. Give me some face and let Luffy and the others go, Shanks said, having already sheathed his sword and now looking at Kyle and Zephyr. Upon hearing Kyle's words, he smiled slightly. However, that smile was not a good sign. He sensed that a fight was completely unavoidable. Kyle's hostility towards pirates had grown to a point where even the 4 Emperors were not given face. Of course, this also related to the opponent's strength, which was the most terrifying aspect. Do you have some misunderstanding about pirates? Do you really think they're good people? They're just a bunch of robbers, including the so-called Pirate King and pirate leaders. Just because you've been called the 4 Emperors for so long. Do you really think you're emperors? Does everyone have to give you face? Kyle looked at Shanks, showing no respect. Although he used to have a good impression of Shanks when viewing this world as a work of fiction, now was not the time for that. Pirates were pirates. The leaders of pirates were just leaders of pirates. Although the Navy also had many corrupt elements, even at the top, the world government was rotting. There were still many just people among the lower ranks of the Navy. The probability of that was simply not comparable to that of pirates. It was clear that these guys had a very strange worldview and acted as if they were the odd ones. Although this world was indeed like that, especially in the pirate world, where the law of the jungle prevailed to the extreme. Without strength, even if one had a lot of money, they would still face various pirate raids. Various jobs and professions were actually unreliable, and development was extremely slow. Without protection from a powerful backing, one could be in danger at any time. This led to a situation where those with a bit of strength either became pirates, causing chaos, or joined the Navy to make a living. Such people were very common. The rest were left to be at the mercy of others. This world maintained such a strange balance. This balance, in their eyes, equated to so-called peace. It was clearly filled with pirate plunder and strange people everywhere. What peace? It was more like the higher-ups, and those major powers barely managed to maintain a balance of peace. The Navy, world government for emperors, and 7 warlords all needed the pirates to create chaos so that those allied nations would understand that the world could not function without them. The same went for ordinary people. They all felt they could not do without them. Therefore, from the perspective of the world government and the Navy, pirates were indispensable. They had no intention of eradicating pirates. They only wanted to maintain this state of opposition. Occasionally, they would eliminate some major pirates, and their task would be considered accomplished. Then the people of this world would depend on them, creating a vicious cycle that inherently fostered conflict. It seems we still have to fight. Destroying a man's dream is really not a good thing. Since that's the case, let me be your opponent, Shanks said, unleashing his terrifying conqueror's haki. As it was about to touch Kyle and the others, Kyle's aura also became violent. You really think too highly of yourself. Neither Garp nor Dragon has said anything. Do you really treat Luffy like your son? Shouldn't you learn from Whitebeard and tell Luffy you want to adopt him as your good son? To put it nicely, it's for Luffy's dream. To put it bluntly, you're just a human trafficker, tricking people into becoming pirates. You must have a huge grudge against Garp. Otherwise, why would you run all the way to Garp's hometown to fool that silly kid? Or is it that Luffy isn't actually Garp's biological grandson, but the son of your captain, Jold? Roger? Was Ace just an accident? Kyle looked at Shanks, who was eloquent, and couldn't help but ridicule the distorted ideology. He had long suspected whether Shanks had been beaten by Garp several times when he was on Roger's ship, and now that he had grown up, he was looking for an opportunity to take revenge by making Garp's grandson suffer. Of course, there's also the possibility that Luffy wasn't biologically related to Garp, and Ace was actually Garp's biological grandson. This way, one can understand why Shanks and the others had such an attitude. Moreover, both Luffy and Ace had similar personalities. It's just that compared to Roger, Luffy lacked that mustache that looked like nose hair. The 3 legendary pirates of the Great Pirate Era, Gold, Roger, Edward Newgate, and Shiki the Golden Lion, all were renowned pirates. With various thoughts of ridicule in his mind, Shanks clearly did not expect Kyle to be so disrespectful. Refusing is one thing, but why say such strange things? It made him feel confused and quite dissatisfied. What does black nose hair even mean? Although that beard does look quite similar, it shouldn't be put that way. Shanks shook his head. Now, whenever he thinks of his captain's former nose hair, oh wait, it should be called a beard, he would think of nose hair. It left him with a bit of a psychological shadow. If the captain knew he thought this way, he would probably come back from the underworld to beat him up, if that were possible. Stop talking nonsense. Becoming the Pirate King is Luffy's own dream. I said nothing. And besides, I rejected his request to sleep with him back then. Shanks reasoned with himself. He didn't think Luffy was deceived by him. In his view, it was definitely Luffy's own idea, including the inheritance of that hat. That represents a new era. One day, he will become the new Pirate King. You refused because you were afraid Garp would chase you from the East Blue to the New World, right? Kyle naturally didn't believe it, whether he believed it or not. He was currently acting completely skeptical. Captain, Shanks. While they were still chatting, the people in other places were already struggling, especially with the arrival of the enormous guard crane. Several people were knocked away by the empty bullet, and many more were captured and tied up by the fool. This directly reduced their crew by nearly half. Originally, there weren't many people on the Red Hair Pirate's ship. Now, the manpower here was even more evident. Shanks, take him down. Jesus Burgess was also anxious. They had no opportunity to lend a hand. Moreover, dealing with this Akiji was already troublesome enough. That huge-tailed beast added more pressure on them. Although they still had the upper hand for now, they couldn't take down Akiji temporarily. Plus, whenever the guard crane came to cause trouble, it was uncertain who would win or lose. Go for it, Shanks. We'll take the people ourselves. We started as pirates. If we don't take what we want, what kind of pirates are we? Captain, let him experience the terror of the Yonko Shanks. Everyone roared. The old crew members shouted to encourage the new crew members a bit. And now, they indeed needed some momentum. After all, although the officers were suppressing the enemy, those with weaker strength were really struggling. This was still thanks to the guard crane being cautious and not wanting to completely destroy the port. Otherwise, with several attacks, just now, the casualties would definitely not be limited to those. You've heard the words. I'll say it one last time. Step aside and send the people over. If you don't give me face, then let me be your opponent. The long knife that had already been retracted slowly came out again. Shanks said calmly. His haki was very obvious and had already spread out. Now he just wanted a response. As long as this response didn't meet his expectations, then let's fight. After all, they were pirates. If they wanted something, they just had to take it. Moreover, Luffy was also considered his partner in his eyes. Besides, there was also Jesus Burgess's son. Jesus Burgess only had this one son, and he had left the other party in the village before. Now that he was out, he had made his own choice. Naturally, he wouldn't just give up on him. Regardless of life or death, he had to find him. Face what face? Fool, do you think anyone will care about you? The Yonko Shanks. Kyle said casually. Clearly, he didn't take the other party's threat to heart. Moreover, he was already quite excited. The power of the tailed beast had already spread out. This was a reward he obtained earlier. Just right, he wanted to confirm his combat power limit here. Let the Yonko Shanks be his stepping stone. Chapter 145. Shanks is captured. The way he completely disregarded Shanks made Shanks's expression harden for a moment. It had been a long time since he met someone who didn't give him face. And they weren't like Whitebeard or the Gorosei. Really, then he had no choice but to fight. Shanks wasn't someone who would beat around the bush either. Saying so much was just to avoid unnecessary battles. After all, the other party didn't do much when capturing Luffy and them. Moreover, from the other party's actions, there seemed to be nothing that needed their specific targeting. The most important thing was strength. Ka was very difficult to deal with in his eyes. Clang! As soon as he finished speaking, the long knife swung out, and a strong light erupted. A fierce and domineering aura accompanied the blade. It was no longer just a simple armed color haki. You should have acted earlier. You came here to take people anyway. Why say so many tempting excuses? Kyle showed no fear, and his aura erupted. His body felt as if it was wrapped in armor. Then, accompanied by a cold aura, it surrounded the entire area. Zifa felt the battle and wrinkled his brow as he retreated a bit to the side. Not to mention other places. Others, while isolated far away, were still affected. Boom! The two forces collided, creating a storm. Shanks quickly changed his expression. It seemed Kyle's abilities were more than he expected. His strength was suppressed for a moment. It looks like you've gained quite a few benefits from the system. Looking at the red power emerging around Kyle, Shanks already guessed where this power came from. Guess. The power continued to explode as if it were inexhaustible. After the battle, Kyle became more confident about taking down Shanks. He also truly displayed his strength for the first time. The other party was definitely using their full strength at this point. However, full strength was slightly weaker than he imagined. The Conqueror's Haki. Shanks was evidently dissatisfied with this answer. A powerful Conqueror's Haki even shattered the ground nearby. And sometimes some people were affected, causing many to fall to the ground. However, for the target he most wanted to attack, it had no effect at all. Instead, the Conqueror's Haki from the other party erupted. Both sides unleashed a rapid back-and-forth battle. In terms of physical skills and swordsmanship, Shanks clearly suppressed Kyle. But in other areas, in terms of Haki, both had their advantages. Although the other party's Conqueror's Haki was powerful, it had no effect on him, and in other aspects, they were evenly matched. It seemed he would have to use other means. Looking at the port that was almost destroyed, with many areas submerged, Kyle lost the desire to continue fighting. As Shanks became increasingly furious, it was clear that the opposing side had already lost a significant number of people. Especially with the feeling of more and more presences approaching from all directions, there were indeed powerful beings here. He had no choice but to end the fight quickly. He wanted a swift resolution, and so did Kyle. In an instant, Kyle found his opportunity. With the kaleidoscope Sharingan, the battle at the port attracted many onlookers. However, Kyle was focused on the fastest way to end the fight. After both sides struggled and faced off, it was just a moment. Using the kaleidoscope illusion to confuse the opponent, Shanks was directly knocked to the ground by Kyle. Then came the furious power of Frost, which turned the Yonko Shanks into a giant ice block. Captain Shanks? This left the others a bit disoriented. They had initially thought Shanks could defeat his opponent and come to their aid. They never expected that before they could even engage, Shanks would become an ice sculpture first. You guys go keep him company. Shanks was certainly not dead, but his future was uncertain. For the pirates here, Kyle soon treated them the same way. The Yonko pirate crew, Shanks and his subordinates were left on this relatively obscure magnet drum island. They initially came to rescue people, but ended up being trapped here themselves. One ice sculpture after another was strictly controlled. The people here were all experts with very strong physical capabilities. Freezing them was not a problem, as long as it didn't last too long. They had really captured him. Zifa and Akiji actually felt a bit unsure until Shanks and the others were sent to the dungeon. Now, various special handcuffs and sea prism stone confined them. They still felt something was off. It was just short of directly chopping off their heads or limbs. The Yonko were not gods. They were not invincible, just like Whitebeard, who was no longer around. Cal spoke directly. On Whitebeard's side, the New World no longer held that title, although there were still many people on their ship who had not died. Moreover, a guy claiming to be Whitebeard's second generation had appeared, claiming to be his son. Speaking of that guy, Cal suddenly thought of something. He decisively decided to leave here for a moment and handle things himself. Zifa seemed to have already anticipated something and was thinking about taking action, which made Kyle hesitate for a moment. The opponent was indeed powerful. But as for that guy who claimed to be Whitebeard's second generation, he decided to bring Akiji along as well. After all, there shouldn't be much happening recently. With such a figure in play, if no one wanted to end up like that guy, no one would likely want to make a move. Kyle looked at Zifa, who had become a captive of Shanks. He also thought about those who had been sending people to disrupt him. This made him order White Zetsu and the Black Shadow Army to act, investigate the information, and initiate the slaughter. First, cause chaos among those behind these guys, especially since White Zetsu could transform into others. A scenario of father and son turning against each other, brothers wanting to kill, or siblings in love could be created. As long as the forces were thrown into disarray, that would be enough. Various plans were already in place. 3 days passed in succession. Zifa had already packed up and was ready to set off. Akiji, not feeling at ease, followed along, heading for a trip in the New World. That guy wants to see me? Is there anything else to say? Kyle had not yet killed Shanks. He just thought that this guy might have some value later on. For example, selling him to Carp, letting Carp beat the guy who tricked his grandson into becoming a pirate a few times. Or selling him to the world government for some good stuff. After all, whether it was the Yonko identity or his own relations, it all held value. Then let's meet. Meeting the messenger who couldn't articulate anything. Kyle didn't mind and set off directly. It was rare to have a little time. Meeting wasn't a big deal. In the dungeon, it seemed that your situation was not looking good. In the cage, one by one, the pale-faced individuals. Kyle smiled and greeted them. He hadn't given them anything to eat these past few days, mainly to starve them and reduce their combat effectiveness. After all, even Zoro could go many days without eating. With their strength, starving for 10 days or half a month shouldn't be a problem. If they could still hold out, they could be starved a bit longer. Are you so poor that you don't even have food? If you don't want to kill us, at least give us something to eat. Look to my subordinates. They've all lost weight. Shanks immediately complained upon seeing Kyle. He was not afraid of death. Besides, in piracy, losing was just losing. He had no regrets about the previous battle. When it reached that point, it naturally ended with a moment of disappointment. It was just obvious that he was the one who made the mistake. Lost weight? Kyle heard the words and looked at a chubby guy in green clothes standing aside. It did indeed look like he had lost quite a bit of weight, almost as if a lot of flesh had been drawn out. When Kyle looked over, the guy forced a smile, putting on an ugly grin. Oh, Kyle hesitated. Oh, Shanks was momentarily stunned. He initially thought this guy had forgotten about them. Now it seemed that it was all intentional. He was deliberately not letting them eat. Not eating was one thing, but couldn't I at least see Luffy? Or let Jesus Berg see Usopp? Give me some face. Shanks awkwardly added at the end. Now talking about giving him face seemed a bit habitual after becoming Yonko, wanting everyone to give him face. Sure enough. Do you think you still have face now? Looking a bit disheveled, Shanks was locked up with a lot of handcuffs, unable to exert any strength. Kyle questioned him, causing Shanks' not-so-old face to stiffen. Why not just kill me then? After a pause, Shanks tried to ask again, not doing anything to them and not giving them food. Why not just kill him? Or torture him? This made him very unhappy. If only Kyle knew what this guy with thick brows and big eyes was thinking. Otherwise, he would definitely want to see if the other party's mind was functioning normally. Now, still being alive and not satisfied? Want to kill him? Let us wait until I can sell you for a good price first. Looking at the other party, Kyle only hoped to sell him to Carp for a good price. It would be best to lure Carp over or something. The red-haired Shanks brand sandbag. The other party should be very interested. And these days, it's actually about time. When Shanks attacked him, the news had already spread that same day. It's likely that the whole world knows by now. Magnetic Drum Island was attacked by the Yonko red-haired Shanks, and he has already been captured by Kaido. Even in the New World, he has already received news that someone has robbed Shanks' territory. At most, it still belongs to Kaido and Big Mom. This couple is very in sync. When one person gets something, the other doesn't interfere much. And now, the four emperors of the New World have become two. The Whitebeard pirates have basically disappeared. Even if they show up a little, no one thinks they can fight with Kaido and the others anymore. The Whitebeard pirates have completely fallen into decline. It's also because of the system that there are not many Blackbeards left. However, the second generation of Whitebeard is still rampant. Selling for a good price? It has been thought of before, perhaps keeping it for some reason. It could be due to hatred or wanting to do something, or wanting to ask something, or to make him submit honestly. He has thought of various reasons. However, he really did not expect that someone would catch him and sell him for a good price. Are you treating me like a slave? Shanks thought of the image of human traffickers auctioning slaves. He couldn't help but speak up. Are you better than a slave now? Kaido retorted. The other party is just a down-and-out pirate now, still captured and about to be judged and killed any time. A slave might still have a chance to escape, but he has no opportunity here. Even if he wants to run, he has to deal with the other party first. This answer made Shanks pause for a moment and self-deprecatingly smile. Looking at this guy becoming honest, Kaido was about to say something when he received news again. That Vice Admiral Carp is here to see you. A voice transmitted from the ground. It was the figure of White Zetsu. Grim, Carp is here. He probably heard about you. Do you think he will hit you for trafficking his grandson to become a pirate? Do you think he will offer a good price? Hearing this, Kaido also thought of something funny. Smiling, he looked at Shanks in front of him, wanting to see something. Carp. Shanks seemed to have thought of something, as if he had been played. He just lay down and didn't move. Playing dumb. That old guy's been causing him trouble. Now that he has no ability to resist, he probably will be worse off. Of course, even if it's terrible, he wouldn't beg for mercy. He didn't show any bad expression either. So boring. Watching the other party saying nothing, as if he hadn't heard anything, Kaido looked bored. The person started to walk out. Such a guy, it's better for Carp to go and love-hate with them. Shanks as a whole, if it were in another world in his past life, would have been very likable. But here, he has nothing likable about him. Moreover, he is still a prisoner. That makes it even less likely. Kid Kaido. Just after leaving the dungeon for a short while, he heard Carp's loud voice from afar. In this cold weather, can't you keep that big mouth of yours shut? Kid Kaido. Hearing that loud voice and rough figure getting closer, Kaido turned around to greet him. After all, the other party is powerful and there's a chance to win him over. Plus, his son is also a capable person. Recently, it said he wants to do something big. He even wants to borrow people and find helpers. With the other party creating trouble for the world government, he currently has no thoughts of conflict. Of course, that is just for now. Vice Admiral Carp, how do you have time to come here? Are you planning to leave the Navy and find a job for yourself? Watching Carp's figure getting closer, Kaido smiled and greeted him. Chapter 146. Conditions originally. Carp's mood was quite good, but after hearing Kaido's words, his expression darkened immediately. They turned indifferent. You little brat, every time we meet, you want to fool me away. If you have the ability, fool that guy away too. If he leaves, I will follow. As if thinking of something interesting, Carp leaned a little closer to Kaido. That guy. Kaido didn't need to say much. He quickly saw a white-bearded old man slowly walking over from afar. Admiral Sengoku? Or should we say former admiral? It probably won't be easy to fool this guy away. Moreover, he has no incentives to leave, such as the chaos in the world government. The various dark sides of the world government. This old man knows everything. Some matters even passed through his hands. Like the O'Hara Scholars incident. That phone bugged Tamori, he provided it. It was also his order. After all, sitting in such a position, many things are different. There are many things to handle, and what he sees is also different. Naturally, he can't be as free as Carp. Of course, that was before, now it's different. Moving slowly like an ordinary old man, holding a bowl of buckwheat noodles, and eating leisurely. He doesn't have the image of an admiral at all, although he's a former admiral. So, do you have any thoughts? Don't say I didn't give you a chance. This is a buy one get one free deal. Carp picked his nose. He used to let himself go. Now Sengoku has nothing to do with him, just hanging around aimlessly. He has become even more casual. Anyway, whatever is a headache is handed over to Sengoku. If he really could fool Sengoku away, let alone him, he would even think about calling Tsuru to leave as well. By then, the Navy would probably be hollowed out. Suddenly thinking of this possibility, Carp couldn't help but feel sorry for the people of the world government. He even had a bit of a desire to give it a try. Of course, it was just a thought. He was still very rational and wouldn't do such a thing casually. Although the current Navy is unreliable, there are still many righteous people working hard. Destroying the results of others' efforts is not something he would do. This buy one get one free is hellishly difficult. This price is probably something not many people in this world can afford. Kaido complained on the side. If he wanted to absorb Sengoku and get him to join, he might as well continue to fool Carp. Who knows, one day the other party might get so angry or have a brain freeze and just join. That's none of my business anyway. I've already said it. If you can't handle it, then don't bother me, huh? Also, let me meet that red-haired guy. That bastard Shanks. It was inconvenient to go to the New World before, but now he's delivered himself to my doorstep, so... Carp said with a smile. Clearly, he intends to do something bad to Shanks. He was quite familiar with Kyle's attitude, showing no courtesy at all. Shanks is already considered my trophy, right? That guy attacked us recklessly. I won't just hand him over to someone else. Kyle had an expression that suggested he didn't want to show it. Clearly, he still wanted to discuss terms. Kid, no matter who it is, as long as they are a wanted criminal of the Navy, they must be handed over to the Navy. You might get some bounty money at most, otherwise, it won't end well for you. Sengoku, who was nearby, spoke slowly. He had the demeanor of someone suggesting that if you can't handle the red-haired guy, you should just hand him over. When Sengoku arrived, he had just finished eating soba noodles. There was still a bit of the smell on him, but he didn't seem to mind at all. After resigning, Sengoku's tone had changed quite a bit. Kyle looked at him. If it were before, he shouldn't have been this direct. Resigning is a good thing. It means the new generation of the Navy has grown up. Plus, this old man is free now. He can take care of whoever he wants. Isn't that good? After retirement, Sengoku finally felt the benefits of it. These few days of leisure have made him feel incredibly comfortable. He heard that Kizaru is still busy everywhere. That has nothing to do with him. Although the other party had contacted him several times, he had brushed them off. Young people have their own ways of handling things. This old man can't help much. Randomly taking care of people isn't a good thing. If he's not careful, the former Navy admiral might soon have a bounty on his head. It would be quite embarrassing to wear a pirate's hat then. Seeing the other party subtly trying to exert pressure, Kyle directly mocked him. He didn't care at all about what the other party meant. Not to mention that the other party doesn't even have that intention now. Even if they did fight, he wouldn't be afraid. The 4 emperors are gone. Now there are 2 old men here causing trouble, and he has people under him. Of course, he wouldn't be foolish enough to do such a thing. They weren't enemies before, and now he doesn't even know how many people he would offend by keeping them around. At the very least, he shouldn't be the one to act. Kid. Sengoku glanced at him. Forget it. After all, I'm not an admiral anymore. This time I came over to see old colleagues, and to accompany Carp to see the one who took his little boy. This time, aside from visiting his grandson and Shanks with Carp, Sengoku also wanted to check on Zifa and the situation of other Navy members here. The mouth is complaining, but the body is genuine. That's Sengoku. Now, he's saying the Navy is bad and that he no longer works as an admiral, but he still cares a lot about the Navy situation. He even came specially to gather some intelligence. Perhaps he could find an opportunity to take advantage of some people when he goes back. And maybe he could take advantage of Kyle a bit as well. Shanks is someone I went to great lengths to capture. Moreover, our port has suffered such great damage. If anything goes wrong, that would be troublesome. So I'm really sorry. Kyle wrote down the money he wanted on the bomb. As for the subsequent issues, also, Teacher Zifa has now gone to the New World, and Kizaru along with many of his students have been taken there. If you want to see their ideas, you're out of luck. There are quite a few new recruits. Do you want to go and comfort them? Kyle said, as if he were one of his own. Comforting them? Does he really think he's one of us? Sengoku looked down on Kyle's words. If you really want to see those new recruits, who knows what rumors might spread about the former Navy admiral joining Kyle's forces or something. The 5th emperor of the world or something. By then, the world government people would be spitting blood. Of course, currently, the 2 emperors in the Star World have no news for now. Although Shanks has nothing to do with them, it is indeed a good time for the world government and Navy to enter the New World and do something big. If such news were to leak out, it would probably be enough to avoid further actions. The CP0 of the world government would show up. Even the current Navy admirals would come looking for him. Seeing Sengoku not speaking, Carp laughed lightly beside him. Don't know what to say. I didn't expect you to have this moment too. Carp wasn't foolish. He naturally knew what kind of tricky situation Sengoku's choice could lead to. Of course, because of this, he chose to believe that Sengoku couldn't possibly join Kyle's side. There are also reasons related to their years of friendship. What's so hard to answer? I don't have time for this now. Let's talk about the new recruits another time. Hurry up, or we'll leave and go to the New World to find Zifa. Sengoku gritted his teeth. He was almost tempted to say to just let Zifa be taken away. Why stay here to help this little brat? No sense of hierarchy at all. Even if Zifa were here. Kyle, just say what conditions you have. Don't waste time. Carp looked at Kyle. He naturally knew what the other party meant. It's all about the price. And coincidentally, he didn't have any money. He could only let this kid raise his own issues. Don't think about anything troublesome. At most, I won't look anymore. By then, I'll find some trouble for you. Let the world government people come and bite you. And see what you do. Carp took the initiative before Kyle could say anything. This left Kyle feeling a bit frustrated. Didn't they say that old man has no brains? Why did it change when it came to him? He clearly seems not too smart with others. Did you two switch bodies? This is not like you at all. Old man Carp. Looking at Carp, Kyle couldn't help but complain, making Sengoku chuckle a little beside him. But more importantly, he was still observing Kyle, wanting to know something. Unfortunately, he couldn't figure out anything at all. You mean the current Sengoku has changed, right? Has he become half as smart as I used to be? Carp directly ignored some of the words, only understanding half of them, which left Sengoku speechless. You've never been smart, don't even think about it. If you only had half of Carp's brain, it wouldn't be like this. All right, I won't mention anything too difficult anymore. You go take down Doflamingo, and I'll lend you Shanks to play with. What does that sound? As long as you don't die, it's all good. Kel hadn't thought about what to do yet. But then he remembered that Zifa had already gone to the New World. And there's that guy, Doflamingo, over there. Even if the other party isn't busy, he can still find some trouble for them now. Doflamingo. Sengoku already felt that something was off. Although that guy's current situation isn't right. He is still a former celestial dragon, no matter what. This isn't something they should interfere with, as long as they are still the Navy. Carp couldn't help but want to say something. You guys are also going to the New World to find people, right? At that time, you might as well do something while you're at it. Not that many people will know. Even if it reaches some people's ears, so what? Can they send someone to hunt you down? Or just kick you out of the Navy? Kale casually said. Hunting Doflamingo seemed to him like squashing an ant. And there might be troubles and issues that could arise, as if it were something simple. Sengoku didn't know what to say. The reckless guy was clearly ready to take action, looking at the guy next to him with clenched fists. Years of familiarity made him know what this old boy was really thinking. Once he made that move, he knew what the other party was about to pull. It was the same this time. Haha, Doflamingo, huh? Those guys, do you think I'm afraid of him? Just leave it to me, and when the time comes, you have to hand that bastard over to me. And Luffy, let us see what that brat is up to now. Carp spoke very directly. Dealing with that little guy was nothing in his eyes. Moreover, it was something he had wanted to do for a long time, but never had the chance. Now, since he was here and had Sengoku to share the blame, he might as well just do it. Sengoku, however, didn't know what the other party was thinking. Otherwise, he would definitely have smacked Carp's head to let him know what it means to have a Buddha's wrath, directly knocking his head into a mess. People's hearts are hard to read. Even with great power, one cannot know everything. So, Carp escaped the calamity. Sengoku suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable, as if something was staring at him. All right, then I'll trouble you with that. Of course, if you ever join us, that would be even better. Looking at the two elderly men in front of him, he was very eager for talent. If these two joined, his reputation and strength would definitely increase significantly. And at that time, the world government would surely be unsettled. They actually couldn't sit still now either. There had always been people coming in, but those who arrived here had mostly been turned into white Zetsu. Some were directly annihilated. Some people had seemingly infiltrated successfully and were now completing their tasks. Now, they were just waiting to collect various intelligence to send back. It was a way to buy some time for now. Kel didn't care how long these people could be used. At least he could still fool those guys for a while. Since Zifa wasn't here, let's leave first. It's too cold here, and there's no sense of awareness. Sengoku had roughly confirmed this island and the strength of the people in various places. There was no trace of Zifa at all, which made Sengoku basically believe it. Since that's the case, then let's go do other things. As for Carp and the other party's empty talk, Sengoku planned to drag Carp away first and then see the situation. If necessary, they would act. If there was no opportunity or time, it would be better to just give up. In the New World, even he couldn't guarantee catching that guy who was now running everywhere. Doflamingo could only hide now, making it impossible for people to find him if he wanted to survive. Otherwise, with his current strength, it could only be said to be very difficult, extremely difficult. Chapter 147. New questions and answers. Carp and Sengoku left. They didn't even look at Luffy before leaving. I hope Doflamingo is okay. Thinking of Carp's smiling face when he left, Kale suddenly felt a bit of sympathy for Doflamingo. According to the current situation, with Carp and Sengoku looking for him, as long as it wasn't intentional to let him go, he wouldn't be able to escape. If he really did escape, then those two should just retire. How embarrassing. He secretly complained. Far away in the New World, Doflamingo was currently in a very awkward situation. That damn system and that bastard, being hunted down by various people, Doflamingo couldn't hold on anymore. But now he could only run to Wano country. Only there could someone cover for him. Now, the allied nations had ideas about him, and the world government and navy also had their thoughts. This was no small matter. He secretly thought that he would definitely find trouble with Kale later. At least let him help divert some firepower or something. This idea was quite similar to what Kale was thinking. He was thinking the same way. Just a coincidence. Time slowly passed. The pirate world was undergoing significant changes. In just a few days, there would be 1 or 2 major news items. About pirates, about the navy, the world government, and also about the Revolutionary Army and the allied nations. At this moment, Kale also welcomed new guests. Is it the father after the son? After more than 10 days. There was still no news from Carp, but his son came knocking first. This time he came to ask for some help. Dragon didn't waste any time and got straight to the point. About the liberation of the kingdom that you mentioned last time, Kale naturally knew what he was talking about. He had already mentioned it more than once before. He even invited him to act together. It was just that at that time, he didn't have any thoughts. So he didn't agree right away. That plan has already ended. Dragon paused before speaking. And then, the outcome wasn't that good. The world government intervened and killed quite a few of our comrades, and also destroyed that country, Dragon said heavily. The country they had chosen this time was an allied nation, and the world government had dealt them a heavy blow, even disregarding the comfort of that country's people. They directly used large-scale weapons, various shells that made that kingdom disappear. Then they pushed the blame onto them. Kale had heard about this news before. In the end, the Revolutionary Army would just take the blame. So what do you want me to do? Kale looked at him. This matter of fighting for the world hadn't even started yet. He was just waiting to see what the other party wanted to do. Grain and water resources. Many impoverished countries are in need now. Long spoke expressionlessly, almost directly saying that he was here to exploit the rich. However, Kale did not pay much attention to it. He didn't even ask about the other party's next actions and directly agreed to send them supplies. After all, this little bit of stuff was nothing to him. Let this guy create some trouble for the world government. A bit of excitement wouldn't hurt. At least it would make the world government chase after him. Thank you for your support. If you need anything, feel free to contact me. It seemed that Long breathed a sigh of relief after receiving a response. Before they could say anything further, a window popped up in front of them. They could see figures appearing in the system space. Looks like you have something going on again, Long said as he looked at the screen, quickly frowning. He recognized someone inside. With this thing appearing, Kale would also be present, which clearly meant he had business too. He was already used to it. Kale was very casual and naturally noticed the figure with golden hair inside, Sabo from the Revolutionary Army. Luffy had been to the space, and Ace had been there too. Now was this guy's turn? Besides him, the familiar figures were mostly the same, and there were even some people who had entered before. I won't entertain you. I'll have someone deliver the supplies. Kale shouted for someone to adjust the supplies. Although he didn't specify how much, it surely wouldn't be little. After calling someone and sending Long away, Kale looked at the system space, where no more figures appeared, and then entered it himself. This time, the space was quite lively. Kakashi, Naruto, Uzumaki, Sasuke, Uchiha. This was like a second trip into the palace. Besides them, there were 2 slightly older figures nearby. One was wearing the Hokage's ceremonial robe and had a straw hat on. This was the current 3rd Hokage. Next to him was a guy with one eye covered and his arms wrapped in bandages. Danzo Shimura, the darkness of Konoha. After receiving the news and knowing about this thing's existence, he became very interested and took the opportunity to come over this time. What luck for them. Opportunities. Thinking about the possibility of resurrection within this space made both the 3rd Hokage and Danzo feel excited. Not far from them was an elderly woman dressed warmly. Chiyo from a sand village. Originally waiting for death, Chiyo was quite surprised to be sent here. Completely cut off from the outside world, she had never heard any news from outside and didn't even know where this place was. Is this another conspiracy of yours, Konoha? You are the son of White Fang? Chiyo first focused on Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo Shimura. They could be considered acquaintances, or rather, familiar faces that she had seen only a few times. She knew who they were, but hadn't actually met them many times. After all, these 2 were not frequent battlefield participants, even less than herself. Old lady from the sand village, I didn't expect to meet you here. You should be careful. Danzo smiled darkly. He could tell that Chiyo was unaware of where this place was, giving off a crafty vibe that made her more nervous. Is this the place that Tasmi mentioned? At another table, a tall woman with golden hair and a large chest, along with a black-haired girl with a blank expression. A small pink-haired girl and a white-haired woman in formal attire with a mechanical arm were looking around in wonder. They had already learned about this space from Tasmi and were quite curious about it. Now that they had the opportunity to be here, they were eagerly observing their surroundings. According to Tasmi, the people around should be from other worlds. These must be the people from other worlds Tasmi mentioned, Huh? They don't look that special, Maine said casually while carefully holding her imperial tool, ready to aim at others at any moment. No need to be so tense. That guy said we can't fight here. Let's wait for the administrator to arrive, Najeshinan said calmly as she sat down first, speaking to her teammates. She had already learned about the rules here and figured they could just wait. As for the people from other worlds, she didn't mind communicating if necessary. But the atmosphere was strange, making her hesitant to initiate any greetings. The members of Night Raid sat obediently, displaying good discipline. Even a mischievous Leon was behaving and sitting quietly. Akame and Maine were also cautious as they took their seats. Besides these figures, there was Sabo, whom Kyle had seen before. He calmly observed the people around him, and after confirming that there were no familiar faces, he sat down himself. Although he hadn't experienced it, he had seen others enter this place before. Letting me participate in this kind of game is so boring, a tall black-haired woman on the side said, visibly displeased. However, she knew that she had no way to resist the system right now and chose to behave herself. After all, even the Marine Admiral and the 4 Emperors were behaving themselves here, as well as the previous Doflamingo. Thinking of him made Hancock feel troubled. If she accidentally exposed something she shouldn't, it would be problematic, especially concerning past events. Sitting in her seat, Hancock felt quite unsettled. The people from the Naruto world watched as everyone took their seats. The third Hokage and his group sat down together, while Chiyo sat alone. She was still suspicious, but seeing the people around her acting as if they knew what was going on made her sit down as well. Can someone tell this old lady where this place is? Initially, Chiyo thought it was a conspiracy of Konoha, but seeing how everyone was behaving, it didn't seem like they were there to cause trouble. Taking the opportunity, she began to speak to clarify the situation. This is Konoha's conspiracy. Chiyo, you're doomed. Danzo threatened from the side. Chiyo completely ignored him, only glancing at Kakashi, the guy who looked like Konoha's white fang. Although I would love to kill the other party, it's obvious that there is no opportunity for that now. Moreover, it's uncertain who would end up dead if things escalated. The strongest Hokage of Konoha, the high-ranking officials of Konoha, and Kakashi himself are not weak at all. There is no chance. If someone were to be harmed, it would definitely be her. At most, she could just observe these 2 little brats. These 2 little brats seemed to have some value for exploitation. If she could capture them, perhaps she would have a chance to do something. But the odds are slim, so it's better to be honest. This is a space of a system. We don't know how it came to be. However, participating in the questions here can yield rewards, but there will also be punishments. Some punishments can lead to death, while some rewards can bring people back to life. That's basically the situation, old lady. Sabo sat bored on one side, watching as someone spoke up and explained to the other party. After all, the other party looked like a weak, pitiful, and helpless old lady. Moreover, there was an acquaintance beside her who looked like a grumpy old man, making Sabo think of a love triangle. Did some misunderstanding arise between them? All sorts of strange thoughts crossed his mind, and Sabo simply explained. Upon hearing this, Granny Chiyo's first reaction was disbelief. However, seeing that Shimura Danzo and others beside her didn't refute anything, and the smiling blonde kid in front of her felt strong, she thought he seemed quite friendly. Thank you for your explanation. My name is Chiyo from the Sand Village. I don't know about you. Granny Chiyo wanted to learn more about the other party situation. You can call me Sabo. I shouldn't be from your world. Sabo had never heard of the Sand Village, but he had seen Kakashi and a few others. If they were from the same world, then they shouldn't be from his world. This system can send people from different worlds here. Then he directly explained the situation here. Different worlds? Chiyo was skeptical, but looking at Kakashi and the others, she held back her doubts to process the information she had received. The thought of being able to resurrect people made her a bit excited. This was her goal, her dream. The third Hokage and Shimura Danzo exchanged glances upon hearing this. There were some things he hadn't said earlier. Kakashi shook his head. He knew nothing about this. He had no idea what was being broadcasted in their world. Little brother, will our current situation be broadcasted in your world? Sarutobi Hiruzen recalled the last time Kakashi and the others came. So, that means everyone would know. Thankfully, it was another world, but he still had some concerns. Now that the news had spread, many people were aware of it. Moreover, someone had been spreading rumors that Konoha had many secrets, making other great nations and ninja villages wary. It seemed that only Granny Chiyo, who had not been paying attention to the outside world, was still in the dark. Now, their entry here was good news, but if the whole world knew and their secrets were to be broadcasted, that would be problematic. People from your world have come several times. We have seen it. Sabo spoke directly, looking at the old man in front of him. He seemed somewhat familiar. Haven't you appeared before? Something about being the Hokage? He couldn't quite remember, but he felt he wasn't mistaken. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression stiffened upon hearing this news. So, his reputation as the strongest Hokage had spread to other worlds. He had basically accepted that. The other party was indeed talking about him. Little did he know, Sabo had just recalled it suddenly, and had yet to confirm who the other party was. Shimura Danzo hinted nearby. If the news leaked, it wouldn't be good for them. Especially since this time, why did Kakashi and the others enter again? And these two little brats, they would have been better off staying in Konoha. What about that little girl who didn't come? Chapter 148. The Third Wind Shadow had different thoughts, especially since they had all heard about the system possibly broadcasting everything. Although it might not be about their world. What if? If nothing happened this time, what about next time? Everyone had their own secrets, and it was very normal for a secret to be exposed at any time. There were quite a few people this time. While everyone had their own thoughts, a figure suddenly entered and sat among them. Looking at the person who came in, Kyle greeted them. Is this the manager? Mage Tam looked at Kyle. They had already understood this before entering. They were all calm and just observing. A little handsome guy, he doesn't look too old. Leona smiled slightly. He is quite impressive. She had to admit, handsome men couldn't fill their stomachs. Main had no interest in such people. Her weapon was far more important than any handsome guy. Akatsuki looked like she didn't know anything, just sitting there. Anyway, if there was no mission, it had nothing to do with her. If there was a mission, then she would take them down. The people from the Crimson Eye world didn't speak. The people from the pirate world also didn't say much. Sabo wasn't sure about the current situation. Although he had heard from Dragon, there was already a connection between them. But now that the whole world was watching, he didn't intend to expose anything. As for the Empress, she frowned. This man actually dared to ignore her. Was her damned, unplaceable charm being overlooked? The few old men and the little brat across from her were all attracted to her. This man came here and didn't even take a second glance at her. Considering the other party's identity, the Empress said nothing. She was very clear about the lesson from the previous 4 Emperors Kaido. Although she was arrogant, she didn't think she could compare to Kaido. Hee, is this the manager? I'm Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage of Konoha, here to the treasure. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced around, greeting with a smile, appearing like a kind old man from a village. Although polite, he was more assertive than submissive. Calling him sir was merely a form of respect. All right, no matter who you are, you should know where this place is, right? In short, there will be some questions for you to answer next. Those who answer correctly will receive rewards, and those who answer incorrectly will face punishments. No fighting is allowed here, or there will be punishment. That's the rule. I took a look at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although I've been in this world for a long time, I still feel influenced by that old man. I don't have any good feelings towards him. Back in my previous world, there was a large group of people who constantly debated his merits and flaws. But the fact is, as long as you reach a high position, there isn't one who doesn't resort to underhanded tactics. Of course, the dirt on him can't be washed away no matter how hard you try. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't feel awkward about not getting the desired attitude. He smiled amiably and watched as Kyle explained the rules. After understanding the situation here, it was confirmed that it was indeed as Kakashi had said before. No deception, and Shimura Danzo's eyes lit up. If all of this is true, Hiruzen, I'm going to secure the position of Hokage. He quietly glanced at Hiruzen. He had already received news that this was a rapid response format. As long as you answer correctly, the reward will come, based on the information gathered from his roots. He was nothing less than the encyclopedia of Konoha. There was nothing in Konoha that he didn't know. If he wanted to know, it wouldn't be a problem to find out the color of Sarutobi Hiruzen's underwear, let alone his wife's. It seems you all don't have any questions, right? Then let's begin. He was aware of the previous conversations in the system. Knowing that the people here were already familiar with the rules, there was no need to waste time. Let's start selecting questions. First, a question about the shinobi world. Your question. Everyone in your world can answer, and the first person to respond will be considered. No matter if it's right or wrong, there will be no further opportunity to answer. Kyle looked at the shinobi in front of him. A group of Konoha ninjas bullying an old lady from Sunagakure. This was too much, and the first question was, multiple choice. Who killed the 3rd Kazekage? 1. Sasori of the Red Sand. 2. 4th Kazekage. 3. Orochimaru. 4. Shimura Danzo. Reward, Puppet 1. Punishment, lose 1 arm. The 3rd Kazekage? For the first question, Chiyo immediately frowned. This question had been something she had contemplated for quite some time. She had even suspected her own grandson. Among the people here, she felt that any of them could be responsible. Are we confirming this now? Why is it a question about Sunagakure? Shimura Danzo was instantly displeased, especially when he saw his name on the list. Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at his old partner. With his name there, could it be possible? Although he had no interest in the puppet, knowing more information was still a good thing. Kakashi's team sat quietly on the side, their moods somewhat off. After coming here, they hadn't said much. At least for now, they had said nothing. There was no intention to answer questions. This time wasn't like last time, where they could say whatever they wanted and answer as they pleased. Plus, given their previous experiences in Konoha, everyone was feeling a bit down. And with the big shots around, they naturally had no say. The old man knows nothing. You should ask that old lady. Those are her village's people. Seeing the skeptical look from Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo became even more irritated. Would a high-ranking official like him go around killing the third Kazekage? And would he do it without anyone knowing? If he really did it, everyone in the shinobi world would have known by now. At that point, wouldn't the position of Hokage be within reach? Sarutobi Hiruzen, hand over the Hokage position to me. Various thoughts raced through Danzo's mind. Naturally, Sarutobi Hiruzen could tell that his old partner was being dishonest, but he didn't care. If he were honest, he wouldn't be Shimura Danzo. Smiling, he looked at Chiyo. Chiyo, if you want to answer the question, don't hold back. We're allies, and this is a question about your village, so you should answer it. Sarutobi Hiruzen said cheerfully. He simply didn't care about the puppet reward. If it were a good reward, he might even risk losing an arm to answer. What question about Sunagakure? What alliance with Sunagakure? That's simply impossible. That old lady should be thanking you. Chiyo leisurely replied. She's not a fool. She knows very well that this guy is not being honest. No need to be polite, Sarutobi Hiruzen said. Administrator, what happens if no one answers the question? Chiyo huffed, not want to talk to Sarutobi Hiruzen anymore. Every time she looked over, she saw Kakashi's masked face, the son of Konoha's white fang. She wanted to kill him, but couldn't right now. Helpless, she could only look at the administrator. If no one answers, then one person will answer. Correct answers get rewards. Wrong answers incur punishment. The same goes for people from the same world. Rapid responses apply here as well. Kyle glanced at Chiyo. This guy isn't trying to set a trap, is he? He wasn't trying to trick anyone. He was just following the system's rules. As for the people here trying to trick others, that was none of his concern. To him, everyone was fair and just. It seems the one who should be anxious isn't really me, the old lady. The worst outcome is just answering a question, getting a puppet if correct, or losing an arm if wrong. Sigh, getting old makes one timid, and besides, hands are essential for a puppet master. Without hands, she wouldn't know how she would be bullied by younger people when she returned. Chiyo leisurely said. Naturally, she wanted to know the answer. Moreover, she wanted to see the magical aspects of the system. However, before that, she didn't want to be taken advantage of by these Konoha people. Since you all want to let it go, I will let you have it. After all, answering correctly is just a puppet. As a dignified puppet master from Sunagakure, would she really care about one puppet? Chiyo, what do you mean? Shimura Danzo was instantly displeased. There were quite a few of them from Konoha who entered. If it escalated, he might be the one in trouble. For him, that wouldn't be a good thing. If he wasn't 100% sure of the answer, or if the reward wasn't particularly substantial, he wouldn't even think about answering the question. And given the conditions laid out, none of them applied to him. It really wasn't the right time for him to answer. As for the others, the Nine-Tails brat and the Uchiha brat, both of them were troublesome. One was a weapon of war, and the other a dangerous bomb. No need to elaborate on the Nine-Tails. Losing a hand will definitely have an impact. As for Uchiha Sasuke, his crazy older brother is still alive. Thinking back to when that guy specifically warned him before leaving. If something really happens to Uchiha Sasuke, it wouldn't be impossible for it to cause a big trouble for Konoha. In the end, Shimura Danzo glanced at Kakashi and Sarutobi Hiruzen. These two are the best options. Moreover, they are from the same faction. Ideally, it would be Sarutobi Hiruzen. After losing a hand, he could be forced into retirement when he returns. He's been Hokage for so many years. It's simply outrageous. He hasn't even had a chance to sit down. Even being the 3, 5th, or 4th Hokage would be fine. Shimura Danzo was filled with resentment. His wife had no other thoughts, just giving the opportunity to you all, since we're all partners. No need to be polite. Chiyo directly spoke up, intending to see who would answer the question. Let's see who ultimately responds. It would be best if the strongest Hokage of Konoha had an accident. Losing an arm, even if one learned more ninjutsu and became a ninjutsu expert, would still be useless. Losing a hand is a significant impact for a ninja. At this moment, both Chiyo and Danzo surprisingly had the same idea. They were both thinking about the old guy, Sarutobi Hiruzen, having an accident. The bigger the tree, the more it attracts the wind. Right now, Sarutobi Hiruzen had no idea. He was just sitting here, while everyone wanted him to have an accident. Sarutobi Hiruzen, what a sin, what did I do wrong? Unfortunately, he didn't know the thoughts of these two people. Now he also felt troubled. What if no one wants to answer the question? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Kakashi and the others. His thoughts were similar to Danzo's. These two little ones wouldn't take risks. As for Kakashi, if it were usually just him, he would definitely speak up. Cough, cough, cough. Pretending to cough, Sarutobi Hiruzen signaled Danzo to speak. But Danzo glanced at him as if nothing had happened, as if he knew nothing. Now he had to play the bad cop. No way. And Kakashi, due to the matter with Rin, was already feeling very powerless and didn't want to say anything. His trust in the higher-ups had dropped to freezing point. He had become immune to Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice and didn't even listen. You guys aren't going to push it off? Are you? No need to be polite. Didn't you say there were more questions coming? Lord, third Hokage, why not give a try? Or perhaps one of the sons of Konoha White Fang. Maybe they could get a reward, and Konoha could develop the puppet technique a bit. Chiyo naturally saw through Sarutobi Hiruzen's little schemes. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, she generously spoke up, letting Sarutobi Hiruzen take the conversation. But this topic seemed hard to follow. What should be said? Just go straight to it? He was hesitant precisely because he didn't want to go straight to it. Calling someone directly? Hey, Chiyo was being polite. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled hypocritically. Then he kindly looked at Kakashi and the others. He could also see that Danzo had his own thoughts. He could only shift his gaze to the other few people. Kakashi, who do you think it is? Directly letting them guess. If they have thoughts, then let them guess. Simple and direct. It would be best if Kakashi came forward. If it were someone else, looking at the Nine Tails, Jinchuriki, and the Uchiha bloodline, it still felt like it should be Kakashi. You are already a mature ninja. You will carry the will of fire and automatically take on this task. Plus, due to Rin's recent situation, their relationship had changed a bit. This made him consider switching people. Kakashi, especially looking at the other party's absent-minded appearance now. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice became heavy, with the oppressive tone of a higher-up towards a subordinate. That domineering voice appeared. This also brought Kakashi back to his senses. An elite jonin, now feeling like a salted fish. Compared to before, where he was always reading yellow novels, he felt even more like a salted fish. Now it seemed like he was being toyed with. Lord, third Hokage, did you call me? Kakashi, coming back to his senses, was taken aback for a moment. Then he looked up at Sarutobi Hiruzen, as if he had just seen everything and just heard the other party's call. That blank expression and look, as if he knew nothing at all. Kakashi, who do you think we should choose? Glancing at the two little ones who were also in a low mood, but had been drawn in, Sarutobi Hiruzen still intended to put the matter on Kakashi's shoulders. Chapter 149. And the Hokage choose who? At first, Kakashi didn't react. Then he looked around at the questions in front of him and realized. It was puzzling. Did he really need to discuss who to choose? If it were before when he was with a few little ones, it would naturally go without saying. But now, with all these big shots here, where did it leave him to make decisions? This, he couldn't figure out. Looking at the names, Kakashi answered softly. Not knowing meant not knowing. In his view, this time's answer should have nothing to do with him. Kakashi, this question is up to you. Seeing Kakashi's clueless expression, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't drag it out any longer and spoke directly. Midway, he had already signaled Danzo several times to speak. But unfortunately, the old guy was reluctant to keep being the root of Konoha. He now had his own ideas, with various feelings of dissatisfaction and disdain. But the most important thing now was still to choose someone to answer this question. It's up to me? Kakashi initially didn't react, but seeing the watching eyes of Danzo and Chiyo, he glanced at the rewards and penalties. He seemed to have thought of something. Looking at the two little ones beside him who were in a bad mood, he didn't show any unusual reaction. All right, Lord Hokage. The Hokage had given the order. As a ninja, where was there any chance to refuse? No matter how dangerous this answering was, it had to be chosen. Kakashi, I have always believed in you. Young people should do more things, which is the only way to inherit the will of fire faster. Sarutobi Hiruzen rambled on a lot, causing the people around to be a bit dazed. Outsiders looked at the old guy and felt something was off, and there was their previous conversation. Kakashi silently nodded, not showing any emotion. On the side, Naruto Uzumaki watched this scene. Kakashi-sensei, you have to do your best. Uchiha Sasuke glanced around. He wasn't a fool. Everyone here was trying to shirk responsibility. It was disgusting. However, he didn't speak up like Naruto did. Leave it to me, Kakashi replied somewhat perfunctorily. He was looking at the answers inside. First, Kakashi ruled out Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo. Firstly, he hadn't received any such news in Konoha. Of course, it could be because he wasn't qualified to know yet. But the two high-ranking officials from Konoha here were still unaware of anything. Clearly, this matter had nothing to do with Konoha. It couldn't be ruled out that Orochimaru acted on his own, but the probability was low. He remembered that when the third Kazekage died, Orochimaru hadn't left Konoha yet. So after ruling them out, it pointed to internal strife within the Sand Village. Regardless of the village, it's always like this. Deidara, Kakashi had heard of him, Chiyo's grandson. Looking at the current situation, he wasn't sure if the other party knew about this. However, it seemed that Deidara had left the Sand Village during that time. As for the fourth Kazekage, it was also possible. Have you made up your mind? Seeing Kakashi lost in thought without any intention of giving an answer, Kyle prompted him slightly. I choose Deidara. After some hesitation, Kakashi ultimately chose the already defector, Deidara. Upon hearing Kyle's words, he directly provided his answer. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo had no particular expression and just intended to see this answer. If it was true, then perhaps it could stir up trouble in the Sand Village. Exposure would definitely give the current fourth Kazekage a chance to cause trouble for Chiyo. Of course, given Chiyo's age and status, the trouble wouldn't be too great. At most, it would prevent the other party from enjoying a peaceful retirement. What they actually hoped for was that the fourth Kazekage was the correct answer. If that were the case, then they would have something to play with. Not to mention, the elders of the Sand Village, Chiyo would definitely not let that Kazekage off easily. There weren't many who dared to believe a person who climbed to power over the corpse of the third Kazekage. Indeed, it was very annoying. The one with the bloodline of Konoha's White Fang. Chiyo, who was originally watching the show, felt a bit displeased upon hearing this answer. It wasn't that she was upset about the suspicion towards her grandson. In fact, she had doubted it herself, even feeling it could be the truth. Many people in the Sand Village had suspected it back then, but she had suppressed it. She had convinced them due to Deidara's young age at the time. Of course, it primarily stemmed from her giving up many things, including power, and without evidence, it was just left at that. But she still had some insight into the real situation. Although Deidara might not have been able to defeat the third Kazekage, what if it was a sneak attack or poisoning? Those were all Deidara's good tactics. Coupled with his identity, the third Kazekage wouldn't have been particularly on guard, so it was quite possible for him to fall into a trap. The possibility was very high. Now, Chiyo felt that this guy's answer was correct. Of course, it was also the optimal choice. If it were someone else, the Sand Village would definitely be in chaos. Well, it's just a puppet. It's a pity there won't be a chance to take an arm from them. Chiyo didn't care much about the reward. It was just a pity that the opportunity to take an arm from someone from Konoha was lost. While Chiyo was lost in various thoughts, Kyle directly announced the answer. Correct answer. You get a reward. Looking at everything in front of him, Kakashi was very familiar with it. He had seen this several times before. This time, a human puppet appeared in front of him. It was dirty and messy, looking like nothing high-end. Kakashi casually took out a sealing scroll, intending to seal it and take it back. Although this thing looked ordinary, Konoha really didn't have many puppets, so he would keep it. The people present, whether it was Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, or others, didn't pay much attention to the shabby thing. Even Naruto looked quite disdainful. Why was the reward just this? Trying to fool people? Of course, he wasn't a fool, so he wouldn't shout here. He just watched. As the puppet exuded a lot of iron sand, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo already sensed something was off. Chiyo saw the puppet's face. Her expression changed dramatically. The old, wrinkled flesh trembled slightly. The third Kazekage. Looking at the somewhat familiar figure in front of her, Chiyo's face changed several times. Her voice trembled as she spoke. Why? Why is the third Kazekage turned into a puppet here? What did you do? You. Chiyo looked at Kakashi and the puppet in his hand. Then she glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen and finally at the administrator Kyle. Words of distrust had already appeared. She stood up. You have to ask the system about that. Anyway, the QA reward has been given, so don't mind these details. The system won't tell you much either, Kyle said lazily. The old lady's poor attitude made him not want to say anything more. He had a poor attitude towards pirates and wasn't much better towards ninjas. They were all killers by profession. Who was cleaner than whom? Chiyo's face stiffened upon hearing such careless words. The hand she had extended stopped. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo beside her looked at her with great interest, as if waiting for her to act. They clearly understood the situation here. Give me the puppet. The son of Konoha's White Fang. Chiyo glanced at Kyle, but ultimately backed down. She didn't want to throw a fit here. She was alone now, and there were so many people nearby, especially with some Konoha people harboring ulterior motives. She had to be more cautious. It was impossible for her to act. At least not now, and she couldn't be the one to strike first. Kakashi, give me the thing. Not seeing any scene of a fight break out. Shimura Danzo didn't care. He looked stiffly at Kakashi and ordered him to take out the reward. Initially, He hadn't paid much attention to this thing. But since Chiyo wanted it, and it was the puppet of the legendary third Kazekage, he had ideas. This thing could be a good choice for future trades with the Sand Village or for his own research. Perhaps something interesting would come out of it in the process. Kakashi glanced at Shimura Danzo, remaining silent and not taking out the item. For this guy, he has no good feelings. This guy previously harmed Lin, causing her such suffering. Now he still wants his reward. Dream on. But the other party is a high-ranking official from Konoha. Kakashi glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who seemed not to be looking at him, as if he hadn't heard anything at all. He was just watching Chiyo and Danzo, occasionally shifting his gaze to the table across from him where Leo and the Empress were sitting. He carefully glanced at the lower parts of their bodies. Still wearing a kind smile, looking like a warm and amiable old man. No one on this side had said anything yet. Chiyo had already spoken up. Shimura Danzo, how dare you? Grandma Chiyo was very displeased. He still wanted to meddle in their affairs. Was he not afraid of sparking another ninja world war? She would not give up on the puppet of the third Kazekage, no matter what it was. No matter the form, it could not be given to other villages. Besides, considering the situation with the iron sand that had just fallen, that thing might not just be a puppet. What does this have to do with me? Isn't this our Konoha's trophy? I just gave you a chance, and this thing is not something we created. If you have an idea, you can find the person who brought this thing out. Shimura Danzo said leisurely, while also splashing water towards Kale's side, intending to see if Chiyo would be provoked enough to really cause trouble. Although the possibility was small, emotions were unpredictable. You think Chiyo gritted her teeth, initially wanting to say something, but then gave up on talking to Shimura Danzo and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Is this what you mean? Third Hokage, we are allies now. It was clear there were matters for them to handle, and Chiyo also thought of the alliance. If there were no issues, she wouldn't care about this. She was still thinking that if possible, she could casually set them up. Cough, cough, cough. Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to have just heard the words. Naturally, Konoha's things could not be handed over casually. Kakashi, can't you understand my words? Bring the puppet over. Shimura Danzo had already made his stance clear before the other party had spoken. He also reminded Kakashi again, feeling dissatisfied with this guy. As a current high-ranking official of Konoha and a future Hokage, he was giving orders yet still hesitating. It seemed he had other thoughts because of previous matters. Kakashi, are you thinking of defecting? Sure enough, those with Sharingan were all ungrateful. It should all be given to me, and all over. He looked at Kakashi with a fierce gaze, glancing at Sasuke and Naruto in the middle. His gaze seemed ready to devour them, making everyone feel uneasy. Sarutobi Hiruzen also sensed his partner's situation and was immediately displeased. Previously, when I asked you to speak, you remained silent and didn't answer the questions. Now you're making a fuss and asking for what puppet. Danzo, what a young person obtains naturally belongs to the young. Konoha will not take anything from the young. This thing is yours, Kakashi. You should cherish it. Perhaps this puppet can unleash the power of the strongest Kazekage from Sunagakure. Sarutobi Hiruzen was also cunning. While striking at Danzo, he also saved face. He swiped some goodwill. After all, he didn't actually need this puppet. Even if he needed it later, he could borrow it then. There was no need now. Moreover, he could stimulate them a bit. That was enough. Hiruzen, this thing needs to be handled by me. Shimura Danzo was displeased. He was not given face in front of so many people. Are you still Sarutobi Hiruzen? Are we still good buddies? That's enough. I'm the Hokage, Danzo. Seeing Danzo still trying to speak, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already spoken to stop him. Since the matter had been settled, no matter what he wanted to say, he wouldn't be given the chance. Honestly, don't refute. You will regret it, Hiruzen. Danzo was furious upon hearing this. But due to the other party's Hokage status, he would not be polite. I am the Hokage. Remembering how he had suffered due to his slow response back then and almost became Hokage, and now, after so many years of hard work, sacrificing his conscience for Konoha, struggling to sacrifice, and nearly taking over as 5th Hokage only to have it taken away by this guy. He had endured it all. Now this guy was using the Hokage position to pressure him. Shimura Danzo's desire for the Hokage position grew stronger. This is all your fault, Hiruzen. Various thoughts swirled in his mind. On the surface, he appeared as if nothing was wrong, becoming obedient. Sarutobi Hiruzen, not having mind-reading abilities, naturally had no idea what the other party was thinking. Watching the expression and silence of the other party, he was very satisfied. I'm a Hokage. Chapter 150 Chiyo, answering the question about just a puppet, made the already strained relationship with this old guy, who was originally just a superficial brother, even worse. Kakashi, looking at the two beside him, quietly sighed. He was increasingly understanding the true nature of the third Hokage. As for Shimura Danzo, there was no need to mention. He really didn't understand how such a person became a high-ranking official in Konoha. Hokage-sama, this puppet should be handed over to you. You are Konoha's hope, and this thing still has some strategic value. How to handle it, you decide. Kakashi politely sealed the puppet and presented it to the third Hokage. No matter what, it was best to get rid of it. Shimura Danzo had his eyes on it, and Chiyo was also interested. Keeping this thing would only be a trouble, and he had no use for it at all. Although he was said to be able to do all ninjutsu, with decent taijutsu and acceptable jinjutsu, he really couldn't handle this puppet technique. Except for occasional disguises that might be useful, this thing brought him more trouble. This thing is hot to handle. The troubles outweigh the benefits. Plus, he was truly exhausted now. Konoha, Kakashi, it's rare for you to have this intention, so I will accept it. I will remember your contribution, and later I will see what ninjutsu is suitable for you, so that you. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile. The village's jounin, giving him face, also let people know he was a kind and amiable leader. This was no longer just about the puppet. As for the ninjutsu matter, he wasn't just saying it casually. He truly had that idea. After all, the other party had contributed, and teaching someone a ninjutsu wouldn't cost him anything. Of course, for Kakashi, it seemed that ordinary ninjutsu was of no use to him either. Multiple shadow clone? With his limited chakra, he can't even use the shadow clone technique in battle effectively. It's like he's completely drained. It's of no use at all. This is truly a forbidden technique for Kakashi. Would release? There is no chance he would use that. Flying Thunder God technique? That is possible, but the likelihood is very low. Could be Edo Tensei? He thought about various ninjutsu. There really isn't anything useful for Kakashi. Regular ninjutsu is too ordinary. Completely worthless to him. Better ninjutsu. More unique ninjutsu. He seems to hesitate to part with them. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Kakashi nodded silently, standing obediently aside. After all, the other party is saying nice things, and he is just listening. He doesn't need any ninjutsu anyway. He just took it as polite conversation. It's likely that whatever ninjutsu they truly want to give him will just be something mediocre. Hiruzen's, the village's forbidden techniques cannot just be casually learned by anyone. Danzo was looking for trouble from his side, feeling quite displeased with Kakashi. After all, he used to be his superior. He couldn't even give him face while listening to Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. Kakashi, have you also become a sycophant? Is this the kind of man you've turned into? Just like that Konoha White Fang. Useless as mud. With various thoughts in his heart, he refrained from saying what he shouldn't say, but his biased expression was clearly felt by those around him. Sarutobi Hiruzen, this puppet, we Sand Shinobi will not give up on it. You better think it through. Granny Chiyo saw the discord in Konoha as an opportunity. If this puppet were something ordinary, she wouldn't care about it at all. But to her, it's about their third Kazekage's puppet. This must be investigated. It's best to take it back for research. The Sand Village is our ally. We should discuss this further later. Danzo, I am the Hokage, and I have the right to allow people to learn forbidden techniques. Sarutobi Hiruzen responded to the two of them in succession. He was also thinking about how to leverage this puppet to gain some benefits from the Sand Village. Even though they are allies, there is no need to be polite when it comes to slaughtering, especially now that they hold the upper hand. Upon hearing I am the Hokage, Danzo felt extremely displeased. He wanted to directly slap Sarutobi Hiruzen a few times. Back then, he suffered from being slow to react and didn't step forward. Is it really like this? Always talking about Hokage. He gritted his teeth secretly, maintaining a cold demeanor. Danzo pretended to accept this result slowly, but was thinking about how to become Hokage and force Sarutobi Hiruzen off the stage. He could no longer hold back. I hope you truly think this way. Otherwise, our alliance may not be so solid. Granny Chiyo had her own thoughts. She wasn't very clear. Their alliance was already not solid. The Sand Shinobi had already infiltrated Konoha, and even the Jinchuriki had come to cause trouble, ready to execute a collapsing plan against Konoha at any time. Is this still a solid alliance? Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled calmly, saying nothing more, just nodding. As they were conversing, the system screen began to change. An image of the ninja world appeared, starting to play. Sand Village. It showed how the Kazekage was poisoned and secretly harmed by the Akatsuki Sasori. The body was taken away and eventually turned into a human puppet, controlled by Sasori. Turning people into puppets and being able to use their abilities from when they were alive, is that the puppet technique? Whether from the world of the red-eyed or the pirate world, it was clear that everyone was paying close attention to this technique. Even the people from Konoha were very focused on this person. If it really is like this. Sasori, have you really come this far? Looking at the handsome red-haired boy in the image, Granny Chiyo almost shed tears but managed to hold them back. Although she was satisfied to see this, watching the image slowly fade made her gradually regain her composure. The second question. Meanwhile, Kal had already announced directly. For the first question, Kakashi guessed correctly and received a reward. Multiple choice. Who killed the fourth Kazekage? 1. Shimura Danzo. 2. Orochimaru. 3. Sarutobi Hiruzen. 4. Uchiha Obito. Reward. Magnet release. Punishment. The fourth Kazekage resurrected by Edo Tensei will assassinate for a month. Granny Chiyo looked at the question inside, staring intently at Kyle. Why is it the Kazekage again? The third Kazekage's incident was one thing. That was before. Now, the fourth Kazekage is in trouble too? Has she been in seclusion for too long? Will someone from Konoha soon come to her secluded place to tell her that times have changed and the Sand Village is now their territory? Is this Kazekage so weak? Or is there some measurement unit? Why are they always being killed? On the other side, Leona quietly asked her boss Nage-tan beside her. The fact that the third and fourth Kazekages were both in trouble, or even killed, made her want to complain. Being a Kazekage is indeed a dangerous job. Isn't it supposed to be a position of leadership? Just like that lecherous old man over there, who calls himself Hokage. Shut up, Leona. Nage-tan awkwardly smiled at Chiyo, indicating her apology before turning to Leona. There are no weaklings here. With such a small voice, everyone here basically knows. Hearing this, Leona was just being her usual carefree self, as if she didn't care about anything. Granny Chiyo was very displeased to hear this. What does she mean by their Kazekage being a measurement unit? But since the other party had already apologized and didn't seem easy to provoke, she didn't say much. She turned to the third Hokage. This was what she needed to ask now. Hokage-sama, don't you plan to explain anything? The people up there are all from Konoha. Each one of them can almost be said to be from Konoha. Moreover, both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo are up there. She was as close to directly asking if those two had secretly harmed their Kazekage. It seems like the Kazekage is currently in Konoha, right? You all. Granny Chiyo could say that she hadn't communicated much with the outside world. She was clear about Konoha's current collapse plan either, only knowing about the recent Chunin exams. The Kazekage of Sunagakure has gone to Konoha as an ally. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen was at a loss for words. It seemed to be true. The other party had already arrived in Konoha, but he hadn't done anything, had he? Could it be that Danzo had done something behind his back? He glanced at Danzo while pondering. Perhaps Sunagakure had some conspiracy against Konoha and was eliminated in the process. There was too much uncertainty at the moment. Discussing this seemed pointless. Danzo, who was nearby, interjected, suggesting that Chiyo should calm down a bit. The current situation in the ninja world was such that any conflict could break out at any moment, and such incidents were not impossible. Moreover, the issues being discussed might pertain to future events. There could be some misunderstanding involved. It was better to wait and see what the answer might be. Sarutobi Hiruzen tried to mediate, suggesting that both sides should not dwell on this matter. What they should focus on was the issue of the system. What exactly was the answer? Which option was correct? Only after finding the answer could he respond appropriately. Ideally, it would be like before, allowing them to understand what had happened. If the third Kazekage knew that Sasori had intentions toward him, perhaps his demise could have been avoided. As for the present situation, similar thoughts were likely common among everyone, knowing certain things and then altering future events. So, who would answer the question? Looking at the questions inside, another problem arose. The punishment this time was being hunted down by the fourth Kazekage. This could potentially cause issues for everyone. Although it seemed like defeating the fourth Kazekage would be easy, actually assassinating someone was quite troublesome, especially for those present. It was likely that only Sarutobi Hiruzen would dare to say he would win without a doubt. Others might still run into trouble. After all, nobody knew when the opponent would take action. As for the reward, magnet release, while it was nice, neither Sarutobi Hiruzen nor Danzo really cared much about it. They would accept it without hesitation if it were free, but if there was any risk involved, they would rather pass. Weren't you the one who kept saying this? You could take care of this question, Danzo interjected. This left Chiyo with nothing to say, although it sounded quite unreliable. Considering how many people from Konoha had come in comparison to how many from Sunagakure, was it really 5-1? Fine, I'll answer. Chiyo fell silent, but eventually agreed. Even if she were hunted by the fourth Kazekage using Edo Tensei, she could endure it, no matter what. She still believed in her abilities, and at her age, if something were to happen, then so be it. Encountering the fourth Kazekage might even yield some useful information. I suspect it might be Orochimaru. If there weren't any issues, he definitely wouldn't target the alliance. She also trusted Danzo, but only doubted Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen had initially wanted to mention Uchiha Obito, but decided against it. He had heard some news from Kakashi, but didn't feel like elaborating further here. He let her guess. Orochimaru? Chiyo looked at the third Hokage. After a brief pause, she calmed down. Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen likely didn't find it necessary to pursue the matter further unless a world war erupted soon after. Otherwise, it was unlikely that one Kage would come to eliminate another without sparking a battle that could affect the world. Only Orochimaru and that Uchiha guy could be responsible for such things. Compared to Uchiha Obito, Orochimaru, one of the legendary three, was a more formidable opponent, capable of executing such plans. If it was that Uchiha guy, he was completely unknown and looked down upon. Since Hokage-sama has said so, let's choose Orochimaru. With no better ideas, Chiyo went along with the choice. What she wanted to know was right from wrong. If she was wrong, then the answer would be one of the other three, all from Konoha. In any case, it was reasonable to create trouble for Konoha. Guessing wrong, guessing wrong. Danzo observed Chiyo's boldness, planning to watch the show. Now, he was still watching Kyle, waiting for the other side to announce it. It would be best if they guessed wrong, so he could see the situation unfold. Are you sure? Kyle asked directly. Watching the other party nod, he politely proceeded to conclude the matter. If it was right, then it was right. Luck seemed to be on their side. They had answered correctly out of 4 options. After returning, he could buy a lottery ticket or something. If Sunagakure had a lottery, that would be great. Congratulations on answering correctly. Please accept your reward, Kyle stated directly. As the answer was announced, Chiyo felt a slight increase in her own power. Soon after, she sensed that she had gained some new ability. A force of attraction manifested within her. Was this magnet release? Although she had never experienced it before, the situation was still surprising and delightful. Of course, this ability was of average value to Chiyo. She fought using puppets. Unless she could create a puppet to complement this ability, otherwise, it would be somewhat wasted. Thinking of puppets, Chiyo recalled the third Kazekage's puppet. If she could obtain the third Kazekage's puppet and combine it with her magnet release, perhaps she could enhance her capabilities. She could see some extraordinary qualities in the third Kazekage's puppet. As a puppet master, she could clearly discern its usable abilities. This was also the reason she was so eager to obtain it earlier. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt somewhat complicated, although he had seemed to help out of kindness. He was entirely certain. Now that he heard it was indeed Orochimaru's doing, he felt a bit strange. It was good that Orochimaru had this kind of strength, but the current Orochimaru did not belong to him. What was Orochimaru trying to achieve by attacking the Kazekage? Sarutobi Hiruzen analyzed inwardly. Danzo beside him was thinking along similar lines. He was very aware that Orochimaru was a person who would not act without profit. If there were no benefits, he would likely stay in his lab and not come out, let alone engage in something as troublesome as attacking the fourth Kazekage. That Orochimaru. Shimura Danzo was pondering whether he should contact his old partner. Part of the reason he left back then was to help him take the blame. That research had a part of him in it. It was just that Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't pursue it further. After all, compared to Orochimaru, he was Sarutobi Hiruzen's childhood friend. Innocent and naive. But now this guy had gone astray. Hiruzen, I am the one suited to be Hokage. Thinking of this made Danzo a bit excited again. He also recalled how he had suffered from being slow to react back then, missing the chance to become Hokage. During the previous competition for Hokage, he had been just a little slow and was overtaken by Sarutobi Hiruzen. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Endure for a moment. The more you think, the angrier you get. Take a step back. The more you think, the more you lose. Danzo felt very suffocated inside. What had happened back then? Chiyo had originally wanted to question Sarutobi Hiruzen, but she gave up. After all, she had guessed the answer because of him. Now, it was better to first find out what was going on. Why did the fourth Kazekage die? Died at the hands of Orochimaru. Could it be that Orochimaru attacked Sunagakure? Otherwise, a Kazekage wouldn't just leave Sunagakure for no reason. Chiyo suddenly thought of the third Kazekage, who had died mysteriously before. It seemed like one guess was more puzzling than the other. Would the next fifth Kazekage be captured directly in Sunagakure? While she was thinking various thoughts, the system's screen appeared. Kyle merely operated as a tool and saw the scene unfold. In a desert on the outskirts of Sunagakure, the fourth Kazekage was rushing with his guards. However, they were ambushed from behind by Orochimaru and his men. The battle didn't last long at all. He was killed successfully. Later, they even put on the face of the fourth Kazekage and disguised themselves as him. Chiyo looked at the scene and was at a loss for words. What was the purpose of impersonating their Kazekage? When did this happen? When did they already impersonate their Kazekage? Could it be that the one giving orders every day was Orochimaru? No wonder that fourth Kazekage occasionally caused so many strange things, like setting up his own son and sending the hero of Sunagakure to his death. The level of dirtiness was no less than that of Konoha. They could compete with each other. Under such circumstances, it was hard for Scorpion not to be corrupted. What was Orochimaru trying to do? Impersonating the Kazekage must have some kind of plan. Was he infiltrating Sunagakure or going elsewhere? Sarutobi Hiruzen was also contemplating. He was not clear about the various situations in Sunagakure. However, he thought of the fourth Kazekage recently planning to come over to observe the Chunin exams. Could be that guy. Hiruzen wasn't sure about Orochimaru's actions. He was only guessing. Konoha shouldn't have anything he wanted to covet, right? Coming back to see Yanko? Is he targeting Naruto? Is there something he wants from me? Or is he colluding with Danzo to do something? Sarutobi Hiruzen kept speculating. He didn't think that the other party was here to kill him. At most, he thought that he and Danzo were colluding to get him out of office or something like that. Probably, maybe. Thinking of Danzo, Hiruzen couldn't help but glance at the calm-looking Danzo beside him. Danzo looked confused. What the hell is that expression? Are you angry? Because of your own disciple? You still have contact with Orochimaru? Hiruzen had an expression of I already know everything, which made Danzo pause for a moment. But he thought that he didn't seem to have any flaws. No, how could I possibly have contact with a rogue ninja? Hiruzen, you really know how to joke. All right, let's not talk about village matters here. We'll talk about it when we go back. Danzo was being perfunctory. He forced a somewhat ugly smile on his face, intending to brush it off. He also explained the situation at the scene, which made Hiruzen stop any attempts to say something. He seemed to have believed his words. Of course, it could also be that he didn't want to say much here and planned to slowly discuss it back in Konoha at night. Given their relationship, there was still some tacit understanding. The other ninjas in the ninja world watched the two big shots perform, each with their own thoughts. For example, Naruto had no idea who Orochimaru was. He only felt that killing a Kage was amazing. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sasuke seemed to have taken a liking to this guy. Being able to kill a Kazekage is way stronger than Kakashi. If I can find him and become his student, then I can definitely kill Itachi. At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke was still an innocent boy, completely unaware that the person in front of him had been taken down by Uchiha Itachi with just a glance, having no power to resist at all. Of course, this was also due to the weakness factor. However, later on, being stabbed and sucked into a gourd left no room for discussion. It was a complete violent seal. However, there was one point he guessed correctly. Orochimaru was indeed his teacher. As a tradition in the ninja world of using a master to practice skills and kill the master for fun, Uchiha Sasuke didn't fall behind in this aspect. There were quite a few people in the ninja world who could uphold such a fine tradition. He was one of them. Kakashi had already turned into a salted fish. Seeing Orochimaru only reminded him of that time when he couldn't deal with Orochimaru when he left. Meanwhile, Cal didn't wait for them to continue thinking and directly announce the next question. This continued on. Multiple choice question. What is Orochimaru's goal? 1. To enter Konoha and initiate the Konoha destruction plan. 2. To enter Sunagakure and hide his identity to become Kazekage. 3. To enter Konoha and capture the Nine Tails. 4. To enter Sunagakure and abduct the One Tail. Reward. The Impure World Reincarnation Technique. Punishment. Assassinated by the Impure World Reincarnated 4th Kazekage for a month. When the people at the scene received the prompt, they all saw the question. The Impure World Reincarnation Technique. The Impure World Reincarnation Technique is an S-rank forbidden jutsu used by Orochimaru that can transfer one S spirit into another's body, thereby achieving eternal life, i.e., immortality. The downside is that it permanently damages the spirit. Looking at the detailed introduction above, the slightly older people on site became a bit excited. The current 3rd Hokage and Shimura Danzo could be said to be old geezers. Chiyo was even older, looking like she could die at any moment. Meanwhile, Naruto and the others were completely unconcerned. What reincarnation? Where is it better than their own bodies? This is the youth not knowing the value of the body, while the old look at the empty space and shed tears. Everyone wants a youthful body. This ability is tempting, cruel. The people from the world with crimson eyes look at this ninjutsu with disdain. Living once in a lifetime is enough. What use is a technique that harms others? However, if used for assassination, it seems quite useful. It can transform into the appearance of others and then carry out the assassination. It is definitely not for that body, reincarnation, or immortality. If this thing falls into the hands of those nobles, it would truly be disastrous. Sabo thought to himself, feeling quite wary of those nobles. Of course, right now it was just a bit of interest. Fortunately, this thing hasn't appeared in their world. Otherwise, those nobles wouldn't let it go. Oof. My body is not something anyone can take. My body, the Empress Hancock thought proudly. But looking at the people here, she decided not to cause any more trouble and planned to continue watching the show. The reincarnation technique is indeed a method with many uses from Orochimaru. Truly, a famous teacher produces excellent students. Don't you think, Lord Third Hokage? And this ninjutsu of his, you also know it, perhaps you taught it. Chiyo, watching the answers above, noticed that two of them were related to their Sand Ninja village and felt somewhat displeased. Why did Orochimaru target their Sand Ninja village? Why not target Konoha? Is he doing a fake defection to take on missions? She even began to suspect that Sarutobi Hiruzen was fooling her, pretending and mixing truth with lies. In reality, Orochimaru was still one of them. Their relationship used to be so good. He had fought hard on the battlefield. How could their relationship deteriorate so much? Chiyo's series of remarks caused Sarutobi Hiruzen to stiffen for a moment, not knowing what to say. This was outright sarcasm. What does it mean to be a famous teacher with an excellent student? What does it mean that he knows it? Does it imply that this ninjutsu was his research? If he knew such things, would he still need to watch over this frail body? Cough, cough, cough. This matter has nothing to do with me. This ninjutsu should have been created by Orochimaru after looking at other forbidden techniques, Sarutobi Hiruzen explained. Do you know Danzo? Shimura Danzo was currently pondering the questions, completely ignoring everyone else. He just wanted to know how this ability works. It would be best if he could switch bodies later on. Perhaps he could find Orochimaru's. The appearance of this ninjutsu made his mood even more excited. It's just Orochimaru. Just find him. After I become Hokage, I can serve for another 50 years. No, I want to serve for a lifetime to reach the peak, definitely longer than Hiruzen. Shimura Danzo's mind erupted. He was completely unable to let go of the fact that he was becoming Hokage. How would I know? Shimura Danzo woke up and glanced at the punishment. He didn't hesitate to speak up. As a high-ranking member of Konoha, let me help you test it out. I choose to enter the Sand Ninja village and hide my identity to become the Kazekage. Shimura Danzo's idea was simple. Even if he couldn't get it, he couldn't let Sarutobi Hiruzen have it. Otherwise, this guy would really be unable to step down from the Hokage position. Besides, what is there to fear about being hunted by the Kazekage? He would just stay in Konoha if they dare to come over. He would just close the door and let Sarutobi Hiruzen go up to fight. Perhaps he could even trick Hiruzen into a fatal situation. He would naturally take over. As for whether anyone would question him, he was not afraid at all. Tricking people has always been a traditional virtue. They protected the second Hokage and caused his death, then returned and could still become Hokage and high-ranking members of Konoha. What is the big deal about the third Hokage? It's not like Konoha White Fang had no foundation. He failed a mission to save someone, and the whole village condemned him as if they owed Konoha the entire world. What do you want to do? Sarutobi Hiruzen hadn't reacted to the words yet, just watching as the other party had already guessed the answer. Don't you know the answer? This made him question again, his tone already a bit skeptical and dissatisfied. I took you as a buddy, yet you're finding food on your own. Looking like you want bring me along. I don't know, so I'm guessing it's a 1 in 4 chance. I can't let the Hokage take risks. Shimura Danzo acted as if he was very great and making sacrifices. He hadn't seen him answer the last question. This time, he was mainly accepting the punishment. Additionally, he felt that this answer was correct. That guy Orochimaru ISN, particularly interested in tailed beasts. He is more interested in flourishing and having a stable research environment. If he was forced into a corner for some reason, hiding his identity to research things wouldn't be impossible. Hiding in the Sand Ninja village is very likely. This is all Shimura Danzo's speculation. He truly wasn't lying about this matter, but it still made Sarutobi Hiruzen aware of his other thoughts, which was quite displeasing. I am the Hokage. Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought to himself, but he couldn't say it out loud. This time was different from before. Now the other party had already answered the question, saying it wouldn't mean anything anymore. Moreover, there were no other choices. If he really had to force others to answer, he would find anyone willing to take the risk. Risk? What risk? Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly thought of the punishment. He looked at the punishment above, and his face darkened. This punishment seemed like it would also trouble him later. That guy Danzo, an old hermit who always stayed in his base without going out. When the Kazekage comes to cause trouble, wouldn't it still be him who has to step up? Perhaps he would be the one fighting. No, when I return, I must find a reason to let Danzo go out, preferably for a month. No, 2 months, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought to himself. Then he looked at Shimura Danzo's familiar face, feeling a bit reluctant and reducing it to a month and a half. It couldn't be any less. Chapter 152. The Collapse of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen quietly calculated. This was definitely not targeting Danzo or anything. It was all for Konoha. No matter how strong the fourth Kazekage is, their ability to control sand is quite powerful, and it can easily cause serious harm to Konoha. So it absolutely cannot appear in Konoha. Danzo can only go to other places. I'm sure Danzo will understand such matters. Two ancient foxes calculating against each other, each one more cunning than the other. Shimura Danzo was still watching Sarutobi Hiruzen when planning to watch the fourth Kazekage's encounter. The anxious expression on his face suggested that he might take the opportunity to rise to power. The Hokage is mine, thought Shimura Danzo. Unfortunately, he completely failed to anticipate that the third Hokage had already planned to give him a mission to go out and play after returning, such as capturing Orochimaru, which would be a good task. Let them collude in their mischief. Reveal the answer. Chiyo looked at Kyle, eager to understand what was going on. Although the question had been taken away, she could still find out what Orochimaru was up to. What was the purpose of impersonating the Kazekage? Chiyo's words drew the attention of Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen, who were still calculating against each other. Kyle did not do much. He simply confirmed and announced the answer. Under the selection, they quickly saw the answer. Danzo was initially very pleased, wanting to obtain Orochimaru's forbidden resurrection. Previously, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already been rendered speechless, which, in Danzo's view, was infuriating enough, or he could do nothing about it. After all, he had been loyal and adventurous. He had initially thought that if there were any more dangerous questions later, he would let Kakashi and the others handle it, simply giving orders to shift the blame. It wasn't that simple for Sarutobi Hiruzen to shift the blame back. As for Kakashi, the son of the Konoha White Fang had taken the blame so many times already. Taking the blame once more was nothing. Even when Konoha White Fang took the blame, who in Konoha dared to say a word against it, it was all their world. And now, with the answer revealed, his pride vanished. His already unsightly expression became even worse. How could this be? This was wrong. Orochimaru was eyeing the tailed beasts? Or did he want to attack Konoha? Danzo felt that Orochimaru had changed after leaving the village. Was he researching other things? Or was he looking into the longevity of the tailed beasts? Did he have some intelligence clues? With this thought, Danzo calmed down a bit. After all, being hunted by the fourth Kazekage's reanimation wasn't a big deal. In the end, it would be Sarutobi Hiruzen who would be in trouble. Perhaps they could shift the blame onto Hiruzen or catch this Kazekage. No matter what, he would profit greatly. Moreover, he had gained new information. He glanced at the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. If it was confirmed, he might also give it a try. After returning, he could let someone test it first. If it didn't work, he could find Orochimaru later. Danzo, the old schemer, had already begun to calculate when he saw the situation. Each individual seemed like his pawn. As long as he saw something that piqued his interest, he would go for it. What is impossible? I see that Orochimaru is going to cause trouble for you in Konoha. That guy should have set his sights on you. Third Hokage. Why don't you give me that puppet, and later I'll have Tsunegakure support you. Chiyo, on the side, smiled broadly. If the answer was correct, her face would surely be unpleasant. But now it was different. A 1/3 probability. It couldn't possibly be targeting the One Tail. Even if the One Tail was indeed the one with the fewest tails among the tailed beasts, it was still a monster-level threat. Plus, with so many ninjas from Tsunegakure, even if Orochimaru did create some commotion, he wouldn't be able to leave so easily. For now, they should get the puppet first. If possible, knowing more about Konoha's situation would be best. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, looked at Chiyo upon hearing her words. Let's first see what the situation is. It might be a misunderstanding after all. If the other side wants the puppet, Sarutobi Hiruzen wouldn't just hand it over casually. There was still an opportunity. At least they should confirm Orochimaru's intentions first. The Nine Tails Jinchuriki was here, and he wasn't worried about Orochimaru running wild. As for the Konoha collapse plan, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't think Orochimaru had that strength. Even if he joined Tsunegakure, with their village's strength, the Umbu, and the root, as long as they came to Konoha, these people were not to be underestimated. They would definitely deal a significant blow. Still not satisfied? Does your disciple not understand? He has appeared on the battlefield before. He is that kind of cold-blooded person. You wouldn't think he would talk about any master-student feelings, would you? Not having obtained the puppet, Chiyo was very displeased. In her view, Sarutobi Hiruzen was just being perfunctory. While the few of them were talking, the system had already started to react and change. Konoha collapse plan. It seems I was right. Orochimaru's goal is to destroy Konoha. What went wrong with the once powerful legendary 3 shinobi who wanted to destroy Konoha? Moreover, did Konoha have the strength to stop him? Chiyo seemed to carry a questioning expression, but already looked like a joke. These words are not friendly greetings. Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth twitched upon hearing this. If such a thing really happened, Konoha's face would be completely lost, and him, his disciple attacking a ninja village, would be too troublesome. Orochimaru, what do you plan to do about him, Hiruzen? Danzo beside him couldn't contain himself. He was always thinking about finding this guy. Just right, there was an opportunity. Whether the other party appeared in Konoha or in other circumstances, according to their past relationship, it was still possible to contact and trade some things. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen, if Orochimaru really cooperated, he was confident that he could make Hiruzen resign in disgrace. He wouldn't even need to do much. As long as something was destroyed by Orochimaru in Konoha, their higher-ups could take the opportunity to find fault. Sarutobi Hiruzen's so-called Hokage position could only be left behind. There's only one Hokage, Hiruzen. Only I can lead Konoha to prosperity. Various thoughts surfaced in Danzo's mind, all of which were methods to become Hokage. Let's talk about it when we get back. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't say much. This matter wasn't suitable to discuss here. There was still some secrecy involved. Not everything could be said here. Danzo secretly smiled to himself, not revealing much. Looking at his old partner's troubled expression, he was the only one happy. Back then, he had lost the Hokage position because of being slow to react. Now, he had to take the initiative. The Hokage position was definitely his. Of course, it's just a thought for now. If nothing is prepared and things are done haphazardly, while he won't be directly killed by Sarutobi Hiruzen, everything he has will definitely be taken away. Even with their relationship, there's nothing that can be done. While they were talking, the scene had already started to display. Konoha. The Konoha collapse plan has begun. With the very first command, various ninjas wearing the headbands of the Sound Village and Sand Village began to attack Konoha. On the outskirts, Sound Village ninjas even summoned a large number of giant snakes to assault Konoha, directly turning the originally peaceful Konoha into chaos. Ninjas were fighting everywhere. People were being attacked everywhere. Houses were collapsing, and various barrier defenses were being destroyed. The ninjas had already begun to suffer heavy casualties. Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched the scene inside, his expression somewhat stiff. Are they really going to attack Konoha and destroy their village? Looking at so many giant snakes, Sarutobi Hiruzen was also certain. This is Orochimaru's method. One of the 3 legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, summoning so many to attack Konoha. This is definitely Orochimaru going all out. Hiruzen, you're a good disciple that you taught well. If such a thing really happens, your position as Hokage, HM. Shimura Danzo felt secretly pleased. Orochimaru really has a grudge against Sarutobi Hiruzen. He is already going to attack him, so he will definitely not miss this opportunity. As long as Orochimaru takes action, regardless of success or failure, he can find an excuse to trouble Sarutobi Hiruzen. At that time, still, I won't let such a thing happen. Danzo, moreover, if such a thing happens, don't you have any responsibility? We're the root members. If the root doesn't make a move in this situation, then your role is too small. I think there is no need for root to exist anymore. Sarutobi Hiruzen could naturally tell that Danzo was looking for trouble. If it were normal, he definitely wouldn't be this angry, but now it was different. Looking at the scene inside, his mood was already very bad. If Danzo keeps acting recklessly, and he doesn't get angry, is he still Konoha's strongest Hokage? You. Danzo gritted his teeth. Still looking for an opportunity to undermine his authority? I didn't expect you to be such a Sarutobi Hiruzen. I naturally have my own decisions. And Root must have more important tasks. Canceling Root, you will definitely regret it. Who knows, Danzo? No matter what you think, you must remember, I am the Hokage. Darkness can never become light. Sarutobi Hiruzen said as he moved a bit closer to Danzo, whispering. Although many people could still hear it, he no longer cared. This guy has always been dishonest. If he doesn't hit back now, there won't be a chance. Darkness can never become light. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, felt very unwilling. He thought of how he was once a step too slow. He suffered the consequences of being slow to react. Shimura Danzo was furious. He wanted to say something, but opened his mouth and couldn't say it. The other party is still the Hokage, and he still holds the authority. If he acts recklessly, it will definitely be a trouble for him. You will regret it, Hiruzen. In the end, he could only stubbornly refuse to accept it. What can't become light? As long as the light disappears, darkness will inevitably become light. With a strange feeling, Shimura Danzo had already begun to fall silent. Then he looked at the scene, thinking about how to find Orochimaru, how to get him to cooperate. Meanwhile, in the scene at the Chunin exam venue, as someone familiar with Konoha, it was natural to recognize this place. The training combat platform. There were many spectators on it, but now they were all unconscious. And at the high position, the shadows. One red and one blue, one wind and one fire. Now the wind shadow, the captor Orochimaru, had directly come to the rooftop. At this moment, everyone here knew that this guy was Orochimaru. There was no need for him to tear off the human skin. Sarutobi Hiruzen was being held by Orochimaru, who was wearing the wind shadow hat. Orochimaru, this guy really took action, and the target is me. Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen both reacted. Great. Orochimaru finally made a move. Now let us see how you die, even as long as you don't have the chance to protect other places. This is how your days as Hokage will be. Looking at the situation inside, Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen had completely different mindsets. Sarutobi Hiruzen was angry, and there was also some panic along with feelings of pity and regret. On the other hand, Shimura Danzo was filled with ecstasy and anticipation. He was looking forward to Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru exposing some things he didn't know. This would greatly help him in having the third Hokage step down and take his place. And here, with so many giant snakes and so many people in the scene, it was clearly during a future exam. In such a place, and at such a time, if something happens in Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen wouldn't be able to avoid the blame, even if he wanted to. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you're done for. Ha ha ha, monkey. Now even the first Hokage can't save you. I told you. Shimura Danzo had many thoughts secretly. Looking at Orochimaru inside, he now thought about how the other party would directly stab Sarutobi Hiruzen with a kunai. Stab him to death. No need to be polite. Show more hatred. However, inside, Orochimaru didn't directly give Sarutobi Hiruzen a kunai. Instead, while speaking, he stabbed himself, directly piercing his own hand. Blood flowed freely, even with blood on his hand. Orochimaru appeared unconcerned, yawning as if he had been sitting for a long time and was very sleepy. Is this person a freak? Why attack himself? Sitting opposite him, Ryonai felt a bit uneasy, wondering if this person had some issues. If you attack, just attack. If you want to assault Konoha, then do it. If you have grievances, then come at me. Why stab yourself when you come here? Is it to hold back? Or to do something else? That is someone else's business. Don't talk, Ryonai. Najihitun said unceremoniously from the side, even looking like she was going to hit someone, which made the somewhat fearless Ryonai behave herself. She still respected their big sister. Immediately, she closed her mouth and said nothing. But now that the words had already been said, and they had been heard by the people opposite, what to do? Haha. Sorry, old man. I was just joking. I hope you don't mind. I didn't pay much attention to your sneaky glances at us, so let's leave it at that. If you think it's not enough, I can let you look a bit more. Leona adjusted her impressive figure and said politely, Chapter 153. Do you want to wear a bubble? How about coming over? Leona was more interested in the old man, although he looked like some village chief. She had clearly seen the so-called ninja's abilities just now. Don't talk, Leona. Najeshiden glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen and directly reminded Leona. This made Leona somewhat keep quiet. Ahem. I'm not that kind of person. It's just a misunderstanding. Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to nod in agreement, but felt the other party couldn't be serious. He suppressed himself and still refused. This can be compared to Tsunade, right? Still a bit lacking, not as good as Tsunade. A little bit. Nothing to be surprised about. I'm a Hokage. I can't lose face. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. He glanced at Leona and then at Empress Hancock. Sarutobi Hiruzen chose to suppress his restless thoughts. He's not young anymore, and the third Hokage is still so energetic. Chiyo beside him couldn't help but comment while looking at the third Hokage. I was also a flower in the sand village back in the day. Just a few young girls. Although she didn't understand what he meant, my abilities are still good. Even if I were Hokage for another 10 years, I would still have that energy. Sarutobi Hiruzen responded to the question about his energy, but showed no interest in Chiyo. No matter how much of a flower she was back then, now she was just a piece of grass. Still very old grass. The kind of old grass that even old cows wouldn't eat. While several people were talking, the battle on the screen had already begun. The subsequent battle scenes amazed them. Shurikens and taijutsu clashed. Fire release and earth release ninjutsu were unleashed. When it came to dealing with Orochimaru, it was evident that Sarutobi Hiruzen had the upper hand. In terms of ninjutsu, he, known as a doctor of humanity, was not weak at all. The combat power displayed by Sarutobi Hiruzen surprised people from other worlds. This old man who looked like he could be blown away by a gust of wind actually had such combat strength. The explosive power was indeed very strong. I didn't expect this old pervert strength to be so strong. Leona instantly felt like sacrificing her looks to explore why they were so strong. Just based on the combat power displayed, she felt that even if she used her imperial tools, she wouldn't be able to hold them down. Damn it. If only I could obtain some information. In her thoughts, the ninjutsu clash between Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen had already begun to change dramatically. Ninjutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Impure World Reincarnation Technique. In the scene, Orochimaru directly summoned 3 coffins, labeled first, second, and fourth. He absolutely had to intercept the third one. Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to know something and directly intercepted the coffin. Although the third coffin did not appear, the remaining 2 coffins could not be stopped at all. Moreover, they quickly opened, and 2 figures emerged. The people inside the first 2 coffins made those from Konoha in the system space widen their eyes. Lord First Hokage, Lord Second Hokage. Even the little brat Naruto could tell who these 2 were. The former second and first Hokages, before Sarutobi Hiruzen's Hokage. Naturally, who was to become Hokage, knew about such existences. The 2 guys looked like the first and second Hokage. The usually silent Naruto finally spoke up. You idiot, that's them. Clearly revived by that guy called Orochimaru. Impure World Reincarnation. Sasuke Uchiha suddenly focused on this ninjutsu. If there was a chance, if it was possible, could he bring his parents back to life too? He stared intensely at Orochimaru. If it were truly possible, maybe he could seek this guy out. Although he was a rogue ninja from Konoha, he could still do it. Sasuke Uchiha made up his mind. Thinking of the last glance at Naruto and Kakashi beside him, he hesitated for a moment before looking towards Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, and firmed up his resolve. It seemed like Orochimaru's research results were here. Shimura Danzo looked at the scene inside, calculating even more. Right now, Orochimaru could easily push the third Hokage down from his position. What came next depended on him. Konoha needed a firmer Hokage to lead them to the peak. Now wasn't the time for you guys to chat. Facing the 2 teachers, you have to show your strength well. Looking at the dark-faced Sarutobi Hiruzen, the scene with Orochimaru was very relaxed. It was like playing a cat-and-mouse game. As he began to control the 2 puppet bodies, you're so old now, monkey. Lord First Hokage, Lord Second Hokage. It seems you've aged too, monkey. Impure World Reincarnation? This technique seems to have caused us trouble. I told you long ago not to research so many strange ninjutsu. After a few exchanges, Orochimaru showed no intention of letting them continue talking. There was no opportunity for dialogue. The first and second Hokage had already rushed forward. The strength of the Senju clan was incredibly powerful. Even if their bodies were revived through impure world reincarnation, they couldn't exert their full strength. Yet they still made it difficult for Sarutobi Hiruzen to cope. He was continuously knocked back and couldn't effectively use his ninjutsu. Fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, spitting out a terrifying white light fire dragon. Sarutobi Hiruzen exerted all his strength. However, this fire release was somewhat powerless in front of the second Hokage. Water release, Water Barrier. The second Hokage quickly formed seals and directly spewed out a large amount of water in this completely dry area, forming a water barrier. In the next moment, more water release techniques followed. Water release, Water Surge. The once tall rooftop was now completely covered by water. This was just the beginning. In addition to the second Hokage, there was also the first. Wood release, Advent of Trees. Even though Sarutobi Hiruzen repeatedly used earth release to block, there was no opportunity at all. Faced with the attack from 2 people, he still felt somewhat powerless. When the wood release ninjutsu of the first Hokage appeared, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already been bound. Summoning technique, Monkey King Enma. Fortunately, before being controlled, he managed to summon Enma using the summoning technique. With Enma's help, he broke free from the first Hokage's wood release. This series of battle scenes unfolded before the eyes of those present. Shimura Danzo now also understood how much strength Sarutobi Hiruzen still had. He had to admit that the opponent's combat power was indeed stronger than his. Various body techniques and ninjutsu, combined with compound ninjutsu, were all superior to him. He could only say that his wind release was decent, but he was still easily restricted, unable to compare with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Aside from wind release, there were also various Sharingan. These Sharingan were all his treasures. Of course, if they were exposed, it would be troublesome for him. It was best not to expose them, at least not for now. He cast a dark glance at Uchiha Sasuke, who was watching the scene. If they were exposed, then there would be no way out. This last Uchiha must be brought into the root. Thinking of this, Danzo suddenly felt that exposure wasn't such a big deal. At that time, he would have a reason. while Danzo was lost in thought. The scene showed Sarutobi Hiruzen resorting to his last means. Just like Minato Namikaze, Dead Demon Consuming Seal. Looks like it's down to the last resort. Is it my turn now? Shadow Clone Technique. Dead Demon Consuming Seal. Sarutobi Hiruzen directly used the Shadow Clone Technique to create two bodies, then immediately used the Dead Demon Consuming Seal. Now he could only risk it all. He sealed both the first and second Hokage one after another. In the end, he could only barely seal Orochimaru's hands, temporarily preventing him from using ninjutsu, which left Orochimaru dissatisfied and in great pain. Sarutobi Hiruzen died. Two Hokages used the Dead Demon Consuming Seal and died in Konoha. This was quite something. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen's death felt a bit. Did I just die? Died at the hands of Orochimaru? Watching Orochimaru take out several Umbu before fleeing in the scene, those here slowly realized that it was over. The goal of killing the fourth Kazekage was to attack Konoha and initiate this so-called Konoha collapse plan. To deal with him, the Hokage, Orochimaru really is a good disciple of yours. Hiruzen, don't you plan to say anything? Orochimaru using the bodies of the first and second Hokage like this might even involve the fourth. Danzo secretly had his own thoughts. Muttering to himself, he clearly did not want Sarutobi Hiruzen to have it easy. Watching his disciple kill him was already troubling enough. He didn't want to listen to any more of this. Danzo, the next step is for you to capture Orochimaru, regardless of life or death. Sarutobi Hiruzen suppressed his emotions and looked expressionlessly at Danzo. He just issued a mission. Capture Orochimaru? Danzo hadn't reacted yet, but Sarutobi Hiruzen already spoke first. Yes, capture Orochimaru. This is a long-term mission. Depart after returning, and report the situation in 2 months. Didn't think the other party could catch Orochimaru? Anyway, Sarutobi Hiruzen was just looking for an opportunity to let the other party go first. Otherwise, if the fourth Kazekage appeared, even if it was a reanimation, it wouldn't be easy to deal with. He had already seen the first and second Hokage inside. He already felt a bit of psychological shadow. He didn't want to see the fourth Kazekage's reanimation at all. At this moment, Shimura Danzo seemed to have realized this guy wants him to leave Konoha. If not, he should know that with his strength, he can't do anything to Orochimaru. Or does he have some other plan, thinking he still has a connection with Orochimaru, intending to force him to do something? Various thoughts raced through Danzo's mind. He opened his mouth to say something, but Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke first. I trust you, Danzo. Just don't let me down. In the name of the Hokage, I entrust this mission to you. Sarutobi Hiruzen said a few encouraging words. That traitor Orochimaru dared to do this to the first and second Hokage. It was simply unforgivable. He must avenge his teacher. Sarutobi Hiruzen dragged Danzo into pleasantries, not giving him a chance to say anything or refuse. The Hokage's order, along with the identities of the first and second Hokage and their teacher-student relationship, were all mentioned, leaving Danzo no opportunity to say more. You wouldn't refuse me, would you? I don't want to refuse, but I simply can't find Orochimaru in the route. Danzo didn't mention that his strength was an issue. That would be too embarrassing. No matter what, let us talk about the mission first. It was too cautious to say he couldn't find him before even setting out. It's up to you. Sarutobi Hiruzen declared this reason invalid and directly shifted the blame. Either the other party would flee, or they would just go have fun. In the past, he hadn't been overly cautious of Orochimaru and Danzo, but now it was different. He had to be wary of these two guys. They not only wanted his position as Hokage, but also wanted him dead. You will regret this. Hiruzen. He felt a surge of anger inside. He had to accept the orders with his mouth, but how to execute later would be discussed later. But for now, please. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo acted like superficial brothers. This attitude made those nearby feel their insincerity. You guys are like this. It would be better to just stab each other once. Leo and I, not wanting to miss out on the drama, had seen countless cunning villains. In the imperial capital, there were all kinds of people. People like Sarutobi Hiruzen were nothing. Hypocritical guys were just like those nobles. Main looked on in disdain, feeling utterly contemptuous. Najetan was used to it. There is no complete brightness in governance. Darkness and hypocrisy are very normal. The only difference is that some hypocrisy allows ordinary people to enjoy prosperity, while some only bring suffering. As for what kind these people here were, it was none of her business. She just wanted to know if there was anything here that could help them overthrow the empire. As for conflicts in other worlds, she was not surprised. Where there are people, there will be conflict. What is so interesting about these two old men? Hurry up to the next topic. I want to leave here. Being in the same space with these people makes me feel suffocated. The Empress Hancock was quite disdainful. Meanwhile, Sabo beside her was relaxed and carefree, not showing any signs of discomfort, at least not on the surface. You could learn from the celestial dragons and wear a bubble. Kyle replied directly when he heard the pirate Empress Hancock calling out to him. He wasn't particularly interested in this so-called world's most beautiful woman, neither now nor in the past. He had no interest at all. While she might look pretty, nothing about her values, personality, or profession appealed to him. He wouldn't even mention her values. Her personality was infatuated, insecure, and arrogant. Such a person would likely only attract sycophants and those whose values were dictated by appearances. As for her profession, being a pirate held no allure for him. Chapter 154. Just withdraw from the 5 great ninja villages you could learn from the celestial dragons and wear a bubble. The words echoed in the system space. Clear enough for Hancock to hear. It also turned her face pale and ugly. The celestial dragons, a name that made her feel disgusted and terrified. And now she was supposed to learn from them? What disturbed her most was that this man did not care at all about her beauty. You dare speak to me like this? Hancock doubted whether her powers had failed. After she developed the sweet fruit, everyone who saw her, regardless of gender or age, human or not, would have their fantasies magnified infinitely and become immersed in her beauty. Was it the system's fault? Hancock thought about this perplexing system, attributing the situation to it. Don't think everyone will be infatuated with you, okay? Being this narcissistic, I can't tell if you're truly foolish or just pretending. Kyle did not pay much attention to this so-called pirate empress. Although she was indeed a stunning beauty, he felt a physiological desire, but that was all. He was not consumed by lust. He still had his reason intact. He kept his distance from the world's most beautiful woman. Whoever wants her can take her away. You vile man, do you know who I am? I am. Hancock's fair face darkened, twisted, and before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted. Pirate Empress, Warlord, the king of the Amazon Lily, or something else? The 4 emperors? Celestial dragon? Or a slave? Kyle watched her, noticing her words were laced with panic. Others might not understand the situation, but Kyle was well aware that she was worried about her past being exposed. If he didn't provoke her, he had no interest in revealing anything about her. Of course, if something went wrong, it would be the system's fault, not his. The mention of celestial dragons and slaves silenced Hancock. Although she appeared frightened, that wasn't the true reason. Every time the celestial dragons and slaves were mentioned, she felt a surge of fear. Moreover, it wasn't suitable to linger any longer. The people on site observed Kyle, evaluating him in their hearts. The fact that even a beauty like Hancock showed no interest in him was quite a pity. Originally, Leo Nye thought she might seduce him. If you act recklessly, you might end up being devoured without a trace. Their leader 1T offer any comfort, Leo Nye mused. Just from this brief interaction, it was clear that Kyle was someone who acted on impulse. Right now, he was acting calm, but if he decided to stir things up later, Leo Nye figured she would be the one to suffer. Ha ha! Leo Nye initially wanted to suggest a plan, but seeing her elder sister's expression, she awkwardly closed her mouth. Meanwhile, Maine and Akito only glanced for a moment before shifting their gaze away. Cough, 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 Administrator. Shall we move on to the next question? Saratobi Hizashi spoke up. He was too tired to argue with Danzo anymore. He would just let Danzo disappear when they returned to Konoha. Right now, he was resisting, but that was just temporary. If he dared to refuse upon their return, he would have a reason to deal with this not-so-obedient friend. Then let us move on to the next question. Kyle directly spoke, ignoring the still gloomy pirate empress. Multiple choice question. What is the truth behind the Konoha White Fang's suicide? 1. Due to a failed mission that caused significant losses to Konoha, he committed suicide out of guilt. 2. He had a special mission that required him to fake his death. So he made the sacrifice to hide in the shadows. 3. Konoha's higher-ups didn't want the White Fang's reputation to be too high, so they intentionally leaked news of a failed mission and secretly directed villagers to act against him, leading him to despair and suicide. 4. The White Fang betrayed Konoha, and this news couldn't be spread, so he was secretly dealt with by Konoha's higher-ups. Reward: Konoha's taijutsu secret technique, 1,000 years of pain. Punishment: being pursued for a month by the reanimated White Fang. Saratobi Hizashi, who initially wanted to see what the next questions were, regretted not stopping himself. This matter had nothing to do with him. At most, he just ignored it and didn't intervene immediately. It wasn't his doing. He was the most honorable Hokage and had done nothing to the White Fang. He hadn't sought an opportunity to harm him or spread rumors. The Umbu's missions were known to the village, and the villagers could cause trouble for Konoha's hero. Danzo. Saratobi Hizashi saw the question and looked directly at Danzo without glancing at anyone else. Danzo remained expressionless, glancing at the third Hokage and then at Kakashi, appearing as if he knew nothing. The question referred to Konoha's higher-ups, and he had little connection with Danzo. The decision-makers were others, not him. Lord Third Hokage, is there any other reason for my father's death? Kakashi looked at the options about hidden identity missions above. If he could choose, he would hope for that option. Past events were hidden to avoid exposure, but his father had been watching over him all along, though he felt that his father would be disappointed if that were true. Disappointment was better than death. Grandpa Third, is Kakashi-sensei's father the White Fang of Konoha? Is he still alive? Naruto spoke up after glancing around. He wasn't clear about the situation, but felt compelled to ask upon hearing the news, even though recent events in Konoha made him less inclined to speak. But now it can't be considered a normal time. Sigh, I'm not very clear about this matter either. Everything happened too quickly at that time, and I didn't have a chance to stop it. However, it's true that White Fang got into trouble. After White Fang's mission failed, there were quite a few related issues that I needed to handle, and I left the matters in the village to the elders of Konoha. Later on, Sarutobi Hiruzen explained a lot. In any case, this matter really has nothing to do with him. What he said cannot be considered a lie. He didn't participate at all. Even when Danzo and the others suggested suppressing White Fang, he didn't approve it. It was just during a certain period that, taking advantage of handling some diplomatic incidents and the consequences of mission failures, he ended up helping to clean up after Hitaki Tsukumo. Then the other party got into trouble. He learned what happened in between later. He could only sigh that Hitaki Tsukumo was too troubled. No one wanted to kill him. They just wanted to strike him down a bit to prevent him from having some inappropriate thoughts. After all, he was young. Hitaki Tsukumo back then was only in his 20s or 30s. Kakashi was only 7 or 8 at that time. At that age, he already had a reputation surpassing the Sannin. The village already had news of him wanting to step down. Naturally, the middle-aged Sarutobi Hiruzen was unwilling. He casually relinquished a bit of authority. Later on, when it was time for reconciliation with the Land of Earth, Danzo made a move, and he bore the blame for the war losses. That was when he had no choice but to resign and pass the position to Minato. Fortunately, he had already trained someone up. Otherwise, he would have been schemed against by Danzo. Thinking back to those events, Sarutobi Hiruzen had many memories. Hiruzen, what are you talking about? Danzo listened to this and felt that it was different from the version he knew. Could it be? Did I say something wrong? Sarutobi Hiruzen remained very calm. As long as his true thoughts were unclear, he felt there was nothing to fear even if the footage was exposed. Because he really did nothing at that time. Everything was done by you all. You. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen's innocent face, Danzo was ready to hit someone. According to his thoughts, that old guy had implicitly agreed at that time. Moreover, it was because the other party relinquished power and did not appease Hitaki Tsukumo that they were able to act so easily. Otherwise, wouldn't it be difficult for the Hokage to explain the situation and protect someone, or for the Hokage to issue a punishment and end the matter? Is it that hard? This situation wasn't that Hitaki Tsukumo directly harmed himself. He died so quickly that no one could stop him, not even the Hokage. Instead, it was the rumors that fermented for many days, leading to his eventual suicide. There were opportunities everywhere throughout. Now it was being pushed onto him. I am the darkness of Konoha, and I am not angry. I am not angry. Did I say something wrong? Danzo, in any case, this should be exposed later. Thinking back to how this guy was not honest before, Sarutobi Hiruzen also calmly wanted to suppress him a bit. Let's see if you're still honest. Let's see if you have any other thoughts. Father, Kakashi looked at the two of them. As an adult, he also knew that there were many oddities back then. He had always found it hard to understand. But now, looking at these two in front of him, although the third Hokage had already given an explanation, he felt he could understand again. If these two in front of him were not good people, it seemed much simpler. So, you were the ones from the Elder Council who harmed Kakashi-sensei's father. And Linne, Naruto suddenly expressed his dissatisfaction. This guy really is not a good person. Moreover, he is a high-ranking member of Konoha. Uchiha Sasuke on the side was very disdainful. He also had a little curiosity about whether the Uchiha clan was harmed by them. Although Itachi was powerful, no, it must be Itachi who was capable. He originally wanted to absolve Itachi a bit, but then, thinking about the situation at that time, Sasuke became firm again. Remembering the moment he activated his Sharingan in anger and Itachi's Mangekyou Sharingan. The scene he was shown then. The Nine Tails Jinchuriki. This isn't a place for you to speak. Danzo had a dark expression, looking very displeased at Naruto. I'm not a Jinchuriki. I am the son of the fourth Hokage. The third grandpa has already said it. You bad guy. I will become Hokage, and I will defeat you. Konoha will be protected by me. Hearing this title again, Naruto was about to explode. During their previous conflict, his identity had already been exposed. He knew he was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and the son of the fourth Hokage. And this guy kept referring to his identity as a Jinchuriki, even wanted to take him back to the organization. Moreover, there had been conflicts before. In the end, it was still the third Hokage who controlled the situation. Otherwise, speaking of Naruto's matters, Sasuke was still very considerate, seeing that Danzo was already very unfriendly. He even thought about whether he would have the opportunity to eliminate this guy in the future. Once he activated his Manjiki Sharingan like Uchiha Itachi, he might be able to deal with this guy. Various thoughts were swirling in his mind. Danzo probably did not expect that the current Sasuke was already thinking about activating his Manjiki Sharingan to beat him up. Of course, even if he knew, he probably wouldn't care. He would look down on it, even feeling that he could have another pair of Manjiki Sharingan. Kid, enough, Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't bear to watch any longer. When did the affairs of their village need to be discussed here? Now, not only the people from Sunagakure know, but people from other worlds also know. They have embarrassed themselves in front of other worlds. Even if they changed to live in another world, they had to weigh it. Your village is really chaotic. Chio suddenly made a remark from the side. In fact, their village wasn't too much better. The hero of their village back then was also sent out to sacrifice for a position. They said it was for peace, but everyone knew what it was really for. Each one was like a vixen. Who doesn't know who? You should take care of your own village's affairs. The third Kazekage is dead, and the fourth Kazekage is also dead. Perhaps the one coming to our village now is Orochimaru. Danzo spoke. Now, during the CH exams, it seems that their Kazekage is coming, and according to the previous footage, it was Orochimaru who was coming. The Wind Shadow was taken down just like that. It was completely perfunctory. The fight was less exciting than the battle against Sarutobi Hiruzen, right? Isn't that right, Hiruzen? The one who died in the end. Danzo initially wanted to pick a fight with Hiruzen, but in this environment, he chose to remain silent. Speaking of which, I haven't mentioned that Orochimaru killed our Wind Shadow. Is this what Alliance is supposed to do? When Chio heard this, she was not pleased. Killing the Wind Shadow and still showing off here. Moreover, she sensed trouble. If it hadn't happened yet, she might have been able to contact him to stop it after leaving. But if it had already happened, they might not even be able to collect the body. Based on Orochimaru's situation, this Wind Shadow would likely become someone else's puppet in the future. Whenever needed, he would be summoned to fight. Then, Chio thought of the puppets in Hiruzen's hands. 1/3 Hokage, 1/4 Hokage, and the two Wind Shadows playing around like toys. Maybe they would even be taken to a battlefield and directly made to fight. The scene, magnet release against magnet release. Just thinking about it was too beautiful for Chio to bear. If such a thing really happened, the Sand Ninja village would probably vomit blood. They might as well withdraw from the 5 great shinobi villages. The enlistment notice was just pulled today. Chapter 155. You will regret this. Hiruzen and Danzo were rebutting each other. They almost forgot there were still many people around, and the situation here might leak out. It wasn't until Hiruzen calmed down a bit that he spoke. Let's talk about this later, Chio, and don't act as if you're innocent. If I remember correctly, your Wind Shadow had ties with Orochimaru, and then was betrayed by him, which led to his death. As for the third Wind Shadow, that was your grandson's doing, and it has nothing to do with us. On the contrary, you guys used the excuse of the third Wind Shadow's disappearance to start the Shinobi World War and attack Konoha. So tell me, whose fault is it really? Hiruzen's calm words were quite powerful. In this situation, being strong was necessary. While speaking, he stared at Chio, as if to say, if you're still unconvinced, don't blame me for being rude. This made Chio feel a bit guilty. She naturally knew he was right. She had just been looking for trouble. However, that didn't mean she would let it go. Who knows what connections you have with Orochimaru? Perhaps this was all part of Danzo's scheme. Assassinate our Wind Shadow, push the blame onto him, then eliminate you and make him the 5th Hokage. As she spoke, Chio felt this was the correct answer. She also looked at Shimura Danzo. In any case, whether it was right or wrong no longer mattered. Having doubts was a good thing. It might even cause some issues for the higher-ups in Konoha. One could only say that Chio certainly had many thoughts. Of course, even without this incident, the higher-ups in Konoha had always had various ideas. Up until now, Danzo had never given up on the position of Hokage. If the third Hokage couldn't do it, then the fourth. If the fourth Hokage couldn't do it, then the 5th, and if the 5th couldn't do it, then the 5. 5 Hokage. The 6th Hokage and 7th Hokage were all acceptable options. In any case, he just wanted to be Hokage, because he missed the opportunity to become Hokage due to being slow to react back in the day. He would never be satisfied if he didn't become Hokage. Clearly, he was more capable than Hiruzen. Yet here he was, acting so cowardly. Danzo's mental state was quite similar at this moment. However, Upon hearing Chiyo's words, he felt something was off. What nonsense are you talking about? I grew up with Danzo. We were childhood friends, playing together, learning together, going to battle together, and even going to the bathhouse together. Danzo muttered this to himself. Hiruzen initially felt it was normal, but it became increasingly strange. What do you mean childhood friends? Who is the childhood friend and who is the playmate? And playing together since childhood, is that serious? Going to the bathhouse? Hiruzen was at a loss for words. That SR Konoha's business. It has nothing to do with you. You should manage the Sand Ninja Village properly. The fifth wind shadow better not have any more issues. Oh, you guys wouldn't be unable to choose a fifth wind shadow, would you? With Rasha dead, there isn't even a successor. They used to have a hero who used Scorch Release, but he died later, and it seems he was given to the Mist Village. If not for that, perhaps there would still be someone. At first, Hiruzen said. Then Danzo began to speak as well. The two of them, having grown up together, worked together to leave Chiyo speechless. In the end, she really felt that her Sand Ninja Village seemed to be doomed. There were no ninjas left to hold the fort. Did she have to take on the role of Wind Shadow at her age? Please, she wasn't Danzo. Or Hiruzen, this old man. He was so old and still wouldn't step down. Danzo, you answer this question. Kakashi, I will tell you everything about the truth of the matter when we return to Konoha. Hiruzen made arrangements for the two beside him. This question should naturally be handed over to Danzo. After all, it was this guy who stirred up trouble back then. And the reward wasn't great. What body technique's secret? The 1,000 years of pain. Just leave it to him. I just hope this guy doesn't use it on him later. The 1,000 years of pain is something the third Hokage is still familiar with. It was just a body technique that Hatake Sakumo used to mess around with. And it had even been reported. It was reported all the way to him. How could he not know? Kakashi listened to this with a blank expression. Was the truth from back then still important now? The people in the village felt that way. His father was dead, and it had been so long. He had been so withdrawn for so long. And was it still important? Kakashi was also starting to question his life. Later, he wanted to restore his father's reputation in the eyes of the third Hokage. But he felt that it seemed impossible, although his current position was pretty good. An elite Jonin of Konoha, the fourth Hokage's disciple. But it was of no use. The fourth Hokage was already dead. Elite Jonin, Konoha had plenty, but not too many. Just the Sarutobi family and the Shimura family had quite a few Jonin hidden away, especially the Sarutobi clan. They were wealthy to the point of overflowing. He was very clear about this. Why would they care about such a Jonin like him? His good buddy's reputation was more important. Moreover, the other party had the Shimura clan behind them. Even if he took him down, it wouldn't be possible for them to give an explanation, even less likely to restore his father's reputation. After all, restoring his father's reputation is equivalent to ruining their own. This is the reality. At this moment, Kakashi felt somewhat numb. From Rin's incident to the subsequent attitude of Konoha's higher-ups towards Naruto, and then to his own matters, he had already lost hope in the higher-ups of Konoha. This world, let it be destroyed. Quickly. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not pay attention to Kakashi's emotions. In his view, it was normal for Kakashi to feel a bit dissatisfied. Anyway, as Hokage, he could just apologize afterward and ask for forgiveness. Seeing that Kakashi did not oppose anything, it was as if he had tacitly agreed. His attention had already shifted to Danzo. What? Do you want to defy the Hokage? He rarely gave orders to Danzo, but once he did, Sarutobi Hiruzen would not allow anyone to defy him. Like now, he would definitely say and do more later. He needed to train a slightly more obedient guy. Danzo, you better not let me down. He is the light of Konoha. There cannot be any darkness. You are the darkness of Konoha and must always remain in the dark. Darkness that wants to become light is not good darkness. You should just stay as you are. Sarutobi. Now Hiruzen didn't even bother to use his full name. He just called him Sarutobi. When he needed him, he called him Hiruzen. Now that feelings had somewhat broken, he just called him Sarutobi. Receiving the order from the other party, he now looked at the serious and stern expression on Danzo's face, like a good buddy turning against him on the spot. Listening to Shimura Danzo's tone, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained expressionless, looking at him. The situation revealed perhaps only they knew what it meant. The two exchanged a brief glance, perhaps containing information only they understood. In the end, it was Shimura Danzo who backed down. All right, I'll answer the question. You will regret it, Sarutobi. Fortunately, he still had some confidence in this question. However, answering it with a choice meant he had already acknowledged the previous statements and his actions. He glanced at Kakashi and the furious Kurama Jinchuriki and the last descendant of the Uchiha clan, thinking to himself that after returning, he would definitely take one of them down. With such thoughts in mind, he began to make a choice. I choose 3. Because the higher-ups of Konoha did not want the reputation of Konoha White Fan to be too great, deliberately leaking and spreading the news of the mission's failure, and secretly instructing villagers to act against Konoha White Fawn's reputation, causing him to feel despair and commit suicide. In reality, at that time, the higher-ups of Konoha had no intention of wanting him dead. It was just that Hatake Sakomo was too weak, failing the mission and then committing suicide, leaving us with a pile of troubles. Such a ninja is a failed ninja. Shimura Danzo made his choice and then gave an evaluation. It was obviously aimed at Sarutobi Hiruzen and Kakashi. Feeling a bit displeased, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not care. At that time, he merely released a bit of authority, while everything else was done by others. And on the surface, he still refused. This really had nothing to do with him. As long as there were no psychological activities, even if everything were exposed later, he was confident that Kakashi would not blame him. Yes, that's right. At most, after returning, he would have Danzo demoted and have his salary cut. Anyway, this guy didn't care about such things. It would even give Kakashi an explanation. As for what Danzo said afterward, although he was displeased, he did not say anything. Hatake Sakomo had to be said to be a good weapon for him at that time. He had the opportunity to become the master of that weapon, and he was also unhappy about it. Although the weapon had no such thoughts, having that opportunity was not acceptable either. Hence, the subsequent events unfolded. He planned to wait for Hatake Sakomo to feel despair, and then, after finishing his own matters, appear before him as if to clean up after him, comforting him. That way, he would gain people's hearts, making Hatake Sakomo obediently serve his weapon while also eliminating his ability to compete for Hokage. After all, in such a village, how could villagers spread bad news? A person with a stain, someone who cannot gain the villagers' approval, cannot become Hokage. It's not the one who becomes Hokage that gains everyone's approval, but the one who gains everyone's approval that can become Hokage. Danzo, you are too naive. Danzo never had the chance to do any of this, always thinking about becoming Hokage. That was impossible. Sarutobi Hiruzen had various thoughts in his heart, but put on a smile and started to act friendly. Meanwhile, Kakashi's heart began to race violently upon hearing the answer. Looking at the 2 higher-ups of Konoha, he quickly restrained his emotions. The 2 figures in his heart seemed to have turned into vengeful spirits. This is the Konoha he has been protecting? Is this the kind of Konoha leadership that drove his father to death? Although his father's death had its own reasons, those who verbally attacked his father also had a certain relation to it. Kakashi is not Naruto. No matter how many cold stares he received from the villagers, he directly ignored them. Now, knowing some of the news from back then, he could no longer control himself. He even started to think about letting Konoha be destroyed. He felt that Obito, that old buddy, could take him along. At that time, he would definitely chop that old guy Danzo into several pieces with lightning cutter. Besides that, he would carve a few dog heads on him. Later, when using Earth-style wall, he would carve a few dog heads facing Konoha. You dogs. Kakashi was dissatisfied, his face showing little emotion. Right now, he was just a jonin. An elite jonin was still just a jonin. If he wanted to find trouble, that would be a matter for the future. Perhaps Konoha is innocent. Perhaps Konoha still has many people like Naruto, which is not a problem at all. But the higher-ups of Konoha, those old guys, definitely have problems. Rin, thinking of the already disabled Rin. Why is everything happening to him? When I return, I will give you an explanation. And you too. Sarutobi Hiruzen casually reassured Kakashi again. In fact, it was very perfunctory, as he didn't even look at him. His attention was on answering the questions and on Kairu. Compared to Kakashi and their situation, the current system was clearly more attractive than others. Even Danzo, that old rival, he was no longer taken seriously. At this moment, the answers began to be announced. Seeing the correct answer, Kakashi's mood sank even lower. Naruto Uzumaki looked displeased, while Sasuke Uchiha remained cold-faced, showing no emotion, just thinking about whether there will be a chance to find Orochimaru and become his subordinate later. Danzo, I am now dismissing you from your position in Konoha as Hokage. Return and accept judgment. Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared very official. Taking the opportunity to speak, he decided to dismiss the position first. There is no need to discuss anything else for now. Just put the blame on him for now. Someone from the upper echelons of Konoha had to take the fall. Having someone from the upper echelons of Konoha doesn't mean all of them are involved. Moreover, he believed that there was nothing concerning him later on. He could just let Danzo take the blame. You've worked hard. The darkness of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt relieved in his heart. However, the expression in Shimura Danzo's eyes was becoming increasingly displeased. Everything was falling on him, although he had prepared for this already. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's attitude of discarding him after using him made him want to remove his eye patch and give the other party a Tsukuyami. How ridiculous. You will regret this, Hiruzen. Everything I do is for Konoha. If everyone acts like him and sacrifices Konoha's interests, it will only cause more problems. By then, Konoha, Danzo said defiantly. Naturally, he wouldn't be foolish enough to argue with Hiruzen. He would just find another excuse. He had the demeanor of someone who would expose everything if pushed too far. Enough. The new generation of Konoha is the hope. You have disappointed me too much. We'll talk about this later. Sarutobi Hiruzen put on a stern and impartial look. He kept speaking. The meaning was already very clear. Let Danzo shut up. Chapter 156. Being Hokage is not something just anyone can do, and Sarutobi Hiruzen controlled the situation. As long as someone takes the blame, that's enough. As for Kakashi, there was no opportunity to say more. The scene began to appear. Teacher Kakashi. Uzumaki Naruto was very interested. On one hand, he was curious about his teacher's situation, and, on the other hand, he wanted to know what happened back then. Kakashi's gaze was completely fixed on the scene. For the time his father died until now, there was a long period when he couldn't comprehend it. Even now, he still didn't understand. Why did he have to die like that? Were teammates really not as important as missions? Perhaps everyone has different choices in their hearts. At least for these two upper echelons of Konoha, Kakashi couldn't discern the answer. Is the mission important, or are the comrades important? Sarutobi Hiruzen repeatedly said it was for the shinobi. Shimura Danzo insisted it was worth sacrificing for the village and the mission. But to him, it felt like these two were just after power, for that so-called position of Hokage. As for everything else, it was just a side note. Sacrifice? Let us talk about that when there's no way out. Before that, anything can be sacrificed. The villagers can be sacrificed. The Hatake clan can be sacrificed. The Uchiha clan can be sacrificed. The Hyuga clan can be sacrificed. Even the 4th Hokage's family can be sacrificed. It's all like this. Mission, comrades. Looking at the scene where Hatake Tsukumo gave up the mission for his comrades. After returning to the village, it seemed like overnight everyone knew the news. Hatake Tsukumo's father worked in the Umbu. Even if he wasn't in the Umbu, an elite Jonin-S mission wasn't something that could just be known casually. The result was that the villagers all knew, and they dared to come to his door to block him. Cursing Hatake Tsukumo, I am willing to sacrifice for the mission. Why did you save me and let me live in such disgrace? Do you know how many sacrifices were made for this mission? You ruined it like this. Hatake Tsukumo, you're responsible. You destroyed all our hard work. Hatake Tsukumo, you are not human. Even his comrades, those who were saved, came to curse him. Various insults, and many ninjas joined in, causing more and more ordinary villagers to get involved. And they all knew about this matter. Half understanding, in short, it was just that Hatake Tsukumo failed the mission, leading to heavy losses for the village. Many ninjas also died, blaming the deaths of those who had previously failed missions on this mission. Those ninjas' families were also quick to come and complain about Hatake Tsukumo. Their families died without value, whatnot. Why wasn't it you who died, whatnot? Each word made one's scalp tingle. Now, the adult Kakashi felt the pressure that Hatake Tsukumo faced back then. As his son, he seemed not to understand him back then. In fact, because of some things at school, he even held a lot of resentment towards him, unable to comprehend. Watching his guilty father on the screen, Kakashi felt even more guilt. At the same time, he harbored even more hatred towards the upper echelons of Konoha. Of course, this hatred was still hidden for now. If there was a chance, he would definitely clear his father's name. Why didn't they go die? Since they felt guilty for surviving. Wouldn't it draw more attention if they hung themselves at Hatake Tsukumo's doorstep? Sitting across from the 3rd Hokage, Reikage suddenly spoke up. This is definitely a big weapon. Good idea. Shimura Danzo's eyes lit up. However, at that time, he didn't intend to kill Hatake Tsukumo, so he didn't do it. He merely wanted to ruin the other's reputation and make them obedient tools. The subsequent deaths were completely accidental. Yes, why didn't he go die? Is he still alive now? Mai beside them felt a bit nauseated looking at the people inside. When she looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, she felt that Konoha was really chaotic. But she still wanted to know whether this guy who claimed to be willing to sacrifice was dead or not. Thinking about how she was also rejected by people nearby, because of her differences, that feeling was never pleasant. Similarly sharing her feelings was Uzumaki Naruto. Now he also felt the scene of Kakashi's father at that time. Mai's words naturally went unanswered. Whether he was alive or not, Kakashi didn't know, and Uzumaki Naruto and the others were even less clear. Only the two upper echelons of Konoha knew. But whether they would answer here was another question. Cough, cough, cough. It's all in the past. Moreover, White Fan committed suicide. No one wanted him dead at that time. This is all my fault for not handling it in time. Mainly because there were too many things to wrap up after the mission failed. I didn't finish in time, so... Sai, this is all my fault. Kakashi. I'm sorry. From a new small group, 7122050071. This group updates and releases novels daily. From the new novel group, 7122050071. New novel group. 7122050071. Sarutobi Hiruzen was explaining himself while blaming others. It seemed that the incident was pushed onto Kakashi as he was cleaning up after the failure of the mission. He didn't have time to deal with this matter and planned to handle it later. As for the death of Konoha's White Fang, that was due to the weakness of the individual. No one wanted him to die. It was all a suicide. How could there be a murderer in such a case? Impossible, right? This had nothing to do with his pure Konoha light. Sarutobi Hiruzen was trying to comfort Kakashi. Of course, Kakashi understood. They were all adults and had completed countless missions. They were already like foxes, so they had some comprehension skills. I understand, Lord Third. This has nothing to do with you, and you don't need to apologize, Kakashi said respectfully, making a statement on the spot. This pleased Sarutobi Hiruzen greatly. However, Shimura Danzo was not happy. What did it mean that it had nothing to do with Sarutobi Hiruzen? It meant it had something to do with him. While he was unhappy and thought about how to make Kakashi pay when he got back, the scene began to show some ninja conversations. Those images made Danzo want to step up and delete them. He wanted to pull in some villagers to block him and ensure he couldn't turn the situation around. In a few days, the elders would come forward to explain for him. In the scene, Danzo was giving orders to a masked person, speaking with great pride. He was clearly very pleased with his current scheme, directly disqualifying someone who had the chance to compete for the Hokage position. Watching the scene unfold, Danzo felt exposed but showed no signs of embarrassment. He sensed Kakashi glaring at him with a Sharingan, but felt no worry. I do this for Konoha. Not everyone can sit in the Hokage's position. White Fang could easily be manipulated, which could lead to harmful thoughts against Konoha, Danzo stated directly. In his view, aside from himself, anyone else becoming Hokage was rebellion. They would be used by others. Kakashi gritted his teeth. Just for such a reason. He claimed that the Hokage position wasn't something anyone could take. Was the Hokage a hereditary position? It should belong to the Senju or Uchiha clans, right? Or were the Sarutobi and Shimura clans even worth? If it weren't for them being high-ranking officials in Konoha, they might not even be able to handle the late Hatake Tsukumo alone. At least the other two old geezers wouldn't have stood a chance. It was the first time he heard someone make harm sound so appealing. Sister, you should study this well, so you can use it on the people in the capital later, Leonai said playfully. They weren't fools and naturally understood Sarutobi Hiruzen's meaning. Even the people saved by Konoha's White Fan back then were doing fine now. The notion of sacrificing for Konoha turned out to be a failure. What a pity. Yes, even if not used on the capital's people, there are many in the Revolutionary Army. Main was speaking in agreement, but before she could finish, Nageshiden interrupted her. Don't talk nonsense. Nageshiden clearly didn't want to say much more here. She understood the situation in the Revolutionary Army very well. Where there are people, there is struggle, and there will be factions. Especially in an organization like the Revolutionary Army, there were plenty of dishonest characters, various factions, and many seeking to profit from the chaos. But now, they truly had no way to do anything. Moreover, this was still in the capital. This was also the reason he planned to go to the capital. He didn't want to play with the leaders of the Revolutionary Army anymore. Main felt dissatisfied but didn't say much more. Many of those Revolutionary Army leaders made her want to smash their heads. However, because of Nageshiden, she didn't elaborate. Alright, Kakashi, let's talk about it later, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, watching the scene where Hatake Tsukumo was being insulted again and again. Ultimately doubting why Konoha's higher-ups had not acted. He was already self-doubting whether he should take action against the Hatake clan. In the end, he thought of Kakashi. Konoha's White Fang chose to end his own life. Since Konoha's higher-ups were targeting him, then let it end with him. And his son, who couldn't understand him, could just grow up confused. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched as the other ultimately committed suicide. He felt a bit regretful. Perhaps he had indeed dragged it out too long. Or he should have sent a message sooner, making him think he was being targeted. Although it was indeed targeting, it was just suppression. What a pity. Such a good weapon was lost. After Hatake Tsukumo's death, they had many more troubles, especially in the battles against the Wind Country. Sarutobi Hiruzen only felt regret over Hatake Tsukumo's death, while Kakashi was in pain and discomfort. His father, even in death, was thinking of him. While he was just confused and couldn't he understand. He and T even properly comforted his father, which made him increasingly pained and resentful. He hated himself for not understanding sooner, for not comforting him properly, and for not being able to communicate well. He also hated the higher-ups of Konoha. Lowering his head, the kaleidoscope Sharingan was spinning continuously. The three Tomo had unknowingly transformed into a kaleidoscope Sharingan. His ocular power increased significantly, putting pressure on Kakashi. Finally, it slowly faded, gradually returning to the previous three Tomo. Kakashi's mindset gradually calmed down. Although he still felt the same hatred, he no longer expressed it, becoming completely expressionless. As if nothing had happened. This made Leonai and the others feel that this guy could really endure. Watching his father die, yet he could still hold it together while his enemies were nearby. Kakashi was in danger. He had lost his value, Sarutobi. Danzo naturally sensed this. This guy, Kakashi, clearly had opinions about him. In response, his attention shifted back to Sarutobi Hiruzen, secretly communicating with each other, using some high-level symbols. However, after delivering the message, Sarutobi Hiruzen had no intention of replying, as if he knew nothing. You will regret this, Sarutobi. Shimura Danzo gritted his teeth. But in the end, he did not do much. He had already planned that after returning to Konoha, he would definitely stir things up. This Sharingan Kakashi would either be his man or dead. Konoha's White Fang, seeing the person who killed her son and daughter-in-law die so miserably, Chiyo didn't feel much joy. If it had been at her hands, she might have felt exhilarated, avenging her great hatred. But now, certainly not. Should she thank Shimura Danzo? That old man. Now, she just planned to watch quietly. Watching Konoha become more and more chaotic. That was the best. The pirates in the world had always been very quiet. Kale didn't care at all. He basically knew everything being discussed and had no intention of interrupting. Hancock looked down on joining these people's chat topics. However, Sabo, on the other hand, heard something that piqued his interest. Revolutionary Army? Looking at those girls, could they be the same kind? Perhaps they could communicate a bit. But they looked very difficult to communicate with. He had already secretly decided that when the other party revealed their world situation later, he could speak up. Of course, it was also possible that they would expose themselves first. By then, it should arouse some interest, Sabo thought to himself. As the space gradually calmed down, the next question came. Kale had already directly started the next question. That Danzo naturally received his 1,000 years of pain. In the future, he could play with Sarutobi Hiruzen, or with that little spring, or some portal flames or Watergate or something. Let them have fun with this 1,000 years of pain. Suddenly, Shimura Danzo thought of something and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, making him a bit uneasy. At the same time, the two high-ranking advisors of Konoha, a man and a woman, both felt a chill down their spines, as if they were being watched by something. Taking a day off. Chapter 157, 5th Hokage. Multiple choice. After Sarutobi Hiruzen's death, the 5th Hokage is 1. Shimura Danzo 2. Hatake Kakashi 3. Tsunade 4. Jiraiya. Reward. Chakra. Total doubles. Punishment. Chakra. Total reduced by half. The question directly appeared before an individual. This made the people of Konoha freeze for a moment. No one here wanted to lose chakra. Although the reward seemed quite rich, the 5th Hokage, Shimura Danzo, was very envious. He had long thought about Sarutobi Hiruzen dying and then taking the position. After the old man, right? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Danzo and Kakashi beside him. Two people. Kakashi didn't even think his name would be on it. However, he still dispatched immediately. Among the Konoha higher-ups, if they could choose him, it meant the Konoha higher-ups had already fallen. Otherwise, it would be impossible. He wouldn't even get a turn. Danzo, on the other hand, was quite excited. This was an opportunity. Once Sarutobi Hiruzen disappeared, his chance would come. Why was Ti on it? Naruto felt a wave of dissatisfaction. He felt very out of place. He had a great chance to be chosen as Hokage. Yet his name was not on the list at all. This was completely denying him. Uzumaki Naruto, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, the son of the 4th Hokage. Idiotic tail end. When the 3rd Hokage died, you were still a genin. Uchiha Sasuke, who was on the side, spoke up cleverly. As soon as he spoke, it made Sarutobi Hiruzen feel unhappy. But thinking of Itachi, he still acted as if he hadn't heard anything. Uchiha Itachi was a talent he didn't want to give up, although the other party didn't trust him much right now. After all, that fool Danzo even went to provoke the other party. But Itachi was still Itachi. He believed the other was a true inheritor of the will of fire. Ignite oneself and illuminate others, living eternally. A genin. The third grandpa was going to die. Naruto was a bit bewildered by the realization. Impossible no matter what. Whether it was Orochimaru or little Orochimaru, since they already knew, it was impossible for anything to go wrong. Also, while Naruto was speaking, he looked at Danzo. Now, in his view, this guy was still a bad thing. Wanted to do something with the third Hokage. They had said they were unaware of these matters. Do you still not understand? You really are a tail end. Sasuke looked displeased on the side, like he was watching a fool. This made Naruto very unhappy. But he hadn't started to refute anything yet. Stop talking nonsense. You should have discussed the fifth Hokage. Hurry up and answer the question. Chiyo was no longer willing to wait. She directly urged Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others to answer the question. Otherwise, it would soon be her turn to speak. That would be troublesome. If they guessed wrong, chakra would be halved. For her old age, that could be a very troublesome matter. Although she didn't need to fight much now. But at her age, losing chakra could be life-threatening. That was all vitality distilled. We did not discuss it. Sarutobi Hiruzen indeed had some candidates he planned to push forward. Later, he could assist the fifth Hokage well. It's just a pity that everyone was not strong enough. Asuma and their strength were too weak, their reputation wasn't enough. And they wanted to be the guardians of the land of fire. That was simply impossible. Kakashi was still a bit unqualified. Jiraiya and Tsunade were unwilling. Could they really choose my guy as Hokage, leading Konoha to burst into youth? Just based on the other party's appearance, he was indeed very easy to control. But he preferred to choose Kakashi. Danzo, you answer the question. Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated and directly shifted the responsibility to Danzo. Since you said before that you would sacrifice, then just sacrifice enough. As for chakra, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't lack it. If he had it, that would be good. But if not, it wouldn't be a loss. Their Sarutobi clan's chakra amount was originally considerable. There was no need to take risks. Sarutobi, this doesn't even like Kakashi tested. Danzo was very dissatisfied. Hurry up. Sarutobi Hiruzen directly spoke. He didn't give the other party a chance to trouble anyone else. He directly urged the other party to answer the question. Weren't you the one who volunteered to come out and answer just now? The word from just now were all utilized. For Hokage, it was naturally a duty. However, this isn't. That's enough. Danzo, I'm counting on you. Towanzo intended to say more, but he didn't even get the chance to finish his words before Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice interrupted him, as if agreeing to what he was saying. The people nearby were watching the scene with interest, whether they were from the ninja world or other realms. They all wanted to see how the other party would respond. You will regret this, Sarutobi. Towanzo gritted his teeth, scanning the names on the list above. If he was looking for someone to prevent them from rising to power, he believed the elders of Konoha would definitely seek out Jiraiya first. He hoped this guy would keep himself in check, unlike him. Once in power, he would definitely deal with those two old men. Then there was Tsunade and even Kakashi. Overall, it was going to be difficult for him. Towanzo was also uncertain if he had the means to ultimately secure that position. It was indeed very troubling. If he won, there was no doubt he would become Hokage. If Jiraiya won, he would probably seek out Tsunade. If not, it would be Kakashi. The most likely outcome was between him and Tsunade. I choose Tsunade. After some hesitation, Towanzo thought about the alliance of the elders and Jiraiya. He estimated that he was bound to lose. He honestly chose what he thought was the most likely outcome. Unless he revealed his Manjiki Sharingan and the arm of Hashirama, he would definitely lose. And if exposed, regardless of whether he became Hokage or not, he would certainly run into some troublesome issues, whether now or in the future, before reaching a decisive moment. He would certainly not use that power. Tsunade? Sarutobi Hiruzen was somewhat surprised that the other party chose this topic, but then again, it felt unsurprising. Although she had once caused trouble for Tsunade, Konoha was still her home no matter what. As long as she was alive, there was still a chance she could return. Perhaps under Jiraiya's persuasion. Of course, that was just a possibility. Hiruzen knew very well what Tsunade's temper was like. If he kept bothering her, even Jiraiya would probably get beaten up by her. However, as long as he was dead, there would still be a chance. Sarutobi Hiruzen silently thought, feeling a bit tragic. Who is Tsunade? She could actually become the fifth Hokage. Kakashi-sensei. The younger generation doesn't really know who this person is anymore. Kakashi paused for a moment before explaining. One of the legendary three ninjas of Konoha, a disciple of the third Hokage, the granddaughter of the first and second Hokages. But she isn't in the village now, just like Orochimaru before. Has she also defected? It seems she hasn't been in the village for a long time. Naruto was talking nonstop. Before he could finish his words, Kakashi controlled him, preventing him from continuing. The granddaughter of the first and second Hokages has defected. What the hell? She is also a disciple of the third Hokage. The third Hokage's expression was somewhat unsightly. This brat, can't he speak properly? 3 disciples, one wants to kill him, one completely ignores him, and one is running around outside, not caring about him at all, only his 2 teammates. Full of camaraderie, and prioritizing romance over friendship. Thinking of his 3 dutiful disciples, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt utterly powerless. In terms of strength, they were all quite good. But in other matters, they truly gave him a headache. They really could cause him trouble. One is involved with gambling, one is a heavy gambler, and one is involved with drugs. Each one of them is truly untrustworthy. Sarutobi Hiruzen, cannot coexist with gambling and drugs. Tsunade, that woman is still alive? I thought you guys from Konoha had dealt with her. Toanzo, can you tolerate this? She is going to compete with you for the Hokage position, secretly making her disappear without anyone knowing. Chiyo interjected. After all, talking doesn't cost money. Let them think whatever they want. Nonsense. I, Shimura Toanzo, am wholeheartedly devoted to Konoha. As long as it doesn't affect Konoha, I would never harm anyone from Konoha, no matter what. Shimura Toanzo said seriously. And whether it affects Konoha or not, he decides that. Chiyo clearly found it amusing. Meanwhile, Kakashi and the others were staring wide-eyed at this guy, possibly having never seen someone so shameless before. Affecting Konoha? It should be affecting your rise to power, right? Wasn't he that Konoha white fan you tricked into death? Suddenly Mai, who was on the opposite side, spoke up. She disliked people like this the most. Infighting, backstabbing. If they were to launch a night raid like this, she would immediately pull out a pumpkin and give each of them a hit. Little girl, if you don't know the truth of the matter, don't speak carelessly. I did that for Konoha, and the facts prove that White Fang was not someone who could become Hokage. Just this little pressure was enough to break him. How could he become Hokage? Hokage must. Toanzo said without a hint of embarrassment. What Hokage position is reserved only for those who sacrifice for Konoha? Also, there are identity issues that need to be convincing. You might as well say that no one else is capable except for you. Leo and I exchanged a glance and smiled. I'm too lazy to talk to you little brats. Toanzo stopped, looking at the scene with an expression that suggested he didn't want to say anything. The people around were focused on this old guy. They had already sensed Toanzo's ideology for the sake of Konoha. You don't even believe in yourself. Otherwise, you would have chosen yourself for this topic. But that can't be said. One can only say he still has some self-awareness. So he sabotages others with a chance to rise. So that he can rise to power? That is the only way left. Otherwise, at his age, would he just pick a high-ranking position for 2 years before retiring? That would be too childish. At this age, he still has to come out and work. This is truly a labor of love, and the sacrifices for Konoha are tremendous. Leo and Mai each said something, as if they were performing a comedic dialogue. At this moment, they were gradually getting familiar with the place. Speaking casually felt easy. Moreover, there were quite a few people here. It was basically confirmed that the manager was just a slacker. As long as they didn't get physical and didn't affect the situation here, speaking up was not a problem, especially when talking about others. They hardly cared at all. Basically, they were individuals with their own order. You, what kind of person is Toanzo? After all these years of hard work for Konoha, if you were gone, Konoha's strength would at least regress by 60 years. Such a laborious and meritorious figure, yet being ridiculed by this group of young girls. Sarutobi Hiruzen could tolerate it, but Konoha could not. Enough, Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the situation that had already unfolded on the screen, stopping Danzo, who wanted to say more. This guy, why didn't I notice before that you talk so much? Danzo took advantage of the downhill slope. He didn't say much, just glanced at Sarutobi, appearing somewhat displeased. Not only was he not helping him, but he was also teaming up with others to bully him. You will regret it, Sarutobi. Once I sit in the Hokage position, I will definitely cause some trouble for Tsunade after I return. And Jiraiya, and Kakashi. At this moment, various thoughts swirled in Danzo's mind. It was just the right time to take advantage of being kicked out of the village by Sarutobi. Thinking of this, Shimura Danzo felt much more at ease. Watching the scenes inside, he felt more relaxed. The screen showed footage of the reconstruction of Konoha after the death of the third Hokage, leading to the Hokage building. The conversations between the 2 high-ranking members of Konoha and Jiraiya mainly revolved around promoting Jiraiya. It's ridiculous that someone like Jiraiya wants to become Hokage. Watching Jiraiya refuse, Shimura Danzo thought bitterly. Isn't there a more suitable candidate? I will bring him back, just in time to take Naruto out for training. You mean? Tsunade, Jiraiya, and the elders directly settled this matter. The elders even thought that if Jiraiya didn't bring the person back, they would just let him take the position. Unfortunately, the other party was not interested and quickly left. That speed, he left Konoha that day, carrying a train. Oh no, carrying Naruto. This also made the two elders feel regretful. If Jiraiya took the position, they might be more comfortable than Sarutobi Hiruzen in power. Given Jiraiya's personality, he definitely wouldn't be interested in these matters. So it's better for them, the old folks, to sacrifice a bit and hold the power. After all, it's all for Konoha. This white-haired uncle became my teacher later. Kakashi-sensei, are you okay? Uzumaki Naruto looked at the seemingly powerful white-haired uncle and spoke dutifully. The man in front could refuse to become Hokage. Becoming his disciple wouldn't disgrace his talent. Naruto thought narcissistically. Foolish underachiever. Sasuke was at a loss for words regarding Naruto's terrifying statements. Kakashi paused stiffly. Perhaps it's arranged by the third Hokage. After all, your attributes may not suit me well. Kakashi comforted himself. Chapter 158. 5 Generation. White-haired uncle. Naruto carefully examined this lecherous uncle. He felt a bit dazed as he was taken out of Konoha. He had never seen such an uncle in Konoha. He didn't even see any white hair. His hair was somewhat similar to Kakashi's. Is he your relative? The hair color is quite similar. Suddenly, Naruto asked a question that left Kakashi somewhat dumbfounded. What kind of question is this? Just because the hair is somewhat similar, they are relatives? Then why do you have blonde hair and belong to the Uzumaki clan? Cough. Cough, cough. Lord Jiraiya is the disciple of the third Hokage and also the teacher of the fourth Hokage, Kakashi directly stated. The teacher of the fourth Hokage. Naruto now understood who the fourth Hokage was. So that means, I am a brother of the fourth Hokage now. Uzumaki Naruto suddenly said. Kakashi was rendered speechless. If the fourth Hokage knew Naruto thought this way, he would probably want to kill him. And before he could say much more, Naruto continued. So that means, I am now Kakashi-sensei. Naruto seemed to be in distress. Kakashi is the disciple of the fourth Hokage. Now Naruto has become Jiraiya's disciple. And Jiraiya is also the teacher of Namake's Minato. This relationship is really confusing. Just mind your own business and don't think too much. Just watch quietly. Kakashi felt the impatience in the eyes around him. You are the only one who can play. You are just ridiculous. Hearing this, Naruto was a bit dissatisfied. Why not say it? Clearly, by this logic, he is already Kakashi-sensei's elder. As for others, listening to the complicated relationships in the ninja world, they felt like complaining. Your relationships are really complicated. Your village is really chaotic. Anyway, those who could be called your village chief are all teacher-student relationships or the student of the student or something. Did you all cover this? Can you find someone who has no relation to you? Leonai said curiously. In fact, she was secretly looking for something to say. Watching the situation inside, she couldn't help but want to speak. The will of fire in Konoha needs to be passed down. Only those who gain the recognition of the villagers can become Hokage. When we gain the villagers' recognition, we will find more teachers to teach. This is different from what you said. Like Kakashi is also Naruto's teacher. He had previous teachers, and later, there will be more. There is no requirement that only the Hokage's disciple can become Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen explained on the side. Those nearby only smiled and remained silent. Anyway, no matter what, it's up to the other party to decide, whether there is something or not. Just listen to the other side's nonsense. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained calm, not caring about the people from other worlds here. Now he was watching the footage of Jiraiya taking Naruto on a mission, learning Rasengan while searching for Tsunade. When he found Tsunade, he was still disappointed, but was also expected. Only a fool would think of becoming Hokage. Tsunade looked down on the Hokage position. As for Konoha, she could be said to have no feelings left. After all, everyone either died or ran away. Where is there any feeling left? Even Shizune, who is now always by her side, is very worried that something unexpected might happen. Ninyas, Yusti, who cares about being Hokage? He had no desire to argue. Tired. No longer interested. Let the world be destroyed. You really pick Hokage casually, huh? It can't be that such a person can get the villagers' recognition, right? A gambler and a drunkard still owes money? Leonai felt that the people here were like her version. However, she wasn't as lucky or as unlucky as the other party. As for owing money, it depends on the situation. Mainly, the other party was really big, which made her feel pressured. I feel like I can also be Hokage. People from other worlds should stop praising each other and take care of their own business. Danzo heard that another person was trying to compete for the Hokage position. Adding to Tsunade's complete disregard for his goals and dreams, he was already very displeased. Old man, are you worried about your position being taken? Anyway, you can't do it. This woman, who now says only an idiot would become Hokage, has already proven the answer. She has become Hokage. Still an idiot. How pitiful. Is this stubbornness? Leonai isn't afraid of any darkness in Konoha. No matter how frightening or terrifying you are in other worlds, come to their world and fight her. If you can't even come, you're weak. When Danzo heard this, his expression worsened. This was a topic he chose. He glanced at Hiruzen Sarutobi. It's all your fault. For Konoha, you all deserve to die. Only when you are gone will Konoha have hope. He had been at a disadvantage before due to his slow reactions. This time, he would take the initiative. Watching the scene where Tsunade initially refused, then later was called to gamble by Naruto, and then Naruto won, gaining the respect of the other party and obtaining the first Hokage's token, the kind that could lead to death upon acquisition. Hanging it up could mean a sudden death at any time. A fight was about to break out. Wasn't it the guy who took down the third Hokage before? All three of them seemed to be his disciples. Is this a reunion to celebrate after killing the teacher? They all seem like filial sons. Why not consider changing a few disciples? Leonai watched the show with a smile, but still felt a bit of pressure. Watching Jiraiya poisoned and lacking stamina, he summoned a few small toads and smiled. Then 3 massive creatures appeared, putting significant pressure on them. These guys could be compared to dangerous species from their world. And they weren't just ordinary dangerous species. They all looked quite ugly, though. Either snakes, slugs, or a giant toad. The battle was intense. In the end, Orochimaru fled. Only Jiraiya and Tsunade remained. Then they returned to Konoha and began the transition of the Hokage position. This left Danzo furious. He was about to burst from holding it in. It's mine. It's all mine. This is my position. Damn Sarutobi Hiruzen. Damn Jiraiya and Tsunade. Why is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki so despicable? They don't want it anymore. Why do they still come to the door? Danzo is extremely unhappy. They don't want it, yet they are pushed up. He has always wanted it, but couldn't get it. Is this the difference between people? And that Jinchuriki, he must not be allowed to leave the village. Only by entering Root and becoming his subordinate can the Jinchuriki realize their value. Don't let me find a replacement. Danzo gritted his teeth. He was already thinking about finding a replacement. Naruto clearly showed his displeasure towards him. If there were no replacements, if no one else became a Jinchuriki, trouble would eventually arise. This guy should be cleaned up sooner rather than later. I've heard that the Land of Grass has people from the Uzumaki clan. Perhaps I can give it a try. 4th Hokage, this is your son not knowing his place. Danzo had no good impression of this 4th Hokage. If it weren't for him, Orochimaru would be the one in power now. Just him and Orochimaru teamed up, and there would be no issues with the 3rd Hokage anymore. Even Orochimaru had no interest in the Hokage position. Give him a laboratory, and he could inherit the position. He would have chosen the 5th Hokage long ago. The 6th Hokage, he could accept that too. Damn it, Danzo was furious. No one was more aggrieved than him. Forced to answer questions consecutively. This time, the total chakra doubled. And he could also enhance combat power, but the previous one. What about obtaining the ultimate body technique of Konoha, the 1,000 years of death? When he returned, he would give a few hits to the Konoha elders and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Let you be arrogant. Multiple choice question. When the 5th Hokage was gravely injured and on the brink of death, who was the first to take over the Hokage position and attend the 5 Kage Summit? 1. Shimura Danzo. 2. Hatake Kakashi. 3. Uzumaki Naruto. 4. Jiraiya. Reward, total chakra doubles. Punishment, total chakra is half. Just as Danzo was burning with anger, his question came again. Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't he even need to think. He spoke directly. The implication was already very clear. It was to have his good buddy directly take the position and block the knife. Double chakra. What great reward. Besides, didn't he guess correctly last time? If he gets it wrong this time, he would just revert back. Anyway, he wouldn't lose anything. After the 5th Hokage, who would inherit the 6th? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the question and found it very strange. Why not just say the 6th Hokage? Why is it the 5th Hokage on the brink of death? And the first one? Could there be a second? Such thoughts weren't just in Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind. This question was really strange. The first person to take the position? Could there be a failed succession? Someone else? Killed? Cancelled? The 5th Hokage revived? Leonai looked at Danzo, who kept talking. She was very clear that this old man seemed to care a lot about the Hokage position. Now, each word was making the other party's expression worse. If he wasn't made Hokage soon, he might die of old age. She didn't even know if his Anaji would have any effect on dying of old age. It probably wouldn't. Sarutobi, don't go too far. Danzo's words were not fully articulated, but the meaning was already very clear. This time he had ignored that golden-haired woman. If this woman were in Konoha, he would definitely throw her into an izakaya to entertain guests. So talkative. Just let you speak enough. and she keeps staring at him, thinking he can't become Hokage. This thought, although he himself found it very troublesome. Probably not. Danzo, you have more experience. Also, you need to pave the way for the new generation of ninjas. I'm counting on you. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled. I believe you 1T let me down. Looking at everyone inside, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that basically everyone had a chance. Just the likelihood varied. Under normal circumstances, it should be Jiraiya or Kakashi. After all, Danzo is hard to control, and the other two old guys wouldn't let him get the position so easily. Of course, it's also possible that Danzo would take ruthless action, eliminating their opportunities. So these three people had a great chance. As for Naruto, if he still holds the identity of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, it is almost impossible now. I wonder how many years after Tsunade's incident this is. It can't be that she just took office and something went wrong, right? Sarutobi Hiruzen feels somewhat complicated inside. Regarding Sarutobi, Danzo has already understood. He is itching to directly pull out his Sharingan and hit Sarutobi Hiruzen with it. Unfortunately, he doesn't want to waste this opportunity here. If given the chance, he would rather take action against that administrator. A sudden attack could directly cause that guy to have an accident. With that thought, Danzo calms down. What a load of rubbish. The Hokage of Konoha. He will not give up. He will not give up on the system of this multiverse either. As long as he controls the other party, it is equivalent to having administrator privileges. At that time, if given the opportunity, he can create trouble for people from other worlds, including the ninja world. The more Danzo thinks, the more excited he becomes, feeling that it is perfect. Although there are some risks, those risks are still much smaller than the rewards. Winning is everything. Losing just means death. If there is no opportunity to become Hokage, then dying and living does not make much of a difference. Some people are alive, but they're already dead. Some are dead, yet they're still alive. I understand. Danzo seems to have accepted reality. Looking at the people above, he chooses Shimura Danzo. He glances over Jiraiya and his own name. He believes in his character. As long as there's an opportunity, he won't miss it. He is also confident in dealing with Jiraiya's character. Since Tsunade has already had an incident, he can throw a few black pots at them. This could even be something he orchestrated, and the position of Hokage would be his. What Kakashi Hitaki, what Konoha elders, none of it matters. In Konoha, aside from Sarutobi Hiruzen, he is not afraid of anyone. Except for Sarutobi Hiruzen. The others still alive in Konoha are all trash. This is what Shimura Danzo says. So did he choose himself? So confident? He previously didn't believe in choosing that white-haired old man. This is not just about causing trouble for Leo in the Akatsuki world. Sarutobi Hiruzen next to him is also very concerned. It seems you already have an idea. Danzo, for the sake of Konoha, I cannot let you become Hokage. Now that he knows the news here, there will be no chance for you to act, including Orochimaru. There won't be any opportunities for the other party to act in the future. What Kazekage, what Edo Tensei? He will be careful not to act recklessly. He will call Jiraiya over and act together. Orochimaru is nothing. Then he will send Danzo away directly, and basically, he will have nothing to do with him anymore, unless he openly betrays and revolts. Sarutobi Hiruzen believes that as long as Shimura Danzo is not a fool, he will not do that. Once he makes such a choice, he will be the next Orochimaru. Chapter 159 Danzo, no matter what others say. Shimura Danzo has now returned to a state of indifference. The correct answer, Shimura Danzo. Next, he looks at the changes on the system screen. A hint of joy appears on Danzo's face. Although this question looks very strange. What does it mean to be the first to take over? There might be other people, but he no longer cares. He has become Hokage. No matter how long it takes, he has become Hokage. It can't just be a Hokage experience day. The statue can be carved with Hokage rock and just hung up. Shimura Danzo thinks confidently in his heart. Ha ha ha, Sarutobi. He feels the chakra in his body quickly condensing. Danzo is very pleased. At his age, he actually feels a bit overwhelmed. His chakra and physical strength have decreased a bit, especially with all his thoughts and attention on politics. He hasn't trained in a long time. He has sacrificed too much for Konoha. Now, everything is returned. Chakra, strength, the position of Hokage, all belong to me. Why can he become Hokage? Isn't it necessary for everyone to recognize him to become Hokage? How could someone so sinister, who uses his companions in the village for experiments, possibly be accepted? Absolutely unacceptable. Uzumaki Naruto is very displeased on the side. If he hadn't seen Danzo's true colors, he might have been unhappy but wouldn't voice it. He would just look for opportunities to continue competing. But now, having witnessed Danzo's true nature, he finds it completely unacceptable. Now that Kakashi-sensei is in such pain, and Kakashi-sensei's father, and he himself, All because of this guy. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the orphan of the fourth Hokage. Next is you. Danzo has already realized that this guy is an obstacle. He plans to take action against him once he returns. And next to him, Kakashi. Since he already knows about the White Fang of Konoha, he cannot let him live. What a slap in the face. Is this what Hokage is? On the other side, Leo speaks up. Anyone would be better than this guy, right? Since coming here, this guy has exposed nothing but bad things. You can't possibly be a fake Hokage, leaving such a person behind. Is he your lover or something, leaving him to wait for the new year? Not only Leo, but Ma'in also has a sharp tongue. Hancock, men are no good. Old men are even worse. Hancock's words directly led to a lot of discussions. But this guy, proudly lifting his head and puffing out his chest. Old man becoming Hokage is the expectation of the people. Saratobi, I advise you not to meddle. Danzo originally wanted to say this, but the scene on the system screen has already appeared, stopping him from speaking, wanting to see his heroic posture as Hokage. Becoming Hokage and then participating in the 5 Kage Summit. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As long as he performs well at the 5 Kage Summit, then this position will be his. Even if something unexpected happens, as long as he knows what the unexpected is now, he can completely avoid it. Danzo looks at himself in the screen with pride. This time, he did not suffer from being slow to react. When Tsunade was injured and unconscious, he immediately gathered people to start selecting the Hokage. And he, naturally, is also the one everyone expects. With everyone's welcome, he took the position of Hokage to become the 6th Hokage. The 6th Hokage? Looking at Danzo inside, everyone's expression is complicated. Only Danzo's currently ugly face has cracked open. I didn't expect it to be you in the end. Saratobi Hiruzen is a bit at a loss for words. Can you at least conceal it a bit? At this moment, how many years of effort have been wasted? In the scene, they quickly receive the news about the 5 Kage Summit. After the first generation initiated the summit once, this was the second time. This time, the 4th Raikage initiated the summit, with the purpose of holding the other 4 Kages accountable. After all, the only missing member from the Akatsuki organization was the rogue ninja from the Cloud Village. What infuriated him the most was that rogue ninja named Sasuke, who had even kidnapped his foolish brother, along with that damned Akatsuki. After Danzo became Hokage, he quickly initiated the 5 Kage Summit. This was an opportunity that even Hiruzen Saratobi had never had. I'm a true Hokage. A Hokage who has never participated in the 5 Kage Summit cannot be considered Hokage. Shimura Danzo was quite inflated. He headed to the Land of Iron to attend the meeting. Sasuke, a defector? As they looked at the news, Kakashi and Naruto's gazes turned toward Sasuke. This handsome young man had a blank expression. He didn't seem particularly surprised about his defection. He had been thinking recently if he was wasting his time by remaining as he was. There hadn't been much growth, and he had even been considering becoming Orochimaru's disciple to learn the craft. Indeed, an evil Uchiha. Even the 8 Tails had been harmed. Shimura Danzo looked at Sasuke with great envy. He initially thought he was trash compared to Itachi. He didn't expect him to have such strength. He didn't care much about the other's defection. Danzo was more focused on Sasuke's talent. As long as he joined his route, he would be his. There was nothing to worry about. Moreover, what was there to refuse such ability? It wasn't like Might Guy's peculiar beast. The only trouble was looking at Hiruzen Saratobi. That old man was now smiling at Sasuke, trying to comfort him. He aimed to appeal to his emotions and reason with him, using the will of fire to soothe him. You want to compete with me? How despicable, Saratobi. Danzo was furious but held it in. Wait until I become Hokage. Then see how you. It seemed he wouldn't even be able to become the 5th Hokage. At most, he would be a half-hearted 5th Hokage. Just coming in and trying to control others, yet wanting them to choose you as their leader. The reasoning was quite sufficient, but it still got exposed. Could it be that you Hokage are also being controlled by him, or that your other high-ranking members are? That's terrifying. You wouldn't want to take action against us, would you? Or even against Lord Administrator. Lord Administrator. Leona spoke within their team, glancing at Kyle with a fearful expression. This directly made everyone look into Danzo's eyes, then quickly avert their gaze. They had all seen in the footage that those eyes had the ability to control people. Damn it. Danzo could only gamble as his exposure was unavoidable. He reached out and glared at Kyle, activating his strongest Jinjutsu, Kotoemitsu Tsukumi, intending to temporarily control him. As long as he succeeded, then this would. Are you an idiot? Initially, Danzo was pleased, watching Kyle, especially feeling the surrounding chaos and surprised expressions. He felt he was about to succeed. But before he could confirm, he heard a voice. Sitting still in the distance, Kyle looked at this guy. Indeed, This guy was quite the talent. If it weren't for his inability to see his movements, he wouldn't have expected this guy to directly attempt to control him here. What boldness. Truly underestimated you, Kyle thought as he evaluated Danzo. Just now, he had felt a burst of mental power trying to modify something. However, before it could be done, it simply disappeared as if swallowed. How could this be? Why did it have no effect? Danzo widened his eyes. Kodo Amatsukumi's Sharingan had already started bleeding. Moreover, he felt that his ocular power had diminished significantly. You, Danzo, Hiruzen Sarutobi said suspiciously. He had been wondering if Danzo had done something to him. Now seeing this scene, he was also quite shocked. Seiba, what boldness, or should I say confidence, or ignorance? Hancock, just an old fool, a cunning old fox. People from the pirate world all knew that in this space, messing around would yield no good results. Having experienced Kyle's strength, even the proud Hancock didn't dare to act recklessly. This old man, in her eyes, was simply seeking death. Chio, truly worthy of Konoha's upper echelon. Such diverse means. Fortunately, they weren't used on me. Leona, how terrifying. If we had such a mind-controlling Jinjutsu, it would be great. Why not give us those eyes? Keeping them is useless anyway. They'll be killed sooner or later. For our world, it could contribute to our peace. Leona said, negotiating earnestly. She even tried to seduce him a bit, but the already defeated Shimura Danzo had no interest at all. Aikido, modifying will, a very powerful ability. Main, perverted old man. Who knows what he has done with this ability? Nijeshin, what a pity. Each had their own thoughts. Sasuke, Manjiki Sharingan. Now, Sasuke himself was quite shocked. Sasuke, why do so many people from Konoha have Sharingan? 3 Tomo aren't enough. They all have Manjiki? I don't even have 3 Tomo. As the last surviving heir of my entire clan, I only awakened 1 Tomo. Sasuke was furious. Looking at Danzo using it now made him very uncomfortable. If he had this ability, he might have been able to deal with that Uchiha Itachi long ago. Damn it, Danzo, you acted impulsively. Hiruzen Sarutobi had a look of regret. Before he could say much, just as he wanted to speak to Kyle, he felt that things around them had become a bit tense. In an instant, in the blink of an eye, the surroundings turned into an ice cellar, making the somewhat lightly dressed Hancock and Leona shiver a bit, feeling uncomfortable. So cold. What powerful ice release is this? In an instant, some people hadn't reacted yet, but the next second, they all saw something strange in one of the positions. An ice sculpture was preserved over there, and sitting in the main position, the administrator's seat, Kyle had already sealed a Sharingan. This was precisely the Manjiki Sharingan from earlier. Now it had disappeared into Kyle's hands. Meanwhile, Danzo had lost one eye, which had turned into an ice sculpture. This, Hiruzen Sarutobi saw the Manjiki Sharingan, and his breath became heavy. Manager, it's fine that Danzo made a mistake and received punishment, but the Sharingan is a secret of our village. Just leave it to me. I'm just politely Sarutobi Hiruzen. Right now, I just want to retrieve the Manjiki Sharingan. As for Danzo's life or death, it no longer matters. After all, he brought this upon himself, and there's nothing I can do to save him. It has to be this way. First, I'll try to persuade him. Sharingan. Sasuke's expression twisted. What do you mean the village's secret? Isn't this the secret of the Uchiha clan? And why should such a thing be given to Konoha? Why not give it to him? After experiencing Kakashi and Naruto situations, Sasuke has already felt the darkness of Konoha. Now it's even more so, holding their clan's eyes while sneaking around in secret. What are they trying to do? Bastards. A bunch of old bastards. Third Hokage, that's Sasuke's family SI, right? The Sharingan, I've heard of it. Even Kakashi-sensei has one. Naruto spoke up for his good buddy. He was clear about other things. But this Sharingan was something Sasuke had mentioned before. Kakashi and Sakura had also introduced this thing before. The bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan. This is what Sasuke has always wanted. This is just temporarily kept with me. I must protect the secret of the Sharingan. In the future, when Sasuke grows up, I'll find an opportunity to give it to him. Now, Sarutobi Hiruzen paused. He started with the formalities, completely just going through the motions. It's just a delay, just being perfunctory, saying sweet words, soft words. But it has no effect at all. If they want to trick someone, they will. If they want to deceive you, they will. Such beautiful thoughts. If you want to take the eyes, just say it. Besides, you've already made a move and had your attack blocked. Now that you've failed, you want to take things away? Danzo attacked and got counterkilled. Aren't those eyes also a trophy? Or do you want to exchange something for it? Those eyes didn't grow directly from the opponent, right? They must have been taken from someone else. Riona spoke up from the side. She was very interested in these eyes and followed Kyle's methods closely. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face darkened. Before he could speak, he heard Riona continue. Manager, I suggest you hold an auction. The highest bidder wins. We can look for Imperial tools to exchange. Glancing at Najeshidan and seeing no reaction, Riona finished her sentence. At this moment, Najeshidan finally came to her senses. It wasn't that she didn't want to react. She was mainly shocked by Kyle's abilities. Essence of the demon. Definitely the essence of the demon. The same ability as that woman. As someone who had acted alongside the Imperial tool of the essence of the demon, Najeshidan confidently confirmed what this ability was. That terrifying aura was enough for her to remember for a lifetime. Chapter 160, Buzz In. That is something from Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen glared at Riona and the others. These young girls had been looking for trouble from the very beginning. However, since they were just a group of young girls, he was magnanimous and acted as if nothing had happened. Now they still wanted his Mangeki Sharingan. This he truly couldn't tolerate. Uchiha Sasuke beside him was also very uncomfortable. The Sharingan, especially the Mangeki Sharingan, was on the same level as that man's eyes. Was it really going to fall into someone else's hands like this? Absolutely not. He wanted to say something, but looking around, he knew he had no weight in this conversation. We're just offering an opinion. Besides, this thing is already the manager's now, Riona said while winking, as if trying to seduce someone. This made Sarutobi Hiruzen even more annoyed. He looked at Kyle. Manager. He wanted to say something, but he already saw that Kyle had put away the Mangeki Sharingan. Those eyes weren't his, but they could be used immediately. Even if he didn't use them, he could leave them for someone of value. For example, Zifa, after giving it to him, let him find an opportunity to use it on the Five Elders, or Sengoku and Garp for a different kind of divine intervention, especially that old guy Garp. He had said before that he would come if Sengoku came. If he directly used a different kind of divine intervention on Sengoku, Garp would follow, and then the yellow monkey at the Marine headquarters would probably be unable to sit still. By then, they would hollow out the Marine headquarters and let the world government play by themselves. This thing is very valuable. He certainly wouldn't just hand it over. Normally, he couldn't just act recklessly. But since Danzo had already made a move, he naturally wouldn't hold back. Without giving the opponent a chance to activate Izanagi's ability, he took him down directly. Thinking of this, Kyle grabbed, and Danzo's corpse was pushed in front of him by ice. Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to stop it, but still hesitated. Without the Mangeki, what use was a corpse? What he wanted was the Sharingan. As for Danzo's corpse, just take it. He really wanted to act, but thinking of how Danzo was killed in an instant, he had to admit that he was indeed cowardly. The strongest Hokage was now here acting cowardly. It was truly infuriating. And then, something that made him even angrier happened. Sasuke, standing nearby, was also envious. Why are there so many Sharingan? Looking at Danzo's severed arm, Sasuke's eyes were already fixed on it. He didn't even pay attention to Danzo's corpse falling to the ground. Kyle didn't care what they were saying and continued collecting the Sharingan, sealing them one by one. Finally, he discarded these things that no longer had any use. The only power on Danzo's body, apart from the Sharingan, was Wood Release. He himself was of no use. As for Wood Release, it was not even as good as White Zetsu. This guy had no value even when reincarnated in the Fourth Great Ninja War. Truly pathetic. So disgusting, an eyeball from an arm. The people of the ninja world are indeed not normal. It's more chaotic than our world. Riona commented from the side. Those are Konoha's people. It has nothing to do with us. Chio felt a bit displeased. However, their Sand Shinobi village wasn't any better off. Third Hokage, why are there so many Sharingan? You all. Sasuke had already thought of the bodies and eyes of his fallen clan members. He had thought about it before. But more often, he placed his hatred on Itachi. But now, his attention was shifting a bit. Perhaps Danzo had done something behind the scenes. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a guilty heart. A Hokage who doesn't even know what others have done, who doesn't know anything about the village's affairs than you. Uchiha Sasuke was very unconvinced. He didn't know about Naruto's situation, couldn't handle it. He didn't know about Kakashi's situation, couldn't handle it. He didn't know about the Uchiha situation either, couldn't handle it. Purely just a non-stick pan. If something happens, I don't know. The will of fire continues to live on. Sorry, I tried hard. I will dare again next time. Sasuke. Before he could finish speaking, Kakashi interrupted. He was actually very angry too. But he still knew what to say and what not to say. He was still very worried about Sasuke, fearing that this guy would be killed by the furious Sarutobi Hiruzen. That would truly be irreparable. Third Hokage, Naruto, now had a blank expression. Is this Konoha really the Konoha he has always seen? Although Konoha hasn't treated him well, many people have been very unkind. But for him, the best was the third Hokage. Why? Is this all a conspiracy of Konoha's higher-ups? Have they been plotting against them all along? At this moment, Naruto couldn't help but think. No need to say much, let us continue answering questions. If they dare to act against me again, then their fate should be similar to his. Feeling the situation around him, Cal didn't pay attention to their noise. Just answer the questions. While speaking, he looked around. Chio completely acted as if nothing had happened. The night raid assassin squad was also very honest. Even Leo Nai didn't say anything at this time, looking very obedient. Sabo had no expression, but Hancock showed a bit of fear, but quickly recovered. Fortunately, they already knew about this guy's terror and didn't act recklessly. Otherwise, if they couldn't control their temper just now, they would have ended up like that old guy. It was truly terrifying. Sharingan. Sasuke looked at Kyle. The other party had no intention of exchanging. Given the current situation, it was likely that the Sharingan was gone. If the items reached Konoha, he might have a chance to collect them in the future. But now, there was really no hope left. Administrator Sarutobi Hiruzen still wanted to struggle, but Kyle didn't give them any chance. As the performance of Shimura Danzo in the video ended, a new question had already come up. Previously, during the 5 Kage summit, Danzo was exposed. When it was about to turn into a fight, it had already ended. As for what followed, multiple choice. Why did Shimura Danzo lose his position as Hokage? 1. Because of poor performance at the 5 Kage summit. It was cancelled by Jiraiya and the Elder Council too. Because Tsunade took power directly after recovering, causing Danzo to lose his position as Hokage. 3. Because of his performance at the 5 Kage summit, he was killed by the other 4 Kage united with the Iron Country's Mifune. 4. Because he fled early, he was blocked and killed by Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Sasuke. Reward: Manjiki Sharingan. Punishment: permanent blindness. The new question appeared directly in front of everyone. Sasuke looked at the reward inside and then at the 4th question. Uchiha Obito, that guy. He naturally knew who this person was. The one who harmed Naruto's parents, Kakashi's teammate. This guy. Will he cooperate with him in the future? Manjiki Sharingan. Seeing this thing, many people were quite interested. Is it the eye that was previously shown? The one that hypnotizes people? There is still this. Wait until it's our turn to answer the questions. Can we also get one? Where did this eye come from? Did you just get it? Or did you directly dig it from someone else? Leo and I looked very curious, sniffing one by one. By the end, she was caught by Maine, especially when she was talking to Kyle. Are you crazy? Saying such things at this time? Do you want to become an eye sculpture? Leo and I, however, was still carefree and didn't pay much attention. Of course, she didn't continue speaking. The system's rewards are the system's rewards. Kyle directly gave a reply. As for other words, he just ignored them. Manjiki Sharingan, if this could be brought back to the Sand Ninja village. Grandma Chio looked at the Sharingan with great interest. Even if she died, she could leave it for others, and when the time comes, she could dig out the eyes and preserve them. Chio no longer cared about her own eyes. To bet her vision for this Manjiki Sharingan, if successful, then this eye could be kept in the future. The legendary power. As an elder, she had naturally heard of the legendary ninja's Shura ability. That was the power of Uchiha Madara, the power of a god. It's just that this question. There are choices. It seems that all possibilities exist. Just Danzo's personality, whether he was killed or whether others in the village seized power. It's all very normal. Given his demeanor, it's also normal for others not to want him to take office. Manjiki Sharingan. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the situation. Chio clearly had her eyes on this eye. Damn administrator, damn Danzo, if this guy were still alive, he would definitely have made the other party answer questions without hesitation. But now, because he sought his own death and died, he had already lost one person who could answer questions. The remaining people, Kakashi, Uchiha Sasuke, Naruto. Among these few, who can answer? The people in the ninja world fell into silence. Everyone wanted this Manjiki, including Naruto. He wanted to get this eye for his good partner. He knew that the other party cared a lot about this eye, but he really couldn't understand this question. Why was the Hokage cancelled? What was the reason? It was really troublesome. Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke, Naruto couldn't figure it out and could only seek help from others. This question, let the old man answer. While they were talking, Sarutobi Hiruzen had a sacrificial look. In fact, he felt that only he answering the question would be the most beneficial. Even if he went blind, he could still use sensory ninjutsu to observe his surroundings. Even as long as this system doesn't restrict, he could directly swap for another pair of eyes. This is nothing at all. The power of Manjiki, if he answered correctly, then this power given to others, whether they answered right or wrong. He wouldn't feel at ease. Therefore, everything still relied on himself. Sarutobi Hiruzen made a judgment. He looked at a few answers. Before he had time to make a choice, he intended to say a few words to encourage this group of young people, to tell them what the will of fire is, to tell them that they cannot grasp this Manjiki Sharingan, that he should handle it. Sasuke had already spoken first. I choose the fourth one. Even if he became blind, he didn't want anyone to possess this kaleidoscope, especially the higher-ups of Konoha, let alone those from other villages. Disgusting. After witnessing the faces of Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Danzo, he no longer had a good impression of these guys. Answering directly, even if it meant destruction, he would never let it fall into someone else's hands. And even if he became blind, it seems impossible. Sasuke was still very worried about becoming blind. But there was nothing he could do. It was a gamble, a 1 in 4 chance. He pinned it all on himself. In his view, once a Hokage was chosen, they wouldn't be replaced so easily. So, basically, he would be taken out before even taking office. He hadn't had the chance to rise to power, so he could only choose the next one. When it came to who would kill him, Sasuke hesitated for a mere 0.1 seconds and still chose himself. Only the Uchiha. You. Sasuke. Sarutobi Hiruzen pointed his finger at Sasuke. Even at his old age, he had to answer the question. This was a direct. Was he not being given any face? Sorry, Hokage-sama. You spoke too slowly. I didn't react in time, Sasuke coldly replied, pretending that he genuinely hadn't reacted. However, his tone did not convince anyone. Sasuke. Naruto, worried, looked on, afraid that Sasuke would become blind. If that happened, I will be your eyes, Naruto said, feeling moved. His overly affectionate demeanor even reminded Kakashi of his good friend Obito. Had we come this far? Looking at the choices inside in Obito's name, Kakashi had fallen completely silent. This system's exposure was harmful, although it did provide them with a lot of information. Given the current situation, whether they could survive was another matter. If it continued to expose, he feared that the enraged Sarutobi Hiruzen might directly kill him. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was indeed angry. But there was nothing he could do. There was no way to act here. Moreover, the answer was still uncertain. Sasuke, you're too excited, but I can understand. In the future, be more careful when encountering such situations. It's too dangerous. The questions and answers here are very profound, and it's hard to grasp. A misstep could mean losing your sight. If you lose your sight, how will I explain it to Fugaku and the others? Sigh. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke with an fa-ade of concern for the young man. In truth, he was still displeased that the other had taken the opportunity to answer. He even thought, hoping that Sasuke would become blind. After all, if the answer was correct, Sasuke would then be taking action against the higher-ups of Konoha. Besides, even if Itachi knew about this situation, there was nothing much to say. He brought it upon himself. Plus, with the potential for betrayal in the future, even Itachi couldn't say anything. The other possessed the will of fire and wouldn't allow anyone who wanted to act against Konoha to exist. Chapter 161. Sasuke, Danzo. If someone got killed, how could they explain it? Or should they directly follow Senju Hashirama's example and commit suicide with a kunai? Kao listened to the third Hokage's words and almost laughed out loud. Fortunately, he had been specially trained. No matter what, he would not laugh. The correct answer was 4. Because he fled early, he was blocked by Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Sasuke and was killed. Before anyone could say anything, the answer was directly announced. As the answer was revealed, Uchiha Sasuke suddenly felt a warmth in his eyes. A surge of power exploded in his head. A stinging sensation arose, followed by a feeling of exhilaration. Sasuke, what's wrong? Didn't you answer correctly? Why is this happening? Naruto looked at his good partner, who suddenly groaned in pain, panicking. Calm down, Naruto. Kakashi watched the situation, feeling a surge of power erupting from Sasuke. He was very clear about the current situation. The Mangekyou Sharingan. I'm fine. Naruto. After catching his breath, Sasuke spoke up. I feel unprecedentedly good. He sensed the immense power of his eyes and the feeling of gradual transformation. Sasuke said with great pride. He felt that even Kakashi might not be his opponent. As long as he fully mastered this eye, he was confident against Itachi. The Sharingan gradually took on a star shape. When Sasuke looked up again, everyone else saw it. Is this the Mangekyou Sharingan? So cool. Others looked at the eye with admiration. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Sasuke's eyes, almost wanting to rip them out. Although he wasn't as obsessed with the Sharingan as Danzo, no one would dislike the Mangekyou Sharingan, especially since such power was out of their control. He wanted to persuade the kid to get the eyes, but he felt that the situation was off. Sarutobi Hiruzen decided to give up and planned to return to Konoha to discuss it later. Given the current situation, there was no opportunity. Once back, the Konoha elders could help. They could just have Sasuke return with 2 Sharingan. Still 3 Tomo. In that case, your eyes are so cool, Sasuke. But not as powerful as the 9 tails, Naruto said jokingly. At first, he was happy about Sasuke gaining power. But then it turned into other defiant remarks. He could lose to anyone, but he couldn't lose to Sasuke. What are you saying? Are you dreaming, dead last? As long as I use the power of the Manjiki Sharingan, I can take you and that stinky fox down with just a glance. Dead last, just accept your place. Like a quarrel, in reality, neither of them was willing to back down. You're going too far, Sasuke. I'm just speaking the truth. You're still far behind. Sasuke said proudly. Even though he felt he might have gone too far, there was no turning back now. Since he had said it, an apology was out of the question. At most, he would just stop talking. You two, stop arguing. Kakashi looked at the two and intervened. He could already see that the third Hokage's expression was not looking good. You Konoha Genin are really naive and lively. Moreover, the future looks promising. Chio suddenly spoke up. As she spoke, the monitors in front of them already displayed the images. The first scene was of Danzo on a bridge. This made the people here recall the previous topic, Sasuke versus Danzo. A promising future. Is it possible to kill the higher-ups of Konoha? For the Sand Ninja Village, this is certainly a good thing. The screen replayed the 5 Kage summit, where they fled right after the fight broke out. Such scenes made the Konoha people feel humiliated. This kind of person, Naruto originally wanted to say something. He couldn't accept such a person as Hokage, but then he thought this guy was already dead. Oh, then it's fine. What a mess. Sasuke was very proud. No matter what, this guy had already proven himself to be useless. Regarding his intent to kill Danzo, Sasuke felt no regret or thought he was wrong. So, the one at fault is Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen said nothing more. He quietly watched his old partner. When they arrived at the bridge, they were directly blocked. At first, it was his two subordinates fighting with Obito, but it was completely ineffective against him. Before Danzo formally started attacking, the two were already captured alive. One from the Yamanka clan and the other from the Yamanaka clan. They could be considered powerful and quite special. However, it was still useless. Under Obito's ability, they had no power to resist, and the battle was quickly ended. I have a question for you. Did the higher-ups of Konoha, including you, order Itachi Uchiha to kill the entire Uchiha clan? Meanwhile, the battle between Sasuke, Uchiha, and Danzo had just begun. At this moment, Danzo had revealed his arm filled with Sharingan. This made Sasuke Uchiha extremely angry. Without any excessive explanation, Danzo directly attacked, rushing towards Sasuke and throwing a punch. However, this punch simply could not land. A purple skeletal giant appeared beside Sasuke Uchiha, gradually becoming more solid and muscular. In an instant, Danzo was directly grabbed by the arm of the purple giant. Sasuke, having grown up, had become very strong, and his eyes were the same as now. Do you still have that ability? What does the question inside mean? The higher-ups of Konoha, the Uchiha clan. Naruto had many questions. He looked at Sasuke, inquiring. They all knew about Danzo's situation, and that arm, which had just been taken down by the local administrator. Nothing surprising about it. That is the power of the Manjiki Sharingan, Susanoo. I can naturally control it. Sasuke glanced at Naruto, and then at Sarutobi Hiruzen. He had heard his own words in the previous scene very clearly. Moreover, he was very aware of the situation Danzo had just displayed. As for the other higher-ups of Konoha, the events of that year were complicated. At that time, Itachi indeed had some connections with Danzo, but their plan and the reasons for taking action were mainly because the Uchiha clan planned to rebel. I will tell you the whole truth. Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared innocent, but Sasuke paid no mind. After all, he would not listen to more words. At his current age and experience, he could easily be deceived by this old fox. In any case, he would find information and confirm it himself later. Based on his current strength, it was possible. After obtaining the Manjiki Sharingan, Sasuke had a particularly special estimation of his own strength. Simply put, the rain had stopped, and he felt capable again. I'll ask once more. Did the higher-ups of Konoha, including you, order Itachi Uchiha to kill the entire Uchiha clan? Directly controlling Danzo, Sasuke felt very inflated. He only wanted to know the truth from that year. Not just the Sasuke in the image, but also the Sasuke within it. And although Danzo was being choked and bleeding, he remained quite calm. The look in his eyes towards Sasuke showed no concern, as if he was pondering something. Did he leak information? I didn't expect him to be such a man. That despicable Itachi, I originally thought he wasn't like this, but before dying, did he reveal all the secrets? Or rather, it must be said that the evil Uchiha cannot be trusted. Perhaps you're the only special one, Uchiha Sasuke. I shouldn't have let you live back then. Each word he spoke only fueled Sasuke's anger further. He directly killed Danzo, completely disregarding what the other was saying about ninja darkness and sacrifice. As long as it was confirmed, that was all that mattered. If I'm not mistaken, Did a member of their family kill their entire clan? How brutal. Watching the dialogue on the screen, Leona looked scared and patted her chest, making her body shake. Perhaps there were some grudges. Although she couldn't understand, it didn't seem to matter to them. In their world, it was not easy to find even a few people in their team with parents. Their abilities are quite powerful. Is that the bloodline power of their clan? It feels very powerful. No wonder they all want it. Next came envy. For them, such power is definitely a good thing in their world. Or rather, it's a good thing no matter where it is. Such combat power would never be lacking anywhere. The conversation did not affect the images. Or rather, the situation in the images left them puzzled. They initially thought Danzo was done for. Unexpectedly, he revived. What is this? Why did he come back to life? Watching Danzo's body being crushed to a pulp, yet still coming back without any injuries, people from the Red-Eye world and the pirate world were quite surprised. Although they had indeed seen many special abilities something like this. That guy loses an eye every time he dies, which should be related to that thing. Is it that Sharingan? So powerful. Although it seems the cost is quite high. People were talking one by one. It seemed like this wasn't something that could revive others. The people on site lost much interest. But being able to revive oneself still piqued some interest. Of course, if it didn't require randomly inserting other people's eyes or had no side effects, that would be great. Izanagi, the ability to rewrite fate. Watching Danzo revive time and again, there were still some people on site who knew about this. At least Sarutobi Hiruzen knew. But he was unclear about how far Danzo had researched the Uchiha. Always talking about the evil Uchiha. The result was that he was using other people's Sharingan and ninjutsu. Clearly, he was just taking advantage of others' bodies. Despicable. Watching this scene, Sasuke's expression naturally became worse. Previously, he had seen Danzo holding so many Sharingan from their clan. He was curious about what this guy was planning. Was he using them as resurrection coins? Dying over and over again without a care in the world. As if a single shuriken could take someone's life. Seriously, looking down on others? Then he also used kunai to stab Susanoo. It made Sasuke want to drag the guy's corpse out and desecrate it. Punching, stabbing with kunai, this guy's attacks were really casual. Did he look down on that handsome guy? Clearly, he was already terrifying, but the thing tied to his waist looked so strange, like a snake. What kind of special hobby is that? It felt like the red-eyed people in this world. Leo couldn't stop talking. Hey, handsome, this is you. Leo was about to say something, but before he could finish, he was interrupted. The people nearby had already pulled him away. Is it really okay to keep talking without stopping like this? I don't know if it's okay or not. Anyway, inside, Uchiha Sasuke was killing Danzo without any pause. He even summoned a summoning beast. After that, he ate a fire technique and an arrow. He quickly went back, leaving only Danzo fighting alone. Although this guy kept saying he spoke with his eyes, it was clear that he was at a disadvantage, especially since Sasuke had a power bank. Injured? Bite Xiangling. From a new group, 7122050071. This group updates novels daily. From a new novel group, 7122050071. New novel group, 7122050071. No blue left. Bite Xiangling. Sasuke. You don't plan to be with Sakura anymore, do you? You've already been with her, and then you bite her? Are you a pervert? When I get back, I have to tell Sakura. You can't do that. At least you shouldn't. Sasuke, just let it go. If you really have some hobby, come at me. Naruto patted Sasuke's shoulder with a comforting look. He was very happy inside, planning to tell Sakura later that Sasuke already had a woman. No need to wait for him anymore. And he had this biting hobby. If Sakura hears about it, she'll definitely hate him. Of course, it might also excite her more. Just like Naruto now, more excited. Sasuke looked at the tail into the crane beside him. He was already speechless. What time is it now? A great battle? He didn't even have time to pay attention to the side, and was still talking to him about this. Can't you see he's recovering from his injuries? Can't you see he's regaining chakra? Does he even have a brain? Not thinking about anything else, just thinking about Sakura? Naruto, let me give you some advice. You can't handle that girl Sakura. Let me come. I will take good care of Sakura. Suddenly, Sasuke thought of this sentence. But thinking about that stinky woman Sakura, he still gave up. He would rather marry Naruto than Sakura. Although, it seemed he'd already said that before. He was serious about it. But this thing about the future, it should be changeable, right? Just like now, he had already opened his Sharingan. Chapter 162, The Sixth Hokage. Stupid tail, into the crane. Who likes that silly woman? Don't talk to me about this. I love you. You love her. Sasuke was very dissatisfied. He directly stopped communicating with Naruto. He watched the scene. The foolish Naruto still didn't know what was going on. He smiled foolishly, thinking Sasuke was really supporting him to pursue Sakura. Although it seemed like he had said before that Sakura's future man was Sasuke, but it felt like something was off. They couldn't possibly be together. A friend's wife is off limits. TSK, a friend's wife should not be bullied. If they both liked each other, then he might have no thoughts at all. But right now, apart from Naruto, still daydreaming, everyone's eyes were already on the scene. At this moment, Sasuke also showed his ruthless side. Danzo was directly embarrassing himself. In front of Sasuke, who was regaining chakra and healing injuries, even with so many resurrection coins. Danzo still couldn't defeat Sasuke. In the end, he had no choice but to seize the opportunity to capture Xiangling, planning to use her as a hostage to threaten him. You talk about self-sacrifice, yet in the end, you're still afraid of death, holding on to a hostage. I'm not afraid of death. It's just not my time yet. For Konoha, for the ninja world, I can't die in a place like this. No matter what means I use, I will survive because I am the only reformer in this ninja world. This woman must be sacrificed for it, Danzo said with righteous indignation. Many people in the system space were mocking this statement. Truly shameless. Afraid of death and making so many excuses. Does the world really not turn without him? Shimura Danzo? Or does he have some special ability to protect the world? Absolutely none. Just a troublemaker stirring up the shit of the ninja world. That statement might not be entirely accurate. It's just a pity. According to Danzo's ideology, the wrong party is not him, but the world. He does everything for the world. As long as he makes others sacrifice, the world will run as he wishes. Then he becomes the so-called reformer, standing at the highest point of the world, looking down on all those who can be sacrificed. This is Danzo's ideology. The ideology of a reformer. Facing Danzo's words, Sasuke felt no sense of agreement. He only wanted to kill the man in front of him. Meanwhile, Xiangling was feeling a bit uncomfortable. After all, she was still in Danzo's hands. Sasuke, help me. Xiangling struggled and cried for help. Don't move, Xiangling. Accompanied by Sasuke's cold smile, his attack directly pierced through both of them. Brother, I've already successfully taken one down, he said, directly piercing the vital points of both Xiangling and Danzo. Sasuke was very satisfied with this result, but for Xiangling, it was very difficult to accept. Sasuke, what do I mean to you? Xiangling asked. Xiangling, when you were captured, you already became a burden. Sasuke's cold words made Xiangling slowly fall. And next came the scene of Danzo fleeing. Even after suffering a fatal injury, he still felt he could be saved. He still didn't want to die here. He was already terrified of death to the extreme. The disheveled appearance made it hard to imagine this was the higher-ups of Konoha. The Shimura Danzo, who always spoke of sacrifice, was now comically fleeing, contrasting sharply with Sasuke, who was leisurely trailing behind with an arrogant demeanor. One was in utter disarray, while the other was relaxed, though this ease was merely superficial. There was also another person present, the masked Uchiha Bito, who appeared before Danzo. I will take this Sai, he said, focusing solely on it. It absolutely cannot be given to you. Is that so? Has the old man really sacrificed himself? Regardless, I must protect this Sai. The four-symbol seal. Danzo, overwhelmed with various emotions, erupted in a wave of black runes. Get out of here. Sealing technique. Obito and Sasuke had already dodged in time. This sealing technique was trivial for them. In the end, it only sealed part of the bridge. Sasuke, why did you do this? You actually killed the woman who was always helping you. Although Naruto didn't know the woman named Karen, he was quite dissatisfied with Sasuke's behavior in the scene. Watching Danzo die, he couldn't hold back his words. How pathetic. Even at the end, he couldn't bring himself to say a kind word, despite the fact that sacrifices were all voluntary. How heartless. As a young handsome man, that's definitely a point off. Leonai was quite casual about it. Cold-blooded man. My pumpkin seems to shoot something. Mane was much more excited. Buried? Akot glanced at Sasuke and then looked towards their leader, Nageshin. This has nothing to do with us. Nageshin said calmly. Based on their displayed combat power in the scene, dealing with such individuals would be extremely difficult, if not nearly impossible. Even if it were possible, the casualties would be severe. Moreover, the opponent also had the Sharingan. Who knows if killing them would lead to resurrection? Even if one could kill them, it would be sheer luck if they truly came back to life. Most importantly, this person had nothing to do with them. They were from another world. Causing harm was a matter for their world. Whatever Akot said about burial was utterly useless. Men are all no good. Heh. While Nageshin was calming down the members of Night Raid, the pirate Empress Hancock also spoke up, making Sabo beside her somewhat dissatisfied. However, he didn't want to get into too much trouble with the pirate Empress for now. He just pretended he hadn't heard anything. What do you know? Sasuke naturally heard their words. Looking at this group of women in Naruto, he was extremely proud and disdainful. coupled with the excited manifestation of his Mangeki Sharingan. He already bore a semblance of the arrogance of his grown-up self. It was all written on his face. Don't do such things in the future. No, it seems you won't have to do such things anymore. As Naruto said this, he sent over the information that Danzo was already dead. Could it be that next he would go after Hiruzen, Sarutobi? Naruto thought this was unlikely, but Sarutobi found it very possible. He was already quite wary. Sasuke had previously stated in the scene that he had already taken one down. Was this about them? The higher-ups of Konoha? Would he possibly target them next? Given the current situation, with Danzo dead, he shouldn't be affected by Orochimaru's death. Would the first target now be him? Moreover, Sasuke had already acquired the Mangeki Sharingan. How embarrassing for Danzo. And he left such a significant hidden danger behind. Saying he was just like me, puffed, garbage. Taking away half a bridge, useless. Sarutobi calmed down and prepared to speak. Sasuke, next question. Just as he opened his mouth, Ka had already announced the next question. He didn't intend to watch Sarutobi continue to promote his will of fire here. At least not now. Answer the question and promote at the same time. That would yield better results. Plus, while promoting, they might just end up killing him. This was a tremendous opportunity. Multiple choice question. Who became his sixth Hokage after Shimura Danzo's death? 1. Kakashi Hatake 2. Sasuke Uchiha 3. Jiraiya 4. Naruto Uzumaki. Reward: 4 symbols seal. Punishment: lose an arm. Looking at the question that appeared on the system, Sarutobi's expression changed slightly. The 6th generation had already appeared? If it had been earlier, it would have been Jiraiya. If it was later, it could have been any of the other 3, even Sasuke Uchiha. If the opponent was from Konoha, and considering the power displayed earlier, it was clearly possible. Of course, that was under the condition that all the elders of Konoha were dead, and there were some guys targeting the Uchiha clan. If they were all dead, there would be some probability. However, the probability was still a bit low. Among those few, it was the smallest, right? As for Naruto, the chances of a Nine-Tails Jinchuriki becoming Hokage were also quite slim. Kakashi? Jiraiya? Sarutobi had already locked his sights on these two. I must be next this time. Idiot, don't speak carelessly. We're not even sure about the timing. Naruto and Sasuke had already started talking on the side, while Kakashi said nothing, just staring at the question above. He had some opinions about Konoha now, but if Hokage became one of those above and started to change things, he wouldn't have any issues with it. Whether it was Naruto, Sasuke, or even himself, or Jiraiya, it wouldn't be a bad thing. After all, the great god Sasuke, who could write works like Paradise of Affection, would never be a bad person. Yes, that's it, no doubt. What? It's your Konoha's question, and you're still indecisive? Don't you have an answer? Everyone else right here. Just take a guess. Chio glanced at the two young guys. Sasuke's earlier demeanor was not annoying, but now that he had the Mangeki, even she felt a bit uneasy. The power of that eye truly made her wary. As for the others, the Jinchuriki, the son of Konoha's White Fang. Cough, cough, cough. Does anyone want to answer the question? Danzo is gone, and Sarutobi Hiruzen can only love watching you think of others. This directly feels like losing an arm. We still don't know if it can be reattached. His strength will definitely be affected. He plans to sell a bit of his old face, and then, let me do it, Lord Hokage. I'll choose Ataki Kakashi as the answer. Kakashi said this while directly choosing himself. Whether it's himself or not, he can accept it. He just estimated Jiraiya's personality and the situation of these two little guys. It feels like the biggest possibility is that he gets pushed up and then something happens. Let's take a gamble. Huh? Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't expect it. Kakashi made his choice directly. He originally wanted to discuss the answer. Is it over just like that? And he even chose himself. Kakashi-sensei, you should choose me. Naruto said unhappily from the side, but there was no operating system or anything. Kakashi glanced at Naruto. I wouldn't choose you even if I chose Sasuke, little guy. Looking back at Sarutobi Hiruzen, the sealing technique of the 4 symbols has no effect on him. But anyway, it's still a mutual destruction ability. Moreover, it seems that it doesn't require any special means to activate. If there is any movement or thought from Konoha later. Well, I just don't know if I can answer correctly. Answer correct. Just as they were about to say something, the system had already given the answer. It was indeed Hatake Kakashi. Shimura Danzo ultimately fell among the 5th and 6th Hokages. The 6th Hokage has nothing to do with him. He could just peacefully rest with that half of the bridge he sealed. In a later Shinobi World War, no one was willing to summon him. He was just too useless. Perhaps they were even afraid he would self-title as the Soul Reformer or something. Who knows? If the Shinobi World War succeeded, the credit would all be his. Failure would be someone else's business. In fact, the original story may be like this. If Danzo had not been summoned, then Kabuto and others would have lost. If they had summoned him and returned him to Konoha, everything would have gone much smoother. The 5 Kage summit would have been impossible to realize. They would have just started fighting. Each ninja village would attack. And there's Shimura Danzo, this reformer. Is this the sealing technique of the 4 symbols? Kakashi has now received the reward. The sealing technique of the 4 symbols is now in hand. And then the scene appears. Kakashi being propped up to become the 6th Hokage left Sarutobi Hiruzen a bit stunned. Thinking about something. I didn't expect your son to become Hokage in the end. White Fang. Sarutobi Hiruzen had always felt sorry for Konoha's White Fang over the years. It was just that at that time, he had no choice. He could only say that it had already reached a crisis point for him. And now, well, it can only be considered a compensation. In fact, this compensation has nothing to do with the 3rd Hokage. By the time Kakashi rose to power, the 3rd Hokage had been dead for who knows how long. The only contribution he made was probably dying. So cool. Kakashi-sensei, you really became Hokage. This is so cool. Naruto was all fired up. Although Hokage is not him, it's this man, his teacher. But he was still excited. Although some people can't stand others doing well, Naruto is not that kind of person. Now looking at Kakashi, he was extremely excited. Is it refreshing to be Hokage? What does it feel like to be chosen as Hokage? Kakashi-sensei, tell me, Naruto said excitedly. Kakashi showed some helplessness, a black line appearing on his face. We haven't even been chosen yet. This is a future matter. Naruto, calm down. Feeling Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze nearby, Kakashi explained a bit. Naruto actually just didn't react at first. He was blinded by the words Hokage. Chapter 163. Boruto. Kakashi clearly didn't want to continue discussing this matter. Hokage can be said to be Naruto's lifelong pursuit. Now that the 6th generation has been taken away by someone else, Naruto just wants to cry. So, what about the 7th generation? Kakashi, on the other hand, remained very calm. What Hokage? What is so good about it? If it's necessary, just give it away. Is there really a need for a warm paradise? Moreover, the sealing technique of the 4 symbols might never be used again. Perhaps later, when investigating his father's matters, he could use it to fight Sarutobi Hiruzen. At other times, it doesn't seem necessary. After all, he is evenly matched with anyone he fights. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Konoha ninjas don't fight Konoha ninjas. Even without Kakashi, you, the tail of the crane, will never become Hokage in your life. Even if you become Hokage, it will be me. Uchiha Sasuke said domineeringly. He was just a step away from directly challenging Naruto to a duel. Win and become Hokage. Lose and marry Sakura. Now, he still needs to understand what the current Konoha leadership has been doing. These guys really have issues, and their butts won't be clean. His straight gaze fixed on Sarutobi Hiruzen made Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was a bit dissatisfied, have no chance to say anything. After a pause, he changed the subject. It seems Kakashi will also. A new question has arrived. Why is it again about Konoha's question? Is it related to the number of people coming in? Sarutobi Hiruzen hadn't finished speaking when Shio next to him said a bit unhappily. Just as that scene ended, the new question appeared again. This time, the scene was very short. Sarutobi Hiruzen stopped speaking and looked at the question. He was momentarily stunned. So fast. Is it already the 7th generation? Multiple choice question. Who is the 7th Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village? 1. Sarutobi Konomaru. 2. Uchiha Sasuke. 3. Jiraiya. 4. Uzumaki Naruto. Reward. Revive a shadow from this village at random. Punishment. Lose an arm. The appearance of the question made everyone on site widen their eyes, especially looking at that reward. Shadow? Although Sarutobi Hiruzen felt sorry, it had nothing to do with him. But he still had thoughts. If the 1st Hokage or the 2nd Hokage were revived, according to the current situation, basically only the 1st, 2nd, and 4th Hokages are left. And each of them feels like they have some unspeakable matters. Sigh. Revive? While Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, Naruto was already anxiously looking at the situation on the screen. The shadow of the village. Can a 4th Hokage work too? Naruto opened his mouth with a lot of thoughts. He was very interested in the existence of this father he had never met. Of course, if he could be resurrected, he would very much hope for that to happen. After being resurrected, they could talk about other things and settle some scores. Sasuke, on the other hand, was a bit unwilling. Their family had no shadows. If it came to combat power, the awakened Manjiki Sharingan Uchiha clan leader would definitely have shadow-level strength. However, that was just strength. It didn't count as being a shadow. Just like the previous Konoha White Fang, this reward had nothing to do with him. Damn it. Chio's gaze shifted slightly. She almost wanted to answer first. Konoha was already powerful. If they resurrected some shadow, they would be in trouble. At that time, their so-called alliance would surely be as fragile as paper and would be destroyed directly. Such things were quite normal when Chiyo had ideas. The next Hokage must be me. It can't be that idiot Sasuke. I will choose to be the next Hokage. A serious voice had already emerged, echoing in the space. Looking at the serious little guy, Chiyo secretly laughed and directly shut her mouth. Sarutobi Hiruzen was a bit stunned. Was this courting death? The punishment was not light at all. If he was wrong, it would cost him an arm. A Jinchuriki missing an arm would definitely see a significant drop in combat power. Naruto. Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to directly say that the other party was too reckless. However, no matter what, he was still Konoha's Jinchuriki, so he could only give up and say no more. Soon, an answer came from the side. Correct answer. The 7th Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto. Sasuke originally wanted to mock him a bit and see how he was doing. Now, hearing this answer, he was slightly stunned. Naruto, this dead last really succeeded? Sasuke looked at the answer and sighed, very unconvinced. Did this really happen? Ha ha ha, I said it must be me. I won't give up. The goal of being Hokage. The position of Hokage must be mine. Saying and doing, never giving up, that is my ninja way. Naruto said proudly. This situation made the people around him look strange. They were a bit slow to react. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that he might have underestimated this little guy. In such an environment, he could still be normal for Hokage. I guess he really is the son of Minato and Kushina. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought silently. But regarding the other party's identity, he didn't resist anything. As long as the other party could control the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, it wasn't impossible. At least in his view, it was much more reliable than the Uchiha clan. Evil Uchiha. The cute little guy, still talking about saying and doing ninja ways. The so-called Hokage they had been competing for was just a cadre of a village. It felt so boring. A village, even a town, couldn't compare to their revolutionary army. Leo and Main spoke one after another. Regarding this so-called Hokage, the 7th Hokage, who Naruto was so excited about, they found it ridiculous and dispensable. Don't talk nonsense. Let's just observe the situation. Najeshiden was quite relaxed. In her view, having strong combat power was more important. Just like now, the imperial capital relied on the 2 powerful generals to hold it up. As for the rest, many people didn't count for anything. Without that devil-like woman, without that general guarding the imperial capital, they would have long since resolved this imperial chaos. Hokage was not some village head. Hokage was the greatest existence, the will of fire of Konoha. Naruto wanted to continue saying something, telling these people not to talk nonsense. Halfway through, he was interrupted. Talking about this with someone from another world was meaningless. Naruto, just be honest. Silence is golden. You know, looking at the future Hokage, Kakashi observed calmly. He didn't say much, but already had plenty of thoughts. Theoretically speaking, as the other party's teacher and a predecessor, the 6th Hokage, it was normal for me to look forward to the future Hokage. The scene appeared. This dead last couldn't even speak. Watching the situation in the image, Uchiha Sasuke fell into silence. At first, it was in a small house. The decoration wasn't particularly luxurious, but it was decent. Inside the house, a man with short, thinning yellow hair was in distress, next to 2 children who looked a bit like him. 1 boy and 1 girl, Boruto and Himawari. This is you when you grow up? Why do you look so frail? You look so rough and old. Sasuke commented. This is your son? A girl? Looking at the situation inside, Sasuke noticed the person behind. Is this the future Naruto's child? A boy and a girl? Staring at the 2 little ones. His gaze finally settled on Boruto. He felt that this guy might have a connection with him in the future. Naruto looked at the people inside and felt he didn't know what to say. He was still a kid. Why did he have children already? And they looked about the same age as him. I'm really amazing. Kakashi watched from the side, a bit curious about who his future wife would be and if she would appear. A Hyuga clan bloodline? Sarutobi Hiruzen had already heard the news before, but now seeing the Hyuga clan's bloodline continuing, he was still quite interested. It seemed that a lot had happened in the future. Naruto, the 7th Hokage. At this moment, Naruto seemed to be going to do something important, having already arrived at the corridor and about to leave. Inside the house, the chaos was just beginning. Get back to me. Help, Dad. Himawari is acting so strange. Inside, Boruto was fighting with Himawari over something and then broke a toy, which made Himawari go berserk. She opened her Byakugan, wanting to take revenge on this stupid brother and fulfill most of her inner dreams. It was estimated that apart from having to kill Momoshiki, Boruto's reputation was also very notorious, and he would be beaten up if he was pulled out at any time. And now, revenge. Naruto, who was becoming very tall at the door, didn't react at first. But seeing Boruto already scared and his daughter walking out behind him, he realized something was off. He quickly ran over and stood in front of Hinata and Boruto. Then, he was directly hit by Hinata's pressure point technique. The illustrious savior of the world, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, one of the princes of Konoha, the seventh Hokage, Uchiha Sasuke's apparent rival, and the son-in-law of Konoha's largest ninja clan, was thus knocked down. He fell into a coma. "You're so weak. Is this all you've got? Where's your fox?" Sasuke mocked. Although Naruto had just shown impressive power, in his eyes, this version of Naruto had made no progress at all. He couldn't understand how someone like him became the seventh Hokage. Sasuke complained. This left Naruto feeling quite helpless. Looking at the two mischievous kids on screen, he was indeed very interested. However, their first meeting was clearly very unpleasant. Why did they have to hit him right then? It was all exposed. "Hinata, this is all Boruto's fault. This guy just bullies others. He needs to be taught a lesson." Looking at his adorable daughter, Naruto ultimately placed the blame on Boruto. After all, he was at an age where he could be willful, and there was nothing much to say. He was about the same age as the kids on screen. Even though he hadn't met Boruto yet, he was already thinking about how to deal with him next time. He thought he should make sure to educate him while he was still young. Naruto was even considering starting a diary to remind his future self to beat him up. Although no serious person would keep a diary, Naruto happened to be that serious person. He was mainly worried about forgetting and letting this guy run amok. "Your son and daughter are quite adorable," Kakashi consoled, looking at the situation inside. Now the scene had moved to the Hokage building. Clearly, there was nothing else for him to do. Here, the Hokage succession ceremony was underway. As a main character, he obviously couldn't make it on time. Instead, it was Kakashi who appeared, looking somewhat haggard. "Kakashi-sensei, you're here too, but you look so weak," Naruto started, and Sasuke added a jab from behind. Indeed, he had aged quite a bit, and judging from his appearance, he probably was still single. "Shouldn't he have found someone by now?" Sasuke said, but before he could finish, Kakashi grabbed him. "Do women really look more appealing in paradise? What's there to find? I'm the sixth Hokage, a famous copy ninja in the ninja world. I don't worry about finding women. Once the word gets out, there will be a line of admirers from Konoha to the Wind Country." He still had that confidence. The subsequent situation drove Naruto crazy. Why? Why isn't it me? The scene was very strange. Hinata was already standing gracefully aside, but after waiting for a long time, Naruto still hadn't arrived. Time was running out, and in the end, they had no choice but to let others step up. After selection, it was Sarutobi Kinomaru, the grandson of Sarutobi Hiruzen, who directly took on Naruto's appearance and began the succession ceremony. What kind of nonsense is this? Looking at his grandson, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt satisfied. Although it had been at least 10 years, Kinomaru had grown up and seemed to possess solid strength. Hiruzen was content. He didn't expect him to have Hokage-level strength, but at least he should have some basic ability. This little rascal, he thought, worrying about Kinomaru, who had never been diligent in training and had never been very obedient. Under the gaze of the people of Konoha, the seventh Hokage's succession ceremony began and ended. During this time, many changes and buildings in Konoha had appeared in the eyes of the system space. The future had undergone significant changes. Many things seemed quite strange. Sarutobi Hiruzen made a judgment. It seemed that after his death, Konoha had entered a phase of rapid development. It really is good that he led the way. Konoha can't do without him, Hiruzen thought narcissistically. Chapter 164, The Revived Hokage. Seventh Hokage. I'm a seventh Hokage. From the new novel group, 71220507. This group updates and publishes novels daily from the new novel group, 71220507. New novel group, 71220507. Naruto watched the scene of himself becoming Hokage with great excitement, but then felt uncomfortable. It was supposed to be his day to rise to power, yet he wasn't even present. The one enjoying it was that guy, Kinomaru. Damn it, this kind of thing absolutely cannot happen. Since he already knew, he couldn't let it happen again. Stupid underachiever. Seeing himself not appearing in the scene, Sasuke felt a bit dissatisfied but still said with a hint of pride, maybe he had some reason not to be there, like a mission or hiding away. He couldn't have been killed, right? Reward. Revived Hokage, Kakashi reminded. The 6th and 7th Hokages were already aware. Now, what about the revival option? Perhaps it could bring back his teacher, Naruto's father. Revived. Yes. Naruto looked at Kakashi. As he spoke, a coffin-like object slowly emerged from a rift in space at the table. It struggled to come out, as if something was pulling it from behind. But eventually it appeared. What is this? A coffin? Are they really going to revive someone? Why bring out a coffin directly? Can't they just revive the person without it? The sudden appearance of the coffin left the people present somewhat displeased. However, despite their complaints, no one dared to provoke the authority here regarding the potential revival. Boom! With a loud crash, the coffin lid couldn't stay closed. A figure emerged from inside, clad in blue armor, with white long hair and special markings on his face. His skin was very pale. Many who recognized him immediately recalled him. The second Hokage. Even those who didn't know him would recognize him if they had followed the Hokage monument. Sensei. Looking at Senju Tobirama, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a bit speechless. He was somewhat excited about the other party's resurrection. However, the subsequent matters concerned his position as Hokage and the current situation in Konoha. There were no members of the Senju clan in Konoha now. Back then, they used the information left by the Senju to integrate the clan into the village. Tobirama's idea was to have some of them integrate, allowing their family members to become part of the village and secretly protect it. However, Hiruzen was wary of the existence of these guys and secretly conspired with Shimura Danzo to issue some dangerous missions to them, resulting in heavy casualties among the Senju clan. And Danzo even played dirty behind the scenes. Those with a bit of strength became heroes, burning themselves to light up the village. He did all this without any hesitation, as when he returned, it wasn't without incident that he took over the Hokage position. At that time, the Senju clan had 2 consecutive Hokages. They wanted to turn Konoha into a family business like a Wagakure. If it weren't for his alliance with the Shimura clan and the elders, along with Tsunade's support, it wouldn't have been certain who the 3rd Hokage would be. After all, the 2nd Hokage died, and upon their return, they were just talking empty words. Moreover, in their situation, losing their protector would not only lead to punishment, but also some dark history. Becoming Hokage? That would truly be their ability. Monkey? Senju Tobirama slowly woke up. Now he looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was staring at him wide-eyed. At that moment, Hiruzen stood on the table, glancing around. He only recognized this monkey guy. He had no impression of the others, not even Chiyo. However, after looking at Sasuke and Naruto, he thought, the evil little Uchiha and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Where's this place? Are you dead? No, I was resurrected. Edo Tensei, what happened in the village? Senju Tobirama quickly thought. Then he glanced sideways. His brother wasn't resurrected? He had considered resurrecting himself when he researched Edo Tensei. But that jutsu clearly couldn't achieve the level of his current body. Tobirama could feel that this body was completely resurrected. It wasn't just a simple transition from the afterlife. He had to suspect that perhaps there were so many people in Konoha now that they had upgraded Edo Tensei, several versions. Teacher, let me explain, Hiruzen said as he looked at his teacher, while also glancing at the people from other worlds, even stealing a few glances at Hancock. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly began to explain, this is a place called the QA system space, which connects to other worlds. They are all people from other worlds. Here, answering questions correctly will get you rewards, while answering incorrectly will lead to punishment. And you were just resurrected after Naruto answered a question correctly. You just came back to life, Hiruzen quickly explained. The Senju Tobirama at the table remained quite calm. He had already moved behind Hiruzen in an instant, pondering over his words. QA system space? It seemed quite a lot had happened in the ninja world. If it were true, this would definitely be a magical place. Although he had been resurrected, Tobirama didn't fully believe it. At most, he believed half of it. He might have been trapped in someone else's illusion all along. He couldn't tell. That was also a possibility. The idea of a multiverse and a QA system seemed a bit absurd. What is Konoha like now? What about Tsunade and the others? What happened to the Senju clan? Tobirama looked at Hiruzen. Regardless, he needed to understand the situation in Konoha first. Whether right or wrong, he wouldn't lose out. If it was right, he would get the information. Even if wrong, he could glean something from the responses. Looking at these guys, he wondered, Uncle, you're the 2nd Hokage? Naruto, who was nearby, suddenly spoke up, looking at the white-haired uncle. This white hair feels a bit like Kakashi. I am the 2nd Hokage, Tobirama nodded, wanting to see some respect from the other party. However, he quickly noticed that the other party didn't show any respect at all. Not only him, but the evil Uchiha's gaze towards him was also not very friendly. Although this was quite normal, what was with the white-haired guy beside him? The white-haired guy was talking about white hair. Another evil Uchiha? Tobirama clearly sensed the Uchiha clan's Sharingan power from Kakashi, but he didn't dwell on it too much. Right now, he knew nothing and had no time to fuss over it. He looked at the 3 of them and could confirm they were all from Konoha. As for the rest, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had been silent and looked worried. Is Konoha in a bad state now? Even if it had lost him, the remaining strength of Konoha should be enough to crush the other major villages, right? You're not managing it into weakness, are you? Tobirama questioned regarding the situation in Konoha. He was very familiar with it. Back then, even if their brothers died, the remaining Senju clan was still a pillar. And there were also those Senju who gradually integrated into the common folk, intending to hide as a trump card. On the surface, there were also various major clans in the Uchiha clan, and several of his disciples, Sarutobi, Danzo, Sage-10, Minyan, Uchiha Kagami, Akimichi Torufu. The 6 disciples could basically be considered all elites. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be that bad. That monkey's strength was also quite decent now. The others shouldn't be too far behind, right? Konoha is still doing well. Hiruzen mumbled. It's just that the Senju clan, apart from some unexpected events, many people unexpectedly passed away after the previous war. He didn't dare mention whether there were other troublesome operations involved. Unexpectedly died? How many? Total annihilation? Tobirama looked at Hiruzen as if he thought of something. No. There are still many who have integrated into Konoha, Hiruzen said ambiguously. There were indeed many who had integrated. This was true. Most of them were powerless individuals, and many didn't even know they had Senju blood. Many were orphans, simply for the better operation of Konoha in the future. As for those rebels who posed a threat to their positions, they had long been dealt with. It's only because Tsunade has always supported him that he is still alive now. Like SH Dai, that little brat who always wanted to become Hokage. Basically, they wouldn't have any issues. And that Kato Dan, who was originally just a pawn, thought he could turn things around by getting close to Tsunade and wanted to become Hokage. Even among Konoha's upper echelons, Danzo wouldn't give such opportunities. It was normal for him to be killed off by Danzo. Things like this, Sarutobi Hiruzen was not very clear about. He only received some news later. What about Tsunade? What about SH Tree? And me? Senju Tobirama frowned and asked. As Sarutobi Hiruzen's teacher, he could naturally tell that Hiruzen was feeling guilty. However, he never expected that this guy's heart was so ruthless that he would directly target their clan. He thought it was just some accident, so he didn't have the face to see people. Tsunade is still alive and doing well now. As for SH Tree and the others, Sarutobi Hiruzen said cautiously. The one who was vying for the Hokage position against him back then was the descendant of the second Hokage. Tsunade's faction, under her persuasion, actually made no movements. So with the help of several other clans, and with Tsunade's support, he was able to rise to power. Because of this incident, the Senju clan's 2 branches almost fell apart. In the end, it also allowed them to seize the opportunity. SH Tree looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Senju Tobirama felt his body and decided not to ask anything further. He planned to go back and take a look. Konoha should still be fine now. It's just that their Senju clan has encountered problems. He wanted to see how many people were left in their clan now. Besides, another Hokage. He didn't seem too old, much younger than the 3rd Hokage. Why did it seem like other Hokages died early, but this 3rd Hokage, despite being so old, was still in power? And that Danzo, who betrayed his own village, a great clan that doomed his own village, could still compete for Hokage. On the side, Ryo and I listened to the conversation between Senju Tobirama and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Curious, he spoke up, and this directly caught Senju Tobirama's attention. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face changed drastically. How dare he speak such nonsense? You're still in power now? Looking at the elderly Sarutobi Hiruzen, Senju Tobirama was quite surprised. Danzo is still competing for Hokage? He is not young anymore. Shouldn't he retire after rising to power? Hearing these 2 pieces of news, he was quite dissatisfied. And the Uchiha? What is the Uchiha clan doing now? Who is the hero they mentioned? Why does everyone know about this? Upon hearing about the great clan that doomed their village, Senju Tobirama first thought of the Uchiha. The only ones who could doom them and were considered a great clan would be the Senju and Uchiha. It couldn't possibly be the Senju, could it? No way. Without saying anything harsh to the woman who spoke, he directly asked Sarutobi Hiruzen. This old guy now seemed a bit like an honest child in front of Tobirama. He could not treat him like he did with Danzo. He directly said to him, I am the Hokage, Senju Tobirama. The most troublesome thing has come. If the 1st and 2nd Hokage appeared, he would definitely be blamed. If it were the 4th, perhaps he could find an excuse. After all, the 4th is an honest person, a good person. And it's normal for a good person to be threatened with a kunai. As long as he plays the victim and apologizes, there would basically be no problem. If it were the 1st Hokage, it would still be okay. The 1st Hokage had a good personality and didn't care much about power. It is said that he only became tough when facing Uchiha Madara. Their relationship was better than his with Danzo. In fact, it wasn't particularly troublesome. The most troublesome person was, after all, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. He was the most troublesome person. As their teacher, he naturally understood them very well. Moreover, he was a very smart person. With his little schemes, they had no effect in front of the other party. I had already sent the location to the fourth Hokage, but the fourth Hokage died dealing with the Nine Tails due to an accident. So I had no choice but to rise to power again. As for the fifth Hokage, I have been looking for suitable candidates for these years, but there have been no suitable ones. I contacted Tsunade many times, but she completely does not want to take this position. My other two apprentices are also not suitable. Sarutobi Hiruzen wore a miserable expression. As for the people in the village, their strength and influence were a bit insufficient. I originally planned to cultivate them for a few more years, but there has been no opportunity until now. By the way, this was already asked earlier. The fifth Hokage will be Tsunade. The sixth Hokage will be Kakashi. He is the disciple of the fourth Hokage. And the seventh Hokage will be Naruto. He is the one who answered the question correctly earlier that allowed you to be revived. His father is the fourth Hokage, who sealed the tailed beast in him and then passed away. He is also a hero of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly changed the topic. Chapter 165, Naruto's Doubt You Really Let Me Down, Monkey? Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen, Senju Tobirama left one last sentence. The other party still has this concealment. How could he not be clear? But now is certainly not the time to discuss these things. It's better to wait until they return to Konoha to confirm the situation. Sarutobi Hiruzen obediently fell silent. To be honest, he was very unaccustomed to this. He was already quite old, and now, as Hokage, no one in Konoha dared to say anything to him. Even that old Danzo, as long as he gave orders, was still obedient. But now with his teacher Senju Tobirama appearing, everything seemed to have changed. Looking at this white-haired man in front of him, Sarutobi Hiruzen chose to be honest. Respecting the elderly and cherishing the young, regardless of whether it is respect or love for the young, is fine. After all, he is now the most powerful Hokage. This level of cultivation is still there. Multiple choice question. After the ninjas from the Cloud Village failed to steal the Byakugan from a Hyuga clan in Konoha, they used the excuse that their own village's ninjas were attacked and killed in Konoha, asking Sarutobi Hiruzen to hand over the leader of the Hyuga family to them for handling. In the end, Konoha's choice is 1. Peace is paramount. The mere Hyuga clan is nothing. It's just right to suppress them. Hand them over. 2. Absolutely do not hand over. Directly go to war. Let those muscle-bound men from the Cloud Village know the might of Konoha's strongest Hokage. 3. Can't lose face, but can't accept it either. Konoha cannot go to war. Negotiate honestly and then put forward other conditions. 4. Let Konoha prepare to send someone over. Choose someone from the branch family to send over. As long as the bloodline limit doesn't leak, it'll all be fine. Reward, Byakugan. Punishment, lose one eye. Are you the administrator here? Is this the question and answer? Senju Tobirama saw the question for the first time. He was a bit interested and stared at the question on it. However, his face quickly darkened. What is this situation? Looking at this question, Senju Tobirama felt it was not a good thing. The Cloud Village is causing trouble again? Are they just going to hand people over directly? Thinking back to Sarutobi Hiruzen's hesitant demeanor before, Senju Tobirama knew that Konoha might not be in a good state right now. However, upon seeing this topic, he felt a bit angry and wanted to know the truth. Cough, cough, cough. Back then, it was Hiruzen himself who sacrificed for his brother. Konoha had already consumed quite a bit during the war against the 4 great shinobi villages. So they didn't continue fighting. As Hiruzen spoke, he made his choice, not giving others a chance. Otherwise, Chiyo would have snatched it away directly. If the Hyuga clan's bloodline limit were exposed, that would be awkward. A voluntary sacrifice. Senju Tobirama believed in his plan. Not really. Back then, he was indeed a voluntary sacrifice. Poisoned deeply, and with many pursuers, there was no opportunity left. Naturally, he could only sacrifice. As for the situation in this topic, where was the necessity? Just because Kumogakure was looking for trouble, they were going to hand people over? Were they at their doorstep? Might as well send the third Hokage out directly. Let them chop off Sarutobi Hiruzen's head for entertainment. In that case, it would be more sincere and valuable. If it really came down to it, send all the high-ranking officials of Konoha to Kumogakure. Chop off their heads to entertain the Raikage. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen, Senju Tobirama had this thought. Back then, when negotiating with the Raikage, he could have just killed those brats to entertain the Raikage. Who knows? Maybe there wouldn't have been any incidents with Kin and I and Jin and I later. He himself could use the flying thunder god to escape, not needing to care about them at all. Unknowingly, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that his teacher seemed to have some ill intentions. But is this just a delusion? Sarutobi Hiruzen could only hope it was just a delusion. Hopefully. Otherwise, he would really be in trouble. Kumogikure. Chio was watching the topic from the side, a bit surprised. Actually, she had heard some things back then, but it was just hearsay, and she only vaguely knew that Konoha had suffered losses. She didn't expect Sarutobi Hiruzen to be so ruthless to pit the Hyuga clan like this. It was somewhat similar to Raza. Why not see if Raza is still alive and just add them as friends? It felt like no matter how confident Konoha was, it wouldn't be enough for those two to play. Of course, their Sunagakure was the same. Amazing, truly worthy of you, Konoha. Initially thinking that dealing with that Konoha white fang was already the limit, didn't he expect there was more? Saying that Orochimaru dug up the graves of your first Hokage and second Hokage, and even killed your teacher, doesn't he sound like such an absurd thing anymore? In their Konoha, it might even be a common occurrence. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen, Reo Nai was completely unreserved, especially after Senju Tobarama came out. She felt increasingly that the matter wasn't big enough, continuously saying, that old man with white hair, wasn't he also killed by a disciple? Is this your Konoha's unique ability? Only by killing your own teacher can you graduate? Teacher sacrifices to the heavens boundless power. Several little girls on the side kept complaining. Senju Tobarama's forehead was already showing A shape. I just came out, and I'm not familiar with you, right? Is it necessary to be like this? But looking at them, each one looking like little girls, he didn't continue to say much. He would settle accounts with them later. After all, if there was trouble, he would find Sarutobi Hiruzen to make trouble. As for what was happening in other worlds, that wasn't his business. Yes. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen's honest demeanor with his head down, the people of Konoha were somewhat surprised. The answer was correct, and the system had already given the answer. Directly rewarded Sarutobi Hiruzen, a pair of Byakugan. For him, this was not something hard to obtain. He just wanted to make an impression in Konoha. However, this didn't actually suit him. Sarutobi Hiruzen was in the process of evolving his eyes or extracting Byakugan, and he directly chose to extract. He didn't plan to keep this thing for himself. He still preferred his own eyes. Teacher politely delivered the item to the second Hokage. As expected, it was Byakugan. Better to hand it over to the Hyuga clan, for the bloodlines of the big clans in the village. Senju Tobarama still had no thoughts of having any emotional gaps with them. If it were him, he wouldn't have chosen to let the Hyuga clan get into trouble like Sarutobi Hiruzen did. If Kumogikure had the intention of reconciliation, they would reconcile with or without the Hyuga clan. At most, there would be some friction, but even if they suffered losses on the battlefield, they couldn't just hand people over like this. In his view, Sarutobi Hiruzen was foolish, or Kumogikure had already become strong enough to reach his brother's level. Of course, that was impossible. Otherwise, there would be no need for reconciliation. They could just attack directly. After all, not everyone thinks like his brother. Like those guys from Kumogikure. All muscles. If there was a good opportunity, they definitely wouldn't let it go. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded silently. He really wanted to say he was wronged or something. But he gave up. Given his current situation, if something were to happen, he probably wouldn't have anything left afterward. If nothing were to happen, then there wouldn't be any issues afterwards. Of course, his position later wouldn't be given to the second or fifth Hokage. After all, the second Hokage was not an easy character to deal with. The scene quickly appeared. Under everyone's watchful eyes, night fell. In Konoha Ninja Village, in a large courtyard, a small figure was brought out from inside. It was hard to see clearly, but the small girl with Byakugan was quite eye-catching. Wasn't that Hinata? Looking at Hinata inside, Naruto was a bit surprised. It seems like he would become closer to Hinata in the future. Even Sakura has given up. Or perhaps, maybe, Sakura ran away with Naruto, taking the savings of the Uchiha clan and running away. That could also be possible. The most important thing was that no matter what the issue was, he didn't bring him along. That was quite awkward. So small, so tiny and cute. Naruto couldn't help but sigh. Not with any other intention, just marveling at how small Hinata was now. And it was indeed the case. How old was she now? It would take many years for her to grow up to the size of marrying Naruto. The Hyuga clan was not without precautions. When someone in their family was trying to run away, especially their young lady, it naturally caught the attention of the clan leader, Hyuga Hisashi. His own daughter had been abducted, so he was naturally furious. He directly launched an 8 trigrams palm and took down the guy who was holding Hinata hostage. You deserved it, Naruto muttered to the side, mainly because this guy was too despicable for even setting his sights on his woman. It was quite awkward. After Hinata Hizashi dealt with the enemy, he initially didn't pay much attention. In his view, when it came to their Konoha, everyone had to give an explanation. He contacted the Hokage and others, but he never expected this guy to be the one to cry foul first. Just as Hinata Hizashi and the others were about to take action, the messenger from the Cloud Village arrived, stating that they were short on personnel and needed the village to allow them to conduct a search. Naturally, they couldn't allow them to search Konoha. They even brought out the corpse of their comrade from yesterday. Bastards, what have you done? We worked so hard to come back for reconciliation, for peace, to no longer fight wars, but you guys are starting a war. One person shouted in anger amidst the crowd. Then he began to move rapidly through the crowd, looking utterly frantic. Anyone who didn't know would think he had lost his parents. He didn't even have a chance to say more before another person spoke up, clearly looking for trouble. We want the body of the one who killed our people. Both sides were exchanging harsh words. In short, they wanted that corpse and to study it to figure out what had happened. If the first Hokage or Uchiha Madara were around, they certainly wouldn't dare act this way. They might get slapped away with one blow. But now this so-called strongest Hokage was just watching the monkey and the Cloud Village argue on screen. Even the Elder Council had proposed a compromise, secretly asking Sarutobi Hiruzen to contact them to send someone out so they could end the war. After all, during that time, they had also suffered greatly from the war and lost many lives. Now, it could be said that everyone in each village hoped for peace, although many still wanted to continue fighting. The Hyuga clan clearly belonged to those who did not want to fight. As Sarutobi Hiruzen began to compromise for the sake of so-called peace, the matter seemed to be coming to a close. In the end, it was Hyuga Hayashi's younger brother, Hyuga Hizashi, who sighed that he was willing to sacrifice himself for his brother and then gave up his life to the Cloud Village, even with the caged bird technique. This Byakugan wouldn't leak, but this meant losing a Jonin. Wouldn't that be a pity? Although Hyuga Hizashi's strength was slightly inferior to Hyuga Hayashi, after all, the former was from the branch family and had restrictions, he was still a Jonin. Raising a person is not easy. Seeing this, Senju Tobarama was very disdainful. What have you been doing all these years? Has Konoha become this weak? Guarantee there are many good seedlings when I died. His expression was already quite grim as Senju Tobarama questioned. When they died, Konoha was still the largest ninja village. If a mere cloud village could scare them, then it might as well be disbanded. Moreover, some Jonin meetings inside were basically discussing the war and its final handling. The Cloud Village ultimately got Hyuga Hizashi, but unsurprisingly, that I was of no use at all. They had temporarily given up on that. Since the past, they had been interested in the Sharingan, but had been stopped. Now another interest had emerged, the Byakugan. In the end, a group of Cloud Ninjas who came to fight could only give up. They reached a ceasefire with Konoha and ended the war. Both sides could be said to have suffered little loss, with only the Hyuga clan of Konoha and a small fry from the Cloud Village being lost. A Jonin was killed in an instant, directly swapped for another Jonin. This deal wasn't a loss. Hyuga Hizashi, a branch of the Hyuga clan, watched the scenes unfold until the final image disappeared. Naruto felt a bit shocked by everything he had witnessed. Why was it like this?